Chapter 1 My Treasure Girlfriend. Lin High Number 2 Middle School, on the lawn next to the playground. What? Suemo looked at the girl in front of him absent-mindedly. Is your mother the largest shareholder of Tianhong Group? Tianhong Group. A super large group with a market value of billions. Looking across the country, it is also a well-known enterprise. Suemo is a senior student at Lin High Number 2 Middle School with average grades. If you have to find one good thing about him, it's that he looks good. The girl standing in front of him had a pair of crystal clear eyes, black and shiny pupils, a face as white as cream, and her 3,000 black hair casually draped behind her, fluttering in the wind. Her pair of straight legs and her quiet temperament made her look like a fairy from a comic book. All the words cannot describe her beauty. It can be said that this girl should have been in heaven, but no one knows why she came to the human world. The girl's name is Yen Joshi, and she is recognized as the most beautiful girl in number 2 middle school. Her academic performance firmly ranks first in the senior year of high school, making her the undisputed goddess in the eyes of all boys. Everyone has a love for beauty. Suemo naturally could not escape this law. He had fallen in love with this quiet and beautiful girl since his freshman year in high school and had been secretly in love with her for a very long time before he mustered up the courage to confess his love to her. I don't know what was wrong with Yen Joshi, but she miraculously accepted his confession. Because of this, Suemo felt like he was living in a dream for several days in a row. There are more than 3,000 students in Lin High Number 2 Middle School, and boys account for 60%. There are too many boys who like Yen Joshi. Among these people, Suemo was inconspicuous. Every day, boys confessed their love to Yen Joshi, but without exception, they were all rejected politely. But this fairy-like girl accepted his confession alone. He couldn't help but wonder what good things he had done in his previous life. I'm so blessed by God. Yeah, will you be mad at me? Yen Joshi bit her red lips lightly, a hint of worry flashing across her delicate face. She was afraid that Suemo would have some complicated thoughts after knowing her identity. Angry? Suemo scratched his head blankly. I have no reason to be angry. Others would love to find a girlfriend who was both rich and beautiful, not to mention that Yen Joshi cannot be described simply as beautiful. It has been nearly a month since I confirmed my relationship with Yen Joshi, but I am still often shocked by her divine beauty. Now that he knew Yen Joshi's family background, Suemo became even more puzzled. What kind of luck did I have? How could this peerless flower in front of him fall for this pile of cow dung? Certainly. It's the kind of cow dung that's a little handsome. Shaoxi, why did you only accept my confession? There are many boys in school who are better than me. Suemo has never figured it out. Compared with other boys, he doesn't seem to have any advantages. There are many handsome boys, why did Yen Joshi fall for him? This question left him puzzled. I choose not to answer. Yen Joshi smiled lightly, with dimples on her cheeks, exuding stunning beauty. I thought it was a fairy who came down to earth, and her smile was brighter than the stars. Suemo was so absorbed in the beautiful scene before his eyes that he couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. By the time he reacted, the beauty had already disappeared. After school, Suemo rode his bicycle home. Shelma is back, go wash your hands and get ready for dinner. Su's mother is a typical housewife, except his appearance is a little too outstanding. Su's mother is very concerned about her son's food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Moreover, it happened at such an important moment as the senior year of high school. Got it, Mom. Suemo responded. After dinner, he returned to his room and began his very boring study life. What about reading comprehension, English listening, etc.? There were still a dozen test papers, which made Sumo's eyelids twitch. This is the daily homework of senior high school students. It is extremely boring. It was not until after 11 o'clock in the evening that he finished his homework for today. When will this day end? After lying on the bed, Suemo complained bitterly. I feel like I am a learning machine without emotions now. His grades have always been in the middle of the grade, a stable level. But Yen Joshi has long occupied the top spot in the senior year of high school. The gap between them is more than just a little bit. Facing such an outstanding girlfriend, Suemo really feels pressured. There are still 3 months left before the college entrance examination. Judging from Yen Joshi's grades, it's a foregone conclusion that she'll be admitted to Ching Hua University. If Suemo fails to get into a school in the capital, he will have to separate from Yen Joshi. In that case, we can only have a long-distance relationship. If long-distance relationships were reliable, sows would climb trees. If I lose such a perfect girlfriend, I won't even have a place to cry. Suemo didn't have high expectations for himself. He just wanted to get into an ordinary second-tier university in the capital. In that case, he wouldn't have to be separated from Yen Joshi. But with his current grades, he was still a long way from being admitted to a second-tier university in the capital. Alas, when can I be like those top students on TV? Bite. Sensing the host's strong demands, the system automatically activates. Activation successful. What the hell? Suemo widened his eyes and jumped up from the bed in excitement, his face full of surprise and doubt. What did you just hear? System? System. Suemo called out several times tentatively, but received no response, and a look of disappointment appeared on his face. Is it because of the recent stress of studying that you are hallucinating? That must be it. Forget it, let's go to sleep. After lying down, Suemo suddenly remembered that in the novels he had read before, the protagonist and the system seemed to communicate with each other through thoughts. As soon as this thought came to his mind, he hurriedly shouted in his heart. Is the system here? What does the host need? A cold electronic voice echoed in Sumo's mind. Damn, it really works? Roar. Could it be that I am about to reach the peak of my life? Suemo jumped up again excitedly, his face full of ecstasy. He was still worrying about his grades in the previous second, and the next second a pie fell from the sky and hit him on the head. There really is always a way out. After being excited for a while, Suemo slowly calmed down. After calming down, he asked in his mind, System, what functions do you have? This system is the latest high-tech product developed by Planet X, the strongest academic master system. By completing the tasks issued by the system, the host can obtain corresponding rewards. At the same time, a virtual page appeared in Sumo's mind. Host, Suemo. Age, 17. Skills, none. Education level, ignorant. Points, 0. It is true. Seeing the virtual image in his mind, Sumo's eyes lit up instantly, and he asked in his mind, System, then, are there any tasks released now? Can you get rewards by completing tasks? 1 word, do it. 2 words, get it. 3 words, all, push down. Bite. The system has issued a task. In tomorrow's exam, your score must be among the top 10 in the class. What? When Suemo heard this task, he was stunned for a moment. With his results, it would be hard for him to even make it into the top 20, let alone the top 10. There are 6 classes in senior year. He is in class 3, while Yen Joshi is in class 1, which is the so-called top class. Sumo's grades have always been ranked in the top 30 in the class. Now, suddenly asking him to be in the top 10 is nothing but a pipe dream. The bottom 10 is almost. System, are you kidding me? The corner of Sumo's mouth twitched slightly. No matter how good the system's reward was, he couldn't get it because he simply couldn't complete the task. At this moment, he really wanted to look up to the sky and roar, I can't do it. Considering the host's poor foundation, I'm giving you a mysterious gift package. Do you want to open it now? Open. Hearing this, Suemo really wanted to hug the system and give it a kiss. This mysterious gift package was like timely help to him. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill Photographic memory. Is this the end? Suemo was stunned for a moment. He had thought there would be a series of rewards like in the novels, but unexpectedly there was only one reward, photographic memory. Wait. Have a photographic memory? No way. Suemo quickly got out of bed, walked to the desk, picked up his physics textbook and started reading. After 7 or 8 minutes, a burst of crazy laughter rang out in the room. Son, what's wrong with you? After a while, Sumo's mother's voice suddenly came from outside the door. Suemo shrank his neck in fear and hurriedly explained, Nothing, I just suddenly figured out a math problem and was a little too happy. It's so late, go to bed quickly, you have to go to school tomorrow. I'll go to bed right away. Suemo heaved a sigh of relief only after hearing the sound of the door closing. He suppressed his inner excitement and couldn't wait to try out his photographic memory. Turn on your photographic memory. 5 minutes later, Suemo sat at the table in a daze. I stared at the Chinese textbook in my hand, and I could actually recite it backwards? Read 10 lines at a glance? No. To be precise, it is 1 page at a time. He has a photographic memory, what a pervert. After being happy for a long time, Suemo finally calmed down. He took out all his high school textbooks and notes and started reading them without stopping. After reading it, I also searched the internet for high school knowledge analysis and read all the information I could find. Suemo was busy until after 3 in the morning. He was so sleepy that he could not even open his eyelids. He then lay down on the bed and fell asleep peacefully. A legendary life begins now. Chapter 2 Top 10 in Class? Morning, Mom. Suemo came to the living room with 2 panda eyes. He just sat down and drank some milk, then he looked at the time and it was bad. He picked up a piece of bread from the dining table, put on his school bag and hurried downstairs. I ride my beloved little bicycle, it will never be stuck in traffic. After arriving at school, Suemo parked the car and ran to the classroom. Finally, he ran into the classroom 1 second before the bell rang. Suemo. A cold female voice made Sumo's back tighten and he couldn't help swallowing. Teacher, I don't think I'm late? Turning around slowly and looking at Luyu on the podium, Suemo lowered his head guiltily. Luyu is the English teacher of Class 3 and also the head teacher of Class 3, so Suemo is afraid. Luyu is a college graduate who has just been assigned to number 2 middle school. According to the rules of number 2 middle school, she is not qualified to be the head teacher of senior class. However, because the previous head teacher was in a car accident, the school could not find a suitable candidate for a while, so they chose Luyu to temporarily take over the position of head teacher of Class 3. Precisely because of this, Luyu wanted to lead Class 3 better and had stricter requirements on students. However, this made Suemo suffer. Since Luyu took office this month, he has been caught several times. It's been 3 days in a row. You've been entering the classroom on time every day. Can't you come a little earlier? Luyu put down the textbook in her hand angrily, stared at Suemo and said coldly, Look at Han Jiang, his academic performance is so good, and he comes to school an hour early every day to review. Can't you learn from him? Han Jiang, who was sitting in the first row, blushed immediately when he heard Luyu's praise. Teacher Lu, everyone learns differently. Suemo looked at the nerdy Han Jiang, who looked like he had lost all hope in life, and said, Han Jiang's way of learning is not suitable for me. You. Luyu looked at Suemo with a look of regret, and said earnestly, If you don't study hard when you were young, you will regret it when you are old. Suemo, don't make so many excuses for me. When it comes to the college entrance examination, will anyone listen to your excuses? I am now the head teacher of Class 3. As students of Class 3, you must abide by the rules I set. I am a very practical person. I only look at grades. As long as your grades are good, I won't say anything even if you sleep in class. At this point, Liu blared at Suemo and changed the subject. Suemo, your score in the last monthly exam ranked 42nd in the class. Are you satisfied with this result? Not satisfied. Suemo curled his lips and said, Teacher Lu, you should look at me with new eyes after 3 days of absence. I am no longer the same person as before. As soon as these words were spoken, a low laugh was heard in the classroom. Okay, then may I ask, classmate Suemo, what kind of results do you plan to get in this exam? Lu Yu asked. Top 10 in the class. Sumo's tone was very calm, but with a sense of rightness. In an instant, the classroom burst into laughter. They all knew exactly how capable Suemo was. They would rather believe that Asao can drive than believe that Suemo can get into the top 10 in the class. The top 10 in Class 3 have always been the same few people, and they always do well in every exam. Suemo actually wants to get into the top 10? Daydreaming. Okay, in that case, how about we make a bet? Lu Yu's eyes flashed. What bet? Suemo was stunned. If you can get into the top 10 in the class in this exam, I won't pursue the matter of you being late. At this point, Liu paused, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and he cleared his throat and continued, but if you can't do it, come to school half an hour earlier every day to review your lessons. Is there a problem? No problem. If it were in the past, Suemo really wouldn't dare to agree to such a bet, but now it's different. Lu Yu waved her hand and asked Suemo to return to his seat. Begin the exam. The first subject was English. As soon as the test paper arrived in Sumo's hand, the corresponding knowledge points emerged in his mind. He wrote his name and began to answer the questions. He wrote very quickly, and it could be said that he was writing furiously. Russell. In the classroom, the sound of answering papers was heard. All the students were doing their homework seriously. Except for Luyu, no one noticed Sumo's abnormality. What is this kid writing? On the podium, Luyu frowned slightly. She had never seen anyone answer questions so quickly before. Out of curiosity, she stood up and began to patrol the class. When she came to Sumo, she stopped. But after watching for a long time, she didn't understand what was going on. Instead, she was shocked by Sumo's speed in answering questions. He almost didn't think at all. 20 minutes later. Sumo put down the pen in his hand, a hint of excitement appeared on his face, and he couldn't help but shout in his heart, "The system is awesome. He has a photographic memory, that's really amazing." In the past, let alone 20 minutes, even after the exam was over, there would still be many blank spaces on his test paper. The reason is simple: I don't know. For questions that he didn't know the answer to, Sumo would just leave it blank. It would be wrong anyway, so there was no need to do that. Ding-ling, the bell rang. Sumo stood up and walked up to the podium with the test paper. He smiled at Luyu and said, "Teacher, I'll hand in my paper." Luyu glanced at Sumo and reminded him, "Don't forget the bet. Don't deny it when the time comes. As a man, once a word is spoken, it should be kept." Sumo smiled and walked out of the classroom. "Xiaoxi, come out for a moment." Lying beside the window of class 1, Sumo shouted into the classroom. In an instant, all the boys in the class looked towards the window, and when they saw Sumo outside the window, their eyes instantly became extremely unfriendly. Why is it this guy again? Give me back my goddess. Among the boys in class 1, who doesn't tea like Yenjoshi? But I never expected that this kid from class 3 would get there first. It's so infuriating. Xiaoma, what's wrong? Today, Yenjoshi wore a light yellow dress, exuding amazing beauty. Sumo was stunned, almost drooling. Xiao-mo. Yenjoshi called out in embarrassment, and a blush appeared on her pretty face. Xiaoxi, it's not my fault. You are just too beautiful. After Sumo came back to his senses, he quickly changed the subject and asked, "How was your exam today?" "Not bad, how about you?" "Of course I have no problem. I made a bet with Sister Lu." Sumo said confidently. Bet? Yenjoshi grasped the key point. Yes. Sumo told Yenjoshi what happened in the morning. Are you sure? Xiaoxi, can you have a little confidence in me? Sumo shrugged helplessly. Even if you have a golden finger, it would be really lame if you can't handle a small bet. Xiaomo, I don't disbelieve you, I just. Just what? Sumo wanted to see how this girl could explain it. Yenjoshi's beautiful eyes turned and she changed the subject directly. The bell is about to ring, go back to the classroom, come on. Sumo. Looking at Sumo's speechless expression, Yenjoshi blinked innocently. That cute look made Sumo fall in love with her instantly. What the hell is this divine appearance? This is so beautiful. The second one was a math test. As soon as he got the test paper, Sumo started answering the questions. He could now solve the difficult questions very easily. This made Sumo sigh again. Photographic memory is really amazing. I didn't even experience any lag while finishing a math test. Every time I finished reviewing a question, the corresponding knowledge would pop up in my mind. Simply put, it is equivalent to an open book test, but I don't have to spend time flipping through books. At noon, Sumo and Yenjoshi went to the school cafeteria together. We have braised pork today. After seeing today's meat dishes, Sumo quickly pulled Yenjoshi to line up. Suddenly, countless eyes filled with murderous intent looked towards Sumo. Yenjoshi is the most beautiful girl in number 2 middle school and the goddess in the eyes of all boys. But now, the goddess in their eyes is being held by a boy's hand. If looks could kill, then Sumo would have died countless times. Sumo simply chose to ignore these looks. It wouldn't hurt anyway. After eating, the two found an empty seat and sat down. There are only a few pieces of meat to begin with, but you still have to shake them a few times. I really am. As soon as he sat down, Sumo couldn't help but start complaining. Sure enough, all the aunties serving food in the cafeteria had shaking hands. Seeing Sumo's depressed look, Yenjoshi found it very funny and gave all the braised pork on her plate to Sumo. Just as Sumo was about to refuse, Yenjoshi shut him up with just 2 words. Lose weight. In this case, Sumo accepted the offer, which made the boy on the side feel uncomfortable. My goddess. Why would the goddess fall for this boy? He's just a little handsome. There was a sound of heartbreak. At this moment, Sumo's eyes were only on the braised pork in front of him. After finishing their meal, Suemo and Yen Joshi sat on the grass beside the playground for a while, then returned to their respective classrooms. When the bell rang, the exam continued. When Suemo finished the last question on the physics test, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The exam is finally over. Stretching, Suemo began to look forward to the moment when the test results would be announced tomorrow. Although he didn't know how many points he would get, he should have no problem getting into the top 10 in the class. By then, I'm afraid everyone will be scared. Suemo felt secretly happy when he thought of that scene. Chapter 3. Did you cheat? This is the first time in Sumo's 3 years of high school that he has been so excited about his grades. After school, Suemo said hello to Yen Joshi and rode home. Are you hungry, son? As soon as she got home, Su's mother asked with concern. There was nothing she could do, since Suemo was her only hope. Sumo's father was an architectural designer who died in an accident on a construction site. Although the relevant unit compensated the mother and son with a large sum of money, the family lost its pillar. From then on, Su's mother put all her thoughts on her son. You must be exhausted from taking the exam today? Mother Su said with a smile on her face, I made your favorite braised pork, go wash your hands quickly. Thank you, Mom. When Suemo heard the word braised pork, his eyes lit up immediately. Although he had just eaten it at noon, it was not enough to satisfy his craving at all. After washing his hands as quickly as possible, Suemo went straight to the dining table. Looking at the large plate of braised pork on the table, his mouth was watering. Start fighting. Suemo ate almost all of the braised pork, and his mother only ate a few pieces. After dinner, Suemo said hello to his mother and went back to his room and went straight to bed to sleep. He had only slept for 4 hours last night, and now that he relaxed, he was immediately overwhelmed by fatigue. Because of the exam, there was no heavy homework today, so Sumo slept very soundly. When the sunlight shone through the window onto Sumo's face, he opened his eyes drowsily. This was the most painful time of his day. After struggling for a few minutes, he reluctantly got dressed and got up. After washing his face and brushing his teeth, Suemo ate a few bites of breakfast and rode his bike to school. The results of yesterday's exam will be announced today. Suemo is very much looking forward to how he will perform this time, but he believes that his results this time will definitely give everyone a big surprise, including himself. When Suemo walked into the classroom, he was actually 10 minutes earlier than usual. The clock on the wall only showed 7:50. Although he was still the last one, it left Sister Lu speechless. Sumo's deskmate is called Wang Yu, and the students in class 3 usually call him Fatty Wang. Why is he called Fatty Wang? Because this guy is too fat. As soon as he sat down, Fatty Wang stuffed something into Sumo's hand. What? After school today, Class 1 is going to play a basketball game with us. This is the opposing team's roster. No time, no go. Suemo simply ignored the note handed to him by Fatty Wang and glared at him unhappily. The grades of this little fat boy have always been at the bottom of Class 3. He has hardly turned the pages of his books all day, but he is very interested in these games. Suemo, no, brother Mo, I have already told all my harsh words to others, please give me a favor. Fatty Wang suddenly became anxious and held Sumo's arm tightly. Suemo is the best basketball player in Class 3. If he doesn't participate, then with just a few of them, they will never be able to beat those in Class 1. Okay, I'll go, you let go of your hands first. Suemo said helplessly. Yes, brother. That's very nice. Fatty Wang smiled. Suemo said calmly, did those guys in Class 1 take the initiative to cause trouble? How do you know? Fatty Wang was stunned. He had never told anyone about this matter. Logically, Suemo should not know about it. Guess. Suemo glanced at Fatty Wang and said, otherwise, with your personality, you wouldn't have asked the group of people in Class 1 to play a game. The one who knows me best is Brother Mo. Fatty Wang flattered Suemo, took out his cell phone from the desk and started playing Snake, which made Suemo helpless. Jingle. As soon as the bell rang, Lu Yu walked into the classroom, stood on the podium and glanced around. When she saw Suemo, she paused for a moment, with a different look in her eyes. The results of yesterday's exam are out, and everyone's results this time are worse than I expected. As soon as these words were spoken, the classroom suddenly became silent. If you still don't have a sense of crisis, you won't have a chance of getting into the first or even the second place, let alone the first place. Lu Yu's voice was the only one in the entire classroom. She was really angry. Half of the students had failed the exam this time, and the total score of Class 3 fell directly to the last place in the entire grade of senior high school. Now I will announce the results of this exam. Lu Yu scored 357 points, the last in the class and the 13th from the bottom in the grade. Su Mo had been listening for his own name. Seeing that most of the students had already been called, but his name had not yet been heard, he was very excited. According to Lu Yu's habit, the names would usually be announced starting from the last one. The later one heard his name, the better his grade would be. Han Jiang scored 653 points, second in the class and 10th in the grade. As soon as the result was announced, there was a burst of exclamations in the classroom. No? Han Jiang is the second place? Are you kidding me? Hasn't Han Jiang always been number one? What's going on? You know, Han Jiang has always occupied the first place in Class 3. This time, many students were a little bit unbelieving when they heard that Han Jiang was only ranked second. Is this a mistake? Even Han Jiang himself was a little bit unconvinced. He stood up and asked, "Teacher, I am the second?" At this moment, Fatty Wang felt something was wrong. He hadn't heard about Su Mo's results yet. Could it be? Fatty Wang quickly denied this crazy idea. How could he not know how capable Su Mo was? Yes, sit down first. Lu Yu motioned for Han Jiang to sit down, and her eyes fell on Su Mo in the back row. She announced, "There is indeed someone who did better than Han Jiang this time." That person is? Su Mo. What? How is that possible? That's right, when did Su Mo become capable of this? It can't be cheating. All the students in Class 3 found this result hard to accept. Su Mo, who always had average grades, suddenly got first place in the class. This is unscientific. Quiet. As Lu Yu's voice rang out, the classroom suddenly fell silent. Su Mo scored 702 points, first in the class and second in the grade. When the results were announced, everyone was stunned. Holy crap, 702 points? How did you take the test? With this score, you can get into Ching Hua University, right? Fatty Wang looked at Su Mo beside him suspiciously, staring at him non-stop. Finally, Su Mo got so angry that he said coldly, "Fatty, can you stop looking at me like that? I will be unable to resist and beat someone up. Brother Mo, why don't you think of me when you have the answer?" Fatty Wang looked at Su Mo resentfully. He didn't believe that this was the result Su Mo got based on his own strength. Su Mo must have known the answer in advance. Get lost. Su Mo laughed and scolded unhappily. Now that he had the system, did he still need to cheat? What a joke. What are you all arguing about? As soon as Lu Yu opened her mouth, all the students shut up. She frowned slightly and said, "Su Mo, come with me. The others go to study." After that, she walked out of the classroom. Everyone looked at Su Mo, with contempt, disdain, and surprise in their eyes. Su Mo simply chose to ignore these gazes and walked out of the classroom slowly. After he left, the classroom was in an uproar. This guy must have cheated, otherwise how could he get 702 points? I think so, too. But Su Mo scored nearly 50 points higher than Han Jiang. How could he get such a high score by cheating? What a joke! Only a few students were relatively rational, and most of them thought that Su Mo cheated. This was normal. After all, Su Mo's progress this time was really huge, and he jumped directly from the middle of the class to the first place in the class. Su Mo followed Lu Yu to the office of the principal. The principal of number 2 middle school was named Li Dahai, who was also the head teacher of Class 1, Grade 3. Because he was usually strict, the students were afraid of him. "Director, I brought Su Mo here." "Are you Su Mo?" Li Dahai put down the report card in his hand and looked up at Su Mo. In the past, the top 5 in the grade were basically taken by Class 1, but this time, Su Mo just happened to appear. Li Dahai, the head teacher of the class, was naturally quite puzzled. He had no impression of this student before. Out of curiosity, Li Dahai checked Su Mo's previous test scores, and then became suspicious of Su Mo's results in this test. A student who has always been ranked outside the top 200 in his grade actually ranked second in this exam? What are you doing? There must be a problem. I am Su Mo, Teacher Li, what do you want to talk to me about? Su Mo looked confused. Did you cheat on this exam? Chapter 4 Prove Yourself. Did you cheat on this exam? Lee Dahai looked at Suemo with a stern face, but he had chosen the wrong person. If it was an ordinary student, he would be so scared that he would not be able to speak clearly. Suemo was not brought up to be frightened, and he didn't cheat in the first place. Teacher, do you have any evidence? Isn't it too arbitrary to say something without any evidence? Snort. Lee Dahai said coldly, your scores in every exam in the past have always been between 400 and 500 points. How come you suddenly got 702 points this time? The score increased by more than 200 points in one go. If this isn't cheating, what is it? I just suddenly had an idea, is that okay? Suemo spread his hands, looking very calm. You. Lee Dahai was so angry that he didn't believe what Suemo said at all. Suemo, it's not that the teachers don't believe you, but your progress this time is so great that the teachers can't believe it. Lu Yu, who was standing by, couldn't help but explain, if you can prove that there was no cheating in this exam, then all the suspicions will naturally be disproven. What do you think? In fact, to be fair, Lu Yu did not want to suspect her students of cheating, but Sumo's grades improved so much this time. She had never heard of a student whose grades could improve by more than 200 points in just 1 month. Teacher Lu's words make sense. You said you didn't cheat, so you have to prove it with your own strength. Lee Dahai nodded at Lu Yu's words. As a teacher, he didn't want to suspect his students of cheating without evidence, but Sumo's progress this time was too exaggerated. Good. Suemo smiled confidently and asked Lee Dahai, how do you prove it? Suemo was not surprised by this situation. After all, he knew that his results this time were truly amazing. Since he was suspected of cheating, Suemo had to prove himself with his strength. Cheating? It didn't exist before. It will not exist in the future. This is easy. Lee Dahai already had a countermeasure. He took out an English test paper and placed it in front of Suemo. Through previous test results, he found that Sumo's English grades were very poor, so he came up with this idea to test Sumo's English level. You scored 136 points in English this time. As long as you can get 120 points on this test, I will believe that you did not cheat. No problem. Sumo's mouth curled up slightly, but I have one condition. You say. If I can get a score of 120 or above, you have to declare to all students in the school that I did not cheat. Suemo had his own considerations. His grades had always been in the middle of the grade, but now he suddenly ranked second in the grade. It was inevitable that some people would look at him with tinted glasses, so he proposed this condition. Certainly. Lee Dahai nodded and said in a deep voice, I will not let any cheating student go, nor will I wrongly accuse any good student. Since the conditions had been agreed upon, Suemo was straightforward. He didn't even ask about the time for answering the papers. He just picked up a pen from the pen holder on the table and started writing quickly under the eyes of the two people. Write quickly. Isn't this idiom an adjective? How can anyone really do that? This is an exam. Lee Dahai and Lu Yu were stunned by this scene. They just wanted to ask Suemo, are you serious? 15 minutes later. It's done. Suemo put down his pen and handed the test paper to Lu Yu without any intention of checking it because there was no need to. The full score was 150 points. According to the bet, he only needed to score 120 points to win. The 30-point tolerance rate was enough for him. Lu Yu and Lee Dahai looked at each other silently, and both saw the shock in each other's eyes. Teacher Lu, please correct it. Lee Dahai coughed and gave Lu Yu a look. Okay. Lu Yu graded the test papers very quickly. It only took her about 5 minutes to calculate Sumo's score, which made her stunned. 143 points. It seemed that Suemo only took about 15 minutes just now, but he got 143 points? Sharp. How is it possible to cheat at this level? Absolutely impossible. The moment Lu Yu saw Sumo's score, he had already made his own judgment on the matter. Lee Dahai couldn't help but shrink his pupils when he saw the bright red score on the test paper. He had specially asked someone to make this English test paper, and Suemo had no way of knowing it in advance. But right under his nose, Suemo actually got a high score of 143 points in just 15 minutes? Unbelievable. Apart from these 4 words, Lee Dahai could not think of any other adjectives. Even if Yin Joshi, who was the top student in the grade, was brought over, she probably wouldn't be able to do it as quickly and efficiently as Suemo. After a moment of silence, Li Dahai said with a complicated look in his eyes, regarding the fact that I accused you of cheating before, I was wronged by you. I apologize to you here and will clarify the matter for you on the school radio later. Thank you, teacher. Suemo smiled, turned around and walked out of the office. Looking at the door, Li Dahai asked Lu Yu, Teacher Lu, what do you think about this matter? A student with mediocre grades suddenly became so outstanding. This was something Li Dahai had never encountered in the more than 10 years that he had been in office. He really couldn't figure out how to explain this. It didn't fit his understanding at all. How do you see it? Lu Yu smiled bitterly, maybe, I just got it all of a sudden. Hearing this, Li Dahai fell into deep thought. Today is a good day. Suemo walked into the classroom humming a little tune, and instantly everyone's eyes turned to him. He simply ignored all the looks, and just as he sat down in his seat, he heard someone mocking him in a sarcastic tone. Some people only know how to use despicable means. That's right, what kind of skill is cheating? It's really embarrassing for us in class 3. Bang. When Fatty Wang heard this, he slapped the table, stood up angrily, and shouted, Who said Suemo cheated? Even the teacher hasn't made a conclusion yet, what qualifications do you have to say anything here? If anyone says something like this again, don't blame me for turning my back on you. Even though Fatty Wang's academic performance was poor, he was a well-known troublemaker in class 3 and he often got into fights. When they saw him standing up for Suemo, the few people who had just mocked him shut up. Fatty, is it that serious? Suemo felt warm in his heart, and with a smile on his face he pulled Fatty Wang to sit down. I just can't stand it. Fatty Wang groaned and said, My hands are itching lately, and I'm worried about not being able to find anyone to fight with. After these words were spoken, the boys sitting near Fatty Wang all shrank their necks in fear. In response, Suemo chuckled and said nothing. How could he not understand Fatty Wang? He had no intention of exposing his lame excuse. Fatty Wang looked around and saw that no one was paying attention to this side. He gently nudged Suemo with his elbow and asked tentatively, Brother Mo, did you really not cheat in this exam? In fact, Fatty Wang was not sure either, because Suemo did so well in the exam this time. 702 points. He and Suemo have been desk mates for more than a year. How could he not know Suemo's academic performance? Not to mention 702 points, Suemo's score of over 500 points was only a handful. He suddenly performed so well in this exam and directly ranked second in the grade. It was only a week since the last exam. How was it possible to make such great progress in such a short time? It's totally unscientific. Fatty, when have I ever lied to you? Suemo was not surprised by Fatty Wang's question. He knew that he had exaggerated this time. If he were in Fatty Wang's shoes, he would probably have the same reaction. Then how did you get 702 points? Fatty Wang looked curious. The secret cannot be revealed. Suemo smiled mysteriously, without any intention of explaining. Fatty Wang didn't ask any more questions. He complained quietly, then lowered his head, took out his mobile phone and started playing games. As the get out of class was about to end, Liu walked into the classroom. The students who were chatting in low voices stopped talking and the classroom became quiet in an instant. Everyone stopped for a moment. Liu stood on the podium and said loudly, regarding Sumo's results this time, I believe everyone must be very curious whether it is true. Just now, Teacher Li and I have tested Sumo's level, and the facts prove that he did not cheat. As soon as the words fell, all the students in class 3 were dumbfounded. Really no cheating? No way. Everyone should learn from Suemo in the future. He has made such great progress in such a short time. You can do it too. Lu Yu also gave some inspirational words. Dingling the bell for the end of get out of class rang. Get out of class is over. Liu glanced at Suemo who was sitting in the back row, then turned and walked out of the classroom. Fuck. Brother Mo, 666. As soon as Lu Yu left, Fatty Wang slapped his thigh excitedly and said excitedly, My admiration for Brother Mo is like a surging river. Stop. Suemo interrupted Fatty Wang and raised his eyebrows, saying, I suddenly feel thirsty. It would be great if I had a bottle of iced Coke. Fatty Wang. Could this hint be any more obvious? Brother Mo, I'll buy it for you right away. The basketball game still depends on Suemo, so Fatty Wang naturally has to serve him well. As soon as Fatty Wang left, the voice of the system sounded in Sumo's mind. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, and the reward is skill integration. Comprehensive understanding? What's the use? Suemo was a little confused about this newly acquired skill. Comprehensive understanding can melt and merge the host's knowledge and gain a comprehensive understanding. To give the simplest example, if the host had a comprehensive understanding before this exam, then the host's score would not be 702 points, but 750 points. After listening to the system's explanation, Sumo's eyes lit up. This comprehensive understanding seemed really awesome. The exam is coming soon. At 11:55, Yen Joshi left the classroom early under the pretext of going to the restroom, and stood at the back door of Class 3, waiting for Suemo to finish the get out of class. All the boys in Class 3 were extremely envious of this, even Fatty Wang. No one understood how Suemo managed to catch up with the campus bell. Yen. Get out of class dismissed. Goodbye, teacher. Suemo ran out of the classroom immediately, looked at Yen Joshi in front of him, and said with a smile, Xiaoxi, why are you here? Xiaomo, you are really amazing this time. You actually got second place in the grade. Yen Joshi smiled happily. She had never suspected that Suemo would cheat because she believed in Suemo. Before the school broadcast, perhaps Yen Joshi was the only one in the school who believed in Suemo. Chapter 5. This doesn't count, you're cheating. You're better. Facing Yen Joshi's compliments, Suemo slowly lowered his head. He was a little overwhelmed by the compliments from such a beautiful girl. Xiaomo, if you can keep up this performance, we can go to the same university. Yen Joshi smiled, and when she thought of this, her heart felt as sweet as if she had eaten honey. I will definitely work hard. Sumo's expression was extremely serious. This was something he must do. Come on. When they were together, they had already agreed that if they could not get into the same university, they would maintain this relationship even if it was a long-distance relationship. But Yen Joshi never expected that Suemo would give her such a big surprise. Her grades actually rose from the middle of the grade to the second in the grade. It was all too incredible. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Fuck you, you're a month younger than me. The two of them walked and talked on the tree-shaded path, and time recorded the beauty of this moment. Ding dong, the school bell rang. Just as Suemo was about to leave, Fatty Wang stopped him. Brother Mo, where are you going? We have a basketball game against Class 1 later. If you leave, we will have no chance at all. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have really forgotten about it. Suemo scratched his head and smiled embarrassedly. His mind was now full of Yen Joshi's figure, and he had long forgotten about the basketball game. Brother Mo, you also drank the Coke, you can't deny it. Fatty Wang looked at Suemo with a bitter face. Get lost, am I the kind of person who refuses to pay my debts? Suemo cursed with a smile and raised an eyebrow at Fatty Wang. Let's go. Okay, Brother Mo, you go first. When we arrived at the basketball court, everyone in Class 1 was already there. The leader of Class 1 is Zhang Dawei. He is a loyal pursuer of Yen Joshi, but after knowing that Yen Joshi is with Suemo, he has always disliked the people in Class 3. Hearing that Suemo was the best basketball player in Class 3, Zhang Dawei took the lead in initiating this game against Class 3. His purpose was very simple, which was to defeat Suemo in the field he was best at. It was unforgivable for anyone to dare to touch the girl he liked. Imagination is beautiful, but reality is. Brother Mo, brother you are finally here. Zhao Yang came over. Wang Jian and Li Shuo from Class 3 also participated in this competition. The three of them had a good relationship with Suemo and Fatty Wang. When they had nothing to do, they often played basketball together, so they were very familiar with each other and spoke more freely. Just as several people were talking, a voice was heard. You trash from Class 3, are you ready to admit defeat? Zhang Dawei looked at Suemo and the others arrogantly. That look could only be described in 2 words: you deserve a beating. If Suemo hadn't held Fatty Wang back, Fatty Wang would have pounced on him. What, do you want to hit me? Zhang Dawei's eyes were full of disdain, and he sneered at Fatty Wang. Do you know who my dad is? He's the school's sponsor. If you dare to touch me, you'll be expelled from school. Puff. Suemo couldn't help but turned his head and laughed. He was wondering why Zhang Dawei dared to be so arrogant. Now he finally understood. It turned out that this guy was a relative. Why are you laughing? Zhang Dawei looked at Suemo with a bad face. Today's competition was meant to teach Suemo a lesson, but he didn't expect Suemo to dare to laugh at him. Naturally, he was very unhappy. Stop talking nonsense. Do you want to compete or not? Suemo shrugged. He was too lazy to bother with someone like Zhang Dawei. Of course we'll compete. It's 50 points. Whoever gets 50 points first wins. Can. No one had any objection to this rule. The game begins. Zhang Dawei took the ball first and dribbled very skillfully. He broke through Zhao Yang very easily and approached the free throw line in the blink of an eye. Just when he was about to shoot, the ball in his hand disappeared inexplicably. Looking at his empty hands, Zhang Dawei stood there in a daze. Where did the ball go? Naturally, it fell into Sumo's hands. When Zhang Dawei was dribbling the ball just now, Suemo had been following him. He caught Zhang Dawei's opportunity and directly intercepted the ball. He dribbled across the center line at lightning speed and jumped to shoot about 1 meter away from the three-point line. Swish! The ball went into the net. Turning his head, Zhang Dawei just happened to see this scene and was so angry that his teeth were about to break. He originally wanted to give Suemo a warning first, but he didn't expect that Suemo would take the first step. He suddenly felt a little embarrassed and got angry at the other students in Class 1. Are you all useless? Can't you guard against this guy? You are such a bunch of useless teammates. In response to this, the other 4 students in Class 1 were angry but dared not say anything, because the boy's father was rich. The game continues. Next, Brother Mo. Facing the two-man defense of Class 1, Suemo displayed flexible dribbling skills and effortlessly broke through the two-man defense. He dribbled the ball to the three-point line and shot again. Swish! Another empty net shot stunned everyone in Class 1, including Zhang Dawei. When did three-point shots become so easy? What good luck! Brother Mo, you feel good today. Fatty Wang ran to Suemo, his chubby face full of excitement. Normally Sumo's three-point shooting percentage is not very high, so why is it like he has seen a ghost today? He made 2 three-pointers in a row, and the key was that both of them went into the net, so clean and neat. Fatty Wang could only attribute all this to Sumo's excellent touch. Other than that, he really couldn't think of a second reasonable explanation. Good. Suemo smiled faintly. In fact, the reason why he was able to make 2 three-pointers in a row was not because of his good touch, but because he had listed the shooting as a mathematical formula in his mind, calculating the angle, strength, and other things clearly. In addition, his basketball skills were already very good, so this result occurred. Knowledge is power. Suemo finally understood the meaning of this sentence, which made him sigh that the world of academic masters is really crazy. Even playing basketball can be done in so many ways. It's simply abnormal. Next, it's Suemo's solo show. Swish! Swish! 10 minutes later. That doesn't count, you're cheating. Zhang Dawei looked at Suemo angrily, his eyes looked as if he wanted to eat Suemo alive. 17 three-pointers in a row, even if an NBA star came, he wouldn't be able to do this, right? How to play this? If this isn't cheating, then what is? When the students in Class 1 heard this, they turned their heads away in shame. Zhang Dawei was shameless, and they couldn't afford to lose face like him. If you lose, you lose. This is not a game where you can cheat. This is a basketball game. Cheating? Bullshit. Can't afford to lose, right? Fatty Wang laughed sarcastically, looking at him like a fool, which made Zhang Dawei's eyes red with anger. He said angrily, "This matter is not over yet. You just wait for me." After saying that, Zhang Dawei turned around and left. Seeing this, the other students in Class 1 also slipped away. They had lost the game so badly that they were too embarrassed to stay any longer. Brother Mo, you are awesome. Several people looked at Suemo eagerly, their eyes full of admiration. They had thought that there would be a fierce battle today, but they did not expect to win so easily. The most excited person was naturally Fatty Wang. He had been unhappy with Zhang Dawei for a long time, and today he finally taught him a lesson. His mood couldn't be better. He excitedly grabbed Sumo's arm and said, "Brother Mo, are you possessed by the god of football? What ball god is possessed?" Suemo said arrogantly, "Brother has always been a football god." For a period of time afterwards, Suemo often dragged Yen Joshi to the library, and they would stay there for the whole day. Yen Joshi thought that her enthusiasm for learning was no less than anyone else's, but when she saw Sumo's enthusiasm, she couldn't help but ask herself, "Am I too relaxed?" There was another thing that Yen Joshi was extremely curious about. which was Sumo's way of reading. He would finish a book in just a few minutes, and then start the next one, and repeat this over and over again. Does this really work? Of course it works. However, this method is only useful to Sumo. After all, he has a photographic memory. It took Sumo half a month to read all the books in the school library. If this matter were to get out, who knows how many people would be scared to death. That's thousands of books. It would take an ordinary person a lifetime to finish reading these books, but Sumo finished them in just half a month. Not only did he finish reading them, he also remembered the contents of these thousands of books clearly in his mind. This is what it means to have a photographic memory. Products produced by the system must be of high quality. The study life in the third year of high school is very intense. Of course, this does not include Sumo. Be late? It doesn't matter. Luyu, the class teacher, had no objection, so the other teachers didn't know what to say. Can you really do whatever you want if you have good grades? Certainly. Chapter 6 Physics Competition. Classmates, Linhai will hold a physics competition in 3 days. Students who are interested in signing up can contact me to apply. As soon as Luyu walked into the classroom, he went straight to the point. As soon as the words fell, many students with good physics grades were eager to try. If they could get a good ranking in the physics competition, they would be very likely to get a special admission place to a university, and then they would not have to take the college entrance examination at all. Many students' eyes lit up at the thought of not having to take the college entrance examination. Teacher, I want to sign up. Teacher, I want to sign up too. Xiao Mo, are you going to the physics competition? And you? To be honest, Sumo was not very interested in the physics competition, but if Yen Joshi wanted to go, he would accompany the girl. After all, the world is big, but girlfriend is the biggest. I'm going and I've already registered. Yen Joshi smiled faintly, her beautiful face full of confidence. She had made sufficient preparations in advance for this physics competition. Then I'll go too. Sumo smiled slightly, and just as he said that, the voice of the system sounded in his mind. Bite. Host, please win first place in this physics competition. Another mission? When Sumo heard about this mission, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Although the mission had not been completed yet, he was already looking forward to the reward. 3 days later. Early in the morning, a school bus was parked at the gate of number 2 middle school. It was a special bus responsible for picking up and dropping off students for physics competitions. Sumo and Yen Joshi sat in the first row. Today, Yen Joshi wore a white t-shirt and a beige skirt. Her delicate collarbone, which was slightly exposed, attracted the attention of countless boys. When the two were talking and laughing in front, Sumo suddenly felt like a thorn in his back. He knew what was going on behind him without having to guess. At this moment, all the boys in the car stared at Sumo with hostility, their eyes full of murderous intent. How could their goddess be tempted by him? And it's not me. Xiaoxi's charm is still the same as always. Sumo sighed in his heart. The examination site for this physics competition was set up at Linhai number 4 middle school. For this purpose, the middle school gave students a day off to make room for the competition. After arriving at the venue, the teacher gave each student a number plate. Sumo is number 45, Yen Joshi is number 54. When they saw the number plates in each other's hands, they smiled at each other. After receiving the number plates, they began to be randomly assigned classrooms. Unfortunately, they were not assigned to the same classroom. This is normal. There are at least 500 or 600 students participating in the competition this time, so the chance of being grouped together is indeed not high. Xiaoma, come on. You too, don't be nervous. No, my goal is to be number 1. Yen Joshi giggled and blinked mischievously, her 3,000 black hair fluttering in the wind. She was truly the kind of beauty that could conquer a city with just one glance, and a country with another. Sumo was amused by her cute look and said jokingly, "What a coincidence." Me too. Then let's work hard together. Good. There were 3 invigilators patrolling the classroom to eliminate any chance of cheating. The exam lasted 90 minutes. As soon as the test paper came, Sumo did not even check the questions. He just picked up the pen and started answering. If Sumo had not mastered the knowledge thoroughly, these questions would have caused some difficulties for him. But now that he has mastered the knowledge thoroughly, these questions on the test paper are a piece of cake for Sumo, with only the last big question being a little difficult. However, Suemo only took 5 minutes to successfully solve the last big question. Putting down the pen, Suemo looked at the clock above the blackboard. Only half an hour had passed, and there was still a whole hour left. "Teacher, I want a hand in my paper." This voice attracted everyone's attention, and everyone's eyes were filled with disbelief. "What are you doing? The exam has only started for half an hour and I already have to hand in the paper? Are you crazy?" On the podium, the invigilator frowned slightly and said with a very disdainful tone, "Hand in the test paper, you can leave." Only half an hour had passed, and in the mind of the invigilator, Suemo was the type who gave up on himself. Similar situations had occurred before. Suemo was waiting for this sentence. He walked to the podium with the test paper, carefully placed the test paper in front of the invigilator, and ran out of the classroom happily. As soon as he came out, he bumped into Luyu. "Suemo, what's wrong with you?" "I've finished the test." "What?" Luyu had anticipated several possibilities, but she didn't expect Suemo to give such an answer. She was surprised and asked, "It's only been half an hour, and you've finished it?" Luyu knew very well how difficult the questions in the physics competition were, especially the big ones at the end. Even she had to spend a lot of effort to solve them. But Suemo had finished them in just half an hour? Is this possible? At this moment, Luyu really couldn't understand Suemo. She didn't know whether Suemo was really capable or just trying to attract attention. But since the paper was already handed in, she could only helplessly say, "Go wait at the school gate first." "Okay." Suemo smiled and ran towards the school gate. Luyu looked at Suemo's back inside. She no longer had any hope for Suemo. More than 10 minutes later, Yen Joshi actually came out. This time Luyu could no longer remain calm. Who is Yen Joshi? She was the best student in Linhai No. 2 Middle School. All the teachers were counting on her to get a good ranking this time. However, how come she came back out when only half the time had passed? Could it be that he also handed in the paper early? "Xiaoxi, why are you out now?" "I've finished the exam." Yen Joshi smiled lightly. "It is true. Now that you have finished the questions, you can check them twice more. There is no need to hand in the paper so early," Luyu advised earnestly. "I've checked it twice." Yen Joshi smiled politely at Luyu and asked in a low voice, "Teacher Lu, has Suemo come out?" "Out, at the school gate." "Teacher, I'll go to the school gate first." Looking at Yen Joshi's slender back, Luyu's heart felt a little unbearable. How could the result be good if she handed in the test paper so early? It seems that No. 2 Middle School will have no chance of winning the prize in this physics competition. "Xiaomo, when did you come out?" As soon as Yen Joshi walked out of the gate of No. 4 Middle School, she saw Suemo under the locust tree and ran over happily. "Girl, you're already 15 minutes behind me." Suemo looked at Yen Joshi proudly. Before coming here, the two of them made a bet to see who would finish the paper first, and the loser would treat the other to a meal. "It's just a meal, no problem." A meal was nothing to Yen Joshi. Besides, she also liked to eat with Suemo. "Xiaomo, what's your answer to the last question?" Yen Joshi thought of the last big question on the test paper. If she hadn't wasted a lot of time on this question, she could have come out earlier. "Greater than or equal to 1. Suemo gave his answer. "Yeah." Yen Joshi jumped up with joy instantly, and her answer was also greater than or equal to 1. Looking at the beauty in front of him, Sumo's eyes were full of smiles. He and this girl were finally from the same world. When the bell rang, the students of No. 2 Middle School walked out of the gate of No. 4 Middle School one by one, and each of them looked sad. This time's questions are really too difficult. There were many questions they had never seen before, and what was even more exaggerated was that many students simply gave up answering the last big question. They didn't even understand the questions, so how were they supposed to answer them? On the way back, the atmosphere on the bus was very depressing. Of course, this does not include Suemo and Yen Joshi. The two of them have been chatting in low voices and laughing from time to time, attracting everyone's attention. As for Luyu, her eyebrows twitched as she watched, and seeing how close the relationship between the two was, she decided that it was time to have a good chat with them. Especially Suemo, he must not lead a good talent like Yen Joshi astray. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. Chapter 7. How about we make a bet? You know, the only promising student from No. 2 Middle School who can be admitted to Ching Hua University this year is Yen Joshi. Judging from Yen Joshi's current performance, as long as she can perform consistently in the college entrance examination, it is absolutely certain that she will be admitted to Ching Hua University. In fact, the school leaders even expect Yen Joshi to strive for the top scorer in this year's Linhai College entrance examination. From this we can see how important Yen Joshi is to number 2 middle school. Any uncertainties will not be allowed to exist. And Sumo? That's the uncertainty factor. As soon as they returned to number 2 middle school, they were called to Lu Yu's office. "Teacher, do you have anything to talk to us about?" Sumo looked at Lu Yu in confusion. Yen Joshi was a little confused. She was not a student in class 3, so why were she asked to come here? "Are you in love?" Lu Yu didn't say any nonsense and went straight to the point. "Yes. Yes." The two of them answered at the same time, and then looked at each other and smiled. This scene made Lu Yu very angry. Originally, Lu Yu thought that the two would not admit it, but unexpectedly, they actually admitted it directly in front of her. Isn't this too blatant? Do you know what time it is now? Senior year. Do you still know that this is the 3rd year of high school? Then do you know that falling in love will affect your studies? Lu Yu rubbed her temples with a headache. You are in the 3rd year of high school now. You should focus all your energy on studying. The college entrance examination will be in 2 months. You can wait until college to fall in love. High school students are not allowed to fall in love. The school has a clear rule against premature love. Do you know that? If Yen Joshi wasn't a girl and not her student, Lu Yu wouldn't have said it so tactfully. "Teacher Lu, Xiaoma and I are not in the kind of relationship you think. We are just confirming our relationship and we won't do anything out of the ordinary." Before Sumo could speak, Yen Joshi began to explain, "As for academic performance, you don't have to worry about it, teacher. I believe you know how much progress Xiaomo has made." The words that Lu Yu had organized in advance were directly blocked by Yen Joshi. Yes, Yen Joshi's grades were as stable as always, and Sumo gave everyone a big surprise. It seemed that it was really as Yen Joshi said, which made her not know what to say. "Teacher Lu, if you feel worried, how about we make a bet?" Sumo suddenly spoke. He knew that Lu Yu was worried that he would lead Yen Joshi astray, but he wanted to prove to Lu Yu that he was not a bad student. "Oh?" Lu Yu looked at Sumo in surprise. "How do you bet?" "Let's bet on the results of our physics competition." Sumo smiled faintly, his smile full of confidence. "How do you bet?" Lu Yu was intrigued by Sumo's words, and she wanted to see what tricks Sumo was going to play. "If Xiaoxi and I can get into the top 3 in this physics competition, it will prove that we haven't delayed our studies because of our relationship. If we can't do that, you don't have to bother asking. Xiaoxi and I won't look for each other before the college entrance examination. What do you think of this bet?" Sumo was not worried at all about this bet. Yen Joshi's grades had always been very stable. As for him? That's even more no problem. After all, he is also a boy with a golden finger. "Sumo, are you sure you want to bet like this?" Lu Yu looked at Sumo constantly as if it was the first day he met him. "Certainly." Sumo smiled confidently. "In my impression, the teacher is not a person who wastes time and effort. Just tell me whether you want to gamble or not." "Okay, I'll make a bet with you." Since things had come to this, Lu Yu accepted the bet without any hesitation. Get into the top 3 in this physics competition? What a joke! Lu Yu knew the time when Sumo and Yen Joshi would answer the questions, so in her opinion, she would definitely win this bet. In that case, why not do it? Okay, it's a deal. Seeing Lu Yu agree, Sumo couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. It's a deal. As soon as the two came out of Lu Yu's office, Sumo was pulled to an empty corner by Yen Joshi. "Xiaoxi, what are you doing so sneakily?" "Xiaomo, why did you make a bet with Teacher Lu?" Yen Joshi frowned slightly, her tone full of worry. "What if the two of us can't make it into the top 3? Nothing can happen." "Are you so confident?" "Of course, we are going to Ching Hua University together." Sumo smiled slightly and reached out to tidy up Yen Joshi's hair. His movements were very gentle, as if he was looking at his most beloved thing. "I'll remember what you said, but I can't go back on my word." Feeling Sumo's actions, Yen Joshi's pretty face blushed. In order to avoid embarrassment, she said something and turned around and ran away. Looking at Yen Joshi's beautiful back, Sumo replied in his heart, "I will definitely do what I say." As soon as he returned home, Sumo was stopped by his mother. Xiao, how did you do in the physics competition today? Su's mother heard that the top 3 in this physics competition would be eligible for special admission to many prestigious universities. Although she was not very confident about her son's results, she couldn't help but fantasize about it. Not bad. Sumo didn't know what to say, he could only say it was not bad. He still remembered the scene when his mother saw the transcript of the last test. Her first reaction was to ask him if he cheated. Sumo was very depressed at that time. Almost vomited blood. She is truly a biological mother and knows her own son's abilities. After hearing her son's answer, a smile appeared on Su's mother's face, and she went straight into the kitchen to start cooking. After dinner, Sumo lay on the bed and communicated with the system. System, are all the skills acquired from you related to learning? Now I have acquired 2 skills, photographic memory and mastery. These 2 skills are insane. With these 2 skills alone, Sumo felt that he could easily be admitted to Ching Hua University, and even become the top scorer in the college entrance examination. If the skills he acquired from the system in the future were still related to learning, he felt that they would not be very useful, so he asked this question. Host, don't worry. Not all system rewards are related to learning. It's just that the host's ability is too poor at the moment, so the system will give priority to improving the host's learning ability. That puts my mind at ease. After hearing the system's explanation, Sumo breathed a sigh of relief and then called up his own attribute panel. Host, Sumo. Age, 17. Skills, photographic memory and mastery. Education, well-read. Points, 0. When Sumo saw that his cultural level had improved from being ignorant to being well-read, he suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. During this period of time, he had swept through all the major libraries in Linhai. God helps those who work hard, and he finally got rid of the 4 words ignorant. It's really not easy. The next day, Sumo walked into the classroom and just sat down in his seat. He saw Liu rushing in. As soon as the students saw Liu, the classroom instantly became quiet. Liu looked at Sumo and said, Sumo, come with me, the others go to study. After saying that, he walked out of the classroom. Everyone's eyes turned to Sumo at the first moment. They didn't know what had happened and started discussing in a low voice. What's going on? I don't know. Could it be that Sumo got into trouble? It's possible. Sumo was too lazy to pay attention to these discussions. Liu was so anxious to find him. If nothing unexpected happened, it must be because the results of the physics competition were announced. Otherwise, with Liu's personality, he would not be so out of control. After Sumo walked out of the classroom, he was taken to the principal's office by Liu. At this time, the office was already full of people. Xiaoma, here. Yen Joshi waved happily at Sumo. She had only been there for a while, but her ears were already buzzing from the noise from the teachers. After Sumo walked to Yen Joshi's side, he quietly took her little hand. Yen Joshi felt Sumo's actions, a blush appeared on her pretty face, and she slowly lowered her head. Holding hands in front of so many teachers? This operation is really cool. Chapter 8 results released. Okay, everyone, be quiet. As the principal of number 2 middle school, Wang Qinian has always been relatively steady, but even so, a rare look of excitement appeared on his face at this moment. Among the teachers present, only Liu and Li Dehai knew the reason. The other teachers were confused as to why Wang Qinian suddenly summoned the head teachers of each class. Not only did he call them, he also called 2 students. What was he doing? Could it be that something big happened? Principal, do you have something to announce that you called us here this time? A teacher asked. That's right. Wang Qinian laughed, glanced at the teachers present, and finally set his sights on Sumo and Yen Joshi. He slowly said, the results of this physics competition have come out, and our school has won 2 awards. When these words were spoken, all the teachers present were stunned. It had been a long time since number 2 middle school won an award, so long that they could hardly remember. Suddenly they knew that students from their school had won awards, and 2 at once. They all felt a little bit surreal. What? Principal, is this news true? Won 2 awards? Principal, are you mistaken? Principal, what awards has our school won? The teachers present were talking to each other, and suddenly the scene became like a vegetable market, very lively. Everyone be quiet and listen to me. Wang Qinian said with a smile on his face. In this physics competition, 2 students from our school entered the top 3. They are the 2 students at the door, Su Mo and Yen Joshi. In an instant, everyone looked at Su Mo and Yen Joshi, who were standing at the door. A teacher saw the 2 holding hands and immediately questioned them. You 2 are so bold, holding hands in front of so many teachers. Don't you know the school rules? Do you think you can ignore your teachers just because you have some achievements? The one who spoke was Li Lan, the head teacher of class 6 of grade 3. She had always been dissatisfied with Lu Yu. Why could a new little girl like Lu Yu be in charge of class 3? Li Lan has been a teacher at number 2 middle school for almost 10 years. She has been teaching class 6, which has the worst academic performance. Finally, the position of head teacher of class 3 became vacant. She thought that with her qualifications, this opportunity could only belong to her, but she never expected that Lu Yu, and in turn, would take the lead. Because of this matter, she approached Wang Qinian several times, but in the end nothing came of it. Therefore, when Li Lan saw the intimate actions of Su Mo and Yen Joshi, she immediately scolded them angrily. Su Mo was brought by Lu Yu, so there was no doubt that Su Mo must be a student of class 3. Since he was Lu Yu's student, she would show no mercy. Isn't what Teacher Li said a bit nonsense? The faint voice attracted the attention of all the teachers, including the principal Wang Qinian. Su Mo took a step forward, blocked Yen Joshi behind him, and said slowly, Xiaoxi and I have always been very respectful to teachers. We have never behaved disrespectfully, let alone had such thoughts. I wonder why Teacher Li said this. This calmness and composure made all the teachers' eyes light up. Snort! Li Lan said coldly, the school has a clear rule that prohibits students from dating. Don't you 2 know that? What were you doing just now? Don't say that you are just normal classmates. Do you think I will believe that? Do you think all the teachers here are fools? This map cannon made the other teachers very unhappy. Why bring them along for no reason? Everyone knows that Li Lan is having a problem with class 3's head teacher Lu Yu. The school is so small and everyone knows about it, so everyone knows exactly what Li Lan is planning. That's right, Yen Joshi and I are in love. No one expected that Su Mo would admit this in front of so many teachers. They all looked at Su Mo in confusion. They were curious about what Su Mo would say next. But, sure enough, there is more to it. Su Mo smiled faintly at Li Lan and said, but the principal knows about this matter. He personally approved it. What? Everyone was dumbfounded. Principal's approval? No wonder. No wonder the 2 of them were so open and aboveboard. It turns out the principal knew about this, so it's not surprising. Lu Yu's eyes were full of surprise. She thought Su Mo would give her away, but she didn't expect Su Mo to say that. A trace of gratitude appeared in her heart. If Su Mo told the original story, Lu Yu would definitely be punished, but now it's different. Who dares to punish the principal? Isn't this just destroying your own rice bowl? Wang Qinian, who was drinking tea, almost spit out tea when he heard Su Mo's words. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and no one noticed anything unusual. However, he still had a question mark hanging over his head. When did he approve of Su Mo's relationship? He doesn't know anything about this. Headmaster? Li Lan looked at Wang Qinian in disbelief and asked with a lack of confidence, Principal, is this all true? Of course it's true. The principal told me that as long as Xiaoxi and I place in the top 3 in this physics competition, he will allow us to date. Before Wang Qinian could speak, Su Mo answered first, and at the same time gave Wang Qinian a wink. Yes, that's right. Wang Qinian had seen everything, and when he saw Su Mo giving him a look, he nodded in acknowledgement. Don't help? There are 2 students with such great potential. I can't bear to punish them even though I haven't treasured them enough. Principal, but... Okay, Mr. Li, we can talk about this matter alone later. We have something important to announce now. Li Lan wanted to say something but was interrupted by Wang Qinian. She was extremely dissatisfied. Students fall in love early, isn't this important? But no matter what she thought, Li Lan could only complain about these things in her heart and dared not say them out loud. The first place winner of this physics competition is Su Mo from class 3 of senior 3, and the second place winner is Yen Joshi from class 1 of senior 3. Let us give a warm round of applause to congratulate the 2 students for achieving such good results. Wang Qinian took the lead in applauding, and the other teachers followed suit in shock. Did you hear that right? In this physics competition, their number 2 middle school actually took the first 2 places? Hasn't this kind of competition always been dominated by number 1 middle school? Is this a dream? Obviously not. Even Lilan was stunned when she heard the news, and then she became even more jealous. If she was in charge of the third shift, the credit would be hers. As an encouragement to the excellent performance of the 2 students, the school decided to award each of them a bonus of 1,000 yuan. No one had an objection to Wang Qingyan's decision. After all, the school was the biggest beneficiary of this incident, and they even felt that the reward was too little. I called you here today to announce this news. When you go back, tell the students about this matter and let all students learn from Su Mo and Yan Joshi. The smile on Wang Qingyan's face never stopped. Before leaving, he called Lu Yu and Li Dahai, as well as Su Mo and Yan Joshi. Student Su Mo, can you tell me? After all the teachers left, Li Dahai looked at Su Mo with questioning eyes. Yan Joshi was the pride of the class and his most proud student. He never expected that Su Mo would actually abduct Yan Joshi away. It was impossible for him not to be angry. Before Su Mo could speak, Liu Yu spoke first. This matter is my fault. Oh? Wang Qingyan and Li Dahai looked at Lu Yu in surprise. They didn't expect Lu Yu to get involved. It seems that there is another hidden story behind this matter. Chapter 9 is approaching the first mock exam. Feeling the gazes of the 2 men, Lu Yu smiled bitterly and recounted the entire process of the bet with Su Mo from beginning to end. To be honest, Lu Yu did not expect that Su Mo and Yan Joshi could actually make it into the top 3 in this physics competition. Not only that, but they also took first and second place. This is so unscientific. Lu Yu knew exactly how long it took for both of them to finish the paper. Su Mo took half an hour, while Yan Joshi only took 45 minutes. How was it possible to get such good results in such a short time? Unbelievable. It's incredible. Teacher Lu, this is too frivolous. How can you make such a bet with your students? After listening to what Lu Yu said, Li Dahai's face became a little unnatural. He didn't know about this matter at all. His favorite student had inexplicably become the bet, and most importantly, he lost the bet. Director Li, don't be angry first. Wang Qingyan played the role of a peacemaker and said, Teacher Lu can't be blamed for this. Even if it were me, I might agree to such a bet. After all, it's impossible no matter how you look at it. In response to this, Li Dahai sighed helplessly and said nothing more. Lu Yu really could not be blamed for this matter. In his opinion, this bet was indeed impossible to fulfill, but Su Mo and Yan Joshi did it. I'm afraid no one could have imagined such a result. Teacher Lu, I lost my composure just now. Director Li, this matter was originally my fault. Lu Yu quickly admitted her mistake to Li Dahai. She was not thoughtful enough about this matter. Otherwise, Su Mo and Yan Joshi would not have had this opportunity to take advantage of. What now? They both looked at Wang Qingyan at the same time. Could it be that they were really allowed to have a romantic relationship openly in school? This influence is too bad. Besides, the school rules clearly state that students are not allowed to have romantic relationships. If we just leave these 2 alone, we would be slapping ourselves in the face. What else can I do? I've already said it. Are you going to regret it? As a teacher, you have to lead by example. At this point, Wang Qingyan glanced at Su Mo and Yan Joshi, and reminded them unhappily, however, you 2 can't go too far. At most, just hold hands. Do you hear me? Got it. Su Mo chuckled. As for Yan Joshi, she lowered her head in embarrassment. It was really difficult for her to discuss this matter in front of the teacher. One more thing, if your scores drop in the next test, be honest before the college entrance examination and focus on studying. Clear. The principal has already made concessions, so Su Mo will not push his luck any further. Okay, you 2 go back first. Come back and take the red envelope. Su Mo and Yan Joshi had not taken 2 steps when they were stopped by Wang Qingyan. They quickly picked up the red envelopes on the table and slipped away. I was scared to death just now. As soon as she came out, Yan Joshi couldn't help but glare at Su Mo. Just now, she was really worried that this matter would get out of hand. If that happened, the 2 of them would probably have to keep a certain distance before the college entrance examination. Xiaoxi, when has brother ever done anything that he was unsure of? Su Mo glanced at Yan Joshi proudly. If he was not sure, he would not admit to premature love in front of so many teachers. He was not stupid. Since he dared to say it, he could definitely handle it. You're not even as old as me. Yen Joshi glanced at Suemo in a reproachful manner and kicked at him, but Suemo dodged it. Xiaomo, stop right there. What do you think? In the office, Wang Qinian walked to the sofa and sat down, pouring a cup of tea for Lu Yu and Li Dahai. Yen Joshi has always been a very stable child, but Suemo seems to have a sudden outburst. I just don't know if he can keep it stable afterwards. Lu Yu made the most accurate evaluation. Although Suemo is her student, she would not deliberately beautify Suemo. What should be is what is, this is Lu Yu's style of doing things all along. My opinion is similar to that of teacher Lu. Li Dahai nodded slightly at Lu Yu's words. He had great confidence in Yen Joshi, but he was worried that Suemo would suddenly fail. In that case, let's speak with facts. Hearing what the two said, Wang Qinian laughed. In 2 days, it will be the day for the mock test. True gold is not afraid of fire. Lu Yu and Li Dahai looked at each other and nodded slightly. Class 3 classroom. When Lu Yu told the news that Suemo won first place in the physics competition, the whole classroom fell silent and all the students opened their mouths wide. What did they hear? Suemo won first place in the physics competition? Is this true or false? At this moment, this matter was also announced on the school radio. After hearing the content of the broadcast, the students in Class 3 looked at Suemo differently. Could this be enlightenment? Why can't I get such a good thing? Jingle. As soon as the get out of class was over, some students asked Suemo some difficult questions. The whole table was crowded with people, which made Fatty Wang feel like crying. Who did he offend? I can't even go to the toilet, this is too much. Suemo accepted all the challenges and solved all the difficult and big questions without any effort, which made Fatty Wang's scalp tingle. He knew the answers to all these questions, but he didn't know these questions. Could it be that Brother Mo has really become a top student? Fatty Wang felt as if he had received 10,000 critical hits. He decided to use food to heal his wounded heart. Suemo turned around and saw Fatty Wang munching on a chicken leg. He couldn't help but smile. Fatty, stop eating. Look how fat you are now. You do not say. Fatty Wang is the same age as Suemo. He is 1.68 meters tall and weighs 150 kilograms. This made Suemo very puzzled. Where did all the calories this guy burned when playing basketball go? Why do I keep gaining weight? Don't bother me, I'm sad. Fatty Wang's eyes were full of resentment. What's wrong? Suemo smiled. Fatty Wang reluctantly said what was in his mind. Brother Mo, we were originally the strongest group of poor students, why did you abandon me without saying a word? Suemo looked at Fatty Wang's angry expression and said helplessly, Fatty, don't be unhappy. How about I teach you how to shoot a three-pointer? Really? The grief and anger on Fatty Wang's face disappeared instantly, and he looked at Suemo with surprise. When have I ever lied to you? Suemo rolled his eyes helplessly. It's a deal. Fatty Wang chuckled. After school. As soon as he got home, Suemo saw his mother watching TV. He put down his school bag, walked to the coffee table, and put the 1,000 yuan rewarded by the school on the coffee table. Usually, Su's mother gave Suemo a lot of pocket money, so there was no point in him keeping the money. Son, what's going on? Su's mother looked at the 1,000 yuan in front of her, her face full of surprise. I won first place in this physics competition. This is the bonus the school gave me. Suemo explained with a smile. What did you say? Mother Su stared at Suemo in amazement. Is this still her son? This is a city-wide competition. He actually got first place? Oh my god. I won first place in this physics competition. This 1,000 yuan is a reward from the school. Suemo repeated what he had just said. He knew that his mother would have this reaction. After he finished speaking, he turned around and went back to his room, leaving his mother alone in a daze in the living room. After returning to the room, Suemo just lay down on the bed and heard the sound of the system. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, and I will reward you with 5 points of charm. What the hell? Shouldn't it be a skill? What is charm value? Out of curiosity, Suemo stood up and walked to the mirror. Looking at himself in the mirror, he felt that he seemed to have become a little more handsome. Is this what is called charm value? It's okay. Although I'm not very satisfied, it's better than nothing. The next day, during lunch, Yen Joshi stared at Suemo with her beautiful eyes, and a blush flashed across her pretty face. Xiaomo, why do I feel like you become more handsome? Xiaoxi, are you confessing to me? Sumo's words made Yen Joshi blush. Bah! No way. Yen Joshi spat lightly. Suemo just smiled and didn't explain anything. Time flies, and the day of the mock test has arrived. Suemo still arrived at the class bell. Luyu just glanced at him and didn't say anything. Capable students naturally have privileges. Today is the day for the mock exam. Let me tell you what you need to pay attention to. Luyu stood on the podium and spoke for more than 10 minutes before leaving the classroom. Bite. The system has issued a task. Please ask the host to achieve the first place in the city in the first mock exam. Here we come. Suemo knew that the system would definitely issue a task during the first mock exam. Just as expected. I just don't know what the reward will be this time. As for whether you can get first place in the city? What a joke. Possessing this kind of golden finger of the system, he is the best in the city? No problem. Chapter 10 First Mock Test. Not long after Luyu left, the teachers in charge of invigilation came in. There were 3 invigilators in total, and the exam started on time at 8:20. As soon as the test paper was handed out, Suemo started answering the questions. When he was chatting with Yen Joshi on QQ last night, he had already boasted that the first place this time would definitely belong to him. Yen Joshi was very dissatisfied with Sumo's words, so the two of them made a bet. When Suemo thought about this bet, he was extremely excited. This time, he must win. Chinese, math, English, the morning exams did not end until 1 o'clock. Because the invigilator this time was a teacher from another school, Suemo consciously did not hand in the paper early. Otherwise, his test scores would be cancelled, and he would have no place to cry. There was only half an hour for lunch, and then the afternoon science exam began. Time's up, hand in your paper. As the voice of the invigilator sounded from the podium, the first mock exam officially ended. Suemo couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although these questions were very simple for him, he would still feel tired if his mind was under high pressure for a long time. After all the students handed in their test papers, the 3 invigilators walked out of the classroom with the test papers. Then, Luyu walked in. It was obvious that she had been waiting at the classroom door for a while. After looking around, Luyu chuckled, "Classmates, everyone has worked hard on the exam today. The school has decided to give us a day off tomorrow." When everyone heard that they had a day off, their previous listless appearance changed and they became as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Long live the teacher. I can finally take a day off. God is watching over me. This is such a wise decision. Wow, I want to sleep until I wake up naturally. Fatty Wang was especially overjoyed. He had just bought a game console and was worried that he had no time to play it. Now, what he needed came to him. When Suemo heard that there would be a holiday tomorrow, he didn't react at all. Even on a holiday, he would go to some small bookstores to find books to read. This was his current entertainment activity. After obtaining the system, Suemo truly realized how important knowledge is. Everyone be quiet. As Luyu spoke, the classroom instantly fell silent. She nodded with satisfaction and carefully instructed, "Students who are going out tomorrow must pay attention to safety. It is best not to go out alone. Do you all understand? New. School is over." When Suemo arrived at the school gate, he wanted to ride his bike home, but suddenly a familiar figure appeared in his eyes. He saw Yen Joshi not far away and ran over quickly. "Xiaoxi, is there no one to pick you up today?" "No, Uncle Wang didn't come today because he had something to do." "Xiaoma, can you take me home?" After saying this, Yen Joshi's pretty face couldn't help but blush. Her cute appearance made many passing students look at her sideways. Sure. Suemo was very happy about this. He had been in a relationship with Yen Joshi for such a long time, but he still didn't know where Yen Joshi lived. Now he finally had the chance. He patted the back seat of his car and said, "Get in." Thus, a pleasing scene appeared on the road. A sunny and handsome boy was riding a bicycle, with a beautiful girl sitting behind him, attracting the attention of passers-by. "Go straight, and when you reach Jiaodong Boulevard, turn left." Sitting in the back and holding Sumo's clothes, Yen Joshi pointed the way in a low voice. She liked this feeling very much, it was very sweet and reassuring. It would be great if it could go on like this forever. Thinking of this, Yen Joshi's heart became a little sentimental. Suemo couldn't see the changes in Yen Joshi's emotions in the back seat at all. He was in a good mood with a smile on his lips. He had been in a relationship with this girl for more than a month, and this was the first time he sent Yen Joshi home. It would be strange if I wasn't happy. Following Yen Joshi's guidance, the two came to a huge villa. Is this your home? Suemo looked at the villa in front of him and couldn't help swallowing. This is too big. The most important thing is the 5 or 6 luxury cars parked inside, Ferrari, Lamborghini. These luxury cars, which are rarely seen in normal times, are parked quietly in the yard, like garbage. Although Suemo already knew about Yen Joshi's family background, seeing it with his own eyes was another matter. This kind of visual impact was hard for most people to accept. This girl is really a little rich woman. Suemo sighed in his heart, but he did not have any inferiority complex. No matter how rich Yen Joshi's family was, this girl was his girlfriend, and now that he had the system, he would definitely not do too badly in the future. After figuring this out, he became calmer. Yes. Yen Joshi laughed, took Sumo's hand and said softly, "Let's go to my house." You haven't been to my house yet. Is it convenient? Suemo also wanted to go, but was afraid of being seen by Yen Joshi's mother, which might cause misunderstanding. After all, it is not normal for a girl to bring a male classmate home. It's okay. My mom is very easy to get along with. Hearing Yen Joshi's words, Suemo felt relieved. Since a girl said so, what was there for him, a man, to be afraid of? Yen Joshi walked to the door and rang the doorbell. Not long after, a maid ran out of the villa. Miss, you are back. Is this your classmate? It was the first time that Shirley saw Yen Joshi bring a classmate home, and it was a male classmate. He stared at Suemo with curiosity. This is my classmate Suemo, and this is Sister Shirley. Yen Joshi smiled faintly and introduced the two to each other. Hello, Sister Shirley. Suemo greeted politely. Come on, I'll take you inside. Yen Joshi took Sumo's hand and walked in. After crossing the yard, the two entered the villa. How is it? Looking at the dazed Suemo, Yen Joshi couldn't help but smile. Suemo looked at the noble and luxurious decoration design in the house and was shocked. It was the first time he had seen such a beautiful house in his life. All I can say is, it's great to have money. Not bad. On the surface, Suemo looked calm, but the more he was like this, the more Yen Joshi wanted to laugh. Yen Joshi knew very well what kind of character Suemo had, but she just didn't want to expose him in person. After walking through a long corridor and turning a corner, there appeared a living room that was several times larger than Sumo's house. On the leather sofa in the living room, sat a woman who looked to be in her 30s, reading a newspaper. Her eyes and brows were 70% similar to Yen Joshi. Suemo guessed the identity of this woman instantly. This should be my mother-in-law, right? With Yen Joshi's call of mom, Sumo's guess was further confirmed. Mom, I'm done with school. I brought my classmates here today. Hearing her daughter's voice, Yen's mother put down the newspaper in her hand. When she saw Suemo next to Yen Joshi, a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes. She couldn't help but wonder in her heart, Xiaoxi actually brought a male classmate home? Feeling where her mother's gaze was, Yen Joshi secretly pulled Suemo and introduced him. Mom, this is my classmate, his name is Suemo. Girl, why don't you go and make a pot of tea? Don't you know how to entertain your classmates when they come? Okay. I'll go make tea right away. Yen Joshi pouted reluctantly and turned around to make tea. After Yen Joshi left, Yen's mother looked at Suemo again and smiled at him. Suemo, right? Don't be restrained when you come to your aunt's house. Come and sit next to your aunt. Thank you. Auntie. Suemo almost called her mom out of excitement. Luckily he reacted in time, otherwise it would have been so embarrassing. Auntie, you can just call me Shoma. Facing the elegant mother of Yen, Suemo was a little nervous. This was his future mother-in-law, and he had to leave a good impression on her the first time they met. Xiaomo, when did you and Xiaoxi meet? On the surface, Yan's mother just asked casually, but she didn't think so in her heart. She knew her daughter's personality very well. From childhood to adulthood, this was the first time that Yen Joshi brought a classmate home. Moreover, he is a male classmate. When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. Chapter 11, Incredible Results. Auntie, Xiaoxi, and I know each other. Xiaomo and I have known each other for almost 3 years. Suemo had just said half of his words when Yen Joshi came over with a teapot. Her words made Suemo confused. When did he and Yen Joshi know each other for almost 3 years? What's going on? It was true that Suemo had known Yen Joshi for almost 3 years, but Yen Joshi had only known him for less than 2 months. After all, Yen Joshi is the goddess of the school. Basically, all the boys in the school know her, but not a single boy can get the goddess attention. Mother Yen didn't react to Yen Joshi's words. She looked at Suemo kindly and said, "Xiaomo, how are your grades recently?" "Well enough." Suemo smiled honestly. Although his academic performance was very good recently, he still had to be humble in front of his future mother-in-law. After all, her daughter was an absolute academic master and might be accustomed to his performance. "You call that okay?" Yen Joshi was a little unhappy. She moved to sit next to Suemo and explained to her mother, "Mom, do you know about this physics competition?" "Of course I know. Didn't you get a good result of second place?" Yan's mother was stunned for a moment and looked at her daughter in confusion, not knowing what she wanted to express. "I'm the second one, guess who's the first one?" Yen Joshi pretended to smile mysteriously and reminded quietly, "It is far away in the sky, but it is right in front of you." "You mean Xiaoma is the first place in this physics competition?" Upon hearing this, Yan's mother had already guessed the general idea in her mind. It would be a lie to say she was not surprised. She knew very well how excellent her daughter's grades were. Yen Joshi always came first in almost every exam, but she only got second place in this physics competition. When Yan's mother learned about this, she was surprised for a long time. Someone could actually take the first place from her daughter. He must be an exceptionally outstanding student, but she didn't expect it to be such a handsome boy. In an instant, Sumo's importance became much heavier in Yan's mother's eyes. "Congratulations, you got the answer right." Yen Joshi smiled, her eyes like a pool of clear water, and she glanced at Suemo. "It's all luck." Suemo smiled modestly. But Yen Joshi was not happy when she heard this, and protested in a low voice, "What do you mean by luck? Xiaoma, you got the first place based on your own strength, okay?" Seeing this scene, a strange look appeared in Yan's mother's eyes, and she couldn't help but sigh in her heart, "My daughter has grown up." Although she was thinking, Yan's mother didn't show anything on her face. She chatted with Suemo enthusiastically for a while, looked at the time and said, "Xiaomo, I'm very happy that you can come to my house today. Can you stay for dinner tonight?" After saying this, Yen Joshi secretly pulled Sumo's sleeve and winked at him, indicating that he should agree to the proposal. "Auntie, let's forget about it today. I didn't tell my mom when I came. She might get worried after a long time." Suemo looked at Yen Joshi. She came here suddenly today and didn't prepare any gifts. It wouldn't be appropriate for her to stay here for dinner. "Okay, but you have to come more often in the future." When Yan's mother heard Suemo say this, she nodded kindly. "Got it, Auntie." After Yen Joshi sent Suemo out, she kept staring at him with her beautiful eyes, as if there was a flower on his face. "Xiaoxi, why are you staring at me like that?" Suemo felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by Yen Joshi and couldn't help but ask. "So Xiaomo can be nervous too?" Yen Joshi covered her mouth and smiled. It was the first time she saw Suemo so nervous. In her eyes, Suemo had always been a relatively calm person, as if nothing could make Suemo lose his composure. But today she discovered that Suemo could also be nervous and blush, as if he had discovered a new continent. "Of course I'm nervous, I'm a normal person, okay?" Suemo smiled bitterly. He was not Iron Man, so it was natural for him to be nervous, but it was just not so obvious before. "Okay, I should go home." Suemo looked at the time. It was already 6 o'clock in the afternoon and it was almost dark. If he didn't go back, his mother would definitely be worried. Ever since Sumo's father passed away, Su's mother has placed all her love on him. She would feel distressed for a long time whenever he got hurt. Suemo was very aware of this, so he usually didn't want to make his mother worry. "Be careful on the road, see you tomorrow." Yen Joshi looked at Suemo reluctantly, with a hint of unhappiness on her beautiful face. "Xiaoxi, be happy." Suemo boldly touched Yen Joshi's hair and smiled at her handsomely, "See you tomorrow." "See you tomorrow." Looking at Sumo's back, Yen Joshi was in a daze, and only returned home when she could no longer see Sumo's back. After saying goodbye, Suemo rode his bicycle back home. As soon as he arrived at the gate of the community, he saw his mother looking around and shouted loudly, "Mom, I'm back." "Son, why did you come back so late today?" When Sue's mother saw her son, the trace of anxiety on her face disappeared. "I went to my classmate's house to play for a while." "I'm sorry that you were worried. If something like this happens again next time, I will tell you in advance." Suemo felt warm in his heart. He could feel his mother's selfless concern for him. "It's okay, go home and have dinner." Sue's mother smiled. 3 days later. On this day, Suemo came to school early for the first time. When he walked into the classroom, he was surprised to find that he seemed to be the last one. Even Fatty Wang, who didn't like studying, came earlier than him. As for why you came so early? The reason is simple: the results of the first mock test will be announced today. Whether you are a good student or a poor student, you all look forward to your own grades. Jingle. As soon as the bell rang, Luyu walked into the classroom, and everyone looked eagerly at the report card in her hand. Ahem. Glancing at the whole class, Luyu cleared his throat and said, "The results of this mock test are out, and everyone did pretty well." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone showed a hint of surprise in their eyes, and even Suemo couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. "Okay, now I will start announcing the results this time." Luyu smiled. The results of this mock test were much better than she expected. It can be seen that all the students have been reviewing hard during this period. She felt very relieved. Wang Yu's total score was 434, ranking last in the class and 73rd from the bottom in the grade. When Fatty Wang heard his results, he couldn't help but wave his fist. Under the influence of Suemo, he had been studying hard late every day during this period. Finally, his hard work paid off and his grades had made great progress. He even suspected that he had made a mistake. 434 points is already a high score for Fatty Wang. His previous scores have always been around 300 points. This time he has improved by more than 130 points, which is quite a lot. After Suemo heard Fatty Wang's results, he looked at him in surprise and said, "Fatty, that's good. Brother Mo, stop making fun of me. I can't compare with you, I can't compare with you." Fatty Wang waved his hands hurriedly. Zhang Ziheo's total score was 467, second to last in the class and 121st from the bottom in the grade. Han Zhang's total score is 687 points, second in the class and 7th in the grade. Han Jiang, who was in the audience, felt disappointed when he heard his ranking. He was still second. He had been studying hard during this period of time just to get a good score in this mock test and let Suemo know that he was the first in class 3. However, although his performance improved a lot, he still lost to Suemo. When the results were announced, everyone knew who the first place was. Many people secretly glanced at Suemo. They were all curious about how many points Suemo could get this time. Sumo's total score is 743 points, first in the class and first in the grade. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the task and obtaining the master level calligraphy. Oh. After Suemo heard the reward from the system, he couldn't help but feel secretly delighted. His handwriting was just barely acceptable, and this master level calligraphy could just make up for this shortcoming. Hiss. When everyone heard Sumo's result, there was a sound of people gasping in shock throughout the classroom. 743 points? What is this concept? In previous years, the top scorers in the college entrance examination only scored around 730 points, but Suemo actually scored 743 points? Although the questions in the first mock test were relatively simple, this score is too abnormal. Oh my god! Suemo actually scored 743 points? Too strong. Really too strong. Didn't you hear Teacher Lu say that Suemo is not only number 1 in the class, but also number 1 in the grade? Do you know what that means? It means that Suemo has snatched away the top spot in the grade for Goddess Yen. It seems that no one has ever accomplished this feat before. It's too scary. The students in class 3 were talking about it, with shock in their eyes. They could guess that Suemo should have done well in the exam, but they never expected that Suemo could get such a terrifyingly high score. You have to know that Suemo was just a student with average grades not long ago. How long has it been? A comeback. If Suemo knew this evaluation, he would be so depressed that he would vomit blood. He didn't think that he had made a comeback at all. It should be if you don't make a sound, you'll be nothing. But when you do make a sound, it'll surprise. Anjing, everyone should learn from Suemo. The college entrance examination is getting closer and closer. Everyone must not relax and work hard to fight for a bright future. Looking at the shocked students in the audience, Lu Yu instilled a wave of chicken soup for the soul. Everyone looked at Su Mo differently. Some people used to suspect that Su Mo was cheating, but now no one would have that idea at all. Are you kidding me? Can you cheat in a mock exam? Bullshit. With 3 invigilators patrolling non-stop, cheating is simply impossible under such circumstances. To achieve such incredible results, you must have real skills. Su Mo, the poor student, has completely transformed into a top student. Chapter 12. Are you sure you want to compete with me in shooting? Host, Su Mo. Age, 17. Skills, photographic memory, mastery, master calligraphy. Education, well read. Points, 0. After class, Su Mo looked at his attribute panel happily. He had gained a new skill. He had just written 2 random words and tried it out. The effect was so amazing that it blinded his eyes. The brush strokes are powerful, yet contain a sense of unrestrained and uninhibited nature. The two blend perfectly together, and are definitely many times better than those written by calligraphers on TV. Products produced by the system must be of high quality. Su Mo was very satisfied with this master-level calligraphy. He used to worry about his handwriting and had practiced for a period of time, but with little success. Now with the master-level calligraphy, everything was solved. Brother Mo, what are you doing hiding here? The voice arrives before the person arrives. After looking for Su Mo for several times, Fatty Wang didn't expect Su Mo to be alone in the classroom in a daze. He said anxiously, the next class is physical education. Our basketball god, you promised to teach me how to shoot 3-pointers. Are you going to renege on your promise? After saying that, Fatty Wang hugged Sumo's arm and looked at him with the wronged expression, which gave Sumo goosebumps all over his body. Imagine a fat guy holding your arm and acting coquettishly to you. That scene is just eye-catching. Teach, teach, teach. I didn't say I wouldn't teach you. Just let go of your hand. Su Mo was speechless. After pulling his arm out, he walked out of the classroom without looking back. Brother Mo, wait for me. Fatty Wang hurriedly followed. He had been looking forward to this day for a long time. When he thought about being able to hit the target like Su Mo in the future, he was extremely excited. However, he would never be able to hit the target like Su Mo. As soon as Su Mo stepped into the playground, everyone's eyes turned to him. There was nothing he could do, he was now the undisputed soul of Class 3. In a key school like No. 2 middle school, the students were relatively pure, and whoever had the best grades would be the boss. Because the college entrance examination is approaching, the classes almost have no physical education classes. Generally, there is only 1 class a month, with 3 classes at a time. This is helpful for students to prepare for the college entrance examination. This time, Class 1 and Class 2 are having physical education class with Class 3. From a distance, Suemo saw Yen Joshi standing alone next to the horizontal bar. Her loose sportswear showed off her exquisite figure, her pretty face without makeup, a pair of clear beautiful eyes, and a scholarly air between her eyebrows. She was truly a beauty that could topple a country. If she waited a few more years, she would definitely be a peerless beauty. Not far away, many boys looked at Yen Joshi from time to time. Who could not like such a beautiful girl? Xiao Mo. As soon as she saw Su Mo, Yen Joshi ran over with a happy smile on her pretty face. The boys on the playground were heartbroken when they saw this scene. Su Mo just had good grades and was handsome, other than that, how was he better than them? Goddess Yen is not such a superficial person. Xiao Shi, why are you staying there alone? Looking at Yen Joshi, who was breathing heavily in front of him, Su Mo smiled cheerfully and reached out to tidy up the slightly messy hair of the beauty. Waiting for you. Yen Joshi giggled and winked at Su Mo playfully. Snap. Snap. Countless heartbreaking voices were heard on the playground. It's over. It seems like their goddess Yen has fallen. Brother Mo, can't you wait for me? Just then, Fatty Wang ran into the playground out of breath, his chubby face covered in sweat. I told you to lose weight a long time ago. Now you regret it, right? Looking at the panting Fatty Wang, Su Mo smiled unhappily. He didn't know how many times he had told him to lose weight this semester, but this guy never took it to heart and still ate and drank as usual. Fatty Wang wanted to protest, but after seeing Yen Joshi, he immediately perked up. School bell Yen, you've become prettier after not seeing you for a few days. Sigh, I don't know how Brother Mo got lucky to win the heart of the campus belle Yen. Fatty Wang's words were full of sourness. Yen Joshi just smiled faintly in response to this. She had met Fatty Wang several times and knew that he had a good relationship with Suemo. Fatty, are you itching for trouble? Suemo scolded with a smile and annoyance. Flirting with his girlfriend in front of him, did she really think he couldn't lift a knife? Hee, just a joke. Fatty Wang shrank his neck. The fight between the two made Yen Joshi cover her mouth and chuckle. Are you Suemo? At some point, a large group of people walked past where the three were. Leading the group was Zhao Wenze from class 2. He had always liked Yen Joshi, but he didn't expect that Yen Joshi and Suemo were together. Just now, when he saw the two of them talking and laughing, he felt very unhappy. In Zhao Wenze's eyes, only he is worthy of Yen Joshi. I'm Suemo. Suemo glanced at Zhao Wenze indifferently. He had some impression of Zhao Wenze, but they had never talked much. However, after seeing Zhang Daowei beside Zhao Wenze, he knew that the other party must have bad intentions. I'm Zhao Wenze from class 2. Zhao Wenze looked at Suemo with disdain and challenged him. I heard you're good at basketball. Do you dare to make a bet with me? Oh. Suemo raised his eyebrows and took a step forward. How do you want to bet? Zhao Wenze was delighted when he heard this. As long as Suemo dared to accept it, it would be much easier. He said, it's simple. Let's have a one-on-one duel. If you lose, you will leave Yen Joshi. Do you dare to bet? Provocation method. Xiaomo, let's just ignore him. Yen Joshi looked at Zhao Wenze with disgust. All along, Zhao Wenze had been finding various ways to express his love to her. Even after she had clearly rejected him, Zhao Wenze continued to do as he pleased. In addition, Zhao Wenze was now deliberately causing trouble again. She had an extremely bad impression of this man. What's wrong with your brain? Suemo looked at Zhao Wenze as if he was a fool. You. Zhao Wenze was so angry that his face turned red and his neck became thick. No one had ever dared to talk to him like this before. What do you mean? Suemo looked at Zhao Wenze calmly and asked, what if you lose? If I lose, I will give up pursuing Yen Joshi. Are you satisfied with this? Zhao Wenze laughed, with a hint of confidence on his face. He never thought that he would lose. Although he heard Zhang Daowei say that Sumo's basketball skills were not bad, in his heart, Suemo was definitely not his opponent. In terms of academic performance, Zhao Wenze cannot compare to Suemo, so he can only use his best skill, basketball, to defeat Suemo. I told you that you were crazy, and it turned out to be true. Suemo looked at Zhao Wenze speechlessly. Xiaoxi is my girlfriend, why should I make this bet with you? That's right, you're dreaming. You really don't have any shame at all. Fatty Wang sneered. He and Zhao Wenze had always been at odds with each other, so he was merciless in his words. Snort. Zhao Wenze glanced at Fatty Wang unhappily, then turned to look at Suemo and asked, so what do you want? If you lose, you will be my younger brother. If I lose, I will be your younger brother. Do you want to bet? After hearing this, Fatty Wang couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. He knew very well who Zhao Wenze was. With Zhao Wenze's arrogant personality, how could he be someone's younger brother? Okay. After hesitating for a moment, Zhao Wenze nodded and agreed to Sumo's conditions. Xiaoma, come on. Yen Joshi cheered Suemo quietly. She knew that Suemo played basketball very well, so she was not too worried. Besides, Suemo would never do anything without certainty. The two walked to the basket, and the others all stood outside the court, attracting a lot of attention, and more people gathered. How do you compare? Looking at the confident Zhao Wenze, a smile appeared on Sumo's lips. No matter how the competition went, he would definitely win. I heard from Zhang Daowei that you are a very good shooter. Do you dare to compete with me in shooting? Zhao Wenze sneered. What? Suemo almost laughed out loud. This Zhang Daowei is really a great assist. Are you sure you want to compete with me in shooting? Chapter 13, Grandstanding? Are you sure you want to compete with me in shooting? Of course I am sure. Zhao Wenze felt the disapproval emanating from Suemo, and instantly became furious and shouted angrily, I will defeat you at your best. People like you are not worthy of Yen Joshi at all. Why are you talking so much nonsense? How can we compete? Facing Zhao Wenze's harsh words, Suemo didn't care at all. In his mind, the outcome of this competition was already determined. Standing lazily in front of Zhao Wenze, Suemo raised his left hand to pick his ears. He was too lazy to waste time with Zhao Wenze. He would rather spend more time with Yin Joshi. Each person has 10 balls, and we'll see who can make more 3-pointers. Seeing Sumo's look, Zhao Wenze couldn't help but snorted coldly. He had already thought of the rules and blurted them out directly. 3-pointers were his forte, and he was confident that Suemo would never be his opponent. Damn, is there something wrong with Zhao Wenze's brain? Zhang Daowei, who was outside the basketball court, couldn't help but curse inwardly when he heard this. He had told Zhao Wenze that Suemo was incredibly accurate in shooting 3-pointers, and his purpose was to let Zhao Wenze pick someone else to compete with. But what he never expected was that Zhao Wenze, this idiot, actually insisted on competing with Suemo in shooting 3-pointers? Isn't this obviously seeking death? Zhang Daowei has personally experienced how accurate Sumo's 3-point shooting is. Even if an NBA star comes, it will be difficult to beat him. 2 words weird. As for Zhao Wenze? Without even looking, Zhang Daowei just wanted to give him 2 words haha. Inside the venue. Okay, you go first. Suemo looked at Zhao Wenze with a strange expression and said lightly, if I go first, I'm afraid you won't even have the courage to fight. Snort. Faced with Sumo's arrogant words, Zhao Wenze's eyes almost spit fire, but he did not reject Sumo's proposal. When Suemo was not here just now, he had already practiced shooting for a while. While his touch is still there, his hit rate will definitely be very high. Since Suemo was seeking death himself, he will not show mercy. Suemo smiled cheerfully and walked to Yen Joshi, who was standing outside the court. Anyway, he would not lose no matter how many shots Zhao Wenze could make. Arrogant? No. This is confidence. Brother Mo, this kid is bound to lose. Seeing Suemo coming over, Fatty Wang blinked at him excitedly. His words confused Yen Joshi, who was standing beside him. This hasn't been compared yet? Having confidence is a good thing, but blind confidence is arrogance. Xiao Mo, you must not underestimate your enemy. Since Zhao Wenze is competing with you in this, he must be very good at it. Yen Joshi's eyes were full of seriousness. Although Suemo told her that his shooting skills were very good, she had never seen it once. As the saying goes, even a lion will try its best to fight a rabbit. Before Suemo could say anything, Fatty Wang on the side started to explain, School Beauty Yen, don't worry. You don't know Brother Mo's shooting skills, they will definitely exceed your imagination. Xiaoxi, don't worry, the victory of this match will definitely belong to me. Suemo smiled slightly. If it were in the past, he might not be Zhao Wenze's opponent, but now. How could I lose? Impossible. After hearing Suemo say this, Yen Joshi felt relieved. Since Suemo said so, it proved that he had the ability, because Suemo had never boasted in front of her. Yen Joshi trusts Suemo unconditionally. Oh. Just then, cheers broke out on the playground. It turned out that Zhao Wenze had already started shooting, and the first ball went perfectly into the net. The students in Class 2 were very supportive and started to applaud. Encouraged by the students in Class 2, more and more students started to applaud. Zhao Wenze was a little nervous at first, but the first shot plus the applause gave him a huge boost of confidence. He shot 3 times in a row and the students outside the basketball court began to discuss in a low voice. Awesome! For consecutive 3-pointers, worthy of being called Brothers A. Wow, you can shoot 3-pointers so accurately? Inside the venue. Zhao Wenze stood outside the 3-point line, took a deep breath, aimed at the basket, and made a standard jump shot, but the route was a little off and it hit the backboard and bounced to the side. But getting 4 out of 5 is already extremely rare. Fatty Wang was surprised by Zhao Wenze's performance and said, I never knew this guy was really good at what he did. It's really good. Suemo nodded. Zhao Wenze's performance was indeed good. No wonder he wanted to compete with him in shooting. It turned out that he came well prepared. A trace of worry appeared on Yen Joshi's beautiful face, and she asked in a low voice, Xiaomo, can you win? Xiaoxi, can you have a little more confidence in your man? Looking at Yen Joshi's delicate little face, Suemo couldn't help but pinch it. It seemed that this girl didn't have much confidence in him. You're not my man. In an instant, Yen Joshi's face turned red. She never expected Suemo to be so bold as to say such words in public. She glared at Suemo in shame and anger, but this look did not hurt at all. On the contrary, it made her look even more adorable. In response, Suemo smiled shamelessly. I have face in my hand, shall she? Wang Pingzi thought that the conversation between the two was pure flirting. He suddenly felt like a light bulb. He really wanted to kneel down to Suemo. In front of so many people, he actually dared to flirt with the campus beauty Yen. It was really. Fortunately, everyone's attention was focused on Zhao Wenze in the middle of the field, and no one noticed what had just happened here. Otherwise, the boys present would definitely want to kill Suemo. Flirting with their goddess? Tired of living? Even if Sumo is Yen Joshi's nominal boyfriend now, that won't work. At this time, Zhao Wenze took his last shot and hit 6 out of the previous 9 balls. This was already an excellent result. If he could score the last ball, it would be equivalent to 7 out of 10 balls. 7 goals out of 10, what does that mean? Even if NBA stars came, I'm afraid they wouldn't dare to say they can win. Countless eyes followed the basketball in the air, and everyone was curious whether the final ball would go in. Swish! The sound of a basketball entering the net was heard. Awesome! 7 out of 10? This is a sure win. Suemo from Class 3 is probably going to cry. Does he still dare to compete? Many eyes looked toward Suemo. In many people's minds, Suemo had already lost. When Zhao Wenze saw that he had scored the last goal, he excitedly pumped his fist. 7 out of 10 goals, he had not expected that he could achieve such a good result. Before the competition, he estimated that he could make 6 at most. Normally, when he practiced 3-pointers, his hit rate was only about half. He didn't expect that he could make 7 this time? God is truly merciful. If Suemo wanted to win, he had to make at least 8 3-pointers, but Zhao Wenze didn't believe that Suemo could shoot so accurately. 3-point shots, 8 out of 10? Bullshit. He is just a high school student, not a professional player. Even if he is a professional player, he can't say that he can make 8 out of 10 shots. Even if Suemo is lucky, it is not this incredible. Without strength, no matter how lucky he is, it will be useless. Zhao Wenze walked over with a basketball, looking at Suemo with a smug look on his face. When he was still about 10 meters away from Suemo, he threw the basketball to him. Suemo stretched out a hand, caught the ball easily, and walked towards the center of the court. I want to see how you are going to win. When Suemo passed by, Zhao Wenze taunted him sarcastically. Zhang Dawei told him that Suemo had made 17 3-pointers in a row. He scoffed at this. Did he really think he was a fool? Nowadays, don't you even think before you brag? 17 3-pointers in a row? Are you dreaming? Even in the NBA, no one can be this accurate. Not to mention, Suemo is just a high school student, which makes it even more impossible. Then let's take a look. Facing Zhao Wenze's ridicule, Sumo's mouth corners slightly raised. 1T We know what is true and what is false right away. At this time, all the students on the playground looked at Suemo. Suemo didn't care about everyone's gaze at all. He dribbled the ball twice casually and began to calculate the angle and strength needed for the shot in his mind. The distance is 6.7 meters, 27% of the force is required, and the angle is 47 degrees. At this moment, Suemo suddenly had an interesting idea. He turned around and took 2 steps back. His action caused everyone to exclaim. What is Suemo doing? Hey, why are you still walking backwards? Are you out of your mind? Are you planning to just throw the jar away? Yen Joshi frowned slightly outside the field. She didn't understand what Suemo was going to do. When others shoot 3-pointers, they almost want to stand close to the 3-point line, but Suemo is different. He even takes 2 steps back? What are you doing? Let's see how long you can pretend? Zhao Wenze couldn't help but smile coldly when he saw Sumo's actions. In his opinion, Suemo was just trying to attract attention. But, is it really just for the sake of sensationalism? Chapter 14 Is this still a human being? Suemo did not react at all to the exclamations of the crowd. He wanted to make Zhao Wenze admit defeat sincerely today. Standing there lazily, Suemo recalculated the angle and strength of the pitch in his mind. The distance is 7.9 meters, the force required is 29%, and the angle is 46.78. Fatty Wang consciously walked to the basket and prepared to feed the ball to Suemo. Although Zhao Wenze's performance was good, he was not worried at all. Compare shooting? It's useless no matter who comes. Xiaoma, come on. Suddenly, Yen Joshi shouted loudly, and all of a sudden, everyone looked over. Seeing this extremely beautiful girl cheering for someone else, and that person was a boy, the boy's present looked murderous. If it weren't for Sumo, how could the goddess have been tempted by him? Unforgivable. No need to cheer, I'm sure to win. Sumo, who was holding the ball with one hand, smiled after hearing Yenjoshi's encouragement. As soon as he finished speaking, Sumo jumped and shot on the spot, and the basketball threw a perfect arc in the air. Swish! The sound of the basketball entering the net shocked everyone present, including Yenjoshi. Are you in already? This is too fast. They are not ready yet. Fatty Wang didn't look surprised at all. He picked up the basketball and threw it towards Sumo with force. Sumo caught it easily with one hand as usual. Then, he took 2 steps back and made a jump shot just like before. It was a standard and smooth movement. Even the most critical eye could not find any fault with it. Swish! It still went into the net hollow. At this point, everyone was stunned and started talking in low voices. Oh my god, is this still a human being? I've never heard of such a perverted master in Class 3 before. Is this Sumo cheating? His grades have skyrocketed, but even his basketball skills have become so good? Hearing such discussions, Zhao Wenzai's face turned very ugly. Sumo suppressed him with his momentum at the first move, which made him very unhappy. However, Sumo only scored 2 goals. Zhao Wenzai didn't believe that Sumo could score 8 out of 10 goals. The victory of this game must belong to him. Sumo caught the basketball thrown by Fatty Wang, and regardless of the whispers of the crowd, he took 2 steps back. At this moment, he stood at the midfield line. This scene made everyone drool. Are you kidding me? He's not going to take 2 steps back after shooting a ball, is he? Isn't this too confident? Humph, I don't believe he's that good. If he has this ability, why doesn't he play in the NBA? So handsome. Some were shocked, some were unwilling to accept it, and some girls even became crazy about it. But what others think, in Sumo's opinion, does it have anything to do with him? No. After casually tapping the basketball twice, Sumo still made a jump shot. Swish! The ball went into the net. At this moment, Sumo was like a shooting machine, shocking everyone present. Seeing Sumo's amazing performance, a hint of admiration flashed in Yenjoshi's beautiful eyes, and a faint smile appeared at the corners of her mouth. It can be said that a smile can conquer the city. Is this boy really Sumo? So handsome. Everyone looked at the boy on the basketball court, who was getting farther and farther away from the basket. They went from being surprised to being shocked, and finally, they were completely numb, with only one thought in their minds. Is this still a human being? In the field. Sumo stood at the baseline. This was the last ball. Due to the far distance, he could only flick the ball with one hand, and the basketball flew to the opposite basket. In fact, it didn't matter whether this ball went in or not. He had made 9 of the previous 9 shots, and he had already won the game. Everyone looked at the basketball in the air, their eyes moving with it. Swish! The clear sound of the ball entering the net made many people cheer. Even the physical education teacher at the edge of the playground waved his fist when he saw the scene. NB. No one knew what words to use to describe Sumo. They could only say silently in their hearts, NB. Zhao Wenzai was as dejected as a defeated rooster. Not only did he lose the game, but he lost completely. Sumo's performance was so perfect that there was absolutely no flaw to be found. It was not until now that Zhao Wenzai believed what Zhang Dawei said. This Sumo was really weird. It's so weird. Yenjoshi ran to Sumo and looked at him with admiration in her beautiful eyes, almost sparkling with stars. Sumo, you are so amazing. Girl, don't look at me like that, or I'll kiss you in public. Sumo leaned over to Yenjoshi's ear and gave a wicked smile, and couldn't help but tease her. This time, not only did Yenjoshi blush, but even the fair skin on her neck turned pink. The instant charm was so beautiful. Bad guy, I just cheered you on. Yenjoshi glared at Sumo in shame and anger, and said with her red lips, there are so many people here, be serious. My little she is so pretty. She's so cute even when she's angry. Sumo chuckled and felt relieved. Ever since he and Yenjoshi confirmed their relationship, it would be a lie to say that he had no pressure. Whether it was appearance, family background, or academic performance, Yenjoshi was impeccable. Faced with such a perfect girlfriend, anyone would feel pressured. The reason why Suemo was so high profile today was to let everyone see clearly that he was worthy of Yenjoshi. From today on, he is no longer the ordinary Suemo. From now on, he will make the name Suemo resound throughout Xia country. Xiao Mo, when did you learn to be so smooth talking? Yenjoshi rolled her eyes at Suemo, but the smile in her eyes betrayed her. Brother Mo, you are so awesome. At this time, Fatty Wang ran over, but with his fat body, he looked a little funny. Ahem. Suemo coughed and winked at Fatty Wang. Fatty Wang and Suemo had been deskmates for such a long time that he immediately understood what he meant and quickly changed his words. What I meant is, Brother Mo, you were really amazing this time. My admiration for you is as endless as the Yellow River. Sumo's little move did not escape Yenjoshi's eyes. She looked at Fatty Wang unhappily and said softly, Fatty, you must change your habit of swearing casually in the future. Yes, school beauty Yen taught me a lesson. I will definitely change in the future. Fatty Wang nodded quickly. As for whether to change it or not, only God knows. While the three were talking, Zhao Wenze came over, looking distraught. Brother Mo, that guy Zhao Wenze is coming. Seeing this, Fatty Wang reminded in a low voice. Turning around, Suemo saw Zhao Wenze with an unhappy look on his face. It was no wonder. No one would be happy if they were defeated by him so powerfully. From now on, I will be your little brother. Just notify me if you have any problems. Forget it, it's just a joke, you don't have to take it so seriously. There was a hint of surprise in Sumo's eyes. He thought Zhao Wenze would refuse to pay. After all, how could a man as proud as Zhao Wenze be willing to be someone else's younger brother? Seeing Zhao Wenze's puzzled look, Suemo smiled slightly. I'm a senior high school student, what's the use of having a little brother like you? Having said that, Zhao Wenze is the number one person in class 2. Most people would be overjoyed to have a younger brother like him. How could they be like Suemo? I don't want it even for free. I accept today's defeat with all my heart. If you need any help from me in the future, just let me know. Zhao Wenze was really convinced now. She had good grades and was also very good at playing basketball. She was far better than him in every aspect. He looked at Suemo and said word by word, you are worthy of Yenjoshi. After saying this, Zhao Wenze left the playground without looking back. Looking at Zhao Wenze's back, Sumo's mouth twitched slightly. Whether he was worthy of Yenjoshi or not, when did he need this guy to worry about him? Eat salty radishes and worry less. Chapter 15, Special Class. After the crowd slowly dispersed, Fatty Wang naturally would not be a light bulb for the two of them, and called on several students from Class 3 to play basketball. Suemo took Yenjoshi's hand, found an empty lawn and sat down, raised his eyebrows at the beauty in front of him. Xiaoxi, I got first place in this mock test. Yenjoshi immediately understood the meaning of this, and a blush rose on her beautiful face. She whispered, that doesn't count. You only scored 743 points, which is only 4 points higher than mine. If it wasn't because I got a math problem wrong, I would have been the first this time. In this mock test, Yenjoshi scored 739 points, which was the highest score she had ever gotten in her senior year of high school. However, she still lost to Suemo. 4 points is also high. Suemo rolled his eyes speechlessly and protested, Xiaoxi, we can't cheat. Who is cheating? I am telling the truth. Yenjoshi's eyes were a little evasive, and he groaned and said, if you have the guts, let's compete again during the second mock test. If I lose again, I will. What about you? Sumo's eyes were full of smiles. I will agree to your terms. Okay, it's a deal then. Suemo changed the subject, but you can't cheat anymore when the time comes. I'm not cheating, I just didn't perform well. Yenjoshi muttered softly. The world of academic masters is so crazy. 739 points and still not performing well? If other students heard what Yenjoshi said, they would be so angry that they would die. When the physical education class was over, Suemo and Yenjoshi were stopped by the physical education teacher. The principal wants to see you. Please go to his office. Thank you, teacher. Suemo and Yenjoshi nodded politely. The two came to the principal's office and saw Luyu and Li Dahai sitting on the sofa. Wang Qinian was sitting at the desk. When he saw Suemo and Yenjoshi coming in, he said, I called you here because I have something to tell you. Wang Qinian turned his eyes and saw that the two were still holding hands. He felt a strange feeling in his heart. He had been a principal for more than 10 years, but this was the first time that a student dared to do this in front of him. However, he had no way to deal with the two of them. He even had to coax them in a gentle voice. Your class teacher and I are very satisfied with your mock test results. We called you here this time just to hope that you can continue to maintain this state. Wang Qinian adjusted his glasses and said, the school has decided to set up a tutoring group specifically for the two of you. Every day after school, there will be a special teacher to tutor you. What do you two have to say about this? Lu Yu and Li Dehai also looked at Suemo and Yen Joshi. This was the result of their joint discussion. They were very excited that number 2 middle school could produce 2 top scorers in the college entrance examination this year, so they immediately made a study plan for Suemo and Yen Joshi before the college entrance examination. The reason for doing this is to allow the two to maintain this good condition to prepare for the college entrance examination in the near future. Number 2 middle school has not produced a top scorer in the college entrance examination for many years. This is the most hopeful time. Therefore, they will make every effort to provide a good learning environment for both of them. I have no objection. Yen Joshi nodded. Now she only wanted to beat Suemo in the second mock test, so she naturally had no objection to this arrangement. After seeing Yen Joshi agreed, the three of them turned their eyes to Suemo. Suemo didn't really want to agree, because such tutoring would be of no use to him at all, but when he saw Yen Joshi's expectant eyes, he swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. I have no problem. That's good. A teacher will take you back in the evening. Let's start today without further ado. After hearing Sumo's answer, Wang Qinian nodded with satisfaction. Teacher, can I borrow your cell phone for a moment? Suemo explained to Lu Yu, I want to talk to my mother, otherwise she will be worried if I don't come home. Since the management of number 2 middle school is quite strict, especially for senior high school students, students are not allowed to bring cell phones to school. Suemo can only borrow Lu Yu's cell phone. Sure. Lu Yu agreed readily, and Yen Joshi took the opportunity to borrow Li Dehai's mobile phone. After the two finished the call, the matter was confirmed. As soon as the two walked out of the principal's office, Yen Joshi said something harsh to Suemo. Xiaomo, you are doomed to fail the second mock test. No one can beat me twice in a row. Let's wait and see. Suemo shook his head and laughed at Yen Joshi's words. Isn't it just a bet? Is it really that serious? Let's wait and see. The result of this mock test has completely aroused Yen Joshi's competitive spirit. From childhood to adulthood, she has always been the first. However, what Yen Joshi didn't know was that ever since Suemo got the system, she could only be second. Unless Suemo gave up the first place on purpose, she would probably never get it. In fact, Suemo scored 743 points this time because he deliberately made a mistake in an English reading comprehension question. Why do this? Because Suemo felt that getting full marks would be too high profile, so he should give others some time to accept it. Full marks? That's because there are only 750 points on the test paper. With the ability to remember everything he sees and to master everything, Suemo is no longer on the same level as Yen Joshi. As soon as he walked to the classroom door, Suemo heard the voice of his Chinese teacher Zhao Fangzhou. He was explaining the composition Suemo wrote in this mock test. He was almost 50 years old this year, and he seemed quite energetic at this moment. After reading Sumo's composition, he was completely shocked. Zhao Fangzhou had only 2 words to describe Sumo's composition: perfect. Report. Suemo shouted with gritted teeth. He was most afraid of Zhao Fangzhou's nagging. Student Suemo, you're here just in time. As soon as he saw Suemo, Zhao Fangzhou's eyes lit up and he said, speaking of your essay, can you tell us how you wrote it? All the students looked at Suemo at the door, their eyes full of curiosity. I have a stomachache. When Suemo heard what Zhao Fangzhou said, he was overwhelmed. What he feared was really coming true. In desperation, he found an excuse and ran away. Looking at Sumo's hurriedly running back, the students in class 3 couldn't help but burst into laughter. Suemo is still the same Suemo, still funny. After school, Fatty Wang dragged Suemo to the internet cafe to play games. A new game had just been released and he had been thinking about it for a long time. He waited until no one was home, so how could he miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? Fatty, I'm serious. I really need tutoring. You can go and have fun by yourself. Suemo explained helplessly. Although tutoring is of no use to him, it is nice to be able to stay with Yen Joshi. This is the main reason why Suemo agreed to tutor. No way. Fatty Wang looked at Suemo with a bitter face, holding his head and wailing, "You already did so badly in the exam, and you still need tutoring? Brother Mo, can you leave a way out for us poor students? This is the principal's decision. I can't do anything about it. Go and have fun by yourself. I will definitely accompany you once I have time." In desperation, Suemo could only use Wang Qinian as a shield. How could playing games in the internet cafe be more important than accompanying Yan Joshi? Well, then I won't go either. Seeing Suemo say this, Fatty Wang stopped persuading him. He shook his head in disappointment and left alone with his school bag on his back. At this moment, he had no intention of going to the internet cafe. Sumo's academic performance was already so excellent, but he had to take tutoring classes after school? His academic performance is so poor, and he spends every day thinking about how to play. After making this comparison, Fatty Wang felt that he had been too self-degrading. At this moment, he felt an urge to learn. This is what is meant by birds of a feather flock together. Chapter 16 Sumo's Words. When Suemo arrived at Lu Yu's office, Yan Joshi had already arrived, and Li Dahai was sitting on the sofa drinking tea. So he is the only one missing? Xioma, you're here. As soon as she saw Suemo, Yan Joshi's beautiful eyes lit up. It had been more than 10 minutes since school was over, and she thought Suemo had forgotten about the tutoring. Suemo, you're really arrogant? You're making everyone wait for you? Li Dahai glared at Suemo. He didn't know why, but he disliked Suemo a little. He always felt that this boy had stolen the limelight from his favorite student. In the past, Yan Joshi had always been the top student in the grade. As Yan Joshi's class teacher, Li Dahai naturally felt very proud. However, recently, Sumo's brilliance has been a little too bright, and even Yan Joshi has been overshadowed by him. First it was the physics competition, and then this mock exam. It was simply a case of if he didn't make any noise, he would be a blockbuster. Teacher Li, I just had a stomachache and went to the toilet. As the saying goes, people have 3 urgent needs. You can't even go to the toilet, right? Suemo smiled. He could hear the thorn in Li Dahai's words. Hearing Suemo say this, Li Dahai snorted coldly but didn't say anything else. Lu Yu smiled and said, Director Li, there's no need to rush. Now that Suemo is here, let's get started. Unlike Li Dahai, Lu Yu now likes Suemo so much. This is Lu Yu's first year teaching students, and they are senior high school students. She is so happy that there is a young talent like Suemo in the class who has the potential to become the top scorer in the college entrance examination. If Suemo can become the top scorer in the college entrance examination, she will also benefit from it. Apart from anything else, she will definitely be named this year's advanced teacher, and this achievement will also be written into her resume, which is a great honor. If you have trained a top scorer in the college entrance examination, you will be the object of competition among various schools wherever you go. Therefore, Lu Yu now treats Suemo as a treasure, so naturally she has to speak up for him. Then let's get started. Li Dahai nodded and said nothing more. After all, Lu Yu was the head teacher of class 3, so he had to give her some face. Tutoring begins. In fact, this tutoring is also very simple. Every day, a special teacher would conduct a test on Suemo and Yan Joshi. What to test? Of course it's the exam. Tempered into a steel. Then, we graded the papers directly on the spot, and emphasized on the parts where the 2 people got them wrong to deepen their impression. Ordinary students simply cannot accept this kind of tutoring, it's too devilish. However, for the 2 super academic masters Suemo and Yan Joshi, these are minor problems. It took Suemo 30 minutes to finish the English test. Yan Joshi took a little longer, but still less than 40 minutes. After the 2 handed in their papers, Lu Yu started grading them directly. At this time, Li Dahai walked up to the 2 of them. He looked at these 2 students who were known as the seeds of number 2 middle school angrily. He was not deliberately looking for trouble, but was really angry. Li Dahai always emphasizes to his students that no matter how long it takes you to finish the test, as long as there is time, you should use the remaining time to check. But what? Li Dahai clearly gave the 2 an hour for this test, but Suemo and Yan Joshi handed in their test papers directly after finishing them, without any movement to check them. How could he not be angry? Who taught you not to check the test papers after you finish them? Li Dahai looked at the 2 of them coldly, mainly at Suemo. In his eyes, Yan Joshi had learned bad things from Suemo. Yan Joshi used to be an excellent student and would obediently complete anything he asked her to do. But what about now? Lee Dahai could clearly see a lot of sumo style in Yen Joshi. It was true that birds of a feather flock together. Therefore, Lee Dahai decided to criticize the two of them this time to let them know what is right and what is wrong. Lu Yu, who was correcting the test papers, remained silent. She felt that Lee Dahai's words were very right. After finishing the test paper, it is necessary to check it. This is also what she often emphasized to her students. Suemo explained, "Teacher Lee, it's not that we don't check the test papers after we finish them, but this test paper is too simple, there is no need to check it at all." That's right. Yen Joshi nodded in agreement. She also felt that today's English test paper was not difficult at all. Suemo looked like he deserved a beating, and he spoke freely, "It's like 1 + 1 = 2. Do you still need to check such a simple question?" However, after Suemo saw Lee Dahai's increasingly gloomy expression, he changed his words with a playful smile. "Of course, I was just making an analogy." The questions the teachers asked this time were still very high level. After hearing this, Lee Dahai's expression looked a little better. However, when he heard Sumo's next words, he wanted to beat this kid up. "It's just that these questions are still a little too simple for Xiaoxi and me. Director Lee, take a look at their grades." Lee Dahai was about to explode when he was stopped by Lu Yu. In just a few minutes, she had already marked the test papers of both students. It would be a lie to say that she was not shocked. That is why Lu Yu decided to let Lee Dahai take a look at their results first. "This is really. Then I'll take a look and find your mistakes." Lee Dahai snorted coldly and took the test paper handed to him by Lu Yu. However, he was dumbfounded after receiving the test paper. He quickly looked at another test paper and his eyes widened again. The bright red 150 points on the two test papers deeply stimulated Lee Dahai. Full marks? This. What shocked Lee Dahai even more was that the flamboyant name on Sumo's test paper shook his heart deeply. As a calligraphy enthusiast, he thought that his hard pen calligraphy skills were already very impressive. But compared with Suemo, he was completely crushed into dust in an instant. No. Not even scum. Is this really a student's handwriting? It shouldn't be like this. It's not like Lee Dahai hasn't seen the calligraphy of those great calligraphers before, but when compared with Sumo's calligraphy, there is simply no comparison. You know, Suemo was still just a senior high school student. If those calligraphy masters saw Sumo's calligraphy, they would be ashamed. They have been writing for their entire lives, but they are not as good as a student. They are really living the life of pigs. Did you write these 2 words yourself? Lee Dahai tried hard to control his emotions, but he was still a little out of control. In his opinion, these 2 words were really perfect. He has completely developed his own style, but this is something that only a master of calligraphy can do. There is only one master of calligraphy in the entire literary world, and he is hailed as a national treasure. Yes. Suemo muttered quietly, "If it wasn't written by me, who else could it be?" He knew why Lee Dahai was so surprised. This was master-level calligraphy produced by the system. "I've seen your previous handwriting, and it wasn't like this at all. How could it be?" Lu Yu was also quite puzzled by this. She looked at Suemo deeply, her eyes full of doubts. There is no other reason. The 2 words Suemo are written so beautifully. It was the first time that Lu Yu saw such beautiful handwriting. As Sumo's class teacher, she was naturally familiar with Sumo's handwriting. This was exactly what she couldn't understand. In the past, Sumo's handwriting was so sloppy that it was not pleasing to the eye. Compared with these 2 words on the test paper, there is a world of difference between them. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like it was written by one person. However, when Suemo was taking the test just now, he was doing it right under their noses. This must have been written by Suemo himself. But how could Sumo's hard pen calligraphy skills improve so quickly in such a short period of time? This is unscientific. But the facts were right in front of Lu Yu, and she had no choice but to believe it. Hearing these words, Yen Joshi was also very curious. She knew Sumo's handwriting very well. How could it make the 2 teachers lose their composure like this? It shouldn't be like this. However, after Yen Joshi saw Sumo's signature on the test paper, she understood why Lu Yu and Lee Dahai reacted in this way. This is 2. For a moment, Yen Joshi didn't know how to describe these 2 words. The graceful handwriting was deeply imprinted in her mind. Can words be written so beautifully? Xiaomo, what's going on? When Yen Joshi asked this, Lu Yu stared at Suemo. She couldn't figure out what the reason was that made Sumo's handwriting become so good in such a short time. This is actually very simple. Suemo felt a little scared by the three people's stares, so he explained, "Actually, my handwriting has always been like this, but I wrote it a little sloppily in the past because I wanted to hurry up." In order to deal with such a situation, Suemo had already thought of the wording. After hearing Sumo's explanation, the three of them couldn't help but be stunned. They never expected that this would be the reason. Hurry up? Is it still possible? What a waste of resources. Especially Lu Yu. Although Suemo was now her favorite student, her eyes were filled with coldness when she heard this. So infuriating. The handwriting is so good, but in order to speed up the writing, it becomes unsightly. Is this an excuse? For a moment, Lu Yu even wanted to beat someone up. "Teacher Lu, don't look at me like that. I feel a little scared." Feeling Lu Yu's gaze, Suemo shrank his neck. In this day and age, is there anything wrong with writing well? If Suemo had known this earlier, he would have come up with a better excuse and would not be as passive as he is now. Snort! Lu Yu suppressed her anger and looked at Suemo coldly. "If you can write well for me." Do you hear me? Teacher, I will never dare to do that again. Suemo quickly admitted his mistake. Lu Yu was now like a hedgehog with its quills exploded, and he didn't dare to provoke her again. The sky is big, the earth is big, but life is the most important. When Lu Yu and Li Dahai heard Suemo say this, they didn't pursue the matter any further. Their eyes were on the two English test papers. The most important thing at the moment was the test results. This test paper was made by all the English teachers in senior high school together. Its difficulty was just as high as the college entrance examination. But even so, these two people were able to get full marks? Is it necessary to be so scary? Teacher Lu, are you sure you didn't make any mistakes in the grading? Li Dahai opened his mouth and took a long time to utter these words. I checked it twice and it's definitely correct. Hearing Li Dahai's question, Lu Yu smiled bitterly. She was also very surprised when she finished grading the test papers. She checked them again on purpose, but the result was the same. In the end, Lu Yu had no choice but to accept this fact. Li Dahai didn't know how to comment. Suemo and Yen Joshi looked at each other and smiled. I just said that this test paper was a bit too easy. Now, teacher, do you believe that I'm telling the truth? Snort! Facing Sumo's provocative words, Li Dahai glared and said, Don't be complacent, kid. I will never give you the chance to be arrogant again. After saying that, Li Dahai waved his hand and said, That's all for today's tutoring. You two can go now. At this moment, there were two words on Li Dahai's face: embarrassing. The slap in the face came so quickly, where could he, as a teacher, put his face? I really don't know how to respect teachers and love children. If Suemo knew what Li Dahai was thinking, he would definitely shout, It's unfair. Today's English test was really easy for Suemo and Yen Joshi. What he said in front of Li Dahai was not deliberate bragging, but his true thoughts. Goodbye, teacher. The two nodded to Li Dahai and Lu Yu and walked out of the office. After Suemo and Yen Joshi left, Li Dahai glanced at Lu Yu and suddenly laughed out loud, which made Lu Yu feel a little puzzled. What's going on? Weren't you looking unsurprised just now? How come you changed your face so quickly? Director Li, what's wrong with you? Chapter 17, Little Monster in the Teacher's Eyes? Director Li, what's wrong with you? Lu Yu stared at Li Dahai, not understanding what he was laughing at. Although this kid deserves a beating, I have to say he's quite capable. Li Dahai couldn't help but praise, with these two students in number 2 middle school this year, there is really hope. Yes. Hearing Li Dahai's words, Lu Yu smiled knowingly and said softly, Suemo really gave everyone a surprise. It was as if he suddenly got enlightened. Even I, the class teacher, found it a little incredible. This is a good thing for our number 2 middle school. As Suemo and Yen Joshi walked to the school gate hand in hand, they saw Zhao Fangzhou standing on the side of the road. Teacher Zhao, why are you here? The two walked up to Zhao Fangzhou, and Yen Joshi asked politely. Zhao Fangzhou naturally knew Yen Joshi. Before Sumo's breakthrough, Yen Joshi was the only talent in the entire number 2 middle school who could become the top scorer in the college entrance examination. As a teacher, he certainly knew this talented girl. The teacher is responsible for sending you two home today. Hearing this, Suemo and Yen Joshi remembered this matter, but they didn't take it to heart when Wang Qinian said it. Today is only mid-March, and the weather in Linhai is a little cold now, not to mention it is only 6 o'clock in the afternoon, which makes it even colder. Looking at Zhao Fangzhou's nose that was blown red by the cold wind, Suemo and Yenjoshi were deeply moved. This is the teacher, a great man of selfless dedication. Thank you, teacher, but someone will be responsible for picking me up. Yenjoshi pointed to a black Audi not far away and said softly, just take Xiaoma home. Can. Hearing Yenjoshi say this, Zhao Fangzhou nodded. He knew something about Yenjoshi's family situation and heard that her family was very rich, so he was not surprised at all. Then be careful on your way, Xiaoma, see you tomorrow. Smiling at Suemo, Yenjoshi walked towards the black Audi not far away. See you tomorrow. After watching Yenjoshi get on the bus, Suemo and Zhao Fangzhou rode away on their bicycles. After sending Suemo to the gate of the community, Zhao Fangzhou left. As soon as they got home, Su's mother asked Suemo about his well-being. Sumo's grades used to be very poor, and she never thought that her son could be admitted to a prestigious university. But now it is different. After learning that her son actually got the first place in the grade with 743 points in the mock exam, she was so happy that she couldn't sleep well for several nights. Now seeing Sumo working so hard again, Su's mother felt very relieved. After dinner, Suemo returned to his room. Lying on the bed with nothing to do, he called up the attribute board. Immediately, a virtual page appeared in his mind. Host, Suemo. Age, 17. Skills, photographic memory, mastery, master calligraphy. Education, well read. Points, 0. TSK, only 3 skills? ISNT it a bit shabby? Yes. Suemo couldn't help but think, how great it would be if he could have 100 or 80 skills like the protagonist in the novel. In that case, what is the point of doing the mission? I have everything I need, what the hell am I doing? As he was thinking, an hour had passed. Suemo yawned sleepily and simply pulled the quilt over him to look for Zhou Gong in his dreams. For the next half-month, Suemo fell into the frenzy of studying in his senior year of high school. Although he was said to be studying frantically, he was actually just pretending to do it. He knew more solutions to the questions the teacher taught in class than the teacher did. The teacher knows 3 solutions? Suemo knows 10, or even more. So, it really doesn't matter whether you listen or not. Jingle. As soon as the school bell rang, the students in class 3 were visibly cheered up. They were happy for only a short while every day. They couldn't wait to leave with their backpacks on their backs, and the entire classroom was empty in an instant. Brother Mo, I have been studying very hard recently. I have decided that I must emulate you. Before leaving, Fatty Wang winked at Suemo. Inspired by Suemo, he had been reviewing frantically recently. Basketball? Game? No play at all. Only learning. Even Fatty Wang's parents came to the school to consult Lu Yu. They were worried that their son might have been stimulated by something. Otherwise, how could their son, who had always been reluctant to study, suddenly become a different person? This is so abnormal. Lu Yu used Suemo as a shield and told Fatty Wang's parents about Sumo's rise in recent times. Only then did they figure out what was going on. Come on. Looking at Fatty Wang's back, Suemo smiled slightly. Not long after Fatty Wang left, Yenjoshi came to the 3rd shift. Naturally, she came to the 3rd shift to find Suemo. Xiaomo, let's go. Yenjoshi walked up to Suemo and smiled happily. Suemo was stunned when he looked up. The girl in front of him had long, delicate black hair draped over her shoulders, showing her softness. A few loose strands of hair beside her earlobes showed a unique style. She had a pair of bright eyes, bright and clear, as bright as stars, a pair of dimples evenly distributed on both sides of her cheeks. When she smiled slightly, the dimples were looming on her cheeks, making her as cute as a fairy. Her stunning beauty has astonished the world. Xiaomo, what are you daydreaming about? Looking at the dazed Suemo, Yenjoshi lowered her head embarrassedly, and at the same time, a blush appeared on her pretty face. It's okay, let's go to tutoring. Coming back to his senses, Suemo smiled at Yenjoshi and naturally held her hand, thinking to himself, this is my girlfriend, Suemo. Okay. Yenjoshi felt sweet in her heart at Sumo's action. She was now accustomed to Suemo holding her hand, and she liked this feeling. When they arrived at the office, Lu Yu and Li Dahai were already waiting for them. Seeing Suemo and Yenjoshi walk into the office, Li Dahai put down the teacup in his hand, stood up and said, everyone is here. Today's test is mathematics. This is the last test. Why? Suemo and Yen Joshi asked at the same time. They had become accustomed to tutoring after school. It was such a wonderful thing to be able to tutor with the person they loved. Now when they heard Lee Dahai say that this was the last test, a hint of loss appeared in their eyes. Seeing the two of them like this, Liu smiled slightly and explained softly, "The second mock test is coming soon. Excessive study will only backfire, so we decided to let you two relax for a few days." So that's how it is. After listening to Lu Yu's explanation, Suemo and Yen Joshi breathed a sigh of relief. Just get ready and start. After Suemo and Yen Joshi sat down, Lee Dahai handed each of them a test paper. He had stayed up all night last night to prepare this test paper specifically for the two of them. These big questions on the test paper were all difficult ones that Lee Dahai had spent a lot of effort to find. Even the ordinary small questions were very confusing and could easily lead to mistakes if one was not careful. Lee Dahai was very confident that this test paper was definitely more difficult than the math test in the college entrance examination. So he didn't believe that the two of them could get full marks? In the past half month, all the teachers were shocked by their horrific grades. That's right, I was scared. Except for one Chinese test where Yen Joshi scored 148 points, both of them got full marks in other tests. How could all teachers not be shocked by such results? But it is precisely because of this that the teachers' fighting spirit has been further stimulated. In the past half month, the conversations among the teachers of number 2 middle school have turned into finding difficult problems. Usually, several teachers gather together during breaks. "Teacher Lee, I found a difficult problem that will definitely make those two little monsters make mistakes. I stayed up late last night and found one. I have another one." At the beginning, the Chinese test paper that Yen Joshi scored 148 points on was the one set by Zhao Fangzhou. As the only teacher who did not let the little monster get full marks, he is very proud now. Lee Dahai was very confident about this math test. He believed that neither of them would get full marks this time. Especially Suemo, who had always gotten full marks since tutoring, which really made the teachers ashamed. Testing is just a means. The most important thing is to find out the shortcomings through testing so as to improve the test-taking level. However, Suemo never makes mistakes, so how can teachers like them help him improve? Therefore, Suemo must be allowed to make mistakes, and this has become Lee Dahai's obsession. But what Lee Dahai didn't know was that Sumo's current level was even much higher than their teachers. Did he want him to make a mistake? The possibility is very slim. After all, thousands of books were not read in vain. In addition, Suemo had also finished reading the university textbooks. He had more than a dozen ways to solve many problems, but he did not do so to avoid trouble. Otherwise, you will really be regarded as a monster. Russell. In the office, there were only the sounds of Sumo and Yen Joshi working on their problems. Lu Yu and Lee Dahai remained quiet, fearing to disturb the others' train of thought. I have to say that today's math test was indeed very difficult. Yen Joshi no longer had the ease she had in the past. At this moment, her brows were slightly frowned, and it was obvious that she had encountered a difficult problem. On the other hand, Suemo was no different from previous tests. He didn't seem to pause at all, as if there was an answer in front of him and he was asked to copy it down. Lu Yu and Lee Dahai looked at each other secretly and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Don't you need to think when doing the questions? This is impossible. As the math teacher of the class, Lee Dahai's math level is naturally impeccable, but even he can't write as fast as Suemo. This is so weird. No. It should be said that it is perverted. This is a math test, don't I need to do any calculations? Before the tutoring, Lee Dahai had never seen such a thing, let alone heard of it. As the saying goes, seeing is believing. Lee Dahai watched Suemo solve the problem, and his heart went from surprise to shock, and finally to numbness. Suemo finished the entire math test in 21 minutes. He was afraid that Lee Dahai would make trouble for him, so he pretended to check it again, but his checking action was so fake that he finished it in less than a minute. Lee Dahai's eyebrows jumped when he saw Sumo's behavior. If Yen Joshi was not still doing the test, he would definitely have cursed, "Is there anyone who checks like you? This is too perfunctory." Lee Dahai was not a fool, so he could naturally see that the reason Suemo pretended to check was just to deal with him. But this is too fake. Can't you pretend to be more like him? Teacher, I'm done. Suemo stood up and carefully placed the test paper in front of Lee Dahai. When he looked up, He met Lee Dahai's murderous eyes and couldn't help wondering in his heart, what's going on? Chapter 18 Second Model Test. Snort. Lee Dahai snorted coldly and turned his gaze to the test paper in front of him. He still had to see how Suemo did first. If he did well, he would have to keep silent. He didn't know how many times he had encountered such a thing in the past half-month. He wanted to make trouble for Suemo every time, but was always shut up by Sumo's grades. As the saying goes, every failure makes you wiser, but as long as Suemo made a small mistake, he would make a big fuss about it and criticize Suemo severely. Looking at the ingenious handwriting on the test paper, even though Lee Dahai had read it many times, he couldn't help but be shocked again. After looking at Sumo's handwriting and thinking about his own, Lee Dahai couldn't help but smile bitterly. I have practiced hard pen calligraphy for more than 10 years, but I have become a pig. Compared with Sumo's handwriting, his handwriting is simply unbearable. After calming down, Lee Dahai began to mark Sumo's test paper carefully. However, the more he read, the more surprised he was. When he finished reading the last big question on the test paper, he couldn't help but open his mouth. This too perverted? Not wrong? Impossible. Lee Dahai looked at the test paper again, not believing it, and couldn't help cursing in his heart, what a little pervert. Lee Dahai had only 2 words to describe Sumo's math test paper: perfect. Yes, it's perfect. Whether it was the idea of solving the problem or the steps of solving the problem, Lee Dahai could not find any fault with it. He even felt that this could be used as the standard answer. Teacher, how are my grades? Suemo smiled. Want to cause trouble? 2 words, no way. Ahem. Lee Dahai pretended to be calm and said slowly, it's okay, don't be proud, kid, do you hear me? Improvise? Although Suemo was a little unconvinced, when he saw Lee Dahai's warning look, he could only answer honestly, I heard it, Teacher Lee. Threaten. This is a naked threat. The key point is that Suemo has no way to deal with this. When you are under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. At this moment, Suemo just wanted to shout to the sky, oh my god, someone please take Lee Dahai away. Luyu, who was standing by, saw this funny scene, turned her head and laughed softly. Just now, when Lee Dahai was correcting Sumo's test paper, Luyu was standing behind and watching. She naturally knew that Suemo had scored full marks again this time. While feeling numb, she also felt a little excited. With Sumo's current condition, as long as he can maintain it until the college entrance examination, it can be said that he is almost certain to be the top scorer in the college entrance examination. Thinking that he could produce a top scorer in the college entrance examination in his first year of teaching, Luyu's disappointing little heart began to beat faster. It's not Luyu's fault. If it were someone else, they might not be as good as her. This is the greatest honor for a teacher. Nearly half an hour later, Yen Joshi finally finished the test paper. However, she did not pretend to deal with it like Suemo did, but checked it very seriously. Yen Joshi was not confident about this math test. This test could be said to be the most difficult one she had ever taken in her 3 years of high school. Because of this, Yen Joshi changed her usual behavior and did not hand in the paper right after finishing it like she did before. It was not until Lee Dahai reminded her to hand in the paper that she reluctantly looked away. Girl, are the questions this time difficult? While Lee Dahai was marking the test papers, Suemo came close to Yen Joshi and asked in a low voice, this time, you are not as relaxed as before? In previous tests, Yen Joshi was not much slower than him, but this time he was more than half an hour slower. Therefore, Suemo guessed that Yen Joshi must have encountered a difficult problem, otherwise she would not be so exhausted. I'm not as good as you. Yen Joshi sighed softly, her pretty face full of worry, and said softly, I am not sure about the last big question of this test. If nothing unexpected happens, I should have gotten it wrong. In fact, Yen Joshi finished the questions very quickly in the beginning. The reason why she took so long to hand in the paper was because she was stuck on the last big question, which took her nearly 20 minutes to solve. Even so, Yen Joshi didn't have the slightest confidence in her heart. A few minutes later, Lee Dahai came over with the test paper. Luyu stood aside expressionlessly, and a hint of nervousness appeared on Yen Joshi's pretty face. Let me announce the results of this test. After taking a look at Yen Joshi, Lee Dahai said in a deep voice, Suemo scored 150 points, Yen Joshi scored 140 points. As soon as the results were announced, Yen Joshi's face darkened and he became extremely depressed. As expected, I didn't get full marks. Seeing Yen Joshi's reaction, Suemo quietly took her hand. Feeling Sumo's actions, Yen Joshi felt warm in her heart, and the disappointment she had just felt instantly relieved. Yen Joshi, what's wrong with you? Lee Dahai had a cold face. Yen Joshi was outshined by Sumo. As Yen Joshi's class teacher, he naturally felt ashamed. When asked by Lee Dahai, Yen Joshi couldn't help but feel a little aggrieved. She had never done this type of question before. She explained in a low voice, I don't know how to solve this problem, and the teachers haven't taught this type of question, so. At this time, Lee Dahai opened his mouth and was speechless for a moment. Never taught? Indeed not. Not only that, the last big question is not within the scope of high school learning. Lee Dahai originally wanted to suppress Sumo's momentum, but he didn't expect that Sumo would do it, which stumped Yen Joshi. He really shot himself in the foot. Ahem. Lee Dahai showed a trace of embarrassment and sighed slowly. It is indeed the teacher's fault, but I will take this opportunity to tell you how to solve this kind of problem. At this point, he reminded Sumo, you should also listen carefully, don't think that everything will be fine if you do it right, learning never ends. No problem, teacher. Sumo was smart enough to act like a good student. At that moment, Lee Dahai was displeased with him and he didn't want to get himself into trouble. Listen carefully, you two, about. It took Lee Dahai 20 minutes to teach Yen Joshi how to solve this type of big questions. As for Sumo, his thoughts had already flown away. Although Lee Dahai was unhappy about this, he could only turn a blind eye. Because Sumo really can do it. It was the first time that Lee Dahai had seen the way of problem solving that Sumo had just used. He applauded at such a fantastic way of solving the problem. No matter what he thought in his heart, Lee Dahai did not say any words of praise, otherwise, Sumo would definitely jump even more happily in the future. Okay, that's it for the first phase of tutoring. Lee Dahai looked at Sumo and Yen Joshi and said, in the upcoming second mock exam, the teachers are looking forward to your performance. I hope you won't let the teachers down. After the second mock exam, tutoring will proceed as usual. We won't notify you two then, so just don't forget it. Lu Yu reminded. Thank you, teacher. Sumo and Yen Joshi nodded heavily. They could feel the expectation for their sons to become successful in their eyes. Teacher is such a great and noble profession. Sumo even had the idea of becoming a teacher in the future. For the next 3 days, the senior high school students were immersed in intensive review. The atmosphere in the area where the entire senior class is located is different from before. Even during break time, it is rare to see students fighting in the corridor. There are only a few students going to the toilet. This self-disciplined learning atmosphere surprised all the teachers in the senior year, and in the end, it could only be attributed to Sumo. Originally, Sumo was just a student with average grades, but he made a comeback in just over a month. Sumo's success was seen by all the students. They were all young people and no one would think that they were worse than others. What Sumo could do, they could do too. That's why it caused a collective outburst among all the students. Even Fatty Wang was holding on to his review materials, not to mention the other students, who were all desperate. As the current top student in Class 3, whenever someone encounters a problem they don't understand, they will humbly ask Sumo for help. In response to this, Sumo accepted all the questions and carefully answered each student's questions. Lu Yu naturally noticed this situation. She was relieved, but also a little worried. She was afraid that this would affect Sumo's review time, but it was a good thing that Sumo was helping his classmates, so she didn't say anything. The students in Class 3 are very fortunate to have a super academic master like Sumo in the class. It is really a good thing. No matter how difficult the question is, it becomes very simple for Sumo. Not only that, Sumo also taught them the corresponding problem-solving ideas, so that when they encounter similar problems in the future, they will know how to solve them. Even Han Jiang, who was always arrogant, was impressed by Sumo's behavior. In this way, the tense atmosphere lasted for 3 days, and finally the second model test arrived. Sumo also ushered in his own mission. Bite. The system has issued a task. Please ask the host to get the first place in Linhai in the second model test. Sumo had been looking forward to the mission for a long time. After all, a mission represented a skill. As for mission failure? Impossible. In Sumo's dictionary, there is no word failure. In order to make room for the second mock exam, all schools gave the first and second year high school students a day off. In the entire classroom, apart from desks and chairs, there was not even a small piece of paper to be found. This was to prevent students from cheating. The examination locations were randomly assigned. Suemo was assigned to number 3 middle school near number 2 middle school. As for Yen Joshi, she was lucky enough to be assigned to number 2 middle school. As soon as she arrived at school in the morning, Lu Yu warned Suemo, "Don't hand in the test paper early. Be sure to check it carefully after you finish it." "Teacher Lu, don't worry." Suemo nodded helplessly. Lu Yu had said this 7 or 8 times in the past period of time, and his ears were almost calloused from hearing it. "Okay, the school bus is waiting at the gate, go ahead and do your best." Lu Yu couldn't help laughing when seeing Sumo's hopeless look. "Okay, I'll do the job, don't worry." Upon hearing this, Suemo couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, turned around and ran towards the school gate. "This guy." Looking at Sumo's back, Lu Yu shook his head with amusement. 15 minutes later, Suemo came to number 3 middle school. He was not unfamiliar with it. When he had nothing to do in the past, he often came here to play basketball with Fatty Wang, so he easily found the examination location. 8:30 in the morning. The invigilator walked into the classroom and announced the exam rules, and the second mock exam officially began. Suemo continued to write quickly. As soon as he saw the questions on the test paper, the corresponding answers would appear in his mind. Although Suemo finished the questions very quickly, he did not hand in the paper early this time. Instead, he checked it carefully twice. Sumo can feel the teacher's hard work, and he will repay those lovely teachers with his grades. The exam lasted until 6 o'clock in the evening. When Suemo came out, it was almost dark. As soon as he walked out of the gate of number 3 middle school, he saw his mother waiting on the roadside, and a warm feeling passed through his heart. It is true, how pitiful are the love of parents in the world. Chapter 19, Terrifying Results. "Mom, didn't I tell you not to come?" Looking at his mother's nose that was blown red by the wind, Sumo's eyes couldn't help but turn red. He tried to pretend that nothing had happened. "I'm an adult now, I can go home by myself, you don't have to come all the way to pick me up." Mother Sue smiled slightly and waved her hand. "It's okay, how did you do in the exam today? If nothing unexpected happens, your son should be able to get first place." Suemo smiled confidently. He was not bragging when he said this, but speaking the truth. Suemo now has a learning system. If he can't even get first place in the second mock test in the whole city, it would be extremely embarrassing. When the students passing by heard Sumo's words, a look of sarcasm appeared on their faces. First, daydreaming. Who doesn't know how to brag? It's just that they are too lazy to care about such things. Nowadays, there are so many people who like to brag. Sometimes, they are one of them. Oh. When Sue's mother heard this, she had no doubt in her heart. She knew very well how good her son's grades were now. She said happily, "Son, if you can get first place in the school, I will buy you a new computer." Sue's mother thought her son was talking about the first in the school, but she didn't know that the first in Sumo's mouth meant the first in the whole city. Real? When Suemo heard that his mother was going to buy him a new computer, a look of surprise appeared on his face. He had long disliked the big head computer at home, but the new computer was too expensive. In order not to add burden to the family, Suemo never mentioned the matter of changing the computer. No one knows a child better than his mother. Of course. When have I ever lied to you? Sue's mother has always known that her son wanted to change his computer. Although she never mentioned it out loud, she always kept it in her heart. "Thank you, Mom." Suemo hugged his mother excitedly and kissed her, which made her laugh. She whispered, "You're already so grown up, why are you still the same as when you were a kid?" "In front of you, I am always a child." Suemo smiled. "You're the only one who talks sweetly?" Mother Sue rolled her eyes at her son, but she was very happy in her heart. "Let's go home. I made your favorite braised pork today. Go home." When Suemo heard the word braised pork, his eyes lit up and he couldn't wait to pull his mother home. The next day, when Suemo walked into the classroom, all the students in class 3 were already there. As soon as he walked in, the whole class applauded spontaneously. This scene left Suemo confused. What's going on? Why are you clapping for no reason? Puzzled, Suemo walked out of the classroom and looked at the sign on the door. Class 3 of grade 3. This is not the wrong classroom. Suemo stood at the door, looked at the sign on the door, then looked at the students from class 3 who were applauding, and couldn't help scratching his head. Seeing this, the students in class 3 all laughed. So funny. Fatty Wang stood up and explained loudly, Brother Mo, everyone is very grateful for your help over the past few days. You deserve all the applause. Don't be surprised. During this period, Suemo spared no effort to help everyone in Class 3, and with his help, everyone felt that their test-taking skills had improved a lot. Everyone is very confident about the results of the second mock test and is looking forward to their own results. All this is thanks to Suemo, which is why the scene just now happened. Hey, I thought it was something else. Hearing this, Suemo gently waved his hand, walked back to his seat, and said, "We are all classmates, why are you being so formal? You are making me embarrassed to help you in the future." Ha ha. Everyone laughed. Just then, Luyu walked into the classroom, her eyes full of surprise. In the past, after finishing their exams, didn't these students always look listless? Why are you so excited this time? Did I go into the wrong classroom? However, the familiar faces made Luyu sure that she had not walked into the wrong classroom. Ahem. Luyu smiled slightly and said in a deep voice, "Everyone has worked hard recently. Although the second mock test has ended, we still cannot let our guard down. After the second mock test, there will be the third mock test, and then the most important college entrance examination, so everyone should work hard. After the college entrance examination, you can do whatever you want. But before the college entrance examination, everyone still needs to study hard, understand?" "No!" Everyone shouted at the top of their lungs. Their enthusiasm for learning was now fully aroused. In response, Luyu smiled with relief. Let the class begin. After the second mock test, Suemo and Yen Joshi continued their tutoring. This time the tutoring lineup is much stronger than before, even the principal Wang Chinian has joined in personally. 3 days later, the results of the second mock test were announced. In the morning, the senior high school students arrived at the classroom very early. They were all looking forward to the results of the second mock test. Suemo was still the same as usual, because he had no expectations for his results at all. Because Suemo knew that no student could surpass him. Why are you so confident? It's simple, he is a man with a system. No, to be precise, he is a boy with a system. Well-known reasons. Because he went to bed late yesterday, Suemo was still yawning when he walked into the classroom. "Suemo, you are still as punctual as ever?" Luyu glared at Suemo unhappily, but when she thought of Sumo's grades, she felt helpless. Luyu had already seen the results of the second mock test. Sumo's results of the second mock test made number 2 middle school look good in Linhai. For this precious student, you really can't hit him or scold him. "Teacher, thank you for the compliment." Suemo smiled faintly and walked slowly to his seat. Everyone's eyes were filled with envy. In the entire class 3, only Suemo dared to joke with Luyu like this. "I am envious, but I don't feel jealous at all. Because Suemo has the capital." Luyu's teaching method has always been, as long as the academic performance is good, she will turn a blind eye to everything. How good is it? At least you have to be first in the class. In class 3, who dares to compete with Suemo in terms of grades? Isn't this just asking for trouble? You're the only one who talks too much? Luyu couldn't help but laugh and scold, looking at Suemo with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. "The results of the second mock test are out. Aren't you curious about your results? What's there to look forward to? I'll definitely be first." Of course, Suemo would never say such words in public, otherwise, he would seem a little too arrogant. He could only think about it in his heart, and on the surface, he looked calm and responded indifferently, "It's just the second model test, what's there to be curious about? Invisible pretense is the most deadly." Everyone. Because the results of the second mock test will be announced today, many people did not sleep well last night. Then look at Suemo, he didn't take it seriously at all. This is the difference in mentality. Luyu rubbed her temples with a headache, and she decided not to argue with Suemo. Otherwise, I would be pissed off to death, or even half pissed off. Taking out the transcript of the second mock test, Luyu showed a look of relief on her face. The results of the second mock test surprised her very much. No. To be precise, it should be frightened. Compared with the first mock test, each student's progress was huge, so much so that when Luyu saw the transcript for the first time, he couldn't believe what he saw. Although Luyu was very happy in her heart, there was no expression of anything unusual on her face. As a class teacher, she still had to maintain a stern image in front of her students. Ahem. Luyu cleared his throat and began to announce the results of the second mock test. Wang Yu's total score was 497, ranking 1987th in the city. Boom! Upon hearing his results, Fatty Wang excitedly slammed the table, but when he saw Lu Yu's murderous eyes, he shrank his neck in fear. When Lu Yu looked away, Fatty Wang smiled foolishly. He hadn't gotten such good grades in his 3 years of high school. Cheng Gang's total score was 537 points, ranking 1623rd in the city. Every student whose name was called had a similar reaction to Fatty Wang, with their faces filled with excitement. Compared to the first mock test, everyone's scores have improved this time, and the improvement is not just a little bit. Han Zhan's total score was 703 points, ranking 23rd in the city. Wow! This score caused all the students to exclaim in surprise. Almost anyone with a score of 703 could apply to Ching Hua University. When Han Zhang heard his results, a blush appeared on his face. This was the first time that his total score exceeded 700 points. Next, only Su Mo's results had not been announced. Everyone was looking forward to it. Even Han Zhang scored 703 points. I wonder how high a score Su Mo will get. After the announcement, Lu Yu looked at Su Mo deeply. When she saw the news last night, she didn't sleep well the whole night. Sumo's results this time were really too fantastic. Sumo's total score is 750 points, ranking first in the city. Oh my god. OMG. Full marks? Am I hallucinating? Many male students couldn't help but swear when they heard this score. This result is too scary. Full marks? What is the concept? Not to mention Linhai, even the college entrance examination results of the entire Jiangbei province have not seen full marks in many years. But Su Mo got full marks. Although this is only the second mock test, it is scary enough. Everyone knew that Su Mo would do very well in the exam, but no one expected that Su Mo would do so well. In one word, damn. 2 words, damn it. 4 words, oh my god. As for the students swearing, Liu did not reprimand them, which was rare, because when she saw Sumo's grades last night, she couldn't help herself. As the saying goes, do not do to others what you do not want others to do to you. M.O. Brother M.O., you are so awesome. Fatty Wang, who was feeling complacent at first, was so frightened after hearing Sumo's horrific results that he couldn't speak clearly. 750 points? Is this still a human being? I thought I had narrowed the gap between me and Su Mo, but now it seems that the gap has become even bigger. Stay calm, basic operation. Su Mo smiled calmly at Fatty Wang's reaction. This score was within his expectations. He would have been surprised if it wasn't a perfect score. Looking at the students who were discussing the issue, Liu said in a deep voice, if you have any questions about your grades, you can go to the school bulletin board after class to check. You will have self-study during this class. Su Mo, come out with me. After saying that, Liu turned around and walked out of the classroom. Teacher Liu, what's wrong? Hearing his name being called, Su Mo stood up and walked out of the classroom. As soon as he came out, he saw Liu waiting for him, which made him very confused. Why was he called out for no reason? Good. Seeing Sumo's vigilant look, Liu was very amused and explained softly, in this second mock test, you and Yen Joshi took the top 2 in the city, so the principal decided to give you a little reward. At this point, the smile in Liu's eyes became more intense. She still remembered what happened in the morning. She and Li Dahai went to Wang Qinyan's office to report their grades. When Wang Qinyan heard the grades of Su Mo and Yen Joshi, he was so excited that he accidentally broke the water cup. So that's how it is. Hearing this, Su Mo nodded. However, after hearing that Yen Joshi's grades ranked second in the city, Su Mo was very proud. Let's see how this girl will cheat this time. Su Mo couldn't help getting excited when he thought of the bet with Yen Joshi. However, before he could think too much, he was pulled to the principal's office by Lu Yu. In the office, all the senior class teachers were there. Yen Joshi was standing at the door. When she saw Su Mo walk in, her beautiful eyes, as clear as a pool of water, lit up. Su Mo naturally also saw Yen Joshi. He walked to the girl's side and quietly took the beautiful woman's hand. Feeling Sumo's actions, Yen Joshi blushed and lowered her head, but she did not mean to refuse. Everyone be quiet for a moment. Wang Qinyan's face was beaming with joy. As soon as he arrived at school in the morning, he received an email of praise from the education department. He was still wondering at the time and had no idea what had happened. However, after learning about Suemo and Yen Joshi's grades, Wang Qinian finally understood why the education group sent him an email. The top two? This is simply unbelievable. Looking at Suemo and Yen Joshi at the door, Wang Qinian was pleased with them. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It's a blessing for number 2 middle school to have two such powerful little monsters this year. I believe you all already know why I called you here today. Chapter 20 Master Level Go Mastery. Looking at several senior class teachers, Wang Qinian's face was full of excitement, and he said loudly, "In this second mock test, our number 2 middle school took the top 2 places in the city. For this, the education department even sent an email to praise our school. The tutoring we conducted previously has been very effective. Of course, the efforts of Suemo and Yen Joshi are also indispensable. In this second mock test, Yen Joshi won the second place in the city with a total score of 747 and was awarded 5,000 yuan. Director Li, as Yen Joshi's homeroom teacher, has made great contributions and his bonus will be doubled this year." Hearing this, Li Dahai showed joy on his face. A trace of envy flashed in the eyes of several other teachers, and they couldn't help wondering in their hearts, why don't I have such an excellent student? Wang Qinian smiled triumphantly, as if he had become much younger, and his eyes fell on Suemo. Student Suemo won first place in the city with a total score of 750 points. After discussion with the school board, I decided to award him 10,000 yuan. Of course, as Sumo's homeroom teacher, Mr. Liu will also receive a reward. Like Director Li, this year's bonus will be doubled. Thank you, Principal. A smile appeared on Lu Yu's face. This was the first time she taught students this year. To receive such a reward made her feel like it was a dream. It all seemed a little too unreal. In fact, the reason for this award was mainly due to a praise email from the education group. As the principal of number 2 middle school, Wang Qinian had no idea how long it had been since he had received praise from the education group. In the past, number 1 middle school had always been the most popular, but this time it was different. Number 2 middle school had finally gotten some recognition. That's why we got this award. In this second mock test, our number 2 middle school made a good impression in the whole city, all thanks to Suemo and Yen Joshi. Let's give them a warm round of applause to encourage them. As soon as Wang Qinian finished speaking, applause broke out in the office. Although, except for Lu Yu and Li Dahai, other teachers did not have any substantial rewards, they were truly happy for Suemo and Yen Joshi. As long as the two maintained their current level, they would surely shine in the upcoming college entrance examination. At that time, the school will still benefit, and this is a good thing for all. You two students must not be complacent. The tutoring will continue. In the next 2 months, all teachers will work hard with you. We must create a miracle. Wang Qinian's voice became louder and louder. At this moment, he seemed to have found the passion he had when he was teaching, because he really saw hope in Suemo and Yen Joshi. His biggest regret after teaching for so many years was that none of his students had ever been the top scorer in the college entrance examination. Now, Wang Qinian finally saw hope. How could he not be happy? Yes. All the teachers' emotions were aroused by Wang Qinian's words. As for Suemo and Yen Joshi, they were standing at the door and whispering to each other, their hands held together the whole time. Holding hands in front of the principal and teachers? I have to say, these two people are really brave. In fact, all the teachers present saw the little action of the two, but who would be so blind as to say it? This will only cause trouble for yourself. Even the principal kept his mouth shut, so they wouldn't say anything. You know, this golden boy and girl in front of them are the hope of their number 2 middle school. So, everyone chose to turn a blind eye, even Li Dahai, who was always very strict. Puppy love? So what? Rules are set for ordinary people. Geniuses naturally have their special treatment. Suemo and Yen Joshi are the true geniuses in the eyes of all teachers. Besides, the two of them were just holding hands, it's not a big deal. Return to the classroom. As soon as Suemo sat down, the system's voice sounded in his mind. Bite. Congratulations to the host for getting first place in the city in this second model test. Reward skill, Go Master Level Mastery. Go? After hearing about the reward, Suemo felt a little disappointed. It seemed that no one he knew played Go. Besides, Suemo is just a student. Why does he need to master the game of Go at the master level? But it's already a foregone conclusion, what else can we do? Is it possible to negotiate with the system to change the skill reward? Without trying, Sumo knew it wouldn't work, so he could only comfort himself in his heart, it's better to have it than not to have it. After all, something is better than nothing, and you never know when you might need it. During lunch, many students gathered around the school bulletin board. Most of them are students in the first and second year of high school, and since the third year students already know their grades, very few people come to see. The name at the top of the bulletin board deeply shocked these younger classmates. First in the city? Oh my God! There is such a terrifying academic master in the school? Number 1 in the city. Unbelievable. The results of the first mock test were not posted online, so only some students in the senior year knew Sumo. But this time it's different. As soon as the results were announced, the name Sumo became famous throughout number 2 middle school. Jingle. When the school bell rang in the afternoon, none of the senior students moved, as if they didn't hear the bell. There was only one exception. That's Sumo. As soon as he heard the school bell, Sumo, who was originally drowsy, immediately became alert. However, after he put on his school bag and stood up, he realized something was wrong. What? What's going on? Could it be an auditory hallucination? Sumo hurriedly looked at the old-fashioned clock above the blackboard. In the afternoon, 5 minutes to 2. That's right too. It's indeed time to go home from school, but why is no one leaving? Fatty, what's going on? Sumo patted Fatty Wang, who was looking at the review materials, and asked in confusion, isn't school over already? Why aren't you leaving? Hey, what are you talking about? Fatty Wang chuckled and explained, Teacher Lu said that starting today, all senior high school students will have to attend an evening self-study class. Brother Mo, didn't you hear that? Ahem. Sumo smiled awkwardly, of course I know, I just want to see if you know. Liu did talk about this matter in class today, but Sumo was sleepy at that time and didn't hear anything at all. Cut. Fatty Wang couldn't help but give Sumo a middle finger. As Sumo's deskmate, how could he not know that Sumo had been dozing off the entire afternoon? Sumo didn't care about Fatty Wang's contempt and walked out of the classroom with his school bag on his back. His tutoring place was not here, and the tutoring method he and Yen Joshi used was not suitable for ordinary students. If that kind of hellish tutoring were given to ordinary students, they would probably collapse in no time. Having pressure is a good thing, but too much pressure can often have the opposite effect. Arriving at the door of Lu Yu's office, Sumo knocked politely. Knock knock. Come in. Hearing Lu Yu's voice, Sumo pushed the door open and walked in. As soon as he walked in, he heard Li Dahai's joke. I can't tell, when did you become so polite? Teacher, Xiaoma is very polite. Maybe you haven't noticed it. Yen Joshi, who was reading a book, explained to Sumo softly. After she finished speaking, she pursed her lips and smiled secretly. The beauty in that smile was amazing. Have to. What does it mean to have your elbows turned outward? That's it. Li Dahai couldn't bear to criticize Yen Joshi, so he could only glare at Sumo depressedly. Lu Yu on the side couldn't help but chuckle. Sumo felt like crying but had no tears at all. Didn't he just knock on the door? Is there anything wrong with this? What a naughty hand. If Sumo had known this, he would never have knocked on the door. Can we still have fun? Chapter 21 Future Daughter-in-Law. Okay, let's not do the test paper today. Let's talk about the questions for the second mock exam first. Liu cleared his throat and said to the two youngsters and one old man, the difficulty of the second mock test is medium to high, and Yen Joshi lost 3 points, although this result can be said to be perfect. The topic changed, but isn't the purpose of our tutoring to eliminate any possibility of losing points? Li Dahai nodded in agreement with Lu Yu's words. Just doing the papers blindly was not necessarily a good thing. The most important thing was to correct the mistakes of the two. At present, Sumo has indeed not made any mistakes. Whether it was the supplementary test or the second mock exam, he performed perfectly and there was nothing wrong with it. Therefore, the two of them could only start from Yen Joshi. Student Yen Joshi, do you know which subject you lost the 3 points in this time? Facing Lu Yu's question, Yen Joshi shook her head. She only knew that she had lost 3 points, but she was not sure which subject she lost the points in. Chinese composition. Lu Yu and Li Dahai looked at each other and gave the final answer. Tutoring is over. As soon as Sumo and Yen Joshi walked out of the teaching building, they met a large group of senior high school students who had just finished school. The two of them smiled at each other at the same time. Finally, they were no longer alone. Now, the tense atmosphere of the college entrance examination is even more intense. At the school gate. At this time, there were many parents standing here. Xiaoma, here. Sue's mother saw her son holding a girl's hand from a distance, and her heart sank immediately. Her son was at a critical period now, and he was about to take the college entrance examination. How could he fall in love at this time? No. Absolutely not. We must persuade him well. However, when Suemo and Yan Joshi came a little closer, Sue's mother's thoughts changed instantly. She has a slender figure, skin as white as snow, a pair of beautiful eyes that are filled with clarity, and her long black hair casually draped over her shoulders, making her look like a fairy walking out of a painting. In one word, beautiful. 2 words, beautiful. 3 words, beautiful as a fairy. Banji's style of continuing history, Xia Ting's style of chanting about snow. If she had such a beautiful daughter-in-law, I'm afraid Sue's mother would wake up laughing in her dreams. Puppy love? So what? The world is big, but my daughter-in-law is the biggest. Sue's mother began to hypnotize herself. Anyway, my son's academic performance is so excellent, it doesn't seem to be a big deal if he delays a little. On the contrary, if you miss such a beautiful daughter-in-law, where can you find her? Suemo took Yen Joshi's hand and walked over, but Yen Joshi's pretty face was full of nervousness. This is Sumo's mother, how can she not be nervous? For a moment, Yen Joshi's palms began to sweat from nervousness, and there was a look of confusion in her beautiful eyes. Suemo could sense Yen Joshi's nervousness and patted her on the back gently. Xiaoxi, my mom is very easy to talk to, you don't have to be nervous. Look, when I first met my aunt, I behaved very well. Having said that, Yen Joshi still felt a little nervous. The two walked up to Sue's mother, and Suemo introduced her. Mom, this is a classmate from class 1, grade 3. Her name is Yen Joshi. Sue's mother's attention was all on Yen Joshi. When she got closer, she realized that this girl was so beautiful. She was even more beautiful than when she had seen her from a distance just now. In all her years, this was the first time she had seen such a beautiful girl. For words, ice like skin and jade like bones. Sue's mother glanced at the two people still holding hands, and her mouth couldn't stop smiling. She couldn't help but give her son a thumbs up in her heart. So proud. How could he find her such a beautiful daughter-in-law without saying a word? He is worthy of being her son. Su Jingqi. Auntie, hello, my name is Yen Joshi, you can just call me Xiaoxi. Yen Joshi took a deep breath and tried to make herself look more natural. She also wanted to leave a good impression in front of Sue's mother. After all, this is the first time we meet. It's beautiful. Seeing Yen Joshi's pretty appearance, Sue's mother smiled and immediately took her other hand. Xiaoxi, how old are you now? Who are your family members? And, Mom, are you investigating the household registration? Seeing Yen Joshi's helpless look, Suemo hurriedly spoke up to help her out, otherwise, the girl would probably cry. Ahem. Mother Su rolled her eyes at Suemo and said with a smile, Xiaoxi, I made braised pork today. This is Xiaomo's favorite dish. Would you like to try it too? Yen Joshi was shocked by what Sue's mother said. She had originally thought of just coming over to say hello, but she didn't expect this to happen. She didn't know how to respond to Sue's mother. To go or not to go? My mother said so, let's go together. Sumo's eyes were full of smiles, and he thought to himself, this girl finally knows how he felt at the beginning, right? Hearing her son's help, the smile on Sue's mother's face became even more intense. Before, she didn't know that her son was so talented in picking up girls. It really was a big surprise for her. Then can I use Auntie's cell phone to call home later? Yen Joshi opened her mouth. She really didn't want to reject Mother Sue's kindness, so she explained in a low voice, otherwise I'm afraid Mother will worry. Sure. Now, Sue's mother had a higher opinion of Yen Joshi. Not only was she beautiful, she also had a good personality, and most importantly, she was sensible. Where could she find such a daughter-in-law? What a stroke of luck. On the way, Yen Joshi used Sue's mother's cell phone to call home and told her the whole story truthfully. During the call, Yan's mother was not surprised at all. She just told Yen Joshi to be polite in front of the elders and said nothing else. After arriving at Sumo's house, Yen Joshi was pulled by Sue's mother to sit in the living room to chat. The more Sue's mother talked, the more surprised she was. Yen Joshi was even better than she had imagined, whether in terms of family background or appearance everything couldn't be better. But the more this happened, the more worried Sue's mother became. Is her son worthy of such an outstanding girl? By the way, Xiaoxi, are the results of your second mock test out? It has been announced. Yan Joshi nodded slightly, with a hint of happiness on her pretty face, and said softly, Auntie, Xiaoma performed very well in this second mock test. Can you guess how many points he got? Speaking of this, Yan Joshi couldn't leave out Suemo every 3 sentences. How many points? Sue's mother asked cooperatively. 750 points, a perfect score that earned me first place in the city. Yan Joshi smiled with a look of pride, even happier than if she had scored 750 points. How many? Surprise? No. Shock. That's 750 points. Is my son cheating? These surprises one after another made Sue's usually calm mother a little overwhelmed. Some of her previous concerns disappeared without a trace in an instant. Not worthy? No. She deserves it, her son is excellent. Auntie, you don't know that the school now values Xiaoma very much. Yan Joshi kept praising Suemo, which made Sue's mother smile with joy. Mom, don't listen to Xiaoxi's nonsense. Her grades are also very good. Suemo came over with the last dish and just heard these words. He couldn't help but shook his head and laughed. After putting the dish down, he sat directly next to Yan Joshi and pushed his mother to the opposite side. Oh. Mother Sue was too lazy to argue with her son. Instead, she became curious about what he said. How many points did Xiaoxi get in the exam this time? Sue's mother had asked Yan Joshi about her grades just now, but she had just rubbed her the question with a not bad, so she hadn't thought much about it. Now, after hearing what her son said, her eyes were filled with curiosity. What do you think? Suemo took a piece of braised pork with chopsticks and put it into his mouth, his face full of satisfaction. However, when he saw his mother's unfriendly eyes, he hurriedly explained, I scored 750 points this time, ranking first in the city, and Xiaoxi scored 747 points, ranking second in the city. Don't you think it's amazing? What? Hearing this, Sue's mother opened her mouth in surprise. 747 points? Second in the city? Now, Sue's mother couldn't help but look at the girl in front of her again. Whether it was her appearance, temperament, family background, or academic performance, this girl was impeccable. But, is my son really worthy of such a perfect girl? I used to be a good match, but how about it? Seeing his mother's absent-minded look, Suemo smiled and said, Mom, are you scared? Xiaoemo, stop teasing your aunt. Yan Joshi secretly twisted Sumo's waist. She was extremely sensitive and could tell at a glance that Sue's mother seemed to be worried. It's just a joke. Suemo straightened his back, feeling extremely bitter in his heart. This girl, when did she learn this trick? How should I live the days ahead? Chapter 22, Principal-S Meeting. Watching the two's furtive actions, Sue's mother felt relieved instantly, thinking to herself, it's good that they are happy together, and we can talk about the future later. Come on, Xiaoxi, hurry up and eat. After figuring it out, Sue's mother invited Yan Joshi to eat. At this moment, she felt that she was really old. When she was young, she was not as sentimental as she is now. Thank you, Auntie. After the meal, Yan Joshi and Sue's mother became much closer, and there was no longer the sense of restraint that they had in the beginning. After dinner, Sue's mother chatted with Yan Joshi for a while, and the meeting ended successfully at around 8 o'clock in the evening. As soon as the three of them walked out of the community gate, they saw a black Audi S6 waiting on the roadside. Auntie, Xiaoma, I'll go back first. Yan Joshi nodded slightly to Sue's mother, and her tense heart finally relaxed. She was completely unprepared mentally to meet Sue's mother today. It would be a lie to say she wasn't nervous. However, the results seemed to be good. Sue's mother did seem easy to get along with, and she did not do anything rude. In fact, Yan Joshi's worries were completely unnecessary. Anyone would like a girl like her. Xiaoxi, come and play more often in the future. Yes, Auntie. Yan Joshi smiled lightly and said playfully, Auntie, just don't find me annoying when the time comes. How come? Mother Sue smiled and said, Auntie is looking forward to you coming every day. Xiaoemo, see you tomorrow. Yan Joshi smiled, blinked at Suemo, then turned and got into the car. Suemo was stunned, staring at the car going away. Seeing her son's useless look, Sue's mother couldn't help but tease him, Son, stop looking. You can't even see the back of the car. Hearing this, Suemo scratched his head awkwardly and smiled sheepishly. Son, can you tell me the truth? Mother Su looked at Suemo with curiosity, her eyes full of teasing. What? Xiaoxi is so outstanding, how did you trick her into getting him? Suemo. Why does this sound so awkward? What is cheating? He relies on charm. Well, Suemo didn't know what he relied on, and he didn't know why Yin Joshi fell in love with him. Facing his mother's question, Sumo's mouth twitched slightly. Mom, is your son so bad in your eyes? Your son is quite handsome, isn't he? He's quite handsome. Mother Su nodded and said, but there are so many handsome boys, why did you choose me? Mom, does Xiaoxi need any reason to like me? Suemo protested dissatisfiedly. In response to Sumo's reaction, Su's mother couldn't help but shake her head in amusement and explained, that's not what I meant, but for a girl as outstanding as Xiaoxi, there's no way she can't find a partner. Apart from being handsome, you don't seem to have any other advantages. Suemo. This is really my real mother. Don't you feel guilty for evaluating your son like this? Besides being handsome, he also. All right. It seems that there are really no advantages. Mother Su continued, son, Xiaoxi is so outstanding, you have to make yourself even better, otherwise, Xiaoxi's mother may not agree to your marriage. Mom, how old are we? Suemo looked helpless and muttered softly, isn't it a bit too early to talk about marriage now? Snort. Mother Su rolled her eyes at Suemo in annoyance and said, you have to make long-term plans for everything. Anyway, I have decided on Xiaoxi as my daughter-in-law. You can decide for yourself. After saying that, Su's mother turned around and walked into the community, leaving Suemo alone in the wind. Looking at his mother's back, a smile slowly appeared at the corner of his mouth. This girl is good. He conquered his mother after just meeting her once. How quick and easy. Mom, don't worry, I will definitely trick you into marrying my daughter-in-law. Pooh. I will definitely marry you home. Number 2 Middle School. Because of Sumo's successful case of turning things around, the senior high school students began to review like crazy. In the past, there were always people complaining about the hard work and tiredness, but now no one says these negative words. When they learned that the school was going to add an evening self-study class, many students even felt happy. There are always some trivial things to do when they get home, so they can't concentrate on reviewing at all. But it's different in school. This is the best place to learn. The most important thing is that there are teachers to explain. If you have any questions you don't understand, you can get answers immediately. Suemo handed over the 10,000 yuan bonus he received from the second mock test to his mother. Su's mother kept her promise and replaced Sumo's computer with the latest LCD model the next day. Now, Suemo finally has something to do. Suemo felt very bored seeing his classmates studying hard every day. That's right, it's boring. He wanted to study as hard as everyone else, but my strength doesn't allow it. For Suemo, reviewing is completely useless. Not to mention high school courses, he has even taught himself college courses. What else can he learn? Even if he has something to learn, the key is that the teacher can't teach him. So, Suemo either slept in class or read some extracurricular books, which made Fatty Wang so envious. However, Fatty Wang also knew that he could not compete with Suemo, as the latter was number 1 in the city. But what about him? 1987 in the whole city. The difference is not a small one, so I have no choice but to continue to devote myself to reviewing. No matter what, I must give myself a satisfactory answer during the 3 years of high school. In such an atmosphere, time passed quickly and before we knew it, a month had passed. Finally, the third mock exam is about to begin. When Lu Yu walked into the classroom and saw the students who were reviewing with their heads down, he felt relieved. Of course, except Suemo. Looking at Suemo who was sleeping on the table, Lu Yu was helpless. Sumo's grades were all full marks, what else could she, as a teacher, say? Besides, this is Lu Yu's teaching style. As long as your grades are good, everything else doesn't matter. Ahem. All of a sudden, all the students looked at Lu Yu on the podium, and even Suemo was woken up by Fatty Wang. Everyone stopped for a moment, I have something to say. Looking at all the students below, Lu Yu said, I have seen everyone's efforts over the past period of time, but blindly studying hard is not the right way to improve yourself. There are still 2 days until the last big test before the college entrance examination. Are you ready? Ready, all the students responded loudly. They have been reviewing hard for a month just for this third mock test. It is said that the difficulty of the third mock test is closest to the college entrance examination, and everyone wants to see their true level before the college entrance examination. This momentum among everyone is very good. Lu Yu nodded with satisfaction at the students' reactions. To be honest, she was more nervous about the third mock exam than the students. This is the first class of students she has taught. Lu Yu gave a few words of encouragement and then walked out of the classroom. Before leaving, she called Su Mo out. "Teacher, what do you want to talk to me about?" Su Mo walked out of the classroom and nodded politely to Lu Yu. In an instant, Lu Yu's face turned dark. "You?" Lu Yu is only 25 years old this year, still in the prime of her life. Why does she feel like an old woman when Su Mo calls her like that? Do I look old? Lu Yu glared at Su Mo unhappily and said, "When no one is around, just call me Sister Lu Yu." "Sister Lu Yu, is there something you want me to say?" Su Mo asked. "Lu Yu. Do I have to say it myself? So annoying." Seeing Lu Yu's gnashing teeth, Su Mo quickly realized that women attach great importance to age, so he quickly changed the topic and said, "Sister Lu Yu, do you want to ask me something? The principal is looking for you." After saying that, Lu Yu turned around and left in her 5-centimeter high heels. Before leaving, she gave Su Mo a look, as if to say, "You're smart, kid." Su Mo curled his lips and walked to the window of Class 1. When he saw that Yen Joshi was not in the classroom, he knew in his heart that this girl must have gone to the principal. So he ran to Wang Qinian's office. "Knock knock. Come in." Pushing the door open, Su Mo saw Yen Joshi sitting on the sofa at a glance. Wang Qinian was sitting at his desk. When he saw Su Mo coming in, he said, "Student Su Mo is here? Come and sit down." "Principal, you're looking for me?" Su Mo walked over to Yen Joshi and sat down. They always stood when they came here before, but this time, after sitting on the sofa, Su Mo only had one feeling comfortable. After Su Mo sat down, Wang Qinian put down the documents in his hand, stood up and took 2 cups of boiled water and placed them in front of the two of them. These two were his top priorities. "Thank you, Principal." The two of them expressed their gratitude. "The reason I called you here this time is mainly because of the 3 model test in 2 days. You all know this news, right?" "No." Hearing this, Su Mo and Yen Joshi nodded. Wang Qinian smiled slightly and said, "According to internal information, the difficulty of this 3 model test is the highest in recent years, so you two must not be careless. As the last major exam before the college entrance examination, you must go all out so that you can know your true level and prepare for the upcoming college entrance examination." "Principal, don't worry, we will do our best in the exam and strive to take the top 2 in the city again." Su Mo smiled confidently, and Yen Joshi beside him also nodded. "It's good to be confident, but not arrogant." Seeing this, Wang Qinian spoke up again to remind him. Although he knew that this was a bit redundant, he felt a little uneasy if he didn't say it. Understood. Su Mo and Yen Joshi smiled at each other. "Isn't it just the 3rd mock exam? Simple." Chapter 23, Sweet Mouth You Get Meat. The next 2 days. Number 2 Middle School did not increase the students' review plan, and even cancelled the evening self-study class. Being too tense will often have a counterproductive effect. It is not a bad thing to relax appropriately. Relaxation and tension alternately is the way to go. Bite. The system has issued a task. Please ask the host to get the first place in the city with a perfect score in this 3 model test. Hearing the system voice ringing in his mind, a smile appeared on Sumo's face. Although he didn't know what kind of useless skills the system would reward this time, it was better than nothing, right? Even if the rewarded skills are useless, they are better than nothing and you never know when they may come in handy. In general, it can be summed up in 4 words: it's never too late to have more skills. On the day of the 3rd mock test, all students arrived at school an hour early, even Su Mo was no exception. Don't think that Sumo's character has changed drastically. In fact, this is the result of Lu Yu's repeated reminders, and he dare not come. Around 7:10. Lu Yu walked into the classroom and saw Su Mo drowsily lying on the table. She knew that all the students had arrived. Even Su Mo, who is always late, has come. Do other students need to worry? Need not. If Su Mo knew what Lu Yu was thinking, he would be so depressed that he would vomit blood. What does it mean to be late for love? It's obviously just that the timing is more accurate, that's all. Is it considered late if I'm late? Of course it doesn't count for Su Mo. Classmates, everyone knows what today means, right? Looking at the students in the classroom, Lu Yu's delicate face showed a trace of seriousness, and said in a deep voice, "This 3 model test is the last battle before the college entrance examination. Everyone must not take it lightly. Although it is not the real college entrance examination, it is an opportunity to test myself. Through this test, everyone can find out their own shortcomings and prepare for the real college entrance examination. It is said that the difficulty of this 3 model exam is almost the same as the real college entrance examination. Everyone must work hard, understand?" "No." All the students in Class 3 were full of fighting spirit. They had been waiting for this day for a whole month and were full of energy. "Very good." Lu Yu was quite satisfied with the students' responses. "I want to emphasize to everyone again that this time, the 3 mock tests are in accordance with the standards of the college entrance examination in all aspects. You must remember what I reminded you yesterday." Having said that, Lu Yu was still a little worried, so he simply told it again. "You must bring your student ID card and a black gel pen." Lu Yu talked for a full 20 minutes before he finally stopped. Sumo, who was already sleepy, almost fell asleep after listening to her. It's not that Lu Yu is nagging. The situation in other senior classes is similar to that of Class 3. Some class teachers were even spitting. The deeper the care, the deeper the love. This test is to examine the results of their teaching in the past 3 years. Some teachers are even more nervous than the students. Set off. Following the order, the senior high school students rushed to the examination room. The location of this 3rd mock exam was number 1 middle school. For this purpose, the school has specially prepared 6 buses to pick up and drop off students. When getting on the bus, Sumo inadvertently saw Yen Joshi sitting by the window in the front right corner of the bus. Yen Joshi was staring blankly with lifeless eyes, a few strands of hair falling down her pretty face onto her shoulders, looking like she was troubled by something. Seeing this scene, Sumo frowned slightly. Since he and Yen Joshi confirmed their relationship, this was the first time he saw Yen Joshi like this. He couldn't help but wonder in his heart, did this girl encounter something unhappy? However, the car is about to start its journey, so everything will have to wait until this test. Number 2 middle school is not close to number 1 middle school. Number 2 middle school is located on the east side of Linhai, while number 1 middle school is located on the westernmost side of Linhai. The 2 schools are like 2 demon kings, each owning its own territory. In fact, it is true. The most famous schools in Linhai are number 1 middle school and number 2 middle school. Both schools are key schools in Linhai. No matter who you are, you want your children to go to these 2 schools. However, the popularity of number 1 middle school is obviously much higher than that of number 2 middle school, because 5 years ago, a top scorer in the college entrance examination appeared in number 1 middle school. It is also because of this that number 1 middle school is more favored by those academic masters. This has resulted in number 2 middle school, which was originally similar in strength to number 1 middle school, being completely suppressed by number 1 middle school in recent years. Whether it is the undergraduate admission rate or the college entrance examination ranking, number 2 middle school is far superior to number 1 middle school. This is also the reason why Wang Qinian values Sumo and Yen Joshi so much. He finally sees hope for number 2 middle school to turn things around, so he must treat the 2 of them like treasures, right? It took nearly half an hour for the bus to arrive at number 1 middle school. Sumo was not very familiar with number 1 middle school because number 2 middle school was too far away. It would take more than an hour to ride a bike there. It would be better to sleep in with that time. As soon as they got off the bus, the students from Class 3 were pulled together by Lu Yu. When everyone enters the examination room later, take your time, one by one. Don't rush, okay? No. After hearing the students' answers, Lu Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. A gratified smile appeared on her face. She raised her little hand and waved gently, "Enter the examination room." The 3rd mock test is different from previous exams. The specifications of this exam are completely in line with the standards of the college entrance examination. The reason for this is to allow all students to become familiar with the college entrance examination process in advance. After going through many levels, Sumo finally found his seat. He looked around and found that there was no one he knew in the classroom. He couldn't help but sigh. It seems that the division is very messy this time. Not long after we sat down, 4 teachers walked into the classroom. The leading teacher took a step forward and announced the rules of the exam in a deep voice. Jingle. When the bell rings, the 3rd simulation officially begins. The order of the exams remained the same as before, so Suemo didn't feel anything unusual. No matter how the exam went, he was extremely confident that the first place this time could only belong to him. Suemo controlled himself a little and wrote his words less exaggeratedly, but this alone was enough to shock the invigilator. How can a senior high school student practice hard pen calligraphy to such a level? Rare. It's so rare. Little did people know that this was Sumo's level after he concealed his shortcomings. If he gave his full strength, the teacher would probably be even more shocked. Suemo finished the test paper very quickly. After just a glance at the questions, the related knowledge points emerged in his mind. He finished the test paper in less than half an hour. After finishing, Suemo began to check slowly. Once is not enough? Twice then. If 2 times isn't enough, then 10 times. Although Suemo didn't learn anything else from Lee Dahai, he did learn the habit of checking. Although the chance of making a mistake is very small, it never hurts to check a few more times. After one exam is over, there is only a short 10-minute break to go to the bathroom before another exam begins. After a morning, all the students felt extremely tired. This is normal. When a person's mind is in a state of high-intensity concentration for a long time, it is easy to feel tired. Of course, Suemo didn't feel anything at all, because the questions on the test paper were not difficult for him and he answered them effortlessly. Jingle. Carry out an assignment. Hearing this, a smile broke out on Sumo's face. He could finally eat. Because he had to come to school early in the morning, he didn't have time to eat breakfast, and his stomach was already rumbling. During the 1-hour mealtime, Suemo could smell the aroma of meat from a distance. Braised pork? Smelling this familiar smell, Suemo couldn't help but his eyes lit up, and he ran towards the cafeteria of No. 1 middle school. When it was Sumo's turn to serve the food, he smiled at the auntie who was serving the food. Sister, you are so beautiful. You are not yet 30 years old this year, right? Hearing this, the students standing behind Suemo showed contempt. Elder sister? Not 30 yet? Are you blind? No matter how you look at it, the auntie serving the food is already in her 40s. Tell lies with open eyes. Young man, I'm almost 50 years old this year. The auntie who served the food couldn't stop smiling. Where is that? Suemo smiled sincerely and denied, Sister looks like she is only 30 years old at most. Such a sweet mouth. Which woman doesn't like to be praised for her youth? The cafeteria aunt is no exception. So, Suemo happily walked away with a large plate of braised pork, ignoring the contempt of others. However, when the others saw the full plate of braised pork on Sumo's plate, they couldn't help but swallow their saliva and wondered, do the aunties at No. 1 middle school serve such large portions? But when it was their turn, after seeing the 3 or 2 pieces of braised pork on their plates, these students were so depressed that they almost vomited blood, and they all wailed in their hearts, why did that guy have so much meat just now? It turns out that if you speak sweet words, you will get meat. After eating and drinking, Suemo looked at the clock on the cafeteria wall and saw that there was only half an hour left. Well. Suemo couldn't help but sigh. How nice it would be if he could have a nice nap at this time. However, imagination is beautiful, but what about reality? The reality is that Suemo can only return to the examination room and prepare for the exam. Yes, reality is so cruel. Chapter 24, Is it illegal to run fast? Jingle. As the bell rang, the afternoon exam officially began. 4 invigilators patrolled back and forth, almost eliminating all possibilities of cheating. Although the 3 mock tests were not the college entrance examinations, they also prevented cheating from happening. As for cheating in the college entrance examination? It's complete bullshit. Rustle. The only sound in the entire classroom was the students answering questions. Every time the test paper was handed out, Suemo would start answering the questions right away, as if he had turned into an answering machine. Sumo's unusual behavior naturally attracted the attention of several invigilators. There were invigilators standing beside him to monitor him from time to time, but they did not find any signs of cheating. Of course it is impossible for Suemo to cheat. Does he need to cheat when he has the system? No. That's an insult to the system. Because the system is the biggest plug-in. Jingle. Stop writing and hand in your paper. As soon as the invigilator's voice sounded, all the students except Suemo couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The exam is finally over. One word: tired. When he heard the bell, Suemo was still the first to hand in his paper, and ran to the gate of number 1 middle school as soon as he left the examination room. Suemo always remembered Yen Joshi's lost look before the exam. He wanted to know what had happened. After all, he was Yen Joshi's boyfriend now, so if she had any troubles, they naturally had to share their worries. After arriving at the gate, Suemo immediately saw Luyu standing on the side of the road. Luyu also saw Suemo, who was out of breath. She walked up to Suemo and said with a sullen smile, "Why are you running so fast? Did you do something that made you feel guilty? Is it illegal to run fast?" Suemo breathed a sigh of relief and spread his hands helplessly. Luyu's mouth and eyelids twitched wildly when she saw his harmless appearance. This was only Suemo. If any other student dared to bully her like this, he would definitely be scolded. Seeing Luyu's angry look, Suemo chuckled and hurriedly explained, "Teacher, I just wanted to come out early to wait for Xiaoxi. When we set off this morning, I saw that she seemed to be worried, so I wanted to ask her what was going on." Anyway, almost all the teachers in the senior year knew about his relationship with Yen Joshi, so Suemo had no intention of hiding it at all. "Oh, can't you see?" Luyu looked at Suemo in surprise, as if she had discovered a new world, and joked, "I thought you were a straight man, but I didn't expect you to be so caring." After saying this, Luyu felt like crying but had no tears. Suemo actually cared about his girlfriend in front of her? Are students' love affairs so open these days? The most important thing is that she was not angry at all and even wanted to joke with Suemo. This is really crazy. In the past, Luyu would never have been able to accept such a thing. But, as the saying goes, times have changed. Now, Suemo and Yen Joshi are the key talents of number 2 middle school who are aiming to be the top scorers in the college entrance examination. Even the principal has turned a blind eye to their affairs. What can Luyu say? Moreover, Suemo and Yen Joshi didn't do anything out of the ordinary. At most, they just held hands. Their academic performance was as stable as ever, and in fact, they were getting better and better. This left Luyu speechless. Fall in love? Let us talk. Straight man of steel? Suemo raised his eyebrows and said, "Straight men can't find girlfriends." "Teacher, do you know any warm men?" "I'm the one you're talking about." Luyu. How can there be such a shameless person in the world? Simply put, it's shameless. "Teacher, how old are you this year?" Suemo glanced towards the school gate and didn't see Yen Joshi, so he asked Luyu casually. 25. Hearing this, Luyu was stunned for a moment, but after finishing speaking, she looked at Suemo warily. "Why are you asking this? A woman's age is a secret. Luyu seldom tells others her age. Not to mention her, any woman would basically keep silent when the question of age is mentioned." "Teacher, you are already 25 this year?" Suemo looked at Luyu with surprise. Judging from her appearance, Luyu looked to be in her early 20s. In his words, she looked relatively young. "Yes." A hint of doubt appeared in Luyu's eyes. "Is there any problem?" "Nothing." Suemo smiled and explained while looking at the school gate, "It doesn't look like that. I feel that Sister Luyu looks just a little older than Xiaoxi. I thought you were only in your early 20s. Which woman doesn't like to be praised for her youth?" It should be said that every woman likes such words, and Luyu is no exception. "Suemo, when did you become so sweet?" Luyu chuckled and looked at Suemo in surprise. "No wonder you can catch up with such an outstanding girl like Yen Joshi, not bad." Suemo leaned closer to Luyu, looking frivolous. "Teacher, do you have a boyfriend?" No. In an instant, Luyu's face turned red. She didn't expect Suemo to be so bold. "Do you dare to ask such a question?" "Really?" Cough. "The teacher puts all her energy into you. How can she have the time to find a boyfriend?" Luyu forced herself to add when she felt Suemo's strange gaze. Suemo secretly curled his lips and muttered quietly, "But, the English teacher of class 5 seems to be only in her 20s, how come she has found a boyfriend?" Awkward. It's so embarrassing. The teacher is the class teacher, so there are a lot of things to do. In desperation, Liu found a lame excuse and looked at Suemo unkindly, as if to say, "If you want to ask again, just wait." Suemo was not stupid, so he could see what Liu meant, so he just shut his mouth obediently. The sky is big, the earth is big, but life is the most important. Challenge Liu's wrath? What a joke. That's just courting death. Suemo didn't want to die, so he quickly turned his head to the side, and saw Yen Joshi who had just walked out. Her long black hair fluttered in the wind, her beautiful face and her quiet temperament made everyone feel ashamed and distanced themselves from her. Xiaoxi, how was your performance today? Suemo ran to Yen Joshi and raised his hand to help her tidy up her slightly messy hair, which broke the hearts of the boys nearby. Sure enough, beauties belong to others. Not bad. Feeling Sumo's movements, Yen Joshi's pretty face showed a hint of shyness. Xiaomo, why did you come out so early? Is that even necessary? Suemo smiled proudly and said arrogantly, brother is so powerful, so of course I came out earlier than you. Yen Joshi was not surprised by Sumo's shamelessness. She pursed her lips and chuckled, and two charming dimples appeared on her pretty face, which was very adorable. Suemo took Yen Joshi's hand and walked to Lu Yu's side. Yen Joshi lowered her head shyly. Lu Yu looked at the two of them speechlessly. They were holding hands right in front of her? Moreover, there are many teachers and students from other schools here. It's really amazing that they are showing their affection without caring about others. The show of Ching Hua. Can't you be a little more low-key in front of so many people? However, Lu Yu couldn't say anything. She was also responsible for this matter. In the end, she could only sigh helplessly. On the way back to school, Suemo shamelessly boarded a bus and sat on the left side of the first row with Yen Joshi. A heartbreaking sound was heard in the carriage. Although they knew that Suemo and Yen Joshi were together, the boys in Class 1 still found it hard to accept when they saw it with their own eyes. In their hearts, Yen Joshi is the most perfect girl, but she was taken away by this pig Suemo? Unforgivable. A group of boys looked at Suemo with hostility. Sumo's grades were very abnormal, but so what? Goddess Yen belongs to everyone. Suemo simply ignored these looks. He didn't learn anything from the time he was with Yen Joshi, but he became more and more shameless. After the bus started moving, everyone's eyes slowly shifted away from Suemo. They had been taking exams all day and were tired, so they decided to just let this annoying guy go for now. Seeing that no one was paying attention to the side, Suemo took Yen Joshi's hand and asked, Xiaoxi, are you unhappy about anything recently? Can you tell me about it? Yen Joshi's body trembled slightly, but she returned to normal in an instant. Nothing happened, maybe I was a little nervous and didn't sleep well last night. Suemo frowned slightly. He saw the abnormality at that moment, but since Yen Joshi didn't say anything, he didn't dare to ask anymore. However, Suemo kept this matter in mind. The more Yen Joshi acted like this, the more it proved that something was wrong. Xiaoxi, is there something you haven't done? Seeing that Yen Joshi was not in a very good mood, Suemo slowly approached the beauty and whispered in her ear that he remembered clearly the bet they had made. I'm not ready yet, wait a minute. Sure enough, after hearing this, Yen Joshi's pretty face turned red instantly, and Suemo swallowed his saliva at her charming look. Of course you can, but you can't default on your debt. Suemo smiled slightly. The purpose of saying this was to make Yen Joshi forget those unhappy things. I will not default on my debt. Yen Joshi murmured in a voice as thin as a thread, then turned her head to look out the window. Her pretty red face showed her inner nervousness, and at the same time, a strange feeling arose in her heart. The buds of love have already sprouted. Chapter 25, Deceiving Girls. Common name, Deceiving Girls. When we got back to school, it was dark. The gate of number 2 middle school was crowded with people. They were parents who came to pick up their children. There was a cold wind blowing outside, but no one complained. How pitiful are the loving hearts of parents in the world. See you tomorrow, Xiaoxi. See you tomorrow. After getting off the bus, Suemo said goodbye to Yen Joshi, turned around and ran towards the school gate. Just now on the bus, he saw his mother waiting at the school gate and was deeply moved. From childhood to adulthood, Su's mother has always taken care of Suemo meticulously, day after day for more than 10 years. Although he did not have fatherly love, Su's mother made up for it in her own way. Mom, why are you here again? Suemo ran to his mother, his face full of unhappiness, and said, I have my own bicycle, you don't have to run so far to pick me up. It's okay. Su's mother smiled with relief, raised her hand and touched Sumo's head, her eyes full of doting. These two simple words blocked Sumo's mouth. He opened his mouth and finally only uttered 2 words. Go home. In the following days, the school humanely cancelled all evening self-study sessions for a week, under the pretext of allowing students to relax. For the 3rd mock exam, the students' nerves were tense for nearly a month. Both the principal and the teachers noticed this, and although the college entrance examination was approaching, they still generously left the students some time to rest. No matter what, students are human beings, not machines. Sunday, 6:30 in the morning. Ding ding. Suemo was woken up by the shrill sound of an alarm clock. He opened his eyes drowsily and tried to somersault but failed. Crack! Crack! Looking at the bed that was almost falling apart, Suemo couldn't help but twitch his mouth, but when he thought about today's schedule, his face was filled with excitement. After getting dressed, Suemo walked out of the room and went straight to the bathroom. The noise of washing and scrubbing woke up Sue's mother. When she saw her son who was very busy, she was amazed. The sun rises from the west? Mother Sue stood at the door of the bathroom, looking at Suemo with a look of surprise on her face. As far as I remember, you don't get up until noon on weekends, right? Is there any activity today? Mom, I just happened to need to talk to you about something. Suemo wiped his face with a towel and said with a smile, today, Shaoxi and I have an appointment to go out and play together, you see. Having said that, Suemo rubbed his hands. The meaning was self-evident, he wanted money. When Sue's mother heard this, she smiled so hard that her eyes narrowed. Wait. Zhaoyang Road intersection. Suemo arrived an hour earlier than the agreed time. What a date. He couldn't let the girl wait for him, could he? Touching his bulging wallet, Suemo felt a little elated. Originally, he had applied for a huge sum of 1,000 yuan from his mother today. According to his estimation, 1,000 yuan would definitely be enough. However, when Sue's mother learned that Suemo was going shopping with his future daughter-in-law, she gave him 3,000 yuan without saying a word. In the end, after much persuasion, he only took 1,000 yuan. How much money can two high school students spend when they go shopping? If Suemo knew the price of Yan Joshi's clothes, I'm afraid he wouldn't think so. Until the agreed time of 8 o'clock in the morning, Suemo still hadn't seen Yan Joshi, which made him very helpless. It turns out that girls' talent for being late is really beyond the reach of others. It seems like there is no concept of time at all. After waiting for a long time, Suemo couldn't help but call Yan Joshi. As soon as the call was connected, Yan Joshi's beautiful voice rang out from the phone. Xiaomo, I'll be there soon, you, wait for me for a little while. Girl, the short while you mentioned doesn't mean a few hours, right? Suemo joked. No. I've already changed my clothes and will be ready to leave soon. Yan Joshi's voice became inaudible, and it was obvious that she was a little embarrassed. Suemo. Deceptive girl commonly known as liar. Haven't he set off yet? He just sent a text message to Yan Joshi, and Yan Joshi said that she would be there soon, but after all this time she hasn't set off yet? There was no way. Suemo could only continue to wait, because he was greedy for Yan Joshi's body. Bah! Who made him like Yan Joshi? Finally, at almost 9 o'clock, Yan Joshi finally arrived. Shaoxi, the short while you mentioned turned out to be 53 minutes. Suemo looked up at the sky in doubt. His look made Yan Joshi lower her head in embarrassment. In fact, Yan Joshi didn't want to be late, so she got up at 7 o'clock in the morning, which was really rare for her. However, when it came to choosing clothes, she became indecisive and didn't know which one to wear. She was not satisfied with every outfit she tried, and she struggled for more than an hour. Finally, with the help of Yan's mother, she decided on today's clothes. The loose wool sweater makes her delicate body look even more mysterious, exuding amazing beauty. Her long black hair was casually tied into a low ponytail, exuding a youthful atmosphere. She wore a plain white skirt, and finally, a pair of white shoes. In one word, beautiful. 2 words, beautiful. 4 words, unparalleled beauty. Okay, that has 4 words, but does it matter? Unimportant. Beauty is all. It's just a short while. Yan Joshi muttered softly. The voice was soft and crisp, and Suemo felt itchy inside. A smile appeared unconsciously in his eyes. Just kidding, I didn't wait long. It's just about 2 hours. Of course, Suemo didn't say the latter part of this sentence. How could he possibly mind this? Well, he did mind when Yan Joshi wasn't here. However, after seeing Yan Joshi for the first time, all the complaints and impatience disappeared without a trace in an instant. With such a beautiful girlfriend, what's wrong with waiting for a little longer? Is this a problem? Of course not. Where are we going now? Yan Joshi giggled, looking very playful and cute. Just go in and have a look around. Suemo silently took Yen Joshi's hand with his left hand, and pointed to the Zaoyang pedestrian street next to him with his right hand. Zaoyang Pedestrian Street is a very prosperous commercial street in Linhai. It has a wide variety of goods, and except for some international brands, it can almost meet the needs of any consumer. Good. Feeling Sumo's actions, a blush appeared on Yen Joshi's beautiful little face, but there was more sweetness in her heart. The two walked hand in hand into Zaoyang Pedestrian Street. There were a lot of people there on the weekend, but Yen Joshi was still the most eye-catching one. All men were stunned by her beauty. Fairy in the painting. Suemo naturally noticed these gazes. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. When he saw the jewelry store not far away, a light flashed in his eyes. Without saying a word, Suemo pulled Yen Joshi into the jewelry store. Today he planned to buy a small gift for Yen Joshi. After all, this was their first formal date since they started dating. If you can't afford expensive gifts, cheap ones will do. As long as the intention is there. Suemo, why did you bring me here? Looking at the dazzling array of trinkets in front of him, Yen Joshi stared at Suemo blankly. Suemo drooled at her cute look. This, damn appearance. How can you be so beautiful? I can't stand it. Of course you come to a jewelry store to buy jewelry, what else can you do? Suemo tapped Yen Joshi's nose with a teasing look on his face. Suemo, you want to buy me a gift? Hearing Sumo's words, Yen Joshi's beautiful eyes lit up. In fact, she was not short of jewelry. Every time on her birthday, her mother would give her a piece of jewelry. However, she couldn't wear those jewelry at all. Why? Because those jewelry are too expensive. Yen's mother would naturally not be stingy when it comes to gifts, not to mention that the gifts are for her own daughter, so naturally they are all high-end jewelry. Those jewels cost tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands. After all, Yen Joshi is still a student. Wearing such expensive jewelry in school does seem like showing off her wealth. She is naturally very low-key, and except for a few teachers in the school who know her family situation, almost no one knows about it. The jewelry that Yen's mother gave to Yen Joshi had been sleeping in her room all the time. She seldom wore any jewelry normally. Now when she heard that Suemo was going to buy her a gift, she looked very excited. This was the first time Suemo wanted to give her a gift. Even if it was just a 1 yuan hairband, she would be very happy. In love, it is so easy to satisfy. On the contrary, it proves that love is no longer so pure. The owner of the jewelry store was a man in his 30s. He lowered his head and concentrated on playing games. He completely ignored Suemo and Yen Joshi. This made the two of them look at each other helplessly. Is doing business so capricious now? Seeing this, the two of them started shopping in the store. The accessories in this store were quite cheap, and they estimated that the consumer group was probably students like them. Neither Suemo nor Yen Joshi minded the price of the gifts at all. Does it matter how much money you have? No. The thought is what matters. After walking around for a while, Yen Joshi picked up a 4-leaf clover necklace, smiled at Suemo, and asked, Suemo, does this necklace look good? Nice. Suemo nodded without hesitation. The necklace in Yen Joshi's hand was simple in style, with some fresh elements added to the simplicity, which looked very good. You didn't even look carefully. Suemo approached Yen Joshi's delicate earlobe and spoke softly, Xiaoxi, you need to know one thing. What's up? If you are beautiful, you will look good in anything you wear. Loquacious. Yen Joshi hit Suemo with her small hand, and 2 dimples-like pears appeared on her pretty face, which was extremely beautiful. That's it. Suemo chuckled, took the necklace, turned around and walked to the counter to pay. Boss, how much? $68. The boss looked up at Suemo with a very cold expression. However, when he caught a glimpse of Yen Joshi standing beside him, his eyes widened instantly. What a beautiful girl. Cough. The cough brought the boss back to his senses quickly. He looked at Suemo with envy in his eyes. How could he chase such a beautiful girl with a $68 necklace? Acid. Too sour. Why doesn't he have such a good thing happen to him? Not to mention a necklace, he would be willing to buy the whole store. But, beauties belong to others. Suemo chose to ignore the boss's resentful look, took out a $100 bill from his pocket, and placed it on the counter in front of the boss. Check out. At this moment, Suemo suddenly had an impulse in his heart, just like what was shown on TV, no need to change, the rest is a tip. But, as the saying goes, impulse is the devil. Spend 32 yuan to eat braised pork, isn't it delicious? Walking out of the jewelry store, Yen Joshi's beautiful eyes turned and she saw a small ice cream stand not far away. She swallowed unconsciously. When she was at home, her mother never let her touch these things. Suemo saw all of Yen Joshi's little movements, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Shall we go get ice cream? Hearing this, Yen Joshi's pretty face was full of surprise, but when she saw the teasing look on Sumo's face, she lowered her head in embarrassment, but in the end she couldn't resist the temptation of ice cream and whispered, okay. Hearing this, the smile on Sumo's face became even wider. He pulled Yen Joshi towards the stall, but before they had taken a few steps, they were stopped by a voice. Little brother, little sister, please wait a moment. Chapter 26 Street Interview. Zhao Yuyu is a small anchor on the Liu platform. His daily job is to interview some passers-by on the street. He would find an event that has been popular recently and ask passers-by about their opinions. Attract attention. This is what is called riding on the popularity. However, there are many people who like to watch live broadcasts of this kind of content, which led to the emergence of anchors like Zhao Yuyu. Today, after Zhao Yuyu started broadcasting, she found that the traffic in her live broadcast room was much less than before. She originally wanted to interview a few people on the street as usual, but when she saw the low number of people in the live broadcast room, she changed her mind instantly. Zhao Yuyu frowned and thought about whether there were any hot topics recently, but after thinking about it, she still couldn't figure it out. Turning around, Zhao Yuyu saw Suemo and Yen Joshi who had just walked out of the jewelry store, and an idea flashed in her mind. Recently, isn't the college entrance examination approaching? That's it. Zhao Yuyu had an idea instantly. In addition, Yen Joshi was so beautiful that as long as she could accept the interview, even if Yen Joshi said nothing, the number of people in the live broadcast room would increase rapidly. Nowadays, who doesn't like to look at beautiful women? Everyone loves to watch it. As the saying goes, women dress up to please themselves. What is more, she is such a beautiful lady, her beauty is like the moon, and her white wrists are as white as frost and snow. Zhao Yuyu had never seen such a peerless beauty in her life. Originally, she always thought that she was good looking, but when compared with the girl not far away, she felt that she was instantly turned into ashes. Hello, can I interview you? Zhao Yuyu walked up to Suemo and Yen Joshi and smiled politely. Her mobile phone camera was facing the two of them. When Yen Joshi appeared in the live broadcast screen, the live broadcast room suddenly felt like an earthquake. What the hell? Oh my god, what a beautiful lady. Love it. Good luck. Please give me the address. This is what a woman is like. I am just a female. With a wife like this, even if I have a green, it doesn't matter. Brother upstairs, don't go, let's go to Pin Shishi and fight for one? Zhao Yuyu took a quick look at the situation in the live broadcast room, and just as she expected, the popularity of the live broadcast room increased a lot in an instant. Not only that, but the number of online viewers was growing at an extremely exaggerated rate, and the funny comments made her laugh. As expected, talented people have emerged from barrage since ancient times. Suemo took a look at the equipment on Zhao Yuyu and guessed the general situation in his mind. However, he saw that Zhao Yuyu spoke quite politely, so he nodded reluctantly. As for Yen Joshi, she stood quietly beside Suemo, like a well-behaved little wife. Her quiet temperament made Zhao Yuyu unable to help but glance at her from time to time. This is so beautiful. As a girl, even she couldn't help but fall in love with this girl. Exaggerate? No, not exaggerating at all. The ultimate beauty can transcend gender. That's Yen Joshi. Any questions? Ask. Suemo glanced at Zhao Yuyu with a calm expression. In the live broadcast room, the barrage of comments was scrolling rapidly. Anchor, how old is this young lady? Bullshit, why ask about age? I just want to know what the girl's measurements are. LSP, but I like it, just ask this question. Hey, you're just asking for my measurements, as if I'm not an LSP. Seeing the content of the barrage, Zhao Yuyu's face darkened. If she was foolish enough to ask such a sensitive question, she would definitely be scolded and turned away. Zhao Yuyu was not stupid, so she naturally would not ask such a question. She smiled at the two of them and said, "The college entrance examination is approaching soon. I think you two should be high school students. I wonder what grade you are in now." Senior year. Suemo responded indifferently. According to his guess, the female anchor in front of him would ask about the college entrance examination next. You two are both seniors? Zhao Yuyu was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. She was just about to interview about the college entrance examination and she met two senior high school students. It was really God's will. Yes, my girlfriend and I are both senior high school students. Is that a problem? Suemo nodded and naturally held Yen Joshi's jade hand with his right hand. His small action made Yen Joshi lower her head in embarrassment. A blush rose on her pretty face, which was extremely beautiful. In the live broadcast room, ghosts cried and wolves howled instantly. Let go of that girl. How can you be tempted by such a beautiful lady? Take this man out and execute him immediately. Ah, my first love. Anchor, please give me the address. The 40-meter-long sword is thirsty. Zhao Yuyu was not very surprised by this situation, because she just noticed that the two were very close, and there was a high probability that they were boyfriend and girlfriend. Sure enough, she guessed it right. Seeing the comments in the live broadcast room, Zhao Yuyu's mouth twitched slightly, but she still focused her attention on Suemo and Yen Joshi in front of her, and asked, the college entrance examination is almost here in another month. Under such great pressure, do you still have time to fall in love? Hearing this question, Suemo smiled slightly, and the corners of his mouth slowly curved up. Of course, ordinary students can't do it, but, meeting is fate, I will tell you a secret. What secret? Does the top student know? I know. Zhao Yuyu had a bad feeling in her heart. No, there are two top students standing in front of you. Are you happy, excited, or thrilled? Zhao Yuyu. As expected, it is like this. Isn't modesty popular these days? How can one brag about being a top student? He doesn't play by the rules at all. The conversation between the two instantly caused the live broadcast room to explode. Bah! How shameless! A top student? More like a poor student. Everyone can brag. It doesn't cost any money anyway. If you have the ability, you can get into Ching Hua University first. This kid's bragging skills are really what I learned from him. The comments in the live broadcast room became sarcastic, which made Zhao Yuyu feel embarrassed. She didn't know how to respond. It seems like the topic has been completely destroyed. However, Suemo didn't know about these comments, and even if he did, he would still be very disdainful. Is it difficult to get into Ching Hua University? For Suemo and Yen Joshi, it's not difficult at all. Judging from their current test scores, as long as they perform consistently in the college entrance examination, they can choose any university in Xia country. The world of academic masters is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Zhao Yuyu looked at the comments in the live broadcast room and had an idea in mind. She asked, it seems that this student is very confident in himself. So after the college entrance examination, which university are you going to apply to? It's not certain yet. Let's see who offers better conditions. To be honest, Suemo really had no intention of showing off, but to other people, it didn't sound like that. My classmate is so confident. Hearing such shocking words, Zhao Yuyu smiled awkwardly, and she didn't know how to respond. Xiaoma, keep a low profile. Yen Joshi quietly pulled Suemo. She herself did not like to show off, not to mention that the other party was a famous anchor and she didn't know how many people were watching, so she didn't want Suemo to be too high profile. I'm very low-key. Suemo scratched his head, a hint of doubt appeared in his eyes. What he just said was the truth. Although the two spoke in a low voice, Zhao Yuyu, who was nearby, also heard it. For a moment, it was extremely awkward. Can we still chat today? There is no way to answer it. Although creating topics can increase the popularity of the live broadcast room, Zhao Yuyu felt that the senior high school student in front of him was talking too much. It depends on who offers better conditions? Do you really think that all the universities in the country are run by your family? Bragging without thinking. There was a lot of cursing in the live broadcast room. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself instead of just licking your face and blowing it? I think there's something wrong with this guy's brain. It's so scary. Brother upstairs, are you blind? Is this a problem? This is a huge problem. Miss, this guy is not your match at all. Don't be fooled by his appearance. Does this guy have a good appearance? I don't think he looks that good. I'm sorry, I was wrong. This kid's bragging skills are even better than mine. I can't even begin to compare to him. Although Zhao Yuyu didn't like Sumo, when she saw the crazy increase in popularity in the live broadcast room, she couldn't help but feel ecstatic and asked again, "Students, can you estimate your college entrance examination scores?" In fact, the reason why Zhao Yuyu asked this was to let Yan Joshi say something. Since the beginning of the interview, Yan Joshi had not said a word, and many fans have protested. Not only that, many fans gave her a lot of gifts and kept asking her to interview Yan Joshi. Seeing the gifts floating in the sky, Zhao Yuyu gave in. Money is a bastard, but don't people like bastards these days? Fraction? Sumo thought about it seriously and said indifferently, "Let's get 750 points." Zhao Yuyu. Chapter 27. If possible, Zhao Yuyu just wanted to turn around and leave. The boy in front of her was a complete topic terminator. How to answer? 3 words can answer. Sumo turned his head and looked at the beauty beside him, and asked calmly, "Shaoxi, how many points do you think you can get in the exam?" Yan Joshi lifted the hair beside her ear and said in a voice as sweet as a nightingale, "I'm not as perverted as you. My goal is 730 points." The tones of the two were very calm, so calm that they didn't sound like they were bragging at all. In fact, they were not bragging, and that was just a fact. Zhao Yuyu. Can we still have fun? At this moment, there were only 2 words in her mind collapse. It's okay if the boy is abnormal, but how come this incredibly beautiful girl is also abnormal? 730 points? This score is almost enough to make him the top scorer in the college entrance examination in Jiangbei province. Does it mean that if you just interview someone randomly, you will meet a super academic master? No. To be exact, there should be 2. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zhao Yuyu immediately rejected this idea in her heart. How could she easily encounter a rare species like a top student these days? Moreover, there were 2 of them. The barrage of comments in the live broadcast room completely turned into a meeting to criticize Sumo. Crazy, this guy is absolutely crazy, he has infected such a beautiful girl. 730 points? You are so confident. Confident girls are the most beautiful. I like this type. Is this man crazy? Anyway, he's a little off the center in the head. If he can get 750 points, then I can get 7,500 points. Anyway, bragging doesn't count towards your tax return. There are only praises for Yan Joshi. Nowadays, as long as you are good looking, you can do anything right. However, this didn't work for Sumo. Everyone started cursing him, saying that he had snatched away the goddess in their minds. They all started to curse him. If it weren't for the fact that many sensitive words couldn't be uttered, Sumo would probably have been scolded even more harshly. However, Sumo himself didn't know all this. Ahem. Zhao Yuyu's smile was extremely awkward. She didn't know how to continue the interview, so she could only say polite words. "You 2 students are really confident. I wish you all the best in the high school entrance examination and get the good results you expected. Is it against your will?" "Certainly. Do you think we're bragging?" As soon as Sumo saw Zhao Yuyu's expression, he guessed what was going on. He didn't find it strange. After all, what he and Yan Joshi had just said was indeed hard to believe for ordinary people. Top scorer in the college entrance examination with full marks? Not to mention Jiangbei province, there are only a few of them in the entire Xia country. There are even many places where there has never been a top scorer in the college entrance examination with full marks from the beginning to the end. Simply put, the chance of a top scorer in the college entrance examination with full marks is even smaller than the chance of winning the grand prize in the lottery. Is it an exaggeration? So exaggerated. But this is the fact. No. No matter what she thought in her heart, Zhao Yuyu didn't show anything on the surface. After hearing Sumo's words, she waved her hand and said, "It's a good thing to have confidence. Everyone has a dream." Dream? It can basically be summed up in 4 words: unrealistic. Sumo and Yan Joshi could both hear the meaning behind these words, and they smiled at each other. However, Sumo's action made Zhao Yuyu stunned for a moment. He came in front of the camera and waved at it. Everyone thinks we're bragging, right? Sumo had a faint smile on his face. My name is Sumo, Su of Sumo, Mo of Sumo. You can take a look at the name of the top scorer of the college entrance examination in Jiangbei province in a month. That's it. See you again if we are lucky. As soon as he finished speaking, Suemo took Yen Joshi away, leaving Zhao Yuyu standing there in a daze. Xiaomo, weren't those words just now too high profile? Not long after walking, Yen Joshi pulled Sumo's sleeve, her pretty face full of confusion. According to her understanding of Suemo, Suemo should not be such a high-profile person. Why did he behave so abnormally this time? What's going on? Xiaoxi, I find that you are becoming more and more like a person. Suemo laughed. Who does he look like? Yen Joshi tilted her little head, her big watery eyes filled with curiosity. You are becoming more and more like my mother. Suemo leaned close to Yen Joshi's ear, his nose filled with the faint fragrance of the beauty. He couldn't help but take a few deep breaths, with a look of enjoyment on his face. Do you, believe it or not, I will tell my aunt about this? Yen Joshi could feel Sumo's little action. For a moment, her pretty face turned red, and her beautiful eyes were full of reproach. Suemo chuckled and explained, life is only a few decades long, it's better to live casually. The more you worry about something, the more tired you will be, don't you think? Yen Joshi stopped and stared at Suemo blankly, a bud in her heart slowly breaking through the ground. Girl, what are you daydreaming about? Suemo smiled mischievously and whispered, although I'm handsome, we're on the street now, you should control yourself a little and wait until we get home. Hiss. At this point, Suemo felt a sharp pain in his waist, which made him gasp and beg for mercy in a hurry. I was wrong. I told you not to talk nonsense. Yen Joshi snorted softly, blinked innocently, and slowly increased the strength in her hands. Hiss. Sumo's face turned pale, and he directly stopped Yen Joshi's slender waist with one hand, and whispered, Wife, I really know I was wrong. Let's talk nicely. A gentleman should act instead of talking. Who is your wife? Don't yell. Yen Joshi was frightened by Sumo's sudden action. This was on the street. She dodged Sumo's hand and said angrily, I am not a gentleman, I am a woman. Since ancient times, only villains and women are difficult to raise. Suemo. Alas, there is still a long way to go. However, under the bombardment of Sumo's sweet words, Yen Joshi was soon coaxed into not knowing east from west. Boss, 2 strawberry ice creams. Hold on. The two came to a small ice cream stand. Suemo watched the boss's actions with interest. Yen Joshi looked at Sumo's handsome profile and had already made a decision in her heart. After figuring it out, Yen Joshi's temperament changed subtly, and he looked much more cheerful. Xiaoxi, it's your turn to perform. Suemo was holding a strawberry ice cream in one hand. He naturally noticed the subtle change in Yen Joshi just now. Although he didn't know the reason, he could feel that it was not a bad thing, so he didn't think of asking. Both of them are mine? Yen Joshi's beautiful eyes lit up and she swallowed unconsciously. She looked extremely adorable. Certainly. 3 o'clock in the afternoon, outside Yen Joshi's villa. Shoma, thank you. I am very happy today. Yen Joshi smiled sweetly. Not only did she receive the gift from Suemo today, but she also figured out that matter. She felt like she had become more relaxed. But, would Suemo go back so foolishly? Of course not. Xiaoxi, have you forgotten something? Looking at Yen Joshi's pretty face, Suemo smiled wickedly. No matter what this girl said today, he was going to do the thing that he had been thinking about. I don't. For a moment, Yen Joshi didn't react, but when she was halfway through her words, she saw the smirk on Sumo's face, and instantly understood what Suemo was referring to. Think about it again? Suemo smiled faintly, with no intention of leaving at all. Yen Joshi blushed and stammered. Don't say you're not ready yet. I've already given you plenty of time. You can't use this excuse again. As soon as Suemo saw Yen Joshi's expression, he knew what she was going to say and interrupted her directly. To deal with this girl, you have to be quick. The only martial arts in the world that cannot be defeated is speed. The temperature on Yen Joshi's pretty face rose sharply. She also knew that she could not escape today. She took a deep breath nervously, stood on tiptoes and kissed Suemo on the face. Originally, Suemo wanted to do something bad, but Yen Joshi had already prepared for this move, so she turned around and ran into the house, turned her head and whispered to him, Xiaomo, be careful on the road, see you at school tomorrow. After saying that, Yen Joshi turned around and walked into the villa, with a trace of blush still on her pretty face. That action just now was so embarrassing. See you tomorrow, girl. Recalling the tenderness just now, Suemo was stunned for a while, but soon he came to his senses. After all, this girl was his girlfriend, and she would be his sooner or later. The next day, as soon as he arrived at school, Suemo was pulled into the office by Lu Yu. "Teacher, you look so bad this morning, who offended you?" Suemo unhurriedly moved a chair over and sat opposite Lu Yu, not feeling nervous at all about being talked to by the teacher. To be honest, Suemo was very puzzled. Why was Lu Yu blocking him at the school gate for no reason? He didn't do anything bad. Lu Yu snorted coldly and looked at Suemo with gritted teeth. Who else could it be? "It's you." "Ah?" Suemo looked at Lu Yu in surprise. He had just arrived at school. "Sister Lu Yu, I don't seem to have done anything today?" Suemo smiled and called her sister directly to get closer to her just to be prepared. "What did you do yesterday?" "Yesterday?" When Suemo heard Lu Yu ask this, a question mark appeared in his head. Wasn't he yesterday Sunday? He has nothing. Etc. At this moment, Sumo's mind exploded. He probably had guessed why Lu Yu was angry. Yesterday, he accompanied Yen Jiushi out shopping. During the whole process, the only thing that could make Lu Yu so angry was the street interview. Don't remember? Lu Yu had a cold face and snorted unhappily. Then let me tell you, you should watch this short video first. Suemo took Lu Yu's phone and started watching it. The entire short video was only a minute long. After watching it, his guess was further confirmed. Do you know how big an impact this video has? Lu Yu glared at Suemo unhappily. Even when he was not at school, she, the teacher, was still worried. Hey, I thought it was some big deal, is this it? Chapter 28 Announcement of the Third Model Test Results. Hey, I thought it was some big deal, is this it? Sumo's nonchalant look made Lu Yu grit her teeth. Because of this incident, she was criticized by the principal Wang Qinian early in the morning, saying that she failed to discipline students and caused damage to the school's image. It would be fine if Suemo just admitted his mistake humbly, but he acted as if he didn't care. Lu Yu's face darkened instantly, and her teeth were gritting. Be serious, kid. Do you know what's going on online right now? Because of your comments, number 2 middle school has become the object of ridicule. Lu Yu's loud voice scared Suemo so much that he shrank his neck and curled the corners of his mouth slightly. Have to. This time, I'm really angry. Suemo picked up Lu Yu's phone, looked at the comments under the short video, and almost got angry. Some people in the comments said that he was bragging, and some even exposed number 2 middle school, so these people started to curse number 2 middle school as well. Some people said, a school that can produce such students must not be a good one. It was precisely because of these comments that Principal Wang Qinian could not help but criticize Lu Yu. Cough. Putting down the phone, Suemo sighed slightly, and looked at Lu Yu with a look of grievance on his face. Teacher, I don't think I did anything wrong. In this matter, he did nothing wrong in the first place. Everything he said yesterday was the truth. Is it not allowed to tell the truth in this day and age? That's ridiculous. Oh. Seeing Suemo say this, Lu Yu couldn't help but laugh out loud. You're still being stubborn now? Who gave you the courage to think you did nothing wrong? Facing Lu Yu's questioning, Suemo was not angry, and asked calmly, Teacher, aren't what I said true? Or do you think I can't do it? Can't he get 750 points in the college entrance examination? Moreover, when Suemo said this, he had no intention of showing off. In his eyes, getting 750 points in the college entrance examination was a piece of cake. He said this simply because he was too disdainful to lie. However, when ordinary people hear these words, the meaning changes, which is why this kind of thing happens. But, speaking objectively, Suemo would never admit that he was wrong. He has his own principles. What others say is their business and has nothing to do with him. Lu Yu. Truth? That seems to be the case. 750 points may be a fantasy for others, but for Suemo, it is not something unrealistic. Lu Yu was so emotional just now that she didn't think so much. Now after hearing what Suemo said, she felt like something was stuck in her throat and she didn't know what to say. As Sumo's class teacher, Lu Yu was very clear about his current grades, but she always felt that something was wrong. After a long silence, Lu Yu slowly spoke. Now, there are already many people on the internet maliciously slandering the school. Doesn't this have anything to do with you? This is indeed my responsibility. Suemo nodded slightly. This situation was indeed because of him. He smiled faintly at Lu Yu and said, Sister Lu Yu, I have a way to solve this matter. Oh? Upon hearing this, Lu Yu's eyes lit up and she asked anxiously, "What's the solution? Didn't these people say I was bragging?" Suemo chuckled and raised an eyebrow at Lu Yu. "The results of the 3 mock tests will be out soon, right? When the time comes, I'll shut these people up with facts." "Is that so?" After leaving Lu Yu, Suemo did not go directly to the classroom, but went to Wang Qinian's office. The two talked for a while, and Wang Qinian agreed to his proposal. After all, if this matter is handled well, it will not only not cause any negative impact on number 2 middle school, but on the contrary, it will be a good opportunity to make number 2 middle school famous. Free publicity, don't miss it. In response to this, the number 2 middle school's Weibo account made an extremely strong response, which surprised everyone who was paying attention to the matter. Recently, a short video about students of our school appeared online, in which many people slandered our school. Suemo, a student of our school, was slandered just for saying a few true words. This behavior is really too much. In this regard, our school hereby declares that the results of the 3 mock tests will be out in the next 2 days, and we will let the results speak for themselves then. I hope those who slander our number 2 middle school will shut up. Do you know what kind of impact such behavior will have on students? If there are still people posting comments on the internet that are unfavorable to number 2 middle school, our school will take necessary legal measures. This development from number 2 middle school attracted a lot of attention, and as the incident continued to ferment, more and more people knew the news. Not many people knew the inside story, and Li Yanzhou, the principal of number 1 middle school, was one of them. After seeing the news from number 2 middle school, he instantly guessed what Wang Qinian was planning. Li Yanzhou was somewhat helpless about this, because Suemo was in number 2 middle school, but not in number 1 middle school. This Suemo seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. Now almost all the teachers in Linhai knew that there was a young man in number 2 middle school who could become the top scorer in the college entrance examination. Finally, the day came when the 3rd mock exam results were announced. Since the 3rd mock exam results had a huge impact, the education group directly announced the results of the city-wide joint exam online, and everyone checked them online as soon as possible. At this time, the teachers' lounge area of number 2 middle school was extremely lively. The results of the 3rd mock test have been announced. Let's take a look at Sumo's results this time. A male teacher shouted, and all the teachers put down their work and checked Sumo's results on the computer. When they saw the name ranked first, they couldn't help but get excited. First place in the joint entrance examination, Suemo. Total score, 750 points. School, Linhai number 2 middle school. Boom! All the teachers cheered. Because of the short video, Sumo's results in the 3 mock tests were extremely important. So, when they saw Suemo get the first place in the 3 mock tests with full marks, all the teachers had happy smiles on their faces. Even Lilan, the head teacher of class 5 who has always been at odds with Lu Yu, is the same. This matter concerns the overall honor of number 2 middle school. In this matter, personal grudges are nothing. At the same time, in class 3, Zhao Fangzhou was giving a lecture at the podium. Lu Haoyu secretly took out his mobile phone and lowered his head to check the results of the 3rd model test. Oh my god! Lu Haoyu stood up in shock and said in a lost voice, "The results of the 3rd mock test are out. Suemo got full marks and ranked first in the city." This sentence was like a bomb, instantly igniting the emotions of all the students in class 3. They had all been very concerned about this matter in recent days, and when they heard Sumo's results, everyone couldn't help but cheer. Did you really get full marks? That's amazing. Sure, is that you? 750 points? That's nothing to Suemo. It's so cool that he actually got full marks. I can only say 4 words: I'm in awe. Hey, sister, you can't prostrate yourself, because you are missing something. Bah, hooligan. Zhao Fangzhou on the podium let the students make noise. As a teacher at number 2 middle school, especially Sumo's teacher, he was happy from the bottom of his heart to see Suemo achieve such impressive results. The cheering lasted for 10 minutes before the students finally quieted down. Standing on the podium, Zhao Fangzhou glanced around the classroom, and finally his eyes stopped on Lu Haoyu. Lu Haoyu instantly felt uneasy and quickly lowered his head. "LV Haoyu, hand over your phone." "Shoo." Hearing what Zhao Fangzhou said, all the students couldn't help but boo. Lu Haoyu handed over the phone with a bitter face. Zhao Fangzhou looked at his reluctance and said unhappily, "It's just a phone. It's not like I won't give it back to you. Why are you so sad? Come to me after school and get it back. This won't happen again." "Thank you, teacher." Lu Haoyu's eyes lit up. When all the students heard this, they applauded. At this moment, Su Mo himself was extremely calm. This result was normal in his eyes. He would be surprised only if it was not a perfect score. Fatty Wang bumped into Su Mo, his fat face full of excitement, and whispered, "Brother Mo, you are really my brother, you really bring honor to our number 2 middle school." "Keep calm, basic operations." There was no emotion in Su Mo's eyes, his gaze was always on the book in his hand. He simply chose to ignore Fatty Wang's admiring look. "Isn't it just 750 points? Is it necessary to be so happy?" Chapter 29 College Entrance Examination. I'm afraid I can't take it. Jingle. As soon as the bell rang, Su Mo felt someone pat his arm. He looked at Fatty Wang in confusion and asked, "Fatty, what's wrong?" Fatty Wang winked at Su Mo with a sly smile on his face. "Brother Mo, the campus beauty of Yen University is here to see you." Hearing this, Su Mo hurriedly looked outside. There stood a fairy-like girl outside the window. Who else could it be but Yen Joshi? Yen Joshi was also looking at Su Mo. Their eyes met in the air, creating a strange spark. Yen Joshi hurriedly lowered her head with a hint of evasion in her eyes. Su Mo saw all her little movements, which made him laugh. Did this girl grow up eating cuteness? Su Mo stood up and walked out of the classroom. Looking at the fairy-like girl in front of him, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Xiaoxi, why are you here?" "The results of the third mock test are out." "Xiaoma, do you know your results?" Yen Joshi smiled faintly. Her beautiful face made many boys passing by stop and almost drool. "Girl, come with me." The strange looks from the people around made Su Mo frown slightly. Without saying a word, he took Yen Joshi's hand and went downstairs. Looking at the backs of the two people leaving, countless boys covered their chests with their hands, and their faces looked like they had eaten something. Their goddess was actually holding hands with another boy. Even though that guy was Su Mo, they couldn't help but feel a tightness in their chest. Under the willow tree on the left side of the teaching building. "Xiao Mo, why did you bring me here?" Yen Joshi's face quickly heated up as Su Mo held her hand in front of so many people. She felt shy but also a little sweet. "There were too many people just now, and people kept peeking at you. I got jealous." "Xiao Mo, you." Looking at the serious Su Mo, Yen Joshi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This reason was really weird, but it made her so happy to hear it. "Xiaoxi, are you here to congratulate me?" Su Mo blinked at Yen Joshi and smiled proudly. "Yes." Yen Joshi gave Su Mo a reproachful look, her voice soft and soft, "But, Xiaoma, can you please stop looking like you deserve a beating?" "I will definitely change it next time." Su Mo nodded nonchalantly. Looking at Yen Joshi's beautiful profile, his mood couldn't be better. This girl was his girlfriend. Only now did he slowly accept this fact. Every time he thought of this, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. Facing such a perfunctory Su Mo, Yen Joshi's pretty face showed helplessness. "By the way, Xiaoxi, how did you do in this test?" Su Mo asked. He didn't know the girl's results yet. "I heard from a classmate who secretly brought a cell phone in our class that I seem to have scored 703 points in the exam this time." A hint of unnaturalness flashed across Yen Joshi's little face. She didn't dare to look Su Mo in the eye, and her expression was a little nervous. Although this score is actually very good, it depends on who the student is. If an ordinary student got 703 points, he would be as happy as New Year's Day. However, compared with Yen Joshi's previous results, this score is not very ideal. It can even be said that I failed the exam. In fact, Yen Joshi herself was not surprised at all. A few days before the exam, she had a very unhappy argument with her mother because of that incident, which made her completely unmotivated to review. Her head was full of messy thoughts all day long. It was already quite good that she could do so well in the exam. In fact, this score was a little higher than Yen Joshi had expected. "What?" Upon hearing that Yen Joshi only scored 703 points this time, Su Mo's eyes widened and his mouth opened so wide that an egg could be stuffed in. 703 points? What's going on? This is not this girl's true level at all. "Xiaoxi, what's going on?" Su Mo recalled the scene on the day of the exam. Yen Joshi's depressed expression was still vivid in his mind. He instantly felt something was wrong. This girl must be hiding something from him. This time he must get to the bottom of it. "Nothing, just, I felt a little unwell on the day of the exam. Facing Sumo's questioning look, Yen Joshi avoided his gaze a little, and her body trembled slightly. This statement might fool others, but it couldn't fool Sumo. Xiaoxi, I really hope you don't have to carry it all by yourself. Tell me if you have any problems so we can share them together. The expression on Sumo's face was extremely serious. Although he didn't know what it was all about, he could feel that it must be related to him. It's really nothing. Xiaoxi. Sumo interrupted Yen Joshi directly and his expression became serious. I had a little trouble with my mother. Yen Joshi hesitated for a moment, her eyes suddenly turned red, and her expression was very depressed. Sumo felt distressed when he saw her soft look. He held the girl's hand and asked slowly, why? Is it related to me? Without looking at the boy in front of her, Yen Joshi's eyes were full of hesitation. She didn't know whether she should tell Sumo about this matter. A hint of hesitation flashed across her pretty face. Xiaoxi, if you care about my feelings, tell me the truth. Sumo's eyes were very gentle, and he stroked Yen Joshi's hair with his big hands. He had been in a relationship with this girl for almost 3 months, and this was the first time he saw her like this. I'm afraid I can't take part in the college entrance examination. Finally, Yen Joshi sighed softly and lowered his head. What did you say? Sumo's expression suddenly changed, and he asked in a lost voice, why? My mother wants me to study abroad. She wants me to take over the management of the company in the future. Yen Joshi's voice was almost inaudible, and her eyes couldn't help but turn red. In fact, the matter of studying abroad had already been decided, because at that time, Sumo's grades were destined not to allow him to go to the same university as hers. So it didn't matter whether she went abroad or not. She just wanted to come back often to accompany Sumo, and the two of them would definitely be able to get through these 4 years. But now it's different. Sumo's grades have miraculously improved to a terrifying level. With Sumo's current grades, he can easily choose any prestigious university in the country. It was precisely because of this that Yen Joshi's thoughts changed. She did not want to study abroad, and she was reluctant to separate from Sumo as long as she could be with him. You know, we have been apart for 4 years. In 4 years, who knows how much will happen? What if her Shioma falls in love with another girl? No. This situation must never happen. Therefore, Yen Joshi found her mother and expressed her idea that she did not want to study abroad, but was strongly opposed by her mother. It was precisely because of this incident that she would be distracted from time to time during this period. After learning the reason, Sumo took a deep breath, put his hands on Yen Joshi's shoulders, and said softly, Xiaoxi, can I meet my aunt? Yen Joshi was stunned for a moment, then her beautiful eyes widened and she looked at Sumo in surprise. Xiaomo, what are you doing seeing my mother? You, could it be? A trace of worry appeared on Yen Joshi's little face. She didn't want Sumo and her mother to have any unpleasantness. She didn't even dare to think about that scene. Xiaoxi, do you believe me? Sumo looked at Yen Joshi solemnly. He naturally knew what this girl was worried about. Although it was a bit abrupt to pay her a sudden visit, given the current situation, he had to meet his future mother-in-law. There are some things Yen Joshi is not comfortable saying, but Sumo wants to say them. Want to steal his wife away? Impossible. No, don't even think about it. This is something Sumo absolutely cannot tolerate. That's 4 years. God knows what will happen in 4 years. Besides, Yen Joshi is so beautiful, what if she is bullied alone abroad? Sumo's scalp went numb when he thought of that situation. No, he had to stop Yen Joshi from studying abroad no matter what. Of course I believe you, but... Yen Joshi opened her mouth, the emotions in her eyes were no longer suppressed, and burst out completely. She was definitely the person in the world who believed in Sumo the most. That's all. Seeing Yen Joshi's look, Sumo couldn't help but pinch the girl's nose and smiled faintly. After school, I'll go see my aunt. Throughout the afternoon, Sumo simulated the scene with his future mother-in-law in his mind. This meeting was crucial for both him and Yen Joshi. We cannot afford to lose this battle. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing. Shut up, can't you see I'm thinking about something? Since the host is impolite, this reward is cancelled. Sumo. Depend on. What's going on? Cancel the reward? Can we still play like this? Sumo was already very depressed, and the system cancelling the reward made him so depressed that he almost vomited blood. On the other side, Yen Joshi looked absent-minded, his eyes were empty and lifeless, his thoughts drifting to who knows where. Lee Dahai stood on the podium, watching his favorite student being absent-minded, and could not help but frowning. He was very dissatisfied with Yen Joshi's performance this time. In the past, Yen Joshi had basically maintained a score above 730 and had never scored so low. That is right, 703 points is really too low for Yen Joshi. This was not her normal level at all. Lee Dahai knew very well what Yen Joshi's level was. He put down the textbook in his hand and said, "Student Yen Joshi, please come out for a moment. The others can study first." As soon as he finished speaking, Lee Dahai strode out of the classroom. In an instant, many students cast curious glances at Yen Joshi, as they didn't know what was going on. Could it be that the goddess made some mistake? Chapter 30 Goodbye, Future Mother-in-Law. Because cell phones are not allowed in school, only a few students besides the teachers know the results of Yen Joshi's 3 mock tests. Wang Siki, Yen Joshi's deskmate, couldn't help but remind her when she saw Yen Joshi in a daze. "Xiao Shi, your homeroom teacher wants you to go out for a while." "Oh. Ah." Yen Joshi was stunned for a moment, a hint of surprise flashed across her face, and she hurried out of the classroom. As soon as she came out, Yen Joshi saw Lee Dahai with a sullen look on his face. Indeed, at this moment, Lee Dahai exuded a stern aura and looked like he didn't want anyone to come near him, which would scare anyone who saw him. "Teacher, are you looking for me?" Yen Joshi walked cautiously in front of Lee Dahai, her eyes slightly evasive. She knew that her results in the 3rd mock test were not ideal. Lee Dahai has always valued her very much, but she failed to live up to Lee Dahai's expectations and lowered her head in shame. Looking at the timid Yen Joshi, Lee Dahai sighed. If it were a boy, he would not be so polite and would have cursed at her long ago. But Yen Joshi is a girl, and she can't use the same method she used to deal with boys. Otherwise, the little girl would be scared to tears. "Student Yen Joshi, you already know the results of the 3 mock tests, right?" "I'm sorry, teacher, I don't want to hear sorry." "You are not sorry to me, but to yourself. Fortunately, this is just a test. If it was the college entrance examination, would you be worthy of your efforts in the past 3 years?" Yen Joshi opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. "What's wrong with you lately? Judging from your results in the 3 mock tests, you haven't demonstrated your true level at all." Lee Dahai had long noticed that something was wrong with Yen Joshi. She always looked absent-minded in class recently. He had never seen this girl in this state before, but he thought that Yen Joshi might be unwell and would be fine in a couple of days. But now it seems that it is not that simple at all. This girl must be holding something in her mind. Facing Lee Dahai's questioning, Yen Joshi didn't know how to explain. She couldn't just say, "Is it because I'm about to break up with my boyfriend that I'm not performing well?" If she said that, she was worried that Lee Dahai would be mad at her. In desperation, she could only tell a white lie, "Teacher, I haven't been feeling well lately, so I haven't performed well. But I promise I will get back to my normal state as soon as possible." Lee Dahai looked at Yen Joshi and said earnestly, "There are only 27 days left before the college entrance examination. Your 3 years of hard work cannot be wasted because of an unexpected situation. If you are still in this state in a few days, I will pay you a home visit then." "Home visit?" Upon hearing this, Yen Joshi panicked instantly and waved her hands quickly. "Teacher, it's really not necessary, I will recover soon." If Lee Dahai went to her home for a home visit, maybe her mother would tell her the real reason. She knew her mother very well. 5 words: "I don't care about lying." But she had just told Lee Dahai that she was just feeling unwell, and the truth would be exposed as soon as the home visit came. "I'll give you a week. If you're still so depressed, I'll have a talk with your mother no matter what." Lee Dahai frowned and said in a deep voice, "Student Yen Joshi, the college entrance examination is a big deal. Don't take it lightly. I know your family is well off, but you have to give yourself a satisfactory answer, right?" "Teacher, don't worry. I will adjust my condition within a week and it will definitely not affect the college entrance examination." Hearing Yen Joshi's assurance, Lee Dahai nodded slightly and said nothing more. He had said everything he needed to say, and the rest depended on Yen Joshi himself. In fact, he was just trying to scare Yen Joshi. He knew the identity of Yen Joshi's mother, and he didn't want to make a home visit unless it was absolutely necessary. Jingle. The school bell rang. As soon as she walked out of the classroom, Yen Joshi saw Suemo standing at the stairs, with a trace of helplessness on her face. Originally, she wanted to sneak away, but Suemo didn't give her the chance at all. Xiaomo, what are you doing standing here? Yen Joshi gritted her teeth and walked in front of Suemo, pretending to be nothing happened. Suemo didn't say anything. He just grabbed her little hand and pulled her to the carport. Looking at Suemo pushing the bicycle, Yen Joshi made a bitter face. Xiaomo, what are you doing? What? Suemo glanced at Yen Joshi. Xiaoxi, don't play dumb with me, what else can I do? Of course I'm going to see my aunt. Xiaomo, are you serious? Yen Joshi lowered her head and frowned slightly. Certainly. Suemo looked at Yen Joshi with a serious expression. My wife is about to run away, how can I not come? The word wife made Yen Joshi blush and she spat softly. Who is your wife? Is there anyone else here? Of course it's you, and it can only be you. Suemo answered without blushing or beating his heart, and his expression was extremely natural, as if Yen Joshi was actually his wife. At this point, Yen Joshi's face turned even redder, and she glanced at Suemo in a reproachful manner. I haven't said I want to marry you yet. It's only a matter of time. Suemo chuckled. Xiaomo, how about? Yen Joshi bit her red lips, with some hesitation in her eyes. Xiaoxi, get in the car. Suemo patted the back seat. The sun was still bright at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, shining on his handsome face, making him look even more handsome. Yen Joshi sighed softly, resigned herself to her fate and sat in the back seat, gently hugging Sumo's waist. Xiaoxi, sit tight. Feeling Yen Joshi's actions, the corners of Sumo's mouth rose slightly. The bicycle passed by, bringing up a few fallen leaves on the ground. This scene is like the most beautiful picture in the world. Yen Joshi's home is not too far from number 2 middle school, of course, if you want to drive there. Suemo was riding a bicycle, and with Yen Joshi by his side, he was not riding very fast. It took him a full half hour to get to Yen Joshi's house. For Yen Joshi, this half hour was filled with sweetness and worry. For Suemo, there is only one word: tired. He is very regretful now. He could have taken a car, so why did he use 2 wheels? I'm so bored. Suemo pressed the doorbell with familiarity, and soon, Sister Shioli, whom he had met last time, opened the door for them. Miss, you're back? Brother Suemo is here too? When Shioli saw Suemo, she smiled in surprise. As the first male classmate that Yen Joshi brought home, she had a deep impression of Suemo. Hello, Sister Shioli. Suemo greeted her politely. He had a good impression of Shioli, a very cheerful sister. Sister Shioli, is my mother home? Yen Joshi asked in a casual manner, but she was actually extremely nervous. She really hoped that her mother was not at home, so that the two of them would not meet. Imagination is beautiful, but reality is often very. At home, Madam should be working in the study at this time. Shioli's words shattered Yen Joshi's last glimmer of hope. He sighed in distress. It seemed that he couldn't escape today. When she thought of the scene of Suemo meeting his mother later, she couldn't help but feel a headache. Don't worry, I will talk to my aunt properly. Suemo held Yen Joshi's small hand tightly and comforted her. Yen Joshi lowered his head, said nothing, and silently brought Suemo to the outside of the study. Knock knock. Come in. As soon as he walked in, Suemo was shocked. Except for the wall at the door, there is a huge bookshelf on the other 3 walls, which is filled with various books. At a glance, there are at least 3,000 books. How can this be called a study? It's like a small library. Sure enough, rich people are different. Even a study room can be so luxurious. Is Xioma here? Mother Yen immediately noticed Suemo behind her daughter and smiled kindly. She had a good impression of Suemo. She talked to this boy for a while last time and found him to be excellent in both conversation and knowledge. Hello, Auntie. Suemo smiled politely. Although he was very nervous, at least he didn't show any abnormality on the surface. I am sorry to have come here today. I wonder if I have disturbed you. Why are you being so distant with your aunt, kid? Mother Yen pretended to be unhappy and said, You are Xiaoxi's classmate. Auntie welcomes you whenever you come. What's the trouble? I have to say, businessmen speak differently. Thank you, Auntie. Suemo smiled slightly, without any impoliteness. Yen Joshi just stood aside without saying a word. Before coming in, Suemo had specifically told her that no matter what happened later, she didn't have to say anything. Originally, she didn't want to agree to Sumo's arrangement, but seeing Sumo's extremely serious look, she nodded in agreement for some reason. Auntie, I have something I want to talk to you about. Suemo narrowed his eyes. His purpose today was very simple, which was to have a good fight with his future mother-in-law. Oh? A flash of surprise passed through Yan's mother's eyes, and she had already guessed Sumo's purpose. She put down the documents in her hand, looked at Suemo with a smile, and said slowly, "Xiaomo, do you want to talk to me about Xiaoxi's study abroad?" Suemo couldn't help but feel a little surprised. He didn't expect that Yan's mother guessed his intention so quickly. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It's really not easy to deal with her. Although Suemo was thinking about it, he didn't show anything on his face. He nodded silently. "Yes, I came here today just to talk to Auntie about this matter." "Stay calm, be cool, and don't be stage frightened." Mother Yan smiled gently, with a hint of admiration in her eyes. "How do you want to talk?" Chapter 31, 1 in 100,000. How do you want to talk? Mother Yan looked Suemo up and down, with a faint smile on her face all the time. Apart from his family background, this boy was really good in other aspects. She had to admit that her daughter did have good taste. Family background? For Yan's mother, this is the least important thing. Her money is enough for her daughter to live a luxurious life for several lifetimes. Suemo walked over and sat down in front of Yan's mother. There was no panic on his slightly childish face. On the contrary, his eyes were full of confidence. "Don't you want Xiaoxi to study abroad?" Yan's mother asked. In no mood. Suemo did not try to hide anything and directly admitted his true thoughts. "Tell me your reasons." Mother Yan looked at Suemo with interest. If it were an ordinary person, he would definitely try his best to deny his intention. But Suemo was just the opposite. She wanted to see what kind of reasons this young man could give. "Auntie, why do you have to let Xiaoxi study abroad?" Suemo looked directly at Yan's mother and said calmly, "As far as I know, there are so many senior financial managers now that they are everywhere, right? If Auntie just wanted to find someone to run the company, there should be many options. Why does she have to let Xiaoxi study abroad?" Hit the nail on the head. After hearing Sumo's words, Yan's mother couldn't help but look at the boy in front of her again. She didn't expect Suemo to say such a thing. Is this a preparation for a head-on confrontation? You have great courage. Originally, Yan's mother thought that Suemo would beg her and ask her not to let her daughter study abroad. If that scene really happened, to be honest, she would look down on Suemo. Only the weak put their fate in the hands of others, while the strong will only try every possible means to solve problems. It was obvious that the boy named Suemo in front of them did not play by the rules at all, which surprised Yan's mother very much. However, as a major shareholder of Tianhong Group, how could she be stumped by Sumo's words? "I admit that what you said makes sense, but you overlooked the most important point." "Oh?" Suemo smiled calmly. "I am ignorant, please tell me, Auntie." Mother Yin tapped her fingers on the table and said slowly, "I can find a senior financial manager at any job market, but have you ever thought that outsiders are always outsiders? If Xiaoxi were to run the company herself, I would feel more at ease. How are you going to refute this reason?" Hearing what Yan's mother said, Suemo was not panicked at all. "It's not a rebuttal, I just have some foolish opinions, please don't be offended, Auntie." "It's okay. Auntie is not a petty woman. You can say whatever you want." "I don't deny what Auntie said, but you also overlooked a very important point." Suemo paused, with a faint look of confidence on his face, and continued, "Doing this will indeed make Auntie feel at ease, but Xiaoxi will lose her freedom for the rest of her life." "Have you thought about this? Auntie only has Xiaoxi as her daughter. Can you really bear to watch your daughter become a puppet? Attacking the city is inferior, attacking the heart is superior." Just as Suemo said, if Yin Joshi followed her mother's script and went abroad to study, and took over the company after graduation, such a life might be perfect in her mother's eyes. However, Yan's mother ignored her daughter's own wishes. She did not consider whether Yin Joshi liked such an arrangement. Yan's mother didn't think about it, but Suemo had to think, this is his girl, if he doesn't feel sorry for her, who will? Moreover, Suemo knew very well that Yin Joshi did not like her life being arranged like this. When a person loses the sense of expectation for the future, no matter how good the material conditions are, they will become boring. That's why he came today. With Xiaoxi's current grades, she can choose any university in China. I believe that Auntie is definitely not a foreign-worshipping person. Domestic universities are no worse than foreign universities. Mother Yen opened her mouth, not knowing how to respond for a moment. After a moment of silence, she said, "I have to admit that what you said does make sense. Mother Yen looked straight at Suemo, and the aura of a superior gushed out. If it were an ordinary person, they would really be frightened by this aura. But is Suemo an ordinary person? Obviously not. Suemo looked at Yan's mother calmly, with only openness and calmness in his eyes. It's great that Auntie can agree with my point of view. You're pretty good. After taking a deep look at Suemo, Yan's mother gave him a 4-word compliment. These words made Yen Joshi, who was standing by, cover her red lips in surprise. She knew her mother's character very well, and getting praise from her mother was harder than climbing to the sky. Thank you for the compliment, Auntie. Suemo smiled modestly and said slowly, Auntie, I came here today because I have something else to ask. Oh? Mother Yen smiled, and her evaluation of the boy in front of her became higher and higher. Tell me about it. I want to make a bet with my aunt. Bet? Hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Yan's mother's eyes, and she looked at Suemo curiously. What do you want to bet with me? She admired Sumo's calmness, and she even had the illusion that the man in front of her was a man who had seen many ups and downs. Betting on the results of this college entrance examination. Suemo said this calmly, without any fluctuation in his tone. He asked Yen Joshi, but Yan's mother had no idea about her academic performance. She only knew that she had won a physics competition. Apart from these, I know nothing else. This is normal. As the largest shareholder of Tianhong Group, how could Yan's mother have the time to care about the grades of a senior high school student? Even Yan's mother didn't have time to ask about her daughter's results in the 3rd mock test. Hearing this, Yen Joshi, who was standing aside, inexplicably felt a strange feeling in his heart. Why did she feel that Suemo was setting a trap for her mother? College entrance exam results? Mother Yen showed a charming smile on her face, explained clearly. It's very simple. Xiaoxi and I took 1st and 2nd place in Jiangbei province in the college entrance examination this time. If we can do that, then please give up the idea of letting Xiaoxi go abroad, Auntie. Of course, if we can't do it, then I won't bother you about it. How about this bet? What? Mother Yan's body shook, her eyes filled with disbelief. Isn't this too confident? You know, there are at least 200,000 students taking the college entrance examination in the entire Jiangbei province. If you want to get the top 2 results, you have to be 1 in 100,000. It is already difficult to pick 1 out of 100, let alone 1 out of 100,000. Is it possible? Mother Yen didn't know, but she knew that the possibility was too small, or even impossible. Are you sure you want to bet like this? Certainly. Okay, Auntie accepts this bet. After looking at Suemo for a while, Yan's mother did not see any guilt on his face and readily agreed to the bet. Little did they know that this was a trap set by Suemo. Thank you, Auntie. Seeing that his goal was achieved, Sumo's mouth curled up slightly and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Xiaomo, don't be too happy too soon. Yan's mother said playfully, to be fair, I am very satisfied with you. You have a steadiness and confidence that your peers don't have, which is very rare. But, if you lose this bet, I really have to reconsider whether you are worthy of my daughter. Confidence can give you extra points, but arrogance can also take away points from you. Yen Joshi's expression froze instantly. She knew her mother very well. Since she said that, if Suemo lost this time, she would definitely stop them from being together. Mom, you. Yen Joshi was so anxious that as soon as she opened her mouth to speak, she was stopped by a look from her mother. What are you in such a hurry for, girl? Mother Yen glared at her daughter unhappily. It was true that girls cannot be kept at home when they grow up. Xiaomo is not in a hurry yet. As a girl, can't you be more reserved? Cannot. Yen Joshi rarely retorted, you can't stop me and Xioma from being together. You girl. Mother Yen shook her head helplessly. It was the first time she saw her daughter like this, and she couldn't help but feel a lot of emotions in her heart. Xiaoxi, we will win. Seeing this scene, Suemo stood up and walked to Yen Joshi's side. In front of his mother-in-law, he held her daughter's hand and said softly, believe me. Outside the gate. Xiaomo, is that bet really okay? A hint of worry emerged in Yen Joshi's eyes. It's okay if we win. But, if I lose, I'm afraid. If that's the case, you might as well just go study abroad. Don't worry, when did I ever brag? Suemo smiled slightly and took Yen Joshi's hand. There is absolutely no problem on my side. The rest depends on your performance. You can't be as depressed as before. He will definitely be the top scorer in the college entrance examination in Jiangbei province. The focus of this bet is on Yan Joshi. If this girl's condition remains depressed, it will be difficult for her to get second place in the provincial college entrance examination. Which school doesn't have one or two top students? It is not easy to stand out among so many top students. I will definitely work hard. Yan Joshi's face was full of seriousness, and at this moment, her entire temperament changed. For love, no matter how difficult it is, she will do it. Chapter 32, Sleepless Night? When I got home, it was already 7 o'clock in the evening. Because before school was over in the afternoon, Suemo borrowed the teacher's cell phone to call his mother, so after he came back, his mother didn't ask him where he had been. In Sue's mother's mind, her son has grown up, so there is no need for her to ask about everything and she wants to leave her son some private space. Xiao, do you know the results of this third mock exam? After dinner, Sue's mother pulled her son to sit on the sofa, her face full of pride. As soon as she heard that the results of the third mock exam would be announced online, she stayed in front of the computer all day, refreshing the screen every once in a while, just to know her son's test results as soon as possible. When Sue's mother saw that her son was the first in the city, she was so happy that she almost jumped up. Only then did she understand what her son meant by what he said last time. It turned out that he was not first in the school, but first in the city. One word difference, a world of difference. Seeing the excitement on his mother's face, Suemo was in a particularly good mood. Mom, I already know the results. The teacher told me about them at school. As long as his mother is happy, that is the pride of him as a son. Time goes by day. Because of the bet between Suemo and Yan's mother, Yan Joshi quickly came out of her depressed state. During the remedial test, her grades returned to their previous level. Whenever Yan Joshi encountered a problem she didn't understand, she would take the initiative to ask Suemo for advice. In this regard, Suemo accepted everyone who came and helped his girl wholeheartedly. In this way, with the help of Suemo, Yan Joshi's level improved little by little. The day of the college entrance examination is getting closer and closer. Jingle. The school bell rang, but none of the senior students got up to pack their things. Lu Yu and all the teachers of Class 3 walked in. Tomorrow was the day of the college entrance examination, and this was their last speech. Looking at his students, Lu Yu slowly said, "Students, tomorrow is the day of the college entrance examination. I hope you won't be nervous and keep a normal mind. As long as you perform at your normal level, you will be successful." The other teachers' eyes were also filled with relief. This day is finally here. Here, I'm reminding you all for the last time. Make sure to bring the necessary things, including your student ID number and gel pen. Finally, everyone must not forget to write their names on the test paper, otherwise there will be no score. Ha ha! A burst of laughter broke out in the classroom. In fact, Lu Yu was not joking. In the past, during every college entrance examination, there would always be a few students who forgot to write their names on the test paper because of nervousness. If you don't write your name, there will naturally be no results. Lu Yu doesn't want her students to make such a low-level mistake. Other teachers spoke one after another, and their content was all words of encouragement. All the students can feel the teacher's sincere blessings to them. Everyone secretly decided in their hearts that they must get good grades. This is a result for the teachers and themselves for their hard work over the past 3 years. School ends at 5 o'clock, and students only slowly come out of the classroom at 6 o'clock. In the past, they felt that staying in the classroom was a torture. But this time it's different. All students knew one thing: this was their last class in high school, and everyone wished they could stay in the classroom a little longer. This kind of feeling of worry and fear is what senior year of high school is like. A year that will be most memorable. I don't know how many years from now, there will still be students who clearly remember what happened today. At the school gate. Xiaoxi, you must do your best tomorrow. Looking at Yan Joshi beside him, Sumo's eyes flashed with a trace of heartache, and he encouraged her, "When we go to college, we will be soldiers away from home and will not be subject to military orders." Yan Joshi has worked very hard during this period of time. Suemo saw all of this, and he was very confident about the bet with Yan's mother. No matter how unfavorable this bet is for him and Yan Joshi, he will treat it as a sure win. This is him. What nonsense are you talking about? Yan Joshi covered her mouth and chuckled, blinking at Suemo. Even if you go to college, you can't do whatever you want, understand? Yes, sir. Loquacious. Most of the students couldn't sleep that night. Yen Joshi was the same. She tossed and turned in bed and couldn't fall asleep. In the end, she had to cover her head with the quilt and force herself to sleep. But Suemo was different. He started playing games with his new equipment. In his words, since I couldn't sleep anyway, I might as well relax. They played until 3 o'clock in the morning, when fatigue slowly set in. Suemo then lay down on the bed and slowly fell asleep. The next day, at 6 o'clock in the morning, Suemo was forcibly woken up by his mother. With two panda eyes, he walked out of the room listlessly, as if he had lost his soul. Son, did you not sleep well last night? Seeing her son's appearance, Sue's mother chuckled. She had experienced all of this in the past, so she naturally understood what was going on. Yeah, when I think about the college entrance examination, I can't fall asleep in bed. Suemo nodded silently. Logically speaking, with his grades, he shouldn't have to worry at all. But, I just can't sleep. Sue's mother was an experienced person. Seeing her son's sleepy appearance, she couldn't help but laugh and said, "Go wash your face quickly and wake up. It's just for one night. I promise you will sleep better tonight than ever before." In the morning, 7 o'clock. All the students have arrived at school. There are several buses parked at the school gate, and teachers from each class are counting their students. After all, this is the college entrance examination. What if we miss one or two? At 7:20, the bus started and headed for the college entrance examination location. The location of the Linhai College entrance examination this time was set at number 1 middle school. As soon as Suemo got off the car, he clearly felt the subtle change in the atmosphere. It's much more depressing than before, and people can't help but get nervous. Liu gave the students another round of instructions. Don't forget this, don't forget that. However, no student felt annoyed. Instead, they felt a sense of familiarity. At 7:50, the candidates entered the examination room. Watching their students walk into the examination room one by one, the teachers felt complicated. Suemo and Yen Joshi exchanged glances from a distance before being dispersed by the crowd. According to his student number, Suemo easily found his seat. After sitting down and looking around, he was surprised to see an acquaintance. Fatty Wang. The two of them were sitting one seat apart. When Fatty Wang saw Suemo, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Then, a look of joy appeared on his fat face. "Brother Mo, why are you here too?" Suemo shrugged and said with a smile, "Why can't I be here? It seems like we must have had an affair in our previous life, otherwise, why would God let us be together even for the college entrance examination?" Faced with Fatty Wang's disgusting words, Suemo spat out a word in annoyance. "Roll." After a while, the invigilators came in, 5 of them in total. Not only that, but there was also a jammer on the table at the podium. Today's electronic equipment is very advanced. In order to prevent students from cheating, this is a signal jammer specially customized by the education team. No matter how advanced the electronic equipment is, once it is interfered by this jammer, it will become useless. I have to say that the education team has put in a lot of effort to prevent students from cheating. Apart from anything else, just the continuous patrols of these 5 teachers basically eliminate 99% of the possibility of cheating. If, with this jammer added. TSK. No wonder there is such a saying. It is impossible to cheat in the college entrance examination. Chapter 33 College Entrance Examination begins. Jingle. The exam begins. The first subject is Chinese, and the test time is from 8:30 a.m. to 11 a.m. As soon as the test paper was handed out, Suemo wrote down his name and student number without saying a word. I took a quick look at the Chinese test paper and found that it was much more difficult than previous tests. However, this may cause trouble for other students. For Suemo, who has the system, it is a piece of cake. He controlled his handwriting a little to avoid it being too stunning. As a human being, it is better to be low-key. The exam lasts 2.5 hours, which is plenty of time. Therefore, Suemo was not in a hurry at all and answered the questions calmly. However, even so, he had finished the test paper before 10 o'clock, checked it carefully twice, and waited for the exam to end boredly. Jingle. Carry out an assignment. All the students quickly put down their pens and began to hand in their papers in an orderly manner. These are things that the teachers have reminded us many times before the college entrance examination. As long as the examiner says stop writing and hand in the paper, you must hand it in as soon as possible, regardless of whether you have finished the paper or not. Otherwise, the results will be directly invalidated. After queuing up to hand in the test paper, Suemo ran out of the examination room without looking back. Son, here. Hearing this familiar voice, Suemo turned around and saw his mother not far away, with a faint smile on his face. Xiaomo, how did you perform? Are you nervous? Su's mother asked with concern, her face full of nervousness. If you didn't know her, you would think she was taking the college entrance examination. Nervous? Suemo blinked. What is that? Just don't be nervous. Hearing her son's humorous answer, Su's mother showed a relieved smile on her face and took out the nutritious lunch she had prepared long ago and handed it to her son. She spent 3 hours preparing this meal. Suemo was already starving. He opened the lunchbox and saw 4 exquisite side dishes emitting a rich aroma. He almost drooled. He hurriedly ate 2 mouthfuls of rice and said incoherently, Mom, the sun is strong here. You can just go home. During the hot summer, the outdoor temperature is over 30 degrees. No, wait until you finish eating, and then we'll go get a room at a nearby hotel. You can catch up on your sleep, because you can't get too sleepy during the afternoon exam. Su's mother knew that her son did not sleep well last night and was worried about Sumo's mental state. After all, this hot weather is most likely to make people sleepy. Suemo waved his hand, swallowed the food in his mouth with difficulty, and said helplessly, Mom, I'm in good spirits, you don't have to worry. Besides, I've already made an appointment with Xiaoxi. We're going to check answers together later. You're here. After hearing what her son said, Su's mother finally reacted and said with a smile on her face, Why should you be embarrassed to be with your mother? Fine, then I won't disturb you young people to get along. Hurry up and eat. I'll go back after you finish eating. By the way, when you are with Xiaoxi, you can't bully her. You have to give in to her. Girls need to be pampered by boys, don't you understand? Hearing this, Suemo chuckled and nodded, Don't worry, I won't bully Xiaoxi. At this moment, Yan Joshi walked out from the gate and saw Su's mother and Suemo who was eating crazily. She hesitated for a moment, but finally walked towards them. Hello, Auntie. As soon as they heard Yan Joshi's voice, they turned their heads. I haven't seen you for a few days. Xiaoxi has become more beautiful again. Mother Su directly took the lunchbox back from Sumo's hand and said enthusiastically, Xiaoxi, I happen to cook a lot of rice, you can eat some to fill your stomach first. Looking at the missing lunchbox, Sumo's brows couldn't help but twitch. Other people forget their mothers once they get a wife, but why is it that in his family, he forgets his son once he gets a daughter-in-law? Blue and thin, mushrooms. After Su's mother stuffed the lunchbox into Yan Joshi's hands, she took off the water bottle from her body and said, Xiaoemo just ate a few bites, but it's okay. This expression is exactly like how a mother-in-law treats her daughter-in-law. Yan Joshi was a little reserved. She wanted to refuse but didn't know how to say it. She looked at Suemo beside her for help. Cough. Suemo came to the rescue and said, Mom, Aunt Yan will be here soon. Why do you insist on letting Xiaoxi eat the food I've already eaten? Mother Su's eyes turned cold, and she showed her ability to change her expression in a second. Are you the only one who talks too much? Suemo shrank his neck, quickly closed his mouth, and gave Yan Joshi a helpless look. Have to. So pissed. Really, no need. Yan Joshi whispered, Thank you for your kindness, Auntie. Xiaoma must be hungry. I'm not hungry now. Suemo quickly took the lunchbox from Yan Joshi and ate at lightning speed, which made Su's mother feel helpless. He devoured the food in less than 3 minutes. Then he stuffed the lunchbox into his mother's hands and gave her a dry laugh. Mother Su didn't understand what her son meant. She glared at him and said, Xiaoxi, Auntie is leaving first. Do your best in the afternoon exam. Thank you, Auntie. I will definitely work hard. Yan Joshi nodded obediently. The more Su's mother looked, the more satisfied she became. She was about to leave when she stopped again, which made Suemo smile bitterly. Ahem. Stop coughing, I'm leaving now. Su's mother rolled her eyes at her son, but didn't say anything else. She packed up her things and left. She also knew that with her here, the two young people felt a little uncomfortable. You have to leave some room for your son to pick up girls, right? It's better to get such an excellent daughter-in-law sooner and feel at ease. A few minutes after Su's mother left, a BMW 7 Series pulled up to the side of the road, instantly attracting a lot of people's attention. BMW 7 Series. The lowest configuration cost 700,000 or 800,000 yuan, and the top configuration will definitely exceed 1 million yuan. In a third-tier city like Linhai, it is already considered a luxury car. Mother Yen got out of the car wearing sunglasses, holding a lunch in her hand. This was a lunch specially prepared by a top chef for the college entrance examination. She walked to the two of them slowly and said, "Xiaoxi, are you starving?" As she spoke, she squatted down and opened the lunchbox. There were 10 side dishes in total, 5 meat and 5 vegetarian, plus a deer antler and white fungus soup. Seeing this, Sumo's mouth twitched slightly. It turned out that rich people know how to enjoy life. It's just a meal. Is it necessary to make it so sumptuous? Is this the gap between the poor and the rich? Thinking of this, Sumo sighed helplessly in his heart. Just like the saying on the internet, you can never imagine the happiness of rich people. Facing his future mother-in-law, Sumo quickly said, "Hello, Auntie. Is Shiomon here too?" Sumo opened his mouth, a trace of embarrassment flashed across his face, and he thought helplessly in his heart, "I have always been here, okay? It's just that you only have your daughter in your eyes and completely ignore your son-in-law." Yen Joshi couldn't help laughing secretly. Her cute look was so adorable that many boys nearby were stunned. "Auntie, let me help you." No matter what he thought in his heart, Sumo still put on a smiling face and took the initiative to help Yen's mother pack up the lunchboxes. Mother Yen said, "Xiaomo, you should eat something too. The meal Auntie prepared is enough for the two of you." Sumo. Yen Joshi. Why does this sound so familiar? Sure enough, all mothers in the world are the same. Sumo politely declined, "Auntie, I've already eaten." Mother Yen nodded slightly, without further persuasion, and waved to her daughter, "Xiaoxi, come, eat quickly." "Thank you, Mom." Yen Joshi smiled happily with a hint of joy on her face. "Girl, why are you saying thank you to your mother?" Mother Yen shook her head and laughed, her eyes full of doting. Here, Sumo had to complain about the girl's eating speed. Just now, the whole process of his eating took no more than 5 minutes, but Yen Joshi took a full half an hour to eat. I didn't know and thought she was cooking. After Yen Joshi finished her meal, her mother took the lunchbox and left, very quickly and efficiently. This made Sumo couldn't help but sigh in his heart, as expected of a major shareholder of Tianhong Group, it really has that flavor. The sun was getting hotter at noon. Sumo originally wanted to take Yen Joshi to the hotel to get a room. It was too hot outside. Wouldn't it be nice to have some air conditioning? However, when Yen Joshi heard the words "get a room," her face turned red and she refused to agree. Sumo had no way to deal with this. So what? He really had no other ideas, but seeing Yen Joshi's determination, he had no choice but to pull Yen Joshi to find a shade nearby to rest. The first question is about patrolling the mountains. It took the two of them half an hour to check the answers, except for the college entrance examination essay. For the same topic, 10,000 people can write 10,000 different essays. It seems to be okay. Yen Joshi's pretty face was filled with happiness. Sumo smiled softly, "That's right, our husband and wife team will dominate the Zhongbei province college entrance examination." Pooh. Yen Joshi's face turned red, and her heart was beating like a deer. The hot weather made Yen Joshi gradually feel sleepy, so Sumo offered his legs, and Yen Joshi lay on his legs and fell asleep quickly. The boys nearby were envious of this scene. They wanted to shout, "Let go of that girl, let me come." Sumo was already accustomed to these strange looks. He lowered his head and looked at Yen Joshi, who was sleeping soundly. He gradually began to feel a little sleepy. But he didn't dare to sleep. If I oversleep, it will be all over. In this way, Sumo struggled with Jogong in his mind until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Then he woke up Yen Joshi, and the first thing he did was to go to a nearby supermarket and buy 2 bottles of iced mineral water. After washing his face with cold water, the sleepiness instantly disappeared without a trace, and Sumo felt like he was fully revived. College entrance examination? Here I come again. Chapter 34: A Bunch of Bastards. At 2:40 in the afternoon, Sumo and Yen Joshi walked into the examination room. The second subject is mathematics, from 3 p.m. to 5:30 p.m., a total of 2.5 hours. Mathematics became even simpler for Sumo. Because mathematics has standard answers, and as long as there are standard answers, everything will be easy. Jingle. As soon as he got the test paper, Sumo started answering the questions like crazy. It took him less than 40 minutes to finish the math test. His evaluation of this math test can be summed up in 2 words: sneaky. That's right, it's a thief. There are many inexplicable traps in this math test paper. I don't know how many students will be troubled by it. Suemo couldn't help but worry about Yen Joshi. He almost fell into the trap just now. After checking it 3 times, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. This question is. If given the chance, he would also like to come up with questions that would make the candidates question their lives. Time passed minute by minute, and the hands of the clock on the wall finally reached 5:30 in the afternoon. Jingle. Stop writing and hand in your paper. As the invigilator's voice rang out, Suemo ran to the podium as fast as he could. After handing in the paper, he went straight downstairs and ran towards the gate of number 1 middle school. He looked so anxious that people who didn't know him would think he was going to the market. After waiting at the gate of number 1 middle school for 5 or 6 minutes, Suemo finally saw Yen Joshi among the many students. Xiaoxi, here. Suemo shouted, stood on his feet, and waved at Yen Joshi in the distance. The moment Yen Joshi saw Suemo, a sweet smile appeared on her little face, and she came to his side through the chaotic crowd. It's too noisy here, let's find a quiet place. Suemo said loudly, and Yen Joshi nodded in agreement. The entire entrance of number 1 middle school is several times more exaggerated than the vegetable market in the morning. Suemo held Yen Joshi's little hand and walked for a long time before they were able to get out of the center. Looking at the crowd that was so crowded at the gate that they couldn't even move out, they both breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Xiaomo, this math test is so difficult. A trace of worry appeared on Yen Joshi's face. She frowned and complained softly, there are several questions that I am not completely sure about. What do you think I should do if I fail the test? Don't worry, trust yourself. Seeing Yen Joshi's anxious look, Suemo couldn't help but touch her head and comforted her, it doesn't matter even if you fail the exam. How can it not matter? Yen Joshi lowered her head and said dejectedly, if I fail the exam, we will be separated. I don't want to be separated from you. No. Suemo smiled slightly, at worst, I can go study abroad with you. Real? More real than an embroidery needle. Then do we still need to check the answers? Yen Joshi tilted her head. She was really unsure about this math test. This was not the first time she had experienced this feeling. Some time ago, the test paper given by Li Dehai gave Yen Joshi this feeling, and she did not do well in the exam that time. There is no need for that. I believe in your ability. As for why Suemo didn't check answers with Yen Joshi, it was because he was afraid that checking the answers would affect the girl's performance in tomorrow's exam. He knew Yen Joshi's character very well. If their answers were different, it would definitely affect her state for tomorrow's exam. It would be better not to do this. All right. Yen Joshi was very smart and naturally understood what Suemo meant, so she didn't say anything else. Not long after, Yan's mother drove over to pick up Yen Joshi, and the two said goodbye reluctantly. After a while, Su's mother came in a taxi. Son, get in the car. Suemo sought his mother in the taxi and got in without saying a word. Along the way, his mother asked him so many questions that his head was about to explode. Son, how did you do on the test this time? Son, were you nervous during the exam? After returning home, Suemo went straight into his room. Now, the world is finally peaceful. At night, Suemo and Yen Joshi talked on the phone for an hour. After saying good night to each other, he slowly fell asleep. The next day, when the sunlight shone through the window onto Sumo's face, he slowly opened his eyes. This was one of the few times he woke up early. Usually, when he didn't get up, he was bombarded by the alarm clock and his mother. But today is different. Today can be said to be Suemo's last battle in his senior year of high school. As long as he gets through today, he can step into the college life he has longed for. Su's mother accompanied her son to the gate of number 1 middle school. Son, today is the last day of the exam. Don't be nervous. Just show your best and believe in yourself. Mom, don't worry. I'm not nervous. Hearing his mother's encouragement, Suemo turned around and made an okay gesture to his mother with a confident smile on his face. Joke. He has a system, so it's just a small college entrance examination, and he can easily get it done. He must be the first in this college entrance examination. Suemo always kept in mind the bet he made with Yan's mother. There is an English test in the morning. Suemo was still very relaxed. The vast amount of knowledge in his mind was like an answer in front of him for him to copy. At noon, he arrived at the agreed location early, just like yesterday. After 5 or 6 minutes, Yen Joshi finally arrived. Xiaomo, why do you always come out so early? Yen Joshi walked in front of Suemo, her beautiful face full of confusion. She felt that she wasn't that slow to come out. But, every time, he was behind Suemo. Hey, of course I'm the fastest. As soon as Suemo finished speaking, he felt something was wrong and immediately changed his words. Brother runs the fastest. Caught. Yen Joshi didn't think much about it, but she still couldn't stand Sumo's arrogant look. I don't know if it's because I didn't sleep well yesterday, but Yen Joshi ate something casually and fell asleep on Suemo's legs. The cute look when she was sleeping made Suemo couldn't help feeling proud. She is worthy of being my girlfriend. She looks so beautiful even when she is sleeping. It was not until 2:20 that Suemo woke Yen Joshi up. At this moment, Yen Joshi's pretty face was covered with sweat. The weather outside is really too hot. Suemo consciously wiped Yen Joshi with his clothes. After a while, it was time for the candidates to enter the examination room. The two of them encouraged each other and then went to their respective examination rooms. The test this afternoon was comprehensive science, which was also the last test in this college entrance examination. 2 hours of time to answer the questions was more than enough for Suemo. 40 minutes later, Suemo had already put down the pen in his hand. This was already the slowest speed he had ever taken. Although he had finished the test paper, he still checked it twice. After making sure there were no problems, he quietly waited for the end of the exam. Rustle. The entire examination room was filled with the sound of answer papers. Some students frowned from time to time, obviously encountering difficulties. As for Suemo, he lowered his head and thought, but what he was thinking about was which university to go to after the college entrance examination. If other candidates knew about Sumo's idea, they would definitely laugh at him for being ignorant. The college entrance examination hasn't even ended yet, but you're already thinking about which university to go to? Do you really think that this school is run by your family? Jingle. Stop writing and hand in your paper. All the candidates put down their pens at the first moment, then stood up and handed their test papers to the podium. Suemo was naturally the first to bear the brunt. After handing in the test paper, he ran directly to the gate of number 1 middle school. At this time, the school gate was already crowded with people, and parents of candidates were everywhere. When Suemo saw this scene, his scalp tingled. Although he didn't see his mother, he knew that his mother must have come too. What to do? After thinking about it, Suemo obediently stood next to the viewing tree not far from the gate. It's so crowded, how can we get out? He found the most conspicuous place so that Yen Joshi and others would be able to find him easily later. After a while, Suemo felt someone patted his shoulder. When he turned around, he saw Yen Joshi with a smile on her face. Xiaoma, why are you here? As soon as she said this, Yen Joshi saw the huge crowds of people at the entrance of number 1 middle school. She couldn't help but stick out her tongue, exuding amazing beauty in her playfulness. Just pretend I didn't say anything. In response, Suemo could only smile bitterly. Let's leave later. Because Yen Joshi was so beautiful, many boys passing by couldn't help but glance at her. There were even a few bolder boys who asked for Yen Joshi's contact information right in front of Suemo. This made Suemo angry. What are you doing? You really don't take him seriously. If Yen Joshi hadn't stopped him, Suemo would have had a fight with those boys. Damn it, this is too bullying. Are these people getting too arrogant, or is he no longer able to lift the knife? A bunch of bastards. Chapter 35 Parents Meeting. Sorry, I already have a boyfriend. With just this one sentence, Yen Joshi made all the boys who came to chat with her give up. These guys, Suemo complained a lot about this and was almost ready to roll up his sleeves and beat the guy up. How can I not be angry? Yen Joshi is his girlfriend, but these guys actually flirted with Yen Joshi in front of him. I can't stand it. Okay, Xiaoma. Looking at Sumo's depressed look, Yen Joshi couldn't help laughing. In her eyes, Sumo's jealous look was very cute. Forget it this time, but if it happens next time, humph. With Yen Joshi's comfort, Suemo felt a little better. Half an hour later. The crowd at the gate of number 1 middle school slowly dispersed. Suemo and Yen Joshi finally squeezed out of the school gate and soon found their mothers. Mom! The two voices sounded almost at the same time, which also represented the first meeting between Su's mother and Yan's mother. The two mothers looked at each other silently, both looking calm and composed. This is Xiaoxi's mother, right? Su's mother walked up to Yan's mother and greeted her politely. I'm Sumo's mother, my name is Su Shui, nice to meet you. In her heart, she already regarded Yan Joshi as her future daughter-in-law, so Yan's mother was her mother-in-law. It is natural to maintain a good relationship with your mother-in-law. Su's mother knew that Yan's mother was the largest shareholder of Tianhong Group and held a high position. But, after all, Yan's mother is just a mother. Mother Yan smiled slightly and extended her right hand in a friendly manner. I am Xiaoxi's mother. I have always heard Xioma talk about you, and today I finally got to see you. Yan Joshi and Suemo were extremely nervous. They never expected that the two mothers would meet under such circumstances. It's really dramatic. It just so happens that both kids have finished their exams today. Why don't we find a place to sit down? Looking at the approachable Su's mother, Yan's mother smiled without putting on any airs. She knew that Sumo's family situation was average, but it didn't matter. Her daughter never cared about that when making friends. Moreover, after meeting Su's mother today, to be honest, she was still quite surprised. Mother Yan could tell from the gentle temperament of Su's mother that she must be an easy person to get along with. Sure. The most famous Mandolin Hotel in Linhai is the favorite place for rich people. It's very simple, high-end, grand and classy. As the supreme VIP of this store, Yan's mother has a room of her own. After the group of 4 arrived at the Mandola Hotel, Suemo began to look around, looking like someone who had never seen the world. Yan's mother and Yan Joshi looked very calm, because they often came here to eat, so they didn't feel anything at all. For some reason, Su's mother also looked very calm. She was not at all shocked by the hotel's luxurious decoration style. To her, it seemed very normal. Seeing Su's mother's expression, Yan's mother's eyes lit up. It seems that this mother-in-law is not what she thought. The 4 of them walked into the private room, and soon a pretty waitress in her 20s brought them the menu. Same old, faster. Yes, Mr. Yan. Yan's mother's name is Yan Huilan, and people who know her identity usually call her Ms. Yan. Sister, you already know the relationship between Xiaoma and Xiaoxi, right? After ordering the dishes, Yan's mother had a rather complicated expression. I just had a chat with Su's mother and found out that she is 2 years older than me, so I just called her sister. Mother Su nodded gently and smiled calmly at Mother Yan. Her temperament was eye-catching. It seems that my sister also knows? Since the 2 adults were talking, Suemo and Yan Joshi naturally had no chance to get a word in. However, this moment made the 2 of them feel even more nervous than the college entrance examination. No. Hearing Su's mother's question, Yan's mother sighed softly and said slowly, I like Xioma very much. He is very good, and most importantly, Xiaoxi likes him very much. I think as long as the 2 children like each other, other things don't matter. What do you think, sister? Yan Joshi was raised by her since she was a child. As for her daughter, Yan's mother did not want to interfere in her love and marriage. She believes in her daughter's vision and believes that any boy her daughter likes must be very outstanding. After hearing what Yan's mother said about Suemo, Su's mother couldn't help but give her son a thumbs up. It's not just about getting my daughter-in-law on board. Apparently, her son had even won over his future mother-in-law, which really surprised her. What my sister said really surprised me. Mother Su smiled and said, originally, I thought my sister would not like Xioma very much. After all, my sister should know the situation of my family. Auntie, family situation doesn't mean anything. As long as Xioma and I like each other, these are not a problem at all. After Su's mother finished speaking, Yan's mother was about to say something, but Yan Joshi couldn't help but speak first. Mother Yan spread her hands helplessly, a bitter smile appeared on her face. She pointed at her daughter and said, Sister, did you see that my daughter has been brainwashed by your son? What can I do if I don't agree? Sister, you are joking. I also like Xiaoxi. Don't worry, if Xioma dares to bully Xiaoxi, I will break his legs. Her daughter-in-law's help made Su's mother smile so much that she couldn't help but comfort Yan's mother. When Suemo heard this, he couldn't help but shrink his neck. Why are you criticizing me for no reason? Who did I offend? You want to break my legs? Is there any justice in this world? Hearing what Su's mother said, Yan Joshi winked at Suemo playfully, as if to say, if you dare to bully me in the future, you're done. Suemo. Well, it turns out that he is the one with the lowest status. Uncomfortable. This meeting went unexpectedly smoothly, and Yan's mother and Su's mother had a very pleasant chat. After dinner, Yan's mother drove Sue's mother and Suemo back home. After returning home, Sue's mother took her son's hand, sat on the sofa, and began to instill some truths in him. Son, you have to work harder in the future. Sue's mother said earnestly, Xiaoxi's family is so well off. If you really like her, you can't let her suffer with you. Mom, don't worry. Suemo patted his chest and said confidently, your son is so outstanding. Xiaoxi will never suffer with me in the future. Including you, Mom. I will definitely let you live the best life in the future. I'm glad you have this intention. Looking at her grown-up son, Sue's mother felt relieved for a moment. After the college entrance examination, Suemo and Yan Joshi were like fish returning to the sea, and nothing could restrain them anymore. Yan Joshi seemed to have forgotten about comparing math answers with Suemo. During this period, the two of them wandered around the city all day. Sue's mother was very supportive of this behavior. He even approved 10,000 yuan of activity funds for Suemo and only gave one order to his son. That is to make her daughter-in-law happy. In fact, Suemo didn't want the 10,000 yuan at first. He still had a few hundred yuan on him, and he and Yan Joshi wouldn't spend much money when they went out to play. The result was that she was severely lectured by her mother, when you two go out to play, you can't let Xiaoxi, a girl, pay for it, right? With no other options, Suemo could only collect the money obediently. The heavens and the earth are vast, and your mother's orders are the greatest. Isn't it just to make my wife happy? It's simple. Chapter 36 This woman should only exist in heaven. After Suemo had money, he took Yan Joshi to visit all the cinemas and game halls of all sizes in Linhai. As a model student, Yan Joshi usually reads some extracurricular books, which is considered as entertainment for her. Where has there been such a place? So for a while, I was so engrossed in the play that I forgot everything else. The two of them went crazy for a whole week before Suemo realized that they couldn't go on like this. If this continues, there will be a serious shortage of funds. Suemo only now realized how expensive it was to be in a relationship. No wonder there are always people on the internet saying that girlfriends are some kind of four-legged money-eating beast. Looking at the money in his pocket, Suemo really felt that this sentence was very well said. The morning sunshine feels very comfortable on my body. Suemo had been at the door of Yan Joshi's house for more than 10 minutes. Suemo was not anxious at all, because through these few days, he finally understood girls' concept of time. You should never expect a girl to be on time. Another half an hour passed before Yan Joshi finally arrived. Yan Joshi was obviously dressed up carefully today. She was wearing a long dress with floral patterns, her bare shoulders were slender, and around her neck was the four-leaf clover necklace that Suemo had given her last time. The whole person is as beautiful as a fairy who has fallen into the mortal world. When Suemo saw Yan Joshi, he couldn't help swallowing. Although the two have been together for such a long time, Suemo was still shocked by Yan Joshi's divine beauty from time to time. This woman should only exist in heaven. Xioma, I'm sorry. Yan Joshi ran to Suemo and laughed, I'm late again. Have to. He is so skilled at apologizing, what else can Suemo say? It's okay. I don't expect you to be punctual anyway. Suemo shrugged indifferently. Although he had emphasized this to Yan Joshi several times before, he now decisively gave up this idea. Yan Joshi giggled, but a blush flashed across her little face. Xioma, where are we going today? Yan Joshi naturally held Sumo's hand. After so many days, their relationship was obviously closer than when they were in school. Today? Suemo pretended to be thinking, and considering that he had less than 2,000 yuan left in his pocket, he suddenly had an idea. By the way, I heard that a library has just opened on Kashing Road. How about we go and take a look? When Suemo said this decision, he couldn't help but praise his own cleverness. The library is great. It's great to be able to read books for free. In fact, Suemo had no choice but to do this. In just 1 week, the 10,000 yuan activity fund approved by my mother is now down to less than 2,000 yuan. We definitely can't go on like this. When Yan Joshi heard Sumo's suggestion, she immediately looked disappointed. I thought I could go to the game hall again today, but I didn't expect Suemo to want to go to the library. These days, Yan Joshi loves the game hall. She never knew there were such fun things before. Suemo looked at Yan Joshi's disappointed expression and smiled awkwardly, it's so boring to play games every day. How about we go explore the ocean of knowledge? Faced with the enthusiastic Suemo, Yan Joshi could only nod helplessly. When the two came to this newly opened library, they were shocked by its scale. This library is so huge. This was the first time in their lives that they had seen such a large library. After the two walked in hand, they could better understand what a library was. Everywhere I look, there are books, and I can't see the end. However, since the library had just opened, there were very few people inside. Suemo looked around and was so happy that he could finally replenish his blood. According to conservative estimates, there are hundreds of thousands of books in this library. I really don't know which rich boss opened this library. It can be said that there is no bigger library than this one in the whole Linhai. Suemo pulled Yenjoshi and dived directly into the sea of books. Yenjoshi always looks for the types that she likes to watch. But Suemo is different. He reads all kinds of books. He will never read a book for more than 5 minutes before moving on to the next one. In this way, the two spent the next half-month in this library. In half a month, Suemo only saw the tip of the iceberg of this library. Until June 27th, Suemo went to Yenjoshi's house early in the morning. Today is the day when the college entrance examination results are announced. The two had already agreed to announce their results together. After Suemo was brought to Yenjoshi's bedroom, he was obviously stunned. This was his first time entering Yenjoshi's room. The whole room is decorated in pink, and there are pillows and dolls everywhere on the floor and the bed. It looks just like the princess boudoirs on TV, right? Don't look around. When Yenjoshi saw Suemo looking around, she couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. Suemo chuckled at this, then sat obediently in front of the computer. After a while, Yan's mother also brought a plate of fruit. Xiaoma and Xiaoxi, you two should have some fruit. Mother Yan looked at the two nervous people and couldn't help laughing. You two don't have to be nervous. No matter what the result is, I don't object to you two being together, right? Mother Yan looked at Sumo and said, if it really doesn't work out, Xiaoma, you can also go study abroad with Xiaoxi. Your aunt will pay for your tuition. When Suemo heard what Yan's mother said, his eyes lit up instantly. This is also a good idea. However, Sumo's eyes, which had just lit up, dimmed again in an instant. He thought of his mother, and he couldn't leave his mother alone in the country. You know, if you study abroad, you will be away for 4 years. Therefore, Suemo made a decision in his heart instantly. Aunt, I think Xiaoxi and I can do it. Yenjoshi, standing aside, also nodded heavily. She knew what Suemo was thinking. She would not be so selfish as to let Suemo abandon his mother and study abroad with her. She could not do such a thing. So the only way now is to win. As long as the two of them can achieve the results agreed upon in advance, all problems will be solved. Yenjoshi was still very confident in Sumo's results, but she was a little unsure about her own results. What she has always been worried about is mathematics, because the mathematics paper in the college entrance examination made her a little unconfident. When Yan's mother saw the appearance of the two of them, a smile appeared on her face. She likes the confidence of these young people. It reminds her of when she was young. Wasn't she the same as these kids? Suemo politely gave the chair to Yan's mother and ran out to get another chair. At this point, the three of them were sitting in front of the computer, waiting for the college entrance examination results to be announced. Time passed minute by minute, and finally it was 9 o'clock in the morning. Yenjoshi also logged onto the education network as soon as possible. She turned her head to look at Suemo beside her and smiled faintly. Who's first? Chapter 37 College Entrance Examination Results Released. Who's first? Yenjoshi turned her head and looked at Suemo. She was not very confident about her results, so she was a little hesitant for a moment. Let's check yours first. Suemo took Yenjoshi's little hand and smiled faintly. He knew that this girl must be very nervous now. However, the result will not change no matter what, the result is what it is. It has come to this point. No matter what the result is, both of them have to face it and there is no escape. All right. When Yenjoshi heard Suemo say this, she took a deep breath and carefully entered her student number on the keyboard. When she put the mouse arrow on the query button, her whole body began to tremble nervously. Seeing this situation, a smile appeared on Sumo's lips. This girl is a little too nervous. Suddenly, Yenjoshi felt a big hand on her hand. When she turned around, she saw Sumo's encouraging eyes. When he thought of his mother watching him, his little face turned red. Xiaoxi, relax. Hearing Sumo's encouragement, Yenjoshi's nervousness instantly eased a lot. After hesitating for a moment, he finally clicked the right button of the mouse. Yan Joshi's college entrance examination results were immediately displayed on the computer screen. Student ID 367-2253. Name Yan Joshi. School Lin High No. 2 Middle School. Language 148. Mathematics 142. English 150. Science 292. Total score 732. City ranking 3rd. Provincial ranking 3rd. As soon as the result came out, Yan Joshi's face turned pale instantly. 3rd place? Doesn't that mean she is going to separate from Suemo? This is definitely something Yan Joshi cannot accept. Swish. Yan Joshi's tears fell directly. She turned her head to look at Suemo, who was standing beside her, and cried, "Xiaomo, I'm sorry." Suemo felt so distressed by her tearful look that he wiped the girl's tears gently and comforted her softly. "Girl, why are you crying? At worst, I can go study abroad with you." To be honest, Suemo also felt sorry for Yan Joshi's result. 732 points? It's actually pretty good. In previous years, this score would basically have earned him the top spot in the college entrance examination. But who would have thought that now I can't even get 2nd place? With Yan Joshi's score, the gap between her and the 2nd place should be very small. But it was this tiny gap that caused her to rank 3rd in Jiangbei province. This also means that Suemo has lost the bet with Yan's mother this time. Yan's mother, who was standing by, was stunned when she saw her daughter's results. You know, there are nearly 400,000 students taking the college entrance examination in the entire Jiangbei province, and my daughter ranked 3rd among those 400,000 students? This result is already excellent enough. Yan's mother had never thought that her daughter could get such good grades. It was not until now that she understood why the two men made that bet with her. For a moment, Yan's mother became more and more curious about Sumo's grades. My daughter ranked 3rd in Jiangbei province, so how would Sumo's results be? However, seeing her daughter's sad look, Yan's mother made a decision in her heart. "Xiaoxi, let's take a look at Xiaomo's results first." After a while, Yan Joshi's emotions finally stabilized, and she looked at her mother with red eyes from crying. "Mom, I don't want to study abroad." When Yan's mother saw her daughter like this, she couldn't help but sigh. Well, isn't everything I do for my daughter? After figuring this out, Mother Yan said softly, "Xiaoxi, I haven't told you to study abroad yet. Why are you in such a hurry?" She smiled slightly. "Let's take a look at Xiaoma's college entrance examination results first. If Xiaoma can give me a surprise, I'm not an unreasonable person." Instantly, a glimmer of hope rose in Yan Joshi's heart. She looked at her mother with surprise and asked, "Mom, what do you mean?" "Let's look at the results first." Seeing her daughter's ability to change her expression so quickly, Yan's mother couldn't help but stroke her forehead. "This girl is really..." Yan Joshi giggled. She was very confident about Sumo's performance. In her heart, Suemo must be the top scorer in the college entrance examination in Jiangbei province, there is no doubt about that. "Xiaomo, do you want to go or should I?" Yan Joshi asked Suemo. Checking the college entrance examination results is a very memorable thing. After all, under normal circumstances, it only happens once in a lifetime. Of course, if you repeat a grade, that's a different matter. Suemo smiled faintly. "Come on." Hearing this, Yan Joshi didn't hesitate at all. Her little hands quickly typed out Sumo's student number on the keyboard. It was even clearer than her own student number. This scene also made Suemo feel slightly warm in his heart. This girl remembers everything about him so clearly. When the mouse arrow was placed on the query button, Yan Joshi took a deep breath and clicked it directly. Immediately, Sumo's college entrance examination results appeared on the computer screen. Student ID 367-2657. Name Suemo. School Lin High No. 2 Middle School. Language 150. Mathematics 150. English 150. Science 300. Total score 750. City ranking 1st. Provincial ranking 1st. The room was extremely quiet. Those uniform scores of 150 made Yan's mother feel suffocated. 1st in the province? The most important thing is, it still got full marks? Oh my god. The top scorer in the college entrance examination with full marks. So horrible. Wow, Xiaoma, you are awesome. Yan Joshi was stunned for a while. After coming back to her senses, she excitedly kissed Suemo on the face. After the kiss, she realized that her mother seemed to be still there. Suddenly, her little face turned red. However, she was really happy for Suemo, as he was the top scorer in the college entrance examination with full marks. It's hard to imagine how much gold it contains. Yan's mother had no time to pay attention to her daughter's little actions. At this moment, the only thing in her eyes was Sumo's college entrance examination results. As a major shareholder of a supergroup, Yan's mother can be considered a person who has seen many ups and downs, but even so, she was still shocked by this perfect college entrance examination result. This full marks? In Yan's mother's impression, it seems that Jiangbei province has not had a top scholar with full marks for more than 10 years. But now, there is one in front of her, how can she not be shocked? This is simply a miracle. At this moment, Mother Yan finally understood why Suemo dared to make that bet with her. He really has this ability. I'm afraid it won't be long before all the famous universities in the country will compete for Suemo, the top scorer with full marks. Suemo sat aside, appearing quite calm. He already had a rough idea of his own results in his mind. If he can't even handle a small college entrance examination, he might as well kill himself. After all, he is a man with a system. At this moment, the voice of the system sounded in Sumo's mind. Bite. Congratulations to the host for taking first place in Jiangbei province in this college entrance examination. The reward is skill language proficiency. Hearing this voice, Suemo felt delighted. Language proficiency? The skills rewarded this time are much better than last time. The Go Master proficiency that the system rewarded last time was really useless in Sumo's opinion. He didn't play Go normally, so this skill was simply useless to him. He could only wait and see if it could come in handy in the future. As soon as the system finished speaking, a lot of knowledge about foreign languages instantly appeared in Sumo's mind. More than 60 languages. In the blink of an eye, Suemo became a master of language. Xiaomo, your score is scary. With Yan Joshi's words, Sumo's thoughts were brought back to reality. Feeling the girl's admiring gaze, Suemo smiled faintly, without a trace of pride on his face. He scored 750 points, that's because there were only 750 points on the test paper. Since he obtained the system, he and the others are no longer in the same realm. Nothing, the score is the same as I estimated. As for Yan Joshi's admiration, what Suemo missed more was the sweet kiss just now. Seeing Sumo's humble appearance, Mother Yan's opinion of him improved a lot. How could a 17 or 18-year-old child stay so calm when he found out that he had scored full marks in the college entrance examination? This is truly rare. This kid is definitely not an ordinary guy. Yan's mother couldn't help but admire him in her heart. If Suemo knew what her future mother-in-law thought, she would definitely give her a thumbs up. Mom! After the excitement, Yan Joshi turned her gaze to her mother. She couldn't relax until she got a positive answer from her mother. In fact, domestic universities are also good. Facing her daughter's inquiring gaze, a smile appeared on Yan's mother's face. Upon hearing this, how could Suemo and Yan Joshi not understand the meaning? They smiled at each other in tacit understanding. Now, we finally don't have to separate. Chapter 38. My Xiaoxi is very beautiful today. You too, don't be too happy too soon. Mother Yan looked at her daughter and Suemo and glared at them both unhappily. She doesn't have to go abroad, but... Originally, when Yan Joshi and Suemo heard Yan's mother's first words, they both showed excited smiles on their faces. When they heard the word but, they all pricked up their ears and looked at Yan's mother, not knowing what she was going to say. But both of you listen to me. Mother Yan looked at her daughter and Suemo seriously. You are both still young. I don't want me to be a grandmother before you graduate from college. This kind of thing is absolutely not allowed. Do you understand? Yan Joshi's face turned as red as a ripe apple after hearing what her mother said. She really didn't expect her mother to say such embarrassing words. Mom, what are you talking about? Yan Joshi threw herself into Yan's mother's arms. She really didn't have the face to look at Suemo. Even Suemo felt embarrassed when he heard what his future mother-in-law said. He had no idea about this matter for the time being. Now that Yan's mother had said it in front of him, even though Suemo was thick-skinned, he still felt a little embarrassed. Of course, Yan's mother also noticed the embarrassment between the two, but as a mother, she had to say this. Otherwise, by the time the matter is done, it will be too late to say anything. Aunt, don't worry. Although Suemo was embarrassed, he knew that he had to express his opinion at this time. I promise you that Xiaoxi and I will never cross the line before we graduate from college. After hearing Sumo's promise, Yan's mother nodded with satisfaction. She still believed in Sumo's words. Even the top scorer in the college entrance examination has achieved it. Is there anything more difficult than this? Of course. For example, Yan Jioshi's charm. As long as you are a man, you really can't stop it. It's a physiological instinct. What Suemo didn't know was that in the next 4 years, he would deeply regret what he said today. After Yan's mother left Yan Jioshi's room, the awkwardness in the air seemed to become even more intense. When Yan Jiushi thought of what her mother had just said, she felt so ashamed. To the point that she couldn't help blushing whenever she saw Suemo. Yan Jioshi's cute look also made Suemo laugh. Girl, don't be shy. You will have to face what your aunt said sooner or later. Suemo originally wanted to enlighten Yan Jiushi, but he never expected that his words made Yan Jiushi even more shy, and she dived directly into the bed. After a long time, Yan Jiushi finally returned to normal. Suemo stayed at Yan Jioshi's house for a while and then left. Because he wanted to tell his mother the good news. His mother had raised him up, and he had to tell her about this happy event as soon as possible. Mom, I'm back. Boom. As soon as Suemo opened the door, he was suddenly startled by a loud noise, followed by colored paper filling the air. Su's mother came out from behind the door holding a roller-like object, her face full of excitement. Congratulations to the top scorer in the college entrance examination. After hearing these words, Suemo was sure that he had not come to the wrong house. Mom, you already know everything? Suemo didn't expect that his mother already knew his grades. He was surprised. Didn't she have the key to her room? When he thought of this, Suemo suddenly felt something was wrong. Yeah, I just checked your grades online, son, you're really great. Su's mother did not notice Sumo's strange expression. She was completely immersed in the joy of her son becoming the top scorer in the college entrance examination. Mother Su never dreamed that her son could give her such a big surprise. When Su's mother saw Sumo's grades today, she rubbed her eyes in disbelief. At one point I suspected that I had seen it wrong. However, Su's mother checked 5 times in a row and the results were the same. Only then did she believe that her son had really won the top spot in the college entrance examination in Jiangbei province. That feeling is like winning 5 million. No, I'm happier than winning 5 million. However, Sumo's words brought Su's mother back to reality from her joy. Mom, don't you have the key to my room? Suemo looked at his mother with interest. How come all the figurines that he had secretly collected during this period disappeared one by one inexplicably? So this was what happened. When Su's mother heard what her son said, she was stunned. I was so happy that I forgot about this matter. I borrowed the computer from your Aunt Lee's house next door. I didn't use the computer in your room. Suemo didn't believe what his mother said at all. Didn't he know what kind of person his mother was? Growing up, he would stutter whenever his mother lied to him. Really? Suemo looked at his mother helplessly and said, Mom, please return my figurines to me immediately. This matter will be written off. Make a deal. Suemo. It's really motherly. We finally found the culprit. In fact, the reason why Su's mother hid those figures was because she was afraid that these things would affect her son's learning state. But now it's different. Suemo is already the top scorer in the college entrance examination in Jiangbei province, so he doesn't have to worry about anything. Figure? Give. Must give. After a while, Suemo moved out a full box of things from his mother's room. These were Suemo's treasures. He even thought that many of them were lost, but he didn't expect that they were all with his mother. This is really. However, Suemo couldn't say anything, as he knew that everything his mother did was for his own good. Finally, looking at the key his mother handed him, he could only smile bitterly. Son, you are really great. I never expected you to get such good grades, but you really made your mother look good this time. At this point, Su's mother couldn't help but get teary-eyed. Even your father in the underworld probably wouldn't have thought that your Su family would produce a top scorer in the college entrance examination. Mom. Suemo also quickly held his mother's hand, his eyes full of heartache. Why are you talking about this? Suemo knew how difficult it was for his mother to raise him over the years, and his heart was deeply moved. It's Mom's fault. Today is a happy day. Sue's mother also quickly wiped her tears and burst into laughter. Son, tell me what you want to eat today. Even if you want a full banquet, I can make it for you. Then let's have a full banquet. Suemo replied in a decisive tone. The speed was really as fast as lightning. Mother Sue. Suemo saw that his mother was speechless, and quickly explained with a smile, Mom, I was just joking with you. For lunch, you can make whatever you want. As long as it's made by you, I like to eat it. You're just sweet talking. Sue's mother also rolled her eyes at her son, but her heart was filled with happiness. Today is the happiest day for her since Sue's father passed away. My son has become successful. What could make a mother happier than this? In the next few days, Suemo also dragged Yenjoshi to hang out in the library. The library is more attractive to Suemo than any other place. Until the school called and asked me to go there to fill out the application. That morning, Suemo was waiting at the door of Yenjoshi's house early in the morning. Xiaomo, how long have you been here? Yenjoshi looked at Suemo, who was dressed in black, standing at the door, and happily ran to him. My Xiaoxi is so beautiful today. Suemo looked at the lovely person in front of him and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Yenjoshi wore a light yellow chiffon top today, paired with a white skirt and a cute sun hat. She looked like a princess from a fairy tale. Who is your Xiaoxi? Yenjoshi gave Suemo a reproachful look, but the hint of sweetness at the corner of her mouth expressed her true feelings at the moment. Get in the car. Suemo patted the back seat of the bicycle, his face full of joy. At this moment, even the air seemed to become sweet. Maybe this is the taste of love. Chapter 39, Comparable to the Greatest? Half an hour later, the two finally arrived at the school gate. As soon as they arrived at the gate, Suemo and Yenjoshi were attracted by a huge banner. There was a sentence written on the banner, and the edges of the font were shining with gold, which was very eye-catching. Congratulations to Suemo, a student from Class 3 of Senior 3 of our school, for getting a perfect score in the college entrance examination and becoming the top scorer in Jiangbei Province. When Yenjoshi saw the banner, she also covered her mouth and chuckled. Xiaomo, look, it seems like he's talking about you. Suemo felt helpless about Yenjoshi's teasing. Isn't this a bit too high profile? It's a bit high profile indeed. However, this is not the school's fault. This will be the case no matter which school produces a top scorer in the college entrance examination. What's more, Suemo got full marks in the college entrance examination, which is simply a miracle. When Principal Wang Qinian saw Sumo's results, he immediately checked the previous college entrance examination results in Jiangbei Province and came to a result that shocked him. 21 years. For 21 years, Jiangbei Province had not had a top scorer in the college entrance examination with full marks. But now his students have accomplished this feat. How can this not be high profile? Suemo and Yenjoshi did not go directly to the classroom, but went to the principal's office. This was what Wang Qinian specifically instructed them to do when he called yesterday. At this time, the principal's office was also full of people, all teachers from number 2 middle school. Even teachers from the first and second year high schools came, all wanting to see this top scorer in the college entrance examination who had scored full marks. Suemo and Yenjoshi heard the laughter of a group of teachers from a distance. In response, the two could only look at each other with bitter smiles. It's another battle. Neither of them liked such occasions, but there was nothing they could do. Ahem. Principal, we are here. When Suemo walked to the door, he saw that it was full of teachers and felt ashamed. How do they get in? Suddenly, the whole office fell silent. All the teachers looked towards the door. The boy is sunny and handsome, and the girl is stunningly beautiful. They are simply a perfect match. 4 words appeared involuntarily in everyone's mind. Golden boy and jade girl. Wang Qinian was the first to speak up. Teachers of grade 1 and 2, all go out first. Except for the class teacher, all other teachers of grade 3, all go out as well. There is no other way but to do this. The office is not big, how can it accommodate so many people? To the point that there was no place to even step. Seeing Suemo and Yenjoshi coming, of course they had to make some room for the hero. All the teachers did not express any dissatisfaction, they basically just came to join in the fun. So, after hearing the principal's words, everyone retreated in an orderly manner. However, every time a teacher came up to the two of them, they couldn't help but praise them. Sumo, you really brought honor to our number 2 middle school this time. Student Yen Joshi's grades are also very impressive. The top scorer in the college entrance examination, TSK. In response to the teacher's compliments, the two smiled politely. After all the teachers had left, only the principal, Wang Qinian, and the 6th class teachers of the senior year were left in the office. Hello, principal, hello, teachers. After Sumo and Yen Joshi came in, they greeted them politely, and the 6th class teachers all nodded. Sumo, you really bring honor to number 2 middle school. Wang Qinian spoke loudly as soon as he came up, which scared Yen Joshi. Principal, please don't get excited. Let's talk it over nicely. Sumo was also speechless at the principal's sudden surprise. The other class teachers couldn't help but laugh when they saw this scene. Those who don't know would think that Sumo is the principal and Wang Qinian is the student. While it was funny, the teachers were more impressed. How could a student remain so calm after learning that he was the top scorer in the college entrance examination? This is really rare. Especially Sumo's head teacher Luyu, the look in her eyes when she looked at Sumo was full of pride. That's right, pride. As a newly interned teacher, she was able to produce a top scorer in the college entrance examination with full marks in her first year, which is a miracle in itself. Until now, Luyu still feels as if she is dreaming. Ahem. Wang Qinian's face turned red at Sumo's words, but he didn't care at all. Who cares? Anyway, their number 2 middle school has produced a top scorer in the college entrance examination with full marks, so as the principal, Wang Qinian is naturally very happy. He hadn't had a good night's sleep in the past few days. This matter really made him too excited. And it's not just Sumo who got the top score in the college entrance examination, there's also Yen Joshi who got the 3rd place. This time, number 2 middle school has had a chance to show its face in the entire Jiangbei province. Is there anything more exciting than this? Student Sumo, in view of your outstanding performance in the college entrance examination this time, the school has decided to include you in the Wall of Honor. When Wang Qinian said this, everyone in the office was shocked. Wall of Honor? Are you kidding? It has been more than 40 years since the establishment of number 2 middle school, but there is only one person who can be included in the Wall of Honor. He is now a leading figure in the literary world. Is Sumo actually comparable to that person? Is this reward a bit too generous? Several teachers couldn't help but look at each other. Finally, it was Sumo's head teacher Luyu who stood up, because only she could say this. Principal, isn't this reward a bit too great? Luyu frowned and looked at Wang Qinian and said, Sumo got the top score in the college entrance examination with full marks, but he is far from being comparable to that person. Sumo agreed with Luyu's words. Even with his current terrifying amount of knowledge, he still has no confidence that he can compare to the one on the school's Wall of Honor. Moreover, Sumo himself is not a person who cares about reputation. To him, these things are not important at all. However, Wang Qinian disagreed with Luyu's opinion and waved his hand at Luyu. Teacher Lu, I want to ask you something. Principal, please feel free to ask me anything you want. When Luyu heard Wang Qinian's words, she also spoke quickly. Even the guy on the Wall of Honor wasn't as good as Sumo when he was young, right? Wang Qinian glanced at the teachers in the office. He was not only saying this to Luyu, but also to all the teachers. This. For a moment, Luyu didn't know how to answer. As far as Luyu knew, that big guy seemed to have only ranked 7th in Jiangbei province in the college entrance examination. Although the results are good, they are still more than one level lower than Sumo. When the other teachers heard what Wang Qinian said, they all looked at each other in surprise and had nothing to say. When Wang Qinian saw that no one was talking, he just smiled and talked freely. That person was included in the Wall of Honor only after he became famous. However, after so many years, there has been no second person in the Wall of Honor at number 2 middle school. Do you know why? No one spoke, and they didn't know the answer to this question. However, Sumo and Yen Joshi sat directly on the sofa at the door. Anyway, this matter was not very important to them. Wang Qinian also sighed helplessly. For so many years, we have always used that person as the standard for the Wall of Honor, but have you ever thought that this is also a kind of confinement for students? If even an outstanding student like Sumo can't be included in the Wall of Honor, do you think anyone else will be able to do it in the future? In this situation, tearing down and rebuilding is the right choice. Chapter 40 Horrifying Data. Wang Qinian's words made several teachers present keep silent. Yes. Suemo is the top scorer in the college entrance examination with full marks. If even he can't enter the Wall of Honor, will there be any other students who can enter the Wall of Honor in the future? No. Anyway, all the teachers present couldn't figure out what kind of achievements they had to make to be included in the Wall of Honor. Wang Qinian said, so I decided that this time, Suemo will be included in the Wall of Honor. The teachers didn't say anything else, but Yen Joshi was quite happy for Suemo. That's the Wall of Honor of number 2 middle school. There has only been one in the school's 40-plus years of existence, and now, Suemo has become the second one. Not only that, this time Suemo has achieved such good results, the school has decided to reward him with 100,000 yuan as a reward. Several teachers had no reaction to this award, which is a very normal thing. No matter which school it is, the top scorer in the college entrance examination will be given a cash reward. Some schools even offer rewards to students as long as they are admitted to Ching Hua University. Of course, Yen Joshi's college entrance examination results are also very good. The school has decided to reward you with 50,000 yuan. Suemo and Yen Joshi walked up to Wang Qinian and bowed slightly. Thank you, principal. When Wang Qinian saw this scene, he nodded with satisfaction, and suddenly he remembered something. By the way, classmate Suemo, there is one more thing I want to tell you. Someone from the education team will be coming over in a few days. You should be prepared then. Suemo was stunned. What are you preparing for? Sumo's appearance made everyone in the office laugh, and Wang Qinian also explained in a bad mood. The people from the education team are here for two main reasons. The first is to distribute your top prize money. Oh? When Suemo heard about the bonus, his eyes lit up immediately. How much is it? Little money grubber. Except for Yen Joshi, everyone couldn't help but put this label on Suemo. In Jiangbei province, the reward for the top scorer in the college entrance examination has always been 200,000 yuan. Don't even think about getting more. 200,000? When Suemo heard that there was 200,000 yuan to be won, he immediately smiled. The second thing is to interview you. The content of the interview is to ask you about your learning methods and skills, as well as some words of gratitude. When the reward from the education group arrives, I will send it to your home along with the school's reward for you. Thank you, principal. Suemo was so happy to say thank you. In fact, he didn't know that the top scorer in the college entrance examination could get money. Now when he heard that he could get a reward of 300,000 yuan, he was extremely happy. Okay, you two should go back to your respective classrooms. You still need to fill out your application later. Seeing Sumo's happy look, Wang Qinian laughed and scolded him in an unpleasant manner. As soon as the two of them walked out of the principal's office, Suemo couldn't help but ask, Xiaoxi, have you decided which university you want to apply to? My mother suggested Ching Hua University, and I like it more myself. After Yen Joshi heard Sumo's words, she also expressed her thoughts. After she finished speaking, she looked at Suemo and asked, what about you? Suemo chuckled and said, my mother and I have already discussed it. I will report wherever you report to. You. When Yen Joshi heard Sumo's words, she couldn't help but roll her eyes at him and pretended to hit him. It's settled then. See you at Qingda. When Suemo saw that something was wrong, he just ran away, leaving Yen Joshi alone stamping her feet in anger. As soon as Suemo entered the classroom, he was surrounded by all the students from class 3. The top scorer in the college entrance examination is here. Brother Mo, you are so awesome this time. You can even get full marks in the college entrance examination? Suemo, please sign your name for me quickly, maybe it will be valuable in the future. Zhuanyuanlang, I wonder how you feel now? Suemo was completely confused by all the various questions. What was going on? In the end, it was only with the help of Fatty Wang that Suemo managed to escape to his seat. Brother Mo, you are really my idol now. Fatty Wang looked at Suemo excitedly and said, it's not enough that he's good at studying, he's also so good at playing basketball, he's simply inhuman. Okay, Fatty. Suemo looked at Fatty Wang unhappily and asked, how many points did you get in the exam this time? You'll never guess. When Fatty Wang heard Suemo asking about his grades, he chuckled. When he saw his grades this time, he couldn't believe it himself. Hurry up and tell me. Suemo couldn't help but rolled his eyes. Brother Mo, I got 547 points in the test this time, so I can apply for a general first-class university. I just want to ask you if you are awesome or not. Fatty Wang finally told us his college entrance examination results, and even Suemo was surprised. Suemo knew Fatty Wang's grades. Although he was influenced by him and started to study hard in the last 2 months, he never scored more than 500 points in a single exam. However, he actually got a good score of 547 in the college entrance examination this time. Suemo couldn't help but want to give a thumbs up to this fat guy. Other people always fail at critical moments, but Fatty Wang is just the opposite. The more critical the moment, the more exceptional his performance becomes. This is really strange. However, Suemo was still happy for Fatty Wang from the bottom of his heart. The two had been friends for 3 years, so naturally he hoped that he could get into a good school. After a while, Luyu walked into the classroom with a stack of papers. "Students, please be quiet." Luyu looked at the whole class and chuckled. Now she was in high spirits. Not only did the class have a top scorer in the college entrance examination with full marks, but even the scores of ordinary students were much better than she expected. When she saw the rate of students admitted to the top universities in her class, Luyu couldn't even believe her eyes. What kind of terrifying statistic is this? 98%. That is to say, in the entire class 3, there is only one student whose performance is not very ideal. The college entrance examination scores of other students are enough to get into an ordinary first-class university, which is really scary. Everyone has done well in the college entrance examination this time. I would like to congratulate everyone here. As soon as Luyu finished speaking, the whole class applauded spontaneously, and even Suemo joined in. Suemo felt that in the past 2 months leading up to the college entrance examination, the students in the class were as energetic as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Although there were factors of their own, their efforts could not be ignored. Everyone deserves applause for this effort. I believe everyone knows what this stack of paper in my hand is. Luyu said slowly, "Yes, it is the college entrance examination application form." Everyone has one, but you must think carefully before filling in the application form. Fill in the school you like and the school you have discussed with your parents. Does everyone know? No. Luyu also began to distribute volunteer forms to the students. Since Suemo was in the last row of the class, he got the application form at the last minute. When Lu Yufa came to him, he stopped immediately. "Suemo, have you discussed with your mother which university to apply to?" Chapter 41 Fans' points exceed 10,000. Lu Yu knew that Suemo came from a single-parent family. In the past, she always believed that children who grew up in single-parent families would have a sense of inferiority compared to children from ordinary families. However, since Lu Yu met Suemo, this idea disappeared. Because, all we can see from Suemo is his immense self-confidence. He is a treasure boy. That is right, Lu Yu is very fortunate to be Suemo's teacher. Suemo showed a sly smile at the corner of his mouth in response to the teacher's question. "Teacher, my mother told me to apply to whichever school her daughter-in-law wants to apply to. Do you think this is too much?" "What?" When Lu Yu heard Sumo's words, she was immediately shocked. Could she still be so willful? This is no small matter. But when Lu Yu saw the sly smile on Sumo's lips, she knew that this boy must be making fun of her again. However, Lu Yu was not angry with Suemo at all. On the contrary, Sumo's behavior made Lu Yu feel warm in her heart. In the future, she didn't know if she would have the chance to see Suemo joking with her again. A trace of reluctance flashed across Lu Yu's eyes, but then quickly disappeared. There is nothing we can do. All good things must come to an end. If that were true, then it would be their teacher's turn to have a headache. Little boy, stop making fun of your teacher and tell me which university you want to apply to. National Ching Hua University, or Nanjing University, or Imperial University? The 3 universities Lu Yu mentioned are the 3 highest-ranked universities in the entire country of Xia. She believes that Suemo will not choose any other university. Xiao Shi and I have already discussed it. We want to apply to Ching Hua University. Suemo also regained his serious look and told Lu Yu his true thoughts. After hearing Sumo's words, Lu Yu nodded in agreement. Ching Hua University is the #1 university in Xia country, so this is a good choice. When you become successful, you must come back to visit the teacher more often. Do you hear me? Lu Yu couldn't help but let a smile appear on her face. Although she had only been a teacher for a year, she already understood the teacher's desire for her son to succeed. After all, teachers and doctors are among the greatest professions in the world. That's a must. Suemo made an okay gesture. No matter what time it is, people should not forget their roots. Regarding the matter of filling out applications, basically all students have already discussed it with their parents. So, after a while, all the students had handed their application forms to Luyu. Luyu took a quick look and found that in addition to Suemo, there were 2 other students in the class who had applied to Ching Hua University, which surprised her. You know, in previous years, if a class had a student from Ching Hua University, it was something worth bragging about. But this year, there are 3 students in her class who applied to Ching Hua University? This was something Luyu never even dared to think about before. Suemo will definitely be admitted to Ching Hua University. Besides him, Han Jiang and Zhao Miaomiao from Class 3 also applied to Ching Hua University. Before Suemo rose to prominence, the 2 of them had always been ranked first and second in Class 3. Both of them performed well in the college entrance examination. Han Jiang scored 688 points and Zhao Miaomiao scored 678 points. Although the results are very good, it is still uncertain whether I can pass the passing line of Ching Hua University. Because Ching Hua University is ranked first in the country, the admission line in previous years was very high, ranging from 700 points to 660 points. Therefore, it is really hard to say what the admission line will be this year. Of course, both of them only applied to Ching Hua University as their first choice. Even if they were not selected, they could go to their second or third choice, which are all very good universities. After returning home, Suemo told his mother about the bonus. When Su's mother heard that there was a bonus of 300,000 yuan, she was also shocked, but she quickly accepted it. Su's mother used to often see reports about how much money a certain province's top scorer in the college entrance examination received as a reward. At that time, she was just envious, but she never expected that she would have such a situation herself. She was really filled with emotion for a moment. Finally, Su's mother announced to Suemo that they would save all the bonus he had won and give it to him as a wife's capital. When Suemo heard his mother's decision, he rolled his eyes speechlessly, but in the end he had no choice but to accept it. A wife is just a wife. The matter about Sumo's college entrance examination results also attracted a lot of attention on the internet. This incident was reported on all major headlines, causing the name Suemo to become well known across the country for a while. The top scorer in the college entrance examination with full marks. Among the more than 20 provinces in the country this year, there is only Jiangbei province. Especially the video about the interview with Suemo that was posted online some time ago. At that time, many people left messages criticizing Suemo, but now these people are dumbfounded. Who would have thought that Suemo actually got full marks in the college entrance examination? After seeing Sumo's results, these people felt hot on their faces. Fortunately, they published it online, otherwise, they would have been slapped in the face. They actually met a super academic master, they can only consider themselves unlucky. These people deleted all the comments under the interview video immediately. Because of this incident, Sumo's fan value finally broke through the 10,000 mark. When he was reading in the library with Yen Joshi, he also heard the long-lost voice of the system. Bite. Congratulations to the host for breaking through 10,000 fans and successfully activating the lottery system. The host currently has one chance to draw a lottery and can randomly draw a skill. The next time you get a chance to draw a lottery, you have to wait until the host's fan value reaches 100,000 before you can get a second chance to draw a lottery, and so on. What? Suemo was completely confused. What kind of system is this? This is too bad. Will the money increase tenfold next time? Doesn't that mean that by the next time, we will need 1 million fans? What about the next time? Suemo got a headache when he thought about this, oh my god. If that's the case, I guess I won't be able to win the prize that many times in total. I originally thought that if I could draw a lottery a few more times, I would have all the skills I need. However, imagination is beautiful, but reality is cruel. Well. Suemo sighed helplessly. It seems that if he wants to acquire skills, he still needs to complete tasks. As for the lucky draw and the like, just consider it as a welfare benefit. Having this benefit is better than having nothing. Xiaoma, what's wrong with you? Yen Joshi looked at Suemo, who was sighing, and couldn't help but ask curiously, wasn't he fine just now? Why did he suddenly sigh? Nothing, I just thought about my mom losing a figurine of mine. I feel sad when I think about it. It's my favorite figurine. In response to Yen Joshi's sudden inquiry, Suemo told a white lie. The existence of this system is still a bit too shocking. Suemo never intended to tell anyone about this, so he could only bury it deep in his heart. poor Mother Su had to bear the blame again for no reason. Yen Joshi couldn't help but giggle when she heard Sumo's words. She knew that Suemo liked collecting figures very much, so she didn't doubt anything. At worst I can give you another one, don't be unhappy. Yen Joshi looked at Suemo, smiled, and said softly. Real? After Suemo heard Yen Joshi's words, his eyes lit up. He had just fallen in love with a figurine recently, but he couldn't afford it because it was too expensive. Of course. Yen Joshi couldn't help but smile slightly when she saw Sumo's excitement. This made Suemo sigh. It's good to have a rich girlfriend. Although, Suemo used to hate pretty boys. But now. Emma, it smells so good. Chapter 42 Brainstorming. And so, more than a month passed. Suemo finally read all the books in this library. Suemo now exudes an even stronger aura of knowledge, and one can tell at a glance that he must be full of poetry and talent. Yen Joshi also felt Sumo's transformation and couldn't help but marvel at it. Because a person's temperament takes a long time to cultivate. However, this was the first time she had seen someone like Suemo. Although it felt a bit unbelievable, Yen Joshi did not doubt anything. After returning home at night, Suemo locked himself in the room. System, I want to draw a lottery. Since there was a chance to participate in the lottery, Suemo had long wanted to see what this so-called lottery was, so he was naturally a little impatient. The host currently has a chance to draw a first-level lottery. Do you want to confirm the draw? Confirm. Congratulations to the host for winning the skill brainstorm. What the hell? When Suemo heard the system's voice, his first reaction was to ask a question. Brainstorm? It sounds so awesome. Brainstorm is a god-level skill. It can increase the hostess' intelligence and thinking tenfold when they are thinking seriously. After Suemo heard the system's explanation, he immediately felt the power of his imagination. What a magical skill! Although, Suemo has not tried this skill yet. However, intelligence increased tenfold, thinking increased tenfold, and even with one's toes, one could feel the abnormality of this skill. You know, Sumo's intelligence is already very high now, almost belonging to the small group of people who reach the ceiling of human beings. What would that mean if it increased tenfold? It's so scary. In order to test how terrifying this skill is, Suemo directly turned on the computer and searched for the 5 major conjectures in mathematics. These 5 conjectures have been around for nearly 100 years, but no one has ever been able to confirm them. To the extent that everyone now believes that these 5 conjectures should be invalid. A gleam of light flashed in Sumo's eyes. That's it. The BDY conjecture was proposed by the famous mathematician BDY from the Yi Kingdom, so it is also named after him. This conjecture has been around for 87 years, and no one has been able to solve it. Suemo had heard about the BDY conjecture several times from his math teacher before. Therefore, he wanted to try whether he could solve the conjecture after brainstorming. If it still can't be solved like this, then it is estimated that no one will be able to solve it, at least not in a few hundred years. Unless humans evolve again. Suemo immediately took out paper and pen and immersed himself in BDY's conjecture. At the same time, Sumo's brain was working at a terrifying speed. Rustle. The only sound in the room was the sound of writing, and time passed by minute by minute. It was an ordinary night, but something extremely extraordinary happened. Because, after spending an unknown amount of time, Suemo finally solved the BDY conjecture. Yes, it's really solved. Suemo looked at the nearly 100 sheets of draft paper in front of the computer, and a strong sense of accomplishment rose in his heart. Looking at the time, it was already 6:30 in the morning. Suemo, who had just relaxed, suddenly felt as if his brain had been drained. This was a typical case of overworking his brain. He fell straight onto the bed and fell asleep. It was not until 12 o'clock in the afternoon that Suemo, with his mother knocking frantically on the door, had to get up and open the door with 2 panda eyes. Mom, can't you let me sleep a little longer? Suemo opened the door unhappily and looked at his mother standing at the door, but the next second, Suemo became alert. Because he saw Yen Joshi behind his mother. Xiaoxi? Suemo looked at her in surprise and asked, "Why are you here?" When Su's mother saw her son like this, she was also very puzzled. Why was this boy so sleepy? Xiaomo, how come you can sleep so well? Yen Joshi looked at Sumo's listless appearance and couldn't help but ask a question. This morning, she called Suemo 5 or 6 times, but no one answered. That's why Yen Joshi ran to Sumo's house to see what was going on. Yes, tell me the truth, did you play games all night last night? Sue's mother looked at Suemo unhappily. During the summer vacation, she often saw her son playing games. Sue's mother didn't care about this matter. Anyway, my son has been admitted to Ching Hua University, so it's time for him to relax. However, while you can relax, don't overdo it. Otherwise, when school starts, you might not be able to control your crazy desire to play. Mom, do you think your son is that kind of person? In response to his mother's question, Suemo looked at her helplessly. So what did you do last night? Hearing Suemo say this, Yen Joshi also looked at him curiously. Suemo looked like he obviously didn't sleep the whole night. What did he do last night? You will know when you come in and take a look. Suemo yawned, then leaned against the head of the bed and squinted his eyes. His eyes felt uncomfortable because of staying up late. After Sue's mother and Yen Joshi walked into Sumo's room, their attention was immediately attracted by the draft papers scattered all over the computer. You kid, your room is so messy, and you don't even know how to clean it up. Are you making a fool of yourself for Xiaoxi? Sue's mother immediately got angry. Yen Joshi was her future daughter-in-law. She finally came home, but this girl actually failed at such a critical moment? Sue's mother began to reflect on herself, wondering if she had always been too nice to Suemo. Yen Joshi also walked to the computer desk, picked up a piece of draft paper and started to read it, but then she was shocked by the profound mathematical formulas on it. Although Yen Joshi could only understand a little bit of the above content, this little bit had already deeply shocked her. Sue's mother, who was standing by, saw Yen Joshi standing there in a daze with a piece of paper in her hand, and immediately rolled up her sleeves to clean up the garbage. Auntie, wait a moment. When Yen Joshi saw that Sue's mother crumpled one of the draft papers into a ball, she was shocked and quickly spoke up to stop her. This is a treasure. Although Yen Joshi didn't know what this was, she knew it must be something very powerful. Are these things still useful? When Sue's mother saw her daughter-in-law's expression, she immediately stopped what she was doing. When Suemo heard the conversation between the two, he quickly opened his eyes. This was the result of his hard work all night. If his mother abandoned him, he would have nowhere to cry. Mom, you can't throw these things away. Why? When Sue's mother and Yen Joshi heard Suemo speak, they quickly looked at him. They all wanted to know what this thing was. I didn't sleep all night last night because of this stuff. Suemo rubbed his eyes and explained to his mother helplessly, this is the answer to a math problem. It is very precious. Please don't throw it away. When Sue's mother heard what her son said, she laughed instantly, strode up to Suemo and twisted his ear. How dare you lie to me? No, when did I lie to you? Suemo was awakened instantly by the sudden pain. He is telling the truth. ISNTBDYS cracking formula precious? Chapter 43 One of the 5 Great Conjectures in Mathematics. Auntie, Xiaoma didn't lie to you. These are indeed all mathematical formulas. Yen Joshi, who was standing by, also quickly spoke up for Suemo. Suemo was moved when he heard Yen Joshi's words. At critical moments, your wife is still reliable. Sue's mother still attaches great importance to Yen Joshi's words. After all, she is her future daughter-in-law. But I've never heard of this. Can you write so many answers to a math problem? Sue's mother pointed to the piles of draft papers in front of the computer and roughly counted them. There were at least 100 sheets. Can there be so many answers to one question? It's impossible. Yen Joshi didn't know how to explain to Sue's mother for a moment, so she could only look at Suemo for help. Mom, there are a lot of things you don't know, but you can't not trust your son. Suemo looked at his mother helplessly and said, when have I ever lied to you? From childhood to adulthood, Suemo has never lied to his mother. No matter what wrong he has done, he will tell his mother the truth. When Sue's mother heard what her son said, she was also stunned, as if this was really the case. Then explain it to me. Sue's mother pointed to the draft papers covering the entire computer desk. She still found it hard to believe that these were all the answers to one question. It's not like she hasn't done math problems before. Doesn't she have an idea of how many answers she can write for a problem? Mother Sue stood aside with her arms folded, as if to say to Suemo, if you don't give me a satisfactory explanation, you will bear the consequences yourself. Suemo stood up and walked to the computer, picking up the piece of draft paper that his mother had crumpled into a ball on the ground. These are all priceless treasures. Suemo was well aware of how precious the contents on the draft paper were. He quickly and carefully unrolled the paper ball in his hand, flattened it, and placed it on the table. Xiao, what are these? Seeing Sumo's cautious look, Yen Joshi couldn't help but ask. Although she knew that these were mathematical formulas, she only understood the basics and had no idea what was written on them. These are all treasures. Sumo tidied up the draft papers on the table and said slowly, Xiaoxi, do you know the 5 major conjectures in mathematics? I seem to have heard the teacher say this several times, but aren't those all unsolvable conjectures? Yen Joshi became even more confused after hearing Sumo's words. She knew a little about the 5 conjectures, but what did they have to do with these draft papers? Etc. Yen Joshi's mind suddenly exploded, and she looked at Sumo with shock in her eyes. This can't be. That's right. Sumo smiled proudly and said calmly, these are all the calculations of BDY's conjecture. How is that possible? As soon as Yen Joshi heard Sumo's words, she covered her mouth. Sumo's words were like a bombshell, which stunned Yen Joshi. Yen Joshi knew very well what the 5 major mathematical conjectures were. There are countless mathematicians in the world who want to solve it, but after so many years, no one has been able to solve it. No matter how talented one is, they are all the same in the face of the 5 conjectures. Until now, almost everyone has believed that these 5 conjectures are simply unsolvable propositions. Only a few mathematicians are still attacking the 5 major mathematical conjectures. However, so far, no one has been able to solve it. But now Sumo told her that the content on the draft paper in front of her was the calculation formula for one of the 5 major conjectures. This really made Yen Joshi wonder if she was hallucinating? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Su's mother, who was standing by, became even more confused when she saw her daughter-in-law's shocked expression. What was going on? Su's mother didn't understand a word of their conversation, but from what she heard, it seemed as if her son had done something great again. She asked tentatively, son, are these things valuable? When Sumo heard this, a bitter smile appeared on his face. Mom, these are not about money. These things have different meanings. It can't be measured in money, but from what I know, the reward for this question seems to be as high as 10 million. What? When Su's mother heard what her son said, her expression instantly became exactly the same as Yen Joshi's. 10 million? Mother Su immediately rushed to the computer desk, looked at the crumpled paper in her hand, looked at her son in a panic and asked, did I break this thing? Sumo couldn't help laughing at his mother's look. It's okay, as long as the content is still there. When Su's mother heard this, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This is something worth 10 million. If it got broken, Su's mother would be heartbroken. Yen Joshi, on the other hand, was in shock. She felt like she was dreaming. Sumo solved the 5 major mathematical conjectures? He is still a student. How many professors and famous mathematicians couldn't solve the conjecture, but it was solved by Sumo? This is too crazy. Yen Joshi looked at Sumo foolishly, and that look was as adorable as it could be. Sumo couldn't help but waved his hand in front of her eyes. Xiaoxi, come back to your senses. Ah. Yen Joshi's face immediately turned red, but what she was most concerned about was the BDY conjecture. Xiaomo, are you sure you're not kidding? Yen Joshi didn't disbelieve Sumo's words, but this news was really hard for her to accept for a while. A senior high school student actually solved the 5 major conjectures that are generally recognized as unsolvable in the mathematical community. No matter who it is, I'm afraid no one would believe it. Of course not. Sumo looked at Yen Joshi and smiled confidently. Although I haven't deduced these calculation formulas yet, I am confident that they should be correct. Sumo has already been very conservative. Based on his current intelligence, if it is increased tenfold, how could he be wrong? So what are you going to do now? After Yen Joshi calmed down, his first reaction was how to deal with this thing. The impact of this thing was too great, and maybe someone had bad intentions. I have already thought about all this. Consider this my welcome gift to Ching Hua University. Sumo leaned over and whispered in Yen Joshi's ear, I'm ready. Finally, the time has come for major universities to announce their admission scores, and all students are looking forward to it. Of course, Sumo and Yen Joshi are not included. With their grades, there is no need to worry at all. In just over a month, more than 20 schools have contacted Sumo. Yen Joshi also received invitations from 7 or 8 schools, and the conditions were more attractive than the other. There was even a school that promised that as long as Sumo chose their school, They would directly grant him $1 million in research funding and let him do whatever he wanted with it. If he had not already decided to go to Ching Hua University, to be honest, Suemo would have been a little tempted by such good conditions. Suemo and Yan Joshi acted in a surprisingly consistent manner and did not respond to any school. Therefore, the outside world is now paying more attention to Sumo's choice. All the famous universities also started to recruit Suemo on their official Weibo accounts. When everyone saw those conditions, they were envious and jealous. But who told them they were not Suemo? And Suemo also created his own Weibo account under Yan Joshi's suggestion. In just a few days, he already had more than 2,000 fans. Suemo also wanted to watch the fun and updated a post on Weibo. What about the content? Hey! Chapter 44, Famous Schools Begin to Compete for Students. I have also read the recent offers from various universities, and the conditions are very appealing to me. But I can't make the decision on this matter. It all depends on which school my girlfriend wants to go to. Those schools that want to invite me should focus on my girlfriend. As soon as Suemo posted this update, Yan Joshi's information was quickly dug up. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it, but you'll be shocked when you do. Yan Joshi's stunning appearance instantly became popular on the internet. Even many scouts from entertainment companies left messages on her Weibo. This resulted in the name Yan Joshi being ranked last on Weibo's hot searches within a single day. The number of fans on Yan Joshi's Weibo account exceeded 30,000 in just a few days. After seeing this number, Suemo couldn't help but feel jealous. No matter what time it is, beautiful women are still popular. Because of Sumo's Weibo update, countless people came to visit Yan Joshi these days. Almost all of them were heads of major universities, or scouts who invited her to enter the entertainment industry, which gave Yan Joshi a headache. It took Yan Joshi several days to find the culprit. The morning sunlight was very gentle. After Suemo got up, he washed and brushed his teeth, then sat directly in front of the computer to play games. But at the most critical moment, he hung up because of a phone call, which made Suemo very angry. Who is this? It's really too much to call at this time. However, after Suemo saw the caller ID on his phone, his anger immediately disappeared. 5 words were displayed on the mobile phone screen: Fairy Wife. That's right, this is the note Suemo gave to Yan Joshi. If Yan Joshi knew about it, she would be so embarrassed. Xiaoxi, what's up so early in the morning? Suemo put down the mouse and answered the call. I don't care about the calls of my teammates in the game at all. It's just a game. How can it be more important than my wife? Xiaomo, you. Yan Joshi on the other end of the phone tried hard to control her emotions and make her voice sound less angry. Come to my house right now, quickly. As soon as she finished speaking, Yan Joshi hung up the phone and looked at the large group of people in the living room downstairs, feeling like crying but without tears. This Xiaomo was really going to cause her trouble. When Suemo heard the beeping sound on the phone, he couldn't help but wonder, what was going on? Why are you so anxious? Forget it. Since his wife had called him, Suemo did not dare to neglect it. He quickly changed his clothes and rode his bike directly to Yan Joshi's house. 20 minutes later. Xiaoxi, I'm here? As soon as Suemo walked into the hall of Yan Joshi's house, he opened his mouth and shouted loudly. After taking just 2 steps, Suemo saw a group of people sitting on the sofa in the living room and immediately wanted to turn around and leave. However, after seeing Yan Joshi's murderous eyes, he still walked over. Mother Yan also looked at Suemo with unfriendly eyes. She knew that Suemo was the culprit of this incident. However, when other people saw Suemo for the first time, their eyes lit up. Most of them came for Suemo. As soon as Suemo sat down, a middle-aged man wearing glasses stood up and greeted him. Hello, Suemo. I am Li Tong, the admissions officer for Ching Hua University. We at Ching Hua University very much welcome geniuses like you to join us. As soon as Li Tong finished speaking, a woman in her 30s stood up beside him. She looked very ordinary, but she exuded a sense of competence. Student Suemo, my name is Yang Yu, and I'm the person in charge of the admissions for Imperial University. Don't listen to what Li Tong said. What good conditions can Ching Hua University offer you? As long as you accept our invitation from the Imperial University, you can set any conditions you want. After Yang Yu finished speaking, he looked at Li Tong arrogantly, and several black lines instantly appeared on Li Tong's face. Just say it, why do you have to step on me? However, Li Tong was too lazy to argue with Yang Yu, because Yang Yu was a woman. As the saying goes, a good man doesn't fight with a woman. As soon as Yang Yu finished speaking, a beautiful girl in her 20s stood up. Judging from her appearance alone, Suemo could give her at least 90 points, and she was definitely a great beauty. Hello, Suemo. I am Li Kiki, the president of the NTU Student Union. I am inviting you on behalf of NTU. As long as you are willing to join NTU, our conditions are better than anyone else here. After Li Kiki finished speaking, she stared at Suemo with her beautiful eyes. If his real girlfriend wasn't there, she would have even wanted to use the beauty trap. Who can blame Suemo for not only having good grades but also being so handsome? Suemo completely meets Li Kiki's criteria for a boyfriend. Although he is a little younger, so what? A woman who is 3 years older than a man is more likely to be rich. Li Kiki is only 3 years older than Suemo. Ahem. Yen Joshi, who was beside Suemo, felt the serious threat from Li Kiki and couldn't help but put her hand on Sumo's waist. Forehead. Suemo felt the threat from his waist, so naturally he didn't dare to look around. He immediately pretended to lower his head and think seriously. After Li Kiki finished speaking, several university leaders stood up, all of them were very famous universities. For them, Suemo, the top scorer in the college entrance examination with full marks, is an important goal that they are determined to achieve. If ordinary students saw this scene, they would probably be overjoyed. However, Suemo was not happy at all. Sometimes having too many choices can also be a trouble. Xiaoxi, what do you think? Suemo directly threw the pot to Yen Joshi, which made her unable to help but secretly exert force on the little hand on Sumo's waist, causing Suemo to grimace in pain. However, except for Yen's mother, no one else noticed the two people's little actions. Yen Joshi could only stand up at this moment. She looked at the admissions officers of the universities opposite and said softly, Xiaoxi can feel the kindness of the teachers, but my mother and I have already made the decision on choosing a school. When Yen Joshi said this, everyone's expression changed except Li Tong, and Li Tong showed a smile on his face. They had all looked at Suemo and Yen Joshi's college entrance examination applications. They only filled in one of the 3 choices, which was Ching Hua University. Otherwise, Li Tong would not be so confident and would probably have started arguing with the others a long time ago. I am very grateful to the teachers for coming to Linhai to invite Xiaoma and me, but my mother and I still decided to go to Ching Hua University. As soon as Yen Joshi said this, everyone's eyes turned to Suemo. After all, he was the key person that everyone was fighting for this time. Don't look at me. I told you, wherever my girlfriend goes, I'll go. Feeling everyone's gazes, Suemo explained helplessly. However, his word girlfriend made Yen Joshi blush. Suemo looked at Li Tong and said, Teacher Li, I have some small conditions. I wonder if you can agree to them. Certainly. When Li Tong heard Sumo's words, he said generously, as long as it is within my power, there will be absolutely no problem. This was a very clever statement. Even if Suemo put forward some excessive conditions, he still had other room for retreat. When the heads of other schools saw this scene, they also offered to resign. After all, there are still many outstanding students waiting for them to compete. It's such a pity that this top scorer in the college entrance examination got full marks. Who wouldn't want such an excellent student? Chapter 45 School starts. Student Suemo, if you have time, you must come and play for our Nanda University. When Li Kiki was leaving, she couldn't help but giggle at Suemo. She had a good impression of Suemo. Although Suemo already had a girlfriend, there were countless couples who broke up these days. Li Kiki naturally wouldn't think that she had no chance, so all she had to do was leave a good impression on Suemo. After all, Nanjing University and Tsinghua University were both in the imperial capital and not far away. Yen Joshi's vigilance increased, as she had never realized before that Suemo had such charm. In fact, what Yen Joshi didn't know was that Suemo not only had the aura of a perfect top scorer, but he also had a strong aura of knowledge. In addition, he was very handsome. These factors combined made his lethality to the opposite sex extremely powerful. There were originally 2 scouts who stayed to watch the fun, but after seeing this result, they left one after another. Although they really wanted to sign Yen Joshi, her mother had just made it clear that she would not let her daughter enter the entertainment industry. In addition, the girl's family was so wealthy that they knew it was impossible. Since it was impossible, they naturally would not stay here and cause trouble. After a while, everyone except Li Tong had left. Teacher Li, would you please listen to my conditions? Suemo waited until everyone left, then he immediately said to Li Tong that since things had come to this, he should say whatever he wanted to say up front. Of course, Suemo and Yen Joshi, Ching Hua University still values you two very much. Please feel free to put forward any conditions you have. If I cannot make the decision, I will also apply for it and try my best to satisfy you. Li Tong also expressed his attitude at the first time. He is still very happy now. After all, being the top scorer in the college entrance examination with full marks is also a good gimmick for Ching Hua University. If Suemo joins Ching Hua University, then many wavering students this year will be more likely to choose Ching Hua University. After all, strong people like strong people. There aren't any excessive conditions. Suemo looked at Li Tong and smiled faintly. That calmness was eye-opening. If Li Tong didn't know Sumo's age, he would have thought that this was a person who had experienced great ups and downs in society. First of all, my girlfriend and I need to meet Professor Chen alone. Can you make a decision on this? Sure. Li Tong agreed without even thinking about it. Such conditions have appeared in previous years. As a domestic mathematics expert, Professor Chen has countless students who regard him as their idol. Anyway, this condition doesn't cost much, so Li Tong is naturally very happy about it. There is one last condition. Xiaoxi and I will not participate in military training. This condition was requested by Yen Joshi and Suemo. She didn't want to get tanned. It has to be said that girls love beauty very much. Li Tong hesitated when he heard Sumo's condition. In fact, this condition was not excessive, and he could make the decision, but this was not very conducive to unity among students. However, when he thought that the other party was Suemo, he took a deep breath. Can make a deal. After Suemo and Yen Joshi saw Li Tong agreed, they looked at each other tacitly and could see the smile in each other's eyes. Li Tong directly took out 2 admission letters, which had been prepared in advance, and then reminded them of the start time of school, and left in a happy mood. As soon as Li Tong left, Yen Joshi looked at Suemo angrily, and Yan's mother also sat on the other side of Suemo to prevent him from escaping. Xiaomo, you have to give me an explanation. Forehead. Suemo looked at his girlfriend and mother-in-law who came with ill intentions, and couldn't help but feel a headache. He had to pay for the evil he had done. Xiaoxi, this is actually a misunderstanding. An hour later, Suemo came out of Yen Joshi's house sweating profusely. The moment he walked out, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This hour was simply the most difficult time for Suemo. Fortunately, Suemo finally coaxed Yen Joshi into submission. Seeing that her daughter did not pursue the matter any further, Yan's mother did not say anything else. After returning home, Suemo immediately posted an update on Weibo. I have accepted the invitation from Ching Hua University, and I am here to inform you that from now on I will be Suemo, a student of Ching Hua University. At the same time, Yen Joshi also updated a Weibo post, the content of which was almost exactly the same as Sumo's. This immediately attracted the attention of Linhai Media, and the next morning, the news made headlines in major newspapers. The top scorer in our city's college entrance examination finally chose Ching Hua University. Let us congratulate Suemo on the study secrets of the top students and their girlfriends. It turns out that this year's Linhai College entrance examination champion Suemo and the second-place champion Yen Joshi are actually boyfriend and girlfriend? In the world of academic masters, there are only academic masters. Even if you are looking for a girlfriend, it can only be an academic master. Suemo looked at the large stack of newspapers his mother brought back, and he felt like crying but had no tears. These media are really good at finding gimmicks. Just choosing a school has caused so many rumors to spread. Suemo was really dizzy. Suemo spent the rest of the time in the library, and occasionally took Yen Joshi to the game room to relax. The reason why Suemo was so generous was that his mother approved another 10,000 yuan for his activities, because his 300,000 yuan prize for winning the college entrance examination had already been delivered to him by Wang Qinian, the principal of the No. 2 middle school. Happy days are always short, and in the blink of an eye, this summer vacation will be over. At Linhai Airport, Yan's mother and Su's mother also came to see them off. Xiaomo, you must take good care of Xiaoxi when you are outside. This is the first time this child is so far away from me. Mother Yen worriedly warned Suemo that she had raised her daughter single-handedly since she was a child, and she was not at all comfortable with her daughter living alone in a strange city. Mother Su also hurriedly told Suemo, "Did you hear me? You must take good care of Xiaoxi when you are outside, otherwise don't come back. Aunt, Mom, you two can rest assured. I will never let Xiaoxi suffer any grievances. Suemo also quickly expressed his attitude, otherwise he would doubt whether Yan's mother would hand Xiaoxi over to him. Yan Joxi's eyes were also red at this moment. She was very reluctant to leave her mother. This was the first time she was going to leave her mother since she was a child. Okay, boarding time is coming soon, you two should hurry up and board the plane. Don't forget to report to us that you are safe when you arrive at school. Sue's mother looked at the time and gave instructions to her son. I understand, Aunt, Mom, you guys go back, you don't have to worry about us, I will definitely take good care of Xiaoxi. Suemo made a promise to the two of them, then pulled Yan Joshi onto the plane. Yan Joshi looked back 3 times as he left, and only after he got on the plane did his emotions stabilize. Xiaoxi, be happy. We can come back to visit your aunt more often in the future. Suemo sat next to Yan Joshi and comforted her. He hated to see women cry the most. Thank you, Xioma. Yan Joshi leaned her little head on Sumo's shoulder and fell asleep in a short while. When Suemo saw this scene, he smiled slightly and picked up a magazine to read. Chapter 46 Peaceful. Yan's mother booked a first-class cabin for the two of them. Coincidentally, there was only one girl in the entire first-class cabin besides the two of them. In other words, there were only 3 of them in the first-class cabin. The girl has a beautiful appearance, but her temperament is a bit cold. Suemo just took a look and couldn't help but his eyes lit up. Another beauty with 90 points. Are beauties with a score of 90 too common these days? Of course not. I can only say that I was lucky. Suemo just took a glance and then retracted his gaze. His mind was almost entirely on Yan Joshi. That girl is indeed very beautiful, but it depends on who you compare her with. If compared with Yan Joshi, the difference is obvious. Yan Joshi's appearance can reach at least 95 points. She is cute, pure, beautiful, and elegant. All of these can be found in her. It can be said that it is almost impossible to surpass Yan Joshi in appearance. If we have to find a flaw in Yan Joshi, it is that she is too young and has not fully developed. The girl also saw Suemo and Yan Joshi. Both Suemo and Yan Joshi gave her a very amazing feeling. The first time she saw the two of them, 4 words appeared in her mind. Golden boy and jade girl. If Suemo knew the identity of this girl, he would be shocked. This girl's name is Inran, and she is the 2nd place in Jianbei province this year. In other words, the top 3 college entrance examination students in the entire Jianbei province are all from Linhai. The education group in Linhai was also overjoyed by the news. Inran is a student at number 1 middle school. Although she has heard of the names of Suemo and Yan Joshi, she has never seen them, so she cannot recognize their identities. It takes about 4 hours to fly from Linhai to the imperial capital. Suemo felt hungry just halfway through the flight. I pressed the button and soon a flight attendant came over. What do you need, little brother? A good-looking stewardess looked at Suemo and asked politely, but her words made Suemo a little unhappy. Men are never willing to admit that they are small. Of course, Suemo could only complain in his heart. He looked at the stewardess and said politely, "Sister, I'm hungry. Do you have anything to eat?" Of course, we have curry beef rice and braised chicken rice on the plane. What do you want to eat? Then let's have curry beef rice, and get me a bottle of mineral water. Okay. After a while, the meal Suemo ordered was delivered, and he began to wolf it down, leaving Inran, who was not far away, speechless. Is this guy the reincarnation of a starving ghost? It's not that Inran wanted to pay attention to Suemo, but the noise he made while eating was so loud that it was difficult for her to pretend not to hear it. Yan Joshi also woke up at this time. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Suemo eating crazily and couldn't help laughing out loud. Xiaoxi, you're awake. Are you hungry? Suemo swallowed the food in his mouth with difficulty. There was no other way, he didn't eat much breakfast this morning. I'm not hungry. Yan Joshi shook her head and turned her gaze to notice Inran, who was a few meters away. Inran was also paying attention to Yan Joshi at this time, and the two women's eyes met in the air. I have to say, Yan Joshi is so beautiful that even Inran was shocked by her beauty. It turns out that a girl can be so beautiful? Inran has always been very confident about her looks, but after meeting Yan Joshi, she had to admit that she was indeed more beautiful than herself. Both women smiled kindly. Sumo's attention was completely focused on the food in front of him, and he didn't notice the silent communication between the two women at all. 4 hours passed quickly, and at 12:30 noon, the plane finally arrived in the imperial capital. As soon as they got off the plane, they saw a sign for freshmen of Ching Hua University. I have to say that Ching Hua University has done a good job in this regard. Before the two of them walked over, they saw that someone had already taken the lead. It's actually her? Suemo and Yen Joshi looked at each other. They didn't expect that the beautiful girl on the plane was also a student of Ching Hua University. Hello, is this the freshman reception desk at Ching Hua University? As the two walked over, Yen Joshi asked in a low voice. The boy became nervous instantly and even suspected that he was dreaming. What happened today? Why do beauties come one after another? The girl just now was already stunningly beautiful, but unexpectedly, here comes another one that's even prettier. The only thing that made him unhappy was that this beautiful girl was holding hands with another boy. Therefore, he looked at Suemo with some displeasure. Yes, this is the delivery department of Ching Hua University. You guys wait with that girl for a while. I'll see if there are any new students. The boy put on a smile that he thought was very handsome. If such a beautiful woman could be his girlfriend, he would probably wake up laughing in his dreams. Suemo and Yen Joshi also stood together with Enran, and Yen Joshi couldn't help but glance at each other. Hello, my name is Yen Joshi. I didn't expect you to be a student at Ching Hua University as well? Yen Joshi introduced herself politely. She didn't expect that it was such a coincidence that the girl on the plane was her schoolmate. Are you Yen Joshi? When Enran heard the name Yen Joshi, her eyes lit up instantly. She knew that the girlfriend of Suemo, the top scorer in the college entrance examination, was named Yen Joshi. Then, Enran guessed Sumo's identity in an instant. Yeah, what's wrong? Yen Joshi looked at the girl curiously, not understanding why she reacted so strongly. Nothing, my name is Enran, and the person next to you is Suemo, right? Enran saw Yen Joshi's puzzled look and suddenly realized that her reaction seemed a bit too much. Her face turned red and she quickly introduced herself, but then she turned her gaze to Suemo who was playing games on the side. Do you know us? After hearing Enran's words, Yen Joshi couldn't help but ask. She seemed to have never seen this girl before. However, Enran actually knew Suemo, which made her even more confused. Of course, I have heard of the names of the top scorer Suemo and the third place Yen Joshi. However, this is the first time I have seen them in person. Enran smiled slightly and explained to Yen Joshi that if it weren't for Suemo, she might not have come to Ching Hua University. Enran has always had a strong desire to win since she was young. She never thought that she would lose in her studies to a rising dark horse. Whether it was the physics competition, the subsequent joint examinations, or this college entrance examination, Enran was severely suppressed by Suemo. That's why Enran wanted to see who Suemo really was. But Enran never expected that she would meet Suemo before arriving at Ching Hua University. Suemo on the side also put away his phone. He knew the name Enran and he had seen this year's college entrance examination results. Hello, classmate Enran, I didn't expect to meet you here by chance. Suemo tilted his head and greeted Enran. The top 3 students in the college entrance examination in Jiangbei province actually gathered here? How could it be such a coincidence? Xiaoemo, do you know Enran? Yen Joshi became even more confused when she heard what Suemo said. It looks like the two of them know each other. But why didn't I see any communication between the two of them on the plane? Of course, Enran ranked second in the Jiangbei province college entrance examination this year. What? Chapter 47 Is the quality of girls so high this year? Suemo touched Yen Joshi's hair and said, I've read some reports about classmate Enran in the newspaper, but I didn't expect to meet her here. When Yen Joshi heard Sumo's words, her eyes lit up instantly. When the college entrance examination results came out, she was curious about who had surpassed her. But later on, because he was having so much fun, Yen Joshi forgot about this matter. Now when he heard Sumo's words, he immediately looked at Enran in surprise, as if he had discovered a new continent. The boy who was welcoming the new students not far away could hardly hold up the sign in his hand after hearing the conversation between the 3 people. What kind of new gods are these? I received 3 calls, and they turned out to be the top 3 in the college entrance examination in a province? Are you kidding? Is it necessary to be so exaggerated? This is too ridiculous. So you are the second place. Yen Joshi curiously took Enran's hand and whispered, Enran, how many points did you get in the exam this time? 736 points. Although she didn't know why Yen Joshi suddenly asked about her college entrance examination scores, and Ran still told her college entrance examination results. What a pity! When Yen Joshi heard that Ran's college entrance examination score was only 4 points higher than hers, she couldn't help but feel regretful. We were just 4 points behind. Because of these 4 points, she almost broke up with Sumo. However, fortunately, mother showed leniency, otherwise Yen Joshi would have been really sad. Your boyfriend is amazing. He actually got full marks. I really want to see his college entrance examination paper. After hearing what Yen Joshi said, Ran couldn't help but smile. Then, the topic turned to Sumo. Yen Joshi just smiled politely in response to Ran's words and did not explain anything. Because Sumo's grades are indeed abnormal. Full marks. Being the top scorer in the college entrance examination is already amazing, let alone being the top scorer with full marks. That's not all. Yen Joshi also knew that Sumo had solved the BDY conjecture, one of the 5 major conjectures in mathematics, which was even more of a miracle. It can be said that she is now completely a little fangirl of Sumo. In this way, the 3 of them chatted for about half an hour before the boy holding the sign came over. Hello, I am a sophomore in the law department of Ching Hua University. My name is Zhao Wu. I am very happy to meet such outstanding juniors like you. Zhao Wu spoke beautifully, but he was indeed feeling very miserable inside. He heard almost every word of the conversation between the 3 people just now. Zhao Wu's first reaction was, why is the gap between people so big? Before meeting these 3 people, he always thought that he was a genius. That's also true. Students who can enter Ching Hua University are indeed geniuses in the eyes of ordinary people. However, that depends on who you compare with. When compared with Zhao Wu, Sumo, and the other 2, I feel like I was turned into ashes in seconds. Hello, senior. The 3 of them also called him senior politely. They had a good impression of Zhao Wu. Let's go back to school first. Zhao Wu led the 3 people out of the airport, pointed to an Audi S6 next to them and said, get in the car. Sumo's eyes suddenly lit up. The treatment at Ching Hua University seemed to be better than he had imagined. The cars that connect the new generation are all Audi S6? This is too rich. In fact, what Sumo didn't know was that this was not the car used by Ching Hua University to pick up students. It was the car of Li Chanxian, the president of the student union. Because the person who was originally responsible for picking up the new students had an emergency, she sent Zhao Wu to drive her own car to deal with the emergency. As the only boy among the 3, Sumo was naturally responsible for loading their luggage into the car. The Imperial Capital Airport is not far from Ching Hua University. In less than 20 minutes, Sumo saw the gate of Ching Hua University. There are so many people. The first thing Sumo said when he got off the car was to lament the large number of people. Looking around, it was really packed with people. Especially the new student registration office was overcrowded. Stop complaining and get in line with your luggage. Yen Joshi also rolled her eyes at Sumo. If they didn't line up now, there would only be more and more people. After the 3 of them greeted Zhao Wu, they each took their luggage and started to line up. There were at least 100 people in front of them. Yen Joshi and Ran are so good looking that they often attract attention. There were even a few brave boys who came over and asked for their cell phone numbers. Sumo was also very helpless about this situation. Fortunately, Yen Joshi and Ran had strong auras. Ran, in particular, directly and coldly rejected those boys. The 3 of them waited in line for more than half an hour before it was finally their turn. It was already past 1 in the afternoon and their stomachs were growling. If it weren't for the registration queue, they would have gone to eat long ago. The person in charge of registering new students is a girl who looks very mature and is definitely the kind of gentle older sister that boys like. Hello, what's your name and what's your major? Li Chanxian's eyes lit up the first time she saw Ran. This freshman is so beautiful. My name is Ran, and I'm from the Foreign Languages Department. When Ran said this, Yen Joshi and Sumo behind her were surprised, because they both applied to the Foreign Languages Department. Really? Is it such a coincidence? Wow, it turns out you were the second in the college entrance examination in Jiangbei province. After Li Chanxian found Ran's information, she was even more amazed. Not only was she beautiful, but her grades were also so impressive. It was really too much. Li Chanxian's words also caused many people to be amazed. Second place in a province. This is not a score that ordinary people can achieve. Only top students can do it. Oh my god, she's definitely a goddess. Love it, love it. I'm definitely going after this junior girl. Even Zhao Wu, who was standing behind Li Chanxian, was surprised. It seemed that what the three younger classmates had just said was true. Fine. And Ran replied calmly, without a trace of pride at all. This made Li Chanxian even more satisfied. Such a treasure girl must be allowed to join the student union. Here's your dormitory key. Go south from here to the girls' dormitory. It's the last building. After Li Chanxian handed the key to Ran, she pointed the way to her. After all, there have been freshmen who got lost in previous years. Thanks. And Ran just stood aside. She was waiting for Yen Joshi and Su Mo. After all, the three of them were friends. Hello, senior sister, I'm here to report as well. Yen Joshi walked up to Li Chanxian and greeted her very politely. Li Chanxian was stunned when she raised her head. Just as a beautiful schoolgirl left, a prettier one came. Is the quality of girls so high this year? Hello? Hello, what's your name and what's your major? Li Chanxian suppressed the shock in her heart, because Yen Joshi was so beautiful. She had never thought that a girl could be so beautiful. She was a little slow to react for a moment. Although Li Chanxian is a girl, she was still shocked by Yen Joshi's appearance. When she compared herself with Yen Joshi, she felt ashamed of herself. It looks like the boys in school are going crazy again. Yen Joshi smiled slightly, and immediately stunned the people around him. My name is Yen Joshi, and I'm from the Foreign Languages Department. Oh? When Li Chanxian heard that there was another person from the Foreign Languages Department, she was also surprised and quickly checked Yen Joshi's information. It would be fine if I didn't look at it, but once I did I was shocked. You are the third in the Jiangbei Province College entrance examination? Li Chanxian's words caused another round of exclamations. Are all the freshmen this year so perverted? Chapter 48. Let go of those two girls, let me do it. Wow, this girl is prettier than the one just now. I can't do it anymore. The girls this year are just too beautiful. I've decided that I'm going to live outside the girls' dormitory from now on. Tisk, forget it. According to reliable information, this girl named Yen Joshi already has a boyfriend. There are also students from Jiangbei province who know some inside information. After all, there have been many reports about Su Mo and Yen Joshi in the recent news. What? Isn't she a freshman? Can high school students date now? The freshman just smiled and didn't explain anything, because he had already recognized Su Mo behind Yen Joshi. Senior, can you give me the dormitory key? Yen Joshi blinked at the dazed Li Chanxian and asked in a low voice. Li Chanxian came back to her senses, quickly took out a key and handed it to Yen Joshi. I'm sorry, I really didn't expect that the top students from your Jiangbei province would choose our Ching Hua University. Yen Joshi giggled and didn't say anything. She just walked obediently to and ran. Because she knows that the best is yet to come. Hello, senior sister, my name is Su Mo, and I am also in the Foreign Languages Department. Su Mo looked at Li Chanxian and smiled, but his name instantly caused a burst of exclamations. This made Li Chanxian confused. Could it be that the boy in front of her was some great genius? She quickly looked for Sumo's information in the list of freshmen in the Foreign Languages Department, and saw the name Su Mo in the first row. Oh my god! Li Chanxian couldn't help but cover her mouth in surprise. What did she see? The Su Mo in front of her was actually the top scorer in the college entrance examination in Jiangbei province? What is even more terrifying is Su Mo's grades, full marks, and top scorer. This is horrible. Li Chanxian's reaction made the freshman who didn't know Su Mo extremely curious. Who on earth is this Su Mo, and why did he shock the beautiful senior so much? Which student who is admitted to Ching Hua University does not have a sense of pride in his heart? They never think that they are worse than others, so when they see this scene, they feel a little bit dissatisfied. However, a freshman who knew the inside story immediately told Su Mo's story. Su Mo is the top scorer in the college entrance examination in Jiangbei province, and he scored a perfect score. The incredibly beautiful girl just now is Su Mo's girlfriend. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. The top scorer in the college entrance examination with full marks? Oh my god, how can you be so perverted? However, more freshmen focused on the following sentence. Yen Joshi is actually Su Mo's girlfriend? This makes many boys feel uncomfortable because they have just met a stunning goddess. The next second, someone told them that the goddess already has a boyfriend? Can we still have fun? Do you have to be so cruel? Li Chanqian looked at Suemo speechlessly, then looked at Yen Joshi and ran not far away. Did these three people discuss this beforehand? The top three in a province, one after another, no one can withstand being scared by them. Senior, my keys, my keys. Suemo looked at Li Chanqian and couldn't help but wave his hands in front of her eyes, which immediately made Li Chanqian's little face blush. For you. Li Chanqian rolled her eyes at Suemo and asked, are all the people from Jianbei province here? I really don't know about that. Suemo smiled bitterly, pointed at Yen Joshi and Ran who were not far away and said, we are the only three I know about. Have to. It's the same as saying nothing. Li Chanqian also waved her hands at Suemo unhappily. She was not blind. Why did you all choose the foreign languages department? I said this is a coincidence, do you believe it, senior? Suemo also looked at Li Chanqian helplessly, feeling very puzzled. What happened to this senior sister? There are simply 100,000 whys. Okay, take those two schoolgirls to find a dormitory. Li Chanqian didn't believe Sumo's nonsense at all. She thought that Suemo and the other three must have discussed this long ago. Suemo shrugged and walked directly towards Yen Joshi and ran. Others didn't believe him, and he was too lazy to explain. Let's go. I'll take you to find a dormitory first. Amid the envious and jealous gazes of many boys, Suemo led the two goddesses in their minds away. At this moment, these boys really wanted to shout, let go of those two girls, let me do it. Suemo took the two girls and walked south as Li Chanqian said. It took them a full 10 minutes to finally reach the girls' dormitory building. Suemo saw that there was no dormitory ant guarding the door, so he said to the two girls directly, I'd better help you carry your luggage upstairs. Neither of the two girls refused, and they were assigned to the same dormitory, on the 5th floor, room 506. If they were asked to move the luggage to the 5th floor, they would have nothing to do today and would just be exhausted. Although Suemo was in good physical condition, he was sweating profusely after climbing to the 5th floor with a suitcase in one hand. He just wanted to ask the two girls what was in the suitcase? This is too heavy. After finding dormitory 506, Yen Joshi knocked on the door. Knock knock. Someone came to open the door immediately. It was a slightly plump girl with average looks, about 65 points. Hello, we are also students in this dormitory. My name is Yen Joshi. My name is Ran. The two girls introduced themselves one by one, and the girl blushed immediately. It can be seen that she is a very introverted girl. Come in quickly. The girl's voice was very soft, and if you didn't pay attention, you couldn't hear clearly what she was saying. As soon as I walked into the dormitory, I was immediately hit by a cool breeze. It turned out that the dormitory was equipped with air conditioning. Suemo also followed the two into the dormitory, causing the girl's face to turn even redder. Hello, my name is Suemo, and I'm Yen Joshi's boyfriend. I'm just helping them move their luggage. If you mind, I'll leave right away. No. No. It's okay. I don't mind. When the girl heard Sumo's words, she became even more nervous. Her appearance made the three of them laugh. This girl was so cute. My name is Ma Lily, nice to meet you. The girl also mustered up the courage to introduce herself to the three people. Hello, Lily. Nice to meet you, too. Yen Joshi smiled faintly and responded politely immediately. Because Ran had a rather cold personality, she just nodded at Ma Lily and didn't say anything. While the three were chatting, Suemo found Yen Joshi and Ran's beds and placed the suitcases at the head of their beds. The dormitories at Ching Hua University all share a room with 4 people, so there are no bunk beds. Air conditioning, water heater, all of these are available. Such conditions are already very good. Xiaoxi and Ran, you guys clean up yourselves later, I'll be leaving first. After Suemo put away their luggage, he prepared to leave. After all, this is a girls' dormitory and it would not be appropriate to stay here for too long. Wait, Xiaoma, I want to go to your dormitory to take a look. When Yen Joshi heard that Suemo was leaving, she also wanted to follow him to the boys' dormitory to take a look. And Ran didn't think anything of it. They were a couple, so there was nothing wrong with it. However, after hearing Yen Joshi's words, Ma Lily couldn't help but blush. Good. Suemo did not refuse his girlfriend's request. The sky is big and the earth is big, Saucy is the biggest. Chapter 49 Comparing Grades? The boys' dormitory is not far from the girls' dormitory, separated only by a building. Sumo's dormitory is 403. There is no doorman in the girls' dormitory, let alone the boys' dormitory. At this time, there were many students coming and going in the corridor, and Yen Joshi also caused a sensation. These boys had never seen a beauty like Yen Joshi before, and they were all stunned. Suemo had no way to deal with this, since the girl was so stunningly beautiful. People looked at him, and he couldn't say anything. The door of dormitory 403 was not closed, so Suemo and Yen Joshi walked in directly. There were only 2 boys inside making their beds. "Hello, how are you guys?" Suemo also greeted the 2 of them politely. After hearing the noise, the 2 turned around and were shocked by Yen Joshi's stunning appearance. "Hello, my name is Suemo, and I'm from Jiangbei." Suemo was not at all surprised by the 2's reactions. After all, when he first saw Yen Joshi, his reaction was similar to theirs. "Hello, my name is Zhang Xiaochuan, and I'm from Nanxia." A boy about 1.7 meters tall also introduced himself. He looks like a typical science and engineering guy. "I'm Wang Yi, from Beihai." Wang Yi is very fat, almost as fat as Fatty Wang, and you can tell at first glance that he has a good appetite. Zhang Xiaochuan and Wang Yi both looked at Yen Joshi beside Suemo. They were both curious about the relationship between their new roommate and this beautiful girl. "This is my girlfriend Yen Joshi." Suemo smiled and pointed at Yen Joshi and introduced her. "Hello, I'm Sumo's girlfriend. I'm glad to meet you. Please take good care of Suemo in the future." Yen Joshi greeted the 2 of them generously, but when she said the word girlfriend, a blush appeared on her pretty face. Zhang Xiaochuan and Wang Yi were stunned. "Girlfriend? This new roommate is not simple. It's really too much to find such a beautiful girlfriend." The next thing was much simpler. Suemo was responsible for bragging to the 2 of them. Yen Joshi also did her job as a girlfriend, making the bed and folding the quilt for him. This scene made Zhang Xiaochuan and Wang Yi extremely envious. If they had such a beautiful girlfriend, they would never let her do such a job. That's definitely the case where you're afraid of touching it if you hold it in your hand, or afraid of it melting if you hold it in your mouth. After packing up, Suemo and Yen Joshi walked out of the dormitory and called and ran. The 3 of them found a small restaurant near the school and had a delicious meal. When Suemo returned to the dormitory, he found that there was one more person. He immediately guessed that this person should be his last roommate. "Hello, my name is Suemo." When the boy heard the voice, he stood up, shook hands with Suemo and smiled brightly. "Hello, my name is Zhao Tian, and I'm a native of the imperial capital." "Oh?" When Suemo heard that Zhao Tian was a native of the imperial capital, he was immediately surprised. "So if I want to go out and play in the future, I must ask you, a local, to be my guide." "No problem." When Zhao Tian heard Sumo's words, he also laughed. It can be seen that he is very sociable. Zhang Xiaochuan said to Zhao Tian, "You don't know how beautiful Sumo's girlfriend is. She is so beautiful. I don't know how lucky he is to have such a beautiful girlfriend." "Yes." Wang Yi, who was lying on the bed, couldn't help but agree. Everyone was single, but Suemo was an exception. It really made him depressed. "Oh?" Zhao Tian was also surprised when he heard what the 2 said. It seems that Suemo is also a master at picking up girls. "Let's exchange skills when we have time." Forehead. Several black lines suddenly appeared on Sumo's forehead. Techniques for picking up girls? What is that? After chatting for a while, they began to talk about seniority. Zhang Xiaochuan, whoever is older should be the boss. Wang Yi, whoever weighs the most will be the boss. As soon as these words were spoken, the 3 of them looked at Wang Yi with contempt. If they followed this condition, then they wouldn't have to compete at all. Finally, Zhao Tian suggested, "Why not go by the college entrance examination scores? We are students anyway, so it is fair and reasonable to go by the scores." Zhao Tian's proposal was also recognized by Zhang Xiaochuan and Wang Yi, who were very confident about their college entrance examination results. Students who are able to be admitted to Ching Hua University all have a sense of pride in their hearts. As for Suemo, then I have even less objection. He didn't believe that anyone could get a higher score than him? This proposal put him in an invincible position. The 4 of them looked at each other, and finally, Wang Yi was the first to report his college entrance examination results. My total score in the college entrance examination is 707 points. I just don't believe that anyone among you has a higher score than me. When Zhang Xiaochuan heard Wang Yi's score, a smug smile appeared on his face. I'm sorry, I got exactly 708 points, just 1 point more than you. Are you angry or not? Sure enough, as soon as Zhang Xiaochuan said this, Wang Yi's face changed. No way, am I so unlucky? Zhao Tian and Su Mo looked at each other. Seeing that Su Mo had no intention of saying anything, he directly reported his own results. You two should stop arguing. My score is higher than yours. My college entrance exam score is 716, so I will definitely be the boss. When Su Mo heard Zhao Tian's results, he couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, those who can be admitted to Ching Hua University are not simple people. When Zhang Xiaochuan and Wang Yi heard Zhao Tian's results, they couldn't help but feel discouraged. Su Mo, what's your score? Since he couldn't be the boss, being the second in command was not bad either. Wang Yi and Zhang Xiaochuan both set their sights on Su Mo. Su Mo pointed at his nose and couldn't help laughing. My college entrance exam score was 750, so I am the boss. Su Mo's words made the three of them laugh. They all thought Su Mo was joking with them. No, this is too funny. Wang Yi held his big belly, looked at Su Mo and said with a smile, Su Mo, stop messing around. What are your grades? Zhao Tian and Zhang Xiaochuan also looked at Su Mo curiously. They both thought that Su Mo was livening up the atmosphere. But my score is really 750. Su Mo said innocently, if you don't believe it, you can check it online now. When the three heard Su Mo's words, they were stunned. Why did they suddenly have a bad feeling? The three of them moved in unison, taking out their cell phones and looking at Su Mo. Su Mo also smiled helplessly and gave his student number. Then, the whole room fell into an eerie silence, with only the increasingly heavy breathing sounds of the three people. In the end, it was Zhao Tian who broke the silence. Oh my god, what kind of monster has entered our dormitory? Zhang Xiaochuan and Wang Yi looked at each other in shock. Their pride was rubbed to the ground by the results on their mobile phone screens. Is this still a human being? Can we still be friends happily in the future? In the end, the three of them had no choice but to acknowledge Su Mo's status as the boss. The method was proposed by them, and it would be unreasonable to deny it. In this way, the order of the four people is determined. Su Mo is the eldest, Zhao Tian is the second, Zhang Xiaochuan is the third, and the fattest Wang Yi is ranked fourth. Now Zhang Xiaochuan and Wang Yi finally understood why Su Mo had such a beautiful girlfriend. This is all based on strength. TSK, the top scorer in the college entrance examination with full marks. It was the first time they heard of. Chapter 50 Social Dinner. In the evening, at Zhao Tian's suggestion, the four of them prepared to go out for dinner. While chatting in the afternoon, Su Mo inadvertently revealed that there was a beautiful woman in Yan Joshi's dormitory. Therefore, Zhang Xiaochuan and Wang Yi made a crazy suggestion, asking Su Mo to call the people in Yan Joshi's dormitory to have a big dinner for 8 people. Su Mo had no choice but to call Yan Joshi. As a result, she agreed without even thinking about it. For this purpose, Zhang Xiaochuan and Wang Yi both dressed up specially in the hope of winning the beauty's heart. At the very least, leaving a good impression on a beautiful woman is good. Because Zhao Tian was a native of the imperial capital, he had already figured out the restaurants near Ching Hua University in advance. Finally, they chose a hot pot restaurant called Malagwadi, which made Su Mo complain in his heart. Eating hot pot in the hot summer? You must be kidding me. However, the minority obeys the majority. Except for Su Mo, the other three agreed to eat hot pot, and Su Mo had no choice. After the four of them booked a private room, they came out and waited. Actually, Su Mo wanted to sit in the room and enjoy the air conditioning, but he was dragged out by the other three. In the words of the three people, we share the good times and the bad times together. Let's heat up together. After waiting for half an hour, it was almost dark when the four girls finally arrived. Xiao Ma. As soon as Yan Joshi saw Su Mo, she ran to his side. When she stood there, it seemed as if the air was filled with fragrance. Zhao Tian had had several girlfriends before, but he was still shocked when he saw Yan Joshi. He had heard from Zhang Xiaochuan and Wang Yi that Su Mo's girlfriend was very beautiful. But I didn't expect it to be so beautiful. Zhang Xiaochuan and Wang Yi simply ignored Yan Joshi and focused their attention on other girls. Although Yan Joshi is the most beautiful among the four girls, she is already taken. As the saying goes, don't cheat on your friend's wife. Among the remaining 3 women, Ran is obviously the most beautiful, and Wang Yi looks like he is almost drooling. Suemo found this scene very funny and immediately called everyone in. After telling the waiter to serve the food, everyone began to introduce themselves. The last girl in Yen Joshi's dormitory is called Zhao Linger. She looks pretty good. Even if Suemo were to evaluate her, he would give her 75 points. In this era, a girl who scores 75 points is already considered a great beauty. Suemo could also tell that this girl named Zhao Linger was not wearing any makeup and was appearing in her bare face. Zhang Xiaochuan and Wang Yi focused their attention on Ran, chatting with her intermittently. However, Ran simply chose to ignore the two of them, which made them very embarrassed. Zhao Tian focused his attention on Zhao Linger. Although Zhao Linger was not as pretty as Ran, her gentle temperament attracted him. Zhao Tian himself is quite good looking, and after a short while, he was chatting enthusiastically with Zhao Linger, which made Zhang Xiaochuan and Wang Yi very envious. This is not Zhao Tian's fault. It was because they chose the wrong target from the beginning. As for Suemo, he was whispering with Yen Joshi the whole time and didn't pay any attention to these things at all. After chatting for a while, the ordered dishes were immediately served, and at Zhao Tian's invitation, everyone started eating. After eating for a while, Suemo finally found out why the 3 asked them to eat hot pot. The weather was already very hot, and eating hot pot made the 4 girls sweat profusely. It's summer now and people wear less. After a while, the clothes are sticking to their bodies. It's really a feast for the eyes. Yen Joshi and Ran couldn't get used to spicy food, so they stopped after just a few bites, and Suemo did the same. The eating habits of the people in Jiangbei province are relatively light, and they are simply not used to such heavy flavors. After eating and drinking, everyone, at Zhao Tian's suggestion, created a WeChat group to facilitate future communication. At this point, the dinner party ended perfectly. Finally, Suemo, as a representative, sent the girls back to the girls' dormitory. He chatted with Yen Joshi downstairs for a while, and then went back. As soon as I entered the dormitory, I heard the loud voices of Zhang Xiaochuan and Wang Yi. They were talking about Ran. It was obvious that they both liked people like Ran. This is not surprising. Ran is so beautiful, I'm sure any boy would like her. Hey, our hero is back. Wang Yi saw Suemo, who had just walked in, and looked at him excitedly. If it weren't for Suemo today, he would never have been able to meet a beauty like Ran. Zhao Tian and Zhang Xiaochuan turned their heads to look at Suemo when they heard this. The strange looks from the 3 of them made Suemo feel uncomfortable. What are you looking at? Suemo sat down on the edge of the bed and gave the 3 of them an unpleasant look. He was still hungry. He was not used to eating hot pot, let alone the hot pot in the imperial capital. He had no appetite at all. Boss, you are our lucky star. Wang Yi called boss so naturally, without any sign of unconvinced. He was still hoping to rely on Sumo's relationship to get closer to Ran. That's right. I'm still waiting for my sister-in-law to introduce Ran to me. Zhang Xiaochuan directly followed up on what Wang Yi said. Ran's figure was completely in his mind, and the drool at the corner of his mouth was about to flow out. Zhao Tian just lowered his head and played with his phone without saying anything. His attention was now entirely on his phone. He was chatting with Zhao Linger on WeChat, and the conversation was so heated. As for Ran, that's not his cup of tea at all. Zhao Tian knew that a girl like Ran would not be attractive to most boys. If it weren't for Suemo, no one would sit down with them to eat, so Zhao Tian never had any idea of Ran from beginning to end. Instead, he directly set his target on Zhao Linger. Zhao Linger gave Zhao Tian a very different feeling, a feeling that he couldn't describe, but it was very attractive to him. Suemo looked at the 2 of them speechlessly, chose to ignore their words, picked up his clothes, and went straight to take a shower. The next day, Suemo arrived at the girls' dormitory early and waited there. Today was the first day of classes, and they had agreed last night to go to class together today. Xiao Ma. Yen Joshi was wearing a goose yellow knee-length skirt today. Her unmade-up face was full of collagen, making her look like an elf that had descended to earth. Xiao Shi, why are you so beautiful? When Suemo saw the girl in front of him, he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Although the 2 have been together for such a long time, he is still shocked by Yen Joshi's divine beauty. Xiao Mo, when did you become so smooth-talking? Yen Joshi looked at Suemo with annoyance, but the smile on her lips showed the sweetness in her heart. Which girl doesn't want her boyfriend to praise her for being pretty? I'm afraid, not even one. Sweet words are also the seasoning of love. Chapter 51, The Tragic Fourth Place. As soon as the two walked in, the classroom fell into silence. Everyone's eyes were on Yen Joshi. What kind of divine beauty is this? However, when all the boys saw Yen Joshi and Suemo holding hands, they couldn't help but stare. No way? A beautiful young lady just came and she is already taken? This is too discouraging. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the classroom became a little depressing. Suemo was also very helpless about this. He had long been accustomed to such scenes and simply ignored the looks of these boys. The two found a seat in the back row and sat down. After a while, Ran and Zhao Linger from her dormitory also came to the classroom. Yen Joshi's eyes lit up, and Suemo was also a little surprised. It seems that there are 3 people from the English department in Yen Joshi's dormitory. What a coincidence! Xiaoran, here. Ran saw Yen Joshi waving at her, and pulled Zhao Linger to sit in front of them. All the boys in the class turned their eyes to Ran, and their broken hearts were revived again. Everyone couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. Isn't the quality of the girls in Ching Hua University's foreign languages department so high this year? First there was Yen Joshi, and now here comes Ran. It's really 100 flowers blooming. After a while, a woman in her 30s walked into the classroom. I'm Lu Feng, your foreign language department's professional course teacher. Today I want everyone to get to know their new classmates and get familiar with the environment of our Ching Hua University. Now everyone introduce yourselves. Who goes first? I. As soon as Lu Feng finished speaking, a boy volunteered to stand up. You. The boy walked up to the podium and looked at the students below with a hint of pride on his face. Hello everyone, my name is Su Hongkai. I ranked 4th in the college entrance examination in Beihai province this year. I like playing basketball. Students who are interested can come and play with me. The students below were also very considerate and started applauding. In fact, many people could hear the bragging in Su Hongkai's words. I'm only ranked 4th in the college entrance examination in a province. What's there to be proud of? Although they thought so, no one dared to ignore this result, because most people's college entrance examination scores were not as good as Su Hongkai's. Even though I was a little unhappy, I didn't say anything. Following Su Hongkai, one student after another came on stage. Soon, it was Anran's turn, and all the boys were extremely excited. Hello everyone, my name is Ran, and I'm from Jiangbei province. As soon as she finished speaking, Ran walked off the stage, which stunned all the boys. Just like that? Goddess, can you say a few more words? This is too cool. Lu Feng gave a wry smile at Ran's self-introduction. Looking at Ran who had returned to her seat, she couldn't help but add a sentence. Ran's college entrance examination results are very impressive. She ranked 2nd in Jiangbei province this year. As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar in the classroom. I'm going, aren't I? It's bad enough that she's so beautiful, but her grades are so abnormal? How can we ordinary people live like this? That's right, you can rely on your looks, but you insist on relying on your strength. I feel like I'm already in love. Go to hell, Ran is mine, no one can snatch it from me. Even Su Hongkai, who was feeling proud, changed his expression when he heard this. Before Ran, his grades had always been the best. However, now everyone's attention is on Ran, which makes him a little unhappy. After Ran finished her introduction, it was Yen Joshi and Su Mo's turn. The two looked at each other, and Yen Joshi stood up and walked onto the stage. Hello everyone, my name is Yen Joshi, and I'm from Jiangbei province. I hope you will take good care of me in the future. Yen Joshi smiled sweetly at the classmates in the audience, which stunned all the boys. Even many girls couldn't help but be stunned. This is so beautiful. From Jiangbei province again? When did Jiangbei province become rich in beauties? When Yen Joshi returned to her seat, applause slowly began to ring out. Lu Feng also appropriately added Yen Joshi's college entrance examination results. Yen Joshi's college entrance examination results are also quite good. She ranked 3rd in the Jiangbei province college entrance examination this year. Have to. Lu Feng's words caused the students in the classroom to discuss in low voices again. Oh my god, I thought I was a genius before, but now I realize that I'm just an ordinary person. They are all so pretty, but their grades are so terrible. It really makes me ashamed. I think Yen Joshi is more beautiful than Ran. How powerful are her genes? I'm jealous. It seems like the goddess already has a boyfriend. What should I do? It's okay, as long as we haven't gotten married yet, we still have a chance. Su Honsai's expression became even uglier at this time. What are you doing? And Ran just left, and now Yen Joshi comes? This made Su Honsai's sense of superiority disappear without a trace. At this time, Suemo was the only one left, and he slowly walked onto the stage. Sumo's rich intellectual aura also made the girls in the class's eyes light up. Even Ran, who had been an iceberg for thousands of years, couldn't help but take another look. Why does this guy look so cool? So handsome, is he Yen Joshi's boyfriend? Have the school beauties and school hunks already made lifelong commitments these days? Suemo listened to the whispers from the audience and smiled. Hello everyone, my name is Suemo, I'm from Jiangbei province, nice to meet you all. What, he is Suemo? Oh my god, I finally saw him in person. He is Yen Joshi's boyfriend. This has even been reported in the newspapers. I seem to have heard that Suemo is the top scorer in the college entrance examination in Jiangbei province. Is this true or false? When Su Hongkai heard these words, his face immediately turned dark. Will it ever end? I originally thought that I was the best student in the foreign language department. But unexpectedly, the remaining 3 people were more powerful than the last. These 3 people are actually the top 3 in the college entrance examination in Jiangbei province? Is there any justice in this world? Su Hongkai happened to be ranked 4th. He had always been very proud of his college entrance examination results, but now, he has been devastated. Suemo did not explain these words, but just walked back to his seat silently. When Su Hongkai saw this situation, his eyes suddenly lit up and he said, how is it possible for someone to get full marks in the college entrance examination? This is too abnormal. It must be a false rumor. After seeing that Suemo did not explain, Su Hongkai concluded that the news was false. Thinking of this, he felt much more comfortable. Lu Feng also looked at Suemo twice more. When she saw the list of new students, she was surprised for a while, but then she was ecstatic. Which teacher doesn't like a student like Suemo? I can tell you that Suemo is indeed the top scorer in the college entrance examination in Jiangbei province, and he got full marks. As soon as Lu Feng said this, Su Hongzai's face turned as black as a frozen pear, and the last bit of luck in his heart disappeared. All the students looked at Suemo in the last row in shock. Top scorer in the college entrance examination with full marks? Men are envious and women are crazy about them. In the eyes of these boys, even if Suemo scored full marks in the college entrance examination, he was not worthy of a beauty like Yen Joshi. The goddess belongs to everyone. The girls, on the other hand, were infatuated with him. Suemo is very handsome, and he has an extraordinary temperament. He is also the top scorer in the college entrance examination with full marks. This is simply Prince Charming. Which girl wouldn't like such an outstanding boy? Chapter 52, Telling Lies with Open Eyes. In the foreign language classroom. Okay, I believe everyone has a certain understanding of the new students. Lu Feng looked at the students in the class and said loudly, from tomorrow, we will start the military training. Everyone must stay alert, otherwise you won't be able to hold on. Having said that, she couldn't help but add one more sentence. I heard that this year's military training instructors are particularly strict, so everyone should just hope for the best. As soon as these words were spoken, all the students wailed. Boys are fine, but girls, in particular, are all worried about their skin. I am most afraid of military training. How can I survive a week of military training? My smooth skin will definitely get tanned. I don't want military training. Tisk, it's just military training, a piece of cake. A boy heard what the girls said and couldn't help but make a sarcastic remark, which immediately attracted the angry glares of all the girls. The boy was so scared that he shut his mouth. Even Ran, who usually had no expression, frowned when she heard about military training. Which girl doesn't love beauty? And Ran turned her head to look at Suemo and Yen Joshi behind her, and found that the two did not look worried at all, and a trace of doubt arose in her heart. Xiao Shi, aren't you worried about the military training? Don't worry, because I don't need military training. Yen Joshi giggled, but her words made Ran dumbfounded. No military training? What is this operation? Can we still play like this? Yen Joshi saw Ran's confusion and explained with a smile. After hearing what Yen Joshi said, Ran was stunned. As she ranked second in the college entrance examination in Jiangbei province, she could naturally negotiate the terms before accepting the invitation, just like Yen Joshi and Suemo did. However, Ayn Rand didn't even think about military training at that time. Now, she regrets. Ayn Rand decided that she must have a good talk with the teacher later. Military training? It's impossible to have military training in this life. Little fairies must always be beautiful. Although Ayn Rand looks very cool on the outside, she actually cares a lot about her appearance in her heart, which is why she doesn't want to go to military training. Lu Feng spoke a few words at the podium and then let the students disperse. Only Suemo, Yen Joshi, and Ayn Rand did not leave. Anything else you three need? Lu Feng saw that his Jiangbei three treasures had not left, so he walked over curiously. That's right, teacher. As the only boy among the three, Suemo stood up and said, during enrollment, we agreed with teacher Li Tong that we would not participate in military training. Oh? When Lu Feng heard Sumo's words, her eyes narrowed immediately. She was not very surprised about this matter. Because such situations have occurred in previous years, but she still needs to verify it. You three come with me and go to Director Li to verify it. Then I will cross your names off the military training list. Thank you, teacher. The three followed Lu Feng to the office of the Dean of Academic Affairs of Ching Hua University. Along the way, Ayn Rand winked at Suemo several times, and Suemo immediately understood what she meant and made an okay gesture. Knock knock. Come in. As soon as he walked in, Suemo sought his old acquaintance Li Tong. Director Li, I'm here to verify something. Lu Feng also directly stated the purpose of his visit. When Li Tong saw Suemo behind Lu Feng, he couldn't help but smile. Is it about the freshman military training? That's right. Students Suemo and Yen Joshi don't have to undergo military training. I promised you that. What about classmate Ayn Rand? When Lu Feng heard that Li Tong only mentioned the names of Suemo and Yen Joshi, he asked with some confusion. Safely? Li Tong looked at Ayn Rand and couldn't help but feel puzzled. At the beginning, he didn't seem to have promised Ayn Rand that she didn't have to participate in military training. Have we discussed this condition? Of course, we have talked about it. Suemo directly took over Li Tong's words. He knew that Ayn Rand would definitely be embarrassed to say that. Otherwise, Ayn Rand wouldn't have winked at him so crazily just now. Why don't I seem to remember it? When Li Tong heard Suemo say this, he couldn't help but think back. He really had no memory of this incident. Teacher Li, you are a very busy person. Of course you don't take such a small matter to heart. Suemo said this without blushing at all, leaving Yen Joshi and Ayn Rand dumbfounded. The three of us had discussed this long ago. Otherwise, we wouldn't have chosen Ching Hua University together. We originally wanted to go to Imperial University, but it was because of teacher Li's conditions that the three of us changed our minds. Suemo said so much in one breath, his purpose was to exempt Ayn Rand from military training. Oh. When Li Tong heard Suemo say this, he no longer doubted anything. After all, the three of them are indeed popular, so exempting them from military training is not a big deal. Well, Mr. Lu, please remove their three names from the military training list. Okay, Director Li. When Lu Feng heard Li Tong's words, he nodded immediately. Teacher, I have something else to ask you. Suemo couldn't help but say that the entire calculation process of BDY's conjecture is still in the dormitory. This is a big deal. Teacher Lu, please go and do your thing first. I'll talk to them alone. Okay. Lu Feng didn't think much about it when he heard it. After all, many of the admission conditions are not suitable to be made public. This will have a negative impact on other students. After Lu Feng left, Li Tong put down the documents in his hand and said to the three people, please sit down. Thank you, teacher. After the three of them sat on the sofa, Li Tong poured each of them a cup of water, and then sat opposite them. Is it about meeting Professor Chen? Yes. Suemo had nothing to feel embarrassed about, as these were the conditions that had already been agreed upon in advance. Professor Chen is free at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Come to my office then and I'll take you to see him. Li Tong thought about it and said to Suemo that he had much more patience than before for such an excellent student. But can you tell me what exactly you want to see Professor Chen about? Li Tong looked at Suemo curiously and said, or do you just want to meet him? Ayn Rand looked at Suemo curiously. She naturally knew Professor Chen and was very curious about what Suemo wanted that made him want to meet this important person. When Suemo heard Li Tong's words, he couldn't help but look at Yin Joshi. I have a math problem here, and I'd like Professor Chen to help me with it. Suemo tactfully explained the reason why he wanted to meet Professor Chen. This matter was of great importance and it was not easy to say it directly. After hearing what Suemo said, Li Tong couldn't help but smile. Hey, is that all? He waved his hand nonchalantly and said with a smile, just show it to me. When Suemo heard Li Tong's words, he looked a little embarrassed. Teacher, it's useless for you to read this question. Why? Because you don't know the correct answer either. Li Tong. Chapter 53 The Worst Dormitory Boss. Hearing Suemo say this, Li Tong was stunned. This is the first time in all these years that a student has doubted his level. Ahem. Then come and see me at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Since Suemo didn't believe him, Li Tong wouldn't take the initiative. He said to Suemo in a bad mood. Teacher, can I take them both with me? On the way here just now, Yen Joshi whispered to him that if possible, he should bring in Ran with him. Suemo always remembered this. Okay, half an hour at most, no more than that. Li Tong generously agreed to Suemo's request. After all, meeting one person or 3 people is the same. Thank you, teacher. As soon as the 3 of them walked out, and Ran couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She was really worried just now. If Li Tong found out that Suemo was lying, the situation would be very embarrassing. Suemo, I can't believe you have such a bright future. And Ran looked at Suemo with her beautiful eyes and couldn't help but smile. If you can't find a good job in the future, I recommend you to be an actor. There must be a place for you in the entertainment industry. Suemo blared at and Ran unhappily. This girl was really something. It would have been fine if she didn't say thank you, but she was also teasing him here. If I had known this would happen, I should have let her go to military training. When Yen Joshi saw Sumo's speechless look, she covered her mouth and laughed secretly. It was the first time she saw Suemo being humiliated. After Suemo sent the 2 girls back to the dormitory, he went back to the dormitory as he had nothing to do. As soon as he entered the door, Suemo heard Zhang Xiaochuan's howling voice. It turned out that this guy had offended both Zhao Tian and Wang Yi for some unknown reason. Judging from Zhang Xiaochuan's physique, even Wang Yi alone could easily beat him. Not to mention, there was also Zhao Tian helping out, so Zhang Xiaochuan could only be pressed on the bed and rubbed by the 2 men. Boss, someone is beaten, don't you do anything about it? As soon as Zhang Xiaochuan saw Suemo, his eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had seen his savior, and he quickly asked for help. But, would Suemo be so kind? No. Tell me what it is first. Suemo calmly sat down on the edge of the bed, looked at Zhang Xiaochuan who was pinned down by 2 men, and asked calmly. Who knows what the reason is? Suemo would not easily wade into this muddy water without understanding the situation. Boss, don't interfere. Today, Zhao Tian and I will make him understand that his position as the 3rd in the dormitory is nothing. Wang Yi sat on Zhang Xiaochuan's body and turned his head to look at Suemo. He was really angry today. Tell me what's going on with you 3. Suemo was also very curious. What happened in the dormitory after he left today? Boss, actually, I just played a joke on Wang Yi, but he took this opportunity to covet my position as the 3rd in the dormitory. You can't not help me. Zhang Xiaochuan looked at Suemo aggrievedly under the 2 men. He felt really aggrieved. I just wanted to liven up the atmosphere, but I ended up making things worse. You 2 are almost done, get off Xiaochuan. Look at what you've done to him. That's right. Wang Yi alone was enough to make Zhang Xiaochuan suffer, let alone 2 of them together. The combined weight of the 2 of them is over 300 pounds. Looking at Zhang Xiaochuan's flushed face, Suemo was really worried that if he came back a little later, he would be crushed to death by the 2 of them. Zhao Tian and Wang Yi still gave Suemo face. After hearing what Suemo said, they reluctantly let Zhang Xiaochuan go. Phew, I'm finally saved. Zhang Xiaochuan took a deep breath, and instantly felt that the whole world had become beautiful. Zhao Tian, tell me, what's going on? Suemo asked Zhao Tian who was sorting his clothes. He was really curious now, what was the cause of this war? Boss, this kid is really going too far. When Zhao Tianyi heard Suemo ask this, he sat down next to him and began to tell him about Zhang Xiaochuan's deeds today. It took Suemo a long time to figure out what had happened. It turned out that Zhang Xiaochuan, relying on his status as the 3rd in the dormitory, took his smelly socks and threw them to Wang Yi, saying that he was the 4th and was responsible for washing everyone's socks. But is Wang Yi such an easy person to bully? Of course not. Wang Yi directly threw Zhang Xiaochuan's smelly socks onto his bed. He had never washed his own socks at home. Why do I have to wash other people's socks when I come to college? Zhang Xiaochuan was not happy about this, and then the two of them started a sock throwing contest. As luck would have it, Zhang Xiaochuan accidentally threw his socks into Zhao Tian's instant noodle bucket. This really stirred up a hornet's nest, and Zhao Tian directly stood on Wang Yi's side. Then, this was the scene that Su Mo saw when he came back. Xiaochuan, this is your fault. You should wash your own stinky socks yourself. Su Mo looked at Zhang Xiaochuan unhappily and said, this seniority thing is just a joke. Do you really treat Wang Yi as your little brother? I was just joking with Wang Yi. Zhang Xiaochuan felt a little embarrassed when he heard Su Mo say this. Cut. The three of them gave Zhang Xiaochuan the middle finger at the same time. Okay, I see everyone is pretty free now, so why don't we do some spring cleaning? Su Mo looked at the mess on the ground and made a suggestion as he looked at the three people helplessly. No. No. I haven't had breakfast yet. As a result, the three people's reactions were surprisingly consistent. They all ran out of the dormitory immediately, which made Su Mo shake his head speechlessly. Well. With no other options, Su Mo could only start cleaning the dormitory silently. Perhaps, no other boss was worse off than him. I was busy for more than an hour before the whole dormitory was finally refreshed. I looked at the time and it was almost 11 o'clock. Su Mo took out his cell phone and called his mother. He was so excited about arriving at university yesterday that he forgot to report his safety to her. He felt so guilty. Xiao Mo, you still remember to call me? As soon as the call was connected, the mother's dissatisfied voice came from the phone, and Su Mo also smiled bitterly. Don't be angry, mother. I forgot about this yesterday. Su Mo smiled awkwardly. He would not make any excuses. What happened was what it was. Snort. Mother Su pretended to be angry and said, I waited for your call until after 10 o'clock in the evening. I asked Xiaoxi's mother and found out that you had already arrived at school. Otherwise, I don't know how long I would have to wait. Sure enough, it's true that sons are not as loving as daughters. Su Mo could only listen obediently to his mother's long speech. Who made him do this? It was indeed his fault. Su's mother talked for nearly half an hour before she hung up the phone with satisfaction. After hanging up the phone, Su Mo couldn't help but take a deep breath. I originally thought that after entering university, I would be like a bird flying into the sky or a fish swimming in the water. From then on, he had a free and unfettered life and no one could control him anymore. But now it seems useless. Just then, the cell phone rang. The fairy called again. Chapter 54, and Ran is ignored. As soon as Su Mo heard the ringtone of the phone, he knew who was calling. This was the ringtone he set specifically for Yin Jiushi. Xiao Mo, let's go eat together later, along with Ran and Ling Er. Yin Jiushi's sweet voice came from the phone, and Su Mo felt so comfortable all over. No problem, I'll be right downstairs at your dorm. After hanging up the phone, Su Mo went to wash his face. No matter what time it was, he still had to pay attention to his image. After all, Su Mo and Yin Jiushi are just boyfriend and girlfriend now. There is still a long way to go. The weather in August was like a furnace. As soon as Su Mo walked out of the dormitory, he felt waves of heat coming towards him. Beads of sweat the size of beans immediately appeared on Su Mo's face, which had just been washed. Does it have to be so hot? Complaints are fine, but Su Mo doesn't have any other options. He can't just stay in the dormitory and enjoy the air conditioning all the time. Su Mo stood under the girls' dormitory building. The hot sun hit his body wantonly, and he felt that the exposed skin was about to be sunburned. Fortunately, the girls came down relatively quickly this time, otherwise, Su Mo really suspected that he would get heatstroke. I say, ladies, if you don't come out, you will have to carry me to the hospital. Su Mo looked weakly at Yin Jiushi, as well as Ran and Zhao Linger behind her. He now felt a little dazed by the sun. Xiao Mo, I'm sorry, can I buy you an iced Coke later? As Su Mo's girlfriend, Yin Jiushi couldn't help but feel distressed when she saw Su Mo sweating all over. It's a deal. When Su Mo heard the word ice cola, his eyes suddenly lit up. When he was at home, Su's mother would not allow him to drink even a sip, saying that drinking too much Coke would soften his bones. At this moment, the weather was very hot, but Ran and Zhao Linger couldn't help shivering. They got goosebumps all over their bodies as they watched the two of them being so affectionate as if no one was around. Especially Zhao Linger, after seeing the shameless behavior of Suemo and Yin Joshi, she has decided to find a boyfriend as soon as possible. When the group of four arrived at the Ching Hua University cafeteria, there weren't many people there. This is also normal. In this weather, who would go to the school cafeteria to eat in the scorching sun? I guess it's just the freshmen like them. Those sophomores and juniors are probably happily taking naps in their dormitories. As soon as the four of them walked into the cafeteria, they attracted a lot of attention. There is no other reason. Yen Joshi and Inran are so beautiful. Especially Yen Joshi, whose perfect, angelic appearance shocked every boy in the cafeteria. Zhao Linger is also considered a great beauty, but when standing next to Yen Joshi and Inran, she seems a little lost in the crowd. What this person fears most is comparison. Especially women. However, everyone couldn't help but curl their lips when they saw Yen Joshi holding Sumo's hand. No way? I just saw a beautiful girl and she is already taken? This is too discouraging. At this moment, it seemed as if many heartbreaking sounds were heard invisibly. Since there were hardly any people in the cafeteria, the four of them didn't have to queue up and walk directly to the window to get their meals. I have to say, the food at Ching Hua University is really good. There were more than 30 kinds of dishes, which made Suemo feel a little dazzled. In the end, Suemo chose his favorite braised pork and ordered a plate of garlic vegetables. On the other hand, the three girls only ordered a simple vegetable, which did not surprise Suemo. Girls are still very concerned about their figure. In the cafeteria, all the boys' eyes would occasionally drift towards Sumo's table. There is nothing I can do, this is so infuriating. Obviously everyone is single, but a freak like Suemo shows up. It's okay if you say you have a girlfriend, but the key point is that three beautiful girls are having dinner with you at the same time. That is a bit too much. Zhao Linger, the most ordinary of the three women, is considered a great beauty in their eyes. What's more, there are two top beauties, Yen Joshi and Inran. Did this kid save the galaxy in his previous life? All the boys were so angry when they saw Suemo chatting and laughing with the three beauties. Suemo naturally felt a lot of hostile looks, but now he is immune to this. In the past few months with Yen Joshi, let alone other things, just taking Sumo's thickness as an example, he didn't know how much thicker it was than before. The girl's eating speed is really not good. She would talk for a while after taking a small bite. They can talk with great interest about anything, including new brand name clothes, bags, and even soap operas. Suemo felt sleepy while listening to the song, but when he saw the sun outside, he decided to sit down and listen to the lullaby. The meal lasted a full hour before it was finished. It was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and there was only 1 hour left before the time agreed with Li Tong. This time it was Yen Joshi and Inran who were waiting for Suemo. The two of them stood at the door of the boys' dormitory while Suemo went upstairs to get the calculation draft. Fortunately, it was hot outside and few people were out of the boys' dormitory, otherwise the two girls would have caused a sensation. The weather outside was too hot, and Suemo felt sorry for Yen Joshi, so he ran back to the dormitory as fast as he could. After getting the draft of the calculation, he hurried downstairs. Let's go. When Suemo came down, he had an umbrella in his hand. As a boy, he didn't care and just enjoyed some sun. But girls can't do that, so when he came down, he just picked up a parasol. Suemo showed no gentlemanly manners at all and directly held an umbrella for Yen Joshi. As for Enran, he was left alone by Suemo. This made Enran so angry that her eyelids twitched. At this moment, she even wanted to curse. Hey, are you a man? Enran's mouth was puffed with anger. She looked at Suemo with dissatisfaction and said, "Do you know that girls can't bask in the sun?" Yes. Suemo pointed at Yen Joshi beside him innocently. Didn't I already hold an umbrella for Xiaoxi? Puff. After hearing Sumo's words, Yen Joshi couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Enran's face turned dark immediately. What does this mean? Only your girlfriend is considered a woman, but I am not considered a woman? This is too much. Okay, Xiaoma, stop teasing Anran. When Yen Joshi saw a smile on Sumo's lips, she knew he must have done it on purpose. Taking the parasol from Suemo, she stood directly with Enran. Well. Suemo couldn't help but sigh when he saw the scene. As expected, I am still suffering alone. It was almost 2 o'clock in the afternoon, which was the hottest time of the day. The ground was even hot enough to bake bread. When the three of them arrived at the office of the Dean of Studies, Li Tong, they all breathed a sigh of relief. In just a short while, Su Mo was already sweating profusely. If it weren't for BDY's guess, Su Mo would never choose to go out at this time. It's really a torment. Knock knock. Come in. As the three of them walked in, a cool breeze suddenly hit them. Su Mo felt that all the pores on his body opened up, it was so comfortable. The two girls were better off. Although they were also very hot, at least they had a parasol, so they were not covered in sweat like Su Mo. Su Mo was also helpless about this, after all he was a man. Chapter 55 College Entrance Examination Essay. Office of the Dean of Studies. I'm sorry, it seems that I chose an inappropriate time. Li Tong couldn't help but make a joke when he saw Su Mo's look. In the morning, he really didn't think about the weather factor. It doesn't matter. Su Mo took a deep breath and looked at the clock on the wall. It was already 1:50. Teacher Li, can we go find Professor Chen now? Okay, you guys come with me. Li Tong looked at the time and nodded immediately. At this time, Professor Chen would usually be in the office. The offices of all teachers and professors at Ching Hua University are basically on one building, which is the well-known office building. Li Tong's office is on the second floor. Led by Li Tong, Su Mo, and the other two came to the fifth floor. Once they reached the corridor, the three of them saw a plastic sign hanging on each door. All of them were professors. When the three saw this scene, they couldn't help but gasp. Ching Hua University is worthy of being the top-ranked university in China. It really lives up to its reputation. The terrifying teaching staff alone is enough to scare people to death. You have to know that in an average university, there are only 3 or 5 professors. And here, just the 3 of them saw no less than 40 of them. It was really terrifying. Professor Chen, whom Su Mo is going to meet today, is one of the most outstanding professors. In addition, he is a world-leading mathematician, so there is almost no one among the professors of Ching Hua University who has a greater influence than him. The 3 followed Li Tong to the end of the corridor. Su Mo saw a big sign hanging on the door with only 3 words written on it. Chen Daoming. This name seems to have a kind of magic that makes people want to read it again and again. Knock knock. Come in. An old voice was heard from inside the room. Su Mo knew that the owner of this voice was Professor Chen, whom he was looking for this time. As soon as you push the door open, what comes into view is a large bookshelf filled with all kinds of books. Moreover, these books are basically very famous books, and the variety is so large that it makes one's scalp numb. It can be seen that Professor Chen is also a person who loves reading very much. There are 2 people in the office. One is Chen Daoming, whom Su Mo is looking for, and the other is Wang Shi, a very famous literary figure in Ching Hua University. No one knew what the two were talking about, but it was obvious that they were having a very pleasant conversation. Shaoli, what can I do for you? Chen Daoming asked in surprise when he saw Li Tong walking in with 3 students. Professor Chen, these 3 are the top 3 in this year's Jiangbei Province College Entrance Examination. They have all admired you for a long time, so I wanted to bring them to meet you. Li Tong also quickly took a few steps forward with a bit of embarrassment on his face. Because Professor Chen has never liked the way they recruit students. However, he couldn't bear to part with Su Mo, the top scorer in the college entrance examination, so he had to bite the bullet and bring him over. I don't know you yet? When Chen Daoming heard what Li Tong said, he glared at him unhappily. He knew what was going on as soon as he heard it. Besides, this isn't the first time something like this has happened. Although he was unhappy, Li Tong had already brought the person here, so he still had to give Li Tong some face. Jiangbei Province? After hearing what Li Tong said, Wang Shi couldn't help but be very surprised. He had just seen a student's college entrance examination essay recently and was shocked after reading it. It is said that the author of this composition is the top scorer in the college entrance examination in Jiangbei Province this year. Old Wang, why are you making such a fuss? Chen Daoming looked at his longtime friend with great curiosity. He seldom saw his old friend like this. Old Chen, do you still remember the essay I showed you some time ago? A hint of excitement appeared in Wang Shi's eyes. Originally, after reading Su Mo's college entrance examination essay, he had been looking for an opportunity to meet this student who shocked him. But I didn't expect to meet him here today. Of course I remember. Although Chen Daoming didn't know why Wang Shi suddenly mentioned that essay, he still had a deep impression of it. That essay was written by a student named Su Mo. He seems to be the top scorer in the college entrance examination in Zhongbei province. Wang Shi looked at Chen Daoming and explained, now you know why I am so surprised, right? The author is right in front of me. After hearing what Wang Shi said, Chen Daoming also looked at Su Mo in surprise. Su Mo was the only boy among the three. He immediately knew who wrote the essay that surprised him so much. Did you write on the origin of the airplane? Chen Daoming looked at Su Mo with eyes full of regret. Over the years, he rarely lost his composure like this. The article on the origin of the airplane is so perfect that there is absolutely no flaw to be found. It doesn't sound like it was written by a senior high school student at all. It seems more like it was written by someone who has been doing scientific research for many years and has excellent writing skills. Chen Daoming never expected that the author of the article was a student of Ching Hua University. What a coincidence! Yes, Professor Chen. Since he was asked this question, Su Mo would not be embarrassed to admit that he had indeed written the essay. Young man, well written. I haven't seen such excellent works in many years. Chen Daoming also nodded with satisfaction. It seemed that the freshmen of Ching Hua University this year were pretty good. At least the Su Mo in front of him was no ordinary person. Old Chen, I just happened to want to submit that essay to this issue of the youth magazine. What do you think? Wang Shi looked at Su Mo's calmness and felt extremely satisfied. Shan'an edition? When Yan Zhouxian and Ran heard the name, they looked at Wang Shi in shock. They knew what youth magazine was. It was the most influential newspaper in the country. Both of them knew that Su Mo had scored full marks in the college entrance examination, but they did not expect that Wang Shi would praise his college entrance examination essay so highly. I think so. With the level of that essay, it should get a very good result. Chen Daoming was not surprised at all, because he knew how excellent Su Mo's composition was. That's fine. When Wang Shi heard Chen Daoming say this, he burst out laughing and stood up. Come on, kid. I'm optimistic about you. When Wang Shi walked up to Su Mo, he couldn't help but pat him on the shoulder, then walked out of the office with a smile on his face. After Wang Shi left, Chen Daoming also stood up and pointed to the sofa not far away, and said slowly, don't stand, sit down. Chen Daoming himself is not a person who likes to follow rules, and he is generally very easygoing towards his juniors. After several people sat down, Chen Daoming also sat opposite them. I am Chen Daoming, an ordinary old man. Actually, there is nothing good about me. The future stage belongs to you young people. Chen Daoming looked at the three people kindly. The outside world praised him so much. However, in Chen Daoming's own opinion, he is just an old man with half of his body buried in the ground, and there is nothing remarkable about him. Professor Chen, I have always loved mathematics, and you have always been my idol. Su Mo bowed politely to Chen Daoming. Upon seeing this, Yan Zhouxian and Ran quickly stood up and bowed. Such people deserve respect at all times. It is because of people like this that human civilization progresses bit by bit. Chapter 56, Not Accepting Disciples? Then let us see who it is. Professor Chen, I have a math problem here that I want you to look at. Su Mo finally told Chen Daoming the real purpose of his visit today. At the same time, he placed the thick envelope in his hand in front of Chen Daoming. Oh? Chen Daoming originally thought that Su Mo and the other two came to see him just because they were curious about him, but he didn't expect that they actually wanted help with something. After seeing Su Mo's actions, Li Tong explained to Chen Daoming with a wry smile. When this kid told me about this morning, I wanted to help him. However, this kid actually despised my level. Professor Chen, don't you think it's infuriating? Li Tong has always been brooding over this matter. Since he started teaching at Ching Hua University, no one has ever doubted his ability. This is the first time for a grown-up girl to ride in a bridal sedan. Is that so? After hearing what Li Tong said, Chen Daoming became even more curious about what kind of math problem was in Su Mo's envelope. He actually thought that even the teachers at Ching Hua University were not up to standard. Let me take a look. Chen Daoming picked up the envelope in front of him and took out the thick stack of draft paper inside. As for what this thing is, probably no one in the room knows except Su Mo and Yan Zhouxi. The moment Chen Daoming saw the draft paper, he couldn't take his eyes away. The more he looked, the more shocked he became. After he finished reading the contents on the first piece of draft paper, his hands began to tremble. Did you do this yourself? Chen Daoming was already excited, and his voice was trembling. He knew exactly what this was. When Chen Daoming was young, he spent countless hours on this math problem, but he still failed in the end. However, Chen Daoming never expected that he would be able to see something like this in his lifetime. This is a miracle for him, no, even for the whole world. Yes. Su Mo nodded in acknowledgement. Did you make it? I have done it, but I don't know if it is correct. That's why I came to Ching Hua University and asked you to help me verify it. Except for Yen Joshi, and Ran and Li Tong didn't understand anything about the conversation between the two. What on earth is this talking about? However, Li Tong had never seen Chen Daoming lose his composure like this, and he became even more curious about the stack of draft papers in his hand. What on earth is this? It's unbelievable that a top mathematician like Chen Daoming could lose his composure like this. After hearing Sumo's answer, Chen Daoming was shocked and his slightly cloudy eyes became bright. The young are really to be feared. Chen Daoming looked at Su Mo and couldn't help laughing. This question has caused countless mathematicians to break their heads and bleed. He really didn't expect that there are still people who dare to challenge the 5 major conjectures? Moreover, he is a freshman, which really makes Chen Daoming feel ashamed. Although he had only looked at a piece of draft paper just now, a hope had already risen in his heart. Sumo's method of solving the problem was very novel, so novel that he had never seen such a way of solving the problem before, but the answer was correct. Although no one has been able to crack the 5 major conjectures in mathematics. However, that doesn't mean there is no correct answer. At least in the past few decades, through the efforts of countless mathematicians, the BDY conjecture has basically been solved by 1/3. These materials are top secret and ordinary people cannot access them at all. Even if Chen Daoming himself wants to see these materials, he has to apply in advance. I just watched Sumo's initial solution process. Although the method was different, the answer he got was the same. Chen Daoming is now looking forward to the entire calculation process. He has devoted his entire life to mathematics, so for Chen Daoming, the stack of draft paper in his hand is more precious than anything else. Professor Chen, I just want you to help take a look. I hope the students won't let you down. Su Mo also stood up and bowed respectfully to Chen Daoming. After most people know what this thing is, they will most likely have other thoughts about it. After all, the influence of this thing is really huge. However, what Su Mo saw in Chen Daoming's eyes was only genuine surprise and relief, without any other emotions mixed in. Leave the stuff here with me first. I will leave for the headquarters of the Imperial Capital Mathematics Academy in a moment. This calculation process requires a huge amount of manpower and will take at least half a month. I will inform you as soon as there is a result. Excuse me, Professor Chen. Chen Daoming looked at the young man in front of him who had remained extremely calm from beginning to end, and an absurd idea came to his mind. But once this idea came out, I couldn't hold it back. Chen Daoming looked at Su Mo, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say. Su Mo. I don't know if you have. Chen Daoming couldn't say anything in the middle of his speech. Given his current status, he was a little embarrassed to speak. Su Mo was very smart and he knew what Chen Daoming meant at a glance. He walked directly in front of Chen Daoming and knelt on the ground without any hesitation. Professor Chen, I have always admired you very much. I wonder if you would be willing to accept me as your apprentice. Sumo's sudden request to become a disciple stunned everyone in the room. What is going on? Why did you suddenly become my disciple? Chen Daoming's eyes were full of admiration. He was indeed moved by his admiration for talent, but he was too embarrassed to say it in front of so many people. On the contrary, it was Sumo's initiative that cleverly resolved Chen Daoming's dilemma, which made him have a higher opinion of Su Mo. Confident, calm, talented, and high EQ. If Chen Daoming doesn't accept such a person, he will probably regret it for the rest of his life. Su Mo, get up quickly. Professor Chen doesn't accept apprentices. When Li Tong saw this scene, his face suddenly changed. He saw Chen Daoming was stunned and thought he was unhappy. He quickly walked to Su Mo's side and tried to pull him up. However, Chen Daoming's next sentence made Li Tong stunned. I agree. Chen Daoming stood up and helped Su Mo up from the ground, his face full of relief. From today on, you are my student. Li Tong was stunned where he stood. What did he just hear? Professor Chen agreed? Impossible. I must have been hallucinating. How could Professor Chen accept a disciple? This is absolutely impossible. Li Tong has always wanted to become Chen Daoming's disciple, but no matter how many times he mentioned it openly or secretly, he was always rejected politely by Chen Daoming. At that time, Li Tong comforted himself that maybe Chen Daoming did not intend to accept a disciple. But what is happening now? Yan Joshi and Ran also opened their mouths in shock. They had never expected such a thing to happen. Who is Chen Daoming? He is recognized as the #1 mathematician in the country and is even among the top 5 in the world. Such a person would actually accept Su Mo as his disciple? It's incredible. However, the facts are already before us. The three of them had no choice but to believe it. Chapter 57 Skill Level. After the group of 4 came out of Chen Daoming's office, everyone's eyes turned to Su Mo. Yan Joshi's eyes were full of happiness. She was truly happy for Su Mo to have someone like Chen Daoming as his teacher. In addition to confusion, there was also envy in Ran and Li Tong's eyes. Especially Li Tong, he is a loyal fan of Chen Daoming. He has been working hard to become Chen Daoming's apprentice. But I didn't expect that a student would get there first today. It's true that the new generation pushes the old generation forward. Although he was envious, Li Tong was not jealous of Su Mo, because since Chen Daoming accepted Su Mo as his disciple, there must be something outstanding about him. Although Li Tong doesn't know the reason yet, he believes in Chen Daoming. That's great, little guy. Li Tong patted Su Mo's shoulder and left alone. And Ran stared at Su Mo with great curiosity, as if there were flowers on his face. Don't look at me like that. I already have Shaoxi. Su Mo put his hands in front of his chest, and the look on his face made Ran couldn't help but spit. Yan Joshi also smiled faintly at Su Mo's words. As Ching Hua University is ranked first in the country, it is natural that there is a supermarket on campus. On the way back, the three of them also turned a corner. Cool. Su Mo took a big gulp of ice cola and sat on the bench at the entrance of the supermarket. Xiao Mo, why did you suddenly become my disciple today? Yan Joshi still hasn't figured it out. The most important thing is that Chen Daoming actually agreed. Why is this? Is it so easy to become a disciple now? And Ran's beautiful eyes were also staring at Su Mo curiously, and what Yan Joshi asked was what she was thinking. In fact, Ran knew what the problem was, which was the draft paper in the envelope. As for what was written on the draft paper, she had no idea. And Ran saw the expression on Chen Daoming's face after he read the draft paper. What on earth could shock one of the world's top mathematicians? And Ran couldn't figure it out, but she was too embarrassed to ask Su Mo. After all, it was someone else's privacy. It's not that I want to become your disciple. Su Mo took a sip of iced cola, turned his head and looked at Yan Joshi and said, it was Professor Chen who wanted to take me in as his disciple, but he was too embarrassed to say it, so I took the initiative to become his disciple. What? And Ran looked at Su Mo in surprise, and for a moment she didn't understand what this meant. After hearing what Su Mo said, Yan Joshi immediately knew the reason. No one knew better than her how powerful Su Mo was. It is a miracle that he solved the BDY mathematical conjecture alone. It is normal for Chen Daoming to want to take Su Mo as his apprentice. And Ran didn't know any inside information. She just felt that Su Mo's words were a bit too arrogant. Would Chen Daoming, a top mathematician, accept disciples casually? Although Ran wanted to say it was impossible, she was silent for a moment when she thought of the scene in the office just now. Su Mo did not explain anything to Ran's doubts. She was not his girlfriend, so Su Mo was too lazy to explain so much. After drinking the coke, the three of them went back. After Su Mo sent the two girls back, he hurried back to the dormitory. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the heat in the air was so intense that it seemed to dry people out. Su Mo decided that he would never leave the dormitory except for classes. After entering the dormitory, there was no one there. The three of them must have gone out to have fun. Su Mo was not in the mood to care about so many things. The first thing he did when he returned to the dormitory was to take a change of clothes and take a shower. After taking a shower, Su Mo lay directly on the bed. Only now did he feel that he was still alive, and he would never go out again even if he was beaten to death. Out of boredom, Su Mo called up the attribute panel. Host, Su Mo. Age, 17. Skills, photographic memory, mastery, master calligraphy, master Go, language proficiency, brainstorming. Education, well educated. Points, 0. Fans, 13,745. There is now a fan value in the attribute box, but Sumo's main attention is still on the skill box. Seeing that he had more and more skills, Su Mo felt a sense of accomplishment. Although some of them are useless, it's better than nothing. Suemo looked at the skills he had, and he discovered something. Some of these skills seemed very powerful, while others were just average. System, are the skills here divided into different levels? Suemo asked the system a question using his consciousness. He had always had this question. For example, there is no comparison between the two skills of brainstorming and mastering the whole thing. Yes, the skills in the system are divided into 3 levels: ordinary level, elite level, and god level. The host's mastery of knowledge is an ordinary skill, while the brainstorm is a god level skill. As soon as Suemo heard the system's explanation, his eyes suddenly lit up. He won brainstorm in the last lottery, so does that mean? Suemo already had a guess in his mind, and the system gave a direct explanation. The skills awarded by missions are randomly selected from ordinary and elite levels, while the skills awarded by lotteries are randomly selected from elite and god level skills. So if you want to obtain high-level skills, you should increase your fan value as soon as possible. After hearing the system's explanation in his mind, Suemo suddenly became interested in this lottery. This lottery is not that bad. But where can we get this fan value? This is a difficult problem, and Suemo currently has no solution since he is not a star. Star? Thinking of this, Suemo sat up excitedly. If the calculation process of BDY's mathematical conjecture is correct, then he will definitely become a household name. After all, the influence of the 5 major mathematical conjectures is still very large. If that happens, Suemo sat on the bed alone and couldn't help laughing out loud. Fortunately, he was the only one in the dormitory, otherwise, others would think he was sick. It was almost 6 o'clock in the afternoon when Zhao Tian and the other 2 came back. They were still talking in low voices when they walked into the dormitory. Where have you been? Suemo put down his phone and looked at the 3 people speechlessly. Didn't he just casually mention cleaning? As a result, the 3 of them didn't come back for the entire afternoon. It was really. I'm going to play League of Legends at the internet cafe. Zhao Tian and Wang Yi answered at the same time. Zhang Xiaochuan seemed to be in a state of disarray. After he came back, he didn't say a word and just lay down on his bed. What happened to Xiaochuan? Suemo saw Zhang Xiaochuan's expression and couldn't help asking, did you lose the money? Puff. Zhao Tian and Wang Yi laughed out loud at the same time, but they both knew the reason. This made Suemo even more curious. Didn't the 3 of them go to the internet cafe to play games? Why are 2 happy and 1 unhappy? What is going on? In the end, it was only after Zhao Tian explained it to Suemo that he finally understood what was going on. It turned out that the 3 of them went to the internet cafe and prepared to play ranked games. However, Zhao Tian and Wang Yi are both diamond tier bosses, while Zhang Xiaochuan is just a silver tier rookie, so they cannot be ranked together at all. Therefore, Zhang Xiaochuan can only fight alone. As a result, in one afternoon, Zhao Tian and Wang Yi both advanced a small level, while Zhang Xiaochuan dropped from silver 1 to silver 3. Can Zhang Xiaochuan be happy with such a result? Hey, I thought it was no big deal, just losing a few games. After Suemo knew the reason, he couldn't help but look at Zhang Xiaochuan with contempt. If you didn't know, you would think that this guy had suffered a broken heart. When Zhao Tian and Wang Yi heard Suemo say this, they laughed even more happily. Jingle. The next morning at 6:30, the bell rang. Because today is the first day of military training, all students dare not be late. If I were caught by the instructor, I would inevitably become the chicken that was killed to scare the monkeys. Boss, why are you still sleeping? After Wang Yi put on his oversized camouflage uniform, he saw that Suemo was still sleeping and couldn't help but call him. I don't need military training, leave me alone. Suemo answered in a daze, which stunned the 3 of them. What's going on? Chapter 58, Summoned by the Mathematics School Boss. What's going on? Why doesn't Suemo need military training? What is this operation? Zhao Tian and Zhang Xiaochuan looked at each other and gave Wang Yi a look at the same time. Wang Yi also understood what the 2 meant, so he sat down next to Sumo's bed, grinned, and shook Suemo in as disgusting a manner as possible. Boss, why don't you need military training? Suemo turned over and ignored Wang Yi's words. He was very sleepy now. He chatted with Yin Joshi until after 1 o'clock yesterday. Wang Yi was determined not to give up and raised his eyebrows at Zhao Tian and Zhang Xiaochuan. The 2 of them also came to Sumo's bed. Wang Yi directly pulled Sumo's quilt aside, while Zhao Tian and Zhang Xiaochuan directly shook Sumo's bed vigorously. In this situation, how could Suemo sleep? He just sat up and looked at the three people with a frown, his eyes full of murderous intent. Ruining someone's sweet dream is an irreconcilable feud. Why don't you three go to military training? Why are you torturing me here? Suemo looked at the three people beside his bed and was so angry that his nose was crooked. They couldn't even let him get a good sleep? I can tolerate my uncle, but I can't tolerate my aunt. Boss, why can't you do military training? Wang Yi looked at Suemo curiously, and Zhao Tian and Zhang Xiaochuan also nodded. If you can avoid military training, who the hell would want to go? The weather is so hot now that in a week, I will become a roast suckling pig. Oh, it's very simple. Suemo looked at the three of them unhappily and said, if you can also get full marks in the college entrance examination, you don't have to go to military training. Sumo's words stunned the three of them. Full marks in the college entrance examination? Is this easy? Bullshit. They are afraid that they will never be able to do such a thing in their lifetime. Not everyone is as perverted as Suemo. Excuse me, but I have to remind you that if you don't gather now, you will be late. Suemo rubbed his eyes, pointed at the clock on the wall, and spoke to the three people indifferently. When the three of them saw this, they immediately became anxious and ran out of the dormitory at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. The bell rang at 6:30, and they were only given 10 minutes to assemble. It was already 6:38, and the three did not want to be caught by the instructor on the first day. The three of them had heard some gossip that the instructor this time was very strict. Suemo was so angry when he looked at the wide-open dormitory door. Don't let me catch you, humph. This week has been a very comfortable one for Suemo. Every day he would lie alone in the dormitory playing games. In the afternoon and evening, he would go out to eat with two beautiful girls, Yen Joshi and In Ran. If he had nothing to do, he would go shopping in the nearby commercial street. However, it was different for the other three members of 403. When they came back every day, the three of them seemed to have lost half their lives. After taking a shower, they went straight to bed and fell asleep without saying a word. Every time they saw Suemo coming back leisurely from outside, the three of them were so envious and jealous. Why is the gap between people so big? Finally, the military training was over, and the skin color of all the students had basically become 2 shades darker. Boys are fine, they don't care much about this. But it's different for girls. This will undoubtedly cost them their lives. Especially when she gets together with the sophomores and juniors, the gap is even more obvious. This results in all freshman girls basically not leaving the dormitory except for classes every day. Yen Joshi and In Ran were not affected at all. Zhao Linger and Ma Lily couldn't help but feel envious when they saw their flawless white skin. University life was quite comfortable for Suemo. Apart from his major courses, he basically never went to the classroom. Suemo was not worried at all that he would fail the exam. What a joke! His current amount of knowledge was almost equivalent to the entire library of Ching Hua University. Failing a test? It doesn't exist at all. Knock knock. Teacher Lee? Suemo was looking at his phone. When he heard the knock on the door, he quickly opened it. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be the Dean of Studies, Li Tong. Professor Chen is back, and I want you to go over there. Li Tong looked at Suemo with envy, because he already knew what had happened. Besides envy, the only thing left was shock. You know, Suemo was still just a student. Did it actually solve the BDY conjecture that has puzzled the mathematical community for nearly 100 years? No matter how you look at it, this seems a bit far-fetched. However, Li Tong had no doubts about Chen Daoming at all. Since he said so, it meant that this matter was indeed true. Professor Chen is back? As soon as Suemo heard Li Tong's words, he was instantly overjoyed. He knew what this meant. The answer is out. You're going to be famous, good job. Li Tong had always been a little bit unwilling to accept the fact that Chen Daoming accepted Suemo as his apprentice, but now he finally understood the reason. No wonder Suemo said that the question couldn't be shown to him because he didn't know whether it was correct or not. At that time, Li Tong thought that it was an excuse for Suemo to meet Professor Chen. But now that he knew that question was BDY's conjecture, Li Tong realized that Suemo was telling the truth. He really didn't know the answer to BDY's conjecture. Hurry up and change your clothes. The two deans of the School of Mathematics are here too. Li Tong looked at Sumo's vest and shorts and couldn't help but remind him. You know, Suemo will represent the reputation of Ching Hua University. This image is really not flattering. Suemo looked down at his clothes and felt ashamed. He quickly changed his clothes. 10 minutes later, Suemo appeared in Chen Daoming's office. Are you Suemo? There were 3 people standing opposite Suemo. In addition to Chen Daoming, there were 2 old men in their 50s or 60s. I guess they were the 2 deans of the School of Mathematics. I'm Suemo, who are you? When Suemo heard his name being called, he quickly took a step forward and asked politely. The old man who spoke also laughed. My name is Ding Xueliang, and I am the vice president of Shagua School of Mathematics. The person next to me is He Guangwen, the president of the School of Mathematics. He Guangwen looked at Suemo and nodded kindly. He had never thought that he would see someone crack the BDY conjecture, which was the longest of the 5 conjectures, in his lifetime. What's more, the other party is actually a freshman, which is really hard to believe. Hello, Dean Ding, hello, Dean He. Suemo greeted the 2 bosses very politely. If most people knew their identities, they would definitely be nervous, but he didn't and remained calm. This brought more admiration to the eyes of He Guangwen and Ding Xueliang. It was rare for a student who was almost 18 years old to remain so calm in front of them. I think you must be looking forward to the BDY conjecture. He Guangwen looked at Suemo, with a hint of appreciation for talent on his face. When they learned that Chen Daoming had already accepted this genius as his apprentice, he and Ding Xueliang both cursed inwardly, thinking that this old fox acted too quickly. After half a month of deduction and verification, your answer is completely correct. When Suemo heard He Guangwen's words, an expression of ecstasy suddenly appeared on his face. However, he was not happy because he had created a miracle, but because his lottery draw finally came true. Such a big thing will definitely cause a sensation in the world's mathematics circles. By that time, won't the fan value still continue to rise? Lottery, here I come. Chapter 59, Forget About Worry. In the office. Chen Daoming looked at Suemo with a smile on his face. I'm afraid you won't have time to stay in school in the next period of time. Why? After hearing Chen Daoming's words, Suemo looked at him in confusion. He didn't understand what he meant. Why don't you have time for school? When the 3 of them saw Suemo's appearance, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. Suemo, you solved the BDY conjecture. Do you know how big an impact this will have once it is made public? He Guangwen looked at Suemo seriously and said, I'm telling you bluntly, this is definitely a big earthquake, so next, you, the hero, should stand up. Chen Daoming, who was standing by, saw Suemo's puzzled look, so he smiled and explained to his new disciple. At present, Dean He has already revealed a little bit of this news to the higher-ups. What awaits you next is an interview. Interview? When Suemo heard this, he immediately burst into laughter. This is what he has been waiting for. If this is the case, then wouldn't his fan value be rising like a rocket? When Suemo thought of that scene, he felt a surge of longing. Wouldn't it be awesome if a few more god-level skills came along? As Suemo thought about it, he almost drooled. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, otherwise, he would have made a fool of himself in front of those big guys. However, after Suemo came out of the principal's office, he went straight to find Yen Jiushi. Such good news must be shared with my little she as soon as possible. Moreover, judging from the tone of the big guys, they will be away for quite some time this time, so they should tell Yen Jiushi. Below the girls' dormitory. Xiaomo, why are you calling me down so urgently? Yen Jiushi ran to Suemo breathlessly. She didn't know what had happened. However, from Sumo's tone on the phone, he seemed quite anxious. I'm going to be out of school for a while. Sumo's words made Yen Jiushi stunned. Out of school? What the hell? Where are you going? Yen Jiushi looked at Suemo in front of her, her mind full of question marks. Isn't it just a few days since the class started? Why do you want to go out suddenly? It's like this, today. Suemo told Yen Jiushi exactly what happened in the teacher's office today, and the girl was stunned. You mean, you're going to go out and give interviews in the next period of time? It took a long time for Yen Jiushi to receive all the signals, and she looked at Suemo in disbelief. Although, Yen Jiushi has always had confidence in Suemo. However, now that I heard that my boyfriend had actually solved the BDY conjecture, I couldn't control my shock. So many top mathematicians have failed in their entire lives, but Suemo, a student, has accomplished this? It's simply a miracle. Yen Jiushi looked at Suemo in admiration. Her boyfriend was so capable, and her heart was filled with pride and happiness. That's right, Xiaoxi, do you want to go with me? Suemo looked at Yen Joshi expectantly. He had specially negotiated with the two deans of the School of Mathematics today. The two bosses agreed to let him bring one more person, and this spot was of course reserved for Yen Joshi. Yen Joshi was silent for a while, but finally shook her head and rejected Sumo's proposal. Why? Suemo was a little confused as to why Yen Joshi refused. It was such a good opportunity to go out and play together. Just thinking about it made him happy. But why not go? Xiaomo, I don't want to show up in public. I just want to be your girlfriend quietly. I will always support you silently behind your back. After hearing what Yen Joshi said, Suemo did not continue to ask. Yes, everyone has their own ideas. He cannot force his own ideas on Yen Joshi, as that would disrupt her original rhythm of life. Oh well. Suemo tidied up Yen Joshi's messy hair, looked at his girlfriend who looked like a fairy in a painting, and said gently, then you should be good in school by yourself, and I will give you a surprise when I come back. Well, come on, Xiaoma. Yen Joshi looked around and saw that there was no one around, so she quickly kissed Suemo on the face, turned around and ran into the girls' dormitory building. Suemo was left standing there in a daze. What had just happened? Feeling the faint lip fragrance on his face, Suemo was stunned. This girl actually took the initiative to kiss him? Oh my god. After returning to the dormitory, there was no one there again. Suemo wanted to say hello to the three of them, but the situation forced him to give up the idea. These guys probably went to the internet cafe again. Suemo sighed helplessly while packing his luggage. I don't know if it's because of the excessive study pressure in high school, but when these three arrived at university, they completely let themselves go and played games online every day. If this continues, Suemo is really worried that several people will be asked to drop out of Ching Hua University because of failing the course. That would be hilarious. Boys usually have to bring very few things with them when they go out, and Suemo simply brought a few sets of clothes to change into. Then, he wrote a small note, telling the three that he would be away for a few days. After packing up, Suemo carried his backpack and went directly to Chen Daoming's office. The three bosses were still waiting for him. 10 minutes later. That's all you have to bring? He Guanwen looked at Suemo speechlessly. This time he was going to be away for quite a while, maybe at least 10 days or half a month. After all, the impact of this incident is really too great. The BDY conjecture, one of the 5 major conjectures, was actually solved by a student? How could the media let go of such a major event? I don't know how long it will take just to interview with those TV reporters, and there is also the exclusive interview with Dadong TV, all of which will take time. Yes, that's enough. In response to the boss's question, Suemo explained embarrassedly that although he brought a password box when school started, most of the things inside were action figures from his collection. It was obviously inappropriate to bring those things this time, but apart from those, everything Suemo could bring was in the backpack. The three of them didn't say anything else. At worst, they could just buy whatever they needed when the time came. The group of 4 took a car and went directly to the School of Mathematics. Suemo had only seen this place on TV a few times before and had never thought that he would be qualified to come here in person. The School of Mathematics includes almost all mathematicians in the Xia country. It can be said that all mathematicians with a little fame in the country are members of the School of Mathematics. The School of Mathematics is located in the central area of the imperial capital. Although it covers an area of no more than 2,000 square meters, it is very rare in the imperial capital where every inch of land is valuable. The car stopped at the gate of the School of Mathematics. As soon as Suemo got off the car, he saw 20 or 30 elderly people standing at the door. The youngest among them was a woman, about 25 or 26 years old, and stunningly beautiful. Suemo knew this woman. It could be said that there were not many people in Xia who did not know this woman. Lu Wangyu, at the age of only 25, had achieved many significant results in mathematics. It was because of this that he was admitted to the School of Mathematics as an exception and became a legendary figure in the eyes of students. Not only that, because of Lu Wangyu's stunning beauty, her fame can even be compared with that of first-line stars. As for the other old men, Suemo also looked familiar. Although he couldn't remember their names, he must have seen them on TV. These are all big guys. Everyone, stop blocking the door and let our hero go in first. When Guanwen saw this scene, he couldn't help but laugh and curse. Just now when he was about to reach the School of Mathematics, he just casually mentioned it in the group chat, but he didn't expect everyone to come out. Are you Suemo? A cold female voice sounded among the crowd. The voice was like that of a yellow oriole, very pleasant to hear, with a hint of coolness in the tone. Chapter 60, The Sensation Caused by BDY Conjecture. Are you Suemo? Lu Wangyu slowly walked to the front of the crowd, and looking at the very handsome boy in front of him, he couldn't help but look at him curiously. At the beginning, when Chen Daoming took Sumo's calculation process to the School of Mathematics, everyone sneered, including Lu Wangyu himself. How could a freshman who was not even 18 years old solve the BDY conjecture? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This is complete bullshit. When everyone thought that Chen Daoming was joking, it was the Dean He Guangwen who finally took a look at the rough calculation paper. This sight gave me a shock, which led to the following events. After more than a week of deduction and calculation, the results finally came out. When the results were presented to everyone was stunned. The calculation is established. Lu Wangyu has always thought that his talent in mathematics is very strong and no one among his peers can match him. However, when he saw that his calculations were correct, Lu Wangyu was shocked for the first time in his life. A freshman actually solved the BDY conjecture? This is simply a miracle. This led to Lu Wangyu becoming more and more curious about Suemo, and today he finally saw him in person. When everyone saw Lu Wangyu's expression, they all looked like they were enjoying a good show. Everyone in the School of Mathematics knew how arrogant Lu Wangyu was, and they all wanted to see if sparks could fly between the two geniuses. Even Sumo's teacher Chen Daoming was curious about how his apprentice would deal with this little hot pepper. If nothing unexpected happens, Suemo is me. Suemo looked at Lu Wangyu in front of him and couldn't help but praise him in his heart. In terms of appearance alone, Lu Wangyu has a score of at least 90 points. Coupled with her cool temperament, she is simply stunningly beautiful. Did you solve the BDY conjecture? Lu Wangyu looked at Sumo's calm appearance and was a little surprised for a moment. There has never been a boy who could act so calm in front of her. The more this was the case, the more curious she became about Suemo. Lu Wangyu is very confident about her appearance. From childhood to adulthood, no matter how outstanding a boy is, he will be very nervous in front of her. This is the first time I've seen a boy as calm and composed as Suemo. What an interesting boy. This is Lu Wangyu's evaluation of Suemo. Yeah, I spent so many brain cells on it. Suemo couldn't help but make a joke, and his words immediately made many big men laugh. Brain cells? Nowadays, who doesn't know that the more you use your brain, the smarter it becomes? Under the guidance of everyone, Suemo finally saw what the School of Mathematics looked like. To be honest, he was still a little disappointed. Inside the School of Mathematics, there are simply some tables and stools, and on the middle wall, there is a large LED screen. This is completely the standard of a conference room. The only difference is that it is many times larger than the conference room. This is very different from what Suemo imagined the School of Mathematics to be like in science fiction movies, with robots, virtual equations, and other scenes. As the saying goes, imagination is beautiful, but reality is cruel. Everyone, please take a seat. He Guangwen looked at everyone and greeted them. The atmosphere in the School of Mathematics is very good. People get together just to communicate, and there is no intrigue. The people here are very pure, and they have dedicated almost their entire lives to mathematics. The news report on Dat-on TV at 6 o'clock tonight will report on the BDY conjecture. Once this matter is reported, it will immediately attract mathematicians from all over the world. When the time comes, everyone must be prepared to receive them. We must not lose face for our Xia country. Is everything clear? Clear. Everyone answered loudly. They are now very excited. The mathematicians of Xia country have not made any significant progress for a long time. Over the years, many foreign mathematicians have been secretly laughing at the fact that Xia state has no one. The appearance of Suemo now brought a big gift package to everyone. As long as this matter becomes public, who will dare to look down on Xiagui's mathematicians in the future? As the TV station with the highest ratings in Xia country, Dat-on TV naturally has a great influence. At 6 o'clock that evening, a piece of news from Dat-on TV shocked everyone. Suemo, a freshman at Ching Hua University, solved a problem that has troubled the entire mathematics community for nearly 100 years, the BDY mathematical conjecture. The School of Mathematics made an exception and admitted Suemo as a first-class mathematician in the School of Mathematics. Young people are heroes. The appearance of Suemo has consolidated the position of Xiagua in the mathematics community. I hope that in the future there will be a second Suemo in Xiagua, and a third. As soon as this news came out, it caused a sensation across the country. Linhai number 2 Middle School, teacher's office area. Everyone stared at the TV in amazement. The news was too shocking for them. Who is Suemo? All teachers know that he is the second person on the wall of honor of number 2 Middle School. Li Dahai, what on earth is going on? Luyu, I don't know either. Suemo never told me about this. Zhao Fanzhou, now our number 2 Middle School has become prosperous. This is much more impressive than the top scorer in the college entrance examination. Suemo is truly the most talented student I have ever seen. Everyone curled their lips in disdain at Zhao Fanzhou's flattery. Of course they knew that Suemo was a genius, otherwise how could he create such a miracle? Even Li Lan, who had always been at odds with Luyu, was stunned. Does Suemo from class 3 have to be so exaggerated? It's only been a few days since you arrived at Ching Hua University? It caused such a big noise, it must be a real dragon. As a major shareholder of Tianhong Group, Yan's mother naturally pays close attention to news reports every day, which allows her to know what has happened recently. In the huge living room, only Yan's mother was sitting on the sofa. When Mother Yan saw the news report about Suemo, even though she was such a calm person, she was shocked and couldn't recover for a long time. After Yan's mother knew Suemo, she thought he must be an extraordinary person. But I didn't expect that I've only been in college for a few days. It caused such a big commotion. A first-class mathematician in the School of Mathematics? This identity is really too dazzling for a student who is not even 18 years old. You have to know that among the more than 1 billion people in the entire Xia country, there are less than 200 mathematicians who can be rated. It seems that Xiaoxi's vision is really good. Mother Yan is now becoming more and more satisfied with her daughter's vision. This boy Suemo is really a real dragon. He is so young and has achieved such success. What will he achieve in the future? Voices of shock were heard everywhere on the Tsinghua University campus. Especially in the boys' dormitory, every room was filled with incredible noises. Which student who was admitted to Tsinghua University would underestimate himself? But when they saw this news, for words appeared in their minds: I am not as good as him. Zhao Tian, Wang Yi, and Zhang Xiachuan had just returned to the dormitory building after surfing the internet when they heard deafening cheering, which made them very depressed. What's going on? Earthquake? That shouldn't be the case. Isn't this a plane? The three of them looked at each other, not knowing what was going on. Chapter 61: Fiery Eyes and Golden Pupils. As soon as they returned to the door of 403, the three saw a lot of people gathered there. This scared the three of them. What on earth had happened? Brother, what are you all doing here? Zhao Tian asked cautiously, and immediately, a boy wearing glasses looked at him in disbelief. Don't you know what's going on? I don't know, we just got back from the internet, and then this happened. The boy with glasses looked at Zhao Tian with contempt. Wang Yi and Zhang Xiachuan on the side immediately distanced themselves from Zhao Tian, showing with their actions that they did not know him. Suemo, a freshman in our school, solved the BDY conjecture. It was just reported on the Dadong TV news. I heard that Suemo lives in 403, so everyone wants to see what this legendary figure looks like, but it seems that no one is in 403. When the man with glasses said this, he couldn't help but look at Zhao Tian and asked, by the way, brother, which dormitory are you from? However, his question was not answered. When Zhao Tian and the other two heard what the man with glasses said, they were stunned. As students of Tsinghua University, they are naturally familiar with the 5 major conjectures in mathematics. Now, when they heard that Suemo had actually solved one of BDY's conjectures, their brains froze for a moment. We are all students, do you have to discourage us like this? So many mathematicians couldn't do it, but Suemo did it? Is this true or false? This is unscientific. There was a moment of silence in the girls' dormitory 506. Except for Yen Joshi, the other 3 girls covered their mouths and widened their eyes in shock. What's going on? Suemo cracked the BDY conjecture? This. Although, Suemo greeted Yen Joshi in advance and asked her to watch the news on Dadong TV tonight. However, he deliberately kept her in suspense and did not tell her what it was. And then, that's it. After a long time, Zhao Linger finally raised her head with difficulty, looked at Yen Joshi and said, Xiaoxi, I also want to find a perverted boyfriend like this, can you introduce one to me? When Enran and Ma Lily heard what Zhao Linger said, they couldn't help but laugh out loud. Linger, there is probably no one like Suemo anymore. Yan Joshi smiled proudly when she heard Zhao Linger's teasing words, but you can be Sumo's underground lover. I don't mind at all. Real? When Zhao Linger heard Yan Joshi say this, her eyes lit up immediately. It's such an honor to be the lover of such a handsome man. Add me one. And Ran also came to join in the fun. Although Ma Lily also wanted to say the same thing, she felt relatively inferior. In Ma Lily's mind, with her looks, even if Sumo became his lover, he probably wouldn't want her. That's enough. Yan Joshi looked at the three women unhappily and said, Sumo is mine, forget it. When Zhao Linger heard Yan Joshi's words, she just laughed. She was just joking. However, when Ran heard this, her eyes obviously darkened, and no one knew what she was thinking. At the same time, the news caused a major sensation in the country. In just one day, someone went to Linhai to interview Su's mother, which shows how great the impact of this incident is. Sumo's Weibo followers also increased from more than 10,000 to nearly 1 million within one day. The growth rate shocked Sumo, and after the shock, he was ecstatic. At this rate, it won't be long before he has 2 chances to draw a lottery. However, everything has its pros and cons. Because this incident caused such a huge sensation, media reporters flocked to the scene. It took more than 10 days to complete all the interviews. During these 10 days, Sumo spent all his time accepting interviews except for eating, sleeping, and going to the toilet. During these 10 days, a big event also happened. That was the big guy on the number 2 middle school's wall of honor, who actually praised Sumo on Weibo. You have to know what the boss's current identity is. Liang Xuelin, president of the Xiagua Literary Society, is currently the only level 5 writer in Xiagua. His status in the literary world is unmatched. He is a real big shot. If I were to describe it in 4 words, Taishan Beidu. Such a person would post a status specifically to praise Sumo? You can imagine how big a sensation it caused. In order to gain popularity, many celebrities also gave likes. From then on, the name Sumo became popular all over the country. In the past 10 days, the number of fans on Sumo's Weibo has directly reached more than 5 million. This number is no less than the number of fans of ordinary second-tier stars. But the difference is that Sumo's fans are all living people. As we all know, at least half of the fans of celebrities are fake, commonly known as zombie fans, which cannot be compared with Sumo's. Nowadays, most parents use Sumo as a role model when educating their children and often say, "Can't you be as ambitious as Sumo on TV?" In the room, Sumo was already lying on the bed exhausted. These days really felt like a year to him. Fortunately, the interview is finally over now. He directly summoned the system to prepare for the lottery. He is looking forward to what kind of skills he can get this time. System, I want to draw a lottery. The host currently has 2 chances to draw a lottery. Are you sure you want to use up 1 chance? Sure. Sumo answered directly, you must be kidding, he has been working hard for so many days, just waiting for this moment. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill Fiery Eyes and Golden Pupils. Damn it! When Sumo heard the name of this skill, he immediately sat up from the bed. Fiery Eyes and Golden Pupils? Isn't this the magical skill that made Sun Wukong famous? Sumo also quickly clicked on the skill introduction of Fire Eyes and Golden Pupils. After reading the skill introduction, he was immediately disappointed. Fire Eyes and Golden Pupils, a god-level skill, can enhance the host's microscopic ability to a terrifying level. Even ordinary microscopes are no match for it. What kind of skill is this? Sumo couldn't help but complain. He thought he could be like Sun Wukong, who could see 1,000 miles away at a glance. At worst, at least he could see ghosts and gods. Although the name is the same, it is not the same function at all. The host should be happy. The Fiery Eyes and Golden Pupils are god-level skills. Especially in certain areas, their effects are definitely beyond the host's imagination. When the system heard Sumo's complaints, it actually gave him a very humane explanation. Certain areas? When Sumo heard what the system said, he curiously asked in his mind, what fields are they? These require the host to explore on his own. The system directly poured a basin of cold water on Sumo. He immediately rolled his eyes in annoyance. Isn't this the same as not saying anything? Sumo is now struggling with whether he should draw again. After thinking about it, he gave up the idea. At present, he does not lack any skills, so he might as well save them for when he needs them. Host, Sumo. Age, 17. Skills: photographic memory, mastery, master calligraphy, master Go, language proficiency, brainstorming, sharp eyes. Education: well educated. Points: 0. Fans value: 5217541. After taking a look at his attribute box, Suemo was extremely satisfied. Now, he has 2 god-level skills. Although he doesn't know what the use of the fiery eyes and golden pupils he just acquired is, it is still a god-level skill after all. As he thought about it, Suemo slowly fell asleep. I dreamed that I married Yen Joshi and they were about to have their wedding night. But someone woke me up. Chapter 62, On the Levels of Genius. This made Suemo so depressed that he wanted to curse. However, when he saw that it was Chen Daoming who woke him up, he quickly changed his attitude. Teacher, what do you want to talk to me about this early in the morning? Chen Daoming is very satisfied with Suemo now, especially when he heard Suemo call him teacher, he felt extremely proud. It's time to go back to school today, so hurry up and get up. Back to school? As soon as Suemo heard Chen Daoming's words, he remembered what happened and quickly put on his clothes. In less than 3 minutes, he even washed his face and brushed his teeth. Suemo hadn't seen Yen Joshi for more than 10 days, and he didn't know how much he missed her. When he heard that she was going back to school, he was so excited. Sitting on the special car of the School of Mathematics, Suemo also returned to Ching Hua University with Chen Daoming. At this time, Yen Joshi should be in class, so Suemo greeted Chen Daoming and went straight to the foreign language classroom. Foreign language teacher Lu Feng was speaking enthusiastically at the podium, but suddenly she felt that everyone's eyes were looking towards the door. She turned around and saw Suemo at the classroom door. Lu Feng now has a very good impression of Suemo. He is less than 18 years old, but he is already a first-class mathematician in Xia country. You should know that among the current teachers at Ching Hua University, there are only a few first-class mathematicians. And Suemo, as a freshman, has already achieved this. What an amazing thing it is. Report. Suemo stood at the door of the classroom and reported respectfully. He is not at all proud of being a top mathematician in the School of Mathematics. He always remembers that he is still a student. Suemo still maintained due respect for the teacher. Our Qingde hero is back? Lu Feng also joked while looking at Suemo at the classroom door, and the students in the classroom all applauded at the same time. Thunderous applause. This is not an exaggeration at all. It was as if there was real thunder. The windows of the classroom were buzzing and the sound was so loud that the whole Ching Hua University could hear it. Everyone's palms were numb, but they still had no intention of stopping. Every student at Ching Hua University is proud. They think they are the best and will never admire anyone. Because they believe that if others can do it, they can do it too as long as they work hard. But Sumo's heroic feat this time made all the students of Ching Hua University understand a truth. That is, geniuses are also divided into levels. They may be ordinary geniuses, but Suemo is the top genius. They will never be able to reach the level of Suemo in their entire lives. BDY conjecture? Not to mention the freshmen, even the seniors wouldn't dare to think about this. Mathematicians all over the world have been unable to solve a difficult problem for nearly 100 years, and now it has been solved by a student who is less than 18 years old? This is really unbelievable. For such an achievement, everyone had only one thought: I am convinced. That's right, I am convinced. Facing the applause from his classmates, Suemo seemed a little embarrassed. He walked past the crowd and sat directly next to Yen Joshi. He also winked at her, making Yen Joshi very shy. At this moment, all the students are looking at them. When everyone saw Yen Joshi's blushing face, they couldn't help but admire her in their hearts. What a perfect match! At first, some people might think that Suemo is not worthy of a beauty like Yen Joshi, but now everyone thinks that the two of them are a perfect match. Only a genius like Suemo can be worthy of a perfect girl like Yen Joshi. Lu Feng looked at Suemo sitting in his seat and sighed in his heart. This student is really a genius. However, Lu Feng still wanted to complain about Suemo in his heart. You are a student of foreign language department, why do you want to achieve such great achievements in mathematics? If you have this ability, don't come to my foreign languages department. Of course, Lu Feng could only think about this in her heart. She was reluctant to let a student like Suemo go. As soon as the get out of class was over, Suemo was immediately surrounded by everyone. Everyone was very enthusiastic. Some asked for his autograph, some wanted to take a photo with him, and some girls even asked for his contact information. This happened in front of Yen Joshi. Suemo naturally declined the girl's request, but he did not refuse autographs and taking photos. They were all classmates, and the fact that she asked him for these things showed that she respected him. 20 minutes later, Suemo and Yen Joshi walked out of the foreign languages department classroom. As soon as he walked out of the classroom, Suemo couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed that this feeling of being famous was not bad. Xiaomo, when you left, you said you wanted to give me a surprise. Yen Joshi was led by Suemo to the lawn beside the Ching Hua University football field. She looked at Suemo with sparkling eyes. She had always remembered this incident. Yeah, I almost forgot about you. Suemo felt the coolness of the morning and almost forgot about his business. When he heard Yen Joshi's words, he slapped his forehead. He had always kept this matter in mind. Suemo took off his backpack, took out a brand new notebook from it, and handed it to Yen Joshi carefully. This is my surprise for you. Notebook? Yen Joshi looked at Suemo speechlessly, not knowing what to say for a moment. She had been thinking about Suemo for so many days, but when Suemo came back, he only brought her a notebook. This was really. However, Yen Joshi would never refuse anything given by Suemo. On the contrary, she would treasure it like a treasure. You'll know when you open it. Suemo couldn't help but smile when he saw the disappointment on Yen Joshi's pretty face. How could he possibly prepare an ordinary notebook for this girl? For this notebook, Suemo really saved enough face. When Yen Joshi heard Sumo's words, she curiously opened this plain-looking notebook and saw the densely packed signatures as soon as she opened it. He Guangwen, Chen Daoming, Ding Shuelian, Lu Wangyu. These resounding names appeared one after another on the notebook that Suemo gave her, which instantly moved Yen Joshi so much that her eyes turned red. Especially the last name Lu Wangyu. Yen Joshi is her loyal fan, but she has never had the chance to meet her in person. When she saw Lu Wangyu's signature on the notebook, her dream of 3 years finally came true. Thank you, Xioma, I like your gift very much. Yen Joshi remembered that she had once told Suemo that she liked Lu Wangyu very much, but she didn't expect that Suemo had always kept this in mind. She was really touched. As long as you like it. Suemo rubbed Yen Joshi's cute little head and smiled slightly. Yen Joshi also smiled sweetly when he saw her. This picture seems to summarize all the best things about love. It seemed that even the air was filled with a sweet scent. The sweetness of love can only be known by those who have tasted it. Chapter 63 Trouble from the International Mathematics Group. In the next few days, Suemo was like a normal student, going to class, going home, and sleeping every day. At most, I just accompanied Yen Joshi for a walk around the area around Ching Hua University. At the beginning, there were still students who asked Suemo for autographs and photos, but gradually, this kind of behavior became less and less. The lawn on the south side of Ching Hua University's football field also became the date venue for Suemo and Yen Joshi. Due to Yen Joshi's angelic beauty, boys would occasionally take a peek at her on the football field. Mom, I have explained this to you so many times. Your son is indeed a first-class mathematician now. Suemo listened to his mother's questions on the phone and rolled his eyes helplessly. Yen Joshi on the side also covered her mouth and chuckled. She didn't know how many times she had heard Suemo say this during this period of time. After hanging up the phone, Suemo shrugged speechlessly at Yen Joshi. Xiaomo, you should actually be happy. The more auntie is like this, the more successful you are. Yen Joshi sneered. Only Suemo could fully appreciate the unparalleled beauty in that moment. Brother, someone called again. As soon as I put my phone in my pocket, it rang again. When Yen Joshi heard Sumo's incoming call tone, she looked at him speechlessly. Couldn't he use a more upscale ringtone? Hello, who is this? Suemo also looked at Yen Joshi apologetically. He took the initiative to ask Yen Joshi out, but the continuous phone calls made this date seem less than perfect. Suemo, come to my office now. I have something urgent to discuss with you. An old voice immediately came from the phone, and Suemo knew who it was as soon as he heard it. Chen Daoming. Okay, teacher, I'll be there right away. When Suemo heard Chen Daoming say this, he knew that something big must have happened. If it weren't for the old man's personality, he would never be so anxious. Xiaoxi, the teacher said he had something urgent to talk to me about, so I. After hanging up the phone, Suemo looked at Yen Joshi embarrassedly. This date ended in failure. It's okay, Xiaoma, if you have something to do, just go and do it. Yen Joshi smiled faintly at this. She also heard the anxious tone of Chen Daoming on the phone just now. So, Yen Joshi smiled at Suemo, indicating that she didn't care. Then I'll go first. Suemo felt warmed at the sight of Yen Joshi being so considerate, and ran straight to Chen Daoming's office. Knock knock. Suemo knocked on the door and pushed it open. As soon as he walked in, he saw Chen Daoming and He Guangwen. Suemo, you are finally here. When the two saw Suemo coming in, they looked at him anxiously, which made Suemo a little confused. These two are the big guys among the big guys. What happened that made the two of them so anxious? Teacher, Dean He, why are you calling me here so urgently? What happened? Something big has happened. You have to be prepared. Chen Daoming and He Guangwen looked at each other, and Chen Daoming, as Sumo's teacher, also looked at him solemnly. What is it? Suemo was now extremely curious and wanted to see what was going on. Hasn't the BDY conjecture been announced? He Guangwen's face was full of solemnity. In 2 days, the International Mathematics Group will send someone to examine your mathematical level. They suspect that the person who really solved the BDY conjecture is not you, but someone else. That's right. Chen Daoming also continued, the purpose of their doing this is to suppress you. Many people don't want our Xia country to have a genius mathematician like you. If you fail the test, they will have a reason to use this as an excuse to make a fuss. As Sumo's teacher, Chen Daoming is naturally very concerned about the situation of his student. Immediately, he pointed out all the disadvantages of the matter, hoping that Suemo would be mentally prepared. Assessment? When Suemo heard what the teacher said, he couldn't help but laugh. Are these international mathematicians just bored? Why bother him for no reason? Is it to increase your sense of presence? So boring. When Chen Daoming and He Guangwen saw that Suemo could still laugh, they became even more anxious. It was obvious that Suemo didn't take this matter to heart. After all, this is normal. A student who is less than 18 years old has solved a difficult problem that has troubled the mathematics community for nearly 100 years. It is inevitable that he will be proud. But now is not the time to be proud. This time the two of them had wronged Suemo. In fact, he was not proud at all. He just felt that this assessment was really unnecessary for him. Are you kidding? Even the BDY conjecture could not last a night under the storm of God-level skills and brain holes. What confidence do those international mathematicians have to test Suemo? Are you bored because of your free time? Suemo, this matter is not as simple as you think. You must deal with it well. He Guangwen understood the importance of this matter very well. He looked at Suemo earnestly and said, if you lose this time, not only you, but also the entire Xia country's mathematics community will lose face. So this time, your teacher and I decided to give you a one-day devil test, so that you can better prepare for this international assessment. That's right. No matter what, you must pass this assessment. The two of them kept talking back and forth, and Suemo was almost confused. What was going on? Isn't it just an assessment? Why worry so much? Teacher, Dean He, can you listen to me? After the two finished speaking, Suemo also raised his hand weakly, looked at the two and said, I don't need to take any devil test at all. My level is no problem for this international assessment. You don't have to worry about it. Chen Daoguang and He Guangwen didn't listen to Sumo's words at all. Both of them are level 4 mathematicians. In the field of mathematics, they can almost be said to be the best in Xia country. But they knew that a level 4 mathematician from Sakura country also came with them this time. As 4th level mathematicians, the two knew very well that it would be a very easy task for people like them to make things difficult for a young person in mathematics. Although Suemo solved the BDY conjecture, he is still a student under the age of 18 after all. No matter how talented Suemo is, facing the aggressive international mathematics team, Chen Daoming and He Guangwen couldn't help but worry about Suemo. The two had never seen Sumo's math level before, so they had no idea what he was capable of. No, your teacher and I must test your math level. This is non-negotiable. He Guangwen said this directly and decisively, and Chen Daoming also nodded. After all, this matter had too much impact. Seeing that the two were so determined, Suemo sighed helplessly. Teacher, Dean He, do you think this will work? Suemo looked at the two of them and said in a deep voice, you don't have to put me through any devilish trials. Just come up with a question that you think is the most difficult. If I can't solve it, you can test me in any way you want. I will never say no. How do you think this is okay? Okay, it's a deal then. Su Mo's idea was also very simple. Don't these two big guys believe in his math level? Then prove it to them. Chapter 64, Shocking the Two Bosses. When Chen Daoming and He Guanwen heard Su Mo say this, they immediately agreed to this plan. They wanted to see where Su Mo got his confidence from. Solve the BDY conjecture? This is truly an amazing thing. However, this does not mean that Su Mo can ignore other difficult problems in mathematics. Mathematics can be said to be all-encompassing. Sometimes, just a simple little idea may stump a large group of mathematicians. Lao He, are you going to go first or me? Chen Daoming adjusted his glasses and asked He Guanwen beside him. Both of them have their own unique skills, so in his mind, Su Mo will definitely lose. Let me go first. He Guanwen couldn't help but laugh when he heard Chen Daoming's question. He said loudly, if you had come first, I probably wouldn't have had a chance to solve the problem. After all, you're the only one in the world who can solve it. It doesn't mean that He Guanwen's level is worse than Chen Daoming's, it's just that their focuses are different. When Su Mo heard the conversation between the two, he was also confused. Didn't we agree to come together? How did it turn into a round-robin battle again? Although Su Mo didn't care about these at all, he really didn't want to waste time here. With his level, wouldn't it be easy for him to deal with an international mathematics group? However, no matter how unhappy he was, Su Mo did not dare to raise any opinions. After all, they were both his seniors. He Guanwen directly took a piece of paper from the desk, took out an X-pen from his jacket pocket, and quickly wrote an extremely complicated equation on the white paper. Kid, take your time to untie it. He Guanwen handed the paper to Su Mo, and without setting a time limit, he sat down on the sofa and drank tea. It was obvious from his expression that he thought Su Mo could not solve the problem at all. He Guanwen's look made Su Mo so angry that his nose was crooked. Isn't this too contemptuous? In this case, Su Mo really needs to let this big guy see that he is not just good at talking. This was the first time that Su Mo was looked down upon since he obtained the academic master system. The competitive spirit in his heart was immediately aroused by He Guanwen's attitude. Holding the draft paper, Su Mo sat down at the desk, picked up a pen on the table, and began to answer. This kid didn't even check the questions, it's a wonder he can solve them. He Guanwen took a sip of tea and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at Chen Daoming beside him. Although his problem was not as good as the 5 major conjectures in mathematics, it was still as difficult as climbing to the sky. I can't say anything else, but at least a third-level mathematician would definitely not be able to do it in a short period of time. If we give it a few months, there might be a chance. Chen Daoming also sighed at He Guanwen's judgment. He was not optimistic about Su Mo at all. After all, he was still too young. Su Mo didn't care what the two were talking about and just buried his head in writing. The only sound in the entire office was the rustling sound of Su Mo writing. 5 minutes later, Su Mo put down his pen, stood up, walked to He Guanwen, and put the draft paper in front of him. President He, please take a look. The questions are okay, but the difficulty is a bit low. Su Mo stood in front of the two big guys and commented on the question calmly. He Guanwen. Chen Daoming. A bit low difficulty? What a joke. Is this question still easy? Bullshit. However, the two of them couldn't help but be stunned when they looked at the current draft paper. Made it? Impossible. This guy must be pretending, that's for sure. He Guanwen also quickly picked up the draft paper and started reading it. It was okay at first, but the more he read, the more shocked he became. This. Chen Daoming also knew the answer to He Guanwen's question, so he glanced at the final answer on the draft paper. 0. After seeing Su Mo's answer, Chen Daoming couldn't help but tremble, and his face was full of disbelief. How is this possible? Chen Daoming knew very well how difficult this problem was. It took him nearly a day and a night to solve it. But what about Su Mo? It only took about 5 minutes. Is this still a student under 18 years old? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I must have seen it wrong, Chen Daoming comforted himself and rubbed his eyes quickly, but the result was still the same. Chen Daoming's heart was already filled with turmoil. This was too unbelievable. As for He Guanwen, he was simply dumbfounded, like a stone man, unable to move an inch. Su Mo couldn't help laughing at the sight. Are you going to be so arrogant again? Do you really think I'm easy to bully? At this moment, Su Mo felt so comfortable in his heart. If it weren't for He Guangwen's stimulation, he would never have solved the problem so quickly. However, He Guangwen had nothing to do and had to provoke Su Mo, which made him burst out with all his strength. You know, Su Mo possesses the magical skill of brainstorm. So, the seemingly complicated math problem, when it came to Su Mo, was as simple as a junior high school problem. He didn't even have to think about it and he came up with the answer directly. Dean He, how do you feel about this question? Su Mo deliberately teased He Guangwen. When Chen Daoming heard his words, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. What kind of monster did he capture this time? Is this really a student? Although Chen Daoming didn't believe this, the facts were right in front of him and he had no choice but to believe it. After 5 or 6 seconds, He Guangwen came back to his senses and his face suddenly turned red. He really didn't expect that Su Mo could solve his problem and did it in just 5 minutes. Is this still a human being? This is too perverted. He Guangwen only felt pain on his face at this moment. He had spoken too confidently just now, and he didn't expect to be slapped in the face so quickly. This kid is a bit evil. He Guangwen couldn't help but look the student in front of him up and down. If he didn't know Su Mo's information, he would definitely suspect that this was some old monster's reincarnation. Otherwise, how could it be so terrifying? Even if you have been learning math since the womb, it is impossible for you to reach such an amazing level at such an old age, right? This doesn't make sense. However, no matter how depressed He Guangwen was, it was an indisputable fact that Su Mo had indeed solved the problem, and he had nothing to say. To be honest, you really surprised me that you were able to do it in such a short time. He Guangwen suppressed his inner shock, looked at Su Mo and said slowly, do you know that even the 5th-level mathematician from Oceania took 20 minutes to solve my problem? Level 5 mathematician? What concept? There is currently only one level 5 mathematician in the world. Apart from anything else, Su Mo's performance on this problem alone is far better than that level 5 mathematician. This is really unbelievable. Su Mo, tell me the truth, have you ever done this question before? Chen Daoming also asked curiously. Although he did not want to doubt his apprentice, Su Mo's performance just now was so shocking that he could hardly accept it. This is the only reason Chen Daoming could think of. Otherwise, how to explain Su Mo's performance just now? Could it be that Su Mo really did it with his own strength? It's not that Chen Daoming doesn't trust his apprentice, but that he really can't accept it. How could a student under the age of 18 have such a terrifying level of math? This is unscientific. When He Guangwen heard this, suspicion flashed in his eyes. This is indeed very likely. Many mathematicians know this problem, so it would not be surprising if Su Mo had done it. Teacher, Dean He, whether you believe it or not, this is the first time I have done this question. Have you done this before? How is that possible? Chapter 65, Continuous King Bombs. Su Mo looked at the two of them helplessly. It was just a math problem. Is it necessary to doubt yourself like this? In fact, it's not surprising that Chen Daoming and He Guangwen think this way. It's not that they don't trust Su Mo, but Su Mo's performance is really amazing. It was so shocking that the two of them couldn't believe it. Chen Daoming and He Guangwen also fell silent after hearing Su Mo's words. If possible, they certainly wouldn't doubt Su Mo. But the two of them changed their minds and realized that Su Mo had even solved the BDY conjecture, so this didn't seem like something difficult to accept. Boy, how long did it take you to solve BDY's conjecture? He Guangwen looked at Su Mo and asked curiously. He wanted to know how long Su Mo had spent on this conjecture that had troubled the entire mathematical community for nearly 100 years. When Chen Daoming heard He Guangwen's question, he looked at Su Mo curiously. He had always wanted to ask this question, but he was always too embarrassed to ask. It's been a long time. When Su Mo heard He Guangwen ask this, he also frowned, and his words instantly made the two of them feel relieved. However, Su Mo's next words petrified the two of them. It took me a whole night to solve the BDY conjecture. This conjecture is really difficult. What? All night? Does this have anything to do with how long it has been? Chen Daoming and He Guangwen suddenly felt a pain in their hearts. Su Mo's words were really too depressing. What they had spent their entire lives trying to accomplish was accomplished by Su Mo in just one night. He even had the nerve to say it took a long time? Is there any justice in this world? It's simply insane. In fact, what the two people didn't know was that one night might be a very short time for them, but it was different for Su Mo. Suemo possesses the magical skill of brainstorm, which increases his intelligence tenfold. What kind of concept is this? When the quantitative increase reaches a terrifying level, it will become a qualitative increase. This is the case with Suemo. With the help of his brainstorm, his intelligence is completely on a different level from that of normal humans. Are you sure you're not kidding us? Higuanwen still found it a little bit unconvincing what Suemo said. Not to mention him, even if anyone else heard such words, their first reaction would be that Suemo was bragging. How is this possible? A difficult problem that has troubled the entire mathematics community for nearly 100 years was solved by a student under the age of 18 in just one night? This is complete bullshit. After hearing Sumo's words, Chen Daoming was unable to come back to his senses for a long time. Sumo's words had a huge impact on him. Not to mention that Higuanwen didn't believe it. As Sumo's teacher, he also didn't quite believe what Suemo said just now. If it was really as Suemo said, then Chen Daoming would start to doubt himself as to whether he was qualified to be Sumo's teacher. The reason is simple, it is really too exaggerated. Suddenly, Chen Daoming's eyes lit up. He thought of a good idea that would definitely help him find out whether what Suemo said was true or false. Laohe, I have a way to prove whether Sumo's words are true or not. Oh? When Higuanwen heard Chen Daoming say this, he looked at him in surprise, but he quickly realized what his old friend was talking about. Just do it your way. Higuanwen walked directly to the desk. He was too arrogant just now and didn't even watch Sumo's problem-solving process. This time, no matter what, he wanted to see if Suemo was really so weird. Suemo, come here. Chen Daoming sat at his desk and wrote on a piece of draft paper a math problem that he had come up with on a flash of inspiration a few years ago. To date, he is the only one who can solve this math problem. Of course, the fifth-level mathematician from Oceania is not included, because all his energy is focused on breaking the 5 major conjectures. How can he have the time to solve such unimportant math problems? But even so, it is enough to prove the difficulty of Chen Daoming's question. You know, there are more than 20 level 4 mathematicians in the world, but not one of them can solve this problem. You can imagine how terrifying this problem is. In fact, many level 4 mathematicians call Chen Daoming's problem the math problem closest to the 5 conjectures. That shows how highly it's rated. Please do this question. As soon as Suemo walked to the desk, Chen Daoming placed a piece of draft paper in front of him. Suemo didn't say anything, he just picked up the pen and started answering the questions. I have to say, Suemo was still quite surprised by the math problem posed by Chen Daoming. Compared with the question posed by Higuanwen just now, the difficulty has increased by more than a little. However, this was not a difficult task for Suemo. He concentrated and began to examine the questions carefully, and soon came up with an idea. In less than a minute, Suemo started to answer the questions, which shocked Chen Daoming and Higuanwen. Higuanwen, in particular, was so shocked by Suemo that the corners of his mouth twitched. When Chen Daoming asked him to solve this problem, he spent a whole day just reviewing the question, and then spent a month on it, but ultimately failed. However, now Suemo just glanced at it casually and started answering the questions directly. This made Higuanwen couldn't help but shout in his heart, "Do you have to be so perverted?" Although he was shocked, Higuanwen still watched the whole process of Suemo solving the problem very seriously. Because he doesn't know the answer to this question. However, the look in Chen Daoming's eyes, who was standing behind Suemo, changed from confusion at first to shock. When Chen Daoming first saw Suemo solve the problem, he knew that Suemo had made a mistake. However, the more he watched, the more frightened he became. It seems like I did nothing wrong. However, Sumo's approach to solving the problem was completely different from his method, which shocked Chen Daoming even more. After so many years, he had no idea that there was a second solution to his problem. When Suemo wrote down the final answer, Chen Daoming clenched his hands tightly. He saw a miracle. Chen Daoming no longer had any doubts about what Suemo had just said. Are you kidding? It has come to this, what is there to doubt? Teacher, I have already. Congratulations, you don't have to go through the devilish training anymore. After Suemo put down his pen, he was about to hand the draft paper to Chen Daoming, but he was interrupted before he could finish his words. Chen Daoming looked at Suemo with complicated eyes. He now really doubted that even if a 5th-level mathematician came, he would not be able to perform so perfectly. What kind of a mortal disciple did I accept? Judging from the current level of mathematics that Suemo has demonstrated, Chen Daoming really doesn't know what else he can teach Suemo. If Chen Daoming were asked to evaluate Suemo, he could only say two words. Evildoer. Chapter 66, you can rely on your looks, but you choose to rely on your strength. As for Higuanwen, he was immersed in Sumo's problem-solving ideas. He himself was a level 4 mathematician. Once he saw Sumo's problem-solving process, he no longer needed to look at the answer. Because, from the problem-solving process, we can tell whether the final result is correct or not. After a while, Higuanwen looked at Chen Daoming in shock and said, "Old Chen, you have finally found a treasure." When Chen Daoming heard what Higuanwen said, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. "My friend, do you think there is anything else I can teach him?" Higuanwen was also stunned when he heard Chen Daoming's words. It seems to be true. Judging from Sumo's current performance, he can completely beat these two old men. Sumo can learn nothing from them at all. This kind of master-disciple relationship is in name only. After hearing the conversation between the two big men, Sumo slowly walked up to Chen Daoming and bowed to him respectfully. "Teacher, once a teacher, always a teacher. No matter whether I can learn something from you or not, in my heart, you will always be my teacher." Although, Sumo's current math level has indeed surpassed Chen Daoming. However, he still regarded him as his teacher. Just like he said, once a teacher, always a teacher. No matter what time, he will never forget his master Chen Daoming. At the beginning, after Chen Daoming got the calculation formula of BDY conjecture, he immediately rushed to the School of Mathematics to verify it. It is very respectable that an old man in his 60s can be so selfless for his students. Chen Daoming looked at Sumo in front of him and felt relieved for a moment. When Higuanwen saw this scene, he also laughed out loud. He now admired Sumo more and more. It is rare that he has achieved such great success at such a young age, and you don't even have the arrogance of a young man in him. The most important thing is to respect your teachers. Now, Chen Daoming and Higuanwen no longer had any doubts about Sumo's math level. Now, let alone an international mathematics team coming to assess Sumo, even if the only level 5 mathematician in the world came, they would not be worried at all. The news of the arrival of the international mathematics team was directly reported in the Datong News, which immediately caused a huge sensation. Everyone could sense that the international mathematics team had come with ill intentions this time. However, the only thing they can do now is to leave a message on Sumo's Weibo to cheer him up. It was also because of this incident that the number of fans on Sumo's Weibo skyrocketed from more than 5 million to nearly 9 million. This is really a pleasant surprise for Sumo. At this rate, it won't be long before the number of Sumo's Weibo fans exceeds 10 million. This is the number of fans that only first-tier stars can have. The most terrifying thing is that Sumo's nearly 9 million fans are all real living people. 2 days passed quickly, and under the watchful eyes of everyone, the International Mathematics Group finally arrived at Ching Hua University. Ching Hua University has cancelled all classes today and major media outlets are broadcasting the event live. At 8 o'clock in the morning. At this time, the auditorium of Ching Hua University was full of people. Sumo was arranged to sit in the front row. He turned his head and saw that it was crowded with students from Ching Hua University. At this time, 3 people came up onto the stage from the stairs on the left. One of them is Sumo's teacher Chen Daoming. Another one is also a level 4 mathematician, Wen Shak. He is very famous internationally, so many students at Ching Hua University have heard of Wen Shak. The last one was a very beautiful woman, probably around 25 or 26 years old. She was the leader of the international mathematics team Alice. At this time, all major platforms on the internet were in an uproar. Oh my god, it's finally on screen. Everyone should stay calm. We should have confidence in the genius of our Xia country. No matter what monsters and demons are in front of Sumo, they will be useless. The person on the other side is a level 4 mathematician. This is going to be difficult. Yes, Sumo is still a student under the age of 18 after all. This should be his first time to encounter such an occasion. I hope it will not affect his performance. Have you all been kicked in the head by a donkey? This so-called genius Sumo is obviously being hyped up. This time, I think our Xia country is going to be embarrassed. There will always be black fans. No matter how perfect you are, there will always be people who dislike you and say negative things about you online. However, most netizens are still very supportive of the newly rising Sumo. After all, any normal person would hope that Sumo could pass the assessment of the International Mathematics Group this time and let the world see that their Xia country can also produce super geniuses. And at this moment the scene. Alice, I wonder where your so-called genius Sumo is? I have to say that Alice speaks Xia language very well, without any accent at all. If you don't know her, you would think she is from Xia country. Alice also caused a small climax on the internet. Oh my god, this foreign woman is pretty. Xiaowen speaks so fluently, do you want to marry into Xia country in the future? Although she is indeed very beautiful, I still don't like her. Everyone, don't forget our position. They come to slap our Xia country in the face. No matter how beautiful they are still our enemies. That's right, beautiful appearances are all alike, but interesting souls are rare to find. I still think that the girls in our Xia country are the most beautiful. In the live broadcast room on the internet, people say all kinds of things. The popularity of the live broadcast room was also growing at a terrifying rate, and soon the number of people online exceeded 1 million. On site. When Suemo heard his name being called, he stood up and walked leisurely onto the stage. A teacher from Ching Hua University quickly handed him a microphone. I am Suemo. What can I do for you? Suemo stood on the stage, looking at Alice calmly, and there was no sign of nervousness on his face at all. In the live broadcast room, Sumo's appearance caused a huge sensation, and the barrage of comments in the live broadcast room more than doubled. If someone with trypophobia saw this, they would probably get sick immediately. She's really a student under 18 years old. She looks so young. Can a child like this really pass the assessment of an international mathematics group? Oh my god, how come Suemo is even more handsome than in the photo? He's simply a Prince Charming. I heard that Suemo is the top scorer in the college entrance examination in Jiangbei province this year. It's fine that he's so good at studying, but he's also so handsome. This is really unforgivable. You can rely on your looks, but you insist on relying on your strength. Really? On site. Alice looked at the little boy from Xia country in front of her, a disdainful smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. I heard that you solved the BDY conjecture. Alice smoothed her hair and spoke softly. However, our international mathematics team expressed doubts about this result. Chapter 67. Are you a mathematician? Oh. When Suemo heard what Alice said, he also revealed a sarcastic smile. Do you believe it or not? What does this have to do with me? Suemo was not very interested in this international mathematics group. He solved the BDY conjecture. What does it have to do with these people? I'm so bored. It was obvious that these people came to Xia country just to take advantage of the popularity. Suemo would never give a good face to such a person. When Alice heard Sumo's words, her face instantly turned very ugly. In the past, wherever she went, didn't people treat her with respect? However, this was the first time she met someone like Suemo who didn't know etiquette. Sumo's words made the netizens who were watching the live broadcast cheer in unison. NB, you are worthy of being from the Xia country. I was shocked when I heard this. Ha, this Suemo is quite interesting. The other party is from the International Mathematics Group. Isn't this a bad idea? I'm definitely a fan of this Suemo. I really like him so much. He's a real person. This young man is great. The vast majority of netizens stood on Sumo's side. After all, they had grown tired of the Xia people's extremely respectful attitude towards foreign guests over the years. Now seeing that Suemo didn't give Alice any face at all, she felt very refreshed. Most people share the same idea as Suemo. The genius of Xia country solved the BDY conjecture. What does it have to do with the international mathematics team? Whether these people believe it or not has nothing to do with them. Seen at Ching Hua University auditorium. Sumo's words just now were clearly transmitted to the ears of every student through the microphone. All the students cheered for Suemo in their hearts. Since when does Xia Kingdom need to have to look at the faces of these foreigners? Snort. Alice's expression was very cold. She looked at Suemo and said coldly, I think you are feeling guilty, right? Who doesn't know that the BDY conjecture is a difficult problem that has troubled the entire mathematics community? Alice walked to the front of the stage with the microphone in her hand, looked at the crowd of Tsinghua University students below, and said in a mocking tone, Now you in Xia country are saying that this difficult problem was solved by a student under the age of 18? This is a bit too funny. All Tsinghua University students were angry but dared not speak out in response to Alice's words. After all, the teacher had already warned us yesterday not to get into conflict with these foreigners, otherwise the consequences would be huge. Alice's words also caused a lot of criticism on the internet. Linhai No. 2 Middle School. At this time, all the teachers of number 2 middle school were guarding their computers. They were very concerned about what happened today. After all, Suemo graduated from their number 2 middle school, so naturally they hoped that Suemo could give these foreigners a good slap in the face. When they heard Alice's words, several hot-tempered male teachers were so angry that they pounded the table. Yen Joshi's home. Yan's mother sat alone on the sofa, watching the live broadcast on her mobile phone, her brows tightly furrowed. She could sense that Alice came here just to cause trouble, and for a moment, she couldn't help but worry about Suemo. It's true that Suemo is a genius, but he is just a child now. Mother Yen had no idea whether Suemo could handle such a situation. However, Suemo now represents the Xia kingdom. If he behaves inappropriately, it will cause. Well. Thinking of this, Yan's mother sighed helplessly. And Sumo's own home. At this time, Su's mother was holding her cell phone and cursing. She could see that this foreign woman was here to cause trouble for her son, so she would naturally not show mercy to such a vicious woman. Yen Joshi, who was in the audience, couldn't help but clench her hands. Chen Daoming on the stage had beads of sweat on his forehead. He didn't expect Alice to say such harsh words. Now everyone who cares about Suemo is worried about what response he will make next. Who are you to dare to publicly mock our Xia country? Suemo looked at Alice at the side of the stage and said calmly, "You have to be careful, you might be banned by Xia country in the future." Threaten? That's right, Suemo is a threat, a blatant threat. Of course, does Alice dare to ignore this? 2 words: I dare not. Sure enough, when Alice heard Sumo's words, her face changed. You know, being banned by a big country is a very serious matter. The reason why Alice could become the leader of the international mathematics group this time was because her Xiaowan level was very good, otherwise, with her qualifications, she would not be qualified for this position. Snort! Although Alice didn't show anything on her face, her aura suddenly weakened a lot. You know, she put a lot of effort into learning Xiaowan. If she were banned by Xia country, the price would be too high, so high that she simply could not accept it. What I said just now was only directed at you personally. As a mathematician, if you can't even be honest, then you don't deserve to be called a mathematician. As soon as she finished speaking, a hint of embarrassment appeared on Alice's face. Many students from National Ching Hua University were also laughing secretly. Weren't you very arrogant just now? Why did you give up so immediately? In the online live broadcast room, many netizens were also excited because of Alice's words. I'm dying of laughter, this is so funny. This foreign woman is so timid. She was frightened like this by just one sentence? Why are you so arrogant? You know what, this Suemo is quite amazing. Of course I'd say that if I were your age, I'd probably be so nervous I wouldn't be able to speak after I got on stage. Regarding Sumo's performance, both Ching Hua University students at the scene and netizens in the online live broadcast room could not help but applaud and praise his ability to respond on the spot. When Suemo heard Alice's words, he smiled very calmly, as if Alice was saying it wasn't him. Are you a mathematician? Sumo's sudden question stunned Alice. She didn't expect Suemo to suddenly ask such a question. Alice is certainly not a mathematician. If she had that ability, she would have been famous in the world long ago. Currently in the world, the number of mathematicians who have been rated has barely broken the 5,000 mark. The youngest mathematician is Lu Wangyu from the Imperial Capital Academy of Mathematics. She set a record by becoming a first-class mathematician at the age of 24. Not only that, Lu Wangyu was promoted to a second-level mathematician in just 1 year, which was also a sensation in the world. Alice looks only a few years older than Lu Wangyu. If she were a mathematician, how could she remain unknown? No. As soon as Alice said this, she felt something was wrong. What exactly is this little boy in front of me planning? A hint of conspiracy spread in the air. Sure enough, Sumo's next words made Alice's face turn ugly. You are not even a mathematician, yet you dare to speak so arrogantly here? I wonder where you get the nerve to do that. Chapter 68 Sumo's words. Suemo looked at Alice with eyes full of mockery. This woman is so arrogant in front of him, isn't she obviously seeking death? A person who doesn't understand mathematics actually dares to laugh at a first-class mathematician in public. Did you take expired medicine? These few words left Alice speechless. The entire auditorium fell into silence. All the students of Ching Hua University did not expect that Suemo would say such words in public. This is equivalent to stepping on Alice's face and rubbing it hard. In the online live broadcast room, Sumo's words were the cause of an uproar. Oh my god, he is indeed a top student. He doesn't even use a single curse word when scolding people. As expected of a man from Xia country, he is a man who stands up to the challenge head-on without showing any fear. That's right, a woman who doesn't know math is here to give orders. She really doesn't know her own worth. This Sumo is really good. I've decided to become his fan. My mom always asks me to learn from Sumo. Now I finally know why. He is the real academic master. Alice's face turned purple in an instant. She really didn't expect that the little boy would say such ugly words. The most important thing was that she couldn't find a reason to refute. On the stage, Wim Shak, who was chatting with Chen Daoming, saw this scene and had to speak up to help Alice out. Friend Sumo, I wonder if I can test your level. Wilms. Shocked Xiaowen actually spoke well. He smiled politely at Sumo, who was not far away. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Alice quickly stepped aside. If it weren't for Wim Shak coming to her rescue, she would have been in great trouble this time. Hearing this, Sumo looked at Wim Shak. After all, he was a level 4 mathematician, and he heard from the teacher that the two had a good relationship, so he still had to respect his senior. Of course. Senior, whatever you want to test, just go ahead and I will follow suit. Stay calm and take your time. These are not qualities that a student under the age of 18 should possess. Good. When Wim Shak saw Sumo's reaction, his eyes lit up. In fact, if it wasn't for him wanting to repay a favor, Wim Shak wouldn't have gotten involved in this mess. After all mathematicians are now focusing on Sumo's calculations to crack the BDY conjecture. Who would have nothing better to do than come to Xia country to take care of this matter? It's actually very simple. I'll give you a math problem similar to BDY's conjecture. Of course, it's not that difficult. As long as you can solve it within 2 hours, you can prove everything. Wim Shak had no intention of deliberately making things difficult for Sumo. His proposal was very reasonable. When Sumo heard what Wim Shak said, he nodded in agreement. The staff quickly brought out a small mobile blackboard, and Wim Shak picked up a piece of chalk, turned around and wrote a question on the blackboard. After finishing writing, Wim Shak walked up to Sumo and handed him the chalk in his hand. Come on, I'm rooting for you. After saying this, Wim Shak walked to Chen Daoming. Through the conversation with Chen Daoming just now, he already knew that Sumo was Chen Daoming's apprentice, so he was very friendly to Sumo. Sumo looked at the chalk in his hand, then looked at the back of Wim Shak, and had a very good impression of this level 4 mathematician. This is what a mathematician should be like. Walking slowly to the blackboard, Sumo began to review the questions. At this moment, the entire auditorium was silent. All the students looked at Sumo expectantly, and each of them held their breath, afraid of disturbing Sumo's thinking on solving the problem. In the online live broadcast room, the situation was just the opposite. Netizens came one after another to cheer Sumo on. I'm so nervous, even more nervous than when I was asked to do the test. I wasn't this nervous during my college entrance exam. Come on, Sumo. I believe in Sumo, he can do it. What the hell is this question? I don't understand it at all. I am a graduate of Ching Hua University. I can only say that I will never be able to solve this problem even if I am given a lifetime. And now Sumo has solved it within 2 hours? The world of academic masters is not something that ordinary people like us can understand. This live broadcast was not only being broadcast online, but also on the televisions in every classroom of number 2 middle school. All the teachers and students couldn't help but worry for Sumo. Especially the teachers, not to mention the students, even they can't understand this question. Li Dahai, one of the teachers with the highest level of mathematics in number 2 middle school, was also confused when he saw this question on TV. He was very worried about Sumo. Although he always made trouble for Sumo in the past, that was because he cared about Sumo. Su's mother and Yan's mother stayed at home, watching Sumo in the video intently, and cheering for Sumo in their hearts. The popularity of online live broadcast rooms is increasing. In less than 10 minutes, the number of online viewers in the live broadcast room has exceeded 20 million. Many first and second tier celebrities also cheered for Sumo on Weibo, which led to more and more people paying attention to this matter. As for Sumo, the only thing in his mind now was the question in front of him. He examined it carefully, and immediately, his brainstorm increased his intelligence tenfold. Sumo instantly had an idea for how to solve the problem and started answering it right away. As soon as the word answer was written, all the netizens who were watching the live broadcast went crazy. How can there be such amazing chalk writing? So awesome. OMG. How do you write these two words? They feel amazing. Although I don't understand calligraphy, these two words written by Sumo are so beautiful. He's so handsome, has such good grades, and even writes so beautifully. It makes me feel like I came to this world just to make up the numbers. Besides envy, that's all I have left. If I had 1/10 of Sumo's ability, Mom wouldn't have to worry about me not being able to find a girlfriend. Cry. In the auditorium. The students from Ching Hua University didn't feel anything, they were just nervous for Sumo. Because of their line of sight, they couldn't see Sumo's words at all. Only Chen Daoming, Wilm Shak, and Alice, who were standing on the stage, could see it. When the three of them saw Sumo's handwriting, they were also stunned. Of course, Chen Daoming had seen Sumo's handwriting before, so he was not that surprised. But Wilm Shak and Alice are different. These two simple words have shocked them. This young man's handwriting seems to be very impressive. Although there were cultural differences, the two could still feel that Sumo's handwriting was very powerful, very powerful. Is he really less than 18 years old? Chapter 69. Either you can't do it, or you can't make a mistake. Is he really less than 18 years old? Is it really so scary? Wilm Shak had seen many calligraphers from the Xia country, but he never knew that a person's handwriting could give him such a shocking feeling. This is the first time. Moreover, the time Sumo spent reviewing the questions just now was no more than a minute. Wilm Shak was very confident about the question he posed. Even for an average second-level mathematician, it is very difficult to do it within 2 hours. On the other hand, Sumo actually started answering directly? This made Wilm Shak very confused. Is that all right? Are you kidding me? No matter what others think, at this moment, Sumo only has eyes for the question in front of him. This question was really too easy for him. Even the question that He Guangwen asked 2 days ago was much more difficult than this one. However, the solution to this problem was a bit complicated, so Sumo had to write on half of the blackboard before he finished the solution to the whole problem. The moment Sumo turned around, the cameras of major media outlets immediately focused on Sumo and took a close-up of his face. Although it is not known whether Sumo's answer is correct or not, he is undoubtedly the focus of the scene. I have finished answering, please take a look at it, senior. Sumo picked up the microphone and spoke very politely to Wilm Shak. After saying this, Sumo turned around and looked at the many students from Ching Hua University below the stage. He understood that everyone now wanted to know whether his answer was correct or not. So, Sumo wanted to give them some peace of mind. Everyone must be curious about my answer, right? Yes. The students from National Ching Hua University in the audience answered in unison. The sound was so loud, it was deafening. Sumo saw the scene and smiled confidently. He looked at the many students in the audience and said calmly, "There are only 2 answers from me. Either you can't do it, or you can't be wrong." The entire auditorium fell silent in an instant because of Sumo's words. Either it can't be done, or it can't be wrong? This is too domineering. Looking at the high-spirited Sumo on the stage, everyone's first impression was that I am not as good as him. The 4 girls in dormitory 506 were sitting in a corner. Except Yen Joshi, the other 3 girls were staring at Sumo in amazement. And Ran, do you have to be so confident? Zhao Linger, Sumo is so handsome, no, I'm going to love him to death. Ma Lily, it would be great if I had half of Sumo's ability. Hearing what the 3 said, Yen Joshi glared at Zhao Linger unhappily. She knew that Zhao Linger and Zhao Tian had been chatting very enthusiastically during this period, and they would go out to eat together from time to time. Therefore, Yen Joshi looked at Zhao Linger with her beautiful eyes and couldn't help but joked, "Linger, do you dare to say what you just said again in front of Zhao Tian?" When Zhao Linger heard Yen Joshi's words, she immediately became timid. Say this in front of Zhao Tian? Stop it. However, Zhao Linger was a little unwilling to be bullied by Yen Joshi. She couldn't help but muttered softly, "I'm telling the truth. Zhao Tian is good, but if you compare him to Sumo, there's no comparison at all." When Ran heard what Zhao Linger said, she nodded in agreement, but when she saw Yen Joshi, her eyes couldn't help but darken. Yen Joshi's attention was now completely on Sumo, and she did not notice Ran's abnormality. In Yen Joshi's eyes, her Shoma is the most powerful person in the world, and her heart is full of pride. She had long known that Sumo was different from ordinary boys, but she had never expected that in such a short period of time, her showdown would become so dazzling. Sumo's words directly triggered many netizens in the live broadcast room. Oh my goodness, this is really a bit domineering. NB, men from my country Xia should be like Sumo. Without further ado, if Sumo's answer is correct this time, I will definitely become his fan. These words made my blood boil. If my wife hadn't stopped me, I would have taken my 40-meter long sword and gone out to PK with someone. My idol is mine, no one is allowed to snatch it from me. It's only been less than 5 minutes. Isn't the speed of answering a bit too fast? It really makes me worry whether his answer is correct. When Wim Shak and Chen Daoming heard Sumo's words, they couldn't help but look at each other, and both saw admiration in each other's eyes. Wim Shak walked to the front of the blackboard. He wanted to see whether this young man was really capable or just bluffing. Wim Shak was stunned when he saw the first line of Sumo's solution. This. Is there another solution to this problem? Wim Shak frowned. Sumo's method of solving the problem was completely different from his. However, he didn't know that there was a second way to solve the problem. Wim Shak read on with curiosity and became more and more shocked. In the end, he was petrified in front of the blackboard. Wim Shak was not very clear about how long Sumo took just now, but he was sure that it was definitely no more than 5 minutes. What can you do in 5 minutes? If someone had asked Wim Xu this question before, he would have said, in 5 minutes, the most I can do is a few algebra problems. However, Sumo's performance now completely overturned Wim Shak's understanding. No one knew better than him how difficult this question was. Even he took more than half an hour to solve it. Wim Shak slowly turned around and looked at Sumo not far away, his eyes full of shock. How could a student under the age of 18 possess such a terrifying level of math? This is unscientific. Could this be the genius that only appears once in 1,000 years? Wim Shak suppressed the shock in his heart and strode to Sumo's side. Dozens of cameras in the audience were pointed at the two of them. Wim Shak looked at the handsome Sumo in front of him. He held the microphone and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. I have to say, you are indeed the most amazing genius mathematician I have ever seen. Oh? Sumo didn't expect that Wim Shak's evaluation of him was so high, and he was very surprised for a moment. However, Sumo still smiled modestly. Senior, you are so kind. I am just an ordinary college student. Sumo wanted to be humble, but there was no trace of humility in his words. When Wim Shak heard his words, he couldn't help but look at Sumo speechlessly. An ordinary college student? Bullshit. Can an ordinary college student solve the BDY conjecture? Not to mention that Wim Shak didn't believe it, any normal person would probably not believe what Sumo said. Ahem. Your answer this time is perfect. I can now confirm that the BDY conjecture was solved by you. There is no doubt about that. Wim Shak smiled kindly at Sumo. He was very happy to see such a result. After all, he and Chen Daoming are friends. If Sumo really can't answer the question just now, I'm afraid the situation will be very embarrassing. Fortunately, this young man from Xia country is indeed a genius. Chapter 70 First Class Mathematician Medal. The live broadcast room on the internet reached a climax because of Wim Shak's words. Oh my god, Sumo actually solved this problem in less than 5 minutes? That's incredible. He is truly a genius student. The top students are also divided into different levels. One is Sumo, and the other is another top student. The identification is complete. It won't be long before a math master appears in Xia country. As long as Sumo is given time, I believe he will become the first level 5 mathematician in Xia country's history. My wife asked me why I was kneeling on the ground watching the live broadcast. I used to slap her in the face. Now we kneel down together to watch the live broadcast. No, it's really amazing. Did you hear what Sumo said just now? If he is still an ordinary college student, then what are we? In the auditorium of Ching Hua University, students spontaneously applauded because of Wim Shak's words. Everyone's face was filled with excitement. Sumo's performance was truly amazing. There were some students who thought that Sumo was just lucky and solved the BDY conjecture by accident. However, after seeing Sumo's performance today, that thought disappeared without a trace. It's not that he is lucky, but he is really capable. The applause lasted for a very long time, and many students' palms turned red from clapping. Finally, the applause slowly stopped after being stopped by the teachers. At this moment, Yen Joshi, who was sitting in the corner, was stunned for a moment as he looked at Sumo on the stage. Such an outstanding boy is actually my boyfriend? In Yen Joshi's eyes, there was only Sumo's figure, and no room for anything else. The three women on the side all noticed Yen Joshi's reaction, but no one laughed at her. Instead, they were envious of her. Which girl doesn't want to find an excellent boyfriend like Sumo? But, there is only one Sumo in the world. This time when Wilms Hugh came to Xia country, there was another thing, which was to award Sumo the first-class mathematician medal. According to the rules, he must be assessed before the award is given. However, because Sumo's performance just now completely conquered Wilm's shock, he simply skipped this step and directly awarded the first-class mathematician medal to Sumo. Thanks. Sumo looked at the first-class mathematician medal in his hand and couldn't help but his eyes lit up. From today on, there would be another label added after his title. After the medals are awarded, the live broadcast will also end. The number of people watching the live broadcast online reached a terrifying 32 million. When the relevant people saw this data, they were shocked. You know, before this, who would have thought that the number of viewers for this live broadcast would be so high? In the National Ching Hua University auditorium, all the students left in an orderly manner under the guidance of their teachers. Soon, there were no more people in the auditorium. Xiaoma, here. Sumo thanked Wim Shock, and when he turned around, he saw Yen Joshi and the three girls in her dormitory not far away. Sumo smiled faintly and ran over directly, even forgetting to return the microphone to the staff. Xiaoxi, this is for you. After coming in front of Yen Joshi, the first thing Sumo did was to put his first-class mathematician medal in her hands. The three women behind Yen Joshi looked at Yen Joshi with envy after seeing what Sumo did. Sumo's appearance, temperament, and academic performance are all top-notch, and he is also a very sweet guy. He is simply the dream man of all girls. Thank you, Xiaoma, I like this gift very much. Yen Joshi's eyes reddened as she looked at the sparkling medal in her hand. She was very moved. If there weren't other people here, she would even have the urge to throw herself into Sumo's arms. Sumo greeted the other three women, then took Yen Joshi and left. Look at other people's boyfriends, then look at my boyfriend. Is the difference really that big? Zhao Linger looked at the two people's backs and couldn't help but start complaining. And Ran immediately seized upon her words. Boyfriend? And Ran looked at Zhao Linger with interest and said, didn't you say that you and Zhao Tian are still in a wait-and-see period? Now you call me boyfriend all the time? When Ma Lily heard Ran's words, she immediately looked at Zhao Linger with an unfriendly look. Originally, none of the three girls in the dormitory had boyfriends, so they usually spent more time together. Now, Zhao Linger and Zhao Tian have actually developed into boyfriend and girlfriend? The most important thing is, they don't even know it. And Ran and Ma Lily looked at each other and instantly understood what was in each other's eyes. At this time, Zhao Linger already felt something was wrong, so she turned around and ran. However, Ran had already prepared for this move, and Zhao Linger was carried back to the dormitory by the two of them. Not long after, Zhao Linger's screams were heard from dormitory 506. Sumo and Yen Joshi came to the old place again, the lawn next to the football field. The two of them sat on the lawn. Yen Joshi rested her little head on Sumo's shoulder. This moment was so happy for her. Xiao, your birthday is in half a month, right? Yen Joshi tilted her head and looked at Sumo. She blinked her beautiful eyes, and her soft hair slowly slid down her perfect face. She looked so adorable. It seems so. When Sumo heard Yen Joshi's words, he couldn't help but scratch his head in embarrassment. If Yen Joshi hadn't reminded him, he wouldn't have remembered his birthday. Sumo had never celebrated his birthday since he was a child. At that time, his father had just passed away, so his mother was always immersed in grief and naturally ignored these things. When he grew up a little, Sumo gradually got used to not celebrating his birthday. However, when he grew up, every time it was his birthday, his mother would give him some money in advance so that he could go out and play with his classmates and friends. However, Sumo never did so and just quietly collected the money. He doesn't think birthdays are that important or worth remembering. Because, that day was Mother's Good Friday. When the time comes, I'll give you a surprise. Yen Joshi looked at Sumo's dazed look and couldn't help but smile slightly. If this scene were photographed, it would definitely become the most beautiful scenery in the world. Not far away, when many boys on the football field saw this scene, they forgot they were still playing football. However, when these boys saw Sumo beside Yen Joshi, they all withdrew their gazes. For a girl as perfect as Yin Joshi, I guess only a guy like Sumo can be worthy of her. Golden Boy and Jade Girl. Chapter 71, The Horrifying Number of Weibo Fans? Although these boys envied Sumo, they were not jealous at all. When someone surpasses you a little, you may even envy him. If that person is much better than you may be jealous of him. However, if you cannot see the other person's height at all, you naturally will not have the courage to compare yourself with that person. Okay, then you call the people in your dormitory, and I'll call the people in our dormitory, and we'll all go out for a meal together to have some fun. Sumo also smiled when he heard Yen Joshi's words. There was sweetness in the eyes of the two as they looked at each other. This live broadcast had a huge impact. Apart from anything else, at least Sumo's name has become somewhat famous among the people of Xia. Who doesn't know the deeds of the genius student Sumo now? If you say you don't know, you will definitely be despised. After returning to the dormitory, Sumo was surrounded by Zhao Tian and Wang Yi. As for Zhang Xiaochuan, there was no trace of him. He might have gone online to play games again. Boss, you were so handsome today. You made that foreign woman speechless. It made my blood boil. As the loudest person in the dormitory, Wang Yi still plays to his strengths. He looked at Sumo fanatically. Fortunately, he was a man, otherwise, Sumo would be afraid that he would pounce on him directly. Boss, I never thought that I, Zhao Tian, would be able to be roommates with a genius like you in this life. From now on, I can brag about you to my friends and make them mad to death. It was also the first time that Zhao Tian called Sumo boss. He called him boss willingly because he was truly impressed by Sumo. I say, do you two want to do this? The corners of Sumo's mouth twitched. He felt really awkward being looked at like this by two people. If they were both girls, it wouldn't be a big deal, but the key point was that two grown men were looking at him like that, and anyone would feel a little embarrassed. There is nothing wrong with Sumo's orientation, so it is natural that he would feel a little uncomfortable. When the two saw Sumo's reaction, they couldn't help but smile awkwardly and restrain themselves a little. But, boss, to be honest, I used to think I was a top student, but after meeting you, I know what a top student is. Wang Yi looked at Sumo with eyes full of admiration. When he was in high school, he was always recognized as a top student in the school. He lived up to everyone's expectations and was admitted to the best university in the country, Ching Hua University. However, he suffered a great blow after arriving at university. There were only 4 people in the dormitory, and his college entrance examination score was the worst. That would be fine, but the key point is, there is actually a top scorer in the college entrance examination who got full marks? Is it necessary to be so scary? Only then did Wang Yi understand the horror of Ching Hua University. Anyone who can get into Ching Hua University must be a genius. As time went by, he finally came out of his depressed mood. As a result, Sumo started to make trouble again. Under 18? First-class mathematician. Solved the BDY conjecture, a difficult problem that has plagued the entire mathematics community for nearly 100 years. Is this still a human being? Do you have to be so perverted? How can an ordinary person like him survive? That's right, Wang Yi now feels that compared to Sumo, he is simply ordinary. Okay, why are you so depressed? Zhao Tian saw Wang Yi's expression, smiled and said, you should feel lucky. Do you know how many people in the school envy us now? Zhao Tian didn't have the same idea as Wang Yi at all. He came from a well-off family and he was also very hardworking, so he had a clear understanding of things. With Sumo's current fame, he is lucky to be able to live in the same dormitory with others. I wonder how many people will envy them to death. When Wang Yi heard what Zhao Tian said, his eyes lit up, as if it was really true. You know, with Sumo's current fame, if I want to pursue a girlfriend in the future, I can just say, when I was in college, Sumo and I lived in the same dormitory. How face-saving would that be? It's exciting just thinking about it. I'm just an ordinary person who has achieved some success in some special fields. You don't have to be like this. Sumo looked at the two of them and said something speechlessly. If you didn't know, you would think he had ascended to heaven. By the way, where is Xiaochuan? Sumo asked the two curiously, why haven't you seen him? That kid, at this hour, he's probably still playing games in the internet cafe. When Zhao Tian and Wang Yi heard Sumo's question, they looked at each other helplessly, and told Sumo what had happened in the past 2 days. It turned out that Zhang Xiaochuan had made a vow in high school that as long as he could be admitted to Ching Hua University, he would surf the internet for a month continuously to make up for what he had missed in high school. After hearing what the two said, Suemo was also stunned. Is there any such oath? Isn't this funny? You mean to say that Xiaochuan hasn't been to the classroom even once during the first few days of school? Suemo was speechless. Today he finally understood what it meant to let himself go. Use the internet for a month straight? That would drive people crazy. It seems so. Zhao Tian thought for a moment and said, Wang Yi and I are both from the computer science department, and Xiaochuan is from the finance department, so we are not very clear. Anyway, as soon as we returned to the dormitory, this guy was basically sleeping. Wang Yi also nodded. He was also very puzzled at first, but later he asked Zhang Xiaochuan and found out that Zhang Xiaochuan had been playing games in the internet cafe at night. Only then did he know why Zhang Xiaochuan had been sleeping during the day. But don't worry, today is the last day. When Zhao Tian said this, he couldn't help but smile. Not to mention Suemo, even he had the same surprised reaction when he first learned about this matter. How miserable was your high school life to make you make such a boring oath? Have to. When Suemo heard what Zhao Tian said, he lay down on his bed. Everyone has things that they must do in their hearts, and he doesn't want to interfere in Zhang Xiaochuan's affairs. Seeing that the two people's attention was not on him, Suemo picked up his phone and opened his Weibo. Then, Suemo discovered a horrifying thing: the number of his Weibo followers had reached a terrifying level. 168355674. Nearly 17 million. When Suemo looked at it yesterday, it was only 9 million. In just one morning, it had almost doubled? This is too horrible. You know, according to the results of the survey, there are less than 100 public figures in the entire Xia country whose Weibo fans exceed 10 million. Suemo has only registered on Weibo for over a month, and he has already accomplished such a feat. It's simply a miracle. This means that Suemo can now draw 2 prizes. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but feel a little excited. Although the skill he drew last time was useless, Suemo didn't believe that his luck would always be so bad. System, I want to draw a lottery. Chapter 72, summoned by the president of National Ching Hua University. System, I want to draw a lottery. Suemo shouted directly in his mind. He was looking forward to whether he could draw a magical skill similar to Brain Hole Storm this time. As soon as the words fell, the cold electronic voice of the system rang in Sumo's mind. The host currently has 2 chances to draw a lottery. Are you sure you want to use one? Yes, wait a moment. Suemo just said one word and then stopped. He took a shower as quickly as possible, changed his clothes, and then lay back on the bed. The whole process took no more than 3 minutes, which surprised Zhao Tian and Wang Yi. Is it possible to take a shower so quickly? Suemo didn't care about their surprise. After lying on the bed, he silently said, Buddha bless me, I hope I can draw a magical skill. I want to draw a prize. Suemo shouted in his mind, and the system responded immediately. The host currently has 2 chances to draw a lottery. Are you sure you want to use one? Sure. Since everything has been prepared to this extent, Suemo is naturally full of confidence. Congratulations to the host for winning the skill Genius Poet. What? Genius Poet? Suemo was so angry that he wanted to curse. As soon as he heard the name of the skill, he knew what it was used for. System, I suspect there's something wrong with the lottery mechanism. Why do I always get such useless skills? The lottery mechanism of this system is absolutely fair and just, and there won't be any problems. Although the Genius Poet is an elite level skill, it is still very powerful. It allows the host to create the poem you want to write within 10 breaths, and the quality is top-notch. After Suemo heard the system's explanation in his mind, he couldn't help but curl his lips. What a great thing! It's just a complete lie. Now, Suemo understood that this prize could not be drawn casually. He found that it had been more than a month since he went to college, but the system had never issued any tasks for him. This made Suemo have a bad feeling. Would there be no more missions to do in the future? If that's the case, then it's a mess. If I only rely on the system lottery, then I will starve to death, right? System, why haven't you issued any tasks to me in such a long time? Thinking of this, Suemo quickly asked this question in his mind. After all, this is about the height of his future life. It's not time yet. The system's answer was just 4 short words. Suemo was very unhappy with the system. What does it mean that the time has not yet arrived? This is obviously perfunctory. Forget it, Suemo didn't think about it anymore. Anyway, it will come when it's time. Suemo lay on the bed and had a good nap. He was not woken up by a phone call until 12 o'clock in the afternoon. Brother, that kid called again. Suemo was a light sleeper, usually waking up at the slightest noise. He sat up in a daze, looking at the caller ID on his phone, and couldn't help but be stunned. The call was actually from Chen Daoming, and Suemo quickly answered the call. As soon as the call was connected, Chen Daoming's old voice came from the phone. Suemo, where are you now? I'm in the dormitory, teacher, what can I do for you? When Suemo heard Chen Daoming's words, he quickly replied. At the same time, Suemo had a bad premonition in his heart. Is there some trouble coming again? Good, come to the principal's office right away. Chen Daoming's laughter was heard on the phone. When Suemo heard Chen Daoming's laughter, he couldn't help but feel relieved for a moment. As long as it's not troublesome. Although Suemo didn't know what he was asked to do in the principal's office, but since even Chen Daoming said it was a good thing, it must be good. After hanging up the phone, Suemo washed his face and his mind finally cleared up. When I went out, it was already past 12:40. The weather outside at this moment is like a steam oven. Suemo wanted to turn around and go back to the dormitory to get an umbrella, but he was afraid of what others would say. After all, why would a grown man hold an umbrella for no reason? After hesitating for a while, Suemo still went to the principal's office under the scorching sun. Along the way, Suemo ran at his fastest speed because he didn't want to be tanned into a black color. The president of Ching Hua University is named Li Renhui, a very famous fourth-level writer in the Xia dynasty. To be honest, Suemo was still a little excited. After all, these were the big guys he could only see on TV before. What's more, Li Renhui is not just an ordinary fourth-level writer, he is also the president of Ching Hua University. You know, there are countless people eyeing the position of the president of Ching Hua University. There are so many level 4 writers that I can't count them on my hands. However, the fact that Li Renhui was able to stand out among so many level 4 writers and sit on the position of president of Ching Hua University shows that he is definitely not an ordinary, simple character. Knock knock. When meeting the boss for the first time, Suemo behaved very politely. Now, when he entered Chen Daoming's office, he basically didn't knock on the door. After all, Suemo and Chen Daoming are close. Come in. A middle-aged man's voice came from inside, very majestic, and it made people shiver when they heard it. Suemo was fine, because Chen Daoming had already told him that he was called here for a good reason, and it was not because he had done anything bad that he was called here to be reprimanded. So, he was not nervous at all, just a little excited to meet the big boss. Pushing the door open, Suemo saw Chen Daoming sitting on the sofa at a glance. Sitting next to him was a middle-aged man, and it was obvious that he was Li Renhui, the president of Ching Hua University. Hello, teacher and principal. Suemo walked up to the two bosses and asked them politely. You must be classmate Suemo, right? You are worthy of being my student of Ching Hua University. Your performance this morning was very good, but you can't be too proud, understand? Li Renhui looked at Suemo in front of him and couldn't help but praise him a few words, which surprised Chen Daoming, who was sitting next to him. Chen Daoming knows Li Renhui very well. He has known Li Renhui for many years, but this is the first time he has seen Li Renhui praise someone else. This is really a miracle. Even the iron tree can bloom? Thank you, principal. I will definitely continue to work hard. Facing Li Renhui's unexpected compliment, Suemo remained relatively calm. He smiled modestly without any trace of pride on his face. Do you know why we called you here today? Li Renhui asked. I don't know. The teacher didn't tell me on the phone. Suemo shook his head. Li Renhui just said on the phone that there was good news, but he really didn't know what it was. I called you here today because of the bounty on BDY's conjecture. Li Renhui was very satisfied looking at Suemo in front of him. He did not expect that a genius like Suemo would appear among the freshmen this year. You know, among the 5 conjectures, BDY conjecture ranks 3rd in difficulty. However, it was cracked by a freshman who was less than 18 years old. The most important thing is that this freshman is from Ching Hua University. As the president of Ching Hua University, Li Renhui is very happy. Bounty? Chapter 73 Sky High Bounty. Bounty? As soon as Suemo heard Li Renhui's words, his eyes suddenly lit up. His reaction made Li Renhui and Chen Daoming laugh. I never knew you were such a money grubber. Chen Daoming couldn't help but joked. No wonder. After all, what young person would not be interested in money? Besides, the bounty for BDY's guess is indeed a terrifying number. Even Chen Daoming, who had long been indifferent to money, couldn't help but be surprised when he learned the specific amount. What's more, he is a young man like Sumo. How many? Sumo is now very curious about how much the bounty is this time. As far as he knows, BDY's bounty is at least tens of millions. You are so smart, guess how much the bounty is this time? Li Renhui couldn't help but joke when he saw Sumo's expectant look. However, when he saw Sumo's miserable expression, Li Renhui put away his joking intention. The total is 15 million summer coins, all in this card. Li Renhui took out a bank card from his shirt pocket and put it in Sumo's hand. Sumo was stunned. From childhood to adulthood, he had never seen so much money. Although he didn't value money that much, giving him 15 million all at once was really too. Don't worry, there's more. Li Renhui looked at the dazed Sumo and couldn't help but smile. Sumo has become the youngest first-class mathematician in the history of mathematics, and Ching Hua University must express its appreciation for this. So, soon after that, Sumo had another bank card in his hand, both of which were Xiaogui's black cards. A black card can only be automatically processed when one deposits 1 million Xia coins into it at one time. Obviously, there was at least 1 million in the second bank card that Li Renhui gave to Sumo. Principal, what is this? Sumo came back to his senses and couldn't help but ask. He looked at Li Renhui in front of him in confusion. How could there be a second bank card? This is a reward from the school. You are now the youngest first-class mathematician in the world. It would be unreasonable for me, as the principal, not to express my appreciation. Li Renhui explained. He looked at Sumo and said, however, the school is not as rich as the International Mathematics Group. There is only 1 million in this card. Don't think it's too little. When Sumo heard what Li Renhui said, an awkward smile appeared on his face. How could he think it was too little? Even if Ching Hua University did not give him a reward, he would not be surprised at all. In Sumo's mind, being a first-class mathematician is just that, and it is not a big achievement. If Li Renhui knew Sumo's idea, he would be stunned. He is already a first-class mathematician when he is less than 18 years old. Isn't this abnormal? You know, when Li Renhui was Sumo's age, he was thinking about how to pursue girls. Next, Chen Daoming and Li Renhui praised Sumo a few more times, which marked the end of the meeting. Although Sumo now had 16 million Xia coins on him, he was not panicked at all. When I found out the amount, I couldn't help but be a little surprised, but now I don't feel anything at all. What is 16 million? He is a man with a system. Where are we going? Besides, this 10 million is nothing to Yan Joshi's family. Thinking of this, Sumo couldn't help but sigh. It's a long and arduous journey. In the following days, Sumo returned to his normal campus life. However, this time, Sumo's popularity in school is much greater than before. It can be said that it is completely incomparable. Now, wherever Sumo appears, there will be many students watching. He has become an absolute big star in Ching Hua University. The days passed one by one, and Sumo's birthday finally arrived. Sumo and Yan Joshi had already told the people in their respective dormitories about this matter in advance. When Zhao Tian knew that Sumo was going to hold a birthday party, he volunteered and directly contracted the venue. On August 29, at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Sumo had already appeared under the girls' dormitory. His task today is to take the girls to the restaurant. As soon as Zhao Tian and the other two finished their lunch, they went out directly, saying that they were going to see which restaurant was better. Sumo did not dress formally just because today was his birthday. He still wore a t-shirt, a simple pair of casual pants, and a pair of sneakers. But I have to say that Sumo is still very handsome. With this simple outfit on him, coupled with his strong literary temperament, he will definitely charm countless young girls when he walks on the street. The weather today is relatively friendly, cloudy with a slight breeze, and the temperature is only in the 20s. Xiao Ma. When Sumo heard Yan Joshi's voice, he turned around and stood there in a daze. Yan Joshi wore a simple version of Lolita today, and with her careful dressing, she looked like a princess in a fairy tale world. Sumo, are you fascinated by our Xiaoxi? Zhao Linger couldn't help but make a joke. Today, even the three girls were shocked when they saw Yan Joshi for the first time. This is so beautiful. Zhao Linger has always thought that she is very pretty, but after meeting Yan Joshi in Anran, she finally knew what beauty is stunning as the depths of a fish or the depths of a geese. Even the girls are like this, let alone a boy like Suemo? Zhao Linger's words also made Yen Joshi's pretty face slightly blush. She had prepared this outfit for today a long time ago. Boys generally like girls wearing Lolita, so this is the first time for Yen Joshi to try this style of clothes. However, after seeing Sumo's reaction, she was still very happy. Linger, please stop making fun of Xiaoxi. Don't you know she is thin-skinned? And Ran, who was standing next to Zhao Linger, said something in a bad mood, which helped Yen Joshi out of the predicament. And Ran was also dressed very beautifully today, wearing a chiffon top and a skirt that just reached above her knees. Her cool temperament made her look eye-catching. When Suemo heard what the two said, he couldn't help but scratch his head in embarrassment. Yen Joshi lowered her head in embarrassment, with a blush on her pretty face. She looked so shy and adorable. Let's go, Zhao Tian has already found a place, we can just go there. Suemo walked to Yen Joshi's side, stood side by side with her, and quietly held her little hand. Yen Joshi felt Sumo's actions and a sweet smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Only Ran noticed this little action of the two, and the look in the depths of her eyes dimmed for a moment. However, Ran hid it very well, so no one noticed anything unusual about her. A group of 5 people arrived at the gate of Ching Hua University. Chapter 74 Birthday Party. As there were too many people, they could only take 2 taxis, one for Suemo and Yen Joshi, and one for the other 3 women. The place where Zhao Tianding decided to stay this time was not very far from Ching Hua University, only a dozen minutes away by car. After they arrived at the place, they were deeply shocked by the building in front of them. 7th grade pavilion. Is Zhao Tian crazy? He's going to bankrupt Suemo. Although Zhao Linger was Zhao Tian's girlfriend, she was still the first one to jump out and complain. It's not her fault, it's mainly because the name Kapingchuan is so famous. You may not have been to the imperial capital, you may not know what there is in the imperial capital, but you must know the Kapingchuan in the imperial capital. That's right, Kapingchuan's reputation is that great. 5 years ago, a wealthy man spent 170 million on a meal here, creating the most expensive meal in history. Kapingchuan became famous in Xia State because of this, and from then on, it became a symbol of wealth. In fact, a popular saying 2 years ago was, if you have money, you can treat me to a meal at Kapingchuan. This shows how famous Kapingchuan is. When the other people heard what Zhao Linger said, they were a little confused as to why Zhao Tian chose Kapingchuan. This is definitely not a place that college students like them can afford. You are finally here, let's go, the box is ready. At this time, Zhao Tian walked out from the gate of Kapingchuan and came to the few people with a smile on his face. Who would have thought that as soon as he walked over, Zhao Tian was grabbed by the ear by Zhao Linger and immediately screamed in grievance. Linger, what's wrong with you? If you have something to say, please talk to me nicely. In front of so many people, can you please give me some face? When Suemo and the others saw Zhao Tian's look, they couldn't help but laugh. They didn't realize that Zhao Tian was actually afraid of his girlfriend. Snort! Zhao Linger looked at Zhao Tian unhappily and said, you chose to eat here today? Yes. Zhao Tian nodded in confusion, not knowing that his words increased the strength in Zhao Linger's hands. Ah. Zhao Tian looked at Zhao Linger and felt very aggrieved. He didn't know what he had done wrong. Be gentle, my ears are about to fall off. Do you know where this is? Zhao Linger looked at Zhao Tian with anger in her eyes. She said angrily, this is the 7th grade pavilion. Can we students afford it? Today is Sumo's birthday, but Zhao Tian chose such a high-end place. Isn't this deliberately choosing an ugly place? The other people also looked at Zhao Tian curiously. They had the same question. You know, just having a meal at Kapingchuan costs hundreds of thousands of xia coins. This is not a place that a group of students like them can afford to come to. Linger, can you listen to my explanation? After listening to his girlfriend's words, Zhao Tian finally understood what she meant, but he felt really wronged about this matter. When Zhao Linger heard what Zhao Tian said, she snorted coldly and reluctantly let go of Zhao Tian. You'd better give me an explanation, or else. Zhao Tian smiled bitterly at his girlfriend's words. He looked at them and said, I know the cost of living here is very high, but this is my family's business, so we can eat here for free. When these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. What? Silence. Such silence. No one expected that Zhao Tian would have such a powerful background, including Suemo. Originally, Suemo could also feel that Zhao Tian's family condition should be very good. Because the clothes Zhao Tian usually wears are all very expensive brands, but Suemo never expected that his family conditions would be so good. This is the 7th grade pavilion. The calmest person among the crowd must be Yen Joshi. When she heard what Zhao Tian said, she was only slightly surprised and quickly returned to normal. This is also normal. Yen Joshi's family conditions are no worse than Zhao Tian's. Why didn't you tell me about this before? Zhao Linger looked at Zhao Tian in shock. Her boyfriend was actually the young master of Kapingchuan? Is this a dream? It must be. You didn't even ask about my family situation. Zhao Tian smiled bitterly. He and Zhao Linger had just confirmed their relationship not long ago. If Zhao Linger didn't ask, he would be embarrassed to tell her because that would seem like showing off his wealth. Well, if that's the case, then let's enjoy a free meal today. Suemo stepped forward at this time and helped Zhao Tian out of the predicament. Originally, today was his birthday, and Zhao Tian did this to give him face. When Zhao Linger saw Suemo speaking, she suppressed her curiosity and said nothing more. Okay, everyone, let's go in quickly. Wang Yi and Xiao Chuan are waiting inside. Zhao Tian also looked at Suemo with gratitude. If it weren't for Sumo's words, he didn't know how Zhao Linger would question him. Several people nodded, and under the leadership of Zhao Tian, the group came to the reserved room. Is Sister Enran here? As Enran walked in, Wang Yi's eyes lit up. He quickly stood up and walked towards her with a thick face. However, Enran ignored him completely, which made everyone want to laugh. Zhang Xiaochuan didn't know if it was because he had been surfing the internet too much recently, but he seemed listless. He had been like this for some time, as if he had lost his soul. After everyone sat down, the atmosphere gradually became lively. Zhao Tian, I never thought that you are actually a hidden rich second generation? Since Ma Lily was already familiar with everyone, she gradually became more relaxed in her speech. Yes, I was also shocked when I found out about Brother Tian's identity today. When Wang Yi heard what Ma Lily said, he couldn't help but speak. After he learned Zhao Tian's identity today, he was shocked for a long time. Who would have thought that someone next to him would be the young master of Kapingchuan? This is too shocking. You won't boycott me? I have to say that Zhao Tian has a very high EQ. He made everyone laugh with just one sentence. After all the dishes were served, Suemo stood up, looking at everyone with a glass of beer in his hand. Thank you all for coming. I'm really glad to meet you all. Come, let's have a drink. Shit, it's our honor to meet a genius like you, boss. Zhao Tian's words made Wang Yi and Zhang Xiaochuan nod their heads. They really felt lucky to be roommates with a genius like Suemo. The four of them drank the beer in their glasses, and the four girls drank juice, so they just took a sip. After a few glasses of wine, the atmosphere at the table became more lively. Chapter 75, Youth Magazine Award. It was not known whether the three had discussed it in advance, but Zhao Tian, Wang Yi, and Zhang Xiaochuan, the three of them kept forcing Suemo to drink. If Suemo had not been stopped by Yen Joshi and the other girls at the end, he would probably have been forced under the table by the three of them. Even so, Suemo had double vision when he saw people, and when he finally returned, 3 people still carried him back to the dormitory. When the first ray of sunlight in the early morning shone on Sumo's face, he opened his eyes drowsily, his head felt dizzy. He looked at the time and it was only 6:30 in the morning. Suemo smelled the alcohol on his body and couldn't help but frowning. This was the first time he got drunk since he was a child. After getting a change of clothes, Suemo went straight to take a shower, which made him feel much more comfortable. Around 7:30, Suemo made an appointment with Yen Joshi to go to the school cafeteria to have breakfast together. As the two of them walked into the cafeteria hand in hand, they attracted everyone's attention. Yen Joshi has now been regarded as the most beautiful campus beauty in Ching Hua University, and Suemo is also a super dazzling genius. It is really difficult for the two of them to keep a low profile when they are together. Just after finishing his meal, Suemo received a call from Chen Daoming. Teacher, what's up so early in the morning? As soon as the phone was connected, Suemo started asking. He knew his teacher very well and generally, he would never call him if there was nothing important. You really guessed it right, where are you now? Chen Daoming's voice came from the phone, and Suemo could clearly hear that his teacher seemed to be in a good mood. Xiao Shi and I are in the cafeteria. Come to my office later. I have something good to tell you. As soon as Chen Daoming finished speaking, he hung up the phone, and his words made Suemo stunned for a moment. Good thing? How come there is good news again? When Yen Joshi saw Sumo's look, She couldn't help but wave her little hand in front of his eyes. Xiao Mo, does Professor Chen want to see you about something? Well, the teacher said there will be a good thing, but what good thing will it be? Su Mo smiled bitterly. It seemed like he hadn't done anything recently, so how could something good come to him? This is a bit abnormal. Su Mo couldn't figure it out, and he was too lazy to think about it. He would know the answer soon anyway. After the two finished their breakfast and walked out of the cafeteria door, Yan Joshi made a move to leave, but was stopped by Su Mo. Xiao Shi, where are you going? Aren't you going to meet Professor Chen? Yes, come with me. Is this okay? A hint of hesitation flashed across Yan Joshi's pretty face. Professor Chen wanted to see Su Mo about something, and she felt that it would be a bit inappropriate for her to go with him. It's okay, let's go. Su Mo directly took Yan Joshi's hand and walked towards the teacher's office building. Feeling the warmth in Su Mo's palm, Yan Joshi couldn't help but smile sweetly. Knock knock. When the two arrived at the door of Chen Daoming's office, Su Mo knocked on the door politely. If he were alone, he would not bother to knock on the door. After all, who made him so close to Chen Daoming? Come in. After hearing Chen Daoming's voice, Su Mo took Yan Joshi in. As soon as he entered the room, he saw Wang Shi, whom he had met last time, and the principal Li Renhui. The two were sitting on the sofa drinking tea. Only Chen Daoming was sitting alone at the desk, reading a newspaper with great interest. Hello, President, Professor Wang. Su Mo and Yan Joshi greeted the two bosses, and they both nodded, but there was a hint of eagerness in their eyes when they looked at Su Mo. Teacher, what do you want to talk to me about? Su Mo asked Chen Daoming, who was reading a newspaper, in confusion. The most important thing was that it seemed that this matter had alarmed the two big bosses, Li Renhui and Wang Shi. You really gave me too many surprises. Chen Daoming laughed, stood up and walked to Su Mo and Yan Joshi, and handed the newspaper in his hand to Su Mo. Let's take a look. Hearing this, Su Mo took the newspaper curiously and started reading it with Yan Joshi. As soon as they opened the newspaper, what caught their eyes was an essay of several thousand words. The line of words at the bottom made them stunned. On the origin of the airplane. Author, Su Mo, first-class mathematician. The Shonen magazine rated it as a first-class work. This. After reading it, Yan Joshi was completely stunned. She knew very well how valuable this award was. She used to see her mother often, and she loved reading newspapers that published youth magazines. Out of curiosity, she looked up information and learned about the terrifying influence of youth magazines. Publishing a first-class work in a youth magazine is something that many first-class writers cannot do, but Su Mo actually did it? This is so awesome. Su Mo didn't feel much. This was not surprising to him at all because he was very clear about his current literary level. After gaining a thorough understanding, he had a complete understanding of the knowledge he had mastered. This result was expected by Su Mo. When Wang Shi said he wanted to submit his composition to a youth magazine, he already knew that if nothing unexpected happened, his composition would definitely win a prize. Teacher, is this what you called me here for? Su Mo said calmly, it's just a newspaper article. It's not a big deal. Su Mo's look made the three big guys' eyelids twitch. Being rated as a first-class work by a youth magazine, isn't that a big deal? The youth magazine can be said to be the most authoritative newspaper and magazine in the country. It is published once a month, and the requirements for first-class works are so strict that it can be said to be outrageous. Many years ago, when Wang Shi was still a first-class writer, he submitted a short story that he thought was pretty good to a youth magazine. However, in the end it was only barely rated as a third-level work, the worst rating. This shows how strict the requirements of the youth magazine are. However, after Su Mo's college entrance examination essay was evaluated as a first-class work, he had this reaction? That essay bit. Even now, it is very difficult for Wang Shi to write a work that can obtain the first-level certification of a youth magazine. As a result, Su Mo didn't care at all? This is a bit discouraging. After hearing Su Mo's words, Li Renhui looked at Wang Shi's reaction and suddenly couldn't help laughing. Student Su Mo, do you know what it means to win this award? What does it mean? Su Mo looked at Li Renhui in confusion. In his mind, it was just an advertisement in the newspaper. What was the point? That's right, Su Mo really didn't know the influence of youth magazines, because he had never read a newspaper since he was a child and had no idea what magazines were. In Su Mo's eyes, only those who appear on TV are truly amazing. If Suemo expressed this idea, he would definitely be looked down upon by the three big guys. Chen Daoming looked at Suemo with satisfaction. He didn't expect that his apprentice was not only gifted in mathematics, but also had certain achievements in literature. It was really rare. Seeing that Suemo had no idea what the youth magazine represented, Chen Daoming smiled and explained it to Suemo. It means you are qualified to become a first-class writer. Chapter 76, Terrifying Traffic. It means you are qualified to become a first-class writer. Chen Daoming's words made Suemo stunned. A first-class writer? Is it that simple? Just because he was featured in the newspaper, he becomes a first-class writer? If the three big guys knew about Sumo's idea, they would probably be so depressed that they would vomit blood. How can it be so easy to get first-level work certification? Why does it seem worthless when it comes to Sumo's mouth? Comparing yourself with others will really make you angry. Xiaomo, do you know what the youth magazine represents? After seeing Sumo's reaction, Yan Joshi couldn't help but explain in a low voice, Youth magazine is the most influential newspaper in our Xia country. It is simply not comparable to other newspapers. Being rated as a first-class work by a juvenile publication is something that many second- and third-class writers cannot achieve, so the principal's words are not an exaggeration at all. So that's how it is. I thought the principal was joking with me just now. After hearing Yan Joshi's explanation, Suemo scratched his head awkwardly. He really didn't know any of this. Now, after listening to Yan Joshi's explanation, he realized that he seemed to have done something big unintentionally. No wonder three big guys gathered here today. I have already informed the Faculty of Arts about your first-class literary scholar. I estimate that there will be results soon. Chen Daoming smiled at Suemo. As soon as he got the news, he reported it to the School of Literature. Suemo was his apprentice, and as a master, he would definitely do his best to get benefits for Suemo. Thank you, Professor Chen. Thank you, teacher. When Yan Joshi heard Chen Daoming's words, he immediately thanked him, and Suemo also hurriedly thanked him. This little girl is great, Suemo, you must treat her well in the future. When Chen Daoming saw this scene, he admired Yan Joshi's actions very much. This girl was indeed worthy of being his apprentice. Don't worry, teacher. Suemo smiled when he heard what Chen Daoming said. He didn't need him to remind him. He would definitely treat Yan Joshi well. Otherwise, his mother would not let him go. That evening, during the Dad on TV news broadcast, the host casually mentioned this. Suemo, a first-class mathematician, is truly a hero at a young age. He has just achieved the achievement of a first-class mathematician, and now his college entrance examination essay has been rated as a first-class work by a youth magazine. If nothing unexpected happens, it is estimated that Suemo will become a first-class writer in the near future. The host's remarks were directly edited into a short video, which went viral on Weibo and soon became the most popular post. More and more people learned about this and left messages under Sumo's Weibo. Fish only have a 7-second memory, Master Suemo, can you leave us a way to survive? The all-round little master, this is amazing, Suemo seems to be only 18 now. Invincible bubblegum, when I was 18, I was still fishing in the river. Is the gap really that big? Eat, sleep, and play Doudou, Dad Suemo, in our school, you are already the other kid in the eyes of all the teachers. Screaming chicken, upstairs +1. Cute 123, add 2 upstairs. I am the most beautiful little girl, 9,999 upstairs. Suemo was bored in the dormitory and accidentally opened Weibo. When he saw the messages, he was amused by these bored little cuties. You actually have the mind to play games in the comments section of his Weibo? This. Suemo thought about it and updated his status. My dear friends, you shouldn't focus all your attention on me. Studying is your main task now. If you like me, then you can get admitted to Ching Hua University so that we can become alumni. Just a few minutes after Suemo posted this update, it already received more than 50,000 likes and more than 10,000 comments. Such terrifying fan activity makes many second and third tier celebrities feel scalp tingling. Normally, when they post an update or something, they only get tens of thousands of likes and thousands of comments at the end of the day. And the number of likes and comments Suemo got in just a few minutes was more than they got in a whole day? Is it necessary to be so exaggerated? You know, he is just a freshman now. It is no exaggeration to say that if Suemo enters the entertainment industry now, he will probably become a first-line star in the shortest time. It's no wonder that those second and third tier celebrities are jealous. Why is the gap between people so big? In order to catch the attention, many small celebrities reposted Sumo's post. Even a first-line celebrity liked and reposted it, which is enough to show the terrifying amount of traffic Sumo has now. In today's society, traffic is money. Many advertising sponsors found Sumo's contact information, which led to a phenomenon that Sumo's phone was never turned off all day long. In the end, Sumo was so angry that he posted a Weibo. To those who want me to be their spokesperson, I'll say this one last time. I'm still a student and I won't accept any endorsements. If anyone calls me again to harass me, I'll block them. Sumo's post quickly became a hot topic on Weibo again. Countless fans liked and commented on the post. That's right, please don't affect my Sumo studies, okay? He is the hope of our Xia country in the future, so don't treat him like a celebrity. I have to say, Sumo's true character is really to my liking. In this day and age, is there still someone who is so dismissive of money? If someone had asked me this before, I would have definitely said no. But if someone asked me this now, I would have given him a big slap in the face and then asked him to read Sumo's Weibo post. Please don't disturb my master from studying. That's right, if you make my boss unhappy, I will block all of you one by one. Don't think that my Sumo is a celebrity. He is a mathematician and writer, and the future hope of our Xia country. All the comments below were on Sumo's side. Even Su's mother couldn't help but call Sumo and advise him to put his studies first. As for making money, it was not something he had to consider right now. After the famous actor Zhang Ge learned about this, he posted a long update. I'm 44 years old this year, but I have to admit that Sumo is much better than me in this matter. I'm not saying that celebrities can't accept endorsements. They can accept them, but you have to know what you are endorsing. As a public figure, your every word and action will be watched by everyone. Maybe a single word from you could lead young people to do the wrong things. So I hope that my friends in the circle can learn from Sumo in the future. Finally, I'd like to say that this young man Sumo is really good. Chapter 77, The Beautiful Leader of Nanjing University. Who is Zhang Ge? He is a top star. There are only a few top-tier stars in the entire entertainment industry. So, his Weibo post went viral instantly, and many celebrities had to symbolically click the like button. However, no one knows what these people are thinking. Zhang Ge's Weibo followers have reached a terrifying number of over 50 million. In less than an hour, his post was ranked first on the trending searches, pushing Sumo to second place. In the entire entertainment industry, all celebrities who are somewhat famous have appeared to like and comment on the post. It can be said that this is the most sensational news in recent days. Not long after Zhang Ge posted this status, he followed Sumo's Weibo, which instantly caused Sumo's Weibo fan base to explode. Who is Zhang Ge? He is a superstar. In the entire entertainment industry, there are only a few people who can be compared with him. Such people are usually elusive, but how could such a person actually follow Sumo's Weibo? It's too expensive. You know, this is the first time that Zhang Ge has taken the initiative to pay attention to someone. Because of Zhang Ge's update, Sumo's Weibo follower number experienced another crazy growth. Once the number of Weibo followers exceeded 10 million, the growth rate would be shockingly slow. However, in just one day, the number of Sumo's Weibo followers reached 20 million. That's right, 20 million. This is a bit too scary. Even in the entertainment industry, there are not many people who have so many Weibo fans. The protagonist of this incident, Sumo, was dragged by Zhao Tian to the basketball club to play in the game. It was heard that students from Nanjing University came to Ching Hua University to challenge them, and as a formal member of the basketball club, Zhao Tian naturally had to play in the game. However, at this moment, someone suddenly collapsed and had acute appendicitis, and was sent directly to the hospital. So, Zhao Tian thought of Sumo first. When he was chatting with Zhao Linger, he heard that Sumo was very good at playing basketball. It was said that Yin Joshi said it herself. So, he recommended Sumo to the president of the basketball club, Zhao Don. Unexpectedly, when others heard about Sumo, they nodded in agreement without even thinking about it. Are you kidding? That's Sumo. If you can play a game of basketball with such a big celebrity, it will definitely be something to brag about. So, Sumo was drafted into the army without knowing it. Zhao Tian, brother Tian, please let me go. At the entrance of the basketball club, Sumo was speechless as he looked at Zhao Tian, who was pulling at his clothes. Why did he get chosen out of nowhere? There are so many boys in Ching Hua University, and many of them must be able to play basketball. Why must he come? Suemo just wants to keep a low profile now. He has been a bit high profile recently. He and Yen Joshi have to wear masks when they go out of school, otherwise if they are recognized, they will be surrounded. Suemo wanted to keep a low profile, but Zhao Tian would not let him go so easily. Zhao Tian had promised that he would bring Suemo to the basketball club no matter what. Now they had already arrived at the gate of the basketball club, how could he let Suemo go? No, just consider it as a favor to me. I've already made an appointment with the president. If you don't go, I'll be so embarrassed. Finally, Zhao Tian had no choice but to resort to the self-torture tactic. Seeing his look, Suemo was helpless and could only agree to him reluctantly. Okay, I'll go in. Hey, thanks, boss. When Zhao Tian heard Suemo say this, the cloudy sky immediately turned sunny, which made Sumo's mouth twitch. As soon as the two walked into the basketball club, they saw people already warming up on the indoor basketball court. The players from Ching Hua University are on the left, and the players from Nanjing University are on the right. However, many players from Nanjing University are getting a little impatient waiting. Suemo looked around and actually saw an old acquaintance, the president of the Nanjing University Student Union whom he had met during the enrollment period, Li Kiki. Li Kiki also saw Suemo, and then a hint of surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes. The reason why she became the leader of the Nanjing University basketball team this time was to see if she could find a chance to meet Suemo. Li Kiki did not miss any news about Suemo during this period. She had long known that Suemo must not be an unknown person, but she never expected that it had only been this long. Suemo has already created such a miracle. If she had known this earlier, Li Kiki would have recruited Suemo to Nanjing University no matter what the cost. Every time she thought of this, she regretted it so much. In fact, the leader of the Nanjing University team today was not Li Kiki. However, when she learned that the basketball team was coming to Ching Hua University for a competition, she volunteered to meet Suemo. At this time, many students from Ching Hua University in the audience saw Suemo at the door and exclaimed in surprise. Suemo is now the idol of everyone in Ching Hua University. At the age of 18, he is already a first-class mathematician, and has solved the BDY conjecture. His composition has won an award in a youth magazine, and he is likely to become the youngest first-class writer in the history of Xia State. Even the proudest students could not help but admire such an achievement. Li Kiki walked over slowly. She was wearing a black long dress today. With her pure appearance, she looked like an elf in the dark. She was extremely beautiful. Suemo, long time no see. Li Kiki looked at Suemo eagerly, and Zhao Tian was worried. He could only sigh in his heart, the boss is really amazing. Any of his confidants is so beautiful. It's really. If Suemo knew what Zhao Tian was thinking, he would probably give him a slap in the face. Li Kiki had nothing to do with him. After all, they had only met once. In fact, she is not even a friend, let alone a confidant? That's even more nonsense. Hello, senior sister. I didn't expect to see you here. What a coincidence, isn't it? Suemo could naturally feel the eagerness in Li Kiki's eyes, but he could only laugh it off and pretend that he knew nothing. It's no coincidence. I came to Ching Hua University today just to see you. Li Kiki gave Suemo a reproachful look, and that charm made Zhao Tian's eyebrows twitch. He couldn't help but fantasize in his heart. Could it be that the boss is having an affair with this pretty senior from Nanjing University? But Zhao Tian knew that Suemo had a girlfriend, Yen Joshi. Is it possible that he is playing both sides? It was only Suemo who didn't know this. If he knew, he would make sure that Zhao Tian knew why the flowers were so red. Forehead. Suemo didn't know how to respond to Li Kiki's words. Although Li Kiki was very beautiful, he already had Yen Joshi and simply treated her as a senior schoolmate. He did not have any thoughts about her at all. Senior, you are really joking. Chapter 78, The Concern of the Beautiful Senior Schoolmate. Li Kiki just smiled faintly at Sumo's words. Only she knew whether what she had just said was true or false. Senior, I have to go play in the game later, so I won't chat with you anymore. Suemo felt that many eyes were focused on him. He was helpless. This was the price of being famous. No matter where he went, he would always be the focus of everyone. Oh. When Li Kiki heard Sumo's words, her beautiful eyes lit up immediately. She thought Suemo came to watch the game. But no one expected that Suemo was actually a member of the Ching Hua University team. Can a genius still play basketball? Suemo also noticed the surprise in Li Kik's eyes and explained with a wry smile.
Someone on the basketball team was sick, and I just came here temporarily to make up the numbers.
Then you have to be careful and don't get hurt. After hearing Sumo's words, Li Kiki reminded him worriedly. When boys play ball, the collisions are quite fierce. If you are not careful, you can easily get injured.
Such things are not uncommon.
Li Kik's attitude further confirmed Zhao Tian's thoughts.
He believed that the two must have some relationship, otherwise, how could this beautiful senior sister in front of him care so much about Suemo?
This is obviously not normal.
As the saying goes, when something is out of the ordinary, there must be something wrong.
Zhao Tian simply doesn't believe that Suemo and Li Kiki have nothing to do with each other. Thank you, senior. Suemo was polite and took Zhao Tian to the Ching Hua University basketball team.
As soon as the president of the basketball club saw Suemo, he quickly came forward to greet him warmly, and the other players followed in his footsteps.
This is Suemo. I hardly ever see them normally, but now, I have to play a game with them?
When they heard Zhao Tian talk about this just now, they all felt like they were dreaming.
Their temporary teammate turned out to be Suemo? This is so awesome. They don't care about winning or losing the game at all.
If they tell others that they can play a game of ball with Suemo, they will surely envy them to death.
Student Suemo, I'm glad you can come to the rescue today. I'm the president of the basketball club, my name is Zhao Dong.
Zhao Dong shook Sumo's hand as soon as he came up.
His enthusiastic attitude really made Suemo a little overwhelmed. Brother, I am a man. This is what we should do. We are all students of Ching Hua University. We are just helping each other. It would be too polite to say thank you. That's right, my boss is still very considerate.
When Zhao Tian heard Sumo's words, he smiled proudly at Zhao Dong. The other players looked at him with envy in their eyes.
I don't know how lucky this guy is to be able to share a dormitory with Suemo. However, Sumo's attitude made them very comfortable. They did not expect Suemo to be so approachable.
For a moment, their evaluation of Suemo in their hearts was even higher. The people from Ching Hua University were happy, but the faces of the players from Nanjing University immediately looked as if they were constipated.
Who doesn't know Suemo now?
When they saw that Suemo was actually a contestant, they were all stunned for a moment.
How to play this? The other party is Suemo. If you accidentally bump into something, who can take the responsibility? What's more, even the NCU team has players who are fans of Suemo. Let them take action against their idols? They absolutely could not do such a thing. The five of them looked at each other, not knowing what to do. At this time, Li Kiki walked towards the side.
When the few people saw her, they hurried over to greet her.
President, how do we fight this?
The person who spoke was a boy about 1.8 meters tall and good-looking.
His name was Wang Tian and he was the president of the Nanjing University Basketball Club.
He had been pursuing Li Kiki for a long time, so when he saw Li Kiki coming over, he asked her enthusiastically. Originally, when Wang Tian knew that Li Kiki was coming to Ching Hua University with the team today, he was secretly delighted and decided in his heart that he must perform well today and let the goddess see his most handsome side. But they never expected that Ching Hua University would actually find Suemo, a national treasure.
How could they start?
After hearing what Wang Tian said, the other team members all looked at Li Kiki. They didn't know how to play the game later.
Li Kiki's mind was now filled with Suemo. When she heard Wang Tian's words, she immediately whispered, "How do we fight? Of course we can't let Suemo get hurt." To Li Kiki, how could the result of the game be more important than Suemo's safety? If Suemo gets hurt, we won't be able to leave Ching Hua University safely.
What Li Kiki said was true, and several team members including Wang Tian felt a sinking feeling in their hearts.
Yes. If they accidentally bumped into Suemo, how could the students of Ching Hua University let them off easily? But when it comes to basketball, collisions are a very normal behavior.
Several players from Nanjing University felt very uncomfortable, especially Wang Tian.
He just saw Li Kiki and Suemo talking and laughing at the door.
He was very unhappy, but since the other party was Suemo, he could only endure it. Now hearing Li Kiki say this again, his hostility towards Suemo became even stronger. Anyone would be unhappy if the girl he likes spoke for another boy, let alone someone as proud as Wang Tian.
President, if you say so, how can we fight? Wang Tian looked at Li Kiki's pretty face and said unconvincedly, basketball collisions are very common.
If you say that, we might as well just admit defeat. The other team members were dumbfounded when they heard their president's words.
Give up? This is so embarrassing. When Li Kiki heard Wang Tian's words, she couldn't help but be stunned. It seemed that this was not bad. If he admitted defeat, he would eliminate the possibility of Su Mo getting hurt. However, Li Kiki was just thinking about it. If she really made such arrangements, she would not be able to report to the principal when she returned. Ahem. We still have to fight, but you just need to be careful and don't hurt Su Mo. Li Kiki can only make this arrangement now, otherwise, these players probably won't have the heart to continue playing. Wang Tian felt a little better after hearing what Li Kiki said. He turned his head to look at his teammates and said in a deep voice, with a burden like Su Mo on the other side, "It would be a disgrace if we still can't win this game, so we must win this game." After saying this, Wang Tian looked at a tall and thin boy and said, "Zhuang Lei, you will just be responsible for guarding against Su Mo, leave the rest to us. Be careful, don't hurt Su Mo, understand?" When Zhuang Lei heard this, his expression suddenly turned very ugly. How come this most dangerous thing happened to me? When the other people heard Wang Tian's words, a hint of joy appeared on their faces. Defending against Su Mo is like a hot potato. Fortunately, such a hard task did not fall on my head. Chapter 79, Sumo's basketball skills? If that's the case, they don't have to worry at all. Even if something happens to Su Mo during the competition later, it won't be their fault. Although Zhuang Lei felt a little unhappy, he didn't dare to say anything to Wang Tian, because he was the president of the basketball club. In fact, Zhuang Lei is a fan of Su Mo. He really likes Su Mo's performance in the last International Mathematics Group Assessment. He feels that this person is very real and not pretentious at all. He is so talented that it is hard not to be convinced. However, Zhuang Lei never expected that his first meeting with his idol would turn out to be like this. At this time, Wang Tian walked directly towards the Ching Hua University team members. "You must be Su Mo, I've heard of your name for a long time." Originally, Su Mo was chatting happily with the players of the basketball club, when suddenly a voice came from behind him. There was an inexplicable hostility in the voice, which made him a little confused. "I am Su Mo, who are you?" Su Mo turned around when he heard the voice and looked at Wang Tian in front of him, his face full of questions. He really didn't know Wang Tian. Wang Tian was not surprised at Su Mo's reaction. "I'm the president of the Nanjing University Basketball Club. My name is Wang Tian. I never thought that Ching Hua University would invite you to this event. We are really panicked." Wang Tian deliberately emphasized the word panic, which made Zhao Tian instantly embarrassed. He understood what Wang Tian meant. "It's okay, just play normally." Su Mo looked as if nothing had happened. Anyway, he just came here today to join the crowd. If possible, just hanging out was his favorite thing to do. As time went on, more and more students filled the audience. A student posted the news on WeChat Moments, and many people knew that Su Mo was going to play in a basketball game, so they all rushed over as soon as possible. When several players from Nanjing University saw this scene, they instantly felt more pressure, especially Zhuang Lei, who was assigned to defend Su Mo. He even suspected that if he was not careful, he might not be able to leave the gate of Ching Hua University. "Everyone, take your positions." The referee of this game is a physical education teacher from Ching Hua University. With his whistle, the basketball game officially began. After the game started, something happened that made everyone laugh. It turned out that as soon as the game started, Zhuang Lei from the Nanjing University team ran directly to Su Mo with a pen and paper in his hand. It seemed that he wanted an autograph. Seeing this scene, many students from Ching Hua University couldn't help but laugh. This image is so funny. It was originally a 5v5 basketball game, but suddenly it became 4v4. What on earth is going on? Su Mo looked at Zhuang Lei in front of him speechlessly. He seemed to know what this guy's intention was and couldn't help laughing in his heart. He originally wanted to join in the fun, but now, after being disrupted by this guy, he couldn't fight seriously anymore. "Mr. Su Mo, I'm a fan of yours on Weibo, can you give me an autograph?" Zhuang Lei looked at Su Mo excitedly. If it wasn't for the opportunity to get close to his idol, he would not have taken this hot task. Forehead. Su Mo is now in a state of confusion. Is this really a good idea? Those people over there are playing a fierce game. But I am. Despite his thoughts, Su Mo took the paper and pen from Zhuang Lei without any hesitation and signed his name readily.
The flamboyant handwriting shocked Zhuang Lei, who was standing by, so much that he opened his mouth wide, his eyes full of disbelief.
It's no wonder that Zhuang Lei had this reaction.
He was forced by his parents to practice calligraphy since he was a child, and his current level is already very good.
However, after seeing Sumo's calligraphy today, he finally understood what it meant that there is no false reputation under a great name. I've never heard that Sumo's handwriting is very good. Zhuang Lei looked at the signature that Sumo handed to him and couldn't help but be stunned. Even his father couldn't write such amazing hard pen calligraphy, right? This. Zhuang Lei raised his head and looked at Sumo in front of him, the admiration in his eyes becoming even stronger. Who would have thought that Sumo was actually a calligrapher? That is so awesome.
After Sumo handed the paper and pen to Zhuang Lei, he was about to help pass the ball, but as soon as he raised his foot, he was stopped by Zhuang Lei again.
What happened again?
Big brother, can you sign my shirt? Zhuang Lei noticed Sumo's speechlessness and immediately scratched his head in embarrassment, saying, "Master, your handwriting is really amazing, better than my dad's."
Sumo. We are in a competition now, why are we talking about calligraphy? This is going too far off topic. However, since they said so, what else could Sumo do? He could only sign his name on Zhuang Lei's jersey. After signing, Sumo joked, "Can I go play basketball now?" This. Zhuang Lei glanced at the intense game not far away and felt a little nervous. He felt that the current situation was fine. He carried out Wang Tian's arrangement perfectly, and he could also chat with his idol up close. If possible, he really wanted to continue like this until the end of the game. However, Zhuang Lei also knew that this was simply impossible. Big brother, my mission today is to defend you. It's so hard for me to do it. In desperation, Zhuang Lei had to resort to a self-torture tactic. He was really worried that if the game really started later, Sumo would get bumped into something. Don't worry, just treat me as an ordinary person. Sumo couldn't help but smile. He certainly understood Zhuang Lei's difficulties. My ball skills are still very good. If you don't take it seriously, you will lose today. When Zhuang Lei heard Sumo say this, his eyes suddenly lit up. Can the idol also play basketball? Do you really have to be so omnipotent? How are ordinary people like them supposed to live? Then wait a moment, you must be careful about your own safety. When Sumo heard what Zhuang Lei said, he made an okay gesture and joined the game directly. Zhuang Lei had no choice but to bite the bullet and defend Sumo. At this time, the audience seats were filled with students from Ching Hua University. When they saw Sumo joining the competition, they instantly became excited. What do you think of Sumo's ball skills? He's such a good student and so handsome, so it's impossible that he can also play basketball well, right? Wow, I thought Sumo would be held back by that Nankai University student and wouldn't be able to get out of this situation. Sumo is the spokesperson for miracles. I think it's normal for anything to happen to him. Sumo, come on. At this time, all the audience were curious about how good Sumo's basketball skills were. Of course, most people still think that Sumo's ball skills are not very good. After all, a top student like him should focus on studying, otherwise, he would not be able to achieve such amazing results at this age. After all, human energy is limited and it is impossible to be proficient in everything. Chapter 80, Long Distance Shooting. At this time, the situation on the field was quite unfavorable for Ching Hua University. At the moment when Sumo was stopped by Zhuang Lei, the score had reached 8-15, and Nanjing University was already leading Ching Hua University by nearly half a point. In the field, Zhao Tian had the ball, but he was completely cornered by the defense of Wang Tian and another player from Nanjing University. At this moment, Zhao Tian saw Sumo running not far away. Helplessly, he could only pass the ball to Sumo. Boss, go on. Zhao Tian swung the basketball with great force and it flew towards Sumo at a rapid speed. Seeing this scene, the students in the audience couldn't help but feel their hearts ached. So hard? What would happen if it hit Sumo? You know, in everyone's mind, Sumo is just a weak academic master. Li Kiki on the sidelines saw the scene, covered her mouth and exclaimed. With such a powerful pass, people with average skills would not be able to catch it. Boom. Facing the ball passed by Zhao Tian, Sumo calmly stretched out a hand and caught the basketball very easily. When Wang Tian saw Sumo holding the ball, he was about to defend, but Sumo calmly stretched out his hand to him. This action made Wang Tian stunned. What is this for? Aren't you going to defend yourself? However, Sumo's next move stunned Wang Tian, and the Ching Hua University students in the audience couldn't help but gasp. Sumo was seen standing at the midfield line, jumping up from the spot and shooting backwards. Sumo's action made everyone's eyelids twitch. Are you serious? Midfield line? Do you think you are Curry of NBA? Swish.
The sound of a goal going into the net was heard, and the entire basketball club fell into silence.
Everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. That ball just now seemed to have gone in?
Everyone thought they were dazzled and rubbed their eyes.
How could that ball just now have gone in? I must be dazzled. Right. It must be like this.
However, after seeing everyone having the same reaction, suddenly, a crazy idea arose in everyone's mind.
No way, did he really get in? 10 seconds later, the entire basketball club was in an uproar. Oh my god, what just happened? Oh my god, this is fake, right? Am I the only one who saw that goal go in? Fuck, this can even get in? Sumo is so handsome, no, I love him to death.
Many girls had peach blossoms in their eyes and were almost drooling. Their infatuated looks made many boys feel jealous.
If this goes on, how can they find girlfriends?
Even Lee Kiki, who was outside the field, was shocked and her eyes widened. Looking at Sumo standing in the field, a hint of determination emerged in her beautiful eyes.
I'll take this treasure boy. Zhao Tian's reaction was even more direct. He ran to Sumo and gave him a bear hug, his face full of excitement. Oh my god, boss, you are so awesome. Although Zhao Tian knew that Sumo could play basketball, he never expected that Sumo would give him such a big surprise. That SA shot from the midfield line. It can't be explained by luck. Keep calm, it's just basic operation. When Sumo saw Zhao Tian's excitement, he couldn't help but pretend to be cool.
Zhao Dong and 2 other players from Ching Hua University also ran over and looked at Sumo in shock.
None of them had expected that Sumo was so powerful. Originally in their minds, Sumo was just here to make up the numbers. No one had any hope for Sumo.
After all, this was a basketball competition, not a study competition.
However, Sumo gave them such a surprise. Is this the gap between them and the top students? The game continues.
This time, South University was smart and directly sent 2 people to defend Sumo.
It was because Sumo's performance just now was so shocking to them. But, for Sumo, are more people useful? Useless. Because Sumo doesn't dribble the ball at all. He can just shoot from where he receives the ball. Boss, give it to me. After the kickoff, Zhao Tian found that Sumo was blocked by 2 opponents. He yelled at Sumo, signaling Sumo to pass the ball to him. However, Sumo's next move made him dumbfounded. Sumo had no intention of passing the ball to Zhao Tian at all. He simply took a step back and made another shot from the spot. This action stunned everyone in the basketball club. Can this be cast? No way. This is too far from the basket.
You know, Sumo is now standing on the 3-point line of Nanjing University's half-court, not on the 3-point line of Ching Hua University.
Is this going to break a record? There were exclamations from the audience. Oh my god, is it that exaggerated? Isn't this a bit too confident? This spans across half of the basketball court. Oh my god, if this ball goes in, I'll be so impressed. You dare to shoot a basketball? Are you kidding me?
At this moment, everyone's eyes were on the basketball in the air.
Can I come in? Able.
The basketball drew a perfect parabola in the air, and with a swish, it hit the net. In the entire basketball club, it was as if a major earthquake had occurred, and everyone stood up in shock.
Oh my god, so handsome, is this still the top student Sumo that I met? You can get in here? Did you take medicine? This is too strong. Ah, it would be great if Sumo was my boyfriend.
A girl was looking at Sumo infatuatedly, but a close friend of hers immediately poured a bucket of cold water on her.
The premise is that you are more beautiful than Yenjoshi. Otherwise, can you be worthy of Sumo? This is really a good girlfriend. More beautiful than Yenjoshi? How is that possible? There are so many beautiful women in the entertainment industry, right? However, even in the entertainment industry, there is no girl more beautiful than Yenjoshi. What's more, Yenjoshi is only 18 years old now. If she waits a few more years, she will probably be even more beautiful than she is now.
When the girl heard what her best friend said, she rolled her eyes helplessly. The NDU players on the field were petrified.
How can we fight this? Can this even come in?
There's no way to fight this. Zhuanlei looked at Suemo, who was surrounded by Ching Hua players not far away, with disbelief in his eyes.
Only now did he understand what Suemo meant by that. This kind of ball skills, is it okay?
This.
Zhuanlei, how did you defend yourself?
Outside the field, Li Kiki looked at Suemo with strange eyes.
Wang Tian saw all of this. Helplessly, she could only vent her anger on Zhuanlei.
However, Zhuanlei is not Wang Tian's relative, so naturally he will not indulge Wang Tian.
After hearing Wang Tian's words, Zhuanlei snorted coldly and said, "If you have the ability, come by yourself. How dare you contradict me?" Wang Tian didn't expect Zhuanlei to contradict him at this time. He looked at Zhuanlei angrily and shouted, "Don't you want to stay in the basketball club? If you don't want to stay, then don't stay. Do you think I care?" Facing Wang Tian's threat, Zhuanlei smiled nonchalantly. He had seen clearly what kind of person Wang Tian was. The basketball club would be finished sooner or later under his leadership. When the other 3 NDU players saw this situation, they were all shocked and started to try to persuade them. We are in a competition now. Isn't this just making a fool of yourself? Chapter 81, A Crushing Victory. What's more, this is Ching Hua University.
Nanjing University and Ching Hua University have been fighting openly and secretly for so many years, resulting in the fact that students of the 2 institutions now dislike each other very much. Otherwise, why did they come to Ching Hua University this time? It is just to deal a severe blow to the momentum of Ching Hua University. Recently, due to Sumo's rise, Ching Hua University students now act arrogant when they see Nanjing University students. This made the students of Nanjing University very unhappy. At this time, Wang Tian's face became very ugly, and he was in a dilemma. Say something soft? That's not his style. But if he doesn't do this, looking at the situation, Zhuanlei should withdraw from the competition directly. If this matter were to get back to Nanjing University, Wang Tian would become a laughingstock. Who doesn't know that this match with Ching Hua University was initiated by him, the president of the basketball club? But when it came to the game, he couldn't even control his own players. How embarrassing. I was too impatient just now. Zhuanlei, please don't mind me. We still have to finish this game. We can't let the people from Ching Hua University laugh at our Nanjing University. When you live under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. When Zhuanlei heard what Wang Tian said, he snorted coldly and said nothing more. After all, he is a student of Nanjing University, and he should put the overall situation first at this time. Even if we lose, we have to finish the game. Okay, let's continue the game. The players of Nanjing University all breathed a sigh of relief when they heard Zhuanlei's words. Several people looked at each other and shouted loudly, "Come on!" The following game can be called Sumo's personal show. As soon as the players from Ching Hua University got the ball, they would pass it to Suemo as soon as possible. Suemo did not disappoint them. He shot the ball directly on the spot as soon as he received the ball. As for the location, Suemo didn't know what that was. For him, it doesn't matter what position he is in. Swish! Swish! Every time Suemo scored a goal, Ching Hua University students in the audience would cheer. The members of Nanda are in despair. How to fight this? How can it be so accurate? This is unscientific. Since it was not an official match, there was no first half or second half. There was only 1 hour, from start to finish. Swish! In the last 2 seconds, Suemo shot again and the ball went into the net. The students in the audience seats cheered loudly. Today's game almost became Sumo's exhibition match. No one expected that Sumo's basketball skills would be so abnormal. Is this a move towards becoming an all-round academic master? Can we leave some chance for these ordinary students to survive? The final result of the game is beyond doubt. Ching Hua University 143:56 Nanjing University. As soon as you look at the scores of both sides, you can tell that this is a crushing game. The game is over. The players of Nanjing University were as dejected as eggplants hit by frost. This game was a huge blow to them. Nanjing University and Ching Hua University are old rivals, and they have won in most of the competitions. Ching Hua University rarely wins, let alone wins them in such a crushing manner. The reason for this result is Suemo.
As for Sumo, except Wang Tian, the other players from Nanjing University were quite impressed. Not only is he a top student, he can also beat them in basketball. They can only look up to such people. As soon as Sumo and Zhao Tian walked to the rest area, they were stopped by Li Kiki. "Senior, I'm sorry." Sumo was polite. After all, Li Kiki was the leader of the Nanjing University team this time. Losing the game would not be a good thing for her. Li Kiki didn't care about the result of the competition. At this moment, the only thing in her eyes was the boy in front of her. She stared at Sumo, her pretty face couldn't help but blush, and she opened her red lips slightly. "Sumo, can I add you on WeChat?" Li Kiki's current appearance, coupled with her words, is really easy to be misunderstood. After all, when a beautiful woman with a score of 90 takes the initiative to ask a boy for his contact information, her intention is obvious. Seeing this scene, Zhao Tian couldn't help but curl his lips. While he was admiring Sumo's charm, he also felt a little distressed. Should I tell Zhao Linger about this? With so many people watching, it's impossible to hide it. But if I tell her, with Zhao Linger's personality, she will tell Yin Joshi right away. In this case, it would be like he sold out Sumo, which would make him seem unbrotherly. So, Zhao Tian is in agony right now. Of course. Sumo wanted to refuse, but he was not stupid and could naturally sense that something was wrong with Li Kiki. But the key is that there is Zhao Tian beside him. In order to protect Li Kiki's self-esteem, Sumo said something against his will. Anyway, it's not a big deal, just adding WeChat. At worst, he just talked to Li Kiki. It's wonderful to imagine. After the two added each other on WeChat and chatted for a few sentences, Sumo said goodbye. He waved to the audience and left in a graceful manner amid everyone's admiring gazes. In dormitory 403. "Boss, tell me the truth, are you having an affair with that beautiful senior from Nanjing University?" As soon as Sumo came out of the shower, Zhao Tian pressed him down on the stool beside his bed. As soon as these words were spoken, Wang Yi and Zhang Xiaochuan, who were playing games, put down their phones and gathered over immediately. It seems like there is some melon to eat? And it was gossip about Sumo. How could they miss such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? Brother Tian, what's going on with the boss? Ever since knowing Zhao Tian's identity, Wang Yi and Zhang Xiaochuan directly called Zhao Tian Brother Tian. There's nothing I can do, he's the young master of Kapingxuan. If you build a good relationship, won't you be able to live a comfortable life in the future? Wang Yi and Zhang Xiaochuan's attention was focused on Sumo. The beautiful senior from Nanjing University? What is going on? The gossiping hearts of these two people are simply burning. If boys start gossiping, girls will have nothing to do. This is absolutely true. Sumo's mouth twitched, and he scolded with a smile. "What are you thinking? I already have a girlfriend, and that senior schoolmate and I are just ordinary friends." Ordinary friends? Zhao Tian chuckled and said, "It's not that simple, is it? Today in the basketball club, that senior wanted to throw herself into your arms, and you told me they were just ordinary friends? Don't talk nonsense. I only met her once during the enrollment period." Sumo blared at Zhao Tian. "Boss, don't disbelieve me. That senior girl must be interested in you." "With my keen eyes that have seen countless girls, I will definitely not be wrong," Zhao Tian said confidently. "Have you seen countless women?" Sumo narrowed his eyes and said calmly, "Do you want me to have a chat with Linger?" "No, I was wrong, boss." Zhao Tian's face suddenly turned bitter. If Zhao Linger heard this, wouldn't it be the end of her? So, it's better to give in quickly. "Boss, I have something else to say." Zhao Tian looked as if he wanted to say something but hesitated, which made Sumo's eyebrows jump. "If you have something to say, just say it. That senior from Nanyang University is very beautiful. If I could throw myself into her arms, I would be so beautiful." Zhao Tian looked at Sumo and said seriously, "Boss, can you really control yourself? I have to say, this is indeed true. Li Kiki is a top beauty in terms of height, appearance, and temperament. If a girl like this pursues a boy, which boy can resist?" Zhao Tian's words made Wang Yi and Zhang Xiaochuan even more curious. How beautiful is this senior schoolmate? Sumo looked at Zhao Tian calmly and said lightly, "Isn't Xiaoxi pretty?" Chapter 82 403 Scream. Isn't Xiaoxi pretty? This light sentence left Zhao Tian speechless. Although Li Kiki is indeed beautiful, it depends on who you compare her with.
If compared with Yen Joshi, Lee Kiki is still a little bit inferior.
Boss, that's not what I meant.
Of course that senior girl can't compare to the school beauty Yen.
Zhao Tian smiled awkwardly.
Wang Yi and Zhang Xiaochuan listened for a long time before they figured out what had happened.
Brother Tian, is that beautiful senior you mentioned very pretty? Wang Yi's face was full of questions. He was still very curious about the existence of beautiful women. Pretty, almost as pretty as Ran. Don't you think she's pretty?
Looking at Wang Yi with a stupid face, Zhao Tian glared at him unhappily. This guy's mind, probably, apart from eating and playing games, only thinks about beautiful women.
Oh my god, you can do it, boss.
When Wang Yi heard Zhao Tian say that the senior schoolmate was a beauty on the same level as Ran, his eyes lit up immediately.
If you can, boss, you can have the best of both worlds.
Wang Yi winked at Su Mo with a frivolous smile on his face, which made Su Mo laugh out of anger.
What's going on in this guy's head all day? Boom. Su Mo mercilessly slapped Wang Yi.
Wang Yi immediately held his head and screamed.
Boss, I was just joking. Why are you so cruel?
Wang Yi was in so much pain that tears were about to fall.
Su Mo had not held back at all just now. Ha ha.
When Zhao Tian and Zhang Xiaochuan saw Wang Yi's look, their brows jumped at first, and then they began to gloat over his misfortune.
You deserve it. How dare you make such a joke? Just asking for a fight. This is a lesson for you to be outspoken. Don't say such things in the future. Otherwise, I will beat you every time I hear you. Do you understand? Su Mo saw Wang Yi's miserable appearance and couldn't help but glare at him. Some jokes cannot be made, just like what Wang Yi did just now.
Yen Joshi is the goddess in Sumo's heart, his designated wife. Apart from Yen Joshi, there is really no room for any other girl in Sumo's heart.
In Sumo's cognition, love is the only thing.
To those boys who fall in love with several girls at the same time, Sumo only wants to say one thing: scumbag.
In the afternoon, Yen Joshi took the initiative to call Sumo and asked him to go to the cafeteria for dinner together.
After finishing their meal, the two went to the lawn next to the football field, which could be said to be their exclusive date place. The evening breeze gently blew the beautiful woman's hair, just like a scene in a dream.
Xiaomo, I heard that you met Senior Lee Kiki today?
Yen Joshi's little head rested on Sumo's shoulder. This matter was told to her by Zhao Linger.
As for how Zhao Linger knew? No need to guess, it must be Zhao Tian who told her.
When Yen Joshi learned about this, she had no worries at first, but after Zhao Linger's long speech, her thoughts changed a little.
Yes. After all, a boy as outstanding as Sumo will definitely be liked by many girls. Besides, Sumo is still young. If he is really deceived by someone, what should he do?
That's why Yen Joshi mustered up the courage to ask this question. In fact, she was extremely nervous now.
She was worried that asking this question would make Sumo unhappy. You know everything?
When Sumo heard Yen Joshi's words, he said nonchalantly, I was just about to tell you about this. Today the basketball club had a game with Nanjing University, but suddenly one of the players fell ill, so Zhao Tian pulled me in as a substitute. Who would have thought that by such a coincidence, the leader of the Nanjing University team this time is the Nanjing University senior we met during the last enrollment?
After hearing Sumo's words, Yen Joshi couldn't help but mutter in her heart, is it really such a coincidence?
As a girl, Yen Joshi naturally understands girls. She always feels that this is a bit too coincidental.
The most important thing is, isn't Lee Kiki the president of the student union? Why would she be the team leader in a basketball game? When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong.
However, everything has passed, and Sumo has no intention of hiding anything from her, which makes Yen Joshi very happy.
While I am happy, I also feel a little guilty. The most important thing between lovers is trust. But Xiaoxi, are you jealous? Sumo's words made Yen Joshi, who was daydreaming, blush. No, I'm not jealous.
Yen Joshi covered her pretty face and protested in a low voice.
Sumo laughed at Yen Joshi's reaction. This girl is really cute.
After a long while, Yen Joshi dared to raise her head, but there was still a hint of blush on her pretty face.
Xiaoxi, have some faith in me. Having you is enough for me.
Holding Yen Joshi's shoulders with both hands, Sumo looked at her very seriously, his deep eyes full of affection.
I'm sorry, Xioma, it's me. Okay.
Before Yin Joshi finished speaking, she was interrupted by Sumo. Between us, there is no need to say sorry, no matter when.
The first thing Sumo did when he returned to the dormitory was to talk to Zhao Tian about life.
Regarding this matter of Li Kiki, it was definitely Zhao Tian who leaked the information, otherwise, Yin Joshi would never have known it so quickly. Although Sumo was not afraid of Yin Joshi knowing it, he strongly disagreed with Zhao Tian's approach.
2 words: traitor. As for the fate of the traitor, he. Boss, I really didn't mean it, ah? Sumo pressed Zhao Tian onto the bed, turned his head and looked at Wang Yi and Zhang Xiaochuan, who were both in a daze, smiled and said, "You two, do you want to beat up the young master of Kapingchuan?" Wang Yi. Zhang Xiaochuan. Do you want to? Of course I do. Zhao Tian is the young master of Kapingchuan. If he could beat up such a person, it would be so satisfying just thinking about it. Although the two didn't know what was going on, who cares? Let us satisfy our craving first.
The two looked at each other, and without any hesitation, they joined Sumo's camp.
Ah!
In the entire dormitory 403, the only sounds left were Zhao Tian's screams.
The students passing by the door of 403 couldn't help shuddering when they heard such miserable cries and left quickly. This cry is so scary. Half an hour later. Zhao Tian seemed to be doxed.
He looked at Sumo resentfully, tears of grievance almost flowing down.
Boss, I'm doing this for your own good. Cut. Sumo didn't believe what Zhao Tian said at all.
Wang Yi and Zhang Xiaochuan, who were standing aside, were still excited.
They actually beat up the young master of Kapingchuan? Damn, that feels so good. Chapter 83, Gilded First Class Writer's Medal. In the next few days, Sumo resumed his normal student life, sleeping in and making dates with Yin Joshi. His little life was so wonderful. As for classes? Forget it. Sumo doesn't want to be watched like a giant panda.
The weather in the imperial capital in September is still very hot.
At 1:30 in the afternoon, Sumo came to the principal's office under the scorching sun.
Sumo was taking a nap when Li Runhui suddenly called him and said he had something urgent to discuss with him.
Knock knock. Come in. Sumo pushed the door open and walked in.
As soon as he entered, he saw his teacher Chen Daoming, Li Runhui, and an unfamiliar old man.
Sumo, come here quickly.
As soon as Li Runhui saw Sumo coming in, he quickly waved at him and introduced him. This is Li Guangwei, the vice president of the School of Literature. He is a 4th-level writer. After Sumo came over, when he heard Li Runhui's words, he hurriedly greeted him politely.
Hello, Dean Li, I'm Sumo. In fact, after Sumo knew Li Guangwei's identity, he roughly guessed what was going on, and Li Guangwei's next words further confirmed his guess.
When Li Guangwei saw Sumo, his face was full of smiles. He looked at Sumo and said, "The main reason I came to Ching Hua today is to tell you that I and several vice deans have read your college entrance examination essay, and it is indeed very well written. So we discussed it and decided to promote you to the first-class writer.
At the same time, we will award you the first-class writer's medal." When Sumo heard Li Guangwei's words, he quickly thanked him. A 4th-level writer, this is a big-shot level existence.
The boss came specially to present him with the medal, which was a great honor for him. When seeing this scene, Li Runhui's face was full of smiles. He never thought that he could find a talented student like Sumo among the freshmen this year.
What a pleasant surprise! A student who just turned 18 actually became a first-class mathematician and a first-class writer at the same time? This is really horrible.
If this matter were to be made public, Ching Hua University's influence in the country would surely be further enhanced.
It can be said that Sumo is the signature of Ching Hua University.
Even Li Runhui, who is usually very strict, could not find any fault with such an outstanding student.
He was simply satisfied and even a little proud. That's right, pride. Li Guangwei did not stay here for long. After presenting the medal to Sumo, he said a few words of encouragement and then said goodbye. At this moment, Sumo's eyes were all on the medal in his hand. He was surprised to find that this first-class writer medal was gold-plated. This was too luxurious. The last first-class mathematician medal was just made of metal. The level was instantly separated. The Faculty of Arts really is rich. After hearing Sumo's words, Chen Daoming and Li Runhui couldn't help laughing. You're right about that.
Those old guys in the Faculty of Arts are richer than each other.
Chen Daoming was very clear about all this.
The Xia Kingdom had always attached great importance to literature, so the support was quite strong. Besides, it was easy for writers to make money. Just by publishing a work, they could receive a lot of money in copyright fees. On the other hand, it is different for mathematicians.
Although Ching Hua's support for the School of Mathematics is considerable, mathematicians have almost no extra income unless they can solve some difficult problems and receive some bounty. However, how can difficult problems be solved so easily? There is no shortage of geniuses in the world. The reason why a difficult problem is called a difficult problem is that even geniuses are helpless in solving it, let alone people with average talent. Therefore, most mathematicians can only honestly receive salaries from the government. Yes, otherwise, why would there be so many writers in our Xia country? As a writer, Li Renhui couldn't help but sigh. He knew all the ins and outs of this. At the beginning, it was under the influence of his parents that he chose the path of developing literature in order to have a guarantee in the future. At present, there are nearly 1,000 writers in Xia country who have been rated, and there are 7 or 8 4th-level writers, and 1 5th-level writer. It can be said that 100 flowers are blooming. But the situation of mathematicians is very bleak. Currently, there are only about 200 mathematicians who have been rated, and there are only 2 mathematicians at level 4, one is Chen Daoming, and the other is He Guangwen, the dean of the School of Mathematics. The main reason for this situation is that mathematicians have too little money. Except for those who particularly like mathematics, basically no one would choose this path. When making a choice, many people almost always choose to develop in the field of literature. After all, the income of a first-level writer is comparable to that of a fourth-level mathematician. Who wouldn't be able to answer such an obvious multiple-choice question? Chen Daoming and Li Renhui sighed, and then turned their attention to Su Mo. Now Su Mo has become both a first-class writer and a first-class mathematician at the same time, which is unprecedented in the history of Xia country. You know, the most popular saying in Xia country is, it is better to be specialized than to be broad, and it is better to be meticulous than to be specialized. This shows how important it is to be proficient in one thing. Besides, whether you are a writer or a mathematician, it is very difficult to get rated. Some people even spend their entire lives and still cannot pass the rating threshold. Human energy is limited. If you learn this and then that, the final result is likely to be that you achieve nothing. In the history of the Xia dynasty, many geniuses have tried, but no one has been able to be both a writer and a mathematician. But today, an 18-year-old student accomplished this feat. 18 years old. This is the very beginning stage of a person's life. However, Su Mo has accomplished what others cannot do in their entire lives. Apart from being a genius, Chen Daoming and Li Renhui really don't know how to evaluate Su Mo. Genius. No. Su Mo is a genius among geniuses. For becoming a first-class writer, the school will give you corresponding rewards. Keep up the hard work. Li Renhui had never been so satisfied with a student before. Su Mo's actions had already exceeded what a student could achieve. Thank you, principal. When Su Mo heard what Li Renhui said, he smiled faintly. He didn't care much about the reward. The 16 million bonus he received last time was enough. However, since Li Renhui said so, Su Mo would not refuse anymore. I will have someone announce this news on the school's official website. We will also have to do some interviews, so please prepare. Principal, it doesn't matter if it's announced. In response to Li Renhui's words, Su Mo said in great embarrassment, however, let's skip this interview. Chapter 84 is trending again. When Li Renhui heard Su Mo say this, he had to give up the idea. He remembered the Weibo update about Su Mo some time ago. Yes. Others who came to give money were turned away, which shows that Su Mo still cares a lot about these things. In this case, Li Renhui would not force it, because Su Mo was his treasure at Ching Hua University. After Su Mo returned to the dormitory, he lay on the bed alone, took out his mobile phone, opened his Weibo, and secretly added a label behind the certification first-class writer. The number of Sumo's Weibo fans has reached a bottleneck, growing at a rate of less than 10,000 per day, which is normal. With nothing to do, Su Mo flipped through the message board and immediately saw the densely packed messages. Out of boredom, he started reading them. A little pig, Master Su Mo, this year's Brain King competition is about to begin, do you want to participate? Dirty Super Cute 123, yeah, I really hope to see you on the Brain King contest. I am serious about fighting fakes, I am your loyal fan and hope to be turned over. The most beautiful girl in the universe, Su Mo, can you be my boyfriend? I really like you. Yesterday alone, there were tens of thousands of messages. There were all kinds of weird messages, some of which even made Suemo laugh. The message with the most likes was the one from the little pig. Suemo smiled when he saw this. He also knew about the variety show Brain King competition. It was a program that tested brain power. It was very popular since the beginning of its broadcast. It could be said to be a phenomenal variety show at the moment. Most of the contestants in the show are elites from prestigious universities. When Suemo was still a poor student, he had watched a few episodes. It was indeed a very interesting show. But ever since Suemo obtained the system, he has not paid attention to this show, because the performances of the contestants in the show shocked everyone, but to him, they were just like children playing house. With Sumo's current strength, if he really participated in any Brain King competition, it would be nothing more than bullying. Besides, Suemo is already very popular now, so he decided to keep a low profile for a while, otherwise he would be afraid to go out. He had this idea since Suemo was recognized even when he was wearing a mask some time ago. I don't even dare to go out all day long. How can this be possible? As he was thinking, Suemo slowly fell asleep on the bed, but during the time he was asleep, the internet was in an uproar. It turned out that shortly after Suemo fell asleep, a post was made on Ching Hua University's official Weibo account. Our student Suemo has been officially rated as a first-class writer by the Faculty of Arts, and the medal has been awarded. Our school is very happy about Sumo's achievement. At the age of 18, Suemo has obtained the status of both a first-class mathematician and a first-class writer. He is the first person in the history of our country to achieve this. Our school is also very happy that a genius like Suemo has emerged in our school. We hope that he will go further in academic research in the future. Come on! As soon as this update was published, it was quickly reposted, especially by Sumo's fans. After seeing this update, the popularity increased at a terrifying rate. In less than an hour, it had already been ranked third on the hot search list. In the girls' dormitory, Ma Lily, who was browsing her phone, also exclaimed after seeing this update. Something big has happened. Look at my Weibo account. Suemo has become a first-class writer. He has even become a trending topic on Weibo. When the other three heard what Ma Lily said, they quickly took out their phones to look at it. When they saw the news that had risen to the second place on the hot search list, they couldn't help but show a hint of shock on their pretty faces. Yen Joshi, this Shoma is really something. He didn't even tell me about such a big thing. If Lily hadn't reminded me, I wouldn't have known about it. Zhao Linger, Xiaoxi, stop complaining and just be happy. If I had a boyfriend like this, I would probably wake up laughing in my dreams. If you're willing, how about we change boyfriends? Zhao Linger's words instantly earned her a roll of the eyes from Yen Joshi, and even Ma Lily and Enran couldn't help but give her the middle finger. This girl is always thinking about Suemo, which really makes them at a loss for words. After Enran read the message, her pretty face was filled with shock. Suemo was so outstanding, so dazzling that people dared not look directly at him. Her heart began to beat again. Although she knew that Suemo was already together with Yen Joshi, Enran just couldn't control her heart. As long as there was something about Suemo, she would read it as soon as possible. Enran glanced at Yen Joshi and couldn't help feeling bitter in her heart. No matter which aspect she compared to Yen Joshi, she seemed to have no advantage. Even her appearance, which she had always been most confident in, was far behind Yen Joshi. What's more, Enran and Yen Joshi are good friends. With her pride, she wouldn't compete with others for a boyfriend, but her eyes are always involuntarily attracted to Suemo, and she can't control it at all. Suemo is really amazing, Xiaoxi, just be content. In order to hide her strangeness, Enran couldn't help but start to tease Yen Joshi, if you don't like it, let me do it. You may not know how popular your boyfriend is. I don't know how many girls are eyeing Suemo. Xiaoran, if you keep teasing me like this, I will ignore you. Hearing this, Yen Joshi's pretty face turned red. Even Enran, who was always cold and aloof, started to tease her. Even Ma Lily and Zhao Linger were surprised. However, the two did not think much about it. After all, what Enran said was indeed true. By the way, do you know about the Brain King contest? Ma Lily suddenly said that she didn't watch TV very often, so this was the first time she had heard of the variety show Brain King competition. Just now she saw many people leaving messages on Sumo's Weibo, asking him to participate in the Brain King competition, which made her a little confused. Of course I know. When Yen Joshi heard what Ma Lily said, she answered without hesitation that she had always liked this variety show and had been following it since high school.
Yen Joshi had already planned that when she goes to college, she must participate in the Brain King competition.
Regardless of whether she will be selected or not, it will be a very important experience for her. Chapter 85, invited personally by the program team? Lily, you don't even know about the Brain King contest?
And Ran was also surprised when she heard what Ma Lily said.
Even she, who didn't watch TV, knew about this variety show. How could Ma Lily not know about it?
Yen Joshi and Zhao Linger also looked at Ma Lily in disbelief, as if they had just met her for the first day. Ma Lily felt a little embarrassed and could only explain helplessly.
I basically never watched TV before. I was basically studying all the time.
Ma Lily's words represent the high school experiences of many Ching Hua University students. After all, there are only a few geniuses in the world, and most of them are ordinary people. The reason why they were able to be admitted to Ching Hua University, the top-ranked university in China, is because they put in unbelievable efforts.
As long as you work hard, you will definitely get something in return. The other three people in the dormitory were also silent for a moment after hearing what Ma Lily said.
The three of them did not have such an experience, but they could also imagine how much effort Ma Lily had put in to finally be admitted to Ching Hua University. For a moment, they all felt a little sorry for this fat girl. Brain King competition is a variety show that competes in brain power.
It's very interesting to watch. Lily, you can take a look.
Yen Joshi also smiled at Ma Lily and explained to her.
In fact, there are many people like Ma Lily.
They have reached where they are today through their own efforts. She admires such people from the bottom of her heart.
Self-discipline is a very difficult thing to achieve.
After all, today's society is colorful and there are too many things to attract young people.
There are really few people who can be as self-disciplined as Ma Lily. Look at the comments on Sumo's Weibo.
Many people hope that he will participate in this year's Brain King competition.
I don't know if he will participate. As soon as Ma Lily said this, everyone in the dormitory instantly looked at Yen Joshi.
After all, she was Sumo's girlfriend and should know some inside information.
Why are you all looking at me?
Yen Joshi felt the gazes of the three women and gave a helpless smile. She really wanted Sumo to participate, but if Sumo really didn't like it, she would not force him.
Xiaoxi, you are Sumo's girlfriend, how could you not know whether he will attend or not?
Zhao Linger looked at Yen Joshi with a teasing tone and said that they all hoped that Sumo would participate in the Brain King competition to see how big the gap was between themselves and a genius like Sumo. And Ran and Ma Lily nodded at the same time in response to Zhao Linger's words. If there was anyone who knew whether Sumo would participate in the Brain King competition, it must be Yen Joshi.
I really don't know.
Yen Joshi looked at the three girls helplessly and shrugged. She raised her little mouth and said, "Personally, I will definitely participate in this year's Brain King competition.
This is something I decided when I was in high school, but I really don't know whether Sumo will go or not."
When the three heard Yen Joshi say this, they stopped asking questions.
After all, she had made it so clear. Weibo was also in an uproar because of this incident.
More and more people left messages on Sumo's Weibo, and the meaning was basically the same. They all hoped that he could participate in this year's Brain King competition. After all, the person recognized as the #1 genius in Xia country now is Sumo, formerly known as Lu Wanyu. But Lu Wanyu would never participate in this kind of variety show, so everyone's attention naturally fell on Sumo.
Who made Sumo have so many halos? Top scorer in the college entrance examination with full marks. First-class mathematician.
A first-class writer. Any one of these three achievements is something that ordinary people cannot achieve in their lifetime.
But Sumo is only 18 years old.
You have to know that those who can participate in the Brain King competition are all elites from major prestigious universities. Everyone wants to see whether Sumo can stand out among so many elites and defend his title as the #1 genius in Xia country. That's right, now Sumo's fans have praised him very highly, and he is the #1 genius in Xia country.
Many geniuses in universities were very dissatisfied with this. Although Sumo had a lot of halos, they thought they were no worse than anyone else, so they naturally couldn't get used to hearing this title. As the incident developed, this news directly became the #1 hot search on Weibo within 3 hours, and more people participated in the discussion. In the end, even the Brain King competition column personally invited Sumo on the official website. As soon as this news was released, it was like a bomb that directly detonated all netizens. After a few minutes, the number of comments exceeded 10,000. Master Sumo, see, now even the program team has come to invite you personally.
If you don't participate, it would be a bit unreasonable.
Oh my god, Suemo should be the first contestant personally invited by the Brain King competition team, right? I don't think Suemo will necessarily participate in such variety shows.
He is already successful and famous now.
If he performs well, everyone thinks it is his due. If he doesn't perform well, there will inevitably be some people who will criticize him. So for such things, I don't want everyone to lead the rhythm.
I don't agree with what the above person said at all.
My Suemo was so amazing, how could he not perform well?
That's true, but I still want to see what's so great about the so-called number one genius of Xia country.
My Suemo is the best. It's just a little bit of false reputation. Do you really think he is the only genius in Xia country? How ridiculous.
Most of Sumo's fans are young, so they tend to speak directly, which can easily offend some people who think they are extraordinary, so there is no shortage of sarcastic remarks on the internet. Zhao Tian and Wang Yi were playing LOL in an internet cafe, but at the critical moment, they were called back by Zhao Linger.
Only then did they know what happened that afternoon and they were shocked. When the two returned to the dormitory, it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
As soon as they entered the door, they saw Suemo sleeping soundly. Zhao Tian and Wang Yi looked at each other, both of them speechless.
Weibo was in an uproar because of Suemo, but this guy was still sleeping here.
What a careless person.
In desperation, Zhao Tian could only wake up Suemo and tell him what happened that afternoon.
Sumo's eyelids twitched when he heard this.
When Suemo opened his phone, the first thing that caught his eye was the 2 messages Yen Joshi had sent him. Xiao, do you know what happened on Weibo?
Xiao, I want to participate in this Brain King competition.
Do you want to come with me? After Suemo saw what Yen Joshi said, he thought about it and made a decision in his heart. Since Xiaoxi wants to go, then I will go. Chapter 86 Brain King Competition, here I come.
Since he had already made the decision, Suemo was not the kind of person who would waste time, so he opened Weibo and posted an update right away. I only realized such a big thing happened after I woke up.
I'm really sorry.
As for everyone's urging me to participate in the Brain King competition, I actually had no intention of participating. But since everyone wants me to participate so much, and even the production team has personally invited me, I'll just respectfully obey.
Brain King battle, here I come.
Everyone was paying attention to this matter, so when Suemo posted this update, it immediately caused a huge earthquake on the internet. Countless netizens left messages under the post, and in less than an hour, the number of likes exceeded 1 million, and there were hundreds of thousands of comments.
Oh my god, Master Suemo actually agreed to participate in this year's Brain King competition? This news gave me a shock. Oh my god, I can finally see Suemo on TV. I'm so excited. My Suemo is the most powerful. Actually, this decision is not very rational.
It is not necessary to attend. Most people were very happy to see Suemo agree to participate in this year's Brain King competition, but there were a few rational fans who felt that this was not a good thing. After all, Sumo's popularity is already so high, and many of the activities in the variety show Brain King competition are not related to brain power, so he does not have any advantage.
The most important thing is that in everyone's eyes, Suemo cannot lose. How could Xia Country's number one genius lose?
Therefore, many people are still worried about Suemo. After all, cyber violence is still very fatal to an 18-year-old student. If Suemo cannot withstand the blow, it will be a loss for Xia Country. Although Xia Country is a populous country with numerous geniuses, this is the first time I have seen a super genius like Suemo. Many third-tier celebrities liked the post, which was considered a way to get some popularity.
Many second-tier celebrities were also jealous and joined in the trend.
At this time, Yen Joshi was sitting alone on the bed, with a trace of worry in her eyes from time to time. It had been 2 hours, and Suemo had not replied to her yet, which made her a little confused.
However, Zhao Linger's exclamation interrupted Yen Joshi's thoughts. Xiaoxi, Suemo replied on Weibo.
Look, he's going to participate in this Brain King competition.
Ma Lily and Zhao Linger had been following Sumo's Weibo.
As soon as they saw the update he posted, Zhao Linger immediately turned around and started yelling at Yen Joshi. Upon hearing this, Yen Joshi quickly picked up her phone and opened Weibo. She immediately saw the update that Suemo had just posted. After reading it, she couldn't help but feel relieved. However, Yen Joshi was really happy that Suemo agreed to participate in this Brain King competition. She was probably the only one who knew how smart Suemo was. Now there are many people on the internet who are deliberately slandering Suemo, saying that he is not worthy of the reputation and is just an exaggerated genius.
When Yen Joshi saw these comments, she was really angry. Sumo had achieved such great success, but there were still people who deliberately discredited him.
So Yen Joshi wanted to let everyone see Sumo's ability, and then everyone would be shocked. When Yen Joshi thought of that scene, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Oh, look, Xiaoxi is so happy that she can't even close her mouth. After seeing Yen Joshi's reaction, Zhao Linger couldn't help but say something to Ma Lily, and the teasing in her words couldn't be more obvious.
Linger, if you do this again, I will ignore you.
Yen Joshi's face turned red after hearing what Zhao Linger said. In that instant of charm, both Zhao Linger and Ma Lily were stunned.
I finally understand, Xiaoxi, why you were able to find a boyfriend like Sumo. Ma Lily nodded in agreement with Zhao Linger's words. Even a girl like her couldn't help but be attracted to Yen Joshi, let alone a boy. Why? Yen Joshi didn't understand what the two meant at all.
Her cute confused look made Zhao Linger and Ma Lily both confused.
Do you have to be so naive? At the same time, in an office of Dadong TV station. As the chief director of the program Brain King Battle, Tang Jian is now worried about advertising sponsorship. As a phenomenal variety show, Brain King Battle naturally had no shortage of sponsorship, but they had already negotiated with Kiki Cosmetics, but the other party was suddenly ordered to cancel the sale of all products due to substandard manufacturing technology. Naturally, he couldn't sponsor the Brain King contest, but Tang Jian had already prepared everything, except for the sponsorship funds from Kiki Cosmetics. It would be strange if he wasn't worried when this happened all of a sudden. Tang Jian has contacted many advertisers in the past 2 days, but they were all scared off by the terrifying sky-high advertising fees. That's right, the price for sponsoring the Brain King competition is 100 million Xia coins. Originally, the Brain King competition was a money-burning variety show, and the props for each competition item were priced sky-high. Otherwise, Tang Jian would not have set the price so high.
But in a short period of time, Tang Jian really couldn't find a suitable advertiser.
After all, not all advertisements were suitable for the Brain King competition, but suitable advertisers couldn't afford so much money. This was what put him in a dilemma.
Director, something big has happened, please check your scarf. At this moment, a man in his 30s suddenly ran into the office. This man was Lu Donghua, the deputy director of Brain King, and Tang Jian's most capable assistant, who had followed Tang Jian for 7 or 8 years.
What the hell is going on? What a fuss! Tang Jian glared at Lu Donghua unhappily.
This guy was usually quite steady, and this was the first time he saw Lu Donghua like this.
Director, you'll know if you look at the scarf.
Lu Donghua was panting heavily. He picked up the water cup on Tang Jian's table and took a big gulp.
He was really exhausted from running all the way.
When Tang Jian heard Lu Donghua say this, he immediately took out his mobile phone and opened Weibo. The first message immediately stunned him.
Sumo. Did he accept our invitation? Tang Jian didn't have any hope for this at all. After all, someone of Sumo's status shouldn't lower himself to participate in a variety show. The reason why Tang Jian posted that Weibo update was just to take advantage of Sumo's traffic. After all, in today's society, traffic is money. But Tang Jian never expected that Sumo would actually accept his invitation.
This was beyond his expectations.
However, this news is really a timely help for Tang Jian. Chapter 87 Walking Traffic Station. Who is Sumo?
He is hailed as the greatest genius in the history of Xia State.
I wonder how much traffic this name alone represents.
In addition, Sumo himself has nearly 18 million fans on Weibo, and with the title of the #1 genius, he is simply a walking traffic station. If such a person could participate in the Brain King competition, then Tang Jian would not have to worry about sponsorship at all. He believed that it would not be long before someone would take the initiative to talk to him about sponsorship. After all, advertisers are smarter than each other, and everyone knows about Sumo's terrifying traffic now. If they knew that Sumo was coming to participate in the Brain King competition, they would probably pounce on him like hungry wolves. As soon as this thought popped up in Tang Jian's mind, the phone on the desk rang. As soon as he answered the phone and heard the first words on the phone, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth.
This Sumo was really a lucky star. After Sumo posted on Weibo, he no longer paid attention to this matter. He got up and washed his face, and as soon as he came out, he saw Wang Yi and Zhao Tian staring at him, which made him very depressed. What are you two doing? Boss, are you really going to participate in that Brain King competition?
Zhao Tian also chuckled when he heard Sumo's words. He was not very optimistic about Sumo. He watched every season of Brain King competition and there were many projects there that had nothing to do with brain power. For example, some memory-related questions require you to memorize a certain amount of information within a specified time, and then recite it verbatim.
What does this have to do with brain power?
It's just that many rated writers cannot meet such abnormal requirements, so Zhao Tian is still very worried about Sumo.
Isn't that nonsense? I've already posted the status, and you're still asking me. Do you want me to break my promise and be scolded by netizens?
Sumo picked up the water cup and said something unhappily, then took a big sip of water and went out. Zhao Tian could only sigh worriedly at Sumo's words.
It was indeed as Sumo said. Now everyone knew that Sumo was going to participate in the Brain King competition.
If he suddenly didn't go, there would probably be a lot of people who would slander him online. Zhao Tian has seen a lot of things like this and naturally knows the pros and cons involved.
Now he can only hope that Sumo will perform well in the Brain King competition. On the lawn of Ching Hua University football field,
Sumo and Yan Joshi sat side by side. Yan Joshi's little head leaned on Sumo's shoulder intimately, and the two of them didn't say anything, just stayed there quietly. After a long while, Yan Joshi raised her head and looked at Sumo. She didn't say anything, just looked at him quietly, which made Sumo feel a little numb.
Girl, don't look at me like that. Do you know how charming you are? Sumo couldn't help but smile bitterly.
Yan Joshi was so beautiful. Even though he had been with Yan Joshi for such a long time, he still couldn't stand being looked at like this by such a delicate little beauty.
You're just a smooth talker.
Yan Joshi glanced at Sumo with a reproachful look, but although she said so, she still felt very sweet in her heart when Sumo praised her like this. Which girl doesn't like to be praised like this by her boyfriend?
Why didn't you reply to my WeChat today? Sumo was immediately confused when Yan Joshi asked him this. How could a woman's mood change so quickly?
I took a nap at noon, but was woken up by the teacher, so I went back to sleep. Yan Joshi was speechless at Sumo's words.
Sumo really treated college as a vacation.
Except for the class of his foreign language teacher Lu Feng, Sumo basically never attended other classes. However, even so, Sumo still managed to get full marks effortlessly in several exams some time ago. Things have come to this, Yan Joshi doesn't know what else to say. 10 days from now, the Brain King competition's official website will start the audition test.
You must do your best then. Don't let it happen that you, the #1 talent in Xia country, can't even pass the audition. That would be a joke.
Yan Joshi couldn't help but remind Sumo otherwise. Based on her understanding of Sumo, she was really worried that Sumo would forget about this matter. Don't worry, I will bring you the Brain King trophy once I make a move.
Sumo smiled slightly at Yan Joshi's words.
Although his words were a bit arrogant, they gave Yan Joshi a feeling that it should be so.
By the way, I have something for you. Sumo suddenly slapped his forehead and remembered something.
He quickly took something out of his pocket and put it in Yan Joshi's little hand. It was the first-class writer's medal that Sumo had just won, shining brightly in Yan Joshi's hand.
This made Sumo sigh that no matter what, the quality of this writer's medal was much higher. Wow, so beautiful.
When Yan Joshi saw the first-class writer's medal in her hand, she couldn't help but exclaimed. Girls all like shiny things, and she is no exception. Especially since this was a gift from Sumo, she held it in both hands like a treasure. When you return to Linhai during the holidays, buy a special display case to store my medals and trophies.
Good.
Under the setting sun, a young couple walked further and further away. In the next few days, Sumo suddenly discovered something very interesting, that is, Zhang Xiaochuan was studying cram school like crazy, which made him a little confused. It was only after Sumo asked Zhao Tian that he found out that Zhang Xiaochuan had failed an exam. When he heard the news, he couldn't help laughing for a long time.
In dormitory 403. Boss, please explain this question to me.
Zhang Xiaochuan flattered Sumo and wanted him to be guided by him. Zhao Tian and Wang Yi in the dormitory looked at him with contempt, but he didn't take it to heart at all. Since Sumo gave him some guidance when he was free yesterday, even though he only said a few short sentences, it suddenly made him suddenly enlightened and he understood many problems that had puzzled him for a long time.
Zhang Xiaochuan is now truly full of admiration for Sumo. No matter what kind of problem Sumo faces, it seems as simple as 1 + 1.
After meeting Sumo, Zhang Xiaochuan finally understood what a top student meant.
Although they are also academic masters in the eyes of ordinary people, they are instantly crushed into trash when compared with Sumo. There is no comparison between the two.
Since he has such resources, Zhang Xiaochuan will naturally make good use of them, so whenever he has any problems that he can't solve, he will ask Suemo for guidance. Chapter 88. If you want to wear the crown, you must first bear its weight. Take a closer look at this sentence. If you don't understand, ask me again. Suemo put down his phone helplessly and pointed to a key point in the question. His method of guidance was not to teach Zhang Xiaochuan how to solve the problem, but to guide him how to find the method to solve the problem, which was the most important thing. Okay. When Zhang Xiaochuan heard Suemo say this, he hurried to review the questions himself. He liked Sumo's guidance like this, and he could always understand a lot of things unexpectedly.
Boss, isn't tomorrow the day for the online auditions for the Brain King contest? Zhao Tian was speechless as he watched Suemo browsing his phone.
Others had already started preparing for the battle long in advance, but Suemo had no intention of doing so at all.
Zhao Tian wondered if Suemo had forgotten about this matter.
When Wang Yi heard what Zhao Tian said, he also looked at Suemo curiously. He knew a sophomore senior who seemed to be participating in this year's Brain King contest. A month ago, he saw that person watching the test questions of the previous Brain King contest online auditions. However, Wang Yi had never seen Suemo mention this matter in the past few days. Apart from sleeping and playing games every day, his life rhythm was exactly the same as theirs. The only difference was that he occasionally went out for a date. However, from beginning to end, no one had ever seen Suemo look up any information related to the Brain King contest.
This was a bit. Several people didn't know whether to say that Suemo was confident or conceited. Hey, it's just an online audition.
When Suemo heard what Zhao Tian said, he waved his hand nonchalantly and said, "It's not a big deal, don't worry."
Forehead. The three of them looked at each other speechlessly.
It seemed that the eunuchs were the ones who were anxious even though the emperor was not.
The real owner is still so calm. What's the point of their being in a hurry? Boss, do you know how many people have signed up online to participate in the Brain King contest this time? Zhao Tian couldn't help but say something. He wanted to let Suemo know the importance of the problem.
In the past 2 days, he had specifically studied the promotion rate of the Brain King online auditions, and it was really terribly low.
Have no idea.
When Suemo heard Zhao Tian ask this, he just shook his head. He had never paid attention to these things, so how would he know these things?
There are more than 270,000 people in total. Suemo didn't know, but Wang Yi knew.
Wang Yi immediately said a terrifying number. When he knew this number, he was also shocked. You have to know that most of the people who have the courage to sign up for the Brain King competition are college students. If someone doesn't have the skills, they won't have the courage to sign up. And among these more than 270,000 people, only 100 can advance.
What kind of divine ratio is this?
To put it simply, one person was selected from 2,700 people.
It couldn't be more cruel.
Many famous geniuses died in the auditions, so they were worried about Suemo. Suemo was a genius, but others were not pushovers either.
Sumo's current attitude really made the three of them worry for him. Why are you all so nervous? Have faith in me. Seeing the looks of the three people, Suemo couldn't help but smile and said, "It's just over 270,000 people. It's nothing. Just watch me advance tomorrow."
When the three heard Suemo say this, they could only hold back all their words.
Suemo was really not worried at all.
With his current knowledge reserves, no matter what kind of project he encountered, he could find a solution in the shortest time. After all, he had not read so many books in vain.
Sumo's brain is now equivalent to a knowledge base and is not afraid of any challenges at all. Early the next morning,
people started discussing the auditions for the Brain King contest online, especially on Sumo's Weibo message board, which was refreshed with more than 100,000 messages.
Everyone was concerned about whether Suemo could successfully advance. The sadness of a cat. Mr. Suemo, you must do your best today.
My favorite Doubtu 123, don't get eliminated in the audition, that would be hilarious.
Justice from Heaven 555, my Suemo is the best. He will definitely be able to advance successfully.
Show us safe haven, don't praise him so highly, or he might fall badly. There were all kinds of messages, and there were also many people who were not optimistic about Suemo. Many people were waiting to see Suemo make a fool of himself.
This is actually very normal. No matter what time it is, there is always one type of people on the internet, and that is the trolls. No matter what kind of person they are, as long as they don't like them, they will just start criticizing them without giving any reasons. But this had no impact on Suemo at all.
He had read a lot of messages on Weibo, but he didn't take the negative comments to heart at all. If a dog bites him, there is no way he can bite it back. Besides, for such people, Suemo only needs to respond to them with facts. As long as he advances smoothly, those people's words will naturally be self-defeating.
Besides, Suemo would not give them any chance.
It was too easy for him to advance through the auditions. Yen Joshi has been frequently checking out Sumo's messages recently. Every time she sees messages that slander and mock Suemo, she gets so angry that her mouth puffs up. In Yen Joshi's heart, Suemo is the most powerful person in the world, and she does not allow others to say that about Suemo.
Look, I'm feeling depressed again in the dormitory. Xiaoxi, what's wrong with you?
As soon as Ran came back from outside, she found that Yen Joshi was in a bad mood, so she asked curiously. Seeing Ran, Yen Joshi couldn't help but complain, Xiaoran, there are many people on Sumo's Weibo saying bad things about him, saying that he is just a genius who is praised and has nothing but appearance. In the dormitory, Ran is the one who has the best relationship with her, so Yen Joshi doesn't need to be so secretive and can just say whatever she wants to say.
Xiaoxi, don't be angry. Ran sat down beside Yen Joshi's bed. She smiled and said, there are many people like this on the internet now. As long as Suemo can advance through the auditions, these words will naturally be refuted. You don't have to care about it.
Ran had also seen those slanderous comments about Suemo on the internet, but she thought that was normal since Suemo was currently in the limelight.
Naturally, some people will be unhappy with Suemo. If you want to wear the crown, you must first bear its weight.
By the way, when does the Brain King contest online audition start today?
It's going to start in an hour.
When Yen Joshi heard Ran ask this, she looked at the time and saw that it was already 8:30 in the morning. The start time of the online audition for the Brain King competition was scheduled for 9:30 this morning.
Chapter 89 Amazing Performance. As time went by, netizens had already ranked Brain King competition, Suemo and internet auditions at the top of the hot search list on Weibo.
Everyone wants to know whether Suemo, the most talented Xia country who has recently emerged, can successfully pass the auditions and enter the main competition. After all, the auditions for the Brain King contest are full of uncertainties. There were too many geniuses who had fallen here in the past, and even many famous seeded players had failed here. It can be said that not all geniuses can pass the online auditions for the Brain King competition, but those who can pass are definitely geniuses. Even though Suemo is so popular now, there are still many people waiting to laugh at him. This Brain King competition is divided into 4 divisions, A, B, C, and D. Divisions A, B, and C have 60,000 participants each, and each division has 25 qualifying places. Division D has 57,000 participants, and 24 qualifying places. It can be said that the difficulty is about the same, with a promotion ratio of nearly 3,000 to 1. It can be said that this season's Brain King competition is at least twice as difficult as previous seasons. In previous seasons, the number of contestants in the online auditions for the Brain King competition was at most nearly 120,000. But this time, because of Suemo, many geniuses signed up, resulting in an explosive growth in the number of contestants in this audition.
Suemo was assigned to Division A.
In fact, the online audition for the Brain King competition was simple.
It just gave 20 questions.
The shorter the time to solve the questions, the better the score.
But the actual situation is by no means that simple. Any one of these 20 questions would take an ordinary person several hours or even longer to solve.
Moreover, these 20 questions are varied and cover all kinds of types, making it impossible for you to figure out the pattern of the questions.
This is a huge test of the contestants' knowledge. Suemo sat at the only desk in the dormitory, and the countdown to the start of the auditions appeared on his mobile phone screen, with less than a minute left. Sumo's face was very calm, without any sign of nervousness at all.
On the other hand, the other 3 people in the dormitory standing behind Suemo all looked nervous, not even daring to breathe, for fear of disturbing Suemo.
The situation in Yen Joshi's dormitory is exactly the same as here. 3, 2, 1. The auditions begin. The first question immediately appeared on the phone screen. Please find a unique pattern among the ones below.
Then nearly 100 patterns that looked the same appeared below. Zhao Tian and the other 2 were dumbfounded when they saw this question.
How do they find the special code? Look at them one by one? How long will it take to see this? But Suemo didn't let them wait too long.
In less than 10 seconds, he found the answer and submitted it without any hesitation.
Zhao Tian was just about to remind Suemo to be more steady behind him.
After all, the rules of the online auditions for the Brain King contest had already been announced. If you answer the question incorrectly, the screen will pause for 1 minute before you can continue answering the question. So it's not enough to just answer quickly, you must also maintain a very high accuracy rate, otherwise all the time is wasted. But when Zhao Tian was about to say this, he saw 4 big words appear on Sumo's phone screen.
Correct answer. What? What is going on? Is that right?
Zhao Tian, Wang Yi, and Zhang Xiaochuan looked at each other with shock in their eyes. They had just understood the questions, but Sumo had already finished them.
This was too unbelievable for them. The three knew that Sumo was a genius, but there was no need for him to be so perverted, right? Sumo didn't care about the shock of the 3 people behind him. All his attention was now focused on answering the question.
His imagination also instantly increased his intelligence tenfold. And Sumo finally discovered the use of the fiery eyes and golden pupils that he won in the last lottery.
Once Sumo entered a serious state, his eyes seemed to have become a microscope.
He easily found a picture with a missing corner among nearly 100 small patterns. This whole process only took 6 or 7 seconds, so it can be said that the answer was obtained in seconds. Before I could be happy, the second question appeared on the phone screen. This time, Sumo's speed was even more exaggerated. He had already submitted his answers before Zhao Tian and the other 2 had even finished reading the questions.
Correct answer.
The 4 big words on the mobile phone screen stunned the 3 people behind Sumo.
They hadn't even finished reading the question, but Sumo had already answered it? Do you have to be so exaggerated? Can we still be friends in the future? Zhao Tian couldn't help but let out a bitter smile.
Before the audition started, he was still worried about Sumo.
But now I realized that I was just worrying over nothing.
If Sumo cannot pass the Brain King competition online audition in this state, then it is estimated that no one in the world can pass. With this exaggerated speed, coupled with a 100% accuracy rate, I'm afraid Sumo will directly enter the main competition as the first place in the online audition this time. During the time when Zhao Tian was stunned, Sumo had already finished the 10th question, and now there were less than 2 minutes left before the auditions began.
Oh my god.
Now, let alone Zhao Tian, even Wang Yi and Zhang Xiaochuan couldn't help it, especially Wang Yi. He was so frightened by Sumo's performance that he let out a cry of surprise. Zhao Tian and Zhang Xiaochuan directly covered Wang Yi's mouth.
They couldn't create any interference for Sumo at this time.
They both glared at Wang Yi. Wang Yi just realized what he had just done and immediately regretted it.
If he disturbed Sumo, he would be a sinner. He knew how important this audition was to Sumo.
But Sumo, on the other hand, didn't react at all and continued to answer questions, which made the 3 of them couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief.
Question 11, 7 seconds. Question 12, 6 seconds. Zhao Tian and the other 2 had become numb. Every time, Sumo had already answered the question before they had even finished reading it. What was even more terrifying was that Sumo had never missed a single one. This is a bit contrary to common sense. Is this the ability of a top scorer in the college entrance examination with full marks? It's really exaggerated. Question 18, the answer is correct. Question 19, the answer is correct. From beginning to end, Zhao Tian and the other 2 did not see any other results.
All of them answered correctly, which led them to wonder if there was a problem with the network. How is it possible for someone to be always good, especially with Sumo's inhuman speed? This is totally unscientific.
After answering the 19th question correctly, the last question of the audition appeared on the mobile phone screen. Crunch. I'm going to the bathroom, wait a moment. Chapter 90, First Place in Audition. I'm going to the bathroom, wait a moment.
Looking at Sumo's back, the 3 of them were instantly confused.
How could he go to the toilet in the middle of a trip? You know, it's an online audition now.
Everyone else was hoping that time would go by more slowly, but Sumo was different.
He had already finished the last question and actually went to the toilet. This action made Zhao Tian and the other 2 feel uneasy. However, when the 3 of them looked at the time, they were no longer so nervous. It was only 9:34, and only 4 minutes had passed since the auditions began. It can be said that there is still plenty of time, otherwise the 3 of them really want to pull Sumo back to answer the questions. It's the last question. Can't you go to the toilet after you finish answering it? Brother Tian, should we give it a try? Wang Yi blinked at Zhao Tian.
Seeing Sumo answer so easily, he felt itchy for a moment.
Anyway, he got the answer wrong. It would only take a minute to wait. There was still enough time. Yeah, anyway, the boss won't be out for a few minutes, so it shouldn't be a problem. When Zhang Xiachuan heard Wang Ye's words, he couldn't help but bewitch Zhao Tian. Zhao Tian was also somewhat tempted by what the two said, and could only say helplessly, "Okay, but we only have one chance. If we make a mistake, we must never try again." Rest assured. Clear. Wang Yi and Zhang Xiachuan naturally knew this truth. They were just satisfying their curiosity because Sumo answered so easily and they also wanted to give it a try. The three of them gathered around Sumo's phone and turned their attention to the last question, which was a serious math problem. Assume that there is such a point P. Let a straight line pass through P and be parallel to BA, intersecting BC and M, and intersecting AO at N. The three of them looked at the 30 options below and their scalps went numb. What kind of math problem is this? You have to know that these three are top students from Ching Hua University. But this last question made them dizzy, especially Wang Yi. He felt like cursing. Is it really so difficult? The time for the online audition for the Brain King competition is set within 1 hour. Wang Yi is already wondering if anyone can really answer these 20 questions within 1 hour? Especially the last question. Wang Yi looked at it and felt that it would be impossible to solve it without giving him a day. However, the program team had already thought of this. If you can't do it, then calculate according to the number of correct answers. If the number of correct answers is the same, then prioritize according to the correct rate. If the correct rate is the same, then count the time until the previous question is answered correctly, and the one with the shorter time wins. Forget it, let's just give up. Zhao Tian looked at the last question and sighed helplessly. He now understood why Sumo was called the #1 genius in Xia country. He really had the ability. Wang Yi and Zhang Xiachuan were also truly convinced. They both decided never to compare themselves with Sumo again. This was too much of a blow. Being hit too many times will make them doubt themselves. After Sumo washed his hands, he saw three people gathered around the table, looking at their phones with frowns on their faces. He found the look very funny. Have you figured it out? When the three heard Sumo's words, they were suddenly awakened, and then they saw Sumo standing aside, and quickly made way for him. Zhao Tian, how can we compare with you, boss? Wang Yi, I don't think I can do it even if I give me 1 day. Zhang Xiachuan, boss, please finish it quickly. After Sumo sat down and heard what the three people said, he found it very funny. It seemed that this last question would stump them. The three of them also looked at Sumo curiously. They wanted to see how Sumo would answer. As the saying goes, even if you die, you must die with understanding. However, Sumo did not give them any chance at all. After taking a quick glance at the question, he already had the correct answer in his mind. This question is indeed very difficult for others, but who is Sumo? He is the youngest first-class mathematician in Xia country. Besides, Sumo's mathematical level cannot be explained by a first-class mathematician. He is a tough guy who even solved the BDY conjecture. In Sumo's eyes, this question was just like an ordinary person looking at an elementary school math problem. He didn't have to think about it at all and knew the answer directly. After glancing at the dozens of options below, Sumo directly selected the answer and submitted it. The whole process took only 9 seconds, and the three people behind Sumo were shocked. For familiar big words appeared on Sumo's mobile phone screen. Correct answer. Now Zhao Tian and the other two finally understood that it was not because the test questions were easy, but because Sumo was too abnormal. That's the difference. Oh, not bad. After Sumo saw his results, a smile appeared on his lips. Hearing this, Zhao Tian and the other two turned their gazes towards Sumo's mobile phone screen and were immediately shocked again. Contestant, Sumo. Time, 7 minutes 59 seconds. Division ranking, first place. Overall ranking, first. First place? None of the three had thought that Sumo could actually get the first place in the Brain King competition audition. You have to know that there are more than 270,000 contestants this time. What is the concept? 1 in 27,000. The three of them felt their scalps tingling when they thought of this ratio. Anyway, they couldn't do such a thing. Sumo only took 8 minutes to finish 20 questions, not to mention that he went to the toilet, otherwise 4 minutes would probably be enough. 20 questions in 4 minutes, which means 5 questions in 1 minute. That is not a question where 1 plus 1 equals 2.
It can be said that the questions set by the Brain King competition program team are all very tricky, and it would be good for an average person to solve one question a day.
This is simply a miracle.
I guess even the Brain King competition program crew didn't expect that someone would pass the audition so quickly.
This is indeed the case.
Right now, Tang Jian, the chief director of the Brain King competition program team, is already furious in the online backstage room.
We spent nearly 10 million to buy new equipment and hired several technicians, and that's it? Someone passed the audition test in just 8 minutes? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Tang Jian knew how difficult the 20 questions were, especially the last one. He specially asked a first-class mathematician to come up with the answer.
Although it was not difficult, it was very confusing.
No one can finish all the questions within 8 minutes. There must be something wrong with the machine. Director Tang, there is really nothing wrong with the machine. I have checked it 3 times.
A technician looked at Tang Jian cautiously, feeling helpless. In just a short while, he had checked the equipment 3 times but found nothing abnormal.
Pull out the information of the person who passed the audition. I want to see who has such great ability. Chapter 91, Crazy Fan Loss.
Tang Jian now wanted to know who this person was, as he managed to finish 20 questions in just 8 minutes.
It's him.
After seeing the data retrieved by the technician, Tang Jian couldn't help but exclaimed, and then he looked as if he had suddenly realized something.
Yes. How could he forget the most talented person in Xia country who has recently risen? If it was Sumo, Tang Jian would not feel strange.
As the saying goes, there is no false reputation.
Sumo can be called the #1 genius in Xia country.
Naturally, he is not comparable to ordinary people.
He must have his genius.
In addition, Sumo is a first-class mathematician himself, and he has solved the BDY conjecture that has troubled the mathematical community for nearly 100 years.
The last question is probably just a relief for him. However, Tang Jian is still very happy now. He had been worried about Sumo before.
It would be a huge shame if he failed to pass the audition.
Even a few days ago, Tang Jian wanted to give the answer directly to Sumo.
After all, if such a person failed to pass the elimination round, it would be a loss for the Brain King competition. It is no exaggeration to say that if Sumo joins, the ratings of this Brain King competition will at least double.
After all, the target audience of their program are young people.
And Sumo's current traffic is so terrifying, and most of the people who follow him are students.
This is simply an aura of enhancement for their program.
However, Tang Jian could only think about giving a direct answer. After all, there was an organization like the Supervisory Committee. The reason why the variety show Brain King Battle has grown from an unknown program to a phenomenal variety show is that it upholds absolute fairness and justice and never allows any shady dealings to occur. It can be said that the competition for the Brain King does not consider height, appearance, or background.
As long as you have the ability, you can take home the Brain King trophy.
No matter which link it is, there will be people from the Supervisory Committee to supervise it in order to prevent the existence of shady dealings.
But today Sumo really gave Tang Jian a big surprise. 8 minutes.
This has already created the fastest record in the Brain King competition auditions.
The last time was 37 minutes. Compared with Sumo's time, he was far behind.
It seems that this year's questions must be more difficult. Tang Jian had already begun to become alert in his heart, but there was no other way. Judging from Sumo's current performance, the previous projects might be too easy for him. If that were the case, the audience would inevitably feel that there was no challenge, so Tang Jian is now feeling both pain and happiness.
The reason for happiness is that Sumo himself has terrifying traffic.
With his joining, the ratings of Brain King competition will see a terrifying increase. But this modification project will require a huge amount of funds.
After Sumo advanced, he immediately posted a status on Weibo.
Fortunately, I have succeeded in advancing. To those who were waiting to see me make a fool of myself, I can only say sorry for disappointing you.
Zhao Tian and Wang Yi both followed Sumo's Weibo, so they naturally received the reminder.
When they saw this update, they looked at Sumo speechlessly.
Boss, is this really okay for you?
Yeah, the tougher you are, the more unscrupulous those trolls will become.
Zhang Xiaochuan doesn't use Weibo.
When he heard what the two were saying, he was curious about what shocking words Sumo had said again, so he quickly ran to Wang Yi to read.
What are you afraid of? Sumo smiled unhappily and said, I didn't steal his rice. They can say whatever they want.
I have been annoyed with these people for a long time. That's right, although Suemo has a relatively easygoing personality, he was still angry when people pointed at his nose and scolded him.
He didn't do anything bad, so he naturally wouldn't treat these idle people well.
As the saying goes, I won't offend others unless they offend me.
But people have already slandered him online, and he is not allowed to fight back? The three people in the dormitory didn't know what to say about Sumo's words.
That's indeed the case, but although it makes you feel better, it will inevitably attract more black fans. Sure enough, within less than 10 minutes after Suemo posted the update, there were already more than 50,000 comments.
Isn't it just passing the audition? What is there to be proud of? Just after achieving such a result, are you complacent? Master Suemo, I know you are the best. I will definitely stay in front of the TV and admire your figure.
Come on, this year's Brain King trophy will definitely be yours.
Cut, too much rigidity will easily break. Didn't your teacher teach you this? Almost half of the comments were mocking Suemo. Not only that, the number of fans on Suemo's Weibo had dropped by a terrifying amount. It was obvious that someone had unfollowed him.
It has dropped from 18 million to around 13 million, a drop of about 5 million.
Suemo naturally discovered this, but he didn't care at all.
It didn't matter whether there were fans like this or not. When he saw this scene just now, the first thing Suemo thought of was whether he should use up his chance to draw the lottery first. If the prize dropped below 10 million, the system might take back his chance to draw the lottery.
If that were the case, Suemo would really want to curse.
Fortunately, the number of Weibo fans has been maintained at 13 million.
Even if it drops a little later, it will not matter to Suemo and will not affect him at all. At 9:50, Suemo received a call from Yen Joshi.
Xiaoxi, did you pass the audition?
As soon as the call was connected, Suemo couldn't wait to ask.
In fact, he originally wanted to call Yen Joshi after 10 o'clock because he was afraid of disturbing Yen Joshi while she was doing her homework. But he didn't expect Yen Joshi to call him at this time. There was only one possibility in this situation, that is, Yen Joshi had already completed and passed the online audition, so Suemo was also very curious whether she had advanced. I passed the audition, and my overall ranking is 3rd. Yen Joshi's happy voice was then heard on the phone. In fact, if the last question hadn't delayed her for more than 10 minutes, she would have passed the audition in just over 30 minutes. Yen Joshi and Suemo have been together for such a long time, so her math level has naturally improved a lot. If it were in the past, she might not have been able to solve the last problem, but now it only adds a little trouble to her.
Not bad, not bad. It's a little faster than I thought. When Suemo heard Yen Joshi's tone of seeking credit, he couldn't help but smile.
When he had nothing to do, he often explained questions to this girl, so he was not surprised at all about Yen Joshi's results.
Chapter 92, The Terror of Anti-Fans.
Xiaomo, your Weibo post was posted at 9:40.
Don't tell me you passed the audition in just 10 minutes?
Yen Joshi asked in disbelief, and the three girls in the dormitory gathered around curiously, because at their strong request, Yen Joshi had to turn on the speakerphone before making the call.
Technically, it should be 8 minutes. The light words coming from the phone shocked everyone in the dormitory, including Yen Joshi.
It took Yen Joshi nearly 50 minutes to pass the audition, and she is already 3rd.
Suemo only took 8 minutes? OMG. Oh my god. My Jade Emperor. That's not so exaggerated, is it?
When Yen Joshi was having her online audition, and Ran and the other two were standing behind her and watching. The three girls were so scared by the tricky questions. If they were to do the 20 questions, it would probably take them 10 days or half a month to finish them. And Ran thought she was very smart. Except for the last question, she was confident that she could finish it within an hour. But the last question was a bit difficult and too confusing. If she were asked to do it, it would take at least a day. When Yen Joshi finished it in just over 10 minutes, and Ran was shocked. She had always thought that Yen Joshi's level should be similar to hers. But it was only through this question that Ran realized how big the gap was between her and Yen Joshi. But she soon figured it out. With a boyfriend like Suemo, Yen Joshi's level would definitely improve rapidly. Thinking of this, a complicated look appeared in Ran's beautiful eyes. On the grass next to the Ching Hua University football field. Xiaomo, you don't have to care about those people attacking you on Weibo, just be yourself. Yen Joshi hugged Sumo's arm, tilted her head and whispered something to persuade him softly. She naturally knew about the loss of fans caused by Sumo's post. It has already become a hot topic, so Yen Joshi is afraid that Suemo will be hit by it.
Girl, your mentality is still not good. Suemo looked at the lovely person beside him and smiled. She didn't look like she was shocked at all. If you are not envied by others, you are a mediocre person. He looked so cocky that Yen Joshi couldn't help laughing. She originally wanted to comfort Suemo, but ended up getting lectured by him. Her worry was in vain. However, Yen Joshi was still very happy with Sumo's mentality. This was how her boyfriend should be. If you don't show off, can you die? Yen Joshi gave Suemo a reproachful look. Her stunning beauty instantly made Suemo drool. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, otherwise it would have been really embarrassing. Suemo chuckled, "Girl, I'm not bragging, this year's Brain King trophy has already been reserved by me, you can only be the runner-up at best." At this time, several topics about Suemo on Weibo have been pushed to the top of the hot searches. Xia Country's #1 genius successfully passed the Brain King competition audition, but lost millions of fans because of one post. Suemo actually passed the audition at 9:40. Is there some shady deal going on? According to reliable sources, Suemo advanced with the first place in Zone A, but his overall score is currently unknown. Suemo, who is known as the first genius of Xia Country, can't even be humble. How ridiculous. On the growth history of genius Suemo. The top 5 hot searches were firmly occupied, and the popularity of the 6th place was nearly doubled, which was truly amazing. You know, hot searches are the back garden of celebrities, and are basically dominated by celebrity news all year round. But since Sumo's rise, everything seems to have changed. Suemo would stir up something every now and then, and every time he did, he would dominate the top few trending searches, making some second and third tier celebrities very jealous. If they had the popularity of Suemo, there would be no problem in becoming first-tier stars. But even though they were jealous, they also knew that Suemo was in big trouble this time. He actually dared to openly mock the black fans. Isn't this clearly seeking death? You have to know that there is everything in the world, and every celebrity has black fans. Even first-line stars wouldn't dare to offend black fans like Suemo did. You have to know that the bigger your fan base is, the more black fans you will have. Once you offend these black fans, they will spread slanderous remarks about you everywhere on the internet. This is the so-called cyber violence. Over time, everyone will believe what the black fans say and look at you with tinted glasses. Many celebrities have retired from the entertainment industry because they cannot bear such public opinion. This time, because of a post, Suemo directly lost about 5 million fans, although there may be some exaggeration in the numbers. But the number is there, and it is obvious that in the next period of time, Suemo will be subjected to malicious insults on major websites and headlines. Can an 18-year-old boy bear it? No one was optimistic, and many rational people felt that Suemo was a little impulsive this time. In the imperial capital, in a luxurious villa, Zhang Gu looked at the contents on the phone and frowned for a moment. He also felt that Suemo was a bit reckless this time. To be honest, Zhang Gu admired Suemo very much. For an 18-year-old student to win so many honors, Suemo could simply be the spokesperson for a miracle. Zhang Gu couldn't help but admire such a genius. However, Zhang Gu has been in the entertainment industry for more than 20 years, so he is naturally very clear about the rules. There are many things that cannot be touched, such as black fans. Even with Zhang Ji's current terrifying influence, he would not dare to do such a thing, because once your reputation deteriorates, the company will immediately put you in hiding in order to eliminate the negative impact. But what does it mean to be blacklisted in the entertainment industry? It means falling into an abyss from which no one can ever climb out. The best news at the moment is that Suemo is not from the entertainment industry, so there is no need to worry about that. However, in order to deal with the online violence in the coming period, Suemo will need to have a big heart. Zhang Gu couldn't help but worry when he thought that Suemo was only 18 years old. After a long silence, Zhang Gu drank the red wine in the glass, took out his mobile phone and made a call. Please help me contact the Brain King competition team and tell them that I am willing to be a regular guest this season for free. After Suemo returned to the dormitory, Zhao Tian was the only one there. Wang Yi and Zhang Xiachuan were nowhere to be seen. Boss, you're back. As soon as Suemo walked into the dormitory, Zhao Tian, who looked anxious, pulled him to the desk, as if he had a stomachache and had no place to sit. What happened? Why are you so worried? Chapter 93, give me a dozen of these fans, okay? What happened? Why are you so worried? Suemo looked at Zhao Tian and couldn't help but make a joke. Wasn't he fine when he left? Something bad has happened.
Zhao Tian took out his phone and handed it to Suemo. "Boss, take a look for yourself."
Suemo took Zhao Tian's phone curiously, and after seeing the content on the phone, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Boss, it's already this time, and you can still laugh? Why can't you laugh? It's not a big deal. They are just a bunch of self-righteous guys." Suemo returned the phone to Zhao Tian, with a hint of disdain on his face. "Do you think the School of Arts and the School of Mathematics will listen to their orders?" After reading the content on Zhao Tian's phone, Suemo realized that some black fans had gone to the official websites of the School of Arts and the School of Mathematics to file complaints. Those haters really do everything they can. Basically, all the messages were asking for the medal that Suemo had obtained to be taken back. Are you kidding? If the two academies really took back his medal, Suemo would not bother to go in again. Besides, he did not believe that the two academies would listen to the remarks of these black fans. What do these people think of the two major courtyards? The two academies are the most representative places for academics in Xia country. How can they be influenced by some negative remarks from black fans? Who do you think you are? The king of heaven? Get out of here. But Zhao Tian didn't know all this. He only knew that if the two major academies really took back Sumo's medal, then it would be a big deal. Don't worry. Suemo looked at Zhao Tian and smiled, saying, "The two major courtyards won't pay any attention to these people, don't worry." Zhao Tian was relieved when he heard Sumo's confident words. He was shocked when he first saw the message. Suemo didn't care about that. He just took a shower and prepared for a nap. The weather was so hot that he didn't even have the mood to eat lunch. During the time that Suemo was sleeping, the online battle had already become fierce. Some of Sumo's black fans were slandering Suemo, and Sumo's other fans naturally could not accept this, so the two sides started a war of words in major forums on the internet. The black fans tried their best to smear Suemo, and their words were as unpleasant as they could be. Sumo's loyal fans also cursed the black fans, using the same tactics. Sumo's fans are relatively young, and they are very fierce when they curse. In addition, the number of Sumo's fans was originally much greater than the number of black fans. From the beginning, the momentum was equal, but gradually the fighting power of the black fans became obviously inferior. In desperation, these black fans can only use their magic skill escaping offline. More and more black fans went offline, which directly led to the collapse of the battle, and finally the battle ended dramatically. This result left everyone stunned. Is this possible? Are you cursing harshly? I'm sorry, I cursed even more harshly than you. What kind of fans are these? Fight violence with violence? The fighting power of Sumo's fans made everyone dumbfounded. Who wouldn't want such fans? When something happens, the fans take the lead, but now even the haters are afraid of them. Give me a dozen of these fans, please. After seeing this situation at home, Zhang Gu couldn't help but burst out laughing. This Suemo gave him so many surprises, and he had to meet this little guy. At this time, Su Qian, a permanent guest invited by the Brain King competition program team this season, was also paying close attention to this battle on the internet at home. When she saw the final result, even though Su Qian had a rather cold personality, a hint of surprise appeared on her pretty face. She originally thought that Suemo would be severely slandered by his black fans on the internet this time, but she didn't expect this to be the result. She really didn't know what to say. This kind of situation has happened before, where fans would curse at black fans online in order to maintain their idol-s image. But no other star-s fans have ever been as united as Suemo's fans, who directly crushed the black fans. Su Qian is in a relatively backward position among first-tier stars. The reason why she agreed to become a permanent guest of the Brain King competition this time is that she wants to rely on the traffic of the Brain King competition to increase her popularity. After all, this is the rule of the entertainment industry. If you don't show up for a long time, everyone will slowly forget you. You have to be active in front of the TV screen frequently. When Su Qian found out that Suemo, the recently rising #1 genius of Xia country, was actually going to participate in the Brain King competition, she was actually very happy. If Suemo joins, the ratings of this season's Brain King competition will definitely see a terrifying increase. This will be a great help to her who is in urgent need of traffic. But as soon as Suemo posted that update, Su Qian already felt that something bad was going to happen. She had witnessed many times with her own eyes how serious the consequences of offending black fans were. But it was not until she saw the result that Su Qian realized how terrifying Suemo was. Now she really wanted to meet this deified young man.
When Tang Jian saw the result in his office, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If sumo's online reputation really deteriorates, then it will more or less have an impact on the Brain King competition.
Tang Jian still admires Sumo as a genius.
He has lived to such an old age, but this is the first time he has seen someone who has achieved such a great achievement at this age. Whether he is a first-class mathematician or a first-class writer. Or maybe it was BDY's conjecture, any one of them is an achievement that ordinary people cannot achieve in their lifetime, but Sumo did it at the age of 18, which is a miracle in itself.
Moreover, Sumo's true character is very much to Tang Jian's taste, so he doesn't want those online black fans to slander Sumo endlessly.
After all, this is a bit too much for an 18-year-old student. However, the performance of Sumo's fans was a little unexpected to everyone. No other star's fans could be as united as Sumo's, not even the first-tier stars, except for those super first-tier stars, there was some possibility. At the same time, officials from the two major courtyards also updated their status. School of Mathematics. Regarding the matter of revoking Sumo's first-class mathematician medal, I'm afraid I can only disappoint everyone. Unless there is a document issued by the higher-ups, no one has the power to revoke Sumo's honor. That is the honor he deserves. The people in the School of Mathematics are relatively polite, but it's a different story in the School of Arts. Faculty of Arts. Are you guys too idle? Are these things something you can decide? Believe it or not, we can find the IP address. If anyone maliciously slanders members of our School of Arts again, our School of Arts doesn't mind taking some extreme measures. Those cyber trolls should be careful. Chapter 94. Why are these fans so cute? This development from the School of Arts can be said to be extremely powerful. Unlike the School of Mathematics, which was so polite, the School of Arts directly issued a warning. All those who had slandered Sumo online felt a chill down their spines when they saw this update. Domineering. That's right, everyone saw the Faculty of Arts' domineering words, and now no one dared to speak. Are you kidding? Sumo has the support of these two major institutions, who dares to say anything? If I really get sent to jail for this, I will have no place to cry. Therefore, those people who deliberately slandered Sumo on the internet suddenly disappeared without a trace. No one dared to commit crimes against the wind. Who would dare to do so? These people are just good at talking, and most of them have a lot of negative emotions. Simply put, they just can't stand seeing others do better than them. The support from the two major academies has made many young stars envious. It would be great if they also had such a backing, so that they wouldn't have to live in fear every day. When Sumo saw this result after waking up, he was a little surprised. He himself did not expect that fans would be so supportive. As for the reactions of the two major academies, they were within Sumo's expectations. How could the two leading organizations directly under the Xia State's Ministry of Culture compromise because of the malicious slander of some people? If that were the case, Sumo would be very disappointed. Fortunately, the attitudes of the two major academies are good, otherwise Sumo would have no sense of belonging at all. At 10 o'clock that evening, the official website of the Brain King competition program team also announced the rankings of this online audition. There was no doubt that Sumo ranked first, which directly caused a huge earthquake on the internet. How difficult it is to get first place among more than 270,000 people. What's more, among these more than 270,000 people, most are top students from major prestigious universities, and many are elite talents who have studied abroad. It can be said that none of them is weak. Pick any one of them at random, and they would be considered a genius in the eyes of ordinary people. But Sumo crushed the other 270,000 geniuses and took first place. This is a bit too exaggerated. There were 3 people who finished the test this time. The third place was Yin Joshi, who took 50 minutes and 11 seconds. The second place was a top student from Nanjing University named Song Lisan, who took 47 minutes and 53 seconds. But looking at Sumo, he only took 8 minutes? Does the gap have to be so big? The gap is nearly 6 times. Now some people even suspect that the Brain King competition program team leaked the questions to Sumo in advance, otherwise how could he be so fast? You know, this is not a simple 6-fold gap. Just like those sprinters, each time the performance improves is only a few tenths of a second. Although this is not that exaggerated, wanting to improve from 48 minutes to 8 minutes is harder than climbing to the sky. Many people know Song Lisan from Nanjing University. He was the third place in the Brain King competition last season. If it weren't for his bad luck, he would have a great chance of winning the Brain King trophy. He is truly a strong man. But no one expected that such a top student would be surpassed by Sumo with such a crushing result. Originally, before this audition, Song Lee-sun had the highest popularity online. Even after Sumo came to participate in the audition, many people still believed that Song Lee-sun would win first place in this audition. But I never expected this to be the result. Sumo's fans immediately pushed this update from the Brain King competition program team to the top of the hot search list, and there were hundreds of thousands of comments. I knew that Sumo would be able to advance successfully, but I didn't expect that he would be able to get first place and advance to the main competition of the Brain King competition.
He is really amazing.
No one who ranked first in the auditions has ever won the Brain King contest.
I think Sumo will have a hard time winning either.
That's right. The so-called number one genius in Xia country couldn't even get first place.
How shameful. The competition hasn't even started yet. How do you know that Sumo can't win the championship?
You mocked Master Sumo. Be careful or the Faculty of Arts will cause trouble for you.
Yes, remove all these low-quality people on the internet.
Seeing their comments every day really affects my mood. Whenever there was a voice mocking Sumo, he would be immediately attacked, until almost no one dared to say anything bad about Sumo.
I have to say that netizens are really powerful. In less than an hour, they found out the information of the third place Yen Joshi. There was actually a photo of Yen Joshi in the information. Although it was a bit blurry due to the distance, netizens could still see her stunning beauty. What shocked them even more was that Yen Joshi was actually Sumo's girlfriend, which immediately broke the hearts of Sumo's female fans. Your idol has a partner, but that partner is not you. This can only be said to be the greatest sorrow for all female fans. A handsome and capable boy like Sumo can almost be said to be the Prince Charming in the minds of all girls. And those male fans are extremely envious.
It can be said that Sumo is now successful and famous, and has a beautiful girlfriend who is a top student. In the world of academic masters, probably only academic masters can participate. Many sad female fans went to Sumo's Weibo to leave messages, all crying and complaining.
Master Sumo, how come you have a partner?
I suddenly feel like I have taken 10,000 points of critical damage. I'm 16 years old this year, you just need to wait for me for 2 more years.
Although I'm sad, a girl like you must be good enough to be with you. I wish you happiness. When you get married, please let me know. I want to go and see it. Although you already have a partner, I still support you. Come on. The styles of the paintings were surprisingly consistent, and Sumo couldn't help but smile bitterly when he saw these messages. How come these fans are so cute? When those celebrities saw the message on Sumo's Weibo, they were all envious. Celebrities cannot announce their relationships casually. Basically, no matter how popular they are, as soon as they announce their relationship, their Weibo fans will go crazy and unfollow them. This is an indisputable fact in the entertainment industry. So even if they have their own significant other, they usually keep it secret and are even cautious when meeting them, for fear of being photographed by paparazzi. Unlike Sumo, after his relationship was announced, fans left messages to congratulate him. Is this gap really that big? Because of this incident, the number of fans on Sumo's Weibo increased instead of decreased, which amazed everyone. Chapter 95 Self-Humiliation. The recording of Brain King contest is scheduled to start on October 10th, which is still 10 days away. Although it is already October, the weather is still as hot as ever. If it were according to Sumo's personality, he would definitely hide in the dormitory and not come out. But today Yen Joshi asked him to go shopping, and there was no other way. Since his girlfriend has made an appointment with him, he would accompany her even if it cost him his life. Xiaoxi, aren't you tired? In the pedestrian street near Ching Hua University, Sumo couldn't help but feel curious when looking at Yen Joshi in front of him. The two of them had been walking for more than an hour, and he wanted to find a place to rest. In contrast, Yen Joshi still looked very excited. Sure enough, when women go shopping, they feel like they have taken stimulants. This is the 5th time you've said something like this in this hour. Yen Joshi turned around and stared at Sumo unhappily. This was just the beginning for her. Besides, the two of them didn't buy anything this time. This wouldn't do. No matter what time, you must never return empty-handed. This is Yen Joshi's bottom line when shopping. Since the two were wearing masks, no one recognized them. But it was precisely because of the masks, plus the high temperature near noon, that made Sumo a little breathless. If you have a bottle of ice cola at this time, it will be very refreshing.
There's a burger shop up ahead, let's go get something to eat. Suemo shrugged his shoulders and suddenly his eyes caught sight of a hamburger shop. This was a timely help for him who was just looking for an ice-cold Coke. When Yen Joshi heard Sumo's suggestion, she suddenly felt a little hungry.
Neither of them had eaten anything this morning.
Hello, 1 Coke with ice, 1 juice at room temperature, and 2 fried chicken burgers.
Suemo took his things and sat down opposite Yen Joshi. He picked up the ice cola and took a big sip.
Then he slumped down on the table as if he had lost half his life. Xiaomo, I'm a girl and I haven't even said I'm tired yet, but you look half dead.
Yen Joshi rolled her eyes at Suemo and thought, he had only been strolling around the streets for over an hour, was it necessary to be so tired?
Xiaoxi, it's not me who can't do it, it's just that the weather is too hot, and wearing a mask, even a god can't stand it.
Suemo couldn't help but complain.
What he said was the truth. He was most afraid of heat since he was a child. Every summer, he hardly went out. It was impossible for him to walk on the street for more than an hour under the sun like he did now. The two of them were chatting casually like this, when suddenly a quarrel broke out not far from them. After watching for a while, Suemo realized that it was a case of cheating. A handsome boy in his 20s was protecting a girl who scored around 80 points behind him, and a girl who scored only 60 points was standing in front of him. It turned out that this boy was two-timing, taking money from the girl who scored 60 points every month and then dating the girl who scored 80 points.
Immediately, people started pointing fingers at this boy.
The boy left very quickly as he didn't want to continue to embarrass himself here. The most important thing was that he left alone and left his 2 women here. Fortunately, the 2 women were relatively rational and did not fight. They just said a few harsh words to each other and then left. Because Suemo was afraid of being recognized, the 2 of them deliberately chose a corner seat. They saw the scene clearly.
These days, there are really all kinds of people. After watching this good show, Suemo couldn't help but marvel at it.
He didn't expect that he would encounter such a big melon just by going out for a walk.
What a scumbag!
Suemo despises such boys very much. No matter when, playing with 2 women at the same time is the most disgusting behavior. Yen Joshi looked at Suemo who was shaking his head and smiled faintly. Fortunately, no one noticed this corner, otherwise they would definitely appreciate her beauty that did not belong to this world.
Xiaomo, will you be like this in the future? Xiaoxi, can you have a little confidence in yourself? Suemo couldn't help but smile, I'd have to be crazy to have a girlfriend like you.
A blush appeared on Yen Joshi's pretty face, and she gave Suemo a reproachful look, but Sumo's words still made her very happy.
When I returned to the dormitory, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. These few hours really cost Suemo half his life.
After taking a shower, Suemo changed his clothes and went directly to the foreign language classroom.
He had another foreign language class today.
Although it was of little use to him, he had to consider the teacher's feelings. Since the start of the school year, he has come to the classroom no more than 5 times in total. We should at least give the teacher some face. As soon as Suemo appeared in the classroom, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. He is now the idol of many students in Ching Hua University. But Sumo's eyes were on Yen Joshi, but when he saw a boy sitting in the seat next to Yen Joshi, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes.
Hello, classmate, can you give up your seat? This person was none other than Su Hongkai. He had always been dissatisfied with Suemo.
In his heart, he was the smartest person in the world. As soon as he arrived in the classroom today, Su Hongkai discovered that there was no one next to Yen Joshi, so he sat directly next to Yen Joshi. When many people saw this situation, they looked at him in confusion. Because everyone knew that Yen Joshi was Sumo's girlfriend, everyone consciously left the seat next to Yen Joshi to Suemo. This was a kind of respect that everyone had for Suemo, but no one expected Su Hongkai to be so ignorant. Yen Joshi originally thought it was Suemo, but when she turned around, she found that it was Su Hongkai.
Although she was very unhappy, she didn't say anything.
After all, the seats are not fixed and everyone has the right to sit here.
Isn't their room somewhere else?
Su Hongkai would never be so kind as to give up his seat to Suemo.
He just wanted to make Suemo unhappy. But would Suemo care about Su Hongkai's attitude? Won't.
Even Suemo didn't know who Su Hongkai was, he just felt that he looked familiar. Suemo has a good memory, but for boring people like this, he usually chooses to ignore them.
Xiaoxi, come here.
Suemo sat directly in the seat behind Su Hongkai and said something directly to Yen Joshi, which immediately made Su Hongkai's expression become a little unnatural.
Which boy would not like a beauty like Yen Joshi?
When Yen Joshi heard Sumo's words, she couldn't help but smile slightly, and directly took her things and changed her position. Many students from the foreign languages department couldn't help but burst into laughter when they saw this scene, which made Su Honsai's face turn dark.
Chapter 96 Amazing Foreign Language Proficiency. Is this necessary?
Even though you are boyfriend and girlfriend, this is too embarrassing.
Su Hongkai just looked at Su Mo angrily.
He blamed all this on Su Mo.
Isn't he just a genius who is praised by others? What is there to be proud of?
In Su Honsai's heart, Su Mo was just a name and name only.
He even personally participated in smearing Su Mo 2 days ago.
When it was time for class, the foreign language teacher Lu Feng strode into the classroom and saw Su Mo at a glance with a hint of surprise in her eyes.
Su Mo is a rare guest.
In foreign language classes, what is taught are naturally the skills needed to speak a foreign language. Although Lu Feng has only been teaching for a few years, she already has her own style. She speaks with great enthusiasm at the podium and occasionally calls on students to answer questions.
Who can read this text in Sakura language?
Lu Feng found a short poem on the projector, but her words silenced all the students.
Not many people knew the Sakura language, let alone using it to translate Xia Gui's short poem.
You must know that the exquisiteness of the Xia dynasty's writing is far beyond the reach of the languages of other countries. It is difficult to accurately express the artistic conception contained in short poems when translating them into foreign languages. Many students looked at each other, and none of them had confidence. When Su Hongkai saw this situation, he couldn't help but feel overjoyed. What he was best at was the language of cherry blossoms. This was not a very difficult thing for him, and this was also his chance to show off.
Teacher, I can.
As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's eyes were on Su Hongkai, which made him even more proud.
What is the #1 genius of Xia country? I still stole the limelight.
Thinking of this, a smug smile appeared on Su Honsai's lips.
It seems that this student is very confident. Seeing someone volunteering, Lu Feng couldn't help but smile, then let the student translate it. Let's see how this student translates it. Su Hongkai directly translated this short poem into very fluent Sakura language.
It must be said that his level of Sakura language was quite good, and he finished the translation very quickly.
Everyone looked at Su Hongkai differently.
They didn't expect that this guy who liked to attract attention actually had such a talent. That's right, everyone's impression of Su Hongkai is that he is just trying to attract attention. Yes, this student translated it very well, but in terms of artistic conception, it's still a little lacking. After listening to Su Honsai's translation, Lu Feng nodded with satisfaction, but her next words made Su Hongkai a little unhappy.
Just praise it if you want, why do you have to add another sentence at the end?
After Su Hongkai sat down, Lu Feng turned her gaze to Su Mo, who was whispering with Yen Joshi. She had been paying attention to Su Mo for a long time. This guy's eyes never stayed on the podium for a second, which made Lu Feng a little angry. Although Su Mo was a genius, it didn't mean that he knew everything. Now let's invite our classmate Su Mo to translate. Please applaud and welcome him. Su Mo, who was chatting with Yen Joshi, was suddenly called. He couldn't help but be stunned, then slowly stood up. Teacher, what language do you want to translate? Sumo's words made the students in the classroom burst into laughter.
Even Yen Joshi couldn't bear to watch. She had just reminded Su Mo not to talk all the time during class. Now, the retribution comes so quickly. What languages do you know?
When Lu Feng heard Sumo's straightforward question, he felt amused but also a little angry.
Basically, I know common languages. Su Mo couldn't help but be speechless. Why are you asking me what language I know? It's just translating a short poem.
When Lu Feng heard Sumo's arrogant words, she narrowed her eyes.
You know, there are more than 10 languages commonly used internationally.
Even she would not dare to say the same thing as Su Mo.
Then translate it into Oceanic English. As soon as Lu Feng finished speaking, Su Mo began to translate in fluent English. His accent was so correct that even Lu Feng couldn't help but be secretly surprised. Please translate it into Sakura language or Beihai language.
Lu Feng still didn't believe that she couldn't control this kid, and she didn't believe that Su Mo really knew everything. But Sumo's subsequent performance made everyone know what a genius is.
When Su Mo heard Lu Feng's request, he started translating into 2 languages without hesitation, which made Lu Feng's eyelids twitch. She really couldn't find any fault with Sumo's translation. Lu Feng didn't give up and asked Su Mo to translate in more than a dozen languages.
Suemo realized that he was deliberately making things difficult for him, but he didn't panic at all.
Suemo was proficient in languages. No matter what Lu Feng asked for, Suemo could always counter it, and the competition between the two continued until the bell rang for the end of get out of class.
Yen Joshi, who was sitting next to Suemo, was so surprised at first that she covered her mouth in shock at the end. She looked so adorable. Yen Joshi really didn't expect that Suemo could speak so many foreign languages. She had never heard Suemo talk about this before. The one who suffered the most was probably Su Hongkai. From the initial disdain to the final numbness, he was really hit hard by Suemo this time.
Just now, Suemo used nearly 20 languages. 20 kinds? What is this concept?
You know, if you want to master a foreign language, it takes a lot of effort.
Is this genius?
As for the other students, they were even more stunned.
We are all freshmen, why are you so outstanding? Suemo is only 18 years old.
Logically speaking, even if Suemo started learning foreign languages since he was in his mother's womb, it would be impossible for him to master nearly 20 languages at the same time at this age.
This is absolutely unscientific. Get out of class dismissed.
In the end, Lu Feng simply announced the end of the get out of class and walked out of the classroom with the textbooks.
She was really shocked by Sumo's performance today and was speechless.
After Lu Feng left, all the students' eyes were on Suemo, and he directly pulled Yen Joshi out of the classroom.
Suemo estimated that if he didn't leave now, he might not be able to leave even if he wanted to.
After Lu Feng left the classroom, he went directly to the office of Principal Li Renhui.
What?
After hearing Lu Feng's words, Li Renhui almost spit out the tea in his mouth.
Nearly 20 languages? What a joke! An 18-year-old student who was fluent in nearly 20 languages? Li Renhui couldn't help coughing. Teacher Lu, please stop joking with me. This is impossible. Principal, do you think I would joke about this? Chapter 97, The King Joins. Although Li Renhui knew that Suemo was a genius, this was indeed true. But Sumo's age is there for everyone to see. He solved the BDY conjecture and achieved the achievements of a first-class writer and a first-class mathematician. Li Renhui can say that Suemo is gifted in all these. But being proficient in 20 languages cannot be explained simply by talent.
Li Renhui knows how much effort is needed to master a foreign language, no matter how talented you are, if you want to master 20 languages at the age of 18.
This is simply impossible.
However, Li Renhui also knew Lu Feng's character and knew that she would not joke with him about such things, but he still found it difficult to digest this information for a while. After a long while, Li Renhui finally showed a bitter smile on his face.
What kind of monster is this student? That night, a short video went viral on the internet. It was about Suemo translating short poems in multiple languages in the classroom. When everyone saw this video, the first thing they did was have 1,000 XXX running through their heads. Is this really so exaggerated? We know you are a genius, can you please stop showing off? No matter who sees this video, they will be deeply shocked. Although the video was not very clear, Suemo could still be easily recognized. It was obvious that this was secretly recorded by the students in the classroom at that time. At 10 o'clock in the evening, another big event happened on Weibo.
It turned out that Zhang Guo posted a status and specifically tagged Suemo. The Brain King contest has always been a variety show I like very much. I feel very honored to receive the invitation from the program team today. I have signed a contract with the program team and will become a permanent guest of this season's The Brain King contest. I hope everyone will pay attention to the Dadongtai The Brain King contest on October 15th. See you there. This Weibo post immediately caused an uproar on the internet. Who is Zhang Guo? He is a superstar. No one expected that the program team of Brain King competition would invite Zhang Guo to be a permanent guest. After all, the king's appearance fee is there. In the past, the Brain King competition program team only invited first-tier stars or even second-tier stars as permanent guests, but what happened this season? First, Suemo, who was known as the #1 genius in Xia country, participated, and now the superstar Zhang Guo has joined. Does the Brain King competition program team want to break the record for the highest ratings? Putting aside other things, Brain King Battle is already a phenomenal variety show. The number of loyal audiences is already terrifying. Now Suemo and Zhang Guo have joined, it would be difficult not to break the record. Zhang Guo's Weibo fans also liked and commented on the post. In less than an hour, the number of likes exceeded 500,000. Such a terrifying amount of traffic made everyone gasp.
The superstar is indeed so terrifying.
Suemo naturally also noticed that Zhang Gu tagged him. He had a good impression of Zhang Gu.
When he was a child, he often watched TV dramas starring Zhang Gu.
Coupled with the update Zhang Gu posted last time, Sumo's impression of Zhang Gu has increased. Not everyone dares to say such words, which can easily offend people. After all, the current social trend is that money is paramount, and some celebrities are willing to endorse any advertisement as long as they are paid, which is a very bad thing.
These people's behavior is simply exploiting their fans. Suemo has always despised such behavior.
When you endorse something, you should at least know whether its quality is up to standard and whether it can bring any benefit to people. After all, as a public figure, your every move is watched by everyone, so you should try to convey as much positive energy as possible.
Suemo thought about it and replied to Zhang Gu. I am a little fan of Mr. Zhang.
I hope Mr. Zhang can give me an autograph when the time comes, smirk. All of Zhang Gu's fans were amused by the message that Suemo replied to. It turned out that Suemo was also a fan of their boss. This sentence instantly brought the relationship closer. Because of this news, many of Zhang Ji's fans went to Sumo's Weibo homepage and followed him. Suemo had never expected this unexpected surprise. Although this number of fans is of little use to him, it is better than nothing. Although Suemo still has one chance to draw a lottery, he really doesn't dare to use it. Suemo hadn't drawn any useful skills for several times in a row, so naturally he wondered if he had bad luck recently. Although the fiery eyes and golden pupils demonstrated their usefulness during the last audition, Suemo still felt that this skill was not very useful. Although the name sounds good, it is not as practical as the brain-opening storm.
Suemo also figured out that the level of this skill actually doesn't have much effect.
Some elite-level skills are even more useful to him than some god-level skills. Lying in bed unable to sleep, Suemo called up his attribute panel and looked at it.
Host, Suemo. Age, 18.
Skills, photographic memory, mastery, master calligraphy, master Go, language proficiency, brainstorming, sharp eyes.
Education, well educated. Points, 0. Fans value, 1337593. After seeing this, Suemo couldn't help but curl his lips. Apart from his age and fan base, nothing else had changed, which made him very dissatisfied. System, how do I get this score? Suemo asked in his mind. He had always ignored this matter. The point was 0 when it appeared in the system, and it was still 0 after such a long time. Points are equivalent to achievement points. Currently, because the host's fan value has not reached the requirement, the points system has not been enabled yet. What the hell? Not meeting requirements? Suemo couldn't help feeling depressed when he heard the cold voice of the system in his mind. His fan value had already reached 13 million, but it still didn't meet the requirement. How could it be so exaggerated? How many fan points are needed to activate the point system? 20 million. After hearing the system's answer, Suemo couldn't help but roll his eyes. With his current number of fans, he didn't know how long he would have to wait to increase it to 20 million. It seems I still need to be more high profile. As time goes by, the recording of Brain King competition is getting closer. In the office of the president of Ching Hua University. Principal, Xiaoxi and I are here to ask for leave. Suemo looked at Li Renhui with a smile, and his frivolous look made Yen Joshi couldn't help laughing. It was the first time she saw Suemo like this. Suemo didn't want this to happen, but after all, who asked him to ask others for help? Chapter 98 Dadong TV Station. If you want to take a long vacation at Tsinghua University, you need the signature of the principal, but for a short time, you can just ask the signature of the Dean of Studies. How long, please? Li Renhui naturally knew what Suemo and Yen Joshi wanted to do with their leave, so he didn't say any nonsense and asked directly how long it would take. The Brain King program team said that half a month would be enough. The Brain King competition is recorded in 3 parts, with 4 episodes each time, so it takes a long time. After all, this is a brain-based competition program, so the contestants must be given some time to prepare. It's not like some playful variety shows that can be recorded at any time. You better behave yourself and don't embarrass us at Tsinghua University. Li Renhui also knew the influence of the Brain King competition. If Suemo could win the Brain King competition, it would be a good thing for both him personally and Tsinghua University. Since I am participating in this Brain King competition, the Brain King trophy can only belong to me. Suemo used the most calm tone to say the most arrogant words, just like what he said when he was assessed by the International Mathematics Group. Either you don't have to do it, or you won't go wrong. This is Sumo's confidence.
Yen Joshi on the side was delighted.
Confident boys are always the most handsome.
After having the principal approve their leave application, Sumo and Yen Joshi went to register with Li Tong, the director of the teaching department, and finally everything was settled.
Boss, you must try your best this time. Exactly.
I'm still waiting to see you show off your prowess on TV. At the gate of Ching Hua University, Zhao Tian and Wang Yi were chattering, but the girls in Yen Joshi's dormitory were very quiet, which made Sumo couldn't help but glare at them.
But in the end, it was of no use. Okay, everyone go back. Our school is not far from the Dadong TV building. You can come and visit Xiaoxi and me when you have time. Sumo saw the taxi coming, waved to everyone, then pulled Yen Joshi directly into the car.
The Datongtai TV building is located in the east city of the imperial capital, while Ching Hua University is located in the south city of the imperial capital.
It takes about half an hour to get there by car. Speaking of this, Sumo couldn't help but complain.
When we contacted the Brain King competition program team this time, we said that we would cover their round-trip travel expenses. But Sumo was depressed to find that the round-trip taxi fare for him and Yen Joshi was only 200 yuan in total. It's nothing like contestants from other places who have to spend tens of thousands on travel expenses.
This made Sumo very unhappy.
Yen Joshi, who was sitting next to Sumo, couldn't help but smile when she saw his depressed look.
Yen Joshi knew what Sumo was depressed about.
Since receiving the notice from the Brain King competition program team yesterday, Sumo had complained to her countless times about this matter. In this regard, Yen Joshi could only smile bitterly.
It's just travel expenses, is it necessary to be like this? Half an hour later. Datongtai TV building. As soon as Sumo and Yen Joshi got out of the car, they saw the building that they often saw on TV. The Datongtai TV building can be regarded as a landmark building in the imperial capital.
Over the years, Datongtai has developed better and better, accounting for almost half of the ratings in the entire Xia country.
Currently, most of the phenomenal variety shows are produced by Datongtai.
Today is Sunday, so the main door of the TV building has been closed, leaving only a small door next to it that can accommodate at most 2 people at the same time. There were also several staff members standing at the door. They were all staff members of the Brain King competition program team, and they were responsible for receiving the contestants.
Hello, please show us your electronic invitation code.
As soon as the 2 men reached the door, they were stopped by a middle-aged man wearing a hat.
Here it is. It's you. Because Sumo and Yen Joshi were both wearing masks, the middle-aged man did not recognize them at first. But when he saw Sumo's electronic invitation code, he immediately knew Sumo's identity and behaved very politely.
Hello, my name is Lu Donghua, and I'm the assistant director of this Brain King contest.
The man in the hat was Tang Jian's right-hand man Lu Donghua.
This was the first time he met the so-called number 1 genius of Xia country, so he was still very curious about Sumo.
This young man has been deified on the internet.
Lu Donghua really wants to know whether Sumo is as great as those people on the internet say.
It's Director Lu, I'm Sumo, nice to meet you. Sumo also shook hands with Lu Donghua very politely. He didn't expect that the ordinary middle-aged man in front of him was actually the deputy director of the Brain King competition program team. When the other staff members heard that the young man in front of them was Sumo, they couldn't help but stare at Sumo in surprise. Who doesn't know Sumo's name now?
He is known as the number 1 genius of Xia country.
Moreover, Sumo has achieved so many amazing achievements that it is not easy for people to ignore him. After taking off his mask, Sumo smiled politely at everyone.
Immediately, Lu Donghua and several other staff members from the Brain King program team gave Sumo a higher evaluation. It is rare for a young person to achieve such success and still be so humble and polite. You have to know that in today's society, some young stars become arrogant as soon as they become a little famous. It is rare to find someone like Sumo who can keep his original intention.
Who is this? Hello, I'm Yen Joshi, and I'm also a contestant this time.
As soon as Yen Joshi took off her mask, Li Donghua and several other staff members were stunned.
This. How can there be such a beautiful girl? Several people were stunned by Yen Joshi's appearance. Even if they searched the entire entertainment industry, they probably wouldn't be able to find a girl prettier than Yen Joshi. Although Yen Joshi was dressed simply today, she still exuded stunning beauty, especially the youthful aura on her body, which was eye-catching. Please show me your electronic invitation code. Lu Donghua still followed the rules and checked Yin Joshi's invitation code.
After confirming that there was no doubt about it, he said something to a staff member and led the two of them into the TV building.
Ordinary contestants naturally do not need the assistant director Lu Donghua to appear in person. But is Su Mo an ordinary player? Of course not. Su Mo is the lucky star in the Brain King competition.
Lu Donghua knew that Sumo's sudden announcement to participate in the Brain King competition directly solved a big problem for them. As soon as Su Mo announced his participation in the Brain King contest, countless advertising sponsors began vying for the title of the Brain King contest.
Those advertising sponsors naturally took a fancy to Su Mo's own traffic.
Therefore, Tang Jian also specifically told Lu Donghua that if Su Mo arrived, he must bring him to his office to meet him.
Tang Jian really wanted to thank Su Mo in person.
If it weren't for Su Mo, today's recording would probably have to be postponed.
There is no other way. How can I record without money? Chapter 99, the upcoming knockout round.
It is true, Brain King competition is a purely money-burning variety show, and it cannot be recorded without money. It's impossible to let the chief director Tang Jian pay for it out of his own pocket. The three of them took the elevator to the 13th floor, which was an office floor.
Knock knock. Lu Donghua knocked on the door and walked in directly with Su Mo and Yin Joshi. Director, I've brought the person to you.
As soon as Tang Jian saw Su Mo behind Lu Donghua, he quickly stood up to greet him.
Su Mo was his savior. Hello Su Mo, I'm Tang Jian, the chief director of Brain King contest. If you don't mind, you can just call me Brother Tang.
Tang Jian was very enthusiastic and shook Su Mo's hand with a smile on his face. You would have thought they were good friends for many years.
Hello, Brother Tang. I have heard a lot about you. Su Mo was not polite at all.
He pointed at Yin Joshi and introduced her to Tang Jian. Brother Tang, this is my girlfriend Yin Joshi, and she is also a contestant this time.
It's true that they are a perfect match.
When Tang Jian saw Yin Joshi for the first time, he was also shocked by her extreme beauty, but he reacted quickly and did not lose his composure.
Tang Jian is also an old man in the entertainment industry and has seen all kinds of women. But after meeting Yin Joshi today, he finally understood what a fairy-like appearance is.
Even Su Xiaofei, who is known as the little fairy in the entertainment industry, is no match for Yin Joshi in terms of appearance alone. I'm afraid only a genius like Su Mo can be worthy of such a beautiful girl.
Director Tang, I am a loyal fan of Brain King. I have been following the show since I was in high school.
Being able to participate in it today is a dream come true for me.
Yin Joshi gave Tang Jian a faint smile.
It had been her plan to come to the Brain King competition.
Even if Su Mo didn't come, she would participate alone.
When Tang Jian heard Yin Joshi's words, he also laughed. His opinion of this girl became higher and higher. The three of them chatted in the office for a while, and then Lu Donghua came over to inform them. Director, except for one contestant who was in a hurry, all other contestants are here.
I see.
After hearing what Lu Donghua said, Tang Jian turned his head and looked at Su Mo and Yin Joshi and said, let's go and meet the other contestants so that we can be mentally prepared when the time comes.
Su Mo immediately understood the meaning of this sentence. Tang Jian wanted to tell him that he must achieve good results. After all, he was being praised so highly now. If his results were poor, it would definitely attract a lot of rumors. Su Mo was still very touched that Tang Jian cared about him so much, but he was confident in his own abilities. Su Mo is a man with a system.
If he still can't win the Brain King trophy, he can buy a piece of tofu and commit suicide.
The contestant reception room was on the 14th floor.
As soon as the three of them entered, they saw nearly 100 contestants inside. Normally, with so many people in one room, it would be noisy, but the room seemed very quiet, with only occasional people talking in low voices. These people are top students from prestigious universities, so their personal qualities are still very good. However, the arrival of these three people caused many contestants in the room to talk about it.
Isn't that Su Mo? TSK, the treatment is really different.
They can meet the chief director directly.
I'm so envious. Oh my god, that girl is so beautiful. Yeah, maybe even the most beautiful girl in the entertainment industry, Su Xiaofei, isn't this pretty? I know this girl. Her name is Yin Joshi.
She was the third in this audition.
She is very strong.
I heard that she and Su Mo are boyfriend and girlfriend, but I don't know if it's true or not.
No, this girl is so beautiful, I feel like I'm in love. Su Mo is very handsome, much more handsome than the photo on his scarf. Suddenly, the reception room became noisy, which made Tang Jian frown. Everyone be quiet.
As soon as Tang Jian finished speaking, everyone kept their mouths shut.
Are you kidding?
Tang Jian is the chief director of the Brain King competition. If we don't give him face, he won't be able to survive in the show.
Suemo and Yen Joshi also found an empty corner and sat down.
A total of 99 contestants advanced from our Brain King competition auditions, but one contestant had to give up his qualification for the main competition due to an emergency. This means that there are a total of 98 contestants participating in this season. Now, please welcome our Deputy Director Lu to announce the rules of this elimination round. After Tang Jian finished speaking, he winked at Lu Donghua, who immediately understood what Tang Jian meant.
Ahem. Lu Donghua looked at the many contestants and said in a deep voice, I believe everyone has seen the elimination rounds of the Brain King contest in the past, but I want to tell you here that the rules this year are completely different from before. Ah? No way. What the hell is going on? Many contestants couldn't help but complain in a low voice. They had been preparing for a long time, but now they were told that the rules had been changed? This is not a joke. However, although they were unhappy, they didn't say anything and listened very seriously to the new rules announced by Lu Donghua. As for Suemo and Yen Joshi, they didn't react at all. Both of them were very confident in their own abilities, so no matter how the rules were changed, it would not matter to them. This year, the program team spent a huge amount of money to set up 99 events. Since one contestant did not come, we removed the simplest event, and now there are only 98 events left. Speaking of this, I believe many contestants have already guessed it. That's right, in the next elimination round, each contestant will have to choose one of the 98 events. Each event is divided into 2 levels of difficulty, difficult and hellish. The contestants need to choose for themselves. After you complete the project, the 3 judges and 2 resident guests will also give you scores based on your performance. The 20 contestants with the lowest scores will be eliminated directly. Lu Donghua's words directly shocked most of the contestants. They had not expected that this year's competition system would be so cruel. You have to know that last year's elimination round of the Brain King competition only eliminated 10 contestants, but this year the number has doubled. This is too exaggerated. I would like to ask, on what basis are the projects selected? A boy with ordinary looks raised his hand, stood up and asked the question that all the contestants were most concerned about. You have to know that the difficulty levels of these events are definitely different. In addition, the contestants focus on different specialties. If you can't choose an event you are good at, you will probably be eliminated. Chapter 100 Rules of the Knockout Round. It is also possible that several players are interested in the same event at the same time. How should it be divided? After all, once a project is selected, other contestants cannot choose it. This contestant asked a good question, and this is the rule I will talk about next. Lu Donghua looked at the boy who answered the question, and a hint of praise appeared in his eyes. He was indeed an elite from a prestigious school and he grasped the key points in an instant. The order of selecting projects is based on your ranking in the audition. The higher your ranking, the greater the chance of selecting a project that suits you. As soon as Lu Donghua said this, many contestants with lower rankings couldn't help but change their expressions. Such rules were not very friendly to them. If the projects were selected according to such rules, by the time it was their turn, the remaining projects would probably be extremely difficult. In that case, there would be a high chance that they would be eliminated. But they couldn't protest because they were ranked so low during the auditions. You reap what you sow. If they could get a good ranking, they wouldn't be in such a passive position now. Does everyone understand the rules? Clear. A large number of projects appeared on the big screen behind Lu Donghua, and staff immediately gave each contestant a copy of the project information. Suemo and Yen Joshi couldn't help but be surprised when they received the thick information. This manual was at least 3 or 4 books thick. It seemed that this project was very difficult. Yen Joshi opened the manual and started reading it immediately, but Suemo just put the manual aside. It didn't matter whether he read it or not. It was just an elimination round project and had no challenge for him at all. Yen Joshi naturally saw Sumo's actions, but she didn't say anything. Maybe to others, Sumo's behavior was a bit arrogant, but she knew Sumo's terrifying strength. Yen Joshi has never met him before, so what problem could stump Suemo? No matter how tricky the question is, it is as easy as drinking water in front of Suemo. The whole room was filled with the sound of contestants flipping through information, and the Brain King competition program team also gave everyone a long time.
After all, for some projects, it takes a long time just to understand the rules. It was not until half an hour later that Lu Donghua interrupted the thoughts of many contestants.
Okay, it's been a while. I believe everyone has some understanding of this project. Now it's time to choose the project.
The Brain King program team naturally won't give the contestants too much time, otherwise, with these people's abilities, they would have studied those projects thoroughly. It is enough to let all the contestants have a preliminary understanding of the rules of this event.
No way, I haven't even looked at the project yet. Give me some more time.
The rules of your projects are a bit confusing.
That's right, I haven't even read half of it. Many contestants couldn't help but complain. Half an hour was not enough for them. Many of them hadn't even finished watching half of the items. Especially those contestants who ranked lower in the audition, their faces looked even uglier when they heard Lu Donghua's words. We will select the projects according to the ranking later, okay? However, we have to want to know more about the events of this competition, right?
Otherwise, there is no point in competing.
They can just pack up and go home.
However, Brain King competition will not take into account the little emotions of these contestants. Their programs have always been like this, trying their best to increase the difficulty for the contestants. This will make it more exciting for the audience, and this is also the main reason for the success of the variety show Brain King battle. Now, please welcome our first place in the audition, Sumo, to start choosing the project. With just one sentence, everyone's attention was focused on Sumo, and most people looked at him with a hint of envy in their eyes.
How great it would be if they could be the first to choose.
Imagination is beautiful, but reality is still cruel to everyone. Yen Joshi sat next to Sumo and turned her head to look at him, her beautiful eyes full of curiosity.
She also wanted to know what kind of project Sumo was going to choose.
During this half hour, Yen Joshi had already seen several particularly perverted projects in the manual. If she were asked to do those projects, she would not have any confidence at all.
I really don't know who came up with those projects, they are simply inhuman. I'll choose the last one. For me, all the projects are actually the same. Sumo's light words stunned everyone.
It was not because their psychological quality was poor, but because Sumo's words were too arrogant.
The last choice? Who are you looking down on?
Most of the contestants here are top students from prestigious universities, and there are also many top students from foreign universities.
Who doesn't have a sense of pride in his or her own heart? So Sumo's attitude made them very unhappy. Of course, this did not include the students from Ching Hua University. Ching Hua University, as the top university in Xia country, naturally has many outstanding talents.
In addition to Sumo and Yen Joshi, there are 5 other students from Ching Hua University participating in the competition. These 5 Ching Hua University students are quite impressed by Sumo. Sumo is now the pride of all Ching Hua University students.
No one thought there was anything wrong with Sumo's choice. In their minds, Sumo had the ability to say such things.
When Song Lisan heard Sumo's words, his eyes narrowed.
He did not expect Sumo to make such a choice.
He had only one goal in participating in the Brain King competition this time, and that was to win the championship. In the semi-finals last year, due to bad luck, Song Lisan was unable to hold the Brain King trophy in person.
This is the biggest pain in his heart.
Song Lisan is already a senior this year, so this is his last chance. After he graduates, his family will not agree to let him participate in such a variety show again. So this time Song Lisan must reach the top no matter what, and Sumo is the biggest obstacle on his way.
Although Sumo's rise to prominence has not been long, there are so many halos around him that Song Lisan cannot help but pay attention to him.
As the saying goes, there is no false reputation.
Sumo must be no simple character to be called the #1 genius of Xia country by so many people.
Despise your opponent strategically and take him seriously tactically. But he never expected that Sumo would give up his own advantage, which made Song Lisan feel that he was a bit arrogant.
Who among those present was not a genius?
The slightest negligence may result in a disaster.
Contestant Sumo, are you sure you want to give up your right to choose first?
Lu Donghua didn't expect Sumo to do this suddenly, and he looked at Tang Jian, who was not far away, and asked,
"What is this little ancestor trying to do?" Chapter 101: Sumo's Arrogance.
Tang Jian was so shocked by Sumo's words that he stood up from his chair. He did not expect Sumo to make such a decision. You know, this competition system is still very favorable for Sumo. After all, he is the first place in this audition, but no one expected that he would give up such a big advantage. The most crucial thing is what Sumo said: his last choice directly turned from an advantage into a disadvantage.
Tang Jian knew that there were some extremely abnormal projects in this project.
When the projects were designed, even the designers felt that no one could complete them. If Suemo really had to make the last choice, it is very likely that the project left for him would be this perverted project.
I am sure.
Sumo's words immediately made all the contestants present explode.
Is this man so conceited? Who knows? Who are you looking down on? He really thinks he's so great.
Don't let others praise him too much.
If he gets eliminated, it will be a lot to watch. That's right. We are all geniuses, but does he really look down on others so much?
Most of the contestants were talking about Sumo's words. Especially some top students from foreign universities, they were very disdainful of Sumo's behavior.
In their minds, Suemo was just lucky.
By chance, BDY's conjecture was solved, but the title of a first-class writer is of no use at all on the stage of the Brain King competition. Everyone knows that in the program Brain King competition, many projects have nothing to do with this program and they test the specialties of the contestants.
Are they going to ask you to write a piece of work in the competition? Stop being funny. Some people spoke very loudly.
Seeing this scene, Lu Donghua didn't know what to do and could only look at Tang Jian to ask. Tang Jian also had a serious look on his face at this time. When he came just now, he also gave Suemo a subtle reminder.
But Tang Jian didn't expect that Suemo would give him such a big surprise when he turned around. Contestant Suemo, this is not just a casual remark. Do you know what this choice represents? Tang Jian couldn't sit still any longer.
He walked to Lu Donghua's side, took the microphone, looked at Suemo seriously and said, "This means that you have turned your greatest advantage into your greatest disadvantage."
Tang Jian still wanted Suemo to earn some traffic for Brain King competition, but if Suemo was eliminated in the elimination round, let alone traffic, he wouldn't get any at all.
And by then, countless people will surely come out and point out that there is a shady deal going on in the Brain King contest.
Otherwise, how could the first place in the audition fail to make it to the elimination round? How did Suemo get first place during the auditions? It really doesn't matter to me. Besides, I don't know what I'm good at. Suemo responded to Tang Jian's kind reminder with helplessness, but the meaning of his words was a bit intriguing. Don't know what you are good at? Isn't it obvious that I am good at everything? Everyone present was a smart person and naturally understood what Suemo meant.
Immediately, there was a burst of boos from the audience.
This is really too arrogant.
They are all geniuses from prestigious universities, and no one has ever dared to be so arrogant in front of them. But Suemo did just that, and not only that, he acted as if it didn't matter, which made them feel insulted in their proud self-esteem. In fact, Suemo had planned to do this a long time ago. Since Suemo knew that he could activate the point system when his fan value reached 20 million, he had already decided to do something high-profile at the right time and place. This is the only way to rapidly increase the number of fans, and the Brain King competition is naturally the place he is most satisfied with. Although Yen Joshi didn't know why Suemo did this, she still chose to stand on his side. In Yen Joshi's heart, no matter what Suemo does, he has his own ideas, and she just needs to support him silently.
The program team respects the personal wishes of the contestants.
Since contestant Suemo has requested this, we will start selecting projects from the second place.
Tang Jian looked at Sumo's indifferent expression and had no choice but to agree to Sumo's request.
After all, there are so many contestants watching here, and there are cameras filming, so he can't be too biased. Although the segment of contestant selection will not be the official content of the Brain King competition, it will still be edited into a trailer for promotional purposes. Therefore, Tang Jian must maintain absolute fairness, justice, and openness in front of the camera. Next, please welcome the second audition contestant, Song Lisan, who is from Nanjing University and was also the third-place winner of last season.
Let us welcome them. As soon as Tang Jian finished speaking, the contestants present burst into warm applause.
As a popular contestant in the previous season, Song Lisan's strength is obvious to all. In addition, he has always been a low-key person, so everyone has a good impression of him.
Everyone wants to see what kind of project Song Lisan will choose. After all, it doesn't mean that the simpler the choice, the better. Because if that happens, during the challenge tomorrow, the 3 scientific judges and 2 resident guests will not think it is difficult and naturally will not give high scores. So, this is a technical job. Not only do you have to choose the project that suits you best, but you also have to ensure that the project is not difficult. This is not an easy task. You have to know that in the half-hour observation time just now, almost no one can finish looking at all the items. Of course, Suemo was not included, but he just felt there was no need to watch it. I choose space recovery. Song Lee-sun looked at the project on the big screen, frowned and thought for a while, and finally decided on his choice. Song Lee-sun's choice immediately caused exclamations from those present. Space restoration is one of the most difficult projects among all the projects. No one expected that he would choose such a difficult project right away. Congratulations to Song Lee-sun for making her selection. Now, please welcome the third contestant, Yen Joshi. She is from Ching Hua University, the top university in Xia country. Please invite Yen Joshi to choose the event she wants to challenge. Everyone's eyes were also on Yen Joshi. There was no way around it, she was just too beautiful. For beautiful women, no matter where they are the focus of everyone's attention. What's more, Yen Joshi is not just a vase. She ranked third in the overall audition, and this ranking is enough to explain everything. Apart from Suemo and Song Lee-sun, Yen Joshi ranked the highest among those present. Who would dare to look down on this incredibly beautiful girl? It can be said that she is a combination of talent and beauty. Chapter 102, the most difficult project in history. I choose the shadow maze. Yen Joshi hesitated for a moment and chose a very difficult project. She had a good sense of direction and was very confident about this project. After Yen Joshi, the contestants present also chose their own events one by one. It can be seen here that male athletes are relatively aggressive and generally choose very difficult events. But it's different for female players. Female players tend to be more stable, and the events they choose are simpler than those of male players. However, there was a project on the big screen that no one had chosen, which surprised Suemo a little. Why didn't anyone choose this project? Identify water at the microscopic level? Suemo also saw the name of this project. Since it was not his turn yet, he picked up the project manual beside him out of curiosity. Unexpectedly, as soon as he opened it, Suemo saw the relevant introduction of the project on the first page of the manual. Microscopic water identification. There are 500 cups of water of the same quality and origin on site. A guest will randomly select a cup of water. The contestants will then have 5 minutes to observe and then find the cup of water selected by the guest among the 500 cups of water. Only then will they be considered successful. Project time, 20 minutes. Difficulty, 9.5 points. The highest difficulty is 10 points. After reading the introduction of this project, Suemo finally understood why no one chose this project. If Suemo were asked to give an evaluation of this project, he would only want to say 2 words. Abnormal. That's right, it's a pervert. Who on earth came up with this inhuman project? Are you sick? Is this a project that a human can accomplish? Suddenly, Suemo had an idea and he remembered the skill he had drawn: fiery eyes and golden pupils. In the past, Suemo thought that this skill was a bit useless, but now he finally understood the meaning of the system's words, exploring on your own. Thinking of this, Suemo became even calmer, because if nothing unexpected happened, this microscopic water identification project would definitely be left to him. Suemo didn't believe that anyone would dare to challenge this impossible project. Doing so would only bring trouble to himself. If Suemo didn't have the golden eyes, even he wouldn't have the slightest confidence in completing the microscopic water identification. The difficulty of this project is really too high, and the most important thing is that the time is so short. 500 cups of water in 20 minutes, which is 25 cups of water per minute, or about 2 seconds to observe a cup of water. It's so perverted. This is simply a suicidal project. No one would choose such a project unless they are smart enough. Every time a contestant selects the event he or she wants to challenge, the corresponding event on the big screen will disappear. But as the number of projects on the screen decreased, Tang Jian began to have a bad feeling. Looking at the 4 words microscopic water identification, Tang Jian felt very heavy in his heart. This project impressed him the most. Because when this project was designed, the designer told Tang Jianhua himself, no one in this world can complete such a project. When Tang Jian thought of the designer's words, he couldn't help but feel anxious. Looking at the current situation, there was a great possibility that the project left for Suemo would be this microscopic water identification. If that were the case, it would be the worst possible scenario. The ranking in the knockout round is calculated according to the scores given by the 5 judges, but if you fail to complete it, then you will have no score at all and will be eliminated directly. If that were the case, things would be very serious. However, as the contestants on the field selected their events one by one, the thing Tang Jian was most worried about happened.
At this time, except for Yen Joshi, all the contestants including Song Lee-sun were looking at Suemo with some gloating. There was only one item left on the big screen at this time: microscopic water identification. The first time all the contestants saw this event, they couldn't help but want to curse in their hearts. How did they come up with such a perverted project? However, now that they saw that this project fell to Suemo, many people wanted to praise the designer who designed this project.
This is such a great design. Let us see how arrogant this guy can be now. Everyone's eyes were on Suemo at this time. They all wanted to see what expression Suemo had now. But they were all disappointed. Sumo's face was still nonchalant, without a trace of worry on his face. Most of them still believed that Suemo was just pretending to be calm. If such a project fell upon them, they would probably be panicking like dogs by now. Let's see how long you can keep pretending. Everyone was waiting to see Suemo make a fool of himself. The microscopic water identification project was simply an impossible project and no one thought he could complete it. Even several students from Ching Hua University couldn't help but worry about Suemo at this time. It wasn't that they didn't believe in Sumo's ability, but this project was too abnormal. And this has nothing to do with brainpower, it just tests the player's personal micro ability. If we were to say the only person on the field who believed in Suemo, it would probably be Yen Joshi. Yen Joshi's admiration for Suemo is almost blind, and she doesn't think there is any project that can stump Suemo. It is true that the project of microscopic water identification is very difficult, but Yen Joshi is still full of confidence in Suemo. After selecting the project, the production team has prepared accommodation for everyone. Staff will take everyone to their respective rooms later. The contestants can also take this opportunity to learn more about the project they are challenging. I look forward to everyone's performance tomorrow, come on. As soon as Tang Jian finished speaking, all the contestants spontaneously applauded. When the contestants left the venue, Suemo and Yen Joshi were called to Tang Jian's office. Suemo, what on earth are you thinking? Tang Jian couldn't understand Sumo's behavior. With Sumo's first place in the audition, he could have chosen a project that was very suitable for him. But now, he has to choose last, and ends up leaving him with a bomb. This time he is doomed to die. Tang Jian didn't have any hope that Suemo could complete this project. In his eyes, microscopic water identification was simply an unsolvable project. Brother Tang, calm down. Seeing Tang Jian's frustrated look, Suemo couldn't help but give him some advice. You should have confidence in me. It's just a microscopic water identification. Why are you so nervous? When Tang Jian heard Sumo's words, he was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. Isn't it just a microscopic water identification? If someone else said something like this in front of Tang Jian, he would definitely burst into curses. Chapter 103 Official Recording. The microscopic water identification project is the most difficult project since the establishment of the variety show Brain King competition. Apart from microscopic water identification, there is no other item that can reach a difficulty of 9.5 points. Now when Tang Jian saw Sumo's indifferent look, he was so angry that he laughed. Are you so confident? Of course. Do you think I'm bluffing? Suemo shrugged speechlessly. He was not stupid. If he had no confidence, would he be so high profile? Suemo did this to increase his fan value so that he could activate the points system as soon as possible. The sky is big, the earth is big, and the system is the biggest. Seeing how confident Suemo was, Tang Jian didn't know what to say and could only sigh helplessly. Yen Joshi couldn't help but smile slightly when she saw Tang Jian's worried look. Director Tang, you really don't have to worry so much. Shoma is much more capable than you think. Others may not know, but Yen Joshi knows Suemo very well. During the time she has been with Suemo, Suemo shocks her almost every day. Therefore, Yen Joshi was not worried at all that Suemo would be eliminated, because she knew that Suemo would never do anything without certainty. When Tang Jian heard what Yen Joshi said, he couldn't help but have a doubt in his mind. Can Suemo really complete the project of microscopic water identification? All contestants participating in this Brain King contest were arranged by the program team to stay in a hotel opposite the Dadong TV building. This hotel also often receives guests from Dadong TV. After all, many popular variety shows are produced by Dadong TV. Although the hotel is not a star-rated one, the environment is still very good. Suemo also lived in the same room with a senior from Ching Hua University. As soon as the two entered the room, the Ching Hua University student couldn't help but introduce himself. Hello Sumo, my name is Qian Ming, and I am from the Department of Finance at Ching Hua University.
Qian Ming has always liked Sumo, his junior, since Sumo solved the BDY conjecture. Today, he was lucky enough to live in the same room with Sumo, and he was more or less excited.
Hello, senior. I'm Sumo. Sumo also shook hands with Qian Ming very politely.
He didn't expect that he would be assigned to the same group with students from his own school.
In fact, this was all arranged deliberately by Tang Jin. He could see that many people were very dissatisfied with Sumo.
In order to prevent any unpleasant things from happening, he arranged for the staff to find a contestant from the same school for Sumo.
It can be said that Tang Jin put a lot of thought into Sumo. Sumo, are you really sure you can handle that damn project?
Qian Ming sat on his bed, looked at Sumo curiously and asked. Qian Ming had also read the detailed introduction of the microscopic water identification project.
It was really inhuman, and he couldn't help but worry about Sumo. Senior, do you think I would have said such arrogant words today if I wasn't sure?
When Sumo heard Qian Ming's worry, he smiled slightly and asked Qian Ming directly.
If it wasn't for activating the points system, given Sumo's personality, he really wouldn't have said such words.
But, I read the introduction of the microscopic water identification project.
That project?
Senior, please have some confidence in me.
I, Sumo, never do anything that I am not sure of.
Qian Ming was interrupted by Sumo before he could finish his words. Qian Ming was also infected by Sumo's confidence when he saw him.
Yes. Sumo is known as the #1 genius in Xia country. How can we judge him with a normal person's eyes?
Thinking of this, Qian Ming's worry disappeared without a trace in an instant.
Early the next morning, Sumo and Yan Joshi had breakfast in the hotel and then went to the lounge at the recording site together. The Brain King contest will officially begin recording at 9 o'clock this morning, and the contestants will be randomly drawn by computer.
This adds a lot of uncertainty, which means that no one knows when they will play, which is also a big test for the players' psychological qualities. When Sumo and Yan Joshi entered the lounge, most of the contestants had already arrived. The two of them also felt that almost everyone's eyes were looking at them, with many kinds of emotions in their eyes, including disdain, curiosity, and admiration for Yan Joshi's breathtaking appearance.
Sumo took Yan Joshi's hand, found an empty seat and sat down, quietly waiting for the recording of Brain King competition to begin. Time passed minute by minute, and finally at 8:40, audience members began to arrive one after another. There weren't many people, only about 300 or 400, which is also the audience size for most variety shows in the country. After all the audience entered, this season's 3 scientific guests also made their appearance. Please welcome our first scientific guest, Li Dong. Li Dong is a world memory master and currently ranked 3rd in the world.
A majestic male voice sounded, and a man in his 30s walked out from the guest passage. He had an ordinary appearance, but a gleam of light flashed in his eyes from time to time. Li Dong has been the science guest for 3 consecutive seasons of Brain King competition, so his popularity is still very high. The audience burst into warm applause as soon as he appeared on the stage. Please welcome our second scientific guest, Zhao Ke, a professor at Nanjing University and a famous psychology professor in China. Zhao Ke is a middle-aged man in his 40s. It was his first time to be a guest on a variety show, so he was a little nervous. Although the audience was unfamiliar with him, they still gave him warm applause. Please welcome the last scientific guest of this season's Brain King competition.
I believe everyone knows who he is, right? Yu Hua.
The audience shouted out the name, Yu Hua, an honorary professor at Imperial University and a popular scientific guest on Brain King competition.
His catchphrase is, "Science is my only criterion for judgment."
There is no doubt that Yu Hua's requirements for the contestants are very strict, even excessive, but there is no doubt that the contestants he selected are very strong. After the 3 of them sat down, Wang Tao, the top host of Dadong TV, also appeared. Wang Tao, a famous host, is well known throughout the country for his humorous hosting style. He has also been the host of the program Brain King competition since its inception. Welcome everyone to the recording site of the first episode of the 5th season of Brain King competition.
This program is exclusively sponsored by the Little Yellow Duck Learning Machine. With the Little Yellow Duck Learning Machine, parents no longer have to worry about their children's learning. Wang Tao looked at the audience and smiled. Do you feel like something is missing? Permanent guest. The audience also answered cooperatively, and they found Wang Tao's hosting style very interesting.
Yes, they are the permanent guests of our Brain King competition season 5.
Who are they? Chapter 104 Luxurious Lineup. The audience also shouted out a name loudly together. Zhang Gu. That's right, let us invite the famous actor Zhang Gu. As Wang Tao's voice sounded, Zhang Gu also walked out from the guest channel. As a top-tier superstar, naturally the number of his fans is terrifying. As soon as he appeared on the stage, he caused screams from all the audience present. Before Zhang Gu posted that Weibo status, no one would have thought that the program team of Brain King competition would invite Zhang Gu. Oh my god, it's really Zhang Gu. I saw the real person. Zhang Gu is so handsome. I grew up watching his movies. I can only say that the program team is really awesome. They can even afford to invite superstars. They really spend a huge amount of money. Zhang Gu, I love you.
Zhang Gu waved in response to the audience's screams and walked slowly to the center of the venue.
Wang Tao also quickly strode up to Zhang Gu.
Although he is already considered a senior in the entertainment industry, he still has to be respectful in front of Zhang Gu.
Teacher Zhang, I wonder why you came to the Brain King competition as a permanent guest this time.
My main purpose this time is to meet the most famous genius of Xia country, who has become famous recently.
I have always been curious about this young man.
In the lounge, because there is a recording screen, the players can see the live situation through the TV on the wall.
After hearing Zhang Ji's words, everyone looked at Suemo with envy. It was a great honor to be named by a superstar like Zhang Gu. However, when they thought of Sumo's challenge project, they couldn't help but gloat.
In the eyes of these people, Suemo is now like a grasshopper in autumn, and he won't be able to jump for much longer.
However, when some male contestants saw Yan Jiushi beside Suemo, they couldn't help but feel jealous. How could a girl like this fall for an egomaniac like Suemo? Sure enough, the good cabbages were eaten by the pigs.
After Zhang Gu sat down, Wang Tao's voice rang out again.
In addition to teacher Zhang, there is another permanent guest. Do you know who it is? The audience was also confused.
They hadn't heard that anyone would be a permanent guest on Brain King competition recently.
She is our golden song little queen Su Qian.
Let us welcome her with warm applause.
Su Qian also walked out of the guest channel very gracefully. Today she was wearing a black evening dress.
Her delicate collarbone was so attractive and sexy. Although Su Qian is still a first-tier star, she is already at the tail end of the first-tier stars. If it weren't for the large number of fans she had accumulated in the past, her popularity would probably have dropped to the second-tier ranks. That's why Su Qian reduced her appearance fee this time and secured the position of permanent guest, in order to increase her traffic through the Brain King competition.
Wow, Su Qian is so beautiful.
I haven't seen Su Qian for a long time.
I really miss her. I used to really like Su Qian's song First Love in Summer, but I never thought she would come to compete for the title of Brain King. I have to say that the two guests invited by the program team this time are both awesome. If Tang Jian heard the audience's discussions, he would definitely laugh so hard that his mouth would be crooked.
These two came to me on their own initiative, and their combined appearance fee was barely 10 million. You should know that the appearance fee of an ordinary first-line star is about 8 million.
Tang Jian had never thought that he could sign Zhang Gu and Su Qian with 10 million. Brain King competition, we want to let science catches on. I have to say that Wang Tao did a pretty good job of warming up the audience. Please start randomly selecting the contestants.
As soon as Wang Tao finished speaking, 98 gray avatars appeared on the big screen behind him, and then began to flash rapidly.
Stop.
An avatar instantly appeared on the big screen with a number on it 17.
Please welcome contestant number 17.
At this time, the contestants in the backstage lounge were looking at each other. Everyone was looking for contestant number 17. As soon as we arrived at the lounge today, the Brain King competition staff gave each contestant a number tag.
It's me.
A person walked out silently from the crowd.
It was Qian Ming, who lived in the same room with Suemo. Come on. When Qian Ming passed by Suemo couldn't help but cheer him on.
He could see that Qian Ming was too nervous, which would easily lead to him performing poorly. This is also the reason why there have been frequent upsets in the past few seasons, because some contestants often fail to show their best due to nervousness in front of the camera. When Qian Ming heard Sumo's words, he also took a deep breath. At this moment, he suddenly felt less nervous. Walking from the contestant channel to the recording site, Wang Tao also shook hands with Qian Ming enthusiastically.
Please introduce yourself first.
When Qian Ming heard Wang Tao's words, he turned to the guests and the tension in his heart suddenly disappeared.
Hello, teachers. My name is Chien Ming.
I am from Ching Hua University. Today I will challenge the project of changing faces. The introduction was very simple.
Wang Tao on the side quickly added, "Don't underestimate Chien Ming. He was the top scorer in science in Beihai province last year.
He scored 736 points in the college entrance examination. He is a genius with great potential."
Hiss.
Everyone gasped when they heard Wang Tao's words.
Could anyone be the top scorer in the college entrance examination? How high is the quality of the contestants this year?
That's indeed the case. This year, with the participation of Su Mo, a large number of talented players have been attracted to participate. It can be said that the strength of the players this year is much stronger than in the past.
Su Qian was very surprised.
I always felt that the top scorer in the college entrance examination was far away from me, but once I got on the stage of the Brain King competition, I saw the legendary top student right away.
Zhang Gu smiled and said, "This guy is pretty good." Yu Xiaohua was very calm.
You two teachers may not be used to it at first, but you will get used to it slowly.
There is no weakling who can step onto the stage of Brain King competition.
The comments of the three people made Chien Ming feel embarrassed.
Teachers, you are joking. I am not a top student at all. Compared with my junior Su Mo, I am just an ordinary person. Chien Ming's words also made everyone secretly amazed. Why are you, a top scorer in the college entrance examination, pretending to be an ordinary person? If you are an ordinary person, then what are we?
At this time, the players who were preparing for the game in the lounge were also dismissive of Chien Ming's words.
It's already this time, and you're still praising Su Mo?
Most people think that Chien Ming is just deliberately praising Su Mo, but there are also some very rational contestants who think exactly the opposite.
Chapter 105, Cruel Competition System. Are you kidding? Praise highly? Absolutely impossible.
People like them all have their own pride in their hearts, and it is impossible for them to belittle themselves and praise others like Chien Ming does. Then there is only one explanation for the answer, that is, Su Mo's strength is really amazing.
We have prepared 100 masks for the contestants.
They will be presented in order.
Each mask will be presented for 3 seconds.
Then several judges will select and say 3 numbers, and the contestants will need to find the 3 faces designated by the judges in our face database within 10 minutes. Please note that the facial mask library does not only have the 100 facial masks displayed on the big screen. In order to increase the difficulty for the contestants, 1,000 similar interference items have been added to the facial mask library.
This will test the contestants' accurate memory ability. As soon as Wang Tao introduced the rules, the audience below couldn't help but exclaim.
Zhang Gu, when I heard this rule, my head was about to explode. I really don't know how the contestants can find the answer.
It's too difficult.
Su Qian's face was full of bitter smiles. I used to hear people say that coming to the Brain King contest is just to seek abuse.
Now I finally believe it. The audience below also burst into laughter. The 3 scientific judges didn't say anything.
Although this project was a bit difficult, they were already used to it.
If it wasn't difficult, would it still be called Brain King competition? Are you ready? Ready, observation begins. Su Mo was looking at Chien Ming in the lounge, hoping that he could pass.
After all, he was his senior, and the most important thing was that they lived in the same room. The 100 masks were quickly looked at, and now it was the judge's turn to ask questions. When Su Mo saw the 3 numbers chosen by Yu Xiaohua, he couldn't help but squint his eyes. He had to admit that Yu Xiaohua's level of question setting was still very high. Yu Xiaohua's 3 numbers are 22, 45, and 78. These 3 numbers seem to have no connection, but precisely because they have no connection, they test the contestants' memory ability even more.
Su Mo couldn't help but worry about Chien Ming. Yan Joshi also felt Su Mo's nervousness and couldn't help but smile slightly. Xiao Mo, why do you seem so nervous?
Indeed, I live with Senior Chien Ming.
He is a very nice person. I really hope he can advance. Su Mo couldn't help but smile bitterly. He probably wouldn't be so nervous when he went on stage.
Chien Ming had already started looking for answers in the venue.
In less than 5 minutes, he had found 2 facial masks, which made Su Mo couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief.
Through close-ups of the facial masks, Su Mo has confirmed that these 2 answers are correct. It depends on whether Chien Ming can find the last facial mask within 5 minutes. Time passed minute by minute, and finally at 9 minutes and 30 seconds, Qianming found the last answer among thousands of facial masks.
Let's verify whether Qianming's answer is correct. 22 correct, 45 correct, the last question 78. Correct.
Immediately, warm applause broke out at the scene.
Qianming's performance was really stable and amazing.
Su Qian covered her mouth with a look of shock on her face. Oh my god, this is amazing, he actually found 3 correct answers.
Zhang Gu was very excited.
Qianming performed very well and has a really strong memory.
Li Dong also nodded with satisfaction, it's really good. Zhao Ku even directly tried to win him over. Xiao Qian, please consider joining my team.
Yu Xiaohua didn't say anything, but there was a hint of recognition in his eyes. He had seen many geniuses, but it was rare to find someone as steady as Qianming.
The audience below also exclaimed in amazement. Qianming's performance deeply shocked them. This contestant has an amazing memory.
Yes, there are so many faces in the face database, and he actually found 3 correct answers.
If it were me, I wouldn't be able to find any. This year's contestants are so strong.
It's hard not to be shocked when they come out with such a strong opponent right at the start.
I wonder if Su Mo will be here today. I really want to see him.
Now, please invite the 5 judges to rate contestant Qianming's performance. Less than a minute after Wang Tao finished speaking, Qianming's results came out.
Qianming's total score is 84 points.
Let us congratulate him.
As soon as the scores were announced, some people were unhappy. Teacher Yu, why is the score so low? Su Qian's words sounded a bit accusatory.
She personally felt that this project was extremely difficult and that she could get a full score out of 120 points, but she didn't expect Qianming to only get 84 points, which made her feel indignant.
In fact, this is also a major highlight of the show.
This situation has often occurred in previous seasons, and the resident guests complained that Yu Xiaohua's score was too low. Zhang Gu nodded in agreement with Su Qian's words. He also felt that the score was a bit too low. Yu Xiaohua also patiently explained Su Qian's words. Teacher Su, it's not that I don't want to give a high score, but the difficulty of this project is only 7 points. If contestant Qianming challenges the Hell Level 100 Change Ghost Phase, I can give him a higher score. Each of the 4 judges will receive 3 points for performance, which will then be multiplied by the difficulty score given by Yu Xiaohua to determine the contestant's final score. After hearing what Yu Xiaohua said, the 2 of them didn't say anything else. The recording of Brain King competition was very tight, and the random selection of the next contestant began on the big screen. It has to be said that the difficulty of the events in this Brain King competition is much higher than in the past. 1 out of every 4 or 5 contestants cannot complete the event they are challenging.
And there is only one outcome for these contestants' elimination.
The competition for the Brain King is so cruel.
There is no such thing as a resurrection match. Elimination means elimination. It took 10 hours of continuous recording before more than 20 contestants took on the challenge project. Su Mo and Yan Joshi were not called, so they could only continue waiting. Also not named was Song Lisan. He was very confident about his project, but since he was not chosen, he had no choice but to continue waiting. Song Lisan now hopes that he and Su Mo will be on stage on the same day, so that he can defeat Su Mo head-on and let Su Mo see that his title of Xia country's #1 genius is all false. After a day, those who had successfully completed the challenge felt relieved. After all, under the current circumstances, as long as they had achieved results, the chances of being eliminated were not high. There were as many as 6 contestants who were eliminated today alone. Among the contestants who successfully completed the challenge, the best score was only 96 points, which was less than 100 points. This is a bit hard to understand. Chapter 106 Microscopic Identification of Water. Which of the contestants who can enter the main competition is not a genius?
But no one's score could exceed 100 points, and everyone placed their hopes on Song Lisan and Yan Joshi, because in everyone's eyes, the 2 of them would definitely be able to break 100 points.
As for why Su Mo is not there? That's because all the contestants have already determined that Su Mo cannot complete the microscopic water identification. This project is really a bit ridiculous. This is not a project for people to do. In the eyes of all the contestants, the micro water identification project is an unsolvable boss. The next day,
as soon as the recording of Brain King contest began, the first contestant to appear on stage caused cheers.
Let's welcome contestant number 1, Su Mo.
Where are the applause? As soon as Wang Tao finished speaking, the audience cheered. Everyone wanted to see whether this so-called number one genius of Xia country was really as amazing as people said on the internet.
Zhang Gu also sat up straight.
He came to the Brain King competition just to meet Su Mo. There was also a different kind of brilliance in Su Qian's eyes. She was very interested in this talented young man. Li Dong and Zhao Ku also showed a hint of anticipation on their faces, but Yu Xiaohua looked very calm. Although he was also interested in the recently rising number one genius of Xia country, that was all. After all, as a scientific judge for 4 seasons of the Brain King competition, Yu Xiaohua has seen countless geniuses. When Su Mo in the lounge heard his name being called, he smiled faintly. He was not nervous at all, on the contrary, he was a little happy.
Finally, I don't have to wait like this anymore. Xiaoma, come on.
Don't worry, watch me show my power.
In response to Yan Joshi's encouragement, Su Mo said very calmly.
His look made many contestants in the lounge speechless.
It's already this late and you're still bragging? What a nonsense.
Only Song Lisan and a few others showed a solemn look in their eyes.
They were all curious about how Su Mo was going to complete the microscopic water identification.
Su Mo walked slowly from the contestant channel to the front desk, and as soon as he came out, he aroused cheers from the audience.
I finally met Su Mo today. I'm so excited. Wow, Su Mo is so handsome. I wonder what project Su Mo will challenge today. Do you think Su Mo can break through 100 points?
No contestant has surpassed this mark yet. I think it should be possible.
Su Mo should still have some strength, otherwise he wouldn't be praised like this. It's hard to say. Maybe he's just an embroidered pillow, good-looking but useless. Aren't there many people like him these days?
Many viewers were not optimistic about Su Mo, and felt that he, the number one genius in Xia country, was just being hyped up.
In fact, this is normal.
After all, Su Mo is only 18 years old.
What kind of strength can an 18-year-old student have? After Su Mo walked to the center of the venue, Wang Tao also came over. Like the audience, he was extremely curious about Su Mo. There is no way. Su Mo has been too popular recently. A student has suppressed the entire entertainment industry. Su Mo finally saw you in person. You look so young. Wang Tao couldn't help being surprised when looking at Su Mo's still slightly immature face.
Only when he saw it with his own eyes did he realize how young he was. However, he already had so many dazzling halos around him.
It was really a bit unbelievable. Hello, Mr. Wang. I really like watching the show you host. Su Mo responded to Wang Tao's praise very politely, and his whole demeanor seemed extremely calm, completely different from the previous contestants.
Coupled with the strong aura of knowledge coming from Su Mo, everyone's eyes lit up.
This Su Mo was quite interesting.
Zheng Gu turned his head and smiled at Su Qian beside him.
Just from Su Mo's current performance, he could tell that this young man was definitely extraordinary. It's very good. You see, he's not nervous at all. If I were his age, I would be so nervous that I would be speechless.
Zhang Ji's sudden action was a little unexpected to Su Qian, so she quickly smiled and expressed her judgment.
Although Su Qian is a first-line star, her status in the entertainment industry cannot be compared with Zhang Ji's. The latter is a superstar.
There are nearly 100 first-line stars in the entertainment industry, but there are only 5 super first-line stars, and one has already retired. Therefore, if you can get closer to top-tier celebrities, it will be of great benefit to yourself.
Let's see what project Su Mo is going to challenge. I want to see if this kid can give me a stunning feeling. Let's wait and see.
Su Qian also tried her best to maintain a good image. When she looked at Zhang Ji's handsome face, she felt a little flustered. Although Zhang Gu is almost 40 years old this year, he has not been involved in any scandals.
He can be said to be a breath of fresh air in the entertainment industry.
Su Qian naturally has different feelings towards such an outstanding man. Please introduce yourself.
Although Su Mo is already well known, the necessary procedures still need to be followed. Hello everyone, I'm a freshman from Ching Hua University, my name is Su Mo. As soon as Su Mo finished speaking, the audience spontaneously applauded. Su Mo, what project are you going to challenge today?
Wang Tao looked at Su Mo curiously, because apart from the people in the director team, no one knew what the contestants were going to challenge, which was also the charm of this show.
Microscopic identification of water. What water?
Zheng Gu couldn't help but ask, he didn't understand what it meant.
Microscopic identification of water. Suemo also reiterated that he had a good impression of Zhang Gu. A detailed introduction to microscopic water identification also appeared on the big screen in the venue.
Microscopic identification of water, the most difficult event in the history of the Brain King competition, with a difficulty score of 9.5. There are 500 cups of water on site, and the judges will randomly select one cup for the contestant to observe for 5 minutes. After the contestant has finished observing, the glass of water will be returned to its original place, and the contestant needs to find the correct answer within 20 minutes. The audience below was in an uproar, and even the 5 judges, including Yu Hua, looked at each other in disbelief. Yu Hua has been a science judge for several seasons and has seen countless programs, but he has never seen a project of such difficulty. In the past, the highest difficulty level was 9 points, but this one actually reached 9.5 points. After Yu Hua heard the detailed rules of this project, he felt that the difficulty of this project was definitely more than 9.5 points.
Zhang Ji's eyes widened, his face full of shock. Oh my god, is this really a project that humans can complete? Chapter 107 Actively Increased Difficulty. It's not that Zhang Gu overreacted, but this project is really too difficult. He has recently watched all the previous seasons of Brain King competition, but has never seen such a difficult project. In response to Zhang Ji's exclamation, Su Qian couldn't help but echoed, yes, I want to ask Professor Yu, have you ever seen such a project? Li Dong and Zhao Ke also turned their eyes to Yu Hua. Although they were also scientific judges, they also felt that this project was a bit too difficult. To be honest, I didn't expect to see such a difficult project this year. It was really beyond my expectations. Yu Hua's expressionless face also showed surprise. This should be the most difficult project in the Brain King competition in the past few seasons. I think the difficulty of this project can definitely be rated 10 points. The audience was in an uproar again. Even Yu Hua, who was always impartial, said this. It seemed that this project was really not easy. Can anyone really complete this project? No way. Even Professor Yu said this project deserves 10 points. What the hell is this microscopic water identification project? Oh my god, Suemo won't be eliminated, right? I think it's uncertain. The audience was also talking about it. No one expected that the project Suemo was challenging would be so difficult. Suemo, are you really sure you can complete such a difficult project? When Wang Tao heard Yu Hua's words, he couldn't help but look at the young man beside him in shock. Of course, otherwise why would I choose this project? Sumo's words made Tang Jian, who was behind the camera, couldn't help but smile bitterly. Is this your choice? This was clearly left for you, okay? Who told you to be so arrogant? Now you're done for. Tang Jian couldn't help but worry about Suemo now. If Suemo failed in the challenge, then Suemo would probably be attacked on Weibo tonight. After all, with so many viewers now, someone will definitely spread this news online. By then, Sumo's image as the number 1 genius of Xia country would have collapsed. The number 1 genius in Xia country couldn't even make it past the knockout rounds. What kind of genius is he? Now Tang Jian can only hope for a miracle. Zhang Gu couldn't help but be surprised when he saw Sumo's confidence. I'm really curious about your confidence, because in my opinion, it's impossible for anyone to complete such a project. Su Qian, I agree with Mr. Zhang. I don't think anyone can complete such a project. Li Dong, who designed this project? It's so perverted. Zhao Ke, I think the current human brainpower is not yet capable of completing such a project. Yu Hua said nothing, but just looked at Suemo deeply. He wanted to see if this young man was trying to attract attention. When Suemo heard what the judges said, a hint of confidence appeared at the corners of his mouth. In my opinion, this project is just average and not too difficult. This sentence shocked everyone. What did they just hear? Isn't this too difficult? Are you kidding me? Especially the players in the lounge were furious when they heard Sumo's words. This person is really too arrogant. You are already facing death, but you are still so confident. I don't know where you get the courage from. What? Xia country's number 1 genius? He's just bluffing. Although Yan Joshi was very dissatisfied with what others said, she didn't say anything and waited for the facts to speak for themselves. These people just wait to be slapped in the face by Suemo. Very good. I look forward to your next performance. Yu Hua couldn't help but say that geniuses cannot be judged by common sense. If Suemo can really complete this project, then it proves that he is truly a genius. If not, then what Suemo said now is a black spot. Suemo, are you ready?
Wang Tao heard from the in-ear monitor that the props were ready, and asked casually as usual.
Wait a moment.
Suemo suddenly stretched out his hand towards Wang Tao, and his reaction made everyone stunned.
What happened?
In the backstage lounge, Yen Joshi was confused when she heard Sumo's words.
She didn't know what Suemo was going to do. Is this guy afraid? What is Suemo doing? It's no use regretting it now. Who made him so arrogant in the first place? What a genius, just garbage.
Some contestants spoke relatively rationally, but some spoke much more harshly. Several contestants from Ching Hua University could no longer bear to hear such words. Xian Ming, in particular, directly cursed at the contestant who had just called Suemo trash.
Are you sick? Suemo hasn't challenged you yet, what are you talking about? That's right, what qualifications do you have to judge Suemo? I think you're trash.
The other students from Ching Hua University naturally stood on Xian Ming's side and spoke in favor of Suemo.
No matter what, Suemo is a student of Ching Hua University.
Now that he is being evaluated like this, they are naturally unhappy. Although the person who spoke just now was not convinced, he didn't say anything else.
Who can blame the large number of people in Ching Hua University? In the field, Wang Tao also looked at Suemo curiously. Suemo, do you have anything else to say?
The 5 judges were also very curious.
They didn't know what Suemo was going to do. I want to increase the difficulty. I want to challenge the hell-level microscopic water identification. Hiss.
The audience all gasped and looked in disbelief at the young man in the arena who never stopped making shocking statements. The project of microscopic water identification is difficult enough, it can be said to be abnormally difficult.
But now I hear that Suemo wants to increase the difficulty. Isn't this too crazy? Is the hell-level microscopic water identification really made for humans? No way, such a difficult project actually has a hell level? Why do I feel a little bit scared? I really kneel down to Suemo. If he can complete it, I will definitely become his fan. I think he's a little too arrogant.
Maybe he's a genius, but in my opinion, even a genius can't do such a perverted project. In the lounge, all the contestants were stunned by Sumo's words.
Hell-level microscopic water identification? Are you here to make people laugh? Originally, they had thought that Suemo could not complete the ordinary level of microscopic water identification. Now they heard that Suemo was actually trying to challenge the hell-level difficulty. Isn't this funny? Did he feel that he couldn't accomplish it and deliberately found a way out for himself? Chapter 108, Shock Caused by Hell-Level Difficulty.
A top student from a foreign university muttered something, but when he saw the unfriendly looks from several students from Ching Hua University, he quickly shut up.
You are more powerful because you have more people. I can't afford to offend, but I can't hide from it.
However, when the other contestants heard this, they all thought it made sense and it might really be true.
The hell-level difficulty of microscopic water identification is hard to be completed by anyone.
Even if you lose, it is not shameful. Yen Joshi simply ignored what these people said.
She knew Suemo. If Suemo was not sure, he would never do such a thing.
Tang Jian, the chief director of Brain King competition, was also dumbfounded at this moment. When he heard Sumo's words, he was about to go crazy.
What on earth is this little ancestor trying to do?
At this moment at the recording site, Wang Tao was stunned for a moment after hearing Sumo's words.
Clang. There was a loud bang, and people couldn't help but cover their ears.
It turned out that the microphone in Wang Tao's hand fell. Fortunately, he had rich experience in hosting and reacted immediately. He quickly picked up the microphone from the ground and apologized to the audience.
I'm sorry, but I'm old and my hands and feet are no longer useful sometimes.
Everyone could see that Wang Tao was frightened by Sumo's words, but they all thought it was normal. They were also puzzled at the moment.
Where did Suemo get the courage from? To challenge the hell-level microscopic water identification, this. Are you sure? Yu Xiaohua was also shocked. Do you know what the hell level represents? As a veteran in the Brain King competition, Yu Xiaohua naturally knew what Sumo's words meant. Originally, he still had some hope for Suemo. But after hearing Sumo's words, all this hope disappeared. The Brain King competition is a hell-level project. Do you think it's just a joke? I don't know. I just know that this project is too easy for me and not challenging at all. When Suemo heard Yu Xiaohua's question, he expressed his true thoughts. The audience was in an uproar again. Simple? What's so simple about this project? Can anyone tell me? Oh my god, that tone is a bit crazy. This is the first time I've heard a contestant complain that the Brain King contest is too easy. This Suemo is really peculiar. This may be the gap between us and geniuses. Humph, I think this guy is just bragging. He doesn't need any capital anyway. We'll know whether it's true or not soon.
All I can say now is that the chance that Suemo can accomplish it is less than 1%.
Even if he is a genius, so what? The hell-level microscopic water identification is simply incomprehensible with the current level of human evolution.
Yu Xiaohua naturally heard the audience's whispers, and he said something to Wang Tao. Host, please show the rules of hell difficulty on the big screen. After hearing what Yu Xiaohua said, Wang Tao quickly contacted the back-end technical team. In less than a minute, detailed rules appeared on the big screen. Microscopic water identification hell level, difficulty 10 points. There are 1,000 cups of water on the scene, and the judges randomly select one cup. The contestants have 1 minute to observe, and then need to find the cup of water selected by the judges within 5 minutes.
If they can find it successfully, the challenge is successful. Wow! This time, not only was there an uproar in the audience, but even the 3 scientific judges couldn't help but cover their mouths. This is really perverted. Including Yu Xiaohua, he has never lost his composure like he is now. This project has no solution at all. As for Zhang Gu and Su Qian, they were completely stunned by this rule. Watch 1,000 glasses of water in 5 minutes? 200 cups per minute, which means the contestants have to look at least 3 cups of water per second. Is this still a human being? The most important thing is not just to finish watching it, you also have to find the glass of water selected by the judges to complete the challenge. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even Zhang Gu, who had always been optimistic about Suemo, thought that all this was too crazy. Not to mention others. Contestant Suemo, do you understand the difficulty of hell now? Yu Xiaohua suppressed the shock in his heart and looked at the young man who said something shocking. Understood. Suemo turned his head and took a look at the rules on the big screen. A hint of excitement appeared in his eyes. This made things more interesting to him. Otherwise it would be really boring. So are you still going to challenge the hell-level microscopic water identification? Everyone was staring at Suemo curiously at this moment. They were all looking forward to what choice Suemo would make. Of course, this level of difficulty is interesting, so this is it. Sumo's light words instantly made the audience uneasy again. Is that kind of interesting? Do you have to be so crazy? In fact, Suemo was also very helpless. If he didn't want to reach 20 million fans quickly, he wouldn't be so high profile. This is not in line with Sumo's style. However, in order to activate the points system, Suemo had no choice but to keep a high profile like this. Suemo knew that many people must think he was arrogant, but it didn't matter. The results would speak for themselves when the time came. Okay, we, the Brain King contest, will follow the choices of each contestant and use the props. After hearing Sumo's decision, Wang Tao didn't say much and went straight to the props. In fact, Wang Tao is also feeling bitter. He just made a low-level mistake. If this guy said a few more words, I don't know how scared he would be. The staff immediately started to put in the props, and it took them more than 10 minutes to finish. 1,000 cups of water were also presented in front of everyone, and under the illumination of the lights, they sparkled. Wow! I have to say, putting 1,000 glasses of water together is still shocking. There were 2 long tables in total, with 500 cups of water on each table, and each cup of water had a number next to it. Please come to the challenge position. The so-called challenge seat is actually just a relatively closed chair. When the contestant sits on the challenge seat, he can only see the screen in front of him and nothing else. As soon as Suemo sat down, a staff member came to put headphones and eye masks on him, and left only after checking that everything was correct. Now, please invite our 5 judges to come up and check the props. This has always been the rule of the Brain King contest. Only through personal observation by the judges and close-ups of some props can the audience know how difficult the Brain King contest is. The 5 judges also put on white gloves and began to inspect the props. After looking at it for a long time, no one could figure out what was going on. Only Yu Xiaohua discovered that there were many irregularly arranged bubbles in each cup. Chapter 109, 10 Seconds of Observation Time. Apart from this, there are almost no other features that Sumo can remember. But counting bubbles is a bit too much. Observe at least 3 cups in 1 second. How do you count? It's impossible. Please ask the 5 judges to come up with questions.
Wang Tao also reminded a few people and signaled them to turn off their microphones to ensure the greatest degree of confidentiality. After several judges turned off their microphones, they began to communicate with each other.
Zhang Gu, aren't these 2 cups exactly the same? How can I choose? Su Qian, my scalp is tingling. Can this project really be completed? Li Dong, I have to say, this project is the most difficult I've ever seen. I can only say that Sumo is really brave. Zhao Ku, a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger.
Only when he knows what it feels like to fail, he will continue to grow.
When the other 3 heard what Zhao Ku said, they didn't say anything.
Not only did Zhao Ku think so, but they also had the same idea.
Yu Xiaohua, I don't know if you noticed, but there are a lot of bubbles of different sizes and arrangements in each cup. Apart from this, I didn't see any other memory features. Zhang Gu, but the time is so short and the number is so large, can this really be used as a feature memory?
Su Qian, I just calculated that if the contestant observes all the cups, then he will have to look at least 3 cups in 1 second.
How can he find it at such a fast speed?
Zhao Ku and Li Dong nodded in agreement with Su Qian's words.
Count bubbles? Just teasing me. How to count at such a fast speed? This is a battle of brain kings, not a battle of robots.
Yu Xiaohua, it depends on the level of our questions.
If the contestant sees the question first, then he is most likely a memory bubble. If he sees it at the end and can find it, then I can only say that he is a genius. Zhang Gu, how do we come up with this? Professor Yu, you have experience in this area, so why don't you come up with the questions? The other 3 also nodded.
Yu Xiaohua had the longest experience in the Brain King competition and was indeed very knowledgeable about this aspect. Yu Xiaohua, since teacher Zhang said so, I will respectfully obey your orders. Zhang Gu is a well-known superstar, so Yu Xiaohua was very polite to him.
He walked to a table at the back and explained to the people behind him.
On this table are water cups numbered 501-1000. Normal contestants would start from cup number 1, so we'll give questions numbered 800-900, which are the most difficult. When the other people heard Yu Xiaohua's words, they also agreed with him. As a professor of psychology, Zhao Ku also expressed his opinions.
Professor Yu is absolutely right.
People have a kind of obsessive-compulsive disorder.
Normal people will start from cup number 1.
Finally, after a discussion, the few of them decided on the final topic. Host, we have given the questions, and we can let the contestants observe. After the 5 guests returned to their seats, a staff member carefully put on white gloves and placed the water cup on the table not far from Sumo. There was also a beautiful scientific assistant who took off Sumo's headphones and eye mask. The lighting at the recording venue was quite dazzling, and Sumo suddenly felt uncomfortable in his eyes. He couldn't help but cover his eyes and close them for a while. Wang Tao was standing next to Sumo, and he was not in a hurry because such situations were very common. After about a minute, Sumo's eyes finally adapted to the lighting on the scene.
Contestant Sumo, are you ready? Okay. You only have 1 minute to observe, understand? No. Listen to my command. 3, 2, 1. Observation begins. As Wang Tao finished speaking, Sumo stood up and walked to the table not far away and began to observe the glass of water on it. The fiery eyes and golden pupils were instantly activated, instantly remembering all the characteristics of the glass of water. Those countless bubbles instantly formed a picture in Sumo's mind. A little girl was holding her father's hand. The picture was very warm. And time on the big screen is passing quickly. I'm sure. As soon as Sumo said this, he turned around and sat back in the challenge seat, and only 20 seconds had passed in a minute. The audience was also in an uproar. 1 minute was short enough, but no one expected that Sumo could complete the observation in just 20 seconds. Do you want to do this? It won't do you any harm if you look at it for 2 more seconds. The countdown on the big screen also stopped immediately, and the 5 judges were also shocked by Sumo's actions. Zhang Gu, Sumo, take another look, there's still plenty of time. Su Qian, yes, just to be on the safe side. Li Dong, young people must not be arrogant. This project is far from as simple as you think. Zhao Ku, it never hurts to consolidate your memory. Why are you in such a hurry? Hua, since the contestants have already finished their observations, I will not persuade them anymore.
Geniuses always have their own ideas.
Mo couldn't see the 5 judges from his position, but they could see his reaction through the big screen.
A bitter smile appeared on Mo's lips, and he shrugged speechlessly.
I have finished my observation.
There is no point in looking further.
So let it be. Shoo.
There was a burst of boos from the audience, and this time everyone felt that Mo was a little too confident.
This Mo, I used to think he was quite capable, but why does he seem so arrogant now? He definitely won't be able to finish it. You can imagine it with your toes.
Oh, you're still young. As soon as he achieved something, he became so proud.
I am very disappointed with Mo.
It turns out he is such a person. In the lounge at the back, although no player said anything, one could tell from their eyes that they were full of sarcasm. Mo wasted at least 10 seconds going back and forth just now, which means that the time he actually observed was only about 10 seconds.
10 seconds? What can I do? The judges at the recording site didn't know what to say.
The contestants themselves felt that it was okay, so that was all they could do. A staff member immediately came to Mo and put a blindfold and headphones on him. Wang Tao, please ask the scientific assistant to put the cup back to its original place and be careful in the process. The scientific assistant was also very careful, and the camera gave the glass of water a close-up, so that everyone could see the glass of water clearly. Chapter 110, The Speed That Shocked the Whole Audience. During the whole process, there was almost no shaking. After the scientific assistant put the water cup away, Hua suddenly stood up and walked onto the stage. Everyone looked at Hua in confusion, not knowing why he suddenly came on stage. Hua made a quiet gesture to everyone, and everyone cooperated and no one made any sound. Hua carefully picked up the glass of water and exchanged it with the glass next to it. When everyone saw this, they couldn't help but shout in their hearts, yes.
This is very Hua.
Hua also did this in previous seasons of the Brain King competition. His purpose was to prevent contestants from cheating. After changing it, I still felt uneasy, so I changed it again, and only then was I satisfied.
Hua's actions also made the audience whisper.
This Professor Yu still tastes the same. I like Brain King competition because of Professor Yu's rigorous attitude towards science.
Brain King competition is different from other variety shows.
I used to feel a little uncomfortable with Professor Yu because I always felt that he was a little too inhuman, but now I don't know why I think he is so cute.
Let's see how Mo gets a headache later. Anyway, I feel that no one can complete this project. It's too abnormal.
I had some hope for the normal difficulty microscopic water identification, but now I just want to say haha.
It's just bluffing. Mo will probably be embarrassed this time.
He is known as the #1 genius in Xia country. If he is eliminated in this elimination round, it will be too embarrassing. No one was optimistic about Mo, including several judges. Zhang Gu, originally, I came to the Brain King contest as a guest just to see the genius boy Mo, but I didn't expect it to be like this.
Su Qian, Teacher Zhang, there's no need to be so pessimistic. Maybe Mo can create a miracle. In fact, even Su Qian herself didn't believe what she said. How could anyone possibly complete such an inhuman project? After Hua came down from the stage, he also heard the conversation between Zhang Gu and Su Qian, and he couldn't help but explain it.
It depends on which table Mo chooses to start from. If he starts from the first table, I don't think he will be able to see the correct answer before the time runs out.
Hua's words also made the audience gasp. What the hell? Don't have time to finish watching it?
This is probably the first time such a situation has occurred since the Brain King contest. You should know that previous projects were also quite difficult, but at least the contestants were given ample time. Now this project requires looking at 1,000 cups of water in 5 minutes and finding the correct answer. This seems like an impossible task no matter how you look at it. Please ask the scientific assistant to take off the contestants' eye masks and headphones. As soon as Wang Tao finished speaking, the beautiful young lady quickly took off the blindfold and headphones for Mo.
Mo, are you ready? I have a request. Mo's words immediately aroused everyone's curiosity. It's already this time, and he still wants to make demands? Wang Tao, I wonder what you want to ask for. Can you ask the lighting engineer to dim the light source a little bit, about 1/3 weaker? The current light is a bit too glaring. That's naturally no problem.
As soon as Wang Tao heard Sumo's request, he immediately agreed and quickly adjusted the lights in the backstage.
Okay. Sumo raised his hand and gestured. Wang Tao, Sumo, are you ready? I'm ready. Please come over here to the props. When I say start, the timer will start. Do you understand? Clear. Sumo walked slowly to the first table, and everyone's heart was in their throat. Even Yen Joshi, who was in the backstage lounge, couldn't help but clench her hands. Although she had always been very confident in Sumo, she couldn't help but feel nervous at this moment. Yen Joshi also heard what Yu Xiaohua said just now. She was now very worried about which table Sumo would start from. Competitors, please get ready. 3, 2, 1. The challenge begins. As soon as Wang Tao finished speaking, Sumo started the challenge directly. Just as Yu Xiaohua and Zhao Ku expected, Sumo started looking for the correct answer directly from cup number 1. Shoo! There were boos from the audience and sounds of gloating in the backstage lounge. However, everyone was shocked by Sumo's next move. They saw that Sumo was not observing each cup one by one as everyone imagined. Sumo just scanned the rows one by one, with his hands behind his back. He looked extremely calm, and there was no sign of nervousness on his face at all. In less than 10 seconds, Sumo had looked at 100 glasses of water. Suddenly, everyone couldn't help but gasp. This was too scary. So fast? Zhanggu, what speed is this? What speed is this? Su Qian, oh my god, no, I have goosebumps all over my body now. Li Dong, this is amazing, this is amazing. Zhao Ku, if I could find the correct answer, I would kneel down. Yu Xiaohua, this is really amazing. I really don't know what memory characteristics Sumo used to find the answer. This speed is beyond my understanding. Yu Xiaohua showed a bitter smile on his face. Before, he was curious about what method Sumo would use to observe, but now he saw it. This is unscientific. There was also a burst of surprise in the players' lounge at the back. How on earth do you see this? How can it be so fast? Is Sumo serious? He's not here to make fun of me. Oh my god, I can't stand it. If I really find the correct answer, will I still be a human being? Sumo was in no mood to listen to the exclamations of the audience. With the help of his fiery eyes and brainwaves, his insight and thinking abilities had reached a level that was unimaginable for ordinary people. That's right, there is no such thing as observing one cup at a time. Sumo can just glance at more than a dozen cups. His brain, like a supercomputer, directly helps him eliminate these wrong answers. In 1 minute, Sumo had already walked towards table number 2. The audience below also gasped in shock. Is this still a human being? How can it be so fast? Is this a speed humans can achieve? Zhanggu, if Sumo can find the correct answer, I will definitely make him my friend. He is amazing. The others didn't say anything. They were a little confused. Sumo's performance was like a nuclear bomb, which directly blew up the whole audience. Chapter 111 Challenge Success. At this moment, in the lounge backstage, all the contestants' eyes were fixed on Sumo on the TV screen. They were all curious whether Sumo was just trying to attract attention. Such a speed was really unbelievable. At the beginning, 3 cups per second seemed a bit ridiculous to everyone. What's more, now it's 10 cups per second, which is like juggling. This is a battle for the king of brains. Sumo was still quickly scanning the water cups on the table. The picture in his mind was extremely clear. He was confident that as long as the cup of water he had just observed was among the 1,000 cups of water, he would be able to find it at first sight. Zhanggu, too fast, I've already seen 700 cups. Su Qian, what can you see so quickly? Li Dong, no matter what the result is, Sumo still gave me a great shock. Zhao Ku, Sumo has been too calm from beginning to end. This kind of calmness should not appear in an 18-year-old boy. Yu Xiaohua, if Sumo can find the correct answer, he will be the most amazing genius I have ever seen. Due to the time limit for the contestants' challenge, the microphones of the 5 judges were all turned off, so they were not afraid of disturbing Sumo and just said whatever was on their mind. Yu Xiaohua, look, Sumo is about to see the question we asked. Su Qian, I don't know if Sumo can see it, but is his speed really possible? Zhanggu, stop chatting, let's see if Sumo can figure it out. Not only the 5 judges, but everyone's eyes were fixed on Sumo at this time. 8:13, 8:25, 8.
As Suemo was observing, he couldn't help but wonder why he hadn't seen the glass of water he had just observed yet, and it was almost the end. As soon as this thought came to his mind, he stopped dead in his tracks. When Suemo saw the glass of water number 846, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He finally found it. It was placed so far back that Suemo didn't even have to think about it. This must be Yu Xiaohua's idea again. When everyone saw Suemo staring at the glass of water number 846, they all got goosebumps. Because everyone saw where Yu Xiaohua put the water, which was at position 846.
I think I found it. Sumo's light words stunned everyone.
The same thing happened to the host Wang Tao, who had been following Suemo. However, his professional quality was still good.
He suppressed his inner shock and quickly asked Suemo a question. Contestant Suemo, you still have 3 minutes left. Are you sure you don't want to finish reading the rest of the cups?
No need to look, I'm sure it's this cup. Suemo pointed at cup number 846 and confirmed it directly.
He was extremely confident in his answer. Wow! Everyone's first reaction was, how is this possible? Especially the contestants in the lounge.
Most of them were not optimistic about Suemo before and thought he would definitely fail, but they did not expect this result. Even Song Lisan, who had always believed that things were not that simple, was stunned by Sumo's performance.
Is this okay? Is this still a human being?
Xian Ming and several Ching Hua University students immediately cheered, looking even happier than if they had succeeded in the challenge themselves. A smile that came from the heart also appeared on Yan Joshi's extremely beautiful face.
She knew that Suemo would never let her down, and would never let anyone down. This is Suemo, the omnipotent Suemo.
Everyone thought it was an impossible project, but Suemo completed it easily with an inhuman manner, which made everyone drop their eyes.
Wang Tao made a quiet gesture to all the audience behind Suemo. Contestant Suemo, are you sure this is the cup? I'm sure. Suemo said this very confidently. He believed that his memory must be correct.
Congratulations, you succeeded in your challenge. As soon as Wang Tao finished speaking, deafening cheers broke out at the scene.
Zhang Gu, that's amazing, it's really amazing. I really don't know what to say now. I can only say that Suemo, you are really amazing.
Su Qian, Suemo, your performance really gave me goosebumps all over the floor. I finally understand why you are called the #1 genius in Xia country.
Li Dong, great. Let me take a break for a while. Xiaoku, I have to say, you really created a miracle. Yu Xiaohua gave Suemo the highest evaluation.
His hands were numb from clapping, but he was still clapping, which shows how much he recognized Suemo in his heart.
Suemo, you are truly the most terrifying player I have ever seen. No matter what, I just want to say that you really deserve the title of Xia country's #1 genius. Suemo smiled very politely in response to the reactions of the 5 judges. Actually, this project is not difficult for me, but you guys always think it is difficult. Sumo's words caused everyone to exclaim in surprise again. But this time, no one thought that Suemo was bragging, because his performance just now was enough to explain everything. During the entire challenge just now, Suemo was so calm. And it only took 2 minutes, which is shocking. If they were asked to observe for 2 minutes, they would only look at a few glasses of water at most, but Suemo looked at more than 800 glasses. The speed difference is hundreds of times. This is really exaggerated. In fact, this project is really difficult. Even the designer himself feels that it is an impossible task. Yu Xiaohua also heard Tang Jian's voice through his earphone. He looked at Suemo with a hint of shock in his eyes. All I can say is, you're amazing. Yu Xiaohua's words once again made all the audience understand how difficult this microscopic water identification project is. Zhang Gu, Suemo, I want to ask you, how do you remember the characteristics? Many people are curious about what Zhang Gu said, because it is obvious that Suemo did not use bubbles as a feature for memory. After all, with Sumo's terrifying speed just now, this calculation is almost invalid. Counting the bubbles, how many dozens of glasses of water can you give me in 1 second? This is bullshit. It's actually very simple. I just imagine a glass of water as a painting. If I see it again, I can recognize it at a glance. Zhang Gu, oh my god, I can't help but get goosebumps all over my body. Su Qian, do you have to be so mysterious? Li Dong, I don't understand anything at all. Is this the difference between ordinary people and geniuses? Li Dong's silly and cute look also made the audience laugh continuously. Chapter 112, Strength Slap in the Face.
Jiaoko, I have also been a scientific judge for 2 seasons of Brain King competition, and no contestant has ever given me this feeling. I have to say, Suemo, you are really amazing. Yu Xiaohua, you really make me look forward to your next game even more. After hearing what the judges said, Suemo decided to use some tricks. In fact, if this project is 5,000 cups of water, the difficulty is just barely acceptable. 1,000 cups of water is really too easy. Wow! When all the audience heard Sumo's words, they exclaimed in surprise. 5,000 glasses of water? What kind of concept is that? Is this still a human being? No matter who you are, at this moment you will have a feeling that you have come to this world just to make up the numbers. Do you have to discourage people like this? Zhang, we ordinary people really can't understand the train of thought of geniuses like you. It's really a shock. Su Qian, no wonder you looked so relaxed just now, you are really amazing. Zhao Ku and Li Dong didn't say anything, but the bitterness in their eyes represented what they were thinking at the moment. They can be considered geniuses. Li Dong is a master of memory, and Zhao Ku is a professor of psychology. They were also called geniuses at the beginning. But after seeing Suemo, they both knew what a true genius was. Compared with ordinary people, they can be considered geniuses, but compared with Suemo, they are just ordinary. Yu Xiaohua's face was full of joy. He was really excited to meet a talented player like Suemo. Once a person has the ability, no one will think he is bragging. Wang Tao, now, please invite the 5 judges to give scores to contestant Suemo. In fact, this part is no longer necessary because everyone knows that Suemo will definitely get full marks. It would be really disappointing if such a perfect performance didn't get full marks. Sumo's results also appeared on the big screen. As expected by everyone, Sumo's final score was 120 points. As for the plus, no one understood it. Yu Xiaohua, as the chief scientific judge of the Brain King competition, also explained it to the audience. Since contestant Suemo challenged the hell-level microscopic water identification, the difficulty level exceeded 10 points, so the program team can only use this to represent his performance. That is to say, even if a contestant with full marks appears later, he will still be ranked behind contestant Suemo. When everyone heard Yu Xiaohua's words, they couldn't help but applaud spontaneously. Sumo's performance was completely worthy of this result, his performance was simply perfect. Suemo also returned to the lounge amid applause. As soon as he walked in, everyone looked at him differently. In the past, they thought Suemo was just bragging, but after seeing Sumo's performance, everyone was speechless now. Especially those contestants who mocked Suemo at the beginning, their faces turned red and blue at this time. Who could have thought that Suemo would be so perverted? His performance just now was totally beyond the capability of a human being. It was so scary. Those who looked down on Suemo now lowered their heads in shame. They finally understood why Suemo was called the #1 genius in Xia country. He really had that ability. You can't help but accept it. Suemo conquered everyone with his performance, including Song Lisan, who was always confident in himself. Song Lisan looked at Suemo with a complicated look. He originally thought that he would definitely be the champion of this Brain King competition. But after seeing Sumo's performance, Song Lisan couldn't help but waver. Facing such a terrifying Suemo, is there really anyone who can win the championship from him? Yan Jiushi, Chen Ming, and several Ching Hua University students surrounded Suemo the moment he walked into the lounge. Yan Jiushi looked at Suemo with surprise in her eyes. Not to mention other people, even she, Sumo's official girlfriend, was shocked. Sumo's performance just now was so perfect that it couldn't be more perfect. As for Qian Ming and several other Ching Hua University students, they looked at Suemo with admiration. Suemo, what you did just now was really amazing. Yeah, it makes my scalp tingle. I really don't know how you found the correct answer. You didn't know that those who mocked you were simply frightened by you and dared not speak. Yes, that scene is very funny. The voices of several people were very loud, making those people feel even more ashamed. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Sumo's mouth. He had expected this result a long time ago. Such a high-profile performance of mine would definitely cause dissatisfaction among many people. After all, who among those present was not a genius in the eyes of ordinary people? Naturally, you will be unhappy with yourself. But Suemo was not worried at all. The reason why he was so high-profile was because he had the ability. There is no need to explain so much, just use your strength to prove everything. Those players who mocked and slandered him will naturally shut their mouths.
Strength represents everything. After Suemo pulled Yen Joshi back to his seat, the next challenge continued.
I don't know if it's because Suemo's performance was so amazing that the contestants, judges, and even the audience felt that the next challenge was ordinary.
There is nothing to catch the eye.
A morning passed, and at lunchtime, Tang Jian came to the lounge.
Hello, director. Has the director eaten yet?
When some contestants saw Tang Jian, they greeted him politely and he would respond.
Suemo, come here for a moment, someone is looking for you.
Suemo was originally complaining to Yen Joshi about the lack of oil in the lunchboxes provided by the production team, as there was not even a bit of meat. For Suemo, who cannot live without meat, this is simply the greatest torment. As soon as they heard Tang Jian's voice, Suemo and Yen Joshi turned their heads and saw Tang Jian not far away. The two men put down their lunchboxes and walked up to Tang Jian.
Director Tang, is there anything you need from me? Of course there is something. Someone wants to see you. Who is it? When Suemo heard Tang Jian's words, he couldn't help but be surprised. Who wanted to see him at this time? After a quick thought, Suemo already had a rough candidate in mind. You'll find out when you go there. Tang Jian also deliberately kept Suemo in suspense and did not directly tell him the answer. Then can I take Xiaoxi with me? Sure. Tang Jian agreed to Sumo's request very readily. After all, Yen Joshi was also a contestant this time and Sumo's girlfriend, so he had to give Suemo some face. During the conversation between the two, Yen Joshi just stood quietly beside Suemo, like a well-behaved little wife. Suemo and Yen Joshi followed Tang Jian to his office. As soon as they entered, Suemo saw the fragrant food on the table. Wow, there's braised pork. Chapter 113, First Meeting with the King. Wow, there's braised pork. Suemo simply ignored Zhang Gu and Su Qian. The only thing in his eyes was the braised pork on the table. Sumo's look made Tang Jian, who was standing beside him, couldn't help but smile. Xiao, there are two more teachers. Yen Joshi stood beside Suemo and couldn't help but pull on the corner of his clothes and reminded him in a low voice. Zhang Gu and Su Qian both laughed at Sumo's reaction. This afternoon, the two of them specially asked their assistants to buy some vegetables just to get to know Suemo formally. Teacher Zhang, hello, Sister Su. Yen Joshi greeted Zhang Gu and Su Qian politely. The first time they saw Yen Joshi, they couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. What a beautiful girl. As an old man in the entertainment industry, Zhang Gu has seen countless beauties. It can be said that he has seen all types of beauties. However, I have never seen a girl as fairy-like as Yen Joshi. Coupled with her flawless appearance, it is not an exaggeration to call her a fairy from heaven. Su Qian's beautiful eyes were filled with amazement. She thought she was pretty good looking, but after meeting Yen Joshi today, she finally knew what it meant to be as beautiful as a fairy. This person is simply Goddess' favorite. Brother Suemo, who is this? After all, Zhang Gu was a man who had seen a lot of storms, so he reacted quickly and couldn't help but ask Suemo a question. This is my girlfriend Yen Joshi. She is also a contestant in this season's Brain King competition. Oh? Sumo's introduction surprised Zhang Gu and Su Qian very much. You know, the contestants who can pass the auditions are all well-deserved geniuses. Neither of them had expected that this incredibly beautiful girl was actually a contestant this time. This really surprised them. You can rely on your looks, but do you have to prove yourself with your ability? As a woman, Su Qian thinks more. With Yen Joshi's beauty, if she joins the entertainment industry, she will probably become very popular just based on her beauty. Not to mention, Yen Joshi herself is an excellent student at Ching Hua University. This girl is simply perfect. Hello, I'm Zhang Gu, and this is Su Qian. Zhang Gu introduced himself very politely and also introduced Su Qian. He did not underestimate Yen Joshi because of her age. He could feel that both Yen Joshi and Suemo would probably become extraordinary figures in the future. Zhang Gu naturally wanted to make friends with such a younger generation. I have loved watching Teacher Zhang's work since I was a child. I can sing all the songs of Sister Su Qian. Yen Joshi smiled faintly and looked graceful and elegant. Just a few simple words can make the atmosphere in the office extremely harmonious. There was a hint of admiration in the eyes of Zhang Gu and Su Qian. This girl was so perfect. I'm afraid that only a rare talent like Suemo can be worthy of a girl like this. After a few people sat down, Tang Jian, as the host, warmly invited them to eat. This meal was a real joy. However, the four of them were chatting happily,
while Sumo was the only one who was eating in silence. Only after he finished the plate of braised pork on the table did Sumo put down his bowl and chopsticks with satisfaction.
The boxed lunches prepared by the production crew these past 2 days were really unbearable for Sumo.
As a carnivore, he exerted all his fighting power when he finally encountered meat.
Sumo, don't just focus on eating, come and talk to me.
Just now, Zhang saw Sumo eating madly with his head down, so he didn't feel like disturbing him. Now, as soon as he saw Sumo put down his bowl and chopsticks, he couldn't help but smile at him kindly. When Su Qian heard what Zhang said, she also covered her mouth and chuckled. After a brief contact, she could only describe Sumo in 2 words: interesting.
Moreover, she and Sumo are from the same family and both have the surname Su. In Su Qian's opinion, this is also a kind of fate. Teacher Zhang, I'm sorry. I was really hungry just now.
Sumo took the tissue handed to him by Yan Joshi, wiped his mouth casually, and smiled awkwardly at Zhang Gu and Su Qian.
It doesn't matter. We are all family.
There is no need to worry about so many rules.
Teacher Zhang is right.
Just treat us as your brothers and sisters.
Don't be restrained in front of us.
It must be said that what Su Qian said made people feel very comfortable, and Sumo immediately developed a good impression of Su Qian.
Brother, your performance today really shocked the whole audience.
When Zhang Gu thought about Sumo's performance at the recording site today, his eyes were still filled with shock.
Tang Jian and Su Qian also nodded in agreement. Especially Tang Jian.
In fact, when Sumo drew the microscopic water identification project, he had already lost all hope in Sumo. When recording the program today, Tang Jian was very upset when he heard that Sumo was going to challenge the hell-level microscopic water identification.
Even Tang Jianlian had already thought about the content of his public relations for the evening. After all, if Sumo was eliminated, it would definitely cause a huge reaction.
He was the #1 genius in the country of Xia and the first-place winner in the audition for the Brain King competition.
In the end, he didn't even make it to the elimination round? This topic is really explosive. However, Tang Jian never expected that Sumo would give him such a big surprise. After seeing Sumo's inhuman performance today, he couldn't recover for a long time. As the chief director of Brain King competition, what kind of genius has Tang Jian not seen?
Even he had forgotten how long it had been since he had been so shocked. It's not like there haven't been players who had amazing performances in the past, but compared to Sumo's performance today, they were instantly crushed to pieces.
Now Tang Jian finally knew what a genius was. Sumo was a true genius. Su Qian, I had goosebumps all over my body. If I watch a few more of your games, I think I can lose weight successfully. Su Qian's words also made everyone laugh. Sister Su, you are so humorous.
You are so beautiful, why do you need to lose weight?
Sumo smiled politely, but he didn't have any intention of complimenting Su Qian.
Su Qian is indeed very beautiful, and coupled with her intellectual temperament, any man who sees her will be fascinated by her. Of course, this does not include Sumo himself, because he already has Yan Joshi. In his heart, Yan Joshi is the most beautiful girl in the world, no doubt about it.
Brother Sumo has a very sweet mouth. Zhang Gu couldn't help but make a joke.
As he talked with Sumo, he admired this young man more and more. It is very rare for someone to have achieved so many brilliant achievements at such a young age without a trace of arrogance. If it were an ordinary person, his tail would probably have been up in the air.
Sumo, I have been following you for a long time.
The reason why I came to the Brain King contest this time is because of you.
When
Sumo heard Zhang Gu say this, he was stunned for a moment.
What does this have to do with me?
That's right. You threatened on Weibo the other day that if anyone dared to talk to you about endorsements again, you would block him. Zhang Gu smiled slightly and said, after I saw your scarf, I started to pay attention to you.
Sumo. Chapter 114, Worthy of Being a Big Boss. Zhang Ji's words made everyone laugh, except Sumo and Yan Joshi, who had no reaction. Brother, don't you like money? Zhang Gu asked the question that he was most curious about.
After all, in today's society, money is everything, and as long as you have money, you can do whatever you want.
Otherwise, why would there be so many celebrities who would endorse junk products even if it means exploiting their fans? One sentence can explain it clearly: it's all for money.
But Sumo didn't even want the money that was delivered to his door, which made Zhang Gu very puzzled.
Is Sumo's family very rich?
But it doesn't seem to be the case.
Since Sumo became famous, his family situation was quickly made public on the internet. It was just an ordinary single-parent family.
I solved the BDY conjecture some time ago and got some rewards. Seeing that several people were staring at him curiously, Suemo explained helplessly. For me, money is enough as long as it's enough for me to spend.
It's not like I can't survive without money. I'm still a student after all. It's not appropriate for me to take on advertising or something like that. Zhang Gu, brother, I can only say that your awareness really makes me ashamed. Su Qian, teacher Zhang, don't talk about you. Even I can't do what Suemo did. Hearing what he said today really made me feel like I'm going backwards in time. Tang Jian, that's why they say geniuses' brain circuits are different from those of ordinary people like us. Yan Jiushi just smiled and didn't say anything. Anyway, she liked Suemo as a person. She simply liked Suemo. Let alone Suemo, even if Xiaoxi entered the entertainment industry, she would definitely become extremely popular. Su Qian also brought the topic to Yan Jiushi. This girl was so beautiful that she would probably become famous just by her face. After all, girls with beautiful looks still have great advantages and can get along well wherever they go. Yes, that's the truth.
Zhang De nodded in agreement when he heard Su Qian's words and said, "Brother, if your girlfriend has any intention in this regard, you can come to me directly. If nothing else, I can guarantee that she will be promoted to a second-tier star within at least 1 year." Zhang Ji's words also made Su Qian and Tang Jian gasp.
He is indeed a big boss.
If it were someone else, they would definitely laugh at him for overestimating his own abilities if he dared to make such a promise. But the person who said this was Zhang Gu, and neither Su Qian nor Tang Jian felt that there was anything wrong with it.
Zhang Gu has the ability. As a top-tier superstar, the resources he possesses are terrifying.
Even if he leaks a little bit of his resources, it is enough to bring out a second-tier star. Teacher Zhang, thank you for your kindness, but Xiaoxi is not suitable for the entertainment industry, so I am very sorry.
When Suemo heard what Zhang Gu said, he knew that he meant well, but he was not planning to let Yan Jiushi enter the entertainment industry.
Yan Jiushi herself had no plans to enter the entertainment industry. After all, the entertainment industry was too complicated and not suitable for someone like her. Besides, Yan Jiushi's family situation is already very good, so there is no need for her to earn this money.
Why? Su Qian couldn't understand it. Zhang Gu had already said it like this. This was a promise that many people would beg for but couldn't get. But Suemo just refused directly? This is too careless. Xiaoxi, don't you want to be a big star that everyone pays attention to? Su Qian couldn't help but look at Yan Jiushi curiously. To be honest, she was a little envious of Yan Jiushi. It took her nearly 10 years to be promoted to a second-tier star. But now Yan Jiushi has directly climbed the ladder to the second tier within a year. But Suemo actually directly rejected such good conditions.
In Su Qian's opinion, this was a great opportunity missed.
Thank you for your kindness, sister. I am really not interested in the entertainment industry.
Yan Jiushi also walked to Su Qian's side and smiled slightly. She herself was a relatively quiet person. After entering the entertainment industry, she was afraid that her life would not be so free. Besides, the entertainment industry is very complicated, which is a well-known fact.
For Yan Jiushi, she would rather stay quietly with Suemo.
That's right, Sister Su, Xiaoxi has a good family background, so there is no need for her to get involved in the muddy waters of the entertainment industry. When Suemo said this, Zhang Gu and the other two looked as if they had suddenly understood something.
No wonder they were not interested in joining the entertainment industry. It turned out that they were not short of money at all. If it weren't for the money, who would step into the quagmire of the entertainment industry? I'm afraid no one would be willing to do that.
After all, the intrigues here are so cruel.
Sometimes, just a single word can lead you into the abyss. Zhang Gu, I see, brother Suemo, you really found a perfect match. After all, a girl like Yan Jiushi who is impeccable in every aspect is really rare in the world. Su Qian, well, I've been worrying for nothing. If you have money, you can do whatever you want. Tang Jian, how about, Mr. Zhang, can you give me a compliment? Tang Jian's words immediately made everyone laugh, and the matter came to an end. By the way, brother Tang, can you arrange for Xiaoxi to play today? Suemo couldn't help but ask Tang Jian. He has completed the challenge now. If it is based on this random selection method, Yan Jiushi doesn't know how many days he will have to wait. Oh?
Tang Jian was also surprised when he heard Sumo's words.
Sumo, is there something wrong with you? I just want Xiaoxi to complete the challenge quickly so that we can go back to school. We are still students and it's not good to fall behind in school.
Sumo's words made the three of them roll their eyes.
Are you still afraid? What a joke.
Judging from the ability Sumo showed today, university courses should be a piece of cake for him.
Jiangu, you are already in this state. Are you still worried that you can't keep up with your studies?
When saying this, Jiangu showed a look of "don't tease me" on his face, which made Su Qian and Tang Jian couldn't help laughing.
Sumo also smiled awkwardly.
In fact, he felt that the lunchboxes provided by the Brain King competition program team were too unpalatable. This was the biggest torture for him, so he wanted to go back to school as soon as possible.
That's possible, but I can't help you with whether the challenge can be successful or not.
What Tang Jian said was also true. After all, during the competition, there were people from the supervision committee watching the entire process from the audience, so cheating was impossible to occur.
Don't worry about this. Don't underestimate Xiaoxi just because she's a girl. Xiaoxi is very powerful and will definitely surprise you.
Sumo's words made Yan Joshi feel a little embarrassed, but being praised by Sumo in front of outsiders made her feel very sweet in her heart, as if she had eaten honey.
Oh? Jiangu couldn't help but be surprised when he heard Sumo's words. Could it be that Xiaoxi is also a hidden academic master? Of course. Chapter 115 Strength and Beauty Coexist. Of course.
Sumo said with a proud look, Xiaoxi is at least the third place in this year's college entrance examination in Jiangbei province.
Don't you think she is not amazing? What?
Jiangu, Su Qian, and Tang Jian all exclaimed at the same time.
The third place in the college entrance examination in a province? Do you have to be so cruel?
I originally thought that Yan Joshi was just an ordinary student at Ching Hua University, but I didn't expect her to be so amazing. You know, even an ordinary student at Ching Hua University is a rare talent. As the top university in Xia country, Ching Hua University is known throughout the country for its strict admissions procedures. This year, Ching Hua University's terrifying admission line has sparked heated discussions online. The admission score of Ching Hua University this year is as high as 700 points, which is really scary.
700 points? What a concept. I guess it would be good if a key high school could have 3 or 2 of them. But how many key high schools are there in the country?
There are only more than 100 seats, and Ching Hua University's admission line is so high that it really makes people worry about the number of new students. It can be said that any student who graduates from Ching Hua University will be sought after by major domestic companies, as they are all top talents. What's more, he is the third place in the college entrance examination.
This is a bit too scary.
The three of them looked at Yan Joshi at the same time. Not only is she so beautiful, her personality and family background are also top-notch, and she has such good grades, it's really a bit scary. Yan Joshi did not react when being looked at like this by the three people.
She just smiled faintly at them.
Her tranquil temperament immediately brightened the eyes of the three people.
This girl should only exist in heaven. This thought came into the minds of the three people at the same time.
Jiangu, brother, I have to say, I am jealous.
Su Qian, to be honest, as a girl, I am a little fond of Xiaoxi. She is really too good.
Tang Jian, sure enough, if a genius just has a girlfriend, he is still a genius.
The recording started at 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
Sure enough, under Tang Jian's arrangement, Yan Joshi was the first to appear. Today, Yan Joshi made the makeup artist struggle for a long time. Because the contestants would be under the camera, they had to put on a little powder before going on stage to cover up the blemishes on their skin. But the makeup artist was dumbfounded when she saw Yan Joshi. She circled around Yan Joshi several times but couldn't find where to start. Yan Joshi's skin was so good, just like white jade, that the makeup artist had no choice but to slightly fix her hair. Yan Joshi also became the only contestant in the Brain King competition who went on stage without makeup. Although she was not wearing any makeup, she still looked stunning. With her extremely beautiful face and quiet temperament, Yan Joshi instantly ignited the entire audience the moment she stepped onto the stage.
Damn, there's actually such a beautiful girl among the contestants this time?
So beautiful, just like a fairy.
Wow, how can there be such a pretty girl? She's so beautiful.
Being able to step onto the stage of the Brain King competition has already proven my strength. This young lady is actually so beautiful.
It really makes me feel so inferior. I am just here to make up the numbers. Why do I feel that this young lady is prettier than Su Xiaofei? However, the boy's words immediately made another audience member next to him unhappy.
This girl is very beautiful, but Su Xiaofei is the most beautiful.
Have to. The boy shut up instantly. What's the point of arguing about this?
He might as well spend his time looking at the beauties more.
After all, a peerless beauty like Yan Joshi is not easy to come across. If you miss it, you may never see it again in this life.
Several judges also exclaimed.
Li Dong, oh my god, this female contestant is so beautiful, it's a bit scary.
Zhao Ke, I didn't expect there would be such a beautiful contestant this year.
It looks like this season's Brain King contest ratings will have to break records. Zhang Gu and Su Qian both just smiled slightly.
They had been mentally prepared and had anticipated such a situation. After all, when they first met Yan Joshi, their reactions were similar to these people.
Yu Xiaohua didn't say anything.
To him, strength was everything. Without strength, no matter how beautiful one was, he was just a vase.
When Su Mo was resting backstage, he felt very proud when he saw this scene. This is my girlfriend.
At this time, Wang Tao also walked to Yan Joshi's side, with a hint of admiration in his eyes. Only when you look at her stunning face up close can you realize how beautiful this girl is. Please introduce yourself.
Hello everyone, my name is Yan Joshi, I'm from Ching Hua University, and the project I'm going to challenge today is the Magic Shadow Maze. After hearing Yan Joshi's self-introduction, Wang Tao couldn't help but add a sentence. I found that contestant Yan Joshi is really modest. Don't think that she is not strong.
Contestant Yan Joshi ranked 3rd in the Jiangbei Province College entrance examination this year, and also ranked 3rd in the overall audition. She is a talented contestant who possesses both strength and beauty.
Wow!
All the audience present also exclaimed.
Oh my god, is Miss going to defy the will of heaven? That's amazing. It turns out girls can be so amazing too. No, I feel like I'm in love. Do you think a loser like you is worthy of this young lady?
No one expected that Yan Joshi would have such a terrifying result. Getting 3rd place in the college entrance examination is not a big deal, as there are many top scorers in the college entrance examination among the contestants of the Brain King competition, so the audience was not very surprised by this result. But getting 3rd place in the auditions is really a horrible result. All the contestants who made it through the auditions are geniuses among geniuses, but Yan Joshi actually ranked 3rd among nearly 100 contestants, which is amazing.
Even Zhang Gu and Su Qian couldn't help but be surprised.
They just found out that Yan Joshi's audition results were so terrible. But after thinking about it, they both felt it was normal.
After all, Yan Joshi had a freak boyfriend like Su Mo.
It would be strange if his strength wasn't terrifying.
Li Dong, TSK, contestant Yan Joshi, let me ask you on behalf of all the boys, do you have a boyfriend?
As soon as these words were spoken, the male audience burst into cheers. They were all very curious about this matter.
I already have a boyfriend, so let's focus on other girls.
When Yan Joshi heard Li Dong's question, she didn't look embarrassed at all. She smiled faintly at the camera, and looked very calm and generous.
But Yan Joshi's words made the audience feel like eggplants hit by frost. They all looked dejected. How come such a beautiful girl has a boyfriend? Who is it? If you have the guts, stand up. Chapter 116, Same Amazing Speed. Li Dong was also very surprised after hearing Yan Joshi's answer. Considering Yan Joshi's age, she shouldn't be in such a hurry to find a boyfriend. After all, how could she possibly look at an ordinary boy when she is such an outstanding girl? Zhang Gu also cooperated and asked, who is contestant Yan Joshi's boyfriend? All the audience were looking at Yan Joshi. They wanted to see who dared to attack their goddess. Everyone should know my boyfriend. He is Su Mo, the first contestant to appear this morning. Yan Joshi knew Zhang Ji's intention, so she directly said Su Mo's name.
In this way, she would be taken and no one would set their sights on her anymore.
Everyone was stunned when they heard the name Su Mo. Oh my god, this. Do you want to do this?
But everyone inexplicably accepted all this, and Su Mo was indeed worthy of a girl like Yan Joshi.
Ah, it's Su Mo, they really are a perfect match. My goddess, I wish you happiness. Su Mo actually already has a girlfriend. I thought what he said on Weibo was fake.
I really didn't expect Su Mo's girlfriend to be so beautiful.
I'm jealous.
This gene is really too powerful. If they have a child in the future, it will be extremely evil.
This should be the gap between us and geniuses.
When they want to have a boyfriend or girlfriend, they have to find a top student, but I can only be forced by my parents to go on blind dates.
Is this gap really that big? Li Dong, no wonder, you two are such a perfect match. Zhao Ko, bless you, I hope you can get married. Don't forget to send me an invitation.
Yan Joshi's pretty face turned red when she heard Zhao Ko's words, and she was so beautiful that it was hard to open your eyes.
Wang Tao, we have talked about almost everything, let's get to the point of today.
As soon as he finished speaking, the rules of the Magic Shadow Maze appeared directly on the big screen.
The Magic Shadow Maze has a difficulty score of 8.5 points.
The maze has 30 steps. The contestants need to memorize the given maze map within 1 minute. This maze has 20 routes in total, and there is only one correct route. After observing the maze map, the contestants need to draw the correct route within 5 minutes to succeed.
Wow! Everyone couldn't help but take a deep breath. This project seemed a bit abnormal.
It's a bit ridiculous to only let you watch for 1 minute and find the correct and unique route from 20 routes.
However, after experiencing the hellishly difficult microscopic water identification, the audience's tolerance is much better than before. Even so, they felt that the difficulty of this project was a bit too high.
Zhang Gu, this project is so difficult. Su Qian, I think the players who can participate in the Brain King competition are beyond the comprehension of ordinary people like me.
How can such a project be possible? It's ridiculous.
Zhao Ku, apart from microscopic water identification, this is probably the most difficult project so far.
Li Dong, it is indeed very difficult. This project really tests the contestants' quick memory and recognition abilities.
When Yu Xiaohua heard what Li Dong said, he also looked at Li Dong and smiled.
Li Dong, if you were asked to challenge this project, do you think you could succeed? Li Dong, I think it's difficult.
I have no problem with memorizing, but as for finding the correct answer, 5 minutes is definitely not enough. When the audience heard Li Dong say this, they were also shocked. They once again had a clear understanding of the difficulty of this project. In fact, Tang Jian really likes Yan Joshi's project because it costs almost nothing and all he needs to do is draw a maze map.
How great it would be if all of them were projects like the Magic Palace. If the audience knew what Tang Jian was thinking, they would definitely give him the middle finger with disdain. Wang Tao, is contestant Yan Joshi ready?
Yan Joshi, I'm ready.
Wang Tao, the challenge begins.
A huge maze picture immediately appeared on the big screen, which made people's scalps tingle. 1 minute passed in the blink of an eye, and when the timer ended, the maze on the big screen disappeared.
Next, please ask the scientific assistant to bring the drawing board.
When Yan Joshi got the drawing board, his brain was working at a very fast speed.
Start the countdown.
A 5-minute countdown appeared on the big screen, and everyone looked at Yan Joshi worriedly.
They didn't want to see such a beautiful girl being eliminated.
In the backstage lounge, the atmosphere was also tense, and Su Mo was the only one who remained calm. It's not that Su Mo doesn't care about Yan Joshi, but that he has full confidence in Yan Joshi.
Su Mo put a lot of effort into the demonic shadow maze project.
After a day of deduction yesterday, he finally found a shortcut. Su Mo was naturally willing to spend this kind of effort on his girlfriend. Yan Joshi accepted Su Mo's help without saying anything, because they were boyfriend and girlfriend and this was as it should be. Yan Joshi also thought of many ways to identify water through the microscopic perspective for Su Mo.
Although Su Mo did not use them, they represented her thoughts.
In the field, Yan Joshi stood there frozen. Suddenly, her whole body shook, and a happy smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. The cameraman also knew how to seize the opportunity and took a close-up of Yan Joshi's face at this moment, and everyone immediately saw this beautiful picture.
Sister, your smile is so beautiful. Alas, if it weren't for the fact that Goddess Yan has a boyfriend, I would definitely pursue her.
Regardless of whether I can catch up with her or not, I would have no regrets.
The young lady is so happy, could it be that she has found the correct answer? Come on. The 5 judges also looked at Yan Joshi expectantly.
They were all very curious about whether Yan Joshi could complete such a difficult project. Especially Su Qian, she was almost nervous, her whole body was tense. Since the challenge began, her eyes had been on Yan Joshi. After communicating with Yan Joshi at noon, Su Qian really liked this little sister Yan Joshi. Although they had only known each other for a few hours, she already regarded Yan Joshi as her own sister. Naturally, she hoped that Yan Joshi could succeed in the challenge. Friendship between women is so confusing.
It's moving, Goddess Yan has started writing the answers.
Yen Joshi, who was frozen in the middle of the scene, suddenly picked up a marker and began to answer on the drawing board.
Only a little over a minute had passed. This speed instantly stunned everyone. Are they all so awesome? Chapter 117 Girls can also be very powerful. It's only been a minute. Is this the beginning of the answer? Even the 5 judges couldn't help but be surprised. The speed was really too fast. Zhang Ge, are you a little too anxious? Su Qian, we don't have that much time yet.
There's no need to rush.
Li Dong, perhaps Yen Joshi is just calculating and not answering.
Teachers, don't worry.
Zhao Ko, that's right, because the biggest opponent of rapid memory is time.
The longer the time, the easier it is for the contestants to fall into confusion.
Yu Xiaohua, Professor Zhao's point of view is correct.
Now it depends on whether the contestants can find the only correct route within 5 minutes. At this time, the big screen also gave a close-up of the drawing board in Yen Joshi's hand, which immediately caused a burst of exclamations. It seemed that Yen Joshi had no intention of calculating at all.
A complete route had already appeared on the map.
The reason why she did not submit it was that she was just checking it.
Zhang Ge, have you finished answering this? Su Qian, oh my god, are they checking? Li Dong, I'd better take back what I said before. Zhao Ku, TSK, this is a bit.
Yu Xiaohua, I can only say that the level of this year's contestants is too high, more than one level higher than in previous years. Since everyone was silent now, Yu Xiaohua didn't have to worry about anything and just expressed his feelings directly. Su Qian looked worried, as she thought this project was too difficult. There was also a lot of discussion in the lounge backstage.
If it were me, I would not be able to complete this project. The time is too short.
It is indeed very difficult.
I guess there are not many people here who can complete such a project. What's so strange about this?
He was the 3rd place in the audition, so his ability is beyond doubt. Not only is she so beautiful, but she's also so strong.
After meeting Yen Joshi, how can I find a girlfriend in the future? It's too early to say this now. Who knows if she can succeed in the challenge? That's right. Anyway, I don't think highly of Yen Joshi.
This project requires too high a memory ability. Suemo naturally heard these discussions, but he didn't say anything, and a confident smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Time passed by minute, and when 5 minutes were up, Wang Tao's voice was heard.
Please, contestant Yen Joshi, stop answering.
Yen Joshi smiled confidently and put down the marker in her hand. In the past few minutes, she had calculated it twice in her mind and was confident that her answer was correct. Immediately, a scientific assistant came over, picked up the answer drawn by Yen Joshi, and displayed it directly in front of the camera.
The 5 judges couldn't help but ask questions when they saw Yen Joshi's confident look. Zhang Ge, contestant Yen Joshi, why do you seem so confident about your answer?
Su Qian, this is really difficult. In fact, even if you fail, don't be discouraged, you are already great.
Li Dong, you only took a little over a minute to come up with this answer. If you succeed in the challenge, I will definitely ask Professor Yu to give you extra points. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire audience couldn't help but burst into laughter.
Yu Xiaohua couldn't help but smile bitterly when he heard what Li Dong said, but to be fair, Yen Joshi's performance was indeed very good, and if she succeeded in the challenge, she would indeed get extra points. Although the Brain King competition stipulates that scoring is based on difficulty, if the contestant performs well during the challenge, Yu Xiaohua is eligible to get extra points on top of the original score. Among the 5 guests, only Yu Xiaohua has this privilege. This is because of his fair and just character, and the Brain King competition specially gave him this unique privilege.
Zhao Ko, what Li Dong said is also what I mean. If you can succeed in the challenge, I would not want Professor Yu to give you extra points. Now everyone is looking at Yu Xiaohua, wanting to know what he will say.
Based on contestant Yen Joshi's performance just now, she does meet the conditions for extra points, but all this is based on the premise that she can successfully challenge.
Wow!
Yu Xiaohua's words also caused an uproar. Originally, no one expected him to agree, because everyone knew Yu Xiaohua's character. In the previous 4 seasons of the Brain King competition, I don't know how many judges asked Yu Xiaohua to give extra points to the contestants, but he always refused. After 4 seasons, Yu Xiaohua only gave excessive points to 1 contestant, which shows his strict standards. But now when I heard Yu Xiaohua agree to add extra points, I suddenly felt like I was hallucinating.
The 1,000-year-old iron tree actually bloomed? What a miracle! Li Dong, it's really surprising.
I was just talking casually at first, but I didn't expect Professor Yu to agree. It seems that Professor Yu thinks highly of contestant Yen Joshi.
Zhao Ku, it's really not easy.
This is the first time I've heard Professor Yu say this. What the two said made Zhu Xiaohua smile bitterly.
He was just telling the truth. Contestant Yen Joshi's performance just now was indeed very impressive.
In the international competitions to come, we will really need players with excellent memories like her.
Wang Tao, in that case, let's start verifying Yen Joshi's answer.
The first step on the correct route also appeared on the big screen.
Correct. What about the second step? Come on, come on.
Correct, let's do the third and fourth steps together, come on.
Correct.
With every step, the audience cheered.
The following is the last step. Come, let's see if this last step is correct or not. Come on.
When the correct answer to the last step appeared on the big screen, there was a huge cheer from the audience.
I haven't verified it yet, why are you all so happy? Wang Tao couldn't help but tease the audience. In fact, it doesn't matter whether it is verified or not. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Yen Joshi's answer is correct.
But Wang Tao still verified it according to the rules.
The last step, come on.
When Yen Joshi's answer completely matched the correct answer on the big screen, there was warm applause at the scene.
That's absolutely right.
Let us congratulate Yen Joshi for his successful challenge. The applause was even louder now, and even the 5 judges couldn't help but applaud.
Yen Joshi's performance was indeed perfect.
Yen Joshi also bowed politely to the audience and judges. She just wanted to see Su Mo as soon as possible and share her joy with him.
All 5 judges expressed their opinions one after another, which is also customary. Chapter 118 Return to School.
Zhang, I have to say that the students at Ching Hua University are really amazing so far this year. First there was Qian Ning, then there was Su Mo, and now there is you.
It really deserves to be the #1 university in Xia country. Su Qian, you are really amazing. You are the most amazing female player I have ever seen.
Li Dong, this year's contestants are indeed of a higher level than those in previous seasons.
I am really looking forward to the next recording session. Zhao Ku, if I were a dozen years younger, I would definitely chase you. A girl like you is simply too perfect. Yu Xiaohua, very good. With players like you and Su Mo, I am very confident about this year's international competition. Thank you teachers for the compliments. I can't compare to Xioma at all. He is much better than me.
Yen Joshi also smiled modestly. Maybe in the eyes of others she was a genius, but only she knew how terrifying Su Mo was.
Some people may be good at something, but Su Mo is different in that there is almost nothing he is not good at.
And he can beat others with just any one of his skills.
This is what makes him so terrifying. Of course, only Yen Joshi knows all this at the moment. Li Dong, contestant Yen Joshi, you are too modest.
I dare not say anything else, but just based on memory ability, Su Mo should not be your opponent.
Yu Xiaohua, that's right.
If you were to participate in the World Memory Competition with your memory ability, you would at least be able to make it into the top 30, which is already very impressive. Yen Joshi did not explain anything to the two people's words. Anyway, in the near future, they would naturally know how terrifying Su Mo was.
Now, please ask the 5 judges to give contestant Yen Joshi a score.
Then Yen Joshi's score was displayed on the big screen. Let us congratulate Yen Joshi for her excellent score of 108 points. As soon as Wang Tao finished speaking, the audience burst into applause.
This was the best result except for Su Mo.
Yu Xiaohua also gave Yen Joshi a difficulty score of 9 points, keeping his promise.
Xiao Mo, am I awesome? After Yen Joshi returned to the lounge, she looked at Su Mo happily.
Not bad, just a little worse than my brother.
Su Mo said this lightly. Yen Joshi didn't say anything about it. She would not compete with a pervert like Su Mo.
When the others saw the two of them talking sweetly to each other, they felt like they were suffering from a huge blow.
Are you kidding me? Is it really okay to show off your love in public like this? Have you ever thought about how these single guys feel? Too much. The following recording had nothing to do with Su Mo and Yen Joshi.
When the recording ended at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the two went directly to find Tang Jian.
As soon as they entered Tang Jian's office, they saw Zhang Gu and Su Qian were there too. Teacher Zhang, Sister Su, you are here too?
Su Mo greeted them politely, and Yen Joshi also smiled politely at the three of them.
Brother, Xiaoxi, are you guys going back to school?
As soon as Zhang Ge saw Suemo and Yan Joshi, he roughly knew why they came to see Tang Jian.
Yes, there's nothing else we need to do next, so we'll go back to school soon. Tang Jian didn't say anything about Sumo's words.
Ching Hua University was very close to here, and if anything happened, he could contact the two of them at any time, so he agreed immediately.
The next recording session will be on November 5th. I will contact you too then. Okay, no problem.
Suemo and Yan Joshi returned to the hotel, packed their things, hailed a taxi on the side of the road and left.
Half an hour later. As soon as Suemo walked into the gate of Ching Hua University, he couldn't help but sigh. The air in our Qingda University is still the best. I've never heard you say that before. I think you miss the school cafeteria, right? Yan Joshi stood beside Suemo.
Her perfect face attracted the students passing by.
Both boys and girls couldn't help but admire her.
But when they saw Suemo beside Yan Joshi, they all smiled bitterly helplessly.
Only a genius like Suemo can be worthy of a girl like Yan Joshi. When talking about the cafeteria, Sumo's eyes lit up. The two of them hadn't eaten yet this afternoon. Xiaoxi, I'd like to invite you to the school cafeteria for a meal? Okay.
Yan Joshi would never refuse Sumo's proposal. She would be very happy as long as she could be with Suemo. There is no doubt that when the two of them walked into the school cafeteria, they immediately became the focus of everyone. However, the two were accustomed to this situation.
After dinner, after Suemo sent Yan Joshi back to the dormitory, he also returned to 403. As soon as I pushed the door open, a huge earthquake occurred. Zhao Tian, fuck, boss, you're back? Wang Yi, boss, didn't you take half a month off? How come you came back so soon? Did you get eliminated?
However, as soon as Wang Yi said this, he was immediately glared at by Zhao Tian and Zhang Xiaochuan.
Fatty, what the hell are you talking about? Zhang Xiaochuan looked at Wang Yi unhappily. Who is the boss? How could he be eliminated? That's right. The boss is the #1 genius in Xia country. Do you have so little confidence in him? Zhao Tian looked at Fatty Wang's fat body and really wanted to kick him. Are you kidding? How could Suemo be eliminated? Suemo sat on his bed and couldn't help but smile at the three funny guys. Well, I came back because my recording session was over.
When the three heard Sumo's words, they couldn't help but be stunned.
It's over? It's over. Sumo's look of what do you think aroused the curiosity of the three people. Boss, tell us what's going on.
Zhao Tian ran directly to Sumo's bed and sat down. When the other two saw his actions, they followed suit.
I say, I'm not a beauty, why are you all surrounding me?
When Suemo saw the three people beside the bed, he rolled his eyes helplessly.
Hey, boss, in my heart, you are much more beautiful than beautiful women.
Wang Yi sat down on the edge of Sumo's bed, and immediately the bed made a creaking sound, which made Suemo very worried about his bed. It really bears a weight that it shouldn't bear.
Okay, I was able to come back so early because I played relatively early.
Suemo couldn't stand the three people staring at him like that, so he had no choice but to explain.
Boss, did you make it through the elimination round?
Zhao Tian couldn't help but ask, and the other two also stared at Suemo curiously.
Want to know? Of course I want to know, boss, just tell us.
You'll find out when you watch the show next Saturday.
Chapter 119 The Principal's Expectations.
Ching Hua University, in a foreign language classroom.
Okay, students, I'm going to ask a student to translate this text on the blackboard into Li language.
Lu Feng looked at the students in the classroom, but as soon as she said this, all the students lowered their heads guiltily.
Li language? Oh my god. Isn't this funny? Li language is an extremely unpopular language, and very few people can speak it.
Lu Feng was also very helpless when she saw this scene. A week ago, she had said that she would test Li Yu next week, but she didn't expect it to be like this. It's not the students' fault that they didn't take Lu Feng's words to heart, it's because Li language is too niche. All the students thought that Lu Feng was just talking casually, but they didn't expect that Lu Feng would actually mean it.
Suemo, come here. Lu Feng looked around and immediately saw Suemo dozing off. Lu Feng was not angry about Suemo sleeping in class.
In her eyes, for a genius like Suemo, as long as he did not disrupt the class, nothing else was considered excessive.
Yan Joshi also quickly woke Suemo up.
As soon as Suemo opened his eyes, he saw everyone in the classroom looking at him, and he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment.
Did I snore? That shouldn't be the case. Xiao, the teacher asked you to translate the sentence on the blackboard into Li language.
Yan Joshi looked at Sumo's dazed look and couldn't help but remind him, but a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth.
So that's how it is. After hearing Yan Joshi's words, Sumo couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As long as he doesn't snore, it's fine. You have to know that he is a celebrity now. If he snores in a public place, he will definitely be laughed at. Student Sumo, have you figured it out? Lu Feng's words also made the students in the classroom burst into laughter. Sumo was also embarrassed for a moment, and immediately translated the words on the blackboard into purely language, and everyone who heard it was stunned. How come this guy knows everything? Is there any justice in this world? All the students in the classroom, except Yan Joshi, were struck by Sumo. This is Li language. One of the world's top unpopular languages, this is also possible? Do you have to be so perverted? You actually know Li language?
Not to mention the students, even Lu Feng, a foreign language teacher, was shocked by Sumo. Even if it was Lu Feng herself, Liu was only half-baked. She was shocked when she heard Sumo's Liu just now.
This accent is so authentic, just like an authentic Li countryman, this is so. Lu Feng really didn't know how to express her inner shock.
She now felt that her foreign language level was not as good as Sumo's.
How can you teach this?
Teacher, I used to be very interested in languages, so I did some research on various languages, but I only have a basic understanding of them.
Sumo was rarely humble, he didn't want to steal the limelight from his teacher. Student Sumo's translation is very good. We should all learn from him in the future. Lu Feng also looked at Sumo with appreciation. This boy is quite good at talking.
However, all the students felt helpless about Lu Feng's words, and they really wanted to shout out loud at this moment.
I can't do it. Who doesn't know how evil Sumo is? Normal people can't even compare to him.
The weather in October has begun to slowly turn cooler, which is a good thing for everyone because we can finally go out shopping at noon. After class, Yan Joshi wanted to take Sumo to the pedestrian street near Ching Hua University, but as soon as they walked out of the classroom, Sumo received a call from the president Li Renhui, so the proposal had to be abandoned.
Xiao, go to the principal by yourself. I have some clothes to wash in my dormitory.
Yan Joshi was actually just looking for an excuse for herself, because after all, the principal only called Sumo, and it wouldn't be appropriate for her to go with him.
Okay then, let's go to the cafeteria to eat together this afternoon. Good. After the two separated, Sumo also went to Li Renhui's office. Knock knock. Come in. Sumo pushed the door open and saw Li Renhui making tea. Principal, are you looking for me? Sumo is here, hurry up and sit down. How about trying my tea making skills? As soon as Li Renhui saw Sumo, his eyes lit up.
Sumo was now the face of Ching Hua University, so he naturally had to be treated well. After all, it was hard to find such a talented student.
Principal, what do you want to talk to me about? Sumo sat opposite Li Renhui and asked curiously, it couldn't be that they were asking him to have a cup of tea, right? I called you here today because I have something to ask you. Li Renhui poured Sumo a cup of hot tea. He looked at Sumo with anticipation in his eyes, which made Sumo wonder. Principal, if you have anything to say, just say it. That's right. I want to ask you about BDY's conjecture. Oh? Sumo couldn't help but be surprised. Isn't the matter that BDY guessed over already? This.
Li Renhui smiled awkwardly when he saw Sumo's reaction.
Principal, what exactly do you want to ask? Sumo also noticed that something was wrong with Li Renhui, and he was confused by Li Renhui's reaction. That's right. I want to ask BDY whether the conjecture was made because you suddenly had an inspiration, or whether you could have solved it anyway?
Li Renhui looked at Sumo and asked very seriously, these two things sound similar, but in fact they are completely different.
If it is the first one, then it can only prove that I am lucky. After all, the probability of such sudden inspiration is still very low. But if it is the second one, then it would be a big deal. If it is the second case, it proves that Sumo has an amazing level of mathematics. If this is the case, then aren't there several other mathematical conjectures? Then you can. Li Renhui had this idea a long time ago, but he had never figured out how to say it. However, after Lu Feng came to see him today, he became more confident in Sumo. Sumo performed perfectly in every aspect. Li Runhui's expectations for Suemo are getting higher and higher.
If Suemo can really solve the other four mathematical conjectures, then Ching Hua University's ranking in the world will definitely move up several places. Although Ching Hua University is now the top university in Xia country, it is only ranked 18th in the world. A genius like Suemo finally appeared, so Li Runhui naturally wanted to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It doesn't take much. As long as Suemo solves one of the remaining four conjectures, he will definitely bring a terrifying amount of attention to Ching Hua University. After all, Suemo is a student of Ching Hua University. Since he can achieve such achievements, Ching Hua University will naturally rise with him. Because of the BDY mathematical conjecture, Ching Hua University has now risen from 18th to 17th in the world ranking.
Don't underestimate this ranking.
You should know that it is extremely difficult to improve one rank, unless a representative figure of the era appears in the school.
Suemo is currently the hope in Li Runhui's eyes. Chapter 120, The Terror of Fans. Principal, why are you asking this? Li Runhui's question made Suemo even more confused. The matter had already been dealt with, so why was he still asking this? Just answer my question first.
Of course it's made with strength.
Suemo looked as if it was a matter of course. After the brainstorm, did he still have to rely on inspiration? What a joke!
After hearing Sumo's answer, Li Runhui stood up excitedly and waved his fist fiercely at the air.
His sudden action scared Suemo. What's going on? Are you on drugs? It shouldn't be like this. Principal, what's wrong with you? Suemo looked at Li Runhui cautiously and asked. He was really afraid that Li Runhui would punch him. The sky is big, the earth is big, but life is the most important. What on earth is going on here? Li Runhui looked at Sumo's reaction and an embarrassed look appeared on his old face, so he quickly sat down. Suemo, can I what? Can you solve a few other mathematical conjectures?
Li Runhui still expressed his thoughts, although he knew that his question was a bit too much. After all, if the 5 major mathematical conjectures were so easy to crack, it would not have taken until now. After all, there has never been a shortage of geniuses in mathematics. However, Li Runhui still had some hope for Suemo, because he was so evil. Hey, I thought it was something else. After Suemo heard what Li Runhui said, he looked as if he had suddenly realized something. He finally understood why Li Runhui had this reaction today. It turned out that this was what he wanted to ask. It should be fine, but... When Li Runhui heard what Suemo said before, he immediately showed an ecstatic look, but before he could be happy, he heard the word but. But what? As long as Suemo can solve the other mathematical conjectures, it will definitely cause a worldwide sensation. This is a major event of epoch-making significance. But I don't have time lately. Sumo's words almost made Li Runhui spit out blood.
There is no time? You must be kidding me. You have all the time to participate in variety shows but no time to solve math conjectures? This is just a joke. In Li Runhui's mind, the competition for the king of brains is nothing compared to the 5 major mathematical conjectures. Suemo, stop messing around. I'm talking to you about something serious. I'm telling the truth. I really don't have time. Suemo looked at Li Runhui frankly and said, I am planning to go home soon. The prize money from BDY's guess is still with me. You can't let me carry more than 10 million in cash with me all the time, right? And after we return to school, the next recording of Brain King contest will begin. Suemo spread his hands helplessly, I really don't have time. So when are you free? When Li Runhui heard Suemo say this, he was also very upset. In his eyes, the things Suemo said were not important at all. As long as Suemo is willing, he can deliver the money in person, and he can also speak to the Brain King competition. After all, solving this historically difficult problem in mathematics is a big deal. Once successful, both Suemo and Ching Hua University will be remembered forever. It will take at least a month. Suemo thought about it and set a time that made Li Runhui want to curse. Let alone a month, Li Runhui was not willing to wait even for a day. If possible, he really wanted to tie up Suemo and crack the mathematical conjecture. However, Li Runhui could only think about it. The most important thing is that the school will be closed in a month. Do we have to wait until next year? This is definitely something Li Runhui cannot accept. No, a month is too long. Half a month at most. Principal, it's no use forcing me like this. It really will take a month. Suemo smiled bitterly. How about this? I promise to crack one of the 5 conjectures before the end of the year. Is that okay? Make a deal. Lee Runhui was naturally satisfied. Although he didn't know where Suemo got the courage to make such a promise, he couldn't help but feel a little excited. Although the 5 conjectures are century-old problems in mathematics, many talented mathematicians cannot solve them in their lifetime. But the person who said this was Suemo. To be fair, Suemo is definitely the most evil student Lee Runhui has ever seen, no doubt about it. In addition, Suemo had already cracked the BDY conjecture, so in Lee Runhui's opinion, what Suemo said was not impossible. After finally reaching an agreement with Lee Runhui, Suemo went straight back to the dormitory. The other 3 were not there. Suemo looked at the time and it was only 3:30 in the afternoon. He sat on the bed out of boredom and opened his Weibo. The moment he clicked on it, the screen froze, leaving him stunned. This is a new phone his mother bought for him before he went to college. Is the quality of mobile phones so bad nowadays? Suemo decided that he would never buy this brand of mobile phone again. It was really a rip-off. It's only been about 3 months, and that's it? Rubbish. However, this time Suemo really wronged the phone. It was not a quality problem of the phone at all, but because the information on his Weibo was too explosive, which made the phone unable to handle it for a while and caused the screen to freeze. If the cell phone could talk, it would definitely shout, "Master, I am innocent." Suemo was arguing with the phone, just waiting to see when the screen would freeze. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the phone finally returned to normal, and then Suemo was stunned. What's going on? When Suemo saw the number of messages on his Weibo, he was stunned. It's only been a few days? There are more than 1 million messages directly? Do you have to be so exaggerated? Suemo now finally understood why his phone had frozen. It's really because the power of fans is too strong. It's only been 4 or 5 days since Suemo last looked at his Weibo, and there are already more than 1 million messages? This is crazy. Suemo would also curiously click on the message board and start reading. Assassin 567, Suemo, how is your elimination match going? Can you update me? I love Peaches 222, I wish Suemo a successful start in the elimination round. I am proud of my flat chest, come on, big brother. Invincible little expert, we will be able to see the trailer for Brain King contest this Friday. I hope to see Master Suemo. Half a salted egg, Suemo is participating in this season's Brain King competition. Isn't this bullying? This is completely reserving this year's Brain King trophy in advance. Yueming 520, I really like Suemo, I hope you can achieve more brilliant achievements, come on. After reading some of the comments from fans, Suemo himself felt a little embarrassed. Chapter 121 Promotional Video Broadcast. These fans were so enthusiastic that Suemo felt a little embarrassed. It's okay to praise him, but can you be more subtle? This is so straightforward, really. In fact, this cannot be blamed on the fans. Most of Suemo's fans are students, so their thoughts are relatively simple. Generally speaking, young people say what they think. This is the characteristic of young people. After looking for a while, Suemo put down his phone and immediately called up his attribute panel. Host, Suemo. Age, 18. Skills, photographic memory, mastery, master calligraphy, master Go, language proficiency, brainstorming, sharp eyes, genius poet. Education, well educated. Points, 0. Fans value, 1417541. Seeing his skill box, Suemo couldn't help but curl his lips. Although he had 8 skills, only a few of them were practical. Just like the master level Go proficiency and the genius poet that was won in the lottery some time ago, these 2 skills are really useless in Suemo's opinion. Although Suemo still had one chance to draw a lottery, he didn't dare to use it because he was not very satisfied with the skills he had drawn recently. If it weren't for participating in the Brain King competition, Suemo probably wouldn't have been able to use the skill of fiery eyes and golden pupils. After thinking about it, although Suemo really wanted to draw a lottery, he finally gave up the idea. After all, the skills he currently possessed were enough to deal with everything. If by chance he draws a useless skill, who can Suemo turn to for justice? So it's better to wait until you need it in the future and use up your only chance to draw a lottery. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Suemo was already waiting downstairs of the girls' dormitory. Now Suemo is a celebrity in Ching Hua University. When the girls coming in and out see him, there is a different light in their eyes.
Just the title of Xia country's #1 genius is enough to make these girls admire him so much.
What's more, Suemo is very handsome.
He is simply the Prince Charming in all girls' minds.
Hello Suemo, can I ask you for an autograph?
There was a girl with a look score of 75 who mustered up the courage to walk up to Suemo, her eyes full of eagerness. She was a loyal fan of Suemo. When black fans slandered Suemo online, she called all the sisters in the dormitory to join the war of words.
Of course, do you have a pen and paper?
Suemo looked at the girl and smiled, instantly melting her heart.
So cool. And he's so talented, it's perfect.
The girl couldn't help but feel infatuated, but when she came to her senses, her pretty face couldn't help but blush. He quickly took out a pen and paper from the backpack behind him and handed it to Suemo.
Okay, here you go. Suemo also signed his name in a flamboyant manner. The elegant handwriting shocked the girl again.
The handwriting reflects the character of the person. However, the girl also knew that Suemo had a girlfriend, so after asking for his autograph, she said come on to Suemo and left.
Suemo shook his head and smiled bitterly.
If it were in the past, he might have been complacent, but now he has Yen Joshi, the perfect girlfriend, and he is not interested in other girls at all.
Is that girl pretty? It's okay,
Suddenly, a pleasant voice appeared behind Suemo, and he froze in the middle of his words.
Xiaoxi, please stop making fun of me. Suemo turned around and saw Yen Joshi.
A hint of bitterness appeared at the corner of his mouth. He could hear the strong sour taste in Yen Joshi's words.
Women are all jealous.
Yen Joshi looked like she had just taken a shower, so there were still a few water droplets hanging on her 3,000 black hair, and her body exuded a faint body fragrance, which made people unable to help but become distracted.
Xiaomo, don't be like this, I'm a little uncomfortable with this.
Yen Joshi wanted to say something, but when she felt Sumo's aggressive gaze, she swallowed the words back. Her unmade-up little face couldn't help but feel hot, and her heart was beating like a deer.
Xiaoxi, you are so beautiful. I really regret it now. Suemo couldn't help swallowing when he saw Yen Joshi's shy and cute look. What are you regretting?
Yen Joshi raised her head and looked at Suemo curiously, not knowing what he meant.
I regret that I shouldn't have agreed to my aunt's condition. With a little beauty like you by my side all day, I can't wait until I graduate from college.
Suemo walked up to Yen Joshi, leaned over and put his ear close to her small and delicate ear, and couldn't help but teasing her.
Yen Joshi's face immediately turned red. She looked so adorable.
However, Suemo was not in the mood to appreciate these things. After he said this, he turned around and ran away, because he knew that the girl was going to get angry next.
Xiaomo, don't run. Stop right there. As Suemo expected, Yen Joshi chased after him angrily.
Under the setting sun, the two figures ran farther and farther away.
Time flies and it's already Friday. The internet is very lively today.
Because the promotional video for Brain King Battle will be broadcast on Dadong TV today, everyone is looking forward to it. It was not even 8 o'clock yet and everyone was already sitting in front of the TV. When the time came, the much-anticipated promotional video for Brain King Battle finally aired. This promotional video was carefully edited by the Brain King competition program team, and naturally it also contains a lot of jokes. Especially Sumo's words, "I'll choose last."
To me, all projects are actually the same. It even made everyone in front of the TV gasp. Isn't this a bit too arrogant? Any one of the nearly 100 contestants is a genius among geniuses.
Especially Tang Jian's words, which made everyone in front of the TV worry about Suemo. The promotional video for Brain King contest is only about 5 minutes long, and Suemo alone takes up 3 minutes. After the promotional video was broadcast, the corresponding topic immediately appeared on Weibo's hot searches.
Suemo Tuade gave up the priority selection project? Is Suemo really qualified to be the #1 genius in Xia country? Young people have become arrogant after achieving a little success. Arrogant? You might get eliminated.
More than a dozen corresponding topics appeared one after another, and the comments section instantly exploded with all kinds of comments.
Some people support Suemo and think that he is confident in his own abilities.
But more people think that Suemo is too arrogant, which leads to most of the comments containing unpleasant words. At around 9 o'clock in the evening, Yen Joshi was lying on the bed in the dormitory with nothing to do. Out of boredom, she flipped through her scarf and couldn't sit still after seeing this.
He immediately called Suemo. Xiaoxi, what's wrong? Suemo looked at the caller ID on the phone screen and couldn't help but wonder why Yen Joshi called him at this time.
At this time normally, Yen Joshi should have gone to bed. After all, staying up late is not good for the skin. Girls all care about their appearance, and Yen Joshi is no exception.
Xiao, something big has happened, check your scarf. Chapter 122 Strong Response. Xiao, something big has happened, check your scarf. What's the big deal? When Suemo heard Yen Joshi's voice on the phone, he couldn't help but become even more puzzled. What had happened? Yen Joshi's tone sounded very anxious. Just look at the scarf and you'll know. After hanging up the phone, Suemo quickly opened Weibo. He wanted to see what happened. Several trending searches on Weibo immediately caught his eyes, and Suemo couldn't help but sneer. These people really love to join in the fun. This is obviously a joke made up by the program crew. Suemo was too lazy to explain.
Anyway, after the second episode of the show was broadcast, these questioning voices would naturally disappear.
Because Suemo was drawn the next day, he could only wait until the second round.
There are 4 elimination rounds in the Brain King competition, with more than 20 contestants in each round, and the footage of those contestants who failed the challenge will be directly cut out. After all, the length of the show is there. Many of Sumo's fans rush to his Weibo to leave messages, with hundreds of messages almost every minute.
Half a salted egg, Master Suemo, can you explain it to me? There are so many people slandering you.
I love to eat tomatoes, that's right, there are always some people who are too talkative.
Go Trail 22, Suemo, what was the result of your elimination round?
Invincible little security guard, don't ask the people upstairs. Suemo signed a confidentiality contract with the program team and cannot disclose the news. The more Suemo saw these messages, the more he couldn't help but smile.
He really liked his fans and thought that each of them was so cute.
After thinking about it, Suemo decided to post a message to respond to those who slandered him. After all, these people have already cursed him by name, and it would not be Sumo's style if he didn't respond. Regarding the elimination round, I really can't reveal too much, but regarding those slanderous words about me online, I just want to say that these people are really bored.
Why are they making random guesses for no reason? Why, the show hasn't even aired yet and you already know I was eliminated. If you want to scold me, wait until next Saturday when the show airs. As soon as Suemo posted this update, it immediately caused an earthquake on Weibo.
No one expected Sumo's attitude to be so tough, especially the sentence "I have nothing to do," which really stunned everyone. No public figure has ever dared to say such a thing.
In Yen Joshi's dormitory.
After seeing Sumo's update, Zhao Linger was stunned.
Hurry up and look at Sumo's Weibo. He is cursing people on it. Puff.
And Ran was drinking water, but was so stimulated by Zhao Linger's words that she sprayed it out.
What?
When Yen Joshi heard what Zhao Linger said, she immediately took out her mobile phone, opened Weibo, and immediately saw the update that Suemo had just posted.
This. Yen Joshi didn't know what to say.
She felt happy but also a little worried. Sumo's words made her feel very happy.
After all, those who slandered Suemo were really going too far.
But this will definitely attract more black fans. After all, there are too many people who have opinions about Suemo.
In a high-end steakhouse, Zhang Gu and Su Qian were chatting happily.
He had a good impression of Su Qian, and since he was still single, he invited Su Qian to dinner tonight.
Su Qian was naturally very happy about Zhang Ji's invitation and agreed without thinking. Suddenly, Zhang Ji's cell phone rang. He picked it up and was stunned for a moment, then a wry smile appeared on his face. When Su Qian saw Zhang Ji's expression, she couldn't help but ask a question. Teacher Zhang, what happened?
When Zhang Gu heard Su Qian's question, he sighed helplessly.
Suemo has done something big on Weibo again. I really like this kid's personality.
When Su Qian heard what Zhang Gu said, she quickly took out her cell phone. When she saw Sumo's words on Weibo, she immediately exclaimed.
How could Suemo say that? Why can't you say that?
Zhang Gu looked at Su Qian curiously. In his opinion, there was nothing wrong with Sumo's approach. If he were in Sumo's position, he would probably do the same. After all, anyone would be very angry if they were slandered without any basis. It's just that most people don't dare to speak out. Zhang Gu despises those who compromise from the bottom of his heart. In Zhang Ji's heart, a man must be strong. I didn't steal your rice, why do you say that to me? It's really like what Suemo said, I'm so bored.
But if you do this, you will offend a lot of people. Su Qian expressed her thoughts in a low voice.
After all, no one has ever dared to confront netizens so harshly.
Because everyone knows that doing this will not bring any benefits except attracting a lot of haters. However, Sumo did just that, and Su Qian couldn't understand Sumo's behavior. If I offend someone, then I offend them. Sumo is not from the entertainment industry, so why should I be afraid of offending some people?
Zhang Gu couldn't help but smile when he heard Su Qian's words. Besides, when the show airs next week, all the doubting voices will naturally disappear, and by then these people will naturally no longer think that Sumo is arrogant. When Zhang Gu said this, a sigh appeared on the corner of his mouth.
No matter what powerful people do, they will be accepted by the public.
After hearing what Zhang Gu said, Su Qian lowered her head and began to think. At this time, Tang Jian was still supervising the editing. Suddenly, he heard some staff discussing this matter, so he quickly opened Weibo to take a look.
This kid is really sharp.
That's right, Tang Jian hasn't seen a young man like Sumo for many years. Others try their best to maintain their image in front of the public.
But Sumo didn't have any such concerns at all. He just did whatever he wanted. He was really willful. Early the next morning, Sumo's cell phone rang. Who is this?
Calling so early, I wonder if this will disturb other people's sweet dreams. After Sumo was woken up, he started to grumble in annoyance, but after seeing the caller ID, he shut up obediently.
There is no other reason. This call is from my mother. Sumo also quickly put on his clothes and walked out of the dormitory.
After all, everyone else was still sleeping.
After going out, Sumo answered the phone and immediately heard his mother's voice.
Son, the Weibo post you posted yesterday was so refreshing.
You really are worthy of being my son. Chapter 123 Strange Enron. When Sumo heard what his mother said on the phone, he couldn't help but frown. Mom, you called me early in the morning just to tell me this? What else? Sumo was directly defeated by his mother. Well, what else could he say? By the way, Mom, I'm going back to Linhai next week. What are you doing back here? I solved the BDY conjecture last time and got some bounty. It's not safe to keep it with me, so I'm going to give the money to you. Then don't wait until next week. Come back tomorrow. By the way, can you tell me how much it is? Sumo was defeated by his mother once again.
When she heard that there was money, her attitude changed too quickly.
By the way, when you come back next week, don't forget to bring my daughter-in-law with you, otherwise the money can come into the house, but you can't. Okay, I got it. After hanging up the phone, Sumo sighed with hopelessness. There is really no human rights. After returning to the dormitory, Sumo was no longer sleepy. He lay down for a while, then got up and went to the playground to run. At 6:30 in the morning, there were still many students on the playground of Ching Hua University. Although the weather has turned a little cooler recently, there are still many senior students wearing shorts. Their flawless white legs are attracting the attention of many boys. Some boys even come to the playground to run early in the morning just to see the beauties. Sumo was wearing a loose white sportswear, which coupled with his sunny and handsome appearance made him very attractive to girls. What's more, Sumo had so many dazzling halos. Not long after he ran away, many girls slowly approached him. Among them are freshman girls, but more are sophomores and juniors, who are much more open-minded than freshman girls. There was a girl with a beauty score of around 80 who even ran side by side with Sumo. Brother Sumo, what a coincidence, you are here to run too. Lu Ruoro looked at Sumo's handsome profile and smiled sweetly. Although she knew that Sumo had a girlfriend, she didn't mind at all. Nowadays, there are still divorces after marriage, let alone campus couples. For all girls, Sumo is the perfect boyfriend candidate. How could Lu Ruoro not be moved by such an outstanding boy? Who are you? When Sumo heard Lu Ruoro's voice, he slowed down. He didn't seem to know this girl. But if someone greeted him first, Sumo would naturally not be rude. I'm a junior student in the Department of Finance. My name is Lu Ruoro. Nice to meet you, junior brother Sumo. So she's a junior. After Sumo heard Lu Ruoro's self-introduction, he also said politely, "Hello, senior sister." The other girls around were very annoyed when they saw Sumo and Lu Ruoro talking and laughing. If they had known this would happen, they should have been bolder. Otherwise, they would be the ones chatting with Sumo now. It is true that the brave ones will die of overeating,
while the timid ones will die of starvation.
What do you want to talk to me about, senior? Suemo looked at Lu Ruoro in confusion. Although Lu Ruoro was very beautiful, he didn't have any other thoughts. I have admired my junior for a long time. Today, I finally got to see him in person, so I wanted to see how powerful the legendary Suemo is. Do you feel disappointed, senior? Suemo smiled faintly when he heard Lu Ruoro's words. I am just an ordinary person.
The number one genius of Xia country is just something some of my fans say for fun. Senior sister, please don't take it seriously.
Brother Suemo, I don't agree with what you said.
Lu Ruoro looked at Suemo with her big eyes and smiled warmly. You are the number one genius in Xia country because of your own strength.
And you are so handsome. I am really attracted to you. After Lu Ruoro said this, a few blushes appeared on her pretty face.
She was wearing a tight white sportswear today, which perfectly brought out her beautiful figure. Coupled with her good looks, she was very attractive to boys. However, the look in Sumo's eyes when he looked at Lu Ruoro was extremely pure, without a trace of distracting thoughts at all.
Senior, you are joking. With your good conditions, you will definitely find an excellent boy in the future.
The meaning of Sumo's words was very clear.
Lu Ruoro naturally heard it, and immediately couldn't help feeling disappointed. Is there any boy better than Suemo? This is simply impossible. It can be said that there is no other boy like Suemo in Xia country or even in the world. Suemo, why are you here? Who is this?
At this moment, a familiar voice sounded behind the two of them.
Suemo knew the identity of the person without even looking. Even her voice was cold and aloof as if to keep people away. Who else could it be other than Enran? This is our senior Lu Ruoro, a junior in the Department of Finance at Ching Hua University, and this is Enran, a freshman in the Department of Foreign Languages.
After hearing this voice, Suemo stopped immediately, turned around, and saw Enran, and introduced the two to each other.
Enran wore a simple t-shirt on the upper body and a loose skirt and pants on the lower body.
Even with such a simple combination, she still exuded amazing beauty.
Lu Ruoro has always been very confident about her looks, but after seeing Enran in front of her, she instantly lost her confidence. Whether it was her figure, her looks, or her temperament, Lu Ruoro felt that she was completely blew away. Hello, junior sister, you are so beautiful. Lu Ruoro looked at Enran with a hint of admiration in her eyes, and she politely extended her hand to Enran. However, Enran ignored Lu Ruoro and said to Suemo coldly, accompany me to have breakfast. After saying that, he turned around and left without even looking at Lu Ruoro the whole time. This made Lu Ruoro's face look a little ugly, and Suemo was stunned for a moment. He quickly apologized to Lu Ruoro. Don't worry about it, senior sister. This girl is just like that. I apologize to you on her behalf. No. It's okay. Since you are busy, I won't bother you anymore. We can talk again when we have time. When Lu Ruoro heard Suemo say this, she smiled bitterly. She could see that Enran and Suemo were very familiar with each other. There was no point in staying any longer, so Lu Ruoro looked at Suemo unwillingly and left. Suemo also took the opportunity to catch up with Enran, who had not walked far. He was a little confused. Why did Enran look a little unhappy? I don't think I provoked her? Are you here for a run, too? Suemo looked at Enran's beautiful profile and couldn't help but ask, didn't Xiaoxi come with you? No. Sumo's answer was only 2 words, which made him a little embarrassed. After following Enran to the cafeteria, they ordered some breakfast and sat down in a corner where there were few people. At this time, there were many students in the cafeteria, and from time to time someone would glance at the 2 people's seats. Suemo is now a celebrity in Ching Hua University. It is well known that Suemo already has a girlfriend, but who is this beautiful girl sitting opposite him? Because of Suemo, almost all students at Ching Hua University know Yen Joshi. Even if Suemo wasn't there, with Yen Joshi's divine beauty, it would be hard to ignore her. Apart from attending classes, Enran spends most of her time in the dormitory. Although she is very beautiful, not many people know her. Seeing that Suemo was having breakfast with a girl other than Yen Joshi, everyone started whispering to each other. Oh my god, who is that girl? She's so pretty. Yeah, why didn't I realize before that there are such beautiful girls in our Ching Hua University? So what if we find out? We can't catch up with a girl like that. Alas, Suemo has attracted the attention of almost all the girls. How can we live like this? Who says it's not true?
It's really true that those who are drought-stricken will die of drought, and those who are flood-stricken will die of flood. Of course, there were also students who knew and ran and couldn't help but explain.
Don't make wild guesses. This girl is from the foreign languages department. Her name seems to be in Ran.
She and Yenjoshi are good friends.
They should just be having a meal together. It's not as complicated as you think.
As soon as these words were spoken, everyone shut up and started eating their meal obediently. As for Sumo, he felt embarrassed at this moment.
And Ran didn't eat either.
She just sat opposite Sumo, looking at him with her beautiful eyes without saying a word.
No, missin, have I offended you in any way? Chapter 124 3 Questions about Death.
Sumo took a bite of the bun, and when he looked up, he saw Ran staring at him, and suddenly he felt like crying but had no tears.
How did I offend this young lady? Why does Ran's eyes look like she wants to kill him? Why? What did you talk about with that senior today?
Ran's red lips parted slightly, and there was a hint of coldness in her voice.
Nothing to talk about.
When Sumo heard Ran ask this, he explained helplessly, I was running, and that senior sister came over to say hello, and then I chatted with her for a few minutes.
Snort. Ran looked at Sumo with a disapproving look and couldn't help but snorted. What's there to talk about with a girl like that? I. Is she pretty? I. Is she in good shape? You. Is she of good temperament? Have to.
Faced with Ran's 3 questions about death, Sumo simply shut himself off.
What is going on?
He now began to doubt whether Ran had taken the wrong medicine.
This was not the Ran he knew. Missin, why are you so abnormal today?
I just want to remind you that you have Xiaoxi now, so don't get too close to other girls.
If Xiaoxi saw you today, what would she think?
There was obviously a hint of panic in Ran's eyes, but Sumo didn't notice it.
It's okay if Xiaoxi sees me. I was just chatting with that senior. I didn't do anything wrong. What are you afraid of? Faced with Ran's reminder, Sumo couldn't help but mutter something, but although his voice was small, Ran still heard it. Do you understand girls better than I do?
Ran's beautiful eyes were full of murderous intent.
She didn't expect Sumo to dare to talk back.
When she saw Sumo and Lu Ruoro chatting and laughing this morning, she was so angry.
You understand, missin, it's okay if I'm wrong. I will pay more attention next time.
Being stared at like this by Ran, Sumo felt his scalp tingling and he admitted his mistake very quickly. No matter what time, don't argue with a woman, especially a beautiful woman, otherwise you will die a miserable death.
He understood this principle very well. After all, admitting his mistake wouldn't save him any money.
Ran could see the perfunctory look in Sumo's expression, so she immediately used her killer move, with a hint of warning in her voice. Next time if I find out about this kind of thing, I will tell Xiaoxi directly, and then you can just slowly coax her.
Sumo's face suddenly turned dark, and he really just wanted to curse. Who did he offend? I just had a normal chat with my senior, is there anything wrong with that? You really are a good friend of Xiagua.
After returning to the dormitory, Sumo was still in a very depressed mood. If he had known this would happen, he would have stayed in bed a little longer.
Why run if you have nothing to do? I'm so bored. Looking at the 3 people holding their phones, Sumo felt a headache. I put breakfast on the table. Don't forget to eat it.
These 3 guys are lazier than each other. If there were a laziness competition, they would definitely take the top 3 places.
I would rather be hungry than eat in the cafeteria. They even say that this is to save food for the country. Ugh.
When the 3 heard Sumo's words, they immediately put down their phones, put on their clothes as quickly as possible, and started a food fight, which made Sumo roll his eyes.
Zhao Tian, boss, you are so kind. It is my blessing in my previous life to have a boss like you. Wang Yi, that's right.
Not only can he help with homework, but he can also help bring meals.
I'm afraid there won't be anyone as good as the boss in the whole Ching Hua University. Zhang Xiaochuan, it would be even better if the boss could help with the laundry.
When Zhao Tian and Wang Yi heard Zhang Xiaochuan's words, they also looked at Sumo with great anticipation.
Crunch. This was the sound of Sumo gritting his teeth.
He now really regretted why he brought food for the 3 of them.
He was so naughty.
Boss, this idea was proposed by Xiaochuan.
I have never thought of it this way. When Zhao Tian saw Sumo's appearance, he quickly hid aside. Wang Yi also nodded, looking extremely scared. How can I not be afraid?
If Suemo was unhappy, he would even dare to beat Zhao Tian, the young master of Kapingchuan. Wang Yi would naturally be very scared. Zhao Tian and Wang Yi's actions immediately stunned Zhang Xiaochuan.
Is this really a brother?
It's just pushing him into the fire.
Boss, I was just joking with you, please don't. Ah.
There were blood-curdling screams coming from dormitory 403 again.
Fortunately, it was morning now. If it was night, people would probably think it was haunted. Suemo didn't have any classes today, so he just lay in the dormitory all day.
If Principal Li Renhui knew about this, he would be furious.
Is this what they call having no time? What bullshit! In fact, when Suemo said he didn't have time, it was just an excuse. He was just too lazy to solve it. Although Suemo spent a whole night to finally solve the BDY conjecture, he was dizzy for several days afterwards. This is obviously overusing the brain.
Anyway, after the Brain King contest is broadcast next week, his popularity will definitely grow explosively, so Suemo is too lazy to make the effort to crack the 5 major mathematical conjectures. The reason why I made that promise to Li Renhui was that I was forced into no other choice. Otherwise, with Sumo's personality, he would never agree to such a troublesome thing.
He is a big shot, so we have to give him some face.
At 7:40 in the evening, the 3 people in the dormitory were already holding their mobile phones, waiting for the broadcast of the first episode of Brain King competition.
The same thing is happening in countless places.
It can be said that due to Sumo's recent popularity, more and more people are paying attention to the Brain King competition.
As soon as 8 o'clock arrived, many people quickly moved to Datongtai.
Welcome everyone to the recording site of the first episode of the 5th season of Brain King contest. The voice of host Wang Tao resounded in thousands of households. When the contestants successfully challenged those extremely difficult events one by one, all the audiences in front of the TV exclaimed in surprise. However, until the end of the episode, there was still no sign of Suemo, which made most of the viewers in front of the TV feel disappointed. Because many people came to see Suemo, they only cared about whether Suemo passed the elimination round of the Brain King competition. I would naturally be disappointed if I didn't see Suemo. However, the production team of Brain King competition had already anticipated this, so there was a 10-second preview at the end of the first episode.
The trailer only has this sentence: "Now let's welcome contestant number 1 Suemo. Where is the applause?" All the audience members were suddenly shocked. Is Suemo going to appear in the second episode? Chapter 125: Creating Records.
That night, Weibo was full of topics about the battle for the King of Brains. There was one topic that was ranked number 1 on the hot search list by netizens within less than an hour after it was posted.
Can Suemo make it through the elimination round in the second episode? In less than an hour, there were nearly 200,000 comments. Such terrifying traffic has dumbfounded everyone in the entire entertainment industry. An 18-year-old student actually dominated the top trending searches on Weibo? This left all the stars stunned. You know, Weibo is known as the back garden of stars. When did it become a student's turn to act tyrannically?
This situation has caused dissatisfaction among many people, and the famous director Li Nan is one of them.
In a luxurious villa. Snap.
Li Nan was originally discussing the promotion of the new movie with several assistant directors. He accidentally opened the Weibo and was so angry that he dropped the red wine glass in his hand.
The other assistant directors didn't dare to say anything. They didn't know what had happened to make this guy so angry.
Finally, an old man who had followed Li Nan for many years couldn't help but ask a question.
"Brother Li, what happened?" Li Nan snorted coldly, his face full of anger, and shouted, "Is this Ching Hua University student Suemo done yet? Is the Weibo hot search his family's?" Hearing this, several assistant directors took out their mobile phones and opened Weibo.
It would have been fine if I hadn't looked at it, but when I did I was shocked.
The top 10 trending searches on Weibo were all about Suemo. No wonder Li Nan was so angry. You know, the promotion of a new movie requires traffic. We had already agreed to set the date for tomorrow. Didn't you see that they have already started drinking red wine? Who knew this would happen?
Originally they planned to hire some internet trolls tomorrow to push up the topic of the new movie, but now the situation is not as simple as they imagined. It would be fine if Suemo occupied one hot search position, but now he occupies the top 10 positions. No one has ever done such a thing except those top-tier stars.
But now, Suemo has done it, an 18-year-old student. This is too perverted.
The most terrifying thing is the popularity of the top 10 topics.
Even the popularity of the 10th place requires millions of popularity. It is no wonder that Li Nan was angry.
You know, it costs money to hire internet trolls.
Hiring millions of internet trolls to do publicity? Come on, that price is simply astronomical.
Therefore, the promotion plan for the new movie can only be shelved temporarily. But Li Nan could never have imagined that this wait would last for several months. Of course, this is all a story for later.
Zhang Guo's home. Brother, you really have the physique to be a hot topic. Zhang Guo was sitting on the sofa in a bathrobe.
When he saw that the top 10 trending topics on Weibo were all about Sumo, he couldn't help but sigh. This kind of thing is extremely difficult to do even for top-tier celebrities, but it seems that this is not the first time Sumo has done it.
No wonder so many people are unhappy with Sumo. After all, a tall tree attracts the wind. Sumo didn't pay attention to these things. Even if he knew, he wouldn't be surprised.
Because Sumo is not interested in these things at all, his only thought now is to quickly increase his fan value to 20 million.
As for the rest, do whatever you want. The next morning, Sumo took Yen Joshi to the principal's office. You want to take leave again? In the office, Li Renhui looked at Sumo and his eyelids couldn't help but twitch.
When he had nothing to do yesterday, Li Renhui looked at Sumo's attendance rate this semester and was really shocked.
It's outrageously low. There is no doubt that Sumo set the record for the lowest attendance rate in the history of Ching Hua University. 2.5 months, only 5 classes, this.
Now hearing that Sumo wanted to ask for leave again, Li Renhui was so depressed.
But what can he say? Although Sumo had a low attendance rate, he always got full marks in every professional test.
More importantly, Li Renhui also wants to rely on Sumo to solve the 5 major mathematical conjectures. Even if you are not happy, you still have to approve the leave.
Student Yen Joshi is also with you?
Li Renhui glanced at Yen Joshi and asked casually. In fact, there was no need to ask this question, as these two people must be together.
The principal is wise. All right.
Li Renhui smiled bitterly in response to Sumo's compliment. The two bought plane tickets that afternoon. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the two had already arrived at Linhai Airport. What they didn't expect was that Yan's mother came to pick them up in person.
Auntie, why did you come here in person?
As soon as he got in the car, Sumo quickly greeted Yan's mother. This was his future mother-in-law, and he had to leave a good impression on her.
This is related to your future happiness. There's nothing to do with the company today, so I came to pick you up. I've already booked a restaurant, so we'll go eat first. Mother Yan looked at Sumo with relief in her eyes. She was very satisfied with Sumo.
He has achieved so many brilliant achievements at such a young age, and he must have a bright future ahead of him. Mother Yan was also relieved that her daughter was with Sumo. Whether in terms of appearance, talent, or personality, Sumo is a very good candidate. As soon as the three of them arrived at the restaurant and sat down, Su's mother also arrived. When Yan's mother came to the airport, she had already sent someone to pick up Su's mother. Since she last met Su's mother, the two of them have often talked on the phone, and sometimes even made plans to have dinner together. This meal was quite enjoyable. The two mothers were chatting happily. Sumo and Yen Joshi were also eating and talking to each other with their heads down.
After returning home, Sumo lay on the bed alone and called up his attribute box. Host, Sumo. Age, 18.
Skills, photographic memory, mastery, master calligraphy, master Go, language proficiency, brainstorming, sharp eyes, genius poet.
Education, well educated. Points, 0. Fans value, 14974713. After Sumo looked at his fan value, he sighed helplessly. The increase was really too slow. We can only wait until next Saturday to see how the show Brain King Battle is broadcasted. He's already so high profile and his performance is so outstanding, so his number of fans should skyrocket. Sumo took a week off this time when he came back. His daily job was to ask Yen Joshi to go out and play.
This time, he let Yen Joshi satisfy her gaming addiction. Sumo kept the reward from the school and only gave the BDY bounty of 15 million to his mother.
With money in his pocket, Sumo instantly gained confidence.
In just a few days, he had no idea how many things he had bought for Yen Joshi.
Anyway, he didn't feel bad about it. Finally, it's Saturday, and the second episode of Brain King Contest has started airing amid the anticipation of countless people. Chapter 126 Brain King Competition Episode 2 starts broadcasting.
It was just 7 o'clock and Weibo was already buzzing with topics about Sumo dominating the list again.
Can Sumo make it through the elimination rounds? Is he a genius or just bluffing? Tonight at 8 o'clock, the Dadong Stage Brain King competition will take place. Can Sumo defend the title of Xia country's #1 genius? There are so many topics like this. But no matter how netizens tagged Sumo on Weibo, he did not respond. The reason is simple. Sumo and his mother are currently at Yan Joshi's house.
They were invited by Yan's mother to come and see how Sumo performs.
It will be more fun when there are more people around.
To this, Su's mother agreed immediately, but Sumo was not very happy about it, because he always felt that he was a little arrogant on the show, and it was still a bit embarrassing in front of the two elders. As the saying goes, out of sight, out of mind. However, since Yan's mother had already spoken, Sumo was too embarrassed to refuse, so he could only bite the bullet and go to Yan Joshi's home with his mother.
7:50 p.m.
Yan's mother and Su's mother sat together, while Sumo sat with Yan Joshi.
Sumo smelled the faint fragrance emanating from Yan Joshi, and his heart began to wander. However, the two elders were still here, so Sumo could only pretend to be obedient and sit there.
Mother Yan, I don't know how many times I've asked Xiaoxi, but she said she signed a confidentiality agreement with the production team, and I didn't tell anyone.
It's really.
Mother Yan was naturally very interested in the result of the match between Sumo and Yan Joshi, but Yan Joshi didn't tell her at all, which made her very helpless.
Mother Su, I haven't asked Xiaoma. Anyway, this is just a variety show. Winning or losing is not very important. For Xiaoma and Xiaoxi, academic studies are the most important thing right now.
When Yan's mother heard this, she nodded in agreement.
Sumo and Yan Joshi naturally heard the conversation between the two mothers. They looked at each other and saw the smile in each other's eyes. The time finally came to 8 o'clock. The second episode of Brain King competition was also officially broadcast on Dadong TV. Countless viewers in front of the TV were also looking forward to it. After watching the ending trailer of the first episode, everyone had been waiting for a whole week. Finally, they had waited for something. Welcome everyone to watch the second elimination match of the 5th season of Brain King competition. I am the host, Wang Tao. Let's welcome contestant number 1, Sumo.
Where are the applause? Some of the audience in front of the TV were Sumo's fans, some just wanted to relax, and some were simply bored. However, these people have one thing in common, that is, they are very curious about Sumo, who is known as the #1 genius of Xia country. Everyone wanted to see whether Sumo was as powerful as the legends said.
As soon as Sumo appeared on TV, his sunny and handsome appearance made everyone's eyes light up. Although Sumo has his own photo on Weibo, who still believes in photos in today's society? Even a pig can be photoshopped into a stunning beauty. No one expected that Sumo, who had recently become famous, would be so handsome. Oh my god, Sumo is so handsome in person. I'm jealous.
After a week of waiting, it finally started.
Sumo is so handsome, I like him so much. I don't know if Sumo can make it through the elimination rounds, it's really. Alas.
Let's see how long this guy can keep pretending.
He's just a little brat. I really hope Sumo gets eliminated. I can't stand his arrogant behavior. Some people are worried about Sumo, while others want to make fun of Sumo.
There are quite a few such people because he has always been extremely high profile in his behavior and actions.
Naturally, there will be people who dislike Sumo. The internet was in an uproar because of Sumo's appearance. Oh my god, this Sumo is pretty good looking. So handsome, I'm a fan from today on. I didn't expect that Sumo would be the first to appear. I look forward to his performance. I have always been curious about the gap between me and geniuses. I want to see how powerful the so-called #1 genius is. I heard that Sumo already has a girlfriend, but I don't know if it's true or not. I wonder if Sumo's score can exceed 100.
No one can achieve such a score in the first period.
I look forward to it. Yan Joshi's home. Mother Yan looked at Sumo on TV and said, Xiaomo is quite photogenic.
Mother Su also smiled slightly, Xiaoxi is still pretty, Xiaomo is okay.
Sumo couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth at what his mother said. What do you mean it's okay? It's already very handsome, okay? Sumo has always been very confident in his appearance.
Even in the entertainment industry, he is definitely a handsome young man.
Yen Joshi noticed Sumo's little action and couldn't help laughing in her heart.
Having known Sumo for such a long time, Yen Joshi understands Sumo's character very well. He only likes to hear nice things and hates it most when people say he is ugly. If someone dared to say that he was ugly in front of Sumo, no matter who the person was, he would argue with the person. However, the one who said this was his mother, so Sumo didn't even dare to hum.
On TV.
As soon as the rules of micro-water identification were announced, both the audience in front of the TV and the netizens watching the live broadcast online were all excited.
Coupled with the pessimism of several judges, some of the anti-fans watching TV laughed out loud, but more people were complaining about the Brain King competition program crew. Is this project designed for people? What a joke! Isn't this just to tease the contestants to play in the mud? Who can successfully challenge this inhuman project? At this time, the designer has already hidden away tremblingly.
I said this guy would never make it past the knockout rounds.
You keep being so arrogant. Are you going to get into trouble now? Finally, there's something good to watch.
Whoever designed this project, if you have the guts to come forward, I promise I won't beat him to death.
Oh my god, is the production team crazy?
Either the production team is crazy, or Sumo is crazy.
One really dares to come out, and the other really dares to take it. If Sumo can successfully challenge this project, I will split a durian with my hands live without any explanation. The keyboard is ready, and the knees are ready. It all depends on whether Sumo has the ability. On Weibo, the popularity of some simultaneous topics is also high.
I wanted to cheer for Sumo, but after seeing this crappy project, even a loyal fan like me has lost confidence.
It's over now. No one can complete this project. Isn't Sumo known as a genius? If he has the ability, he can succeed in the challenge, right?
Someone please stop making sarcastic remarks.
No one can complete this project. That's not necessarily true. Sumo is the #1 genius in Xia country. How could there be anything he can't do? Chapter 127 The Definition of Genius. Some people deliberately mocked Sumo like this, so naturally some fans who like Sumo were very unhappy, but they didn't know how to refute it. It was because of the microscopic water identification project, which was not designed for people at all. Of course, there are also many netizens who support Sumo. Come on, Sumo can definitely create a miracle. Big brother, come on. Although this project is difficult, Sumo has even solved the BDY mathematical conjecture. I believe he will be able to succeed in the challenge. Just try your best. Even if you fail, I can understand. This project is really too difficult. Sumo, you are the best. Yen Joshi's home.
After seeing the rules of microscopic water identification, the two mothers could not help but exclaim in surprise.
Su's mother, Xiaomo, why did you challenge such a project? Don't tell me that you were eliminated?
Although Su's mother seemed not to care on the surface, she still hoped that her son could perform well.
However, after reading the rules of microscopic water identification, even she, as a mother, had no confidence in Sumo. Yan's mother, the time given for this project is too short. How can this be a challenge? But after seeing the challenge time of microscopic water identification, Yan's mother couldn't help but complain in a low voice. Mom, Auntie, you two don't have to worry, just keep watching.
Sumo smiled at the two people's reactions, and Yen Joshi beside him also echoed. When the time comes, just don't be scared by Shioma's performance.
Oh?
In response to Yen Joshi's words, Su's mother and Yan's mother looked at each other in surprise, and they were even more looking forward to Sumo's next performance.
The meaning of Yen Joshi's words was already very clear. On TV. Sumo's words, I want to increase the difficulty. I want to challenge the hell-level microscopic water identification. It immediately caused a huge earthquake on the internet. Crazy, Sumo is absolutely crazy. It's already so difficult, and you want to make it even more difficult?
I can only say that the world of geniuses is beyond the comprehension of an ordinary person like me. Maybe Sumo knows that he has no chance, so he's just trying to find a way out for himself.
Is this self-destruction? This project actually has a hell level. Are we going to be able to survive? This is definitely going to fail. How can this challenge be successful? Several related topics also became a hot topic on Weibo. Is Sumo's brain spinning? I just want to say what a joke. You are so brave. Even at this time, you are still so calm? It's over.
I can't keep my title as the #1 genius in Xia country anymore. It's good for young people to have confidence, but excessive confidence is arrogance. Almost no one is optimistic about Sumo, which is normal. This was the case when the show was recorded.
The show on TV is still going on. When Sumo started the challenge, everyone was dumbfounded. Is this possible? Can it be that fast? Especially when coupled with Zhang Ji's words, "What speed is this? What speed is this?" Everyone was stunned. Quick! It's so fast that it's suffocating. Especially when Sumo stopped at the correct answer on TV, all the viewers in front of the TV got goosebumps. What the hell? Am I dreaming?
Especially when the host Wang Tao asked, "Contestant Sumo, you still have 3 minutes left.
Are you sure you don't want to finish watching the rest of the cups?" Sumo's light answer. "No need to look, I'm sure it's this cup." Sumo on TV looked at the camera and smiled confidently. There is no such thing as a wrong answer for me. Either you can't find it, or if you can, it's good.
All the audiences who watched this episode of Brain King were stunned.
Is this still a human being? How is this possible?
Especially the smile Sumo showed to the camera, which charmed countless girls.
Yan Joshi's dormitory was also silent at this time.
At Zhao Linger's suggestion, the 3 girls bought a lot of snacks tonight and gathered around the desk in the dormitory to watch Brain King battle. When the 3 women saw Sumo's amazing performance, they were all stunned. And Ran, in particular, stared at Sumo on the phone screen with her beautiful eyes, in a daze. As for Zhao Linger and Ma Lily, their reactions were the same. They both covered their mouths and widened their eyes. They couldn't believe what they had just seen. Zhao Linger poked Ma Lily beside her.
"Lily, is this true?" Ma Lily swallowed hard and said, "It should be true."
After saying this, the 2 of them looked at each other tacitly, and both saw disbelief in each other's eyes.
OMG.
After several minutes, Zhao Linger finally shouted loudly, and was immediately given a cold shoulder by Ran.
Ran, it's not my fault. Sumo is just too amazing. Ma Lily also nodded, her brain was a little confused at the moment. When Ran saw the 2 people's reactions, she didn't know why she felt a little happy. After seeing Sumo's shocking performance, netizens on the internet were also boiling with excitement. Fuck, how is this possible? No nonsense, I'm a fan now. Isn't this a deity? I take back what I said earlier. Geniuses really can't be judged by common sense. Now I finally understand why teachers always use Sumo as a role model for learning. I cried after watching this. Now I just want to say to those who criticize Sumo, how can you have the nerve to criticize such a genius? The situation on Weibo was the same. The popularity of several synchronized topics rose to a terrifying number at an astonishing speed. Awesome. Only these 2 words can describe my mood at this moment. Brothers, what are you waiting for? Without further ado, follow me first. Before, I thought Sumo was too arrogant, but now I just want to say that he really has the ability to be arrogant. This doesn't give the other contestants any chance to survive. Who says it's not true? If I were a contestant, I would be traumatized. What's the point of competing? Just give the Brain King trophy to Sumo. The other contestants can withdraw from the competition. The following shows were boring to everyone except Yan Joshi's extremely high appearance, which surprised everyone. It's no wonder. Sumo's performance was so amazing that the other contestants were crushed into dust in seconds compared to him. How can the light of a firefly compete with the brightness of the bright moon? In this episode of Brain King competition, Sumo let everyone know what a genius is. In the past, people did not have a clear definition of genius, but now it is different. What is a genius? Just like Sumo. Chapter 128 System Update. Yan Joshi's home. After the show ended, the huge living room fell silent. Both Yan's mother and Su's mother were deeply shocked by Sumo's performance. Mom, Auntie, didn't I remind you already? Don't be scared by Shioma's performance. Yan Joshi giggled, her pretty face full of pride. Sumo also smiled and touched her little head, his eyes full of doting. Mother Yan, Shioma, you. No matter what, Mother Yan had never thought that she would be so shocked. As a major shareholder of Tianhong Group, she had seen all kinds of scenes, but at this moment, she had to admit that Sumo was truly an unheard of genius. This is a shock that comes from the soul. Su's mother also opened her mouth. She wanted to say something, but she didn't know what to say. The surprise Suemo gave her was really too big. Is this still her son? After Suemo returned home, he said hello to his mother and went straight into his room. The first thing Suemo did was to take out his cell phone and open his Weibo. When Suemo saw the number of his fans, he couldn't help but gasp. A terrifying number appeared in Sumo's eyes. 195832667. Although Suemo knew that his fan base would increase dramatically after the show was broadcast, he did not expect it to be so exaggerated. How long has it been? It's been less than 3 hours since the show aired. The number of fans increased by more than 5 million, which is really terrifying. You know, some second-tier stars don't even have 5 million fans on Weibo. And it only took Suemo less than 3 hours to increase his number of fans by more than 5 million. Even Suemo himself didn't expect that his original goal was around 2 million, but he didn't expect netizens to be so supportive. In a short period of time, Sumo's number of fans has reached nearly 20 million. If you ask Suemo how he feels now, he will only say 2 words. Awesome. You know, Suemo has been thinking about the number of 20 million fans for a long time, and now it is about to be achieved. How can he not be happy? Every time Suemo refreshed his page, the number of his fans would increase dramatically, which made him unable to help but smile. At this rate, in less than half an hour, the number of Sumo's Weibo fans will definitely exceed 20 million. In that case, he can activate the points system. This is something he has been looking forward to for a long time. Suemo refreshed his Weibo homepage tirelessly, and finally after 20 minutes, the number of his Weibo fans finally exceeded 20 million. 200000054. When this number came into Sumo's eyes, the familiar voice of the system sounded in his mind. Congratulations to the host for breaking through 20 million fans. This has reached the requirements for activating the points system. Do you want to activate it? Activation. Isn't this nonsense? Suemo had waited for so long just for this moment, and he chose to activate it without hesitation. Byte. Activate the points system. The system will automatically update within 3 days. But after Suemo heard the system's voice, he almost vomited blood out of depression. 3 days? Suemo didn't want to wait even for a second, but no matter how he summoned the system in his mind, there was no response. It seems we can only wait 3 days. Suemo was also a little bit tearful. He thought that the points system was finally activated, but he didn't expect that the system would need to be updated again. There is no choice but to wait. The next day, some professionals edited the footage of Suemo and the Brain King competition into a short video of less than 10 minutes. However, this short video has been viewed more than 3 million times in just one day. Through this short video, more people got to know Suemo, who is known as the #1 genius in Xia country. The hot searches on Weibo were once again dominated by Suemo alone. When many people clicked on Suemo's Weibo homepage, they were immediately shocked. After an overnight growth, the number of Sumo's Weibo fans has increased to more than 23 million. Someone immediately started a topic. In one night, the number of fans increased by nearly 10 million. This is Xia country's #1 genius Suemo. In just a few hours, this topic became the #1 trending search topic. There are millions of comments alone, and they are all full of praise. If anyone dares to say that Suemo is unworthy of his reputation in the future, I will be the first to object. Xia country's #1 genius, he really deserves the title. Master Suemo, I will always support you. Amazing. Apart from being amazing, I really don't know what to say. I actually watched the entire process of Sumo's challenge dozens of times. I get goosebumps every time I watch it. It's so shocking. I don't understand, how did Suemo find the correct answer? A fighter among the best, awesome. As for Suemo and Yen Joshi, they flew back to the imperial capital early in the morning. When I came back, I only took a week off, but the time was up and I had no choice but to leave. Suemo now wears a mask all the time when he goes out, and Yen Joshi has to wear a mask like Suemo because the Brain King competition was exposed. Fortunately, Linhai is not far from the imperial capital. 4 hours later, the two arrived at the imperial capital. The two left the airport and hailed a taxi on the roadside. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the gate of Ching Hua University. If I had known this earlier, I would have taken a few more days off this time. When Yen Joshi heard Sumo's muttering, a smile appeared on her pretty face. She had been hearing Suemo nagging about this all the way. Okay, Xiaoma, there will be plenty of time later.
Yen Joshi naturally knew why Suemo had such a reaction, and she felt the same way.
This week was really a happy one for her. When I go back to school, I naturally feel a little reluctant. Suemo was very satisfied with Yen Joshi's words. After Suemo sent Yen Joshi back to the girls' dormitory, he went straight to the office of Principal Li Renhui with his bag. When asking for leave, Li Renhui said that I must report to him when he comes back. Now that you have agreed, you have to do it. Knock knock. Come in.
When Suemo heard Li Renhui's voice, he pushed the door open and walked in.
As soon as I entered, I saw Chen Daoming was there too. The two of them were sitting on the sofa and I didn't know what they were talking about.
When Chen Daoming and Li Renhui saw Suemo, their eyes suddenly lit up.
You still remember to come back? Li Renhui's tone was full of resentment.
If students from Ching Hua University saw this, they would be shocked.
Is this still the principal they know?
Li Renhui is also in a difficult situation. These days, people have been looking for Suemo one after another, which is really giving him a headache.
Principal, what you said is true. I am a student of Ching Hua University, so of course I have to come back.
Chapter 129, Request for Help from the School of Mathematics.
Chen Daoming couldn't help but laugh.
He was just about to look for Suemo for something today, but he didn't expect that he would come back already. It really is better to arrive at the right time than to arrive early. In recent days, Chen Daoming knew that many people came to see Suemo, but Suemo happened to take leave, so they all came to nothing.
Teacher, you are here too? Suemo bowed to Chen Daoming.
He still had great respect for Chen Daoming in his heart, as he was a man who dedicated his entire life to mathematics.
I was just asking you when you'd be back. Chen Daoming looked at Suemo and nodded with satisfaction.
Although he only accepted this one disciple in his life, Suemo alone was better than thousands of others.
18 years old.
A first-class writer and mathematician, he cracked the BDY conjecture, and the Youth magazine won the gold medal. Any one of these is a remarkable achievement. Not to mention that so many honors appeared at the same time on an 18-year-old student, it was simply a miracle.
Anyone would be proud to have such a disciple. Teacher, do you have something to ask me?
Suemo was also slightly surprised when he heard Chen Daoming's words. Generally speaking, Chen Daoming would not easily look for him unless there was something important.
Since you found it, it must be something big. It's not me who wants to talk to you, it's the School of Mathematics who wants to talk to you. Oh? Now Suemo was even more confused. What could the School of Mathematics want from him out of the blue? Do you have anything urgent to do later? No. That's perfect. Come with me to the School of Mathematics. You'll know what I'm looking for you for when you get there. Suemo immediately agreed with Chen Daoming's words.
He is now an official member of the School of Mathematics, but he has hardly ever shown up in the school.
This is indeed a bit unreasonable. In that case, let us go for a trip.
Li Renhui looked at the master and disciple in silence.
They just ignored him like that? Half an hour later. Professor Chen, you finally brought Suemo here?
Ding Shuelian looked at the two people who walked in, his face full of surprise, and the others also turned their heads when they heard the voice.
Almost everyone's eyes were on Suemo.
They had all watched the Brain King contest yesterday and were stunned with shock.
If they were honest, they had to admit that Suemo was indeed an absolute genius.
And he's a well-rounded genius.
Lu Wanyu stared at Suemo with curiosity in her beautiful eyes.
When she first met this young man, she just felt that he was very interesting. She was just surprised that Suemo cracked the BDY conjecture. But Lu Wanyu never expected that in just over a month, Suemo would make such a big fuss.
Lu Wanyu also watched yesterday's Brain King competition. She didn't know how to comment on Sumo's evil performance. He was simply not like a normal person.
Before Suemo showed up, Lu Wanyu was a recognized genius in Xia country, and she proved this by becoming a second-level mathematician in a short period of time.
However, after watching Sumo's performance in the Brain King competition yesterday, Lu Wanyu couldn't help but compare himself with Suemo.
I brought this kid here right after he returned to school, so just be content.
Chen Daoming smiled and explained what Ding Shueliang said.
Suemo, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but curl his lips.
That's right. I just returned to school and haven't even returned to the dormitory yet, but I was brought here. Dean Ding, what do you want from me? Suemo asked politely.
He didn't know why the teacher was so anxious to bring him to the School of Mathematics.
It's like this. We have a difficult problem here. We have tried all kinds of methods, but we still can't solve it.
Ding Shueliang pointed at Chen Daoming and smiled.
After your teacher learned about the situation here, he recommended you to us. He said that you might be able to crack it, so we asked you to come here.
In the room, when the others heard Ding Shueliang's words, they all showed a look of shame on their faces. They have gathered the best mathematicians in the country of Xia, but they can't even solve a math problem, and they have to find an 18-year-old student.
It's really embarrassing for them.
However, this math problem is very important, and I have no choice but to resort to this last resort.
If even you big guys can't crack it, how can I do it?
Suemo made everyone in the room laugh with just one sentence, and the look in their eyes when they looked at him instantly became kind. When Lu Wangyu heard Sumo's words, a smile appeared on his lips.
I have to say that this boy has a very high emotional intelligence. Okay, don't be so modest. We couldn't solve the BDY conjecture either, but you cracked it. Ding Shueliang waved his hand at Suemo.
When it comes to mathematics, it doesn't matter if you are older or not.
It depends on your talent. In Ding Shueliang's eyes, Sumo's talent is at the nuclear bomb level, and no one can match him.
Before Suemo appeared, everyone in the school of mathematics, including Ding Shueliang, believed that Lu Wangyu was a genius that only appeared once in a century. But after meeting Suemo, they finally understood what a rare genius that is rarely seen in a million years is.
As soon as he came on, he threw a nuclear bomb, which blew up the whole place.
Almost everyone in the School of Mathematics had watched the video of the International Mathematics Group's assessment.
The problem that Wilms shot gave Suemo was probably a bit difficult for these second and third level mathematicians to solve. But Suemo did it easily and in just 5 minutes, which shocked everyone in the School of Mathematics. From then on, no one dared to underestimate Suemo. What's wrong with being young? They are indeed very skilled. Xiaolu, bring a copy of the information to Suemo.
Okay, Dean. Soon, a stack of information consisting of dozens of pages appeared in Sumo's hand, which made him a little surprised.
Is there only one question on such a thick piece of paper? Suemo, take a look first. If there is anything you don't understand after you finish reading, I will tell you.
Okay.
After Suemo found a seat and sat down, he started to look at the document in his hand.
Seeing this, the others went about their own business.
It would take several hours to finish this question.
In the end, only Chen Daoming, Ding Shueliang, and Lu Wangyu stayed.
They were not in a hurry and the three of them chatted intermittently.
After just a few words, they were frightened by Sumo's actions.
Teachers, what do you think Suemo is doing? Lu Wangyu accidentally glanced at Suemo and his eyes widened immediately.
He looked so adorable.
Chen Daoming and Ding Shueliang also looked at Suemo when they heard this.
Their reactions were exactly the same as Lu Wangyu's, both of them looked incredulous.
Suemo, who was not far away, was indeed looking at the information, but the speed was too abnormal.
No, it should be said that it is so fast that it is terrifying.
How is it possible to see so fast? This is unscientific. Chapter 130. This question is very impressive.
It took Chen Daoming about 3.5 hours to read this document.
Ding Shueliang took 4 hours, and even the youngest Lu Wangyu took more than 2 hours. But looking at Suemo, how long has it been? Do you have 5 minutes? Suemo has seen the last page? Could it be that he started watching from the back? This is impossible.
During the moment when the three were stunned, Suemo had already put down the information in his hand, closed his eyes, and began to organize it in his mind.
A minute later, Suemo opened his eyes. You have finished reading it? Ding Shueliang looked at Suemo in disbelief. He even found it funny when he said this.
Lu Wangyu was also staring at Suemo curiously, and so was Chen Daoming.
The three of them didn't pay attention at first, but when they noticed, Suemo had already put down the information. I've finished reading it.
As soon as Suemo opened his eyes, he saw that the three people had surrounded him at some point.
Hearing Ding Shueliang's question, he answered as a matter of course. This is the case when he slows down, otherwise it would be even faster. Having a photographic memory is no exaggeration.
When the three heard Sumo's words, they immediately began to doubt their lives.
Do you have to be so exaggerated? Dozens of pages of densely packed information, how can you finish reading them in 5 minutes? Could this be a god? How can you see so fast? Lu Wangyu's pretty face was full of confusion.
This speed was beyond her understanding.
I have a good memory, so I usually read things faster. When Suemo heard Lu Wanyo's question, he gave a very casual explanation. If he gave an explanation, the three of them would doubt him even more. Better memory? Are you kidding?
Even the top memory masters in the world cannot do such a thing.
5 minutes is really too short, 50 minutes is about right. You know, this is one of the top memory masters in the world.
It can be said that Sumo's memory has surpassed everyone else, but no one knows how accurate his memory is. After all, accuracy is what matters. But if we compare speed, anyone can read very fast, but how much you can remember is the most important thing.
How do you feel about this question?
Chen Daoming narrowed his eyes. He was also shocked when he first saw this question. Although the difficulty of this question was not particularly high, it was not easy either. The most important thing is that this question involves almost all aspects, it can be said to be abnormal. Chen Daoming estimated that he would not be able to solve the problem by himself. So, after discussing it with He Guangwen and Ding Xueliang, he directly gathered all the people in the School of Mathematics to work together to solve the problem.
But the progress was still slow, so Chen Daoming recommended Suemo. Chen Daoming was very familiar with the ability of his disciple Suemo.
Apart from anything else, he had never seen any math problem that could stump Suemo.
This question is very grand. But when Suemo finished reading this question, he couldn't help but sigh.
When he sorted out the information in his mind, he roughly guessed what this thing was. When the three heard Sumo's words, their eyes flashed. They knew from his words that Suemo might have seen through it.
This question is of great importance. You figured it all out? Lu Wanyu is also one of the few people who know this inside story.
It was only after Ding Xueliang told her about it that she knew the true origin of this question.
However, looking at this now, Suemo seemed to have guessed what it was. It's simply incredible. Either I can't guess, or I can't be wrong. Suemo smiled slightly and brought out his catchphrase again. Then do you have any ideas for solving the problem?
After hearing what Suemo said, Ding Xueliang asked directly, the most important thing is whether it can be solved. During this period of time, the pressure on him and He Guangwen has been unprecedentedly great. Look, He Guangwen was called away for questioning again, and he stayed behind to take charge of the situation.
Well, is there a blackboard, a big one? Yes, no matter how big you want, I can find it for you.
When Ding Xueliang heard Suemo say this, his eyes suddenly lit up and he turned around and shouted to a few people not far away.
Hurry up and move the largest blackboard in the warehouse over here. Hurry up. No problem, Dean.
10 minutes later, a giant blackboard about 10 meters long and 3 meters high appeared in the room.
Everyone's eyes are now looking at Suemo.
They know that this matter must be related to Suemo.
Suemo looked at the giant blackboard in front of him and couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. This is too big. How is it? Is it the right size? It's good. It's enough. Suemo couldn't help but smile bitterly at Ding Xueliang's words. It was the first time he saw such a large blackboard. Suemo picked up a piece of chalk and walked to the blackboard. Everyone was looking at Suemo expectantly. Judging from the posture, Suemo was going to solve the problem. No matter who it was, they all felt unbelievable. How long has it been? Is this the start of the problem solving? Just teasing me. From the time I gave the information to Suemo until now, it has been less than 20 minutes at most. This is nonsense. But even Ding Xueliang didn't say anything, and even if some people had opinions, they didn't dare to express them. Da day. The sound of chalk colliding with the blackboard was heard. Ax bx, ac by. Ad ba ko by. At first, some people in the School of Mathematics thought that Suemo was a little too arrogant, but as time went on, their eyes widened. What the hell? Really cracking? Everyone in the School of Mathematics has been working day and night on this problem for half a month, but the level of solving it is less than 0.3%. But after a short while, Suemo had already written a large amount of mathematical formulas. Out of curiosity, they began to deduce in their minds. It would have been fine if I hadn't made the deduction, but this deduction made me dumbfounded. Correct. The formula that Suemo wrote on the blackboard was actually correct? This doesn't make sense. Everyone knows that Suemo is a genius, but he can't be so evil. Can you solve the problem in just a short while? Where can these old men put their faces? Lu Wanyo's reaction was different from others.
The curiosity in her eyes as she looked at Sumo became stronger and stronger. There was a different kind of glow in those beautiful eyes, which was extremely moving. You know, when a woman becomes curious about a man, that is the beginning of her fall. It is obvious that Lu Wanyu is now on the brink of danger.
There is no doubt that Lu Wanyu is a genius. Geniuses are always picky and naturally look down on others.
Therefore, from childhood to adulthood, Lu Wanyu has had few friends, let alone a boyfriend. Lu Wanyu had never thought about making friends with others, but since meeting Sumo, she became curious about this boy.
Until now, Lu Wanyu's curiosity has reached a terrifying level.
She really wants to understand Sumo, to see what his brain looks like and how he can be so powerful. Gradually, there was a different look in Lu Wanyu's eyes when he looked at Sumo.
Although she is 6 years older than Sumo, what does that matter? Although Sumo already has a girlfriend, what does it matter? Lu Wanyu was confident that she was no worse than anyone else.
A thought had slowly arisen in her mind.